Hello, this is the Public Security Bureau Dispatch Center. How may I assist you? Hello, actually, I wanted to ask. If I accidentally inadvertently brought back the complete manufacturing manual for Fengche Kingdom's lithography machine, would that be considered illegal? Ah. Sir, this is a dispatch center for emergencies. Please do not joke around. If there is nothing else, I will have to terminate this call. Please only dial when facing a real crisis and understand that repeated harassing calls are illegal. Thank you for your cooperation. No, please don't hang up. I'm not joking. I genuinely need to know if this is illegal. Wang Xinxin could only sigh in exasperation. Sir, I must warn you again. You are already suspected of harassing emergency dispatch lines. If you continue these foolish jokes, I will have to refer this to the technical department for location tracking and a mandatory visitation warning. No, I truly have no intention to harass. I am genuinely anxious. Just tell me, is it illegal or not? Tell me and I will hang up immediately. Wang Xinxin secretly cursed under her breath, then suppressed her temper and replied with a dry, teasing tone. Sir, strictly speaking, this is not illegal. But if you truly brought it back, please be cautious of Fengche Kingdom's enforcement soldiers. If they catch you, you will be taken to an international tribunal. Having spoken, Wang Xinxin immediately ended the call. Somewhere abroad inside an apartment. Phew, so it's actually possible. I'm relieved now. Lin Yang gazed at the lithography machine manufacturing manual before him, a thick stack several centimeters tall, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Yes, that was his call just now. The reason for this was simple. He had transmigrated. Only recently arriving in this parallel world. And bound to the indispensable golden finger system every transmigrator dreams of. National Treasure System. By completing system missions, he earns national treasure points. These points can be exchanged in the system mall for various god-defying items. It featured an array of black tech artifacts, even products from extraterrestrial advanced civilizations. The more missions he completed and the greater their value, the more extraordinary the rewards became. And the system's missions were equally audacious. The first task required him to steal the manufacturing manual for Fengche Kingdom's latest lithography machine, whose precision tier had just been announced. At first he had refused. Wasn't this like an old man eating arsenic, courting death? But the mission reward had been so overwhelmingly lavish it literally blinded him. So he had done it. He carried a spark of patriotism within him as well. Besides, the system had shielded him from all surveillance and forged his identity, allowing him to successfully infiltrate and retrieve the most critical documents into his hands. Recalling the heist, a shiver still ran down his spine. It had been incredibly thrilling. Yet what baffled him most was why the system insisted he do it himself. With the system's capabilities, replicating a copy should have been trivial. But the system offered no answer to that question. So to play it safe, he had made that call, to confirm whether possessing such a document was actually illegal back home. After all, he had been taught since primary school that stealing was wrong. As for what Fengche Kingdom might think afterward, he gave absolutely no care. Once satisfied it was harmless, Lin Yang thought for a moment and searched online for the contact number of the Shangxia Academy of Sciences. The mission reward was split into two phases, the first for obtaining the manufacturing manual and the second for successfully constructing the lithography machine itself. Completing both would yield additional rewards. He had the manual, but building the machine alone was beyond his capabilities. Since he had already obtained the latest illustrated manual, it would be a waste to leave it unused. Returning it immediately was the only way to maximize its significance and value. Meanwhile, it was deep night back home. In the duty room of the Shangxia Academy of Sciences, young graduate researcher Wang Guang was poring over documents when a sudden urgent phone ring shattered his focus. He instinctively picked up the receiver before he could even speak. A young man's voice came through. Hello, is this the Shangxia Academy of Sciences? I have the latest illustrated manufacturing manual for Fengche Kingdom's lithography machine. I will upload and send it to your official email shortly. Please check your inbox and do not let it get swept away as spam. Having said that, the caller hung up immediately. Wang Guang held the receiver, still completely unable to process what had just happened. What in the world? Had he really heard that? The latest lithography machine manufacturing manual from Fengche Kingdom. In illustrated form. And being emailed to them. Am I hallucinating from too much overtime lately? He rubbed his eyes vigorously, then logged into a relatively niche forum to relieve his fatigue, a place frequented by high-tech scholars from various disciplines. Normally, when researchers grew weary from their work, they would post threads here to rest and exchange ideas for mutual progress. Remembering the strange call, he quickly drafted and posted his first thread of the night. Fam who understands. I've worked so hard I'm hallucinating. I just got a call claiming someone obtained the latest illustrated lithography machine manual from Fengshe Kingdom and is about to email it to our institute. They even told me not to delete it as spam. The moment the post when live replies flooded in instantly. Ha, seriously. For real. If that's actually true, wouldn't your institute at least have to grant them a senior researcher title? Senior researcher. Do you know how to speak? At the very least academician. Exactly. Disrespectful to even suggest researcher. Haha, true. If they actually pull it off, I'd willingly step aside and offer them the vice director position myself. Hey little photon, once you receive the email, remember to share it so we can all witness this miracle. The thread quickly heated up below. Wang Guang read for a while, his fatigue suddenly vanishing, yet he ultimately dismissed it as impossible to actually obtain Fengshe Kingdom's latest lithography manual. What a joke. The security level for such a thing in Fengshe Kingdom rivaled that of nuclear weapons. If anything, it was even stricter. If someone could steal a lithography manual, couldn't they just steal nuclear weapons blueprints instead? Clearly just another bored prankster's joke from too many internet memes. Yet despite dismissing it, he couldn't help but wish. If only China could one day master such cutting-edge lithography on its own. Ding dong. The moment the thought crossed his mind, an email notification popped up on the screen. Lithography Machine Manufacturing Manual Illustrated Edition. Seeing the subject line, Wang Guang's heart skipped a beat. Could it be actually real? He reached out a trembling hand to open the attachment, the heavy PDF file unfolding across the monitor like a treasure map revealed. The precision diagrams, the thermal dynamics calculations, the material alloy ratios, all perfectly preserved in high definition. Wang Guang swallowed hard, his throat dry. He scrolled down page after page of groundbreaking data, each line a testament to technological supremacy. Without hesitation, he grabbed the internal emergency phone and dialed the direct line to academician Zhao Zizhen. Director Zhao. It's Wang Guang from the night shift. We have a breakthrough. You need to come to the duty room immediately. The Fengshe Kingdom Lithography Manual. It's here. Inexplicably, Wang Guang's hand began to tremble slightly beyond his control. He moved the mouse to the email, took several deep breaths, and only then, suppressing his excitement, clicked it open. The next instant, what met his eyes were the words Lithography Machine Manufacturing Manual. This instantly made Wang Guang feel deeply disappointed. It really is a prank. He sighed, unable to tell whether he felt relieved or disappointed. As everyone knew, if this manual had truly come from the windmill country, it could not possibly be written in the Shangxiao language. These foreigners' things should all be in a foreign language. He casually moved to close the email. But just as the mouse cursor was about to click the close button, a line of dense foreign small print suddenly appeared within Wang Guang's sight. This is Wang Guang's movement paused, and he immediately leaned closer to the computer screen. A moment later, shock appeared in Wang Guang's eyes. Because the dense foreign small print was actually the foreign language translation of the Lithography Machine Manufacturing Manual. Moreover, the grammar was extremely correct and meticulous. So this is a bilingual edition. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wang Guang continued reading. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. Because after only half a page, some of the content was already completely beyond his understanding. Especially when he saw the first three-dimensional image, the shock in Wang Guang's heart reached its peak. Complex formulas, profound principles, and such precise illustrated captions. All of this revealed that this manual was very likely real. And the sender had specially translated it before sending it. And the translation was extremely meticulous. It was at least at the level of an academician. Otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible to translate so accurately those technical terms that even he found dizzying. Rustle. Wang Guang began scrolling rapidly with his mouse. Although he could no longer understand anything from the second half of the first page onward, he still scrolled all the way to the end of the document. After confirming that the entire document was bilingual manual content, Wang Guang was suddenly so excited that his body trembled and his cheeks flushed. Especially because after the bilingual document there was also an original untranslated pure foreign language manual attached. This made Wang Guang completely unable to sit still. Even if he could not understand the later content, just from what he could recognize, such professional and precise knowledge, even if it were not a lithography machine, would definitely be something of utmost importance. He glanced at the time, it was now 1:30 am. But he did not hesitate. He took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Teacher, I've received a very special email. Please come over immediately. What email? Can't it wait until tomorrow? It's already so late. Or just forward it to me. It's so late. Or you can just forward it. A somewhat sleepy middle-aged man's voice came through the phone. No teacher, please come right away. I can't forward it and I can't wait until tomorrow. Please come to the institute as fast as you can. I absolutely cannot forward it nor can I wait until tomorrow. Please come to the institute as fast as possible. Please. Wang Guang's voice was trembling. The middle-aged man on the other end was silent for a moment as if understanding something, then said in a deep voice, "All right, Xiao Guang, I'll be there within 10 minutes. Hearing this, Wang Guang suddenly slumped onto his chair as if all the strength had been drained from his body, but his eyes were wide open, staring unblinkingly at the computer screen. As if this was something more important than his own life. Time passed bit by bit. 10 minutes felt to Wang Guang like 10 days. He couldn't help glancing at the time every few seconds. Finally, a rapid knocking came from outside the duty room door. Xiao Guang, it's me. Wang Guang instantly jumped up from his chair and rushed to open the door. The visitor was a somewhat stout middle-aged man in his 50s. It was none other than Zhao Zizhen, academician and dean of the Grand Academy. As soon as he entered, Zhao Zizhen frowned and asked, "What on earth happened that made you insist on my coming over in the middle of the night?" Wang Guang pointed at the document on the screen and said in a low voice, "Teacher, please take a look yourself." "I don't dare to confirm it." "What is it?" "A lithography machine manufacturing manual. Even an illustrated version." Seeing the name, Zhao Zizhen frowned even deeper and said with displeasure, "Xiao Guang, you didn't drag me out in the middle of the night just to look at some prank, did you?" Wang Guang did not answer. As Zhao Zizhen's gaze moved downward, his words abruptly stopped. Then Zhao Zizhen's body also could not help trembling. This is impossible. How is this possible? This is actually the manufacturing manual for a lithography machine. These formulas, these principles. Zhao Zizhen muttered unconsciously as he rapidly scrolled through the document with the mouse. His hands were trembling too. For a full 5 minutes Zhao Zizhen forced himself to stop. Then he turned around and in a trembling voice stared at Wang Guang and asked, "Who? Who sent this?" Wang Guang immediately recounted the phone call he had just received. Zhao Zizhen's eyes grew even wider. "What? Are you saying you received a mysterious call from abroad? The caller said he would send the lithography machine manual over and then it actually arrived." "Yes, teacher." Wang Guang nodded frantically. "I am too ignorant to understand more than a tiny bit. Is it real?" Zhao Zizhen looked at the document again with a complicated expression. He did not answer Wang Guang. Instead, he suddenly became extremely serious and warned Xiao Guang what happened tonight must not be leaked to anyone in the slightest. With that, Zhao Zizhen turned, looked at a red button in the duty room, considered for a moment and decisively pressed it. Buzz. An ear-piercing alarm immediately rang through the entire Grand Academy. Outside the duty room, a security door slowly descended, sealing off the whole duty room. Even the main entrance was sealed by another security door. What's happening? Who triggered the level 3 alert? Who is on duty tonight? All the other working or on-duty personnel in the institute ran out in shock and stared at the sealed security door, completely stunned. Because this meant that a major security incident had occurred in the institute. From the moment the security door descended, no one was allowed to enter or leave at will. Otherwise they would be charged with treason. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Wang Guang was also stunned. Zhao Zizhen still did not answer him. Instead, he took out his phone and began calling people one after another. Soon several senior academicians also arrived at the duty room. Their expressions were not good. One academician who looked about the same age as Zhao Zizhen said directly, "Old Zhao, you've made such a fuss in the middle of the night, called all of us here, denied us sleep and even triggered a level 3 security alert. You'd better have something earth-shattering to show for it." A profound silence enveloped the entire duty room. Even though the academicians present were seasoned individuals who had witnessed great events, the moment they took turns examining the lithography machine manufacturing manual, each one found their mouths agape yet unable to utter a single sound. They exchanged glances, staring at one another with wide eyes, each perceiving the shock in the others. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhao Zizhen tapped the table and asked proactively, "Everyone, can we be certain?" Actually, from the expressions of all present, it was evident that the lithography machine manufacturing manual sent by the mysterious person was authentic. However, he needed a definitive answer from the academicians here before he could report it upward. This matter was of such grave importance that he alone could hardly bear the responsibility. The academicians present exchanged glances once more, and then an elder academician representing the group said, "Old Zhao, report it." Although they could basically confirm that this was indeed the manufacturing manual for the lithography machine, as academicians they were always rigorous. The manual seemed flawless, but without experimental verification they could not utter words of absolute certainty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen took a deep breath. "Since we are all in agreement from this moment on, no one in the academy is allowed to leave, including all of us present, until we confirm that this manufacturing manual is 100% correct." Agreed. The academicians nodded in unison. Then I will escalate the alert from level 3 to national security level. No matter who it is, any items they have used must be uniformly collected and destroyed. At the same time, all means of communication, mobile phones, computers and anything else that can connect to the outside world, will be temporarily banned. Not a single detail about this manual shall be leaked. Zhao Zizhen declared sternly. No one raised any objection. After all, this was the most advanced lithography machine manufacturing manual. Such a level of alert was not excessive. Even though the academicians present were all highly respected and powerful elders, they willingly complied, handing over their mobile phones. Immediately afterward, one of the older academicians reacted first, nearly frantically pushing Wang Guang away from the computer, claiming the entire machine for himself, and began to immerse himself in reasoning and calculations while staring at the manual. Old Yuan, you sly fox. The other academicians, catching on, teased him while joining the scramble for the computer. Zhao Zizhen paid them no mind. These old fellows knew their limits. With the only copy of the lithography machine manufacturing manual in the computer, even if these old men beat each other bloody, they would never let the computer suffer the slightest damage. He quickly reported the situation. Wang Guang, standing nearby, looked somewhat uneasy. Catching a glimpse of Wang Guang's fidgeting, Zhao Zizhen frowned and asked, "Is there something else you're hiding from me?" As Wang Guang's mentor, he knew his student too well. Such fidgeting indicated that something else was on his mind. Wang Guang's mouth opened and closed, and finally he mustered the courage to say, "I'm sorry, teacher. When I first received the call, I didn't take it seriously, so I went to a forum and posted a message saying someone was going to email us the manufacturing manual for the lithography machine." Ha! Zhao Zizhen's face changed abruptly and he stared at Wang Guang with a gaze that could devour. "You didn't actually upload this manufacturing manual to the forum, did you?" Wang Guang was startled and quickly replied, No. The manual came after I closed the forum. I contacted you immediately after seeing it. I didn't dare post it on the forum." Huff. Huff. That's good, that's good. Those guys will probably just think it's a joke. Zhao Zizhen breathed a sigh of relief, then warned sternly, "Remember, from now on you are not to go on the forum or contact anyone else." Wang Guang nodded frantically like a chick pecking at rice. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon receiving Zhao Zizhen's report, the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs was immediately alerted. The Bureau of Abnormal Affairs, fully named the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs, reported directly to the cabinet and was the highest level and most mysterious special department in Shangxia. Only when encountering extremely extraordinary events would this department be activated. Yet at this moment the usually quiet conference hall of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs was ablaze with lights. Yi Guhong, the overall director of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs, stared at the portion of the lithography machine manufacturing manual that had been forwarded to him, unable to calm down for a long time. His hands unconsciously clenched together. A mysterious phone call, a mysterious email had brought such an unbelievable thing. He had not experienced such a shocking, scalp-tingling feeling in years. Though it was the early hours of the morning and he was over 50, he felt not the slightest trace of drowsiness. Instead, he grew more alert. If Shangxia could have its own sophisticated lithography machine, no longer choked by the Western countries, Shangxia's scientific research capabilities would undoubtedly achieve a qualitative leap within a few years. This excited him so much that his body trembled slightly. Then he looked at the other equally thrilled directors of the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs. Clearing his throat lightly, Yi Guhong said, "Everyone, we have just traced the number that called the Great Academy of Sciences. It called the Imperial Capital's Emergency Dispatch Center half an hour ago. Here is the recording of that call." He pressed play. Immediately they heard Lin Yang asking on the phone whether it was illegal to bring back the manufacturing manual for the lithography machine from Fengche country. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. This manual was stolen. Everyone was stunned. Even given their status and experience, they were stunned by this statement. Everyone present had been through many great events and fully understood what it meant to steal the lithography machine manufacturing manual from Fengche country. It was hair-raising. Could he even pull off something like this? Was there anything in this world that this young man couldn't obtain? Everyone, what do you think? Yi Guhong suppressed his shock and tapped the table in inquiry. At this moment the usually composed and steady group, who had weathered countless storms, all had eyes as wide as brass bells and mouths large enough to hold eggs. Hearing Yi Guhong's question, they came to their senses one after another. One director spoke, "Elder Yi, if this young man really stole it, I'm afraid there will be some turbulence ahead." Obtaining the lithography machine manual was certainly good. But the source? It was truly unbelievable and somewhat embarrassing. Another director continued, "Elder Yi, I think regardless of how he obtained it, it proves he is a young man with a sincere patriotic heart, sufficient ability, and great courage. No matter what, we must protect him, at least bring him back safely to the country. Yes, we must never allow such a promising youth to fall abroad." The others echoed in agreement. Ultimately all the officials agreed that the cost they would ensure the person's safe return to the homeland. Yi Guhong immediately the plan have the tech the call and perform a technical identification around the clock and keep contacting the other party by email to see if we can get a response. Also add this number to the alert system's whitelist. Ha! Several of the leaders paused startled. I have a hunch he will definitely call again. Yi Guhong's lips curved slightly. His premonition was right. 2 days later in the same dead of night the imperial capital's emergency call center again received a mysterious call. Hello, is this the emergency call center? I want to ask again, if I take some artifacts from the Shaoxing Jiangguojia Museum home, wouldn't I be considered an antiquities trafficker? The call center again heard that familiar voice and those offhand words, and Wang Xinxin was taken aback. You again? If I remember correctly, you were the one who talked about the photolithography machine's manual a couple of days ago, right? Wang Xinxin held the phone somewhat speechless, and truly she had just received another call from this lunatic. The other end seemed to recognize her voice as well. A little surprised. Officer, what a coincidence, again you picked up my call. Coincidence? I warned you last time, didn't I? If you call the emergency line again to play such boring pranks and waste public resources, I'll have you summoned. Wang Xinxin spoke sternly. Ahem, but I'm not joking. You're not joking, right? Fine. Then I'll tell you, if you truly have the ability to bring back the artifacts scattered abroad, you will be my god. Don't say you wouldn't be treated as an antiquities trafficker. Even if you were, I would still get you released. Wang Xinxin grew irritated and decided to lay it on thick. She wanted to see what this lunatic would say next. But on the other end, after the conversation, the reply came with 6 simple words: understood, thank you. Then, the call ended. Wang Xinxin was stunned. Had she really hung up? What a strange fellow, she muttered to herself, and she did not dwell on it. She privately decided that next time this guy dared to call the emergency line in such a disruptive way, the tech department would locate and summon him for a firm education. Meanwhile, inside the Bureau of External Affairs, when Lin Yang's call connected to the emergency center, Yi Guhong and the others were instantly alerted and immediately began to monitor. When they heard Lin Yang say he would bring the Shaoxing Jiangguojia Museum's artifacts home, Yi Guhong's eyes changed sharply. Several of the leader's pupils also constricted. Bringing them home, does that mean? In the next moment they exchanged glances, all shocked. Could it be that this man was going to steal again, or mail the artifacts back to the homeland? Recalling the last time, the tone on the phone was identical to this time. Yi Guhong and the others could not help but ponder more. After the call ended, Yi Guhong tapped the table, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the several leaders, and he spoke in a grave tone. Gentlemen, what do you think? Master Yi, I think we should prepare to receive the artifacts back home. Director Tang Wensheng said with a face full of excitement. Oh. You're so confident in this person. Yi Guhong tapped the desk. Yes, Master Yi. Last time he claimed to tamper with the Windmill Nation's photolithography machine, and we actually received a detailed manual for it. This time he says he'll fetch the artifacts, and I believe this person has already prepared everything to the utmost, otherwise he wouldn't have called for guidance. Tang Wensheng answered immediately. What about you all? Yi Guhong looked at the other leaders. We second the motion. Seconded. Since all of you agree that this person can succeed, then notify all departments to prepare for the artifacts' homecoming. In the coming days, shipments from overseas, especially from Shaoxing Jiangguojia, should be prioritized for inspection and clearance to ensure the artifacts reach home safely. Yi Guhong made the arrangements, a deep sense of anticipation glinting in his eyes. After the last call that very night, the Grand Academy had already received the photolithography machine's manufacturing manuscript. This time I hope we won't have to wait too long either. What method do you think this person will use to bring the artifacts back? After a moment, Yi Guhong spoke again. Well, Master Yi, forgive our ignorance, this person could even obtain the photolithography machine manual, so we truly cannot imagine how he will retrieve the artifacts. The leaders all smiled wryly. Everyone go and prepare in your own areas. Yi Guhong understood that this question seemed to stump everyone, and he did not press further, quietly looking forward with anticipation. In the early morning, after a night of work, Wang Xinxin walked out of the emergency center with sleepy eyes, heading back to her dorm to rest. Xinxin. A shout made Wang Xinxin's spirit leap. She looked toward the source and exclaimed with joy, brother. What are you doing here? It's Wang Guang. I've come to check on you. You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? Wang Guang first handed the breakfast he'd brought, then rubbed his hands and said excitedly, a great matter has happened at the academy. Closed management will be implemented. I may be away for quite a while, so I came to see you. Ha! A great matter, good or bad? Wang Xinxin immediately grew tense. Don't worry, it's good news, but I can't tell you yet. We've all signed a confidentiality agreement. If this is leaked, it would be treated as treason. Wang Guang's serious eyes carried a spark of excitement. That's serious. Then please don't say more. Wang Xinshan immediately agreed. Wang Guang nodded and casually asked, all right, I've seen you. I must head back to the academy now. How have you been lately? Any problems? Nothing. Wang Xinshan shook her head, but then as if remembering something she could not help but tease, but I've met a weirdo. A weirdo? What kind of weirdo? A most baffling one. Wang Xinshan's brows knitted. Do you know what he said on the emergency call? He said he would bring back the Windmill Nation's photolithography machine manual and asked if that was illegal. What? Wang Guang's eyes widened in shock. Little sister, you were the one who took that call. Yes, quite flamboyant, isn't it? Wang Xinshan nodded, not noticing Wang Guang's changed expression, thinking him merely stunned. Then she continued, but the more flamboyant stuff is yet to come. Last night I happened to receive that lunatic's call again, and this time it was even more outrageous. He actually asked me whether bringing back the artifacts from the Shaoxing Jiangguojie Museum would get me labeled as an antiquities trafficker. Do you think that's strange enough? Wang Guang stood frozen, staring blankly at Wang Xin, his entire body struck as if by lightning. Xinshan, you, what did you say? This big. What did this person say? He wants to retrieve the artifacts from the Little Eagle Museum. Yeah, isn't that ridiculous? Wang Xinshan took a sip of soy milk and couldn't help but laugh. Xinshan. Wang Guang suddenly turned serious. You haven't told anyone about this, have you? No, why? Wang Xinshan looked at him with confusion. Nothing, just make sure you don't tell anyone else. Wang Guang instructed earnestly. I'm not that bored, Wang Xinshan pouted. And bro, are you out of your mind? You don't actually think he can pull this off, do you? Just listen to me, alright? Wang Guang's face was stern. Why are you taking such a joke so seriously? Wang Xinshan was puzzled. Wang Guang didn't answer directly but asked instead, has your boss talked to you? Talk? Talk about what? Why would the boss talk to me? I haven't done anything wrong. Wang Xinshan was even more confused, reaching out to touch Wang Guang's forehead. You don't have a fever, but you're acting strange. No talk. That shouldn't be right, Wang Guang murmured. That mysterious big shot really did obtain the lithography machine manufacturing blueprints, and the first call was answered by Wang Xinshan, yet the higher-ups hadn't even talked to her or signed a confidentiality agreement. This baffled Wang Guang. Because according to normal procedure, anyone who knew about this would have been monitored immediately. Just like all those in the know at the Grand Academy of Sciences, including himself. After confirming the blueprints were authentic, the higher-ups sent people overnight to have them sign several relevant agreements. But Wang Xinshan hadn't, which didn't follow protocol. However, Wang Guang soon stopped thinking about it. Because obtaining the lithography machine manufacturing blueprints from the windmill country was so absurd that no normal person would believe it. Except for those who had to know at the Grand Academy of Sciences. The fewer people who knew about the big shot retrieving the blueprints, the better. Plus, the windmill country certainly wouldn't voluntarily expose the theft of the lithography machine manufacturing plans. This meant their security system had a massive flaw. If leaked, their partners would not be confident in continuing their collaboration, inflicting significant damage on the windmill country. Perhaps for these reasons the higher-ups hadn't immediately sought Wang Xinshan to sign a confidentiality agreement. But if the big shot really did bring back the artifacts from the Little Eagle Museum this time, then the higher-ups would likely have to talk to Wang Xinshan. If the artifacts from the Little Eagle Museum were gone, it would certainly not be covered up. With this in mind, Wang Guang urged Wang Xinshan, stay in your dorm for the next few days and don't wander. I need to get back to the academy. Bye. Without waiting for her reply, he jogged off. How ridiculous. Wang Xinshan muttered as she watched his retreating figure, then yawned and headed back to her dorm to sleep. And indeed it was as Wang Guang thought. Retrieving the lithography machine blueprints from the windmill country was too incredible to believe. So Yi Guhong didn't give special attention to having Wang Xinshan sign a confidentiality agreement. This was not due to a lack of caution. On the contrary, such an extraordinary and even absurd matter was indeed best known to as few people as possible. After all, the windmill country would never voluntarily disclose the theft of the lithography machine manufacturing plans. Before the truth ever came to light, any normal person hearing about it would simply dismiss it as a joke. For now, this matter could be contained within the Grand Academy of Sciences. As for Wang Xinshan, since she was always under surveillance, it was not too late to talk to her if anything unexpected happened. Moreover, although retrieving the lithography machine manufacturing blueprints from the windmill country was astonishing, it was highly likely a very fortuitous event. So there was no need to make a big fuss and force an unrelated person to sign a confidentiality agreement lest it backfire. But Ji Guhong hadn't anticipated that Wang Xinshan would receive the other party's call twice in a row. So the confidentiality agreement concerning Wang Xinshan was already in preparation. Now it all depended on whether Lin Yang truly could, as he claimed, bring home the artifacts from the Little Eagle Museum. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Academy of Sciences, Wang opened his email page, typed a line, then deleted it, repeating this cycle several times. His restless demeanor caught the attention of a nearby academician who couldn't help but ask Wang, "What's wrong with you? Why are you so fidgety? Are you feeling unwell?" This remark drew the attention of several other academicians. Zhao Zizhen also walked in at that moment and looked at Wang. Wang initially wanted to conjure up an excuse, but seeing his mentor had arrived, he knew his lies wouldn't fool Zhao Zizhen. So he said slowly, "I'm fine, master. There's something I need to tell you." The latter part was directed at Zhao Zizhen. The other academicians, seeing this, refrained from asking further. Zhao Zizhen frowned slightly, glanced at the hesitant Wang, then turned and left the lab, saying, "Let's talk outside." Wang followed Zhao Zizhen out of the lab and then looked around as if he were a thief. This behavior made Zhao Zizhen frown again. "Didn't you have something to say? Spit it out. What is it that has you so cautious this early in the morning?" Zhao Zizhen knew his student too well. Wang would never act like this unless he had encountered something major. After confirming no one was nearby, Wang opened his mouth and in a very low voice recounted what he had heard from Wang Xinxin about Lin Yang planning to retrieve the Little Eagle Museum artifacts. "Ha! What? You say he really said that? He wants to bring back the artifacts?" Zhao Zizhen was instantly shocked. "Master, keep your voice down." Wang instinctively reached out to cover Zhao Zizhen's mouth, but his hand stopped halfway and withdrew, looking at his mentor with embarrassment. Zhao Zizhen was stunned for a moment, then his face flushed. "It's just too shocking, I couldn't help it." "It's okay, master. My reaction was even bigger when I first heard it." Wang offered a graceful exit. "Ahem, is it true? Did he really say that on the phone?" Zhao Zizhen couldn't help but confirm again, though this time his voice was much lower. Wang nodded solemnly. "Yes, master. So I was just about to send an email to ask the big shot if he could get more materials for our academy, but I felt it might be impolite, so I hesitated and became restless." "Do you really believe he can do it?" Zhao Zizhen stared at Wang. Wang took a deep breath, didn't answer, but instead asked, "What about you, master? Do you think he can manage it?" "You brat, how dare you speak to me without respect? I'm the one asking questions and you turn it back on me." Zhao Zizhen scolded with an exasperated laugh. He. In response, Wang let out a hearty chuckle. "It seems you really do believe he can pull this off." Zhao Zizhen continued, "Tell me, why are you so confident he can succeed?" Wang scratched his head. "Teacher is always the teacher. Before I know it, the question is thrown back at me again." "Cut the chatter." Zhao Zizhen glared at him. "All right, I won't hide it from you, teacher. I truly believe that person can do it." Wang took a deep breath and spoke seriously. After all, the security level at the American Museum could never match the security surrounding the Dutch lithography machine blueprints. If that person could extract the lithography blueprints from the Netherlands, then retrieving artifacts from the American Museum should be well within their capability. "Teacher, what do you think?" Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly. "There is some merit to that, but I must still maintain a degree of skepticism." "What?" Wang froze. "Have you forgotten the first principle of our research? At all times regarding anything, before obtaining absolute confirmation and certainty, one must retain a sliver of doubt. Only then can the most accurate results emerge from countless experiments." Zhao Zizhen never neglected to impart his teachings. "Yes, teacher, I have remembered." Wang acknowledged. "Good. You mentioned earlier that you wanted that person to help us obtain some information. What kind of materials did you want him to help us acquire?" Only now did Zhao Zizhen refocus on the core issue. "I haven't even decided on the specific materials. I just think that person is incredibly impressive, and I wanted to test whether I could ask for their help with anything useful, any field at all." Wang sounded somewhat embarrassed. "You brat, I never realized you could be so resourceful. Your thinking is actually quite good. However, you are not to bring this up." "Why not?" Wang was puzzled. Zhao Zizhen cleared his throat and spoke slowly. "That person helping us obtain the lithography machine blueprints was already a tremendous favor. We do not know what methods they used, and no one can fathom the dangers involved. We are already shamefully benefiting from their efforts without having earned it. How could we so readily ask for more? Doing so would not only increase that person's personal risk, but if it were to spread, it would make our entire academy appear completely incompetent." Wang's mouth opened and closed, his head dipping slightly. "I apologize, teacher. It was my failure to consider the full picture. This is hardly your fault. Having such thoughts is only human nature." Zhao Zizhen bore no resentment toward Wang. But from now on remember to consider others before acting. We sit comfortably in our offices and effortlessly obtain the most cutting-edge materials, yet we cannot possibly imagine the peril that person faces when acquiring information on our behalf. If they were to recover the cultural relics as well, they would truly be our national heroes. We must not create additional trouble for them over inconsequential materials. Yes, teacher. I understand my error. Wang lowered his head even further. You are not wholly at fault. Let us see whether that person can truly recover the relics. If they succeed, there will be ample time to raise the matter then. Zhao Zizhen's eyes flickered. Ah, teacher, you mean? This statement left Wang utterly bewildered. Just moments ago he had been reprimanded for even thinking about asking, and now his teacher spoke thus. Wang was completely lost. Sigh. You young people are always so restless. Although I too believe he is likely capable, we must ultimately let facts speak. Zhao Zizhen sighed slightly, shaking his head. If he fails and we press the matter now, would we not be putting him in an awkward position? But if he truly succeeds in recovering the relics as well, it would prove he possesses remarkable capabilities. Naturally, we cannot simply waste such a valuable opportunity. Wang was speechless. After a long silence he gave Zhao Zizhen a thumbs up. Teacher is truly the teacher. I have learned something today. Enough with the flattery. Go back and attend to your work. And do not mention this matter to anyone else. Zhao Zizhen waved his hand. I must admit I am rather looking forward to seeing the relics return home. After all these years, those wandering children ought to come back. Children. Wang noticed Zhao Zizhen's wording, but upon reflection such a term seemed entirely appropriate. Those cultural relics were in a sense indeed the treasured children nurtured by over 5,000 years of Shangxia civilization. He too began to feel a surge of excitement. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. An unremarkable day. Many office workers were just beginning their afternoon duties. Some netizens scrolling through the news while slacking off at work suddenly noticed something. A breaking story erupted across every major media platform and shot to the #1 trending topic in an astonishingly short time. American National Museum suspected robbery. Multiple precious artifacts missing overnight. At first netizens thought the news was a joke. After all, what kind of place was the American National Museum? How could a theft possibly occur? But once they saw which media outlet had published the report, the netizens could no longer remain calm. Because the news had been published by the same account across multiple media platforms. It came from the official state media. News released by the official state media could not possibly be false. Especially something this significant, there could certainly be no mistakes or omissions. Therefore, once they confirmed the authenticity of the news, the netizens erupted. No way is this real. The American National Museum was actually robbed. Who is the mastermind behind this? This is incredible. Come out so I can pay my respects. Haha, this is like a movie come to life. Scenes like this used to only exist in blockbuster films, and now it's actually happened. It's truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. Right now I desperately want to know exactly what was stolen and whether the artifacts that originally belonged to us are still there. Damn, that's a huge issue. Those treasures are all ours. Even though they are currently in foreign hands, at least there is a known whereabouts. If we lose track of them entirely in the future, that would be even more devastating. Don't worry, many local media workers are already on the scene investigating. There is a time difference with America, they are only at 8:00 a.m. over there. Right, I'm currently studying abroad there. It's morning over here. I heard that when the museum staff arrived for their early shift and opened the doors, they discovered the place had been robbed overnight. Someone actually fainted on the spot. Fainting from the shock, really? What a thoroughly satisfying blow. Below the news report, the comment count was increasing at over 1,000 per second. As the netizens wished, the livestream began. Moreover, it was a live broadcast from an official media account with 360-degree camera angles directly covering the scene of the theft at the Guozhou Museum in the United States. Through the footage one could see that while the museum, once brimming with cultural relics, was not completely in disarray, most of the display cases had been emptied. Good heavens, this doesn't appear to be a violent smash and grab, they seem to have simply taken the exhibits directly from the display cases. The technique is too professional. This must be the work of a coordinated group, isn't it? Absolutely a coordinated operation. How else could there be no sound at all? This place has 24-hour surveillance. Handling the theft while managing the cameras isn't something one person could pull off. Word on the street is that the monitoring room detected absolutely nothing unusual last night. Someone with exceptional hacking skills must have breached their surveillance system and altered the live feed. Good grief, is this really becoming a blockbuster movie come to life? Could something this sci-fi like actually be happening? That's absolutely jaw-dropping. But have you noticed, the items taken from the display cases appear to be exclusively our cultural relics. None of the foreign jewelry and such seem to have been stolen. Come to think of it, you're right. It does seem only our artifacts were stolen. What's going on here? Damn, are they specifically targeting our cultural relics? Bloody hell, if I ever find out who's behind this, I won't let them off easy. Stop talking tough online. With their capabilities, even if you knew who they were, what could you possibly do? Can you two keep it down? This group is specifically after our artifacts. We need to work together, find some leads and recover our cultural relics. Exactly. In the past, even though we couldn't retrieve these artifacts from museums in the United States, we could at least see them on display. Now that they've been stolen, we might not even be able to lay eyes on them again, making recovery nearly impossible. We can't let our treasures disappear without a fight. Unity, we need unity now. As netizens streamed into the live broadcast offering comments while scrutinizing the ultra-high-definition camera footage, their attitude shifted from casual curiosity to genuine outrage. The realization that this was specifically targeting their own cultural heritage felt simply unforgivable. The American viewers experienced a different emotional arc. Their initial fury gradually gave way to calm acceptance, since the jewels belonging to Western collections remained untouched. The Chinese artifacts had been plundered centuries ago anyway, so their loss seemed almost justified to them. While the museum heist was embarrassing, it wasn't entirely unexpected. A few Americans even attempted to mock the Chinese netizens, but were swiftly silenced by the overwhelming backlash. At the Strange Affairs Administration. It was the same conference room, the same conference table. Ye Guhong stared in disbelief, rereading the intelligence report about the theft at the Guojia Museum 3 full times before snapping back to reality. Then came his boisterous laughter. Ha ha ha, how satisfying, truly satisfying. Ye Guhong couldn't help but drum his fingers on the table, his eyes glistening with emotion. Though concrete evidence linking the incident to the caller remained lacking, Ye Guhong was convinced this was the work of Lin Yang. After all, the caller had reached out the previous evening, and overnight the Guojia Museum had been burglarized, with every stolen item tracing back to Chinese provenance. If there were no connection between the two, he would simply refuse to believe it. Thus, even without receiving confirmation via phone, Ye Guhong moved forward, directly implementing the plan they had discussed beforehand. The department responsible for international mail was placed under direct control. He had made every preparation for welcoming the artifacts home. The other directors shared his palpable excitement. Elder Yi, now that we only await the artifacts' return, we can confirm this was the work of that individual. Tang Wenqing, the second in command, had reddened eyes. It is our failure, we failed to protect what our ancestors left behind, and now we rely on someone so young to bring our cultural relics home. Ye Guhong's emotions were equally stirred. Although the artifacts had not yet arrived, he already felt certain that these treasures would return safely. Elder Yi, there is still one question: if the artifacts return successfully, should we make it public? Han Jiayu, the third director, asked, his chubby face flushed with excitement. Ye Guhong tapped the table once more, for truthfully he had not yet decided whether to announce it. If they made it public, it would undoubtedly bring numerous complications. But if they kept it hidden, it would feel like doing Lin Yang a disservice. After all, Lin Yang had risked unimaginable dangers to bring the artifacts back. If they continued to keep it secret, what difference would it make from never having recovered them at all? Seeing this, the other directors did not disturb Ye Guhong's thoughts further. This was a matter of great significance. Every decision they made required utmost caution. Several minutes later, Ye Guhong struck the table decisively. His sharp gaze swept across those present as he said solemnly, I have made my decision. Once the artifacts return, we will announce that we have received an anonymous donation from an overseas individual. Make it public. The directors exchanged glances, their expressions turning serious. Naturally, we must make it public. Ye Guhong's voice grew louder. We cannot let this individual's efforts remain hidden. He deserves to be treated like a hero. Though we do not yet know his name, the world should at least know his deeds. With these words, Ye Guhong slowly rose to his feet, gazing toward the direction of the United States as he spoke softly yet firmly. Our Shangxia is no longer the Shangxia of decades past. If we cannot protect what has already returned to our homeland, or dare not step forward to defend it, would we not betray the relentless efforts of countless individuals over the years? We would also invite ridicule, making our Shangxia appear cowardly. Elder Yi speaks the truth. The directors nodded in deep agreement. With the artifacts already delivered, hiding the fact would indeed be far too timid. Ye Guhong spoke with iron conviction. A single young man operating alone overseas dared to risk everything to bring our ancestors' heritage back to us. How could we cower in fear? Our Shangxia has strived and developed for decades with countless compatriots and ancestors sacrificing for this very purpose so that at critical moments we could stand as the firmest shield for any child of Shangxia. Now is the time to unsheath our Shangxia sword. The artifacts must return safely, and so must their deliverer. The directors immediately stood at attention. Yes, Elder Yi, we understand. All routes air, sea and land, from the direction of the United States would be fully prepared for comprehensive reception. At the Grand Academy of Sciences. Wang Guang stared at the news about the theft from the Zhaoyingjiang National Museum, his face flushed with excitement. It must be that big shot, definitely that big shot's doing. Wang Guang clenched his fists, shot up with a whoosh and dashed to Zhao Zizhen's office. Professor, have you seen the news? That person actually did it. Look at you all flustered. How many times have I told you to remain composed in the face of great events? Zhao Zizhen frowned slightly and gently scolded him, but if you listen closely you could hear a hint of excitement in his voice. I'm just too excited. Wang Guang let out a foolish grin. How could he not be excited? That big shot was just too incredible. First he procured the lithography machine manufacturing blueprints from Fengche country, and now he had snatched the cultural relics from the Zhaoyingjiang Museum. Either of these feats would have been earth-shattering on its own. Yet the big shot had succeeded twice in a row. He simply couldn't fathom how it was done. At this moment in Wang Guang's heart, Lin Yang had become his ultimate idol. He had rushed to Zhao Zizhen's office to ask if he could now send an email to him. He longed to establish a deeper connection with his idol. Zhao Zizhen gestured for him to calm down, pondered for a moment and said, "You can, but don't ask him to help with the documents. Just send an email expressing our gratitude. At this critical juncture we shouldn't add to his burden." Understood, Professor. Wang Guang nodded repeatedly, then swept back to his office like a gust of wind, passionately composing the email. At the dispatch center dormitory. Wang Xinxin woke up and instinctively reached for her phone to check the time, but what caught her eye were the headline news pushed by major apps. The Zhaoyingjiang National Museum was robbed. And all the stolen items are our country's cultural relics. Wang Xinxin was stunned. Then she jolted upright in bed, staring straight at the news on her phone screen, caught in a complex state of shock and bewilderment. At the same time her mind involuntarily recalled the bizarre phone call she had received last night. If I bring the cultural relics from the Zhaoyingjiang National Museum back home, I won't be mistaken for a smuggler, will I? That sentence now seemed to possess a strange magic, echoing over and over in Wang Xinxin's mind. Could it really be that guy's doing? But how could it be? Wang Xinxin was completely dumbfounded. That was the Zhaoyingjiang National Museum. How could it be robbed just like that? She squeezed her eyes shut and then opened them wide as if trying to confirm she wasn't hallucinating. Yet the voice from the official live stream on her phone constantly reminded her that the Zhaoyingjiang National Museum had indeed been looted overnight. Not a single artifact originally belonging to the Shangxia dynasty remained. She wanted to believe it was a coincidence because it was too incredible, but how could such a coincidence exist in the world? Wang Xinxin felt her scalp tingle. If the person who made that phone call was indeed responsible, then what he had said 2 days ago about retrieving the lithography machine blueprints from Fengche country must not have been a joke either. Thinking of this, Wang Xinxin suddenly recalled the unusual reaction of her brother Wang Guang when she mentioned the matter to him that morning. At the time when Wang Guang heard her story, he didn't dismiss it as a joke. Instead, he solemnly warned her not to tell anyone. She hadn't paid much attention then, but now she realized his reaction was abnormal. Wang Xinxin began to feel a bit numb. Her intuition told her that the lithography machine blueprints had indeed been retrieved. That morning Wang Guang had said a major event occurred at the Grand Academy of Sciences, and revealing it would be considered treason. Now she thought it was highly likely that the major event was their receipt of the lithography machine manufacturing blueprints. Beyond that, Wang Xinxin couldn't imagine what else could be so serious. Especially when she remembered that Wang Guang had asked if the authorities had contacted her and later told her not to wander off in the coming days. At the time she wondered why the authorities would want to talk to her and why she couldn't wander off. Now she realized that her brother had said that precisely because they had received the lithography machine blueprints. That was why when he heard her say that Guy was planning to retrieve the cultural relics from the Zhaoyingjiang Museum, he didn't take it as a joke. Oh no, such a big event, and it's connected to me twice. Will I be dragged in to sign a confidentiality agreement like my brother and the others? Wang Xinxin suddenly felt a bit nervous. Though signing a confidentiality agreement was no big deal, it still made her inexplicably tense. And almost as soon as this thought crossed her mind, a knock came at the door accompanied by a low voice. Wang Xinxin, please come with us. There's a matter that requires your assistance in an investigation. Meanwhile, on a beach, Lin Yang was leisurely lying on a beach chair basking in the sun. In his mind the voice of the system echoed. Congratulations, host, for completing the Cultural Relics Returning Home series of tasks. You have been rewarded with 100 national treasure points and 1 achievement point. 100 national treasure points. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Though the number seemed modest in the system's shop, the complete manufacturing blueprint for a brand new 0.1 nanometer lithography machine cost only 20 national treasure points. To be precise, the last time he sent the lithography machine blueprints from Fengche country to the Grand Academy of Sciences, he had only been rewarded with 20 national treasure points, just enough to exchange for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprint. Although there were still subsequent manufacturing rewards pending, they wouldn't amount to much more. This time, however, retrieving the cultural relics netted him a full 100 national treasure points, clearly showing that in the system's assessment these relics were far more valuable than the lithography machine from Fengche country. After all, they are the treasures of our ancestors, truly precious. Lin Yang sighed with emotion, then asked curiously, "System, what are achievement points?" The previous task completion hadn't granted any such points. Answering host, achievement points are exclusive rewards for completing tasks. They unlock a dedicated achievement point shop where unique items can be exchanged. Please note, host, that achievement points are of high value. Do not waste them carelessly. There's an achievement point shop too. Let me see it. Lin Yang was quite surprised. Besides the national treasure point shop, there was actually an achievement point shop. As he spoke, a virtual screen appeared before him, visible only to himself. At the top of the screen were the words Achievement Shop. Below were the redeemable items. The first thing that caught his eye was a finished 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Priced at 1 achievement point. Lin Yang was stunned on the spot. 0.1 nanometer. And it was a finished product. System, what does finished product mean? Is it something already manufactured? Lin Yang asked. Yes, host. The system all items labeled as finished products are manufactured by the system. You can exchange them and put them into use immediately. Oh. Lin Yang's eyes flickered as he pondered whether to exchange directly. After all, this was a 0.1 nanometer finished lithography machine. The latest lithography machine from the windmill country was only 3 nanometers, and this had nearly reached the limit of current technology with little room for further advancement. If he directly exchanged the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, not only would the various technical blockades that Shangxia currently faced due to lithography machines be shattered, but it would also take a commanding lead. However, the system seemed to know what he was thinking and suddenly spoke proactively. Host, this system suggests you not waste achievement points to exchange the finished version of the lithography machine. Achievement points are precious. You can exchange the lithography machine manufacturing blueprint from the National Treasure Value Mall and guide Shangxia's technical personnel to build it themselves. Oh. Why is that? Lin Yang frowned slightly. Answering the host, any technical means that can help Shangxia improve can earn a certain amount of national treasure points. However, directly exchanging finished system items and providing them to Shangxia will not yield national treasure points. Therefore, this system recommends that you minimize exchanges of finished items and prioritize technical manufacturing blueprints. Each time Shangxia technical personnel successfully create the corresponding item according to the blueprint, you will receive national treasure points as a reward. The system's words made Lin Yang raise an eyebrow. You mean give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime? The host may understand it that way. Then why are these finished items even available? Finished items are essentially for emergency use. Therefore, the points required to exchange any finished item far exceed those of the blueprint version. Lin Yang began to understand the system preferred that Shangxia master the technology of manufacturing rather than directly reaping the benefits. This was a good system. Then Lin Yang thought of a question. System, since the mall has more advanced lithography machine technology, why was your first mission to have me steal the windmill country's lithography machine blueprint? If I first retrieved cultural relics, couldn't I directly exchange the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprint? Answering the host, first, everything this system does is premised on helping you earn more national treasure points. If you completed the Cultural Relic series missions first and directly exchanged the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine technology, you would lose the opportunity to earn rewards from the mission to obtain the windmill country's lithography machine blueprint. Because in this system's settings, once you acquire a more advanced technical item, obtaining lower-level technical products of the same series will no longer grant national treasure points. Second, the raw materials for manufacturing lithography machines are relatively valuable. Considering that Shangxia's technical personnel may have some technical lag in this area, having them practice with ordinary lithography machines first can minimize losses. Lin Yang's eyes widened. That's so thoughtful. This system was almost incredible. It sounded like it was guiding Shangxia step by step from low-tier technology to high-tier technology. It had even considered the idea of practicing with lower-level products first. Then Lin Yang followed up, "System, if that's the case, can I exchange lower-level technology for them to practice, earn a wave of national treasure points and then bring out higher-level technology?" Answering the host, "In theory, yes. In theory." Answering the host, "In practical operation, it depends on whether you have enough national treasure points to support exchanging different levels of technical products within the same series." What does that mean? Answering the host, "For some high-tech civilization products that are far beyond Blue Star civilization, the difference in national treasure points required between low-level and high-level technology of the same series is not large and the points needed are relatively high. If you exchange low-level technology first and then high-level, it may cause a great waste of national treasure points." Okay. Lin Yang blinked, beginning to understand the system's meaning. It seemed that this will could only be shared in the early stages. But if that's the case, isn't this setting a bit useless? Lin Yang couldn't help muttering. Answering the host, "Every setting of this system has its significance. If you obtain low-level technology on your own, you can save a lot of national treasure points to directly exchange high-level technology. Providing Shangxia with low-level technology you obtained yourself will also earn you national treasure points." Okay. Lin Yang rubbed his forehead. So far the system's settings indeed seem to have no major loopholes or useless parts. Finally he asked a key question. "System, you just said that cultural relics returning to the homeland is a series mission. Is it the kind of series mission that can be completed multiple times, as I understand?" "Yes, host. Shangxia's cultural relics are scattered across the globe. Each time you bring back a batch of Shangxia cultural relics, it counts as one link in the series mission." "Oh, per trip? Not per item?" Lin Yang asked sharply. "Yes, host. No matter how many relics you bring back at once, it only counts as completing one mission and earning one achievement point." "Ah. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Lin Yang instantly felt he had missed a fortune. The Little Eagle Museum alone had over 10,000 Shangxia relics. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have had the system transport all the relics from the museum back in one go. He could have shipped them in multiple trips to exploit the system's achievement points. Currently he had 120 national treasure points but only one achievement point. Pain. Too painful. Answering the host, "For cultural relic series missions, the standard is based on region. Regardless of how many relics you obtain in a certain area, no matter how many trips you make, it only counts as completing one mission." Ah. Lin Yang was just feeling the pain when he suddenly became speechless. The system was ruthless. It had directly sealed off all the loopholes for exploiting the system. But the next second he couldn't dwell on that and quickly asked, "How is the region divided? By country or by province city? And with this setting, couldn't you just grab any random relic from each region to fulfill the task?" Given the system's performance so far, it was clearly a patriotic system, but this setting made Lin Yang a bit confused. It seemed like it could be handled casually. However, the system's words soon dispelled this thought. Answering the host, "The region is divided by city-level administrative units with 3 levels. City level is a 3rd-level region, provincial level is a 2nd-level region, and national level is a 1st-level region. Second, although each region is counted as only one mission, if you collect all the lost Shangxia cultural relics within that region, you will receive additional achievement point rewards. Each time you complete a cultural relic collection mission in a 3rd-level region, you will receive a 3rd-class extra reward. Completing a 2nd-level region's collection will grant you, in addition to all the 3rd-class extra rewards from the 3rd-level regions within that 2nd-level region, a 2nd-class extra reward and a special lucky draw opportunity. Please note that if you complete the collection of all cultural relics in a national-level 1st-class region, you will also receive a mysterious exclusive grand prize." Is it supposed to complicated? Lin Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Relic, and they've turned it into twists. Host, you can simply interpret it as only need to roam the world collecting relics to receive rewards of varying amounts. Lin Yang said. Not bad for the system. You're really something. So simple. So direct. And so blunt. And Lin Yang asked next, then in the Shaoxingjiang capital, how many other lost relics does this city still hold? Host, according to the system check, the city still has 2 private collectors whose homes contain relics that meet the mission requirements. Private relics collected by private collectors count toward the mission. Lin Yang asked, surprised. Of course. As long as they are Shangxia relics, they count as mission targets. Alright. Lin Yang clicked his tongue. Looks like we really have to go steal this. Let's do it. With the system at his side, Lin Yang left the beach bath and headed straight for the target's home. Soon after, a new headline surged to the top of the hot search. Newsflash: in the Shaoxingjiang capital, 2 wealthy collectors' homes have been burgled. All Shangxia relics in their collections have mysteriously vanished. This news left the already shocked crowd speechless. The Shangxia relics from the Shaoyingjiang Museum were stolen, and now even privately owned Shangxia relics have been stolen as well. So, they're really going after relics, huh? Who could be so audacious as to steal from the Shaoyingjiang Museum and not stop their taking private collections as well? My goodness, why do I suddenly feel this might be Shangxia's bigwigs doing it? What do you mean? Can't you figure that out? The target is so clear, only relics were taken, no other gold or jewels. This doesn't seem like the work of an ordinary thieves' gang. After all, relics are hard to liquidate with the world watching. If it were for money, there would be no need to take only relics. So I feel this is more like one of our own taking action, not for money but to reclaim what originally belonged to us. There seems to be some truth to that. Indeed, now that you say it, I feel it too. If it really is our own people doing it just to recover the relics, that would be amazing. I can't help wiping away a tear. If that's the case, I would call them heroes. I think even if that's true, we won't know, because even if the relics truly return home, it's unlikely to be revealed. That's true, but I hope it's our people. Even if it cannot be disclosed, at least the relics are home. Let's not jump to conclusions. This is no small matter. Let's wait for further reports. The burglaries at the two Shaoyingjiang capital collectors' homes also sparked heated discussion, making people think it was Shangxia people who did it. But there was no solid evidence, so such sensitive topics soon faded away. In the Yiguan Bureau, Yi Guohong and several officials were stunned when they saw this new report, because Lin Yang had never mentioned before that private relics would be retrieved. Gentlemen, what do you all think? Could this new case, new case, also have been done by that person? Yi Guohong threw out the question. Olji, it's hard to say for now, but if it was that person who did it on a whim, he would truly deserve the title of Great Justice. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, recovering the museum's relics is laudable, but taking private relics as well, such patriotic devotion is moving. Yi Guohong nodded, slightly clenched his fist, and said, continue to monitor overseas shipments. Once the goods arrive, everything will be clear. Also keep trying to increase contact with the other side regardless of whether it was him or not. We must ensure his safety. Yes. The officials hurried away, each to their tasks. Yi Guohong sat alone in his chair. He hadn't looked forward to something this much in a long time. Relics, in what manner and when will they return to the homeland? After all, relics are tangible objects, unlike the lithography machine manuals that could be scanned and sent back via the internet. Shaoyingjiang capital will surely implement a full lockdown, screen all express deliveries and tighten luggage checks on visitors from all sides. Bringing the relics home safely will be extremely difficult. He was both hopeful and worried. Congratulations, host, for completing the Relics Return series task in the current region. You have earned an extra 100 national treasure value points. Because this is your first time completing such a series of tasks, you also receive a bonus of achievement points, and you gain the exclusive title Relic Guardian. With this title, in the future, each time you complete Relic Return series tasks, you will also receive an additional fixed 10 national treasure value points. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was in a good mood. After taking the relics from those two private collectors' homes, he received a series of system prompts. The extra national treasure value reward was a full 100 points, on par with the rewards for completing the mission. It seems he should complete more of these series tasks in the future. Moreover, he earned a title. Lin Yang suddenly felt like playing an online game. Of course, this title cannot be worn as in games, it is only displayed within the system. It wouldn't appear as another title bar above his head. Yet the extra reward from achievement points was still only 1 point. This shows how precious these achievement points really are. Lin Yang resolved to refrain from using achievement points lightly in the future. System, quickly check which other cities in Shaoyingjiang capital can complete relic state national tasks. Host detection can only be activated when you enter the local area. However, the system's answer immediately cooled Lin Yang's rising impulse. Cross-regional detection is not allowed. Very well. Then what's the next task? Lin Yang pouted. Please wait for the Shangxia Grand Institute of Science and Technology to successfully manufacture a lithography machine and transport relics back home. New task guidelines will be issued then. Ha! How long will that take? And even if they succeed in manufacturing the lithography machine, they probably won't announce it publicly, right? Lin Yang paused. Host, although the Shangxia Grand Institute has long lacked its own high-end lithography machine, their exploration in this area never stopped with existing blueprints. Successfully manufacturing a lithography machine won't be long. When the lithography machine is successfully manufactured, this system will notify the host. You need not worry about these. Very well. Then how long until the relics can be transported back to the homeland? Answering the host, it will take about 3 days for the cultural relics to be transported back to the country. 3 days. I thought you could use the system's ability to transport them directly. Lin Yang muttered. Answering the host, opening a spacetime wormhole for teleportation requires a substantial amount of national treasure points. The host's current national treasure points do not meet the conditions for opening a wormhole. Ah. You can actually do space teleportation. Lin Yang was somewhat dazed. He had just made a casual remark, never expecting the system to possess such immense capability. Yes, host. As long as the host has sufficient national treasure points, the system can fulfill nearly 99% of the host's needs. 99%. Nearly. Not 100%. You're not omnipotent. Lin Yang's eyes widened in surprise. Answering the host this question cannot be answered at present. Alright, then how many national treasure points are needed to perform a wormhole teleportation? Lin Yang asked curiously. Answering the host, the price of wormhole teleportation varies depending on the distance and the host's achievements. It is impossible to provide a detailed price for each teleportation. If the host requires a specific price, please state the starting point of the teleportation. Lin Yang's eyes flickered. The price varies based on distance, I can understand that. But what do you mean by depending on the host's achievements? Answering the host, the more achievement points the host accumulates, the lower the cost for system services. Oh. So if I have more achievement points, I get a discount on service fees? Lin Yang said directly. Yes, the host can understand it that way. Then I have to ask, is this achievement point calculated based on current achievement points or historical achievement points? For example, if my achievement points increase later but I spend them, how is the fee calculated? Lin Yang asked. Answering the host, the discount for system services is calculated based on the host's historical total achievement points, so the host can spend achievement points with confidence. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. That was manageable. Then he couldn't help but ask curiously, so how many national treasure points would it cost to open a wormhole from Little Eagle back to Shangxia? Answering the host, based on the starting point you provided and your current achievements, completing this wormhole teleportation would require 1,000 national treasure points. What? 1,000? That much? Lin Yang's eyes widened. Such a short distance and it costs 1,000 national treasure points. No mistake. Answering the host, wormhole teleportation is a relatively advanced technical means. The energy consumption to open a wormhole is nearly constant, so even a teleportation between two cities merely 1,000 miles apart would be relatively expensive. Therefore, this system does not recommend the host to frequently use the service. Lin Yang was at a loss for words. It said not to use the service frequently, as if he had so many national treasure points to squander. However, the system's answer gave him a bit more insight into the pricing of wormhole teleportation. So system, your pricing is like a minimum fare, right? Even if the distance is short, as long as it's open, the minimum charge is still very high. The host can understand it that way. Additionally, it is also related to the technological civilization level of the host's country. If Shangxia's technological civilization can be improved, the cost of this service will decrease. What does that mean? Lin Yang's pupils contracted. Answering the host, as long as the technological civilization level of the host's country improves, the service fees for some advanced technological means provided by this system will decrease accordingly. So please strive to help your country enhance its technological civilization. The country, not the planet. Lin Yang was keen. Yes, host. For now you only need to help the country you belong to improve its technological civilization. Oh. Lin Yang nodded slightly. It would be manageable if he only needed to help Shangxia improve. If he had to help other countries at the same time, it would be quite difficult. For one thing, he would never help Little Sakura. Thinking of Little Sakura, Lin Yang's eyes lit up. System, are there any missions related to Little Sakura? If he could use the system's power to cause some trouble in Little Sakura, that would be incredibly satisfying. Please wait for the cultural relics to return to the country and for Shangxia to successfully manufacture the lithography machine. But the system still repeated what it had said before. He needed to wait for those two tasks to be completed before the next stage of mission guidance would be unlocked. Lin Yang was not disappointed because the system did not say there were no missions related to Little Sakura. Moreover, even if there were none in the system, once he accumulated enough national treasure points, he could still go to Little Sakura and cause some havoc. With that thought, Lin Yang suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. 3 days, just 3 more days until the cultural relics would be shipped back home. Within these 3 days, Lin Yang planned to visit other parts of Little Eagle to see if he could complete a few more cultural relic repatriation missions and earn some achievement points and national treasure points. Time flowed like water, never to return. 3 days passed almost in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, the domestic chatter about the theft at the Little Eagle Museum had gone wild. It was hard to greet an acquaintance without bringing it up. After all, 3 full days had passed and the Little Eagle authorities had no clue about the museum theft, making it an international laughingstock. 3 days ago the Little Eagle authorities had confidently declared that they would recover the stolen artifacts and bring the perpetrators to justice within 2 days. But now 3 days had passed and the Little Eagle authorities had made no progress whatsoever, forcing the world to question their investigative capabilities. Moreover, considering the timeline, 3 days were enough for those artifacts to be smuggled overseas through informal channels. It could be said that after missing the 72-hour golden window, the Little Eagle side had almost no chance of recovering the artifacts. They had become an international laughingstock. However, beyond mere schadenfreude, the people at home were more concerned about the fate of these artifacts. These were treasures left by their ancestors. Losing even one was heartbreaking, let alone tens of thousands going missing at once. Every day a large number of netizens flocked to the official accounts asking whether the authorities would assist in recovering these artifacts. After all, these were ultimately their own belongings. Even if lost in Little Eagle, they could not be left to chance. But the officials had not made any clear statement, which left many netizens feeling disheartened. Although they understood that the authorities were not in a position to respond publicly, it was still somewhat frustrating. However, just when everyone thought that this incident would quietly fade away and become a new century's cold case after the golden period, a sudden piece of news exploded across the internet. The Shanxia Cultural Heritage Administration announced that it has received a donation of cultural relics from an anonymous overseas donor totaling 12,068 pieces of ancient Shanxia artifacts. Everyone in an instant was stunned. Tens of millions of netizens fell into a brief silence upon seeing this suddenly pinned news. What exactly had they witnessed? At such a delicate moment, the Shanxia Cultural Relics Bureau unexpectedly announced receipt of an anonymous donation, and the donated items were cultural relics. The quantity 12,068 pieces. This left people exchanging bewildered glances. For this exact figure matched the number of cultural relics stolen from the Shaoxing Museum and those two private collectors. Was this mere coincidence? A single thought surfaced in everyone's mind. If it was, then it was far too convenient to be chance. Yet if not, how could one explain such a peculiar convergence? The artifacts missing from the Shaoxing Museum combined with those taken from the two private collectors totaled 12,068 pieces. Now the donated collection being announced also amounted to exactly 12,068 pieces. It was impossible not to draw connections between the two events. Following that moment of stunned silence, the internet erupted with fervor unlike anything witnessed before. Holy shit, what the hell did I just see? What did our Cultural Relics Bureau say? They received an overseas donation, cultural relics no less, and the count came to precisely 12,068. Oh heavens, am I hallucinating? Someone please tell me this isn't real. Shocking. Devastating. The Shaoxing side just lost 12,068 cultural relics and were announcing receipt of exactly the same number as a donation. If someone tells me there's no connection between the two, I won't believe them. Wiping away tears, this time they're real. This is absolutely the work of our Shanxia elders. No other explanation could account for such perfect timing. Exactly right. They lost it, we received it in equal measure, and the timing couldn't be more precise. There's no other possibility, it has to be our Shanxia elders behind this. Friends, can anyone understand? I'm weeping with emotion. I never thought I'd live to see these artifacts return home, yet I woke up today to witness history unfold. Haha, I can't hold back my tears either. All I want to say to the generous benefactor is accept my deepest reverence. I would call them a god. Mother of heaven, I can already picture it in my mind. Imagine our Shanxia thief, the pillage sage, sneaking alone into the Shaoxing museums and private collections, reclaiming every single artifact to bring it home. The thought alone sends chills down my spine and fire through my veins. User above, now that you describe it like that, I'm genuinely tearful too. The imagery is so vivid, so moving, I can't hold back. Every netizen present erupted in passionate excitement at that moment. Though confusion lingered about how this was accomplished, no one dwelled on it then. Everyone understood only one thing: the treasures inherited from their ancestors had finally returned home. Amid the euphoria, some netizens couldn't shake their apprehension. At such a critical juncture, with Shaoxing announcing the museum theft and us immediately following with a donation announcement, could this damage diplomatic relations? Indeed. Frankly speaking, while I had wondered if one of our own was behind it, I never dared imagine the authorities would announce it so openly. Exactly. I had considered that if our people were responsible, even if the official bodies recovered the artifacts, they likely wouldn't publicize it given the sensitivity. But I never expected the authorities to be so bold, to disregard Shaoxing's feelings entirely. Haha, personally I find it incredibly satisfying. When they looted everything from us centuries ago, they hardly gave a thought to our feelings. The person above makes a valid point. Besides, Shanxia isn't the same as it was 100 years ago. The fact that officials are announcing this directly shows we now have the confidence to stand firm against the West. That's the conduct befitting a major nation. Precisely. If we were to hide something as important as our ancestors' treasures returning home, we'd have no face to show our forebears. What a commendable announcement. Our mighty Xinxia has nothing to fear. Exactly. Even if Xiaoyingjiang had no evidence, so what? These artifacts rightfully belong to us. They've shamelessly held on to them for so long, they should have been returned ages ago. I think the authorities' decision to announce this directly at this moment is deliberately meant to rattle Xiaoyingjiang. No matter how much they protest, they're powerless to change anything. I'm genuinely curious about the expressions on those Xiaoyingjiang people's faces right now. I bet it's quite the spectacle. Never mind. Diplomatic matters are beyond the scope of ordinary folks like me. All I know is that today was incredibly satisfying. Absolutely right. To celebrate our company shut down early, we're going out drinking and eating skewers. Our company called an early finish too. Let's join up. In this moment, the return of cultural relics became the hottest trending topic. Numerous companies, large and small alike, granted employees early leave to celebrate the artifact's homecoming. A spirit of national celebration swept across the country. Within the Strange Affairs Management Bureau, Yi Guhong's weathered face flushed with excitement. He genuinely hadn't anticipated the artifacts would be transported back so swiftly. In truth, throughout these 3 days he had been consumed by anxiety. What if the shipment had been intercepted or discovered along the way? For 3 days straight he had barely managed any proper rest. Even moments before receiving the report he had been wondering whether 3 days without any word meant something had gone wrong. Yet to his astonishment, just as that thought crossed his mind, customs officials immediately identified the artifacts being transported back. Because they had been prepared throughout these past days, reception and inventory were completed instantly. An impressive total of 12,068 pieces, all accounted for, each one intact and unharmed. Studying the high-resolution photographs sent over by the Cultural Relics Bureau, Yi Guhong felt his eyes grow moist. These artifacts should have returned home long ago. They had languished in the West for centuries before finally making their way back. It was impossible not to be moved. And Yi Guhong was far from alone. Other directors within the Strange Affairs Management Bureau shared his profound emotion. They all kept poring over the images as if seeking to etch every artifact's visage permanently into their memories. That person truly achieved it. Composing himself, Yi Guhong gently tapped his desk. The other directors immediately turned toward Yi Guhong, filled with deep reflection. It's simply unbelievable. Even with the facts laid out before us, I still cannot fathom how he accomplished such a feat. Yi Guhong, a veteran accustomed to witnessing countless grand spectacles, found himself equally shaken at this moment. His inner astonishment was no less than anyone else's. We share the same disbelief, though it's unfortunate. We expected him to return alongside the artifacts, but he didn't appear to do so. Director Tang Wenxing, the second in command, spoke with visible concern. His words immediately cast a shadow over the atmosphere. Before this, they had already prepared to welcome both the person and the artifacts back safely. But now only the artifacts had returned, leaving the several directors of the Anomaly Management Bureau somewhat regretful. For they were all eager to see what kind of extraordinary individual could accomplish 2 earth-shattering feats in succession. Such capability, though perhaps not quite respectable to speak of, was truly heaven-defying. But now that the man had not returned, they could not help but harbor doubts. Given Lin Yang's previous 2 actions, it was evident that if he wished to come back, he could certainly do so at any time. After all, having easily accessed the top-secret archives of the Windmill Country, there were probably few places in the world he could not go. To obtain the lithography machine manufacturing documents in the Windmill Country was not merely a matter of stealing. This meant that Lin Yang must possess an extremely perfect ability to forge identities. In such a place, without a legitimate and lawful identity entry would be utterly impossible. Thus Lin Yang must have fabricated an exceptionally plausible identity to move in and out of that location. Otherwise, without a legal identity, he would be detected as an illegal intruder and arrested in an instant. Therefore, if he wanted to return to his homeland, there was no way he would be stopped by identity issues. And yet he did not come back with the artifacts. This left Yi Guhong and the others somewhat worried. From his earlier phone inquiry, it seemed he was quite reluctant to become an illegal person back home. However, forging identities should not be a problem for him. Why hasn't he returned? The directors frowned in thought, all deeply concerned about Lin Yang's safety. Yi Guhong suddenly tapped the table and said in a deep voice, "Perhaps he has already returned." Ah. The directors were taken aback. Yi Guhong smiled slightly and said, "You also said that forging identities is not a problem for him. So how can we easily conclude that he hasn't returned? Perhaps he has already returned with a forged identity." This. Yi Guhong continued, "So for now let's not dwell on whether he's back or not. Maybe he has already returned but simply doesn't want to tell us. Moreover, we'll know when he calls next time. Elder Yi, do you think he will do something astonishing again? Tang Wenqing and the others exchanged glances. I don't know. Yi Guhong shook his head, and amid the director's bewildered expressions he said softly, but I have a feeling that this might just be the beginning. So maintain the previous alert level and wait for his next call. As for his safety, since he can forge identities so perfectly, there shouldn't be any major problems. This is evidenced by the fact that he got the lithography machine documents from the windmill country and then safely made his way to Zhaoyingjiang. Therefore we don't need to worry too much. Just be ready to receive him back home at any time. Yi Guhong spoke calmly. After his explanation, Tang Wenqing and the others realized that they had been instinctively worrying about Lin Yang's safety, overlooking the fact that his ability to travel easily between Western countries meant he must have his own unique methods. So until Lin Yang sends them a distress signal, they only need to cooperate. Elder Yi, we understand. Then how should we respond to Zhaoyingjiang? The artifacts they just lost were announced by us as having been donated. Their embassy is strongly condemning this illegal act and demanding we return the artifacts. Return. The artifacts were donated by an anonymous person. It's not like we stole them from their museum. Where is the talk of returning? Tell them if they have the ability, go find the anonymous person. If they don't, then shut up. Congratulations, host. The first batch of artifacts has been successfully delivered to Shanxia. Since Shanxia's official announcement made the host's actions known to the public, you are hailed as an anonymous hero and have earned 1 point of fame value. Congratulations, host. For obtaining fame value for the first time, you have earned 1 achievement point. Congratulations, host. You have received the exclusive fame value title, First Glimpse of Glory. Inside Zhaoyingjiang, Lin Yang suddenly received a string of notifications startling him. He then asked system, what is fame value? Answer, fame value is a special reward item from this system. It currently has no use. Ha! What does that mean? Is this thing useless? Isn't there a fame value shop? Lin Yang was stunned. Answer, there is no exclusive shop for fame value. Fame value cannot be consumed. Cannot be consumed. Lin Yang frowned. System, can you explain in a way that a normal person can quickly understand? Answer, once obtained, fame value will remain permanently. It will not be consumed by exchanging any system items or using system services. Then what is this thing for? And that so-called exclusive title, is it just for show? Lin Yang's eyes widened. Answer, fame value is a special item. When you exchange for some special commodities, there will be a fame value requirement. Only when the requirement is met can you use national treasure points to exchange for the corresponding item. Then you said it had no use just now. Are you messing with me? Answer, the items that require fame value to be exchanged are super commodities. They will not be usable until the technological civilization level of your nation reaches a certain point. So the system said it currently has no use, not that it is useless. Lin Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Are you playing word games with me? The system was silent. What about the title? What is the use of that title? Is it the same as the achievement point title? Does it give extra bonuses when gaining fame? Lin Yang took a deep breath and asked again. Answer, the fame value title has no bonus effect. It merely represents your current stage of fame. So it's still just for show. Lin Yang was speechless. Answer, some specific uses of fame value will become apparent only when the technological civilization of your nation reaches a certain level. Please work hard, host. Then what specific level of technological civilization is needed? Lin Yang pressed. Answer, this question cannot be answered at present. Please work hard, host. What good are you? Lin Yang grumbled and decided not to ask further. Though he had not dealt with the system for long, he knew that if the system refused to answer a question, asking 10,000 times would yield no response. Then Lin Yang changed the question system. How far has the lithography machine manufacturing progressed at the Shanxia Academy of Sciences? The system had previously mentioned that it would automatically notify him once the Daekyuan had manufactured the lithography machine. This indicated that the system possessed the capability to monitor the situation at any time. Now that several days had passed, the Daekyuan should have nearly completed the manufacturing process, shouldn't they? Given the Daekyuan's capabilities, the inability to produce such a machine earlier was due to deliberate technological suppression by the West. However, with the manufacturing manual readily available, crafting an advanced lithography machine should not be overly difficult. As Lin Yang pondered this, the system's response confirmed his thoughts. Answering the host, the Daekyuan has completed the manufacturing of the lithography machine. It is currently undergoing the final trial run. If it operates successfully, the host will be able to complete the second stage of the task. Already completed. So fast. Upon hearing that the system had finished manufacturing, Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. He had anticipated that it would be about 70 or 80% done, but to his astonishment it was already fully manufactured and undergoing final debugging and operation. It seems I have underestimated the prowess of our great nation. Once the technological blockade is lifted, our manufacturing capability is simply unmatched. A hint of pride swelled within Lin Yang. Then he said to the system, I will continue to collect cultural relics. Inform me the moment the debugging is complete. During these days he had been tirelessly shuttling through various regions of Xinjiang attempting to gather cultural relics, hoping to complete more missions of repatriating national treasures. Unfortunately, few other places possessed artifacts that met the criteria. Daekyuan. The Daekyuan had been sealed off for several days now. In fact, without a pass not even a single fly could enter or exit. 2 squads had been temporarily stationed around the Daekyuan, patrolling around the clock 24 hours a day. In the shadows, over 100 additional ultra-high-definition cameras with night vision had been installed, monitoring the surroundings without any blind spots around the clock. All this was to ensure that not a single detail about the lithography machine would be leaked. Inside the premises, all individuals aware of the situation, led by Zhao Zizhen, had already had their communication devices confiscated. Special signal jammers were also in place to prevent any outward information transmission from the Daekyuan. In fact, any message sent from the Daekyuan would be monitored by a specially established department. This level of control was extremely stringent. Yet no one expressed any dissatisfaction, instead everyone cooperated fully. Particularly the academicians responsible for the lithography machine's manufacturing were more than eager to have no distractions whatsoever. Yes, that's right. The entire lithography machine was built by these academicians themselves. After several days of nearly ceaseless overtime, the first lithography machine produced according to the manual was finally fully completed. Everyone, the moment to witness the fruits of these days has arrived. Zhao Zizhen exclaimed excitedly, his eyes bloodshot yet gleaming with brilliance. Old Zhao, do you think this thing will really run successfully? An academician suddenly spoke. Old Yuan, what do you mean by that? Zhao Zizhen immediately glared. No offense, but now that the moment has come, it suddenly feels unreal. The academician who had just spoken reached out and touched the lithography machine, his voice trembling slightly. We built this thing with our own hands. Logically, I shouldn't have such doubts, but I can't help it. I'm truly afraid that even a tiny problem might arise. Upon hearing this, several other academicians chimed in on. Now that old Yuan mentions it, we feel the same. It's truly terrifying. Zhao Zizhen paused for a moment, then his eyes gleamed with determination as he said firmly, I understand how you all feel right now, but I can assure you that this machine will not have any problems whatsoever. Absolutely. Seeing Zhao Zizhen's unwavering conviction, academician Yuan and the others exchanged glances before asking, Old Zhao, we have a question for you. What question? Although we all confirmed from the start that the manual is genuine, there's still a lingering unease in our hearts. But you from the very beginning have shown absolute trust, especially over the past 2 days. We're all curious, why don't you have the slightest worry? Academician Yuan voiced the doubt that troubled everyone. They all gazed at Zhao Zizhen. Zhao Zizhen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that the other academicians would ask him this instead of questions about the lithography machine. But soon he smiled and said, I'm afraid I cannot speak plainly, it's a secret. A secret? All the academicians were startled. Yes, a secret. Zhao Zizhen replied earnestly. He looked at them with a subtle expression. In truth, he had not been without worries at the beginning. However, after learning that the Cultural Relics Bureau had announced the receipt of cultural relics donated by an overseas individual, he no longer had any doubt that the manufactured lithography machine would operate successfully. Although the Cultural Relics Bureau mentioned an anonymous donor, Zhao Zizhen knew it was the same person. And that person had also sent the lithography machine manual. Thus Zhao Zizhen was now filled with boundless confidence. Seeing that he was serious, the other academicians refrained from asking further. Zhao Zizhen composed himself, scanned the faces of everyone present and said solemnly, now let the operation begin. He could not bear to wait any longer. At his words, the academicians' expressions turned serious and they fixed their gazes on the machine as it started to run. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Each minute seemed to stretch infinitely. The academicians grew increasingly tense. The closer to the final moment, the more nervous they became. Even Zhao Zizhen, who had placed absolute trust in the machine, found a flicker of tension creeping into his eyes during the last few seconds. Finally, under the anxious gazes of all, the lithography machine operated successfully. It's done. Haha, it really worked. Wonderful, wonderful. Several elderly academicians could not hold back their tears of joy. Although the lithography machine was not a product of their own research, with this machine Shangxiao would no longer be constrained by others in many scientific fields. These academicians had devoted their entire lives to the advancement and development of Shangxia, so even though the achievement was not solely their own, they were equally moved and overjoyed. Zhao Zizhen also wiped the corner of his eyes, took a deep breath and said to everyone, "You have all worked hard these days. Now that the lithography machine is successfully built, everyone should go back and rest. I will report this news immediately." Zhao Zizhen was elated. With the lithography machine successfully manufactured, the time for rapid progress in various fields had arrived. Within the Alien Management Bureau, Yi Guhong and several other directors received Zhao Zizhen's report at the earliest opportunity. Upon seeing that the lithography machine had been successfully operationalized, all of them could not help but feel a surge of excitement. A single lithography machine had blocked numerous avenues in many aspects. But now that path had been cleared. Just in terms of chips alone, it could save tens of billions, even hundreds of billions in costs every year. How could one not be stirred by this? Moreover, possessing a high-end lithography machine meant having the capital to compete for supremacy in cutting-edge technology. This was of paramount importance. That person's contribution to our nation has been immense. Yi Guhong clenched his fist. Even he could hardly fully imagine how dramatically this lithography machine would impact the entire scientific research field of Shangxia. This was a monumental contribution that could not be quantified in any numerical terms. It had saved the nation at least 20 to 30 years of development. 20 or 30 years, Yi Guhong dared not even imagine what kind of soaring prosperity the entire nation would witness. If only we knew his name. He deserves a merit medal for all that he has done for us. These words carried deep emotion from Tang Wenxing, the second director, though regret weighed heavier than his excitement. Such a contribution was worthy of being recorded in history. Han Jiayu, the third director, took a deep breath and asked Yi Guhong, "Elder Yi, should we announce the matter of the lithography machine to the public?" His words immediately thickened the atmosphere in the room. Yi Guhong's expression turned grave. When it came to cultural relics, they had chosen to announce without hesitation. But the lithography machine was a different matter, entirely requiring careful deliberation. Although cultural relics held great significance, they ultimately could not provide powerful technological strength, they were more symbolic in nature. But a lithography machine was different. It directly and tangibly provided technological power. And technological power could be transformed into military strength. The saying that lagging behind invites defeat applied across all eras, ancient and modern alike. The present was no exception. This was precisely why Western nations had previously imposed a blockade on high-end lithography machine technology. Now, thanks to Lin Yang, that blockade had fortunately been broken. This was cause for celebration. Yet if handled improperly, it could also escalate into a monumental crisis. Currently, Shangxia occupied a rather delicate position in the eyes of Western nations. Although its development momentum in recent years had made them increasingly wary, it had not yet reached the point of genuine fear. However, if a sudden announcement were made regarding a massive breakthrough in lithography machine technology, not to mention immediately arousing suspicion from Fengche Kingdom, this technological breakthrough alone would be enough to prompt all Western nations to elevate the threat level posed by Shangxia to its absolute maximum. While it might not escalate to a state of war, the subsequent targeting across various fronts would be unavoidable. Economic sanctions and restrictions on business cooperation were to be expected. Although the nation currently had no fear of such measures, it would inevitably bear enormous additional costs, and many domestic multinational corporations would suffer significant losses. It could even trigger a chain reaction of adverse consequences. Though unafraid at present, the nation was still not strong enough to face the entire world as an adversary. Therefore, the nation had deliberately concealed its capabilities in many aspects to avoid drawing global targeting too quickly. Thus, regarding the lithography machine matter, for now we cannot announce it. Yi Guhong spoke in a low voice, his fists tightening further. Ultimately, we are not yet powerful enough. We must endure. We have no choice but to bear with it a while longer. Announcing the creation of a high-end lithography machine now might indeed vent their frustration, but momentary satisfaction meant nothing. Those in their positions must always prioritize the greater picture. The time was simply not right yet. Tang Wenxing and the others fell silent. They understood these principles just as well, so each of them felt a bitter ache in their hearts. Become stronger. Become even stronger. At this moment, this thought had become their shared aspiration. Shangxia needed to grow ever more powerful. Ultimately, we have let that person down. We cannot reveal his heroic deeds to the world or allow him to be revered. After a silence, Tang Wenxing sighed heavily. Yi Guhong's eyes flickered and he said earnestly, "I believe he would understand us." He called twice and never once revealed his identity, clearly indicating he is not someone who covets fame and reputation. True is that maybe we should still strive to let him receive the reverence of the world, Han Jiayu added. Naturally. However, our current strength is insufficient to act as we please. So this time we owe him an apology. Yi Guhong nodded, then raised his gaze slightly. But I believe that with his assistance the day when we can make amends will not be far off. When that day comes I will personally apologize to him. Regardless of how Lin Yang had obtained the lithography machine manual, the fact remained that the machine had been manufactured with his help. His contribution to the nation was truly immense. By all rights, such a monumental contribution deserved to be remembered. Unfortunately, they could not announce this publicly, which is why in the minds of Yi Guhong and the others they felt they were failing Lin Yang. Even without knowing his name, they should have informed the world that the lithography machine was developed with the help of a mysterious hero. But now they couldn't even grant him the status of an anonymous hero, which only deepened Yi Guhong's sense of guilt. Amidst this guilt, their desire to strengthen the motherland grew even stronger. The inability to even publicize the monumental contributions of a fellow citizen filled Yi Guhong and everyone present with a sense of humiliation. Meanwhile, unlike the complex emotions weighing on Yi Guhong and the others, Lin Yang was in splendid spirits. When Zhao Zichen and the team successfully operationalized the lithography machine, he had received a series of system notifications. Having completed the second phase of the lithography machine mission, he had earned a reward of 100 national treasure points. Including these points, his total had reached 320 national treasure points. The reason his national treasure points had not increased over the past few days was that he had not completed any artifact repatriation missions in other regions under Little Eagle's jurisdiction. Ancestors' cultural relics, though some had drifted overseas, were not numerous in quantity. Most were concentrated in the hands of wealthy individuals in major metropolises. So it was no surprise to Lin Yang that visiting a few other cities under Little Eagle's territory had not completed the corresponding missions. He summoned the National Treasure Point Mall through the system, contemplating what to exchange for next. Congratulations, host. With your assistance, Shangxia has successfully obtained its first cutting-edge lithography machine. You have helped advance the technological development of your nation by one milestone, marking a historic achievement. Host is awarded 1 achievement point. Just as Lin Yang was making his selection, another system notification suddenly sounded in his ears. Manufacturing an advanced lithography machine actually carries milestone significance. To receive yet another achievement point surprised Lin Yang greatly. Especially since he had noticed the system's specific wording. A milestone. The system's terminology is usually quite precise and never exaggerates. Yet now it actually claimed that this lithography machine is a milestone, which compelled Lin Yang to reassess the importance of the lithography machine. System, is a lithography machine really that important? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Yes, host. On a planet with a relatively backward technological civilization like yours, a cutting-edge lithography machine holds milestone significance for the development of national scientific research. This. Upon hearing the system's reply, Lin Yang realized that he had previously underestimated the importance of the lithography machine. Then a glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. System, since even such an ordinary lithography machine has milestone significance, if I exchange for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprints and give them to Daekyuan, and they produce a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, would it have even more extraordinary significance? Answering host, for an ordinary technological civilization, the more advanced the lithography machine, the greater its significance and function. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang no longer hesitated and immediately said, System, I want to exchange for a complete set of manufacturing blueprints for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Although the achievement shop had finished products, the system had previously advised him not to use his achievement points lightly. It also said that guiding Daekyuan's personnel to build it themselves would be better, so he chose to exchange for the manufacturing blueprints. A set of manufacturing blueprints only cost 20 national treasure points, offering higher cost effectiveness. After exchanging for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprints, Lin Yang genuinely muttered to himself as he looked at the remaining 300 national treasure points. Because the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprints cost only 20 national treasure points, while the second-ranked exchange item nuclear fusion technology skyrocketed to 500 national treasure points, which he simply could not afford at the moment. System, does the price gap have to be this huge? And I'm a bit puzzled, why are the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprints so cheap? Lin Yang couldn't help but complain, also feeling curious. This was 0.1 nanometer, not 1 nanometer. By true value it shouldn't be this cheap. But now the price was so low it seemed almost like a giveaway. Answering host, the items in the system shop are priced according to their value. You can obtain national treasure points by completing more system tasks to exchange for your desired items. Additionally, certain special items are also priced based on their unique significance. For example, these 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprints are priced low because high-end lithography machines are the foundation and necessity for many cutting-edge technologies. To avoid wasting too much time on the basics and to smoothly and rapidly enter the process of technological development and advancement, the system has adjusted their price accordingly. Oh, so your system is actually quite nice. Lin Yang grinned, beginning to understand the system's intention. Because many aspects of future technological development would require lithography machines this set of 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprints was so cheap. The system was somewhat helping to get started. But this was only right, otherwise the 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprints would never be so cheap. But the system's earlier words made him frown involuntarily. I want to complete more tasks too. But where are the tasks? Didn't you say earlier that once Daekwon produces the lithography machine there would be new task guidance? Where are the tasks? Answering host, please be patient. Currently there are 2 ways for you to obtain national treasure points. First, you can passively wait, you can transmit the 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprints back to the country, and when Daekwon successfully builds the 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine you will receive the corresponding national treasure points reward. Then you can use those points to exchange for more advanced technologies, thus entering a virtuous cycle. Second, you can actively complete system tasks. From now on, system tasks will refresh irregularly. Currently available tasks include going to Xiaoyinghua to inflict a certain degree of damage on the enshrined shrine and stealing some of Xiaoyinghua's cutting-edge research technologies. You can carry them out simultaneously. However, this system must remind you that these system tasks carry a certain degree of danger. Therefore, the system suggests that the host wait passively for now. When your national treasure points reach a certain level, you can exchange for long-range offensive weapons. Then you can precisely strike Xiaoyinghua's shrine while ensuring your safety. Ha! What did you say? A task to go and cause destruction in Xiaoyinghua has actually appeared. Lin Yang's eyes immediately lit up. A couple of days ago he had been thinking that if there were a task to go and cause havoc in Xiaoyinghua it would be great, both to vent his anger and earn national treasure points. He never expected it to actually appear. As for the dangers the system later mentioned, he completely ignored them. No kidding, such a win-win opportunity, even if it were extremely dangerous he couldn't miss it. Destroy the shrine, huh? I'm best at causing destruction. Let's go right now. Lin Yang was already eager. But the next moment, when he excitedly opened the ticket booking website to book a flight to Xiaoyinghua, he discovered insufficient balance. Lin Yang was briefly stunned. He actually had no money. Silence. Silence was the smog of the moment. He had to admit the weather and environment here in Xiaoyingjiang were really terrible. Staring at the overcast sky outside the window in silence for a moment, Lin Yang then remembered that he was originally on a study tour in the Western continent. Yes, a study tour. He had graduated from high school this year. Because his grades were not great and the competition in his home country was too fierce, he couldn't get into a good university there, so he planned to study abroad. Taking advantage of the holiday, he came here to check out the schools he was interested in applying to. His family was not wealthy by any means, they had practically emptied their savings to support his education. The money they gave him was only enough for his normal expenses. But he had already traveled through several countries in a row and his money was indeed running out. Earlier he had been too absorbed in the excitement of binding with the system to overlook this very real problem. As system, can I exchange for money in your shop? After a moment of silence, Lin Yang asked somewhat awkwardly. Others who bound with the system became billionaires in no time, but he on the contrary was still worrying about money. Sorry, host. The system shop cannot exchange for any currency. If you truly lack currency, you can exchange for items from the shop and sell them. All right. The system's answer was not unexpected. Unable to exchange for money, he wasn't too disappointed. However, it did remind him of something. Although the system shop couldn't directly exchange for money, any item in the shop was invaluable. If he sold them, countries around the world would probably scramble to be the gullible buyers. Of course, that thought was only fleeting. He would never actually sell those high-tech items to other countries. But if I don't sell them to other countries, asking my own motherland for some support should be fine, right? Lin Yang began to ponder. He had previously obtained the lithography machine manufacturing blueprints for Daekwon and also brought back Xiaoyingjiang's cultural relics to his homeland. Either of those was invaluable, wasn't it? Asking Daekwon and the Cultural Relics Bureau for a little compensation for his efforts wasn't too much, was it? No, asking for it sounds too harsh. Let's just say it's a loan. I'll definitely pay it back later. Lin Yang rubbed his forehead and decided to ask for. Borrow some money. Yes, just borrow. Borrow a little to use first. As a dignified system owner, how could he be the type to default on a debt? He would definitely pay it back when he became successful. For now he had to act according to the urgency of the situation. Besides, I prepared a set of 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprints for them. Daekyun can't possibly refuse my request to borrow money, right? Muttering to himself, Lin Yang dialed the Daekyun duty phone number he had called once before. In China, it was the dead of night. In the duty room of the Grand Academy of Sciences, Wang Guang was performing calculations with a blueprint in hand. Ever since the 3 nanometer lithography machine was produced, many areas of scientific research had achieved deeper breakthroughs. Consequently, the pressure on the Grand Academy had surged significantly as numerous computational tasks now required the expertise of its academicians and specialists. Thus, for the past 2 days, nearly all researchers above the level of associate researcher had been working overtime. Yet despite the sudden increase in workload, not a single face showed signs of weariness. Instead, every one of them radiated vigor and enthusiasm. They would gladly welcome more of this kind of overtime. As for Wang Guang, even while on duty, he could no longer browse forums or post comments as he had done last time. To train him, Zhao Zizhen had assigned him numerous tasks, so even during the night shift he was constantly engaged in calculations. Painful yet joyful, that was the true portrayal of the inner feelings of Wang Guang and many other academicians at the Grand Academy. Suddenly the phone rang. Wang Guang pressed the answer button almost by reflex. Ever since receiving Lin Yang's call late at night last time, the Academy had issued a clear directive: at any time when the duty room phone rang, it must be answered immediately, and no matter how preposterous the matter sounded, it must be treated with utmost seriousness. The document emphasized this in bold red letters, especially for calls during the dead of night. After all, under normal circumstances, only relevant personnel would call the duty room. Ordinary people rarely did. Scientific research felt too distant and awe-inspiring for most laypeople, so hardly anyone would bother the duty phone with trivial matters. Moreover, a late-night call was invariably urgent. Given that Lin Yang was almost certainly abroad and thus in a different time zone, the Academy treated night calls with even greater caution and courtesy. Thus, when Lin Yang called, after just the first ring, he heard Wang Guang's polite voice. "Hello, this is the duty room of the Shangxia Grand Academy of Sciences. I am Wang Guang, tonight's duty officer. It is a pleasure to take your call. How may I assist you?" Lin Yang was stunned. He instinctively glanced at the phone number to see if he had dialed the wrong one. What was going on? When had the Grand Academy become so courteous, sounding like a customer service hotline? And if his memory served, the last time he called there had been no such polite preamble. What had happened in the past few days at the Grand Academy? During his brief moment of bewilderment, Wang Guang's voice came through again, still polite. "Hello, this is the duty room of the Shangxia Grand Academy of Sciences. I am tonight's duty officer." The young man had actually repeated the same words. Lin Yang was genuinely confused. This was the Grand Academy after all. Even the night shift personnel were young researchers of the Academy. It was no exaggeration to say that anyone who entered the Grand Academy as a researcher at a young age was a paragon among men. And now he was speaking like a customer service agent. It was hard not to be bewildered. Moreover, he was calling late at night, yet the other party showed no impatience. Instead, he had been courteous twice. Bewildered as he was, Lin Yang quickly responded, for he could hear Wang Guang about to repeat the same words for the third time. And at that moment he recognized Wang Guang's voice. It was the same young man who had answered his call that night. An old acquaintance again. After a brief sigh at the whimsy of fate, just before the third repetition, Lin Yang interrupted. "Hello, I am the one who gave you the lithography machine manual. I am calling today to borrow some money." What? You say borrow money? In the Grand Academy, Wang Guang was dumbfounded. The moment he heard that voice, he could not suppress his excitement, for he would never forget it. But before he could fully get excited or express his admiration, Lin Yang's next words hit him. Borrow money. He wondered if he had misheard. However, Lin Yang confirmed with absolute certainty, "Yes, borrow money. Of course I will repay it. And I won't borrow for nothing, I'll exchange something for it." And now Wang Guang understood. It seemed that this great figure had encountered some difficulties abroad and was short of funds. Without waiting for Lin Yang to finish, he exclaimed excitedly, "Great master, please wait. Please, I beg you, do not hang up. I will immediately call my teacher, our dean. Please do not hang up the phone. Money is not a problem, whatever amount you need we can provide." Wang Guang's voice trembled as he repeated his plea, emphasizing that money was absolutely not an issue, lest Lin Yang misunderstand and hang up. Lin Yang understood that borrowing money was not something a duty officer could decide, so he graciously assured Wang Guang that he would not hang up and would wait for the dean. Then from the other end of the line he heard Wang Guang's voice nearly tearing with excitement. "Teacher, the great master has called. He wants to borrow money from us, yes, the one who gave us the lithography machine manual. Please come to the duty room immediately. Yes, right now." Wang Guang was obviously using the phone to notify Zhao Zizhen. But perhaps because of his excitement he forgot to mute the duty room's handset, and Lin Yang heard everything clearly. This kid is quite impressive, he's actually the dean's student, Lin Yang muttered to himself. Indeed, a young man who could enter the Grand Academy was by no means ordinary. Even a random duty researcher was the dean's direct disciple. Lin Yang felt a twinge of envy. Given his own academic record, he could not even step through the gates of the Grand Academy back home, let alone become a direct student of its dean. While Lin Yang was lost in thought, he heard Wang Wang's slightly restrained voice again. "Gee, great master, hello, are you still there?" "I'm here." "Ah, that's a relief. Master, rest assured I have informed our dean. He is in the adjacent dormitory and will be here shortly. Please do not worry about the money, your safety is the most important thing. And I must express my deepest gratitude for the lithography machine blueprints you gave us last time. We have already manufactured it. A part of our domestic research will soon be able to develop fully. You are truly remarkable, you are my idol." Wang Wang gushed out a long string of words. When he realized what he had done, he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, master. Meeting you again has made me so excited that I couldn't help myself. I am not usually this verbose. I hope I haven't annoyed you. Please forgive me." Wang Wang kept apologizing profusely. Lin Yang sensed his nervousness and couldn't help but smile. "You needn't be so tense. If I recall correctly, you were the one who took my call last time as well. What a delightful coincidence. Ha! Could it be that you actually remember me, sir? I am truly honored beyond words." Upon hearing Lin Yang acknowledge him, Wang Wang was instantly overcome with excitement. What an excitable young man indeed. Lin Yang remarked, then proceeded to ease Wang Wang's tension with some casual conversation. Meanwhile, Zhao Zizhan's elderly face flushed with excitement upon receiving Wang Wang's late-night phone call. Without a second thought, he sprang from bed, threw on his clothes and hurried straight to the duty room. He never expected to receive a call from this esteemed figure again so soon. However, halfway there, Zhao Zizhan suddenly paused in his tracks, a look of grave concern etching his face as he muttered to himself. If he is asking to borrow money despite his remarkable capabilities, he must be facing an extraordinarily serious problem. Otherwise, he would never request such a favor. After all, those with extraordinary abilities naturally carry their pride. But since he has opened his mouth to ask, the amount he requires cannot possibly be small. If it is a modest sum, I could cover it myself, or even a somewhat larger amount in the Institute's name. But if the figure is substantial, formal approval is required. It is deep midnight now and no one will be available to approve. Even if the approvals are obtained level by level, it will take far too long, potentially delaying his critical matters. It seems I have no choice but to notify Elder Yi immediately." As he spoke these final words, a trace of reluctance appeared on Zhao Zizhan's face, for he had hoped to converse with Lin Yang first. If he notified Yi Guhong directly, the entire conversation would be immediately monitored, making it impossible to speak freely. Although Elder Yi Guhong had previously informed them to report immediately upon receiving a call from this figure, Zhao Zizhan, as the president of the Grand Academy, still possessed certain prerogatives. A slight delay would hardly matter. Yet, recalling that Lin Yang was calling late at night to borrow money, he knew the matter must be urgent. He feared that even the briefest hesitation on his part might cause grave consequences for Lin Yang. Enough, Lin Yang's matters take priority. After a few seconds of hesitation, Zhao Zizhan continued his sprint toward the duty room while dialing Yi Guhong's number. There might yet be opportunities for a private conversation with Lin Yang in the future. But Lin Yang's financial emergency could not wait. If this figure encountered a situation abroad requiring money, it was undoubtedly a matter of extreme urgency. Given that it was the middle of the night in China, and considering who possessed the authority to instantly authorize large sums of funds, only Yi Guhong remained. The question of whether Lin Yang's sudden request for a loan was somehow impolite never once crossed Zhao Zizhan's mind. Given this figure's contributions, not only was a sudden borrowing request perfectly acceptable, but even more extraordinary requests would be forgiven. Simply for the lithography machine blueprints he had brought back, any amount of money lent would be entirely justified. Moreover, the fact that Lin Yang had chosen to call the Grand Academy directly instead of the police dispatch center filled Zhao Zizhan with quiet satisfaction. What did this signify? It meant that when faced with difficulties, this figure thought of the Grand Academy first. In his heart, the Grand Academy held the foremost position. A peculiar thrill of competitive triumph swelled within Zhao Zizhan's heart as he quickened his pace toward the duty room. Within the Paranormal Management Bureau, Yi Guhong appeared at the office hall without delay. Tang Wensheng and Han Zhaoyu, the two department heads, soon followed. These past several days neither had returned home, residing instead in the dormitories prepared beside the office hall. All of this was to ensure they could assemble immediately should Lin Yang call from abroad. Now it appeared that their preparations had been entirely justified. At this moment, both of their faces and eyes radiated unmistakable excitement. Elder Yi, did that figure call again? And again to borrow money? Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu exchanged glances and couldn't help but ask. When they had just received Elder Yi Guhong's notification, they hadn't had time to process it fully, and now they wished to confirm once more. Yes, Director Zhao told me personally. He is currently on his way to the duty room. Yi Guhong nodded. That old fellow certainly gets all the good fortune. The lithography machine blueprint went to them first, and now the borrowing call wasn't directed to the police center as usual but straight to his Grand Academy. That old boy must be thoroughly pleased with himself right now, eh? Tang Wensheng spoke, a hint of sour jealousy creeping into his voice. Haha, your guess is accurate. That old fellow couldn't help but sound smug when speaking just now. Yi Guhong chuckled, then sobered and said, enough. Let us focus. The surveillance on that line is already in place. I hope this figure has not encountered some grave threat to his safety. Notify the finance department to prepare for immediate transfer. Once he states the amount, transfer the funds at once. Yes. Upon hearing this serious matter, Tang Wensheng immediately became grave and resolute. Inside the Grand Academy duty room, Zhao Zizhen covered the distance from his quarters to the duty room in half the usual time, nay perhaps merely a third. Then at Wang Wang's signal he took the phone, cleared his throat and said with barely contained excitement, hello, this is Zhao Zizhen, current president of the Grand Academy. It is an honor to speak with you. President Zhao, hello. There is no need for such formality. I apologize for disturbing your rest so late at night. Please do not mind my intrusion. Lin Yang replied with equal courtesy. Haha, you are far too polite, sir. At my age I scarcely sleep anyway, so there was no disturbance to my rest. Hearing Lin Yang speak so politely, Zhao Zizhen felt inexplicably at ease. Before answering the call personally, countless scenarios had played out in his mind. Lin Yang might have been aloof or perhaps impatient. But at this very moment he finally believed what Wang Guang had told him, that Lin Yang was indeed remarkably approachable. Last time he had carefully questioned Wang Guang about the call, and Wang Guang had mentioned the caller sounded quite young, perhaps even a high school student. Zhao Zizhen had been skeptical then, but now he understood Wang Guang was not exaggerating. Unless Lin Yang was employing some advanced technology to disguise his voice, his age was indeed not great. This only made Zhao Zizhen feel even more astounded. At such a tender age this figure had managed to obtain the lithography machine blueprints from the Netherlands and retrieve cultural relics from the Eagle Nations Museum. It was simply unimaginable. Although he had determined that Lin Yang was indeed quite young, Zhao Zizhen harbored no hint of condescension. Instead he immediately continued, I understand you require funds. Might I inquire how much you specifically need? You may provide the amount and a bank account number now, and the money will be transferred immediately. He was keenly aware of Lin Yang's need for money and had forcibly restrained his urge to chat, first directly asking how much was required, fearing that even a second's delay might jeopardize Lin Yang's affairs. However, upon hearing Lin Yang's response, Zhao Zizhen froze completely. And not just him, Yi Guhong and the others monitoring the call were equally stunned. What did you say? How much money do you need? A plane ticket. Did you not make a mistake? When he heard the amount Lin Yang mentioned, Zhao Zizhen was stunned on the spot. Because when he asked Lin Yang how much money he needed, Lin Yang simply replied with one sentence, a plane ticket from Little Eagle Country to Little Cherry Blossom. A plane ticket. At this moment Zhao Zizhen truly wondered if there was something wrong with his ears. This person only needed a plane ticket. He was deeply stunned. Inside the Anomalies Bureau, Yi Guhong and the others who were monitoring the call also exchanged bewildered glances. Because they all had the same thought as Zhao Zizhen just now, all believing that Lin Yang calling late at night to borrow money must have encountered a major crisis and the amount needed must have been astronomical. But no matter how they thought about it, they never expected that what Lin Yang needed was merely a plane ticket. A plane ticket worth less than 10,000 yuan. This. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Someone who could obtain lithography machine manufacturing manuals from Windmill Country and retrieve artifacts from Little Eagle Country's museum and successfully transport them back, would such a person be short of a plane ticket? They were all thrown into confusion. Especially Zhao Zizhen, who felt deep regret amidst his confusion. If he had known earlier that Lin Yang only needed a plane ticket, he would never have reported it to Yi Guhong right away. He would have even provided it personally. Although he didn't know why Lin Yang would be short of a plane ticket, this amount of money he could certainly afford. My dear benefactor, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhao Zizhen's heart was bleeding. Of course such words could only be whispered in his heart. The phone was being monitored now, so he didn't dare to speak recklessly. He felt increasingly uncomfortable inside. Meanwhile Lin Yang also paused silently when he saw the other end go quiet after he mentioned the amount. Surely the Academy wouldn't refuse to lend such a small amount, right? After all, he had helped them obtain the lithography machine. That shouldn't be the case. He also didn't understand why Zhao Zizhen went silent after hearing the amount, but he didn't overthink it. Although it felt a bit strange, he continued according to his original plan. I won't borrow it for nothing. I will repay it in the future. And this time I also prepared something to exchange with you. If all else fails, just consider this money as my revenue from selling items. Of course, if you really aren't willing to lend, just forget I said anything. Or... No. No. However, before Lin Yang could finish his words, he was frantically interrupted by Zhao Zizhen, who had finally snapped out of his daze. No. Please don't misunderstand. How could we possibly refuse to lend? Not to mention just one plane ticket, even 10, 100, 1,000 or 10,000 tickets wouldn't be a problem. My silence just now was because the amount you requested was vastly different from my expectation. I originally thought you might have encountered some problem requiring a large sum of cash, but I never imagined you only needed a plane ticket. So please don't misunderstand my momentary stun as unwillingness to lend. Just give me a card number and the money will be transferred immediately. Zhao Zizhen explained frantically. When Lin Yang was about to continue speaking, he finally reacted and was immediately startled by what Lin Yang was saying. Not borrowing for nothing. Repaying later. If unwilling, just forget it. Oh my lord, what kind of words were those? He had almost let this person misunderstand. This amount of money, was that even a matter? Is that so? After hearing Zhao Zizhen's explanation, Lin Yang was stunned. So he had overthought it. They weren't unwilling to lend, it was just that he had asked for too little. This was quite awkward. Of course. You have done so much for us. Not to mention such a small amount, even 1,000 or 100 times more wouldn't be an issue. Please don't misunderstand us as unwilling to lend you money. Zhao Zizhen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and emphasized again. He was truly terrified. If he had reacted even 1 or 2 seconds later, Lin Yang would have likely said goodbye and hung up. Thank goodness his momentary stun was truly because Lin Yang had asked for too little, leaving him momentarily unable to process it. Oh. Alright then. Please transfer the money to this bearer card. Lin Yang directly provided a card number. This card number was obtained with the system's assistance, ensuring that no one could trace the card's ownership or information. Ding, your bank card ending in XXX888 has received a new transfer of 100,000,000. 00 yuan. Balance. Almost at the exact moment Lin Yang gave the card number, he received an SMS notification from the bank. The transferred amount was a full 10 million. 10 million. Why so much? Lin Yang was stunned again. He only needed a plane ticket. Once he arrived in Little Cherry Blossom, there would be plenty of ways to get money. But now, without even hesitating, the other party had directly transferred 10 million over. This. Cough. You are abroad and the cost of living overseas is higher. This is our small token of appreciation. We hope you won't mind. Zhao Zizhen didn't know what else to say. Who would believe that someone like this would only ask for a plane ticket? But could they really only send the cost of a single ticket? Absolutely not. Although 10 million seemed like a lot in reality compared to Lin Yang's contributions from the 2 incidents, this was truly just a modest gesture. Moreover, it wasn't that they couldn't send more money. It was just that Lin Yang had only asked for a plane ticket. If they had given over 100 million, it would have felt somewhat inappropriate. Therefore 10 million was a relatively suitable amount. It sounded substantial but wasn't as astronomical as hundreds of millions, nor was it as paltry as a million. Additionally, 10 million was more than enough to live very comfortably abroad. Although they didn't fully understand what kind of living environment Lin Yang was in, they assumed he probably wasn't excessively wealthy. Otherwise he would never have asked for a plane ticket. So they had chosen to transfer 10 million. Then. Thank you. I will repay it later. Lin Yang pondered for a moment and did not refuse. First money makes the mare go. Although his original intention was merely a plane ticket, keeping some emergency funds on hand was no problem. Secondly, he could also sense that this was genuinely a gesture from the motherland. Such sentiment was important and he couldn't simply refuse. Take your time, there's no rush to repay. Zhao Zizhen had originally wanted to say directly that there was no need to repay at all, but that sounded rather inappropriate, so he rephrased it. Then, following a signal from Yi Guhong on the other end, he proactively asked, may I ask, do you have any particular business going to Little Cherry Blossom? If there is anything that requires our assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. We will provide our fullest support. May I ask, do you have any particular business going to Little Cherry Blossom? If there is anything that requires our assistance, please don't hesitate to ask. We will provide our fullest support. I need to take care of something at Little Sakura. Let's not discuss this for now. I also have something for you. I've already sent it to your official email at the Academy of Sciences. Please check it. Lin Yang didn't elaborate on his trip to Little Sakura. After a moment's thought he added, how about this? I don't like feeling indebted either. Consider the item in the email as something you bought from me with the money, so we'll be even. How does that sound? Ha! What did you send? Zhao Zizhen recalled that when Wang had informed him earlier he had mentioned Lin Yang had something else to give them besides the loan. As he asked, Wang quickly opened the official email. Nothing much, just the manufacturing blueprints for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine more advanced than the one from the windmill country. 10 million is a fair price, you won't lose out. Lin Yang replied casually. Meanwhile, Wang opened the email and saw the blueprints Lin Yang had sent. Upon seeing the glaring title 0.1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing instructions illustrated edition, both of them were stunned again, then couldn't help but exchange glances. Manufacturing instructions for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Was this a joke? As everyone knew, the most advanced machine in the world was the 3 nanometer one from the windmill country. And now Lin Yang had sent them the instructions for a 0.1 nanometer machine. Sure, acquiring the 3 nanometer instructions from the windmill country was already absurd and extraordinary. But that was still a product that existed on Earth. A 0.1 nanometer machine, however, was simply unbelievable. This was merely a concept. With current Earth technology it would take at least a century or more to reach such a level. To have it now. Wasn't that a joke? Yes indeed, both of their first thoughts were that Lin Yang was messing with them. In fact, an irrepressible thought crossed Zhao Zizhen's mind: Lin Yang might have just thrown together some random file to avoid owing money. Although he had already decided to accept the deal regardless of its authenticity, a strange unease stirred within him. Still, despite his thoughts, Zhao Zizhen couldn't help but open the file. After all, given Lin Yang's previous 2 contributions, even if it was a bluff it wouldn't matter much. However, when Zhao Zizhen opened the file and skimmed through it, his entire body trembled as if struck by lightning. This is. Zhao Zizhen was utterly stunned. Because from the very first word the file didn't seem like a random bluff. Before the 3 nanometer machine was built he might not have been able to judge at a glance. But with prior experience Zhao Zizhen could instantly recognize that the content of this file was a genuine, more advanced lithography machine blueprint. There was no mistake. He was stunned. He was dumbfounded. Once again he was thrown into utter confusion. A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. How could this be possible? Inside the Anomaly Management Bureau, Yi Guhong and others were monitoring the call. When they heard Lin Yang offer the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprint in exchange for 10 million, they exchanged puzzled glances, but no one took it seriously at first. Yet when Zhao Zizhen fell silent they all grew inexplicably tense. Could it be that the blueprint sent to the Academy's email was actually real? Old Zhao. Old Zhao. Yi Guhong couldn't help calling out. But there was no response from Zhao Zizhen. This made Yi Guhong instantly stand up and raise his voice. Zhao Zizhen. Speak. Reply quickly. Yi Guhong grew anxious and kept calling. He had to be anxious. The longer Zhao Zizhen's silence, the more it indicated that the blueprint might be real. If it was real, this would be an event even more earth-shattering. A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, just thinking about it was enough to make one's breath catch. Yi Guhong dared not imagine what an incredible reality this would be. Tang Wenqing and the others held their breath, exchanging nervous glances. They couldn't even fathom the concept of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Just building the 3 nanometer machine had already brought about a qualitative change in many domestic industries, roughly saving at least hundreds of billions annually. If it was truly a 0.1 nanometer machine, how many times would that figure multiply? No. If a 0.1 nanometer machine truly existed, its role and significance could no longer be measured by money alone. It meant a technological level far ahead by at least several centuries. It meant Shangxia could leap directly into becoming the most powerful technological empire on the entire planet. Beyond that, there were implications they couldn't even imagine or dared not imagine. With Shangxia already not weak, and with the boost of a 0.1 nanometer machine, what would it become in a few years? They dared not continue to imagine. Inside the Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen held the phone frozen in place for a full half-minute. The instructions before him had become the only thing in his eyes. The exquisite formulas, the ingenious arrangements, the perfect combinations, they captivated him, entranced him. 0.1 nanometer. It was absolutely a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Zhao Zizhen's heart roared. He felt he was going mad. No one could understand his current state of mind. Just days ago he had lamented the lack of sufficiently advanced lithography machines in the country, and now he suddenly possessed a 0.1 nanometer machine leading global technology by centuries. This dreamlike turn of events, if he weren't experiencing it himself, he would never have believed it. He could hear Yi Guhong's urgent calls in his earpiece. But he had no mind to respond. Because at this moment all he wanted to do was cry. Yes, that's right. Zhao Zizhen wanted to cry. As a man who had dedicated his entire life to scientific research on the front lines, he had given everything to his work. His greatest wish was to witness the technological rise of his homeland. Now his wish had come true. This feeling was hard for anyone to understand. He wanted to cry. And he did cry. Oh heavens, I am unfortunate to have seen something so exquisite in this life. I can die without regret. I can die without regret, ha ha ha. Zhao Zizhen laughed and cried as if possessed. Then, as if struck by a thought, his sobbing grew louder, turning into a wail as he kept apologizing into the phone. I'm so sorry to you. I must apologize for the petty thoughts I had earlier. I thought you were just trying to avoid owing money and were bluffing us. Now I'm ashamed of my thoughts. Now I understand, you were probably afraid we'd feel guilty accepting such a precious gift, so you deliberately used the loan as a form of exchange. Compared to you, my thoughts are utterly filthy. I am guilty. I am sorry to you. Zhao Zizhen bowed deeply at 90 degrees. Even though it was just a phone call and Lin Yang couldn't see him, he still did it. It seemed the only way to ease his conscience a little. Zhao Zizhen felt extremely uncomfortable. Guilty. He had just thought that Lin Yang's words were an excuse to avoid repaying a debt. But after confirming that the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprint sent via email was genuine, he realized he had been measuring the gentleman's heart with his own mean measure. This feeling made Zhao Zizhen extremely uncomfortable. The other person far across the ocean was still wholeheartedly devoted to the country, bringing them a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, yet he had harbored such despicable and dark thoughts. He felt he truly deserved to die. Lin Yang was stunned. Truly stunned. Hearing Zhao Zizhen's sudden wailing on the other end of the phone, he was completely bewildered. What was going on? How did it suddenly become like this in the middle of the conversation? But hearing Zhao Zizhen's apology, he seemed to understand why Zhao had lost control, and then he comforted him with a mix of laughter and tears. Dean Zhao, you don't need to do this. I won't take it to heart. You should focus on building this 0.1 nanometer lithography machine as soon as possible. This process is even more advanced than the 3 nanometers one. I'll have to trouble all the academicians. He did not simply offer pure comfort but shifted the topic. This would directly divert Zhao Zizhen's attention. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Zhao Zizhen quickly calmed down and said excitedly, rest assured, we will definitely build this lithography machine as soon as possible and will not fail your expectations. Zhao Zizhen looked at the exquisite 0.1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing blueprint, trembling with excitement. Inside the Extraordinary Affairs Bureau, Yi Guhong and the others were also startled by Zhao Zizhen's sudden outburst of crying, but they could all understand why he had lost control. On one hand, he felt guilty toward Lin Yang, on the other, having devoted his entire life to research, seeing such a treasure as the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine stirred an emotion of, if I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening. The combination of the two caused his breakdown. In fact, when they heard Zhao Zizhen confirm that the blueprint sent was indeed for a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, they were equally shocked. A 3 nanometers lithography machine had already shown them the various benefits of breaking through technological blockades in recent days. Yi Guhong and the others could not even imagine what it would be like if they directly built a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. However, compared to Zhao Zizhen, they restrained themselves slightly because there were more important matters at hand. Compared to the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, they were more eager to know how Lin Yang had obtained this manufacturing blueprint. This was technology that could not exist anywhere on the entire blue planet. Lin Yang's ability to steal objects was formidable, as they had all witnessed. But even if one wanted to steal, there had to be an object to steal, right? This thing was absolutely not something any current country could manufacture, yet he had produced it. This inevitably made Yi Guhong and the others ponder deeply. Therefore Yi Guhong directly relayed a message to Zhao Zizhen, asking him to calm down first and inquire from Lin Yang where he had obtained the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine blueprint. This was too important. Zhao Zizhen also understood the seriousness of the matter. So after hearing Lin Yang accept his apology, he took a few deep breaths, forced himself to calm down, and then, as requested by Yi Guhong, tentatively asked Lin Yang. The opportunity to speak was precious, he could not waste it. Well, what if I said I developed it myself? Would you believe me? On the other end of the phone, faced with this question, Lin Yang chuckled and gave his answer. Ah. Developed. Developed it yourself. You developed it yourself. Zhao Zizhen was instantly stunned. Yi Guhong and the others who were listening and also fell silent. Developed it himself. Was this a joke? Yes, I took a look at the 3nm lithography machine blueprint from the windmill country and it gave me an idea. So I went ahead and studied it in depth and unexpectedly I actually developed it. Lin Yang said leisurely. Ah. The silence from Zhao Zizhen and others deepened. He just looked at the windmill country's lithography machine blueprint and developed a 0. 1 nanometer 1. How much time had passed? Just a few days. He had leaped from 3 nanometers to 0. 1 nanometer. What kind of scientific genius was this? Stunned. Zhao Zizhen and the others were all stunned. They had been following the blueprint these past few days, concentrating the entire Great Academy of Sciences' strength and only barely managed to manufacture a 3 nanometers lithography machine. Lin Yang on the other hand had already developed a 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine in just a few days. Was he even human? Although this thought was very impolite at this moment, whether it was Zhao Zizhen or Yi Guhong and the others, they inevitably all had this thought. Is this really something a human can do? He just glanced at the 3 nanometers lithography machine blueprint and directly produced a 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine. Could it be that he truly was a genius? Silence. Silence was the moonlight of tonight. On the other side, Lin Yang sensed Zhao Zizhen's renewed silence. He did not say much. They needed time to digest this. Even before the call he had already prepared a suitable explanation. The existence of a 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine far exceeded the upper limit of current Blue Planet technology. If he suddenly produced it, the people from the Great Academy of Sciences would certainly ask about its origin. He could certainly refuse to say, and the Great Academy of Sciences would not press him, but that would inevitably seem too cold. So he had already thought of a story. He would say that these things were all developed by himself based on existing materials. After all, in the future he would gradually introduce more advanced technology, so he needed a relatively reasonable justification. Although this reason sounded very bizarre and ridiculous. Normal people would generally not believe it. But it could still barely pass. Because after all, there were still 1 or 2 geniuses in this world that ordinary people could not comprehend. Although the reason sounded absurd, there was always a first time for everything. As for using the system's things to claim the title of genius, Lin Yang had no qualms about it. The system was his, so naturally the system's things were also his. Was there any flaw in this logic? No flaw at all. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Lin Yang asked politely, preparing to end the call. Wait. Please wait. Hearing that he was about to hang up, Zhao Zizhen was forced to snap out of it early and said hurriedly, may I ask, were you serious just now? Did you really develop it yourself after looking at the windmill country's 3 nanometers lithography machine blueprint? Yes. Lin Yang gave a definite answer again. This. Zhao Zizhen's scalp tingled instantly as if an electric current coursed through his entire body. Yi Guhong and the others felt the same. After receiving Lin Yang's earnest and affirmative reply, they were completely numbed. There was nothing else for it, they had no choice but to accept it. Though their minds still rebelled against the absurdity of it all, they possessed no other evidence to overturn Lin Yang's explanation. Thus they were compelled to believe, for they could only choose faith. The technology behind a 0. 1 nanometer lithography machine was beyond the reach of any nation on Earth. Since Lin Yang claimed he had studied the manufacturing blueprints of the Dutch 3 nanometer lithography machine just days prior and developed this innovation himself, they had no choice but to accept his explanation. After all, if such a thing did not exist anywhere across the entire planet, and if he had not created it himself, then where could it have possibly come from? It was an unsolvable dilemma. And once they chose to accept this explanation, an uncontrollable thought surged through Yi Guhong and the others. Lin Yang had only glanced at the 3 nanometer lithography manufacturing blueprints for a few days and directly produced a 0. 1 nanometer machine. What astonishing capability was this? His scientific research talent far exceeded their comprehension. Consider that in the same brief timeframe, even Zhao Zizhen, the director of the Grand Science Academy, who personally led and oversaw the entire 3 nanometer lithography project from start to finish, still had no idea how to advance further. Yet Lin Yang had not only elevated this technology but had done so with breathtaking magnitude. This proved that Lin Yang possessed not merely ability but peerless genius. One who possessed such ability and talent was nothing short of a priceless treasure, a gem of technological civilization, a jewel of Shangxia, and a treasure of all humanity. Suddenly recalling Lin Yang's somewhat youthful voice, a tremor ran through Zhao Zizhen's heart as he asked in a quavering tone, "May I ask how many years you have been engaged in this field of research?" He hoped to test whether Lin Yang was truly a young man or an elderly master in disguise. "Not many years at all," Lin Yang replied casually. "I just graduated from high school. I merely took a look at those lithography blueprints over the past few days." Lin Yang responded nonchalantly. He did not mind whether Zhao Zizhen was probing him, for with the system at his disposal no amount of guessing could pierce its veil and reveal his true identity. However, his words instantly stunned Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong, who was monitoring the call alongside him. Just graduated from high school. He is truly a young man. A high school student who within merely a few days and through a single set of manufacturing blueprints had developed a technological breakthrough at least a century ahead of the world. Zhao Zizhen and the others suddenly felt as though the world itself had gone mad. How else could one explain such impossible events? Zhao Zizhen's hand gripping the phone had begun to tremble, while inside the Anomalous Affairs Management Bureau Yi Guhong and Tang Wenxing and the other directors exchanged glances, speechless. Even these seasoned figures accustomed to the grandest spectacles found themselves at a loss for words in that moment. It was too unreal. Soon Yi Guhong was the first to regain his composure, his eyes brimming with excitement. Though it sounded outrageous like a fantasy, he could no longer afford to dwell on doubts. At this moment what he desperately wanted was to learn more about Lin Yang. He signaled for Zhao Zizhen to continue questioning. You mentioned you just graduated from high school. If you are this year's graduate, then you have only just finished your exams. Why would you have gone abroad?" Zhao Zizhen forced himself to suppress his excitement and shock, desperate to extract more useful information. "Well, you might not believe me if I tell you, but my academic performance isn't very good. I couldn't get into a decent university here in China, so I'm planning to study overseas. I figured I might as well take this holiday to scout out some schools first." Lin Yang answered truthfully. Yet to Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and the others his words sounded like nothing more than deliberate mockery. Come now, who with the talent to develop a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine in mere days could possibly have poor academic grades? Ahem, you jest, sir. Someone of your caliber could never have performed poorly in school. Zhao Zizhen found himself at a loss for words. I am not joking. I tell only the truth. I truly am studying abroad. Very well, I have said all I need to. I must go book my ticket to Japan now. Farewell. Lin Yang had no intention of continuing the conversation. He was unwilling to reveal too much information all at once. Hearing that Lin Yang truly intended to hang up, Zhao Zizhen immediately panicked and spoke in an extremely rapid pace. I can assure you, based on your contributions, any university in the country will be at your disposal, and even our Grand Science Academy could offer you direct special appointment. We sincerely hope you will return to the motherland as soon as possible. We. Beep beep beep. His words were cut short as Lin Yang had already ended the call. Zhao Zizhen could only give a bitter smile. He truly is a young man, hangs up without hesitation. Such impulsiveness could not be feigned. Old Zhao opened the video conference. Yi Guhong's voice came through the earpiece and Zhao Zizhen instantly grew serious. Seconds later an encrypted video conference was activated. Yi Guhong's expression was exceedingly grave. Everyone has heard the content of that call, so I need not repeat it. What I wish to stress now is that we must ensure his safety while he remains abroad no matter what. Furthermore, we must persuading him to return to China for his studies the next time he contacts us. A prodigy of his magnitude going abroad to study, this would be a loss not only for Shangxia but for all of humanity. Yi Guhong's tone was equally solemn. One who could develop a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine in mere days, that was not a title that genius could adequately describe. This was a once-in-an-era figure. When he had just heard Lin Yang say he intended to study abroad, Yi Guhong felt a sharp ache in his chest. This was a paragon of Shangxia. How could such a person go abroad to study? Elder Yi, we understand. Tang Wenxing and the others immediately responded. Sigh. Could it truly be that the academic burden today is so overwhelming that even someone of his caliber feels pressured and chooses to study overseas? After giving his orders, Yi Guhong let out a heavy sigh. Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu exchanged a glance before speaking. Elder Yi, I believe there must be some hidden circumstances behind his decision. Yi Guhong nodded slightly, then looked through the video feed at Zhao Zizhen. Old Zhao, what do you think? Would someone as brilliant as you, deeply involved in scientific research, truly find academic pressure unbearable? I cannot be certain about his situation, but one possibility cannot be ruled out: he may be extraordinarily unbalanced in his studies. Perhaps his liberal arts scores are not ideal, leading him to believe he cannot enter a good university and thus considering studying abroad. Zhao Zizhen pondered and replied. Subject imbalance. Yi Guhong repeated slowly. That is not entirely impossible. However, regardless, next time we must make it clear to him that every university in our country opens its doors to him. Even severe subject imbalance will not be an obstacle. That is precisely what I was trying to say just now. But he hung up before I could finish. I wonder if he even heard me. Zhao Zizhen pursed his lips. Yi Guhong nodded, then suddenly seemed to recall something. His expression grew suddenly grave. Let us put that aside for now. He mentioned he is going to Japan. I do not believe this is a whim. From this point forward, keep close watch on developments in Japan. If any problems arise, we must ensure his safe return. Ahem, Elder Yi, may I ask, since we do not even know his true identity, how are we supposed to guarantee his safety? Tang Wensheng ventured hesitantly. This. Yi Guhong was momentarily stunned. He had repeated twice the need to ensure Lin Yang's safety abroad, yet he knew nothing of Lin Yang's identity, rendering him powerless despite his goodwill. But this was hardly an obstacle for him. Yi Guhong quickly recovered and said in a firm voice, investigate. Check the exit records of this year's high school graduates. There will be clues. Very well. However, Elder Yi, I have another question. Given his demonstrated abilities, I believe he also possesses formidable hacking skills, otherwise we would have been able to trace his location during his multiple calls. Tang Wensheng spoke again. Moreover, I suspect his expertise in this area is also far ahead. Although each call showed the same number, we could not trace it or retrieve any related information. Especially, he managed to enter significant places like the Windmill Country and the Eagle Country Museum without leaving a trace. This would require exceptional hacking skills to evade the monitoring of today's networked society. Hearing this, Yi Guhong's expression darkened slightly. Tang Wensheng continued, and Elder Yi, let's be honest. Could any known top-tier hacker hack into the Windmill Country's security system, forge an identity, and steal the lithography machine manuals? On this alone we can be certain he possesses unparalleled computer skills. Therefore I suspect even an investigation will yield little useful information. A capable hacker never leaves traces in the digital world. Tang Wensheng's eyes were sharp. Yi Guhong sighed. You're right. We've mobilized the top experts from the information department these past few days, yet we found no trace. Still, we must not give up easily. Whether we find anything or not, let's search first and see how many candidates match the criteria. Also, he mentioned going to Little Cherry Blossom. Although his booking information is likely fake, we should still monitor entry records there. Tang Wensheng immediately replied, understood, Elder Yi. Yi Guhong nodded slightly, an unprecedented gleam in his eyes. The abilities he has shown so far, masterful theft, leading hacking skills, and extraordinary scientific talent, any one of these would make a genius. Yet he possesses all three. Though incredible, he is a treasure of our entire Shangxia. Regardless, we must do our utmost to provide him with any assistance he needs at any time. Yi Guhong's gaze was fervent. Obtaining the lithography machine manuals from the Windmill Country and retrieving relics from the Eagle Country Museum were extraordinary feats, but they merely marked him as a remarkable individual. However, from the moment Lin Yang selflessly and unconditionally sent back the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine manuals, his importance in Yi Guhong's heart soared to an unparalleled level. Possessing such astonishing scientific talent and a sincere patriotic heart, calling him a treasure is not an exaggeration. Consider this a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. If he wished, he could sell this technology to any country and instantly become the world's richest man. But he did not. Even when he lacked money for a plane ticket, his first thought was to call back and borrow funds rather than selling the 0.1 nanometer lithography technology. This alone proves everything. Moreover, his inherent abilities are a treasure among treasures. The key to technological advancement is talent. With a super talent like Lin Yang, who can research a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine in just a few days, how can Shangxia not prosper? In fact, if Lin Yang were in the country now or even abroad, if Yi Guhong knew his identity, he would personally go to pick him up no matter the distance. I got too excited and almost forgot. Quickly notify our embassy in Little Cherry Blossom to prepare for the highest level of emergency response. Although he didn't say what he's going there for, I'm sure he'll stir up some trouble. Then we can coordinate without revealing ourselves. Yi Guhong suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly added. Even though he didn't know Lin Yang's identity, knowing his destination meant they couldn't do nothing. Understood, our people in Little Cherry Blossom will be fully prepared. Tang Wensheng quickly responded. Yi Guhong turned to Zhao Zizhen, who was on the video conference, and asked, old Zhao, how is it? Can we build this 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? His fists clenched slightly, betraying a hint of tension. Is it possible to build this 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? His fists clenched slightly, betraying a hint of tension. Although it was still a lithography machine, the 0.1 nanometer version's component precision was hundreds of times greater than that of a 3 nanometer machine, perhaps even more. Being able to build a 3-nanometer lithography machine did not guarantee the ability to build a 0.1 nanometer one. Zhao Zizhen, having just recovered from the shock, was flipping through the email Lin Yang had sent. Hearing Yi Guhong's question, he took a deep breath and said sullenly, "Of course. The manufacturing manual he sent is incredibly detailed with step-by-step instructions for every component, a tutorial so thorough it's almost infantile. It's several times more detailed than the Windmill Country's manual. If we can't build it with this, the entire academy might as well resign." "What? The manual for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine is that detailed?" Yi Guhong was astonished. "Yes, it's obvious he carefully compiled it before sending it to us, probably worried we might not understand the manufacturing process. He even included tutorials for the small components." Zhao Zizhen nodded vigorously. "Let me put it this way, with this manual, as long as one isn't a fool, has a bit of hands-on ability and can read, they can follow the tutorial and build it smoothly." "This?" Yi Guhong was again greatly surprised. "Old Zhao, does that mean he also has a high level of teaching ability? After all, some people may understand things themselves but struggle to explain them clearly. Moreover, creating a foolproof babysitter-style tutorial for the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine indicates that Lin Yang also possesses strong teaching skills. You could say that. He really put his heart into it." Zhao Zizhen repeatedly sighed. Finally he added another remark that shocked Yi Guhong. "Furthermore, I suspect he might have already mastered the 0.1 nanometer lithography technology long ago." "What?" Zhao Zizhen's words instantly drew a chorus of exclamations. Yi Guhong's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Old Zhao, what are you saying? What do you mean? He already mastered the 0.1 nanometer lithography technology? Are you joking?" "I'm not joking." Zhao Zizhen shook his head earnestly. "I've roughly reviewed the manufacturing manual for this 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Every detail is incredibly thorough. This is definitely not something that could be produced in just a few days. Even if the ideas came to him within those few days, there's absolutely no way he could have compiled such a comprehensive manual in that time." He gestured toward the email content. The text-only manual alone spans thousands of pages, accompanied by illustrations, partial videos, and exhaustive annotations. How could anyone finish this in a matter of days? Even if he forewent food and sleep, those few days would be far from sufficient. As we all know from creating instructional materials, the rigor required for organizing such a tutorial is immense. If he had only developed this technology within the last few days, it would be impossible to have it so meticulously arranged and delivered as a detailed guide. Zhao Zizhen's words made Yi Guhong and the others grow more solemn. "So, Old Zhao, you mean?" Yi Guhong asked hesitantly. "I'm certain that he had already mastered the relevant 0.1 nanometer lithography technology long ago." Zhao Zizhen's voice was resolute. "The reason he only sent it now, I suspect, is because he had no time or opportunity to examine a real lithography machine while studying. He couldn't be sure of his theoretical deductions. So during his overseas study trip to the Windmill Country, he observed a genuine lithography machine, confirmed his hypotheses, and then spent these past few days organizing everything to send to us." Yi Guhong exchanged a glance with the other leaders and couldn't help asking, "But if that's the case, why didn't he just send the 0.1 nanometer lithography manual directly? Why first send the Windmill Country's lithography machine information? As for that, I can infer some reasons from the detailed annotations in this 0.1 nanometer lithography manual." Zhao Zizhen smiled. Zhao Zizhen chuckled. He probably feared that we lacked experience in manufacturing advanced lithography machines domestically. So he sent us the Windmill Country's 3-nanometer lithography manual first to give us practice. Moreover, with the 3-nanometer machine we can produce some components needed for the 0.1 nanometer one. He's guiding us step by step, likely worried that if he sent the 0.1 nanometer manual directly we wouldn't be able to handle it. This. A complex emotion welled up in Yi Guhong and the others' hearts. That person had considered everything so thoroughly. Such a sincere heart, how precious, how rare. Old Zhao, if what you say is true, then he is a treasure for our entire Shangsha. You focus on manufacturing the lithography machine as soon as possible and we'll do our utmost to ensure his safety in Ziyue. Yi Guhong spoke with barely contained excitement. Manufacturing is certainly feasible, but I want to ask, if the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine is produced, should we announce it to the public? Or should we keep it hidden as before? Zhao Zizhen said slowly. Yi Guhong didn't answer immediately but fell into contemplative silence. The previous concealment of the 3-nanometer lithography machine's development was partly because we were not yet strong enough and partly to avoid arousing suspicion from the Windmill Country. Now that the 1 nanometer lithography machine is developed while the windmill country likely won't be suspicious publicly announcing it would have even graver consequences. The 3 nanometer lithography machine was already enough to reignite global hostility toward Xinxia. If we suddenly announced possession of a 0.1 nanometer machine, it might provoke some nations into starting a war. With that thought, Yi Guhong took a deep breath, clenched his fist and said, we must endure a while longer. Let's develop in silence first, and when our military power catches up we can announce it to the world. The 0.1 nanometer lithography machine is something any country in the world would be willing to start a war to seize. So we must endure. Alright, I understand. Zhao Zizhen nodded. Yi Guhong nodded helplessly as well. It's a pity. If this time he had developed a powerful military technology instead, there would be no need for concealment. Once again we have to keep it under wraps and announce it later along with everything else. At that moment his sense of shame deepened once more. Zhao Zizhen said cheerfully, if that person wasn't deliberately teasing us earlier, given his talent with a bit of focus, it shouldn't be hard for him to develop even more powerful military technology. Perhaps next time he'll surprise us. Yi Guhong's eyes lit up. You've reminded me. Next time he calls, let's ask if he's interested in researching military technology. We can fully support him. He began to look forward to it. Tang Wenxing, who was standing nearby, suddenly changed expression. Olji just received the latest news. The Ziyue Academy of Science and Technology announced a major breakthrough in nuclear fusion research just a minute ago. During the experiment they used new technology to develop a new type of intercontinental missile with 3 times the power of the previous model. This is intelligence sent back from Ziyue. He handed the specialized device to Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong's expression also changed sharply. After reading the intelligence, he said in a grave tone, Ziyue's scientific research capabilities have always been among the world's foremost. This new breakthrough and their deliberate ostentatious announcement likely has ulterior motives. We must be cautious and keep a close watch. Tang Wenxing looked grim. Such a breakthrough, any other country would keep it secret. That Ziyue deliberately announced it, even mentioning creating a better East continent and convening a conference inviting all nations of the East continent. This is a pointed gesture. Do they intend to lead the entire East? It's more than a gesture, it's a direct challenge. Yi Guhong snorted coldly. Then should we attend? Attend? Why not? That person happens to be in Ziyue as well. We must go. Yi Guhong said without hesitation. As the words left his mouth, a thought seemed to strike him. He blurted out that person went to Ziyue, and immediately after Ziyue announces a technological breakthrough. Could it be that he knew something in advance? At this remark silence fell over the room. After a moment Tang Wenxing said in astonishment, "Oh gee, that. Is that even possible? The abilities Lin Yang has shown so far are truly astonishing, but to say he can foretell the future, would that be going too far? There is indeed such a possibility." Yang's tone grew grave. He possesses formidable computer skills and hacking abilities, there can be about that. Perhaps he hacked into Xiaoyinghua's information network and obtained some information, which is why he went to Xiaoyinghua. This remark instantly left Tang Wenxing and the others momentarily stunned. After thinking it through, there did seem to be such a possibility indeed. It is just. If Xiaoyinghua's official information network was hacked, we should be able to learn of it. Moreover, even if that were the case, what could he do by going to Xiaoyinghua? After some contemplation, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu exchanged looks and voiced their doubts. Yi Guhong looked at them with a half smile and said that we cannot guarantee we will hear about it if another country's official information network is hacked. Let us talk about Fengchegua. They were definitely hacked into the network, and it was this person who took away the lithography machine manufacturing manual. But if he had not phoned to inform us, would we have received any news? That could be true as well. Tang Wenxing could not help but offer a wry smile. Thus we have every reason to believe he went to Xiaoyinghua having learned some information in advance. As for what he intends to do there with that information, it is hard to guess for now. Yi Guhong spoke again. Suddenly the rarely speaking third-in-command Han Jiayu blurted out. Do you think he might also want to steal Xiaoyinghua's newly developed technology, and bring it back? Han Jiayu's remark caused the room to fall silent for several seconds. Thereafter everyone's expressions grew peculiar. Because there indeed seems to be such a possibility. This is, let's not jump to conclusions yet. Their press conference is in the next couple of days, we'll see then. Yi Guhong tapped the table and said, now everyone go and get busy, first coordinate with Xiaoyinghua on that side. Very well, old Ji. Meanwhile online chatter roared due to Xiaoyinghua's sudden announcement. The news of the technological breakthrough dominated headlines across major media outlets. Many domestic netizens felt a bit irritated. Damn, why does it feel like Xiaoyinghua is targeting us this time? Tech breakthrough is one thing, but they even convened a Dongzhou continent conference, and in their remarks they declared themselves the leaders of the Dongzhou continent, and they even emphasized that the breakthrough would be applied to intercontinental missiles. Who were they showing this to? Big brother upstairs, stop overreacting. This really is aimed at us. The implication is that they will decide everything on the Dongzhou continent in the future. Indeed, the nuclear technology breakthrough can be directly turned into armed power, and they stress that these missiles can instantly reach any country on the Dongzhou continent for strikes. That is basically a blunt declaration that they will rule the entire Dongzhou continent in the future. This proclamation and provocation are too obvious. Damn, why does Xiaoyinghua always lead with breakthroughs first? There's no helping it though. Reluctant to admit it, Xiaoyinghua's research strength ranks among the best globally and holds many advanced patents. I really wish our country would announce something as well with a more advanced breakthrough to slap them in the face. The thought is nice, but the probability is slim. Nuclear tech research is pursued by every major power and everyone keeps track of progress. There won't be a sudden large gap overnight. Xiaoyinghua's breakthrough this time isn't particularly surprising to many superpowers. Clearly they are aware of it too. This is really nauseating. If nothing else works on the day of their press conference, arrange some disaster to cause their data to go missing and let them look foolish. The idea is naive. Data is backed up in multiple places, and there would also be paper manuscripts. How could it be lost? I am not saying to erase all data, just have a few hacker bigwigs infiltrate the spokesperson's computer to invade their data and discuss them a bit. This would be quite difficult too. On the launch day, Xiaoyinghua's side will be fully defending hacking and would be as hard as attacking the security networks of an entire country. Fine, I admit my ignorance. I will go work hard elsewhere. I do not want to watch it, it makes me feel blocked. Many online netizens were in a bad mood because of this news. On top of that, some IPs from Xiaoyinghua's faction taunted, which further dampened people's mood as they refreshed the news. So this headline didn't stay hot for long, gradually cooling down. Only a few enthusiasts still followed. Xiaoyinghua, Dongdu City. Lin Yang had just ended the call with Zhao Jin and immediately booked a flight to Dongdu City, the imperial capital of Xiaoyinghua, and arrived smoothly. Barely off the plane he saw that hot search news as well. Being in Dongdu City, the entire city was filled with news about Xiaoyinghua's technological breakthroughs. Xiaoyinghua has indeed achieved a breakthrough in nuclear technology. What does this announcement mean? This damn Xiaoyinghua, after reading the news, looks displeased. This damn Xiaoyinghua breakthroughs, and yet they aim at targeting others and even seek to become the leader of the Dongzhou continent. What the heck? A technological breakthrough, Proud. Targeting. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and let out a cold smile. This damn Xiaoyinghua wants to become the leader of the Dongzhou continent, and he has not even asked for his consent. System, there is a mission to steal Xiaoyinghua's scientific research achievements, right? I've decided I'll choose this technology theft. Lin Yang immediately has a target. He hadn't decided what to steal yet, but now he has a clear target. I've decided I'll choose this technology theft. Lin Yang immediately has a target. He hadn't decided what to steal yet, but now he has a clear target. Host, this technology represents the Sakura nation's most cutting-edge advancement, receiving extraordinary levels of global attention and scrutiny. This system must remind you that selecting this moment to steal such technology carries substantial risk. To accomplish this without risk, you would need to purchase the system's identity disguise service, which would cost 100 national treasure points. However, the reward for completing this task is also only 100 points, making it an unfavorable exchange for you. Lin Yang furrowed his brows. The system's identity disguise was merely one category of system service. Previously, when he had stolen the lithography machines from the Windmill Nation, the system had waived the fee since it was his inaugural mission. But he never anticipated the cost would be so steep. An identity disguise alone costs 100 national treasure points. Isn't that a bit exploitative? Lin Yang muttered, attempting to negotiate. Respected host, the fee for identity disguise varies according to difficulty. Because this technology is currently under intense global scrutiny, the price is correspondingly elevated, the system explained. Fine, just help me disguise my identity, Lin Yang said, dropping the matter. Host, are you certain? If you confirm the theft of this technology after deducting costs from gains, your net return will be 0. Please confirm your decision. Confirmed. Lin Yang replied without hesitation. As if he would hesitate. Not only would he accept 0 return, even if he had to pay out of pocket, he would act without a second thought. This was an opportunity to severely humiliate the Sakura nation. Merely breaking even was hardly a concern. Any true patriot of Shangxia would know exactly what to do. Furthermore, from another perspective, if the costs and gains precisely offset each other, wouldn't that essentially mean the system was providing him with a free opportunity to strike at the Sakura nation? He had seen the comments beneath that trending topic. Stealing data from the spokesperson's computer at the critical moment would absolutely devastate the Sakura nation. Precisely. Lin Yang had no intention of stealing the original drafts or backup records. For a technological breakthrough of this magnitude, the source materials and backups were likely countless. He could never hope to collect them all. Besides, even if he succeeded in obtaining every copy, as long as the experts at the Sakura Science and Technology Academy remained alive, they could simply reconstruct everything anew. So he resolved to follow the netizens' advice and eliminate the data from the spokesperson's side instead. At such technology summits, the spokesperson was required to immediately release a portion of the technical data to the outside world. This was an established global convention. To promote worldwide technological progress, any nation hosting such a summit must unconditionally provide participating countries with a portion of the new breakthrough data, enabling other nations to advance their own technological capabilities. It was precisely because of this regulation that technology summits attracted participation from so many nations, even some hostile ones sending their own representatives. Nearly all nations raised no objection to this arrangement. Since the rule did not require sharing core or critical data, only a portion of routine information, the impact was minimal. Moreover, it allowed the host nation to showcase its achievements on the world stage, which was why this convention gained widespread acceptance. After all, without offering some benefit, who would travel thousands of miles to another country merely to witness their display? Leaders of every nation understood this principle, so over time it became an unspoken consensus. For Lin Yang, since he could not eliminate all the data, he decided he might as well make them suffer a humiliating defeat at the press conference. Having one's computer network breached live at a technology summit would be nothing short of a public slap in the face, an embarrassment that would utterly destroy the Sakura nation's prestige. As for destroying the shrine, Lin Yang planned to handle that after the technology summit. Striking the shrine first would only prompt the Sakura nation to heighten their security, and if the system imposed additional fees as a result, it would no longer be cost-effective. After all, the summit was only 2 days away, the time investment was negligible. They announced a technological breakthrough and are already hosting a summit 2 days later. Truly hurried, Lin Yang remarked, glancing at the venue details and muttering a curse. Historically, technology summits were prepared months in advance. The fact that the Sakura nation was rushing to hold one in just 2 days revealed just how desperately they craved to demonstrate their power to Shangxia and seize dominance over the eastern continent. Otherwise, they certainly would not have been this hasty. Truly befitting a petty island nation, revealing their narrow-mindedness at every turn. They cannot even wait a few months. It seems they genuinely wish to watch Shangxia suffer. Lin Yang began to understand why the Sakura nation was so urgently arranging the summit. The two nations shared a deep-seated historical rivalry, and the Sakura nation undoubtedly longed to witness the dismal expressions on Shangxia's faces. There was an old saying, share your troubles to make others laugh. The Sakura nation was now operating from a similar mindset, boasting of their own joys to sadden others. Just enjoy your arrogance for 2 more days, Lin Yang thought, then turned his attention away from the news. He had no intention of wasting those 2 days. This was his first visit to the Sakura nation, and he hoped to use the time to advance his mission of repatriating cultural artifacts. The Sakura nation had committed countless atrocities on Shangxia's soil in years past. There should be no shortage of artifacts there. And the facts proved him right. Upon requesting artifact detection, the system swiftly informed him that across the entire eastern capital city there were 26 locations housing Chinese cultural relics. Aside from the 2 official museums, the remaining locations were mostly prestigious clans and influential families of the Sakura nation. The artifacts within these households had all been acquired by their ancestors from Shangxia. Damn it, these wretched plunderers! Lin Yang's anger surged upon learning there were so many. The Eagle Nation had also committed numerous crimes on Shangxia's land, but the capital had only a handful of locations. The Sakura nation, however, had 26 places. Absolutely detestable. System, mark all 26 locations housing the artifacts. I need to formulate a plan, Lin Yang said, his eyes gleaming with determination. He had originally considered taking the artifacts directly if there were few of them. But given the large number and their connection to powerful local clans, he decided to hold off for now. He planned to retrieve them on the day the technology summit began. On that day, the people of the Sakura nation would undoubtedly focus the majority of their attention on the summit itself. These prestigious clans would be no exception, and their vigilance would inevitably wane during the commotion. Taking advantage of their laxity, he could smoothly recover the artifacts. Additionally, he intended to hack into the spokesperson's computer network simultaneously. If he was going to act, he would make it a grand operation. Recover the artifacts, breach the network, and destroy the shrine, all on the same day. He would make this day the most shameful in recent Sakura nation history. Thus, with his plan set, Lin Yang prepared to execute his mission, ensuring that the Sakura nation would never forget the day their arrogance was utterly shattered. 2 days later. Under the auspices of the Zayawiyingwa Academy of Science and Technology, the Technology Summit commenced punctually at 9 o'clock in the morning in the eastern capital of Zayawiyingwa. This Technology Summit was broadcast live simultaneously across the globe. The scene was grand and imposing. Almost every nation with a modicum of power had sent representatives to attend. After all, this was a breakthrough in nuclear technology. Even some ordinary data might prove to be immensely valuable. Therefore, every capable nation participated, eagerly yearning for the first-hand information as soon as possible. As for Shangxia, the Daikuan also sent delegates with 2 academicians in attendance. To be honest, these 2 academicians wore reluctant expressions. Because compared to attending this summit, they would much rather stay at the Daikuan to participate in the manufacturing of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. But it was a task they had to undertake, and it happened to be their turn, so they came with great reluctance. However, their expressions were interpreted by the people from the Zayawiyingwa Academy of Science and Technology as displeasure on the part of the Daikuan academicians due to Zayawiyingwa's technological breakthrough. This secretly delighted the Zayawiyingwa Academy staff, who then sarcastically taunted the Daikuan academicians for their lack of magnanimity. Academicians of Shangxia, do not be disheartened. We believe that with the power of Shangxia, sooner or later you will also make some breakthroughs in this technology. A fellow from Zayawiyingwa Academy spoke with a sinister tone, a sly smile of indescribable treachery on his face. This visage infuriated the 2 academicians immensely. Although it was not the reason for their earlier gloomy expressions, they were nonetheless truly angered. This also caused some Shangxia netizens watching the live broadcast to start cursing immediately. What the hell does that bastard from Zayawiyingwa mean? Sarcastic towards us. FCK. They've only made a small breakthrough and they're already so arrogant. So infuriating. How dare they humiliate our Daikuan academicians like this? I want to slap that guy. Backwardness invites bullying. This saying holds true no matter the time or place. I hope our academicians will work harder and after today develop more powerful technology to vent this anger. Many netizens in the country were greatly angered by this scene. However, the 2 academicians on site did not stoop to the level of that Zayawiyingwa fellow, rather they simply ignored him. They were originally not displeased because of Zayawiyingwa's technological breakthrough, so those words inflicted no harm on the 2 academicians. Quite the opposite, the look in the academicians' eyes toward that fellow was as if they were watching a clown. After all, it was merely a minor breakthrough in new technology which was nothing compared to the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine that the Daikuan was currently developing. Both academicians had the same thought once their colleagues at the Daikuan successfully manufactured the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, then it would be time for those Zayawiyingwa fellows to cry. No, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Seeing that the 2 academicians were unmoved, the Zayawiyingwa Academy people felt deflated and stopped provoking further. After all, this was a global live broadcast. Continuing to provoke would only make Zayawiyingwa appear smug and petty. The Science Summit proceeded according to the agenda. The initial part consisted of trivial platitudes and formalities which made the audience drowsy. And Zayawiyingwa this time was clearly deliberately teasing the audience. Or to be precise, they wanted to seize the opportunity to showcase other strengths, so they inserted some unrelated content. They stubbornly dragged on, delaying the data reveal. Damn it, are these bastards ever going to end? So much nonsense. Now not only the domestic netizens cursed, but netizens from other countries also started cursing in their respective official live chat rooms. The faces of the representatives from various major countries present also gradually darkened. Many representatives had traveled across half the globe to attend, hoping to obtain first-hand information as early as possible and witness the simulations of the relevant data displayed by Zayawiyingwa on site. But Zayawiyingwa's deliberate delay gradually made the representatives from all countries feel displeased. It was only when the faces of all representatives turned unanimously gloomy that the Zayawiyingwa Academy people leisurely announced the arrival of the global co-creation moment. Finally, they are going to disclose the data. We must clearly remember every parameter. In an instant, the representatives from all countries shed their previous irritation and began instructing their assistants. However, just when everyone thought Zayawiyingwa would directly announce the co-creation data, the Zayawiyingwa Academy people suddenly inserted a video on the big screen. The content of the video was a simulated demonstration of missile power. This made the representatives from all countries frown again in unison. However, compared to the previous irrelevant content, this time they did watch more attentively. After all, this missile simulation was calculated based on Zayawiyingwa's technological breakthrough, so it had some reference value. But what surprised everyone was that Zayawiyingwa's simulation data directly displayed a virtual map of all countries on the entire Dongzhou continent and then simulated the precise strikes of intercontinental missiles using the new technology against each country. The atmosphere instantly became suffocating. Besides the anger of the delegations from the Dongzhou continent, even the people from the Western continent were stunned. Although every country conducts such simulations against other nations, they do so behind closed doors and would never display them in public. After all, diplomatic relations require a certain degree of face. Which sane person would openly release data of their country's simulated strikes against other nations? That is essentially a slap in the face. It would arouse public outrage and opposition. Even the powerful Lin Yang has hardly ever done such a foolish thing in public. They usually just bluster because no matter how powerful a country is, it cannot afford to offend the entire world. But Zhao on the contrary has blatantly released the simulated strike video against all countries on the Dongzhou continent during a global live broadcast. This move left the representatives of all major countries on site completely dumbfounded. Naturally, the billions of netizens watching the live broadcast were equally stunned. The barrage in the live chat room paused for a moment, then exploded. Holy shit, are the people from Zhao crazy? What are they trying to do by acting like this? Everyone was utterly stunned. They were all thrown into a daze by the simulated strike video released by the Little Sakura Institute of Technology. What did they intend to do? Was this a declaration of war against the nations of the Eastern continent? Immediately, delegates from the Eastern continent countries rose in fury, pounding the table and hurling accusations at the Little Sakura representatives. Damn you, Little Sakura, what is the meaning of this? You had better give us a reasonable explanation. Several delegations from Eastern continent nations voiced their condemnation. Though they might not usually stand united at this moment, they all turned against Little Sakura. Their actions were simply too egregious. The academicians and representatives of the Shangxia Grand Academy also wore cold expressions. The intent behind Little Sakura's move was as clear as day. Playing such a simulated strike video so blatantly was nothing more than an attempt to showcase their upgraded military prowess, implying that no Eastern continent nation could defend against their newly developed intercontinental missiles. In essence, it conveyed but one message: they sought to dominate the entire Eastern continent, using this opportunity to intimidate all other nations. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Our great Little Sakura Empire has no ulterior motives. We simply wish to demonstrate the technical advancements after our breakthrough more vividly, with no intention of targeting anyone. Next, we will commence the release of the data from this global collaboration. Facing the questions from various delegations, the Little Sakura representatives forced a hypocritical smile and offered disingenuous explanations. The delegations wanted to press further, but Little Sakura, evidently well prepared, did not give them the chance and directly announced the start of the data release. The delegates had no choice but to suppress their anger. Little Sakura's provocation was infuriating, but the collaborative data was the core of the summit. They could not let a minor issue derail the main event. The Little Sakura official flashed a smug smile. Though Little Sakura had always been among the top nations in the Eastern continent, they had never before had the opportunity to overshadow the major powers. Now, seeing the major delegations swallow their anger for the sake of the collaborative data, the Little Sakura team felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The official opened his computer, ready to present the data. The large screen displayed his every action in real time. As he opened the folder marked collaborative data, the delegates from all nations began to take notes in earnest. However, the next moment, something that shocked, stunned, and even terrified everyone occurred. The official opened the collaborative data folder to share the files. But inside the folder there was no data file at all. Only two enlarged bold characters, "Fool" and 213. In Shangxia script. Instantly the entire venue fell into silence. Yes, silence. Everyone held their breath unconsciously. Staring at the screen that was supposed to display the collaborative data, now filled with the two characters, everyone felt as if their throats were constricted, their breathing labored. The Little Sakura official's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He stared at the screen for a long moment, then finally in a fury slammed the table. His face flushed red and roared two words. Bah! Ga. With his roar, the crowd snapped back to reality. Then a strange look crept into everyone's eyes. Clearly the official's computer had been hacked at a critical moment. The intruder had deleted the data and added an insult. Then all eyes turned to the Shangxia Grand Academy delegation. The Shangxia script and the classic national epithet were unmistakable. Damn Shang. Xia. What is the meaning of this? After his initial fury, the Little Sakura official immediately turned his accusations toward the Shangxia representatives. For such a critical network to be breached was a profound humiliation. But the Shangxia delegation was equally bewildered. They genuinely knew nothing about it, nor had they imagined that such a formidable hacker from their country could breach the Little Sakura official's computer at this very moment. It was almost absurd. Yet inwardly they felt a secret delight. Little Sakura's earlier arrogance had been unbearable. Now with the computer hacked, they had lost face on the international stage. Of course, while secretly pleased, the Shangxia academicians outwardly denied any involvement, expressed regret, and even suggested that Little Sakura strengthened their network security. This remark infuriated the Little Sakura team. At such a moment, the network defenses were supposed to be at the national level. Yet it was still breached. To call it a monumental disgrace would be an understatement. It was as if they had been slapped in the face in front of everyone. Only moments ago they had arrogantly played a simulated strike video, and now their data had been stolen. The humiliation was beyond words. The global live stream exploded. Especially in Shangxia, netizens celebrated as if it were a festival. Holy crap! Did I just see that? A master hacker breached Little Sakura's national-level network defenses at such a moment and hacked the official's computer. And left our classic national insult. What kind of fantasy novel plot is this? I'm getting an actual physiological reaction from the sheer satisfaction. Haha, the guy above, don't be too ridiculous. Ahem, indeed, it's so satisfying. They were so arrogant playing that simulated strike video publicly. Now with their critical network breached on a global stage, it's absolutely hilarious. While many celebrated, some more rational netizens raised questions. But won't this cause diplomatic disputes between the two countries? Hacking Little Sakura's network at this moment might vent our anger, but it's bound to bring trouble, isn't it? Who cares? How can they prove it was definitely us? Couldn't it be another country pulling a false flag operation? Besides, everything requires evidence. Do they have any? Exactly. Without evidence, it's just Little Sakura's own incompetence. At worst, it's a private matter. If they can track down the hacker, fine, otherwise they'll have to swallow this humiliation. Hee hee, that's right. This is magnificent. I wish I knew which master did it. I'd set up a shrine and worship them. Hacking into their computer and deleting the data at this moment is no less than breaching national-level defenses, a true god of the cyber world. Countless Shangxia netizens were thrilled beyond belief. But no one knew that this was merely the prelude to today's events. Within the nation at the Bureau of Anomalies, Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing, and Han Xiaoyu were originally watching the live broadcast as well. For one, the breakthrough in Sakura's technology was a significant matter worthy of attention. Moreover, they knew that Lin Yang had gone to Sakura, so they were constantly monitoring the situation there. When they saw the Sakura officials playing a simulated strike video during the broadcast, they too were infuriated. But when they saw the Sakura director's computer get hacked at the end, they were all stunned for a few seconds. Then Tang Wenxing spoke with a peculiar expression. Elder Yi, could this really be what you predicted, that the one who went over there did it? How would I know? Yi Guhong glared. He had previously speculated that Lin Yang might have hacked into Sakura's network in advance to learn some information, which is why he went. But now he couldn't be 100% certain. After all, hacking into the Sakura director's computer at this very moment was no less difficult than breaching a national-level security defense system. If it was indeed Lin Yang, then his hacking ability would have to be re-evaluated. Being able to effortlessly infiltrate a network of such protection was equally alarming. Though Yi Guhong said he couldn't be certain, he was 80% sure that Lin Yang was the culprit. After all, as far as the known world was concerned, no one else possessed such capability. Only Lin Yang had demonstrated his prowess in hacking before, not only by infiltrating the windmill country's security system to forge an identity and obtain the lithography machine blueprints, but also by preventing the Bureau's elite team from tracing even a single bit of information through the network. This fully illustrated Lin Yang's formidable computer skills. If there was anyone in the world capable of such a feat at this moment, it had to be Lin Yang. Yet with only a strong conviction but not absolute certainty, Yi Guhong could not assert it outright. Tang Wenxing nodded slightly, then revealed a hint of a smile. Regardless of whether it was that one, at least it gave us all a sense of vindication. Though they were usually in high positions, who among them was devoid of emotion? In their daily work they suppressed personal feelings to make rational decisions, rarely showing them. But now, with no outsiders present, Tang Wenxing did not conceal his emotions. Yi Guhong rubbed his brow and said with a wry smile, "The venting certainly felt good, but I'm afraid the diplomatic relations will be troublesome afterward." Whether it was Lin Yang or someone from another country deliberately using Shangxia characters to frame the incident had occurred, and the characters used were indeed Shangxia script, there would inevitably be some wrangling later. Yet despite his words, Yi Guhong did not sound worried. Tang Wenxing and the others paid it no mind either. As netizens had said, without concrete evidence Sakura could do little more than issue a verbal condemnation. It was hardly a storm. And compared to this incident, Yi Guhong and the others were more concerned about another matter. That was, if Lin Yang had indeed done this, it meant he had the ability to infiltrate Sakura's national-level network security system, possibly obtaining all the detailed data. This would be far more valuable than the superficial data from the co-creation project. At this thought the three exchanged glances, recognizing the same idea in each other's eyes, and began to anticipate eagerly. But soon Yi Guhong frowned as if realizing something and spoke in a strange tone. "We shouldn't have such thoughts. Now we're all thinking of letting that one obtain the information and pass it to us. That's no different from reaping the benefits without effort. This habitual thinking must be avoided. Dependence could be a terrible thing." Yi Guhong's warning sent a chill through Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu, but the trace of anticipation buried in their hearts could not be completely erased. Just as they were secretly anticipating, even more explosive news erupted from Sakura. Several shrines in Sakura's capital were bombed simultaneously. Yes, that's right, including the most famous Guojing shrine. All were bombed. When this news reached them, Yi Guhong and the others, who had not yet fully recovered from the shock of the Sakura director's computer being hacked, were stunned once again. Elder Yi, could this also be the work of that one? Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu looked at each other in astonishment. These were shrines after all. To be bombed, and simultaneously, was hardly a coincidence. That one had said he was going to Sakura to do something, and then two earth-shattering events occurred in quick succession. It was hard to believe there was no connection. Yi Guhong was also bewildered. If the hacking of the Sakura director's computer was shocking enough, the bombing of the shrines immediately following made him feel that life was utterly chaotic. After all, shrines held the most revered place in the hearts of Sakura's people. Bombing them was like slapping Sakura's face in front of the entire world. In terms of severity and significance, this was probably even more serious than the director's computer being hacked. This. Yi Guhong opened his mouth but could not form a complete sentence. Two major events in a row left even him feeling somewhat lost at this moment. But soon Yi Guhong's expression turned extremely grave regarding the bombing of Sakura's capital shrines. "We must not speculate recklessly nor speak carelessly. Some superficial gestures must still be made." Though he still felt it was likely Lin Yang's doing given the involvement of shrines, Yi Guhong maintained relative rationality and gave his admonition. Tang Wensheng immediately nodded. "Elder Yi, we understand. But Sakura will probably vent their anger on us. Without evidence. If they dare to go too far, do they think we're pushovers?" Yi Guhong snorted lightly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. In the diplomacy between nations, one must not be soft when firmness is required. Tang Wensheng immediately understood Yi Guhong's meaning and said no more. Meanwhile, a massive uproar erupted on the internet. The incident was too huge and too outrageous. Less than 2 minutes after the Sakura Tech Summit director's computer was hacked, the shrines were bombed. Two such major events occurring on the same day, even within the same time frame, instantly ignited the enthusiasm of netizens worldwide for gossip. Little Sakura within the capital city. At this very moment at the Technology Summit venue, the people of Little Sakura were utterly dumbfounded. Everyone could clearly hear the violent explosions from the shrines. Before they could even resolve the computer hacking incident, they heard the successive sounds of shrine explosions. This immediately unsettled the people of Little Sakura, and they hastily announced the temporary suspension of the Technology Summit. They had no choice but to suspend it. With explosions occurring one after another, even if they were targeting the shrines, who could guarantee they weren't aimed at the delegations from various countries? This was a technology summit. Each arriving delegation included at least one or two of the most top-tier academicians from their respective national academies of sciences. If an explosion had occurred here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the people of Little Sakura were bold, they were not bold enough to let so many academicians from the delegations of various national academies of sciences come to harm here. Thus, without any time to resolve the computer hacking, they hurriedly had security escort the delegations from various countries out, hastily ending this technology summit that had turned into a farce. The members of the delegations were equally bewildered. The explosions were indeed alarming, but upon learning that several shrines had been bombed, the expressions of the delegates from all countries turned equally peculiar. Especially the people from the various countries of the Dongzhou continent, recalling the arrogant manner in which Little Sakura had just played the simulated strike video, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. It was clearly a case of just retribution for Little Sakura, and the retribution arrived immediately. Many people uttered polite words on the surface, but in their hearts they were already rejoicing. After all, such an event of shrine bombings wasn't something one could witness every day. Being on the front line to watch the show, even these academicians from various national academies seemed quite excited. Not to mention the netizens of Xinxia. When it came to who was happiest among these explosions, naturally it was the domestic netizens. Due to some well-known reasons, the domestic netizens had no goodwill toward Little Sakura. Some even often talked about plotting to blow up the shrines. But in the end, no one possessed that capability. After all, blowing up a shrine was no simple task. First, bypassing the security to get in was almost impossible. Not to mention how to evade the investigation after succeeding. But now at this moment no one had expected that the shrines were indeed bombed. Moreover, it wasn't just one shrine, all the major shrines in the entire eastern capital city were bombed. Such a grand scale made the domestic netizens tremble with excitement. Holiday, holiday, our company is giving another holiday. The boss said it's to celebrate these two great events. Haha, I really want to know which hero bombed the shrines, but it's okay, I'll erect an anonymous monument at home to honor him. To bomb so many shrines at the same moment, if it was one person it must have been meticulously planned in advance, but I think it was probably a team effort, right? Whether it's a team or an individual, even regardless of which country he's from, as long as he bombed little Sakura's shrines, he's our friend. Right, the guy upstairs is absolutely correct. Whoever bombed the shrines is my god. Within 1 hour first little Sakura's tech summit network was hacked, then the shrines were bombed. Those guys from Little Sakura must be sweating buckets by now, right? This day will probably go down in history. Those Little Sakura guys won't forget this day of shame. It's just too satisfying. The domestic netizens were now overjoyed, paying no attention to how the people of Little Sakura were feeling. They were fully loaded with taunt skills. Just as everyone was celebrating that this day would pass so happily, an unexpected news item suddenly shot up to the top of the trending searches. Breaking news: according to incomplete statistics, more than 20 local millionaires' homes and 2 museums in Little Sakura's eastern capital city have been burglarized, with a large number of ancient artifacts originally belonging to Shangxia stolen, currently missing. Seeing this third trending search about Little Sakura today, a large number of netizens were truly bewildered. Immediately, even more intense and earth-shattering discussions erupted. Holy crap, I wasn't sure earlier if the network hacking and shrine bombings were done by our domestic big shots, but this artifact theft gives a sense of deja vu. Now it's instantly confirmed that it's definitely our country's big shots again. Ha, exactly. If we couldn't be sure before now, no one should doubt it. This method is almost identical to the last time Little Eagle Sauce was robbed. The big shot is so awesome. Now I increasingly feel that this must be a team effort. If it were a single person, it's hard to imagine what kind of godlike person could pull off so many earth-shattering feats alone. Same as before, whether it's a single person or a team, I'm a diehard fan of this anonymous hero from now on. Exactly. Now let's see if our Cultural Relics Bureau will announce yet another batch of anonymous donations from overseas in a few days. If they do, it'll be hilarious. It's more than just hilarious. If the Cultural Relics Bureau announces it in a few days, I reckon the people of Little Sakura will be so angry they could spit blood. Within one day, the Tech Summit network was hacked, shrines were bombed, and artifacts were stolen, each more outrageous than the last, nailing Little Sakura to the pillar of historical shame for at least a few hundred years. Not just a few hundred years, history will never forget. This day is a disgrace for Little Sakura, but for us it's like New Year's Day. Within one day, 3 unbelievable incidents happened to Little Sakura in succession, making the domestic netizens unable to focus on work. Though it wasn't the New Year, the celebration was like New Year's. Some companies gave direct holidays, some malls and supermarkets played festive songs, and even launched big sales with discounts as low as 50 off. It was truly more lively than the New Year. Inside the Abnormal Affairs Bureau, Yi Guhong and the others were also stunned over and over again. Their current mood was not much different from the netizens. Especially Tang Wenxing, who had felt from the very beginning that all these incidents were done by Lin Yang, but the first 2 events were still difficult to conclude. But when he learned that the theft in Little Sakura's eastern capital city involved only artifacts, he could directly conclude that it was definitely Lin Yang. The flavor was far too familiar. That one really is. Tang Wensheng looked at the news, couldn't help but rest his forehead with a bitter smile. These surprises just keep getting bigger and bigger. Yi Guhong was also between laughter and tears. Old Tang, you can still laugh. These 3 things linked together all point the finger at us. Little Sakura will never let this go easily. I'm a bit troubled about how to deal with them later. Sometimes too many surprises are also a kind of pressure. For instance, right now Yi Guhong had a kind of happy trouble. Indeed, Yi Guhong was both thrilled and troubled at the moment. Watching the news of the Sakura Tech Summit being hacked, the shrines bombed, and cultural relics stolen was undeniably satisfying. But these 3 incidents linked together showed strong targeting, all pointing back to Shangxia. It was easy to imagine that the Sakura side would not let this drop. Dealing with those smooth-talking people from Sakura was no easy task either. Tang Wenxing, however, took a surprisingly open-minded approach, laughing directly. Old Ji, what's there to worry about? We didn't hire anyone to do this. As we've said before, if they've got the goods, let them bring concrete evidence. Otherwise we'll just claim they staged this themselves during their technological breakthrough to frame us intentionally. This remark immediately lit up Yi Guhong and Han Xiaoyu's eyes. You old rascal Tang. That's brilliantly ruthless. Turning the tables like that, you've really got a gift for it. Yi Guhong burst out laughing. Haha, old Ji, don't put it that way, Tang Wensheng grumbled with mock indignation. How can you call this turning the tables? This is strategic doctrine. Against shameless people you have to use unconventional methods. Fine. If they come demanding answers later, we'll respond exactly as you suggested. If they're not satisfied, let them find their own evidence. Yi Guhong made the final call. As for whether Sakura could locate any concrete evidence regarding that person's involvement, Yi Guhong had zero concerns. Come on. Even the official elite teams hadn't managed to uncover the slightest trace despite exhausting every possible method throughout this period. What chance did Sakura's ragtag bunch stand? If they could somehow find something, that would be the real miracle. Once they'd finished discussing how to handle Sakura, Tang Wenxing suddenly rubbed his hands together with an expectant glint in his eyes. We're now over 80% certain that person is behind all of this. Since they managed to hack the Tech Summit's network, they should be able to obtain the complete technical breakthrough data from Sakura too. Shouldn't we start looking forward to it? The room fell quiet for a moment. Yi Guhong and Han Jiayu exchanged glances before speaking in unison. Old Tang, didn't we discuss this last time? That person has already done more than enough for us. If they provide the data this time, great, but if not, we certainly aren't entitled to demand it. I understand that perfectly, Tang Wenxing explained. I'm just thinking that based on their attitude, if they actually obtained it, they wouldn't withhold it, that's why I'm hoping. Yi Guhong nodded slightly without pressing further. Tang Wenxing's expectations were only human nature, but now what concerned him most was Lin Yang's personal safety. Hacking the Tech Summit's network, bombing shrines, and making off with so many cultural artifacts all within a single day. It was hard to guarantee absolutely no traces would be left, compounded by the fact that Lin Yang held Shangxian nationality. If Sakura managed to capture him, the consequences would be unthinkable. But no matter how worried Yi Guhong was, he could do nothing to help. They couldn't even trace any basic information about Lin Yang, so their willingness to assist was matched only by their powerlessness. All they could do was pray that Lin Yang would come to no harm, while simultaneously having the Sakura branch personnel do their best to cover any traces that might expose his identity. Meanwhile, while Yi Guhong and the others were deeply worried in Dongdu of Sakura, Lin Yang was in excellent spirits. Watching the Sakura people jumping around in frustration, the feeling was simply superb. What a pity I don't have enough national treasure points. Otherwise I could have caused destruction in other areas as well. Though Lin Yang felt quite pleased with himself, there was still a touch of regret. Because destroying the shrines was a system quest, he could pay a tiny amount of national treasure points to receive system assistance for direct destruction. In fact, he had done exactly that. Otherwise, as a single individual, he certainly could not have bombed multiple shrines across Dongdu simultaneously. He wasn't a god, he had no clone techniques. And for destruction beyond system quests, the system service fees were extremely steep, well beyond what he could afford right now. To be precise, it wasn't that he couldn't afford it. The few hundred national treasure points on him were enough for one more act of destruction. Rather, at this stage, national treasure points were clearly more important to exchange for high-tech upgrades to advance Shangxia's technological capabilities. They could not be wasted recklessly. As for causing destruction within Sakura, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It was precisely when Lin Yang was feeling a bit sorry that the system's notification chimed once more. Congratulations to the host for completing the shrine destruction quest. Awarded 100 national treasure points. Congratulations to the host for completing the research technology acquisition quest. Awarded 100 national treasure points. Congratulations to the host. Due to the series of destructive impacts caused within Sakura territory, the citizens of your nation have developed a certain degree of reverence toward you, regarding you as an unsung hero. You have gained 1 fame point. Due to the special historical enmity bond between your nation and Sakura, the fame points gained from this mission have been amplified. The awarded fame points increased to 10. Congratulations to the host. Since your fame points have reached 10, you have unlocked the exclusive advanced title Rising Reputation. Congratulations to the host for completing the Dongdu Cultural Relic Repatriation Series quest. Awarded 110 national treasure points along with a 3rd-tier reward. Congratulations to the host for completing a related quest in a nation with special historical bonds for the first time. Awarded 1 achievement point. The system's notifications rang on for a full minute. Lin Yang blinked. Good heavens, the rewards this time were truly generous. A full 310 national treasure points. The national treasure points earned from this trip alone exceeded the sum of his previous round trips to Fengshe country and Zhao Yingjiang. But more importantly, he had gained a full 10 fame points. Although the system had said fame points were basically useless in the early stages, the same could be said about how difficult they were to obtain, never more than 1 point at a time. This time, however, he had gained 10 outright. He had also received an advanced title, though titles weren't particularly useful anyway. No wonder they call it Sakura. Even the special historical bond directly amplifies fame points tenfold. Clearly this place holds great promise. Lin Yang's eyes grew ever brighter. The fact that fame points were unusable now did not mean they would never be useful. Moreover, the harder something was to obtain, the more precious it became. It seemed he should cause more trouble in Sakura in the future to accumulate fame points just in case. Then Lin Yang checked his current national treasure points. There were 500 in total. After his last exchange for the 0.1 nanometer photolithography machine blueprint, he had 300 remaining. But using the system service to hack Sakura's network cost 100 points, and bombing the shrines plus collecting cultural relics cost another 10. The numbers all added up perfectly, just enough to exchange for that controlled nuclear fusion technology. Lin Yang's gaze grew intense and burning. Lin Yang's eyes burned with intensity. This was controlled nuclear fusion technology. Although he was not an expert in this field and knew little about it, he fully understood what this technology meant. It was no exaggeration to say that given the current technological level of the entire Blue Star, whichever nation mastered controlled nuclear fusion first would hold absolute advantage and a dominant voice. Lin Yang chose to exchange without a moment's hesitation. This thing, he had to get it. Then he prepared to call back home to notify the authorities there so they could be ready to receive the data. But before he could dial, a call suddenly came in. This caught Lin Yang off guard and he paused briefly in surprise. Since he went abroad to study, international long-distance calls were too expensive, so hardly anyone had called him. Even his parents hadn't called because they couldn't bear the cost. Let alone others. As a result, he had been almost out of touch with home during this period, only sending a message to his family to report his safety when he used public Wi-Fi. This sudden call made him quite dazed. Especially when he saw the caller ID showing Hepangzi, it made Lin Yang mutter to himself. Hepangzi's real name was He Ming. He was Lin Yang's high school classmate and childhood friend. This guy was even worse at studying than Lin Yang, but his family was well off. His father ran a big factory in the local area. Not extremely wealthy, but they had no worries about food and clothing. After Lin Yang went abroad, the two of them only exchanged a few messages occasionally. Although Hepangzi's family was comfortable, his monthly allowance was not large, so he couldn't afford to make international calls to chat. Now out of the blue he was calling. Lin Yang immediately answered, "Hey Hepangzi, have you struck it rich, or is there some life-threatening emergency? You actually spared the expense to call me." "Hee bro, I was just thinking of you," came He Ming's slightly mischievous voice from the phone. Lin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least nothing major had happened. "I can understand that you miss me, but there's no need to call, right?" Lin Yang muttered. He still remembered the only call they had after he went abroad. That guy had dialed the wrong number. The tone of regret from that time still made him laugh when he thought about it. "Today I'm in a great mood, so I don't care about this little phone bill," Hepangzi suddenly said with great bravado. "Ha! You came into some money." "Not exactly, didn't you see the news? Little Cherry Blossom is having a huge day. The Summit network got hacked and a shrine was blown up. Isn't that a great cause for celebration?" Hepangzi began to explain. "My old man was so happy he drank a few extra glasses, and in his drunkenness he threw all the cash from his wallet at me, full 1,200, told me to spend it freely. So now I'm a man of means, and a few minutes on the phone with you is just pocket change." Lin Yang was stunned. So it was because of his own actions that this guy had gotten a windfall. No wonder he was willing to call. Hepangzi was extremely excited. Perhaps because he hadn't talked to Lin Yang for a long time, once he opened his mouth he couldn't stop. "Good buddy, you have no idea how excited everyone back home is. It's really more lively than the New Year. Everyone is celebrating. The guy who did this is absolutely incredible. I, Hepangzi, have decided I'm his die-hard fan from now on. He is my god. Too bad no one knows who did it, otherwise I'd definitely kowtow to him. But that's okay, I'll make a memorial tablet for him later and kowtow to that." Hepangzi kept rambling on, but Lin Yang's expression gradually turned strange. Because knowing this fat guy as he did, he could probably really do something like that. The thought of Hepangzi bowing to his own memorial tablet gave Lin Yang a sudden mischievous idea. If that guy knew that his idol was actually him, he wondered what expression he would have. It would probably be quite amusing. However, this thought only flashed through Lin Yang's mind. It was not yet time to reveal his identity. Then he interrupted Hepangzi, "I saw the news. It was indeed satisfying. Do you have anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I have things to do." If he hadn't interrupted, that guy could probably talk for half an hour without taking a breath. "I have nothing else, really, just too excited." Hepangzi seemed to realize he was being too chatty, so he asked a serious question. "When are you coming back from your study abroad? You're not really going to go to college abroad, are you? If that happens, I'll be all alone in the future. Why not come back home? If you can't get into a good university, just go to a decent one. After graduation, if you can't find anything, come work at my dad's factory. When I inherit the factory, I'll make you the deputy director," Lin Yang said. You are such a dutiful son, already thinking about inheriting your dad's factory. My old man only has me as his only son. If I don't inherit, who will? Pangzi said it as if it were the most natural thing. Let's talk about it later. I'll contact you when I get back. I don't think I'll be going to college abroad. Lin Yang thought for a moment and spoke his mind. If he hadn't bound the system, he might have stayed abroad for college. But now of course he was going back to serve his country. His words made Pangzi excited. I knew you couldn't bear to leave your buddy. It's settled then. Come back soon. I'm going to milk the old man while he's happy and treat you to a big feast. You are really a qualified good brother. Lin Yang was speechless. Of course I am. Gotta go. After hanging up, Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. This fat guy, he actually had a heart. Then after a moment of hesitation, he did not call the Academy of Sciences first but instead dialed his mother Zhang Feng's number. Previously, because he had no money, he rarely contacted home. After binding the system, he had been busy. Now with nearly 10 million yuan in hand, it was time to let his family know he was safe. Hello Yang, why are you calling mom? Did you run into trouble or are you short on money? If you need money, I'll transfer some to you later. His call was answered almost instantly, and immediately came Zhang Feng's worried voice. Since he went abroad, he only called when there was a major emergency. Now without any warning or prior notice, he called back. Zhang Feng was truly worried. Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. I just miss you and Dad a little, Lin Yang quickly explained. Really? Zhang Feng was still a bit doubtful. I'm really fine. And you haven't run out of money? No. You little rascal, if you're fine, why waste the phone bill? Seeing that Lin Yang really didn't seem to be in trouble, Zhang Feng returned to her usual tone. Mom, you might not believe it, but I got lucky here. I helped an organization out and made a lot of money. So don't worry about the phone bill. Lin Yang grinned, trying to reassure her. But the moment he finished speaking, Zhang Feng became even more anxious. You little rascal, you haven't gotten into something illegal out there, have you? You're not doing anything illegal out there, are you? Hearing his mother's words, Lin Yang was both amused and exasperated. Mom, what kind of talk is that? I'm a law-abiding citizen. Really? Zhang Feng was still somewhat skeptical. Absolutely not. Why would you think I'm up to no good? Lin Yang didn't understand. Abroad isn't as safe as home. I often see on the news how people get tricked into carrying contraband for a bit of money, then get caught. I'm afraid you might fall for the same scams. Zhang Feng explained. Mom, your imagination is really something. But can't you trust me? Lin Yang gave a wry smile, finally understanding why his mother's first reaction upon hearing he'd made money abroad was to worry about him breaking the law. It turns out she'd been watching too much news. Good, you haven't been deceived. Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then urged, you're there for study trips, so focus on the main thing. I don't expect you to earn money abroad. Just take care of yourself, your safety and health matter most. I know, Mom. Good. But by the way, how much did you earn? Zhang Feng grew curious again. Not much, just a few thousand. Lin Yang didn't dare tell the truth, otherwise his mother would definitely think he'd done something illegal and worry herself sick. A few thousand. That much? What exactly did you do? Zhang Feng was stunned. Just lucky. I happened to solve a small problem for that institution and they gave me extra out of fellow countrymen kindness. Lin Yang gave a brief explanation. Zhang Feng finally felt reassured. Not bad, you little rascal. You're pretty lucky to run into such good fortune. He. Look at you being so smug. How's your study trip going? When do you plan to come back? Zhang Feng scolded playfully, then asked about serious matters. Almost done. I'll let you know when I'm about to return. Lin Yang replied. All right. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up. This international call is expensive. When you run out of money, let me know. Even though she knew her precious son had earned some money abroad, Zhang Feng was used to being frugal and still begrudged the call charges. Lin Yang nodded, nothing else. I have enough money for a while. Don't worry about me, you and Dad. All right, I'm hanging up. Seeing his mother hang up without another word, Lin Yang sighed softly. He had originally planned to send some money back so his parents wouldn't have to work so hard. But given his mother's strong reaction just now, Lin Yang didn't bring it up again. The moment he mentioned making a bit of money abroad, her first reaction was to suspect he'd done something illegal. If he actually sent back millions, it would definitely keep them awake with worry night after night. Moreover, a sudden large sum of money would easily raise suspicion, so he simply dropped the matter altogether, deciding to address it later when the opportunity arose. Then Lin Yang paused and dialed the Grand Academy of Sciences. The complete set of data on controlled nuclear fusion technology he'd exchanged from the mall was enormous. He needed to remind them to prepare for the reception. He also needed to ask the Academy to inform the Cultural Relics Bureau to get ready for the artifacts he'd retrieved from Little Sakura. Back in China at the Grand Academy of Sciences duty room, Wang Guang answered the call the moment Lin Yang's phone rang. Having been the one to answer Lin Yang's previous calls by chance, he'd volunteered for the duty shift ever since. Whenever he had nothing else to do, he would stay in the duty room. So when he heard Lin Yang's first hello on the phone, he didn't even wait for Lin Yang to say more before eagerly saying, "Big shot, it's a great honor to receive your call again. Please hold on, I'll go get our dean right away." This left Lin Yang momentarily stunned. He recognized Wang Guang's voice. It was always this guy who answered. What a coincidence. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Guang had been volunteering for overtime just to catch his calls. Meanwhile, at the Bureau of Anomaly Management, Yi Guhong and his team immediately began monitoring the call. Ever since Lin Yang's last call to the Academy, they had set up a dedicated line for that phone so that they could also listen in on Lin Yang's calls in real time. Tang Wensheng rubbed his hands together, visibly excited. This guy's calling so soon. Those 3 incidents in Little Sakura today were probably all his doing. He's calling now to send us the data on their nuclear fusion breakthrough. Though Yi Guhong had warned against developing such dependence, Tang Wensheng couldn't help but look forward to it. Even Yi Guhong himself felt a flicker of anticipation. Caution aside, when Lin Yang actually called, that feeling was unavoidable. At the same time, the monitoring device picked up the conversation between Zhao Zizhen and Lin Yang. Hello, student. Nice to hear from you again. How have you been? Have you encountered any trouble in Little Sakura? If you need help, please don't hesitate to tell us. Zhao Zizhen said warmly. The term student had been decided upon after their last conversation when Lin Yang mentioned he was still a student. They agreed to use it until they learned his real identity, a term that was both familiar and appropriate. Lin Yang didn't pay much attention to the address, simply replying, "Dean Zhao, you're too kind. I'm doing well, thank you for your concern." Glad to hear that. Zhao Zizhen felt relieved, then opened his mouth as if to ask whether Lin Yang was behind today's events in Little Sakura, but he didn't know how to broach the subject. If it wasn't him, that would be awkward. Zhao Zizhen couldn't help tugging at his hair. As the Dean of the Grand Academy of Sciences, he was certainly no slouch in social grace, yet at this moment he found himself at a loss for how to continue the conversation, leaving an awkward silence. It was quite frustrating. However, Lin Yang seemed to understand the reason for Zhao Zizhen's sudden hesitation. He took the initiative. "Dean Zhao, I think we're old acquaintances now, so I'll be straightforward. The 3 incidents in Little Sakura today were all my doing. I'm calling to inform you to prepare for receiving the artifacts and the nuclear fusion data." These words immediately made Zhao Zizhen as well as Yi Guhong and the others monitoring the call turn serious. The nuclear fusion data they had been hoping for had truly arrived. Then Zhao Zizhen cleared his throat and said solemnly, "Comrade, thank you for everything you have done for the motherland." They were not surprised that Lin Yang directly admitted that the 3 things related to Ziyue were all his doing. Yet upon hearing it with their own ears, they still felt a slight tremor. Each of these 3 deeds was earth-shattering, and in terms of difficulty they were nothing short of hellish. But Lin Yang had accomplished all of them within a single day. Zhao Zizhen and the others simply could not fathom or understand how Lin Yang had managed to do so. Although their hearts burned with curiosity, they restrained themselves from inquiring. This was undoubtedly Lin Yang's secret. Directly prying into someone else's secrets was an extremely discourteous act. Moreover, everything Lin Yang had done was entirely beneficial to Shanxia. They had already held meetings discussing this very matter long ago, and they resolved never to probe into such secrets, to avoid making Lin Yang uncomfortable and creating a rift. Hearing Zhao Zizhen's words, Lin Yang simply smiled and said, "Serving the motherland is a duty that brooks no refusal." These words instantly stirred another wave of emotion in Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and the others. What a fine sentiment, serving the motherland with unwavering duty. With such a younger generation in the nation, how could it not prosper? Seeing Zhao Zizhen fall silent again, Lin Yang continued, "Dean Zhao, please clear out your email inbox. I am about to send over the relevant materials. The data this time is quite large, so I want to ensure there is enough storage space to receive it." "Ah. Yes, I will clear the emails right away." Zhao Zizhen snapped back to reality and promptly responded. Then he asked instinctively, "Comrade, was Ziyue's breakthrough in nuclear technology very significant this time?" "I am not sure," Lin Yang replied. "Ah. What? You are not sure?" His answer left Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and the others utterly bewildered. If he was about to transmit Ziyue's nuclear technology breakthrough data to them, how could he be unsure? See comrade, aren't you going to send us the data related to Zhao Yinghua's nuclear technology breakthrough this time? If the breakthrough wasn't huge, the data shouldn't be too vast, right? Zhao Zizhen asked, his confusion apparent after regaining his composure. When did I ever say I was going to send you Zhao Yinghua's nuclear technology breakthrough data? But Lin Yang's reply only deepened their bewilderment. Comrade, didn't you say you were going to send us nuclear technology data? Zhao Zizhen was full of question marks. Lin Yang's words left his mind spinning. I am indeed going to send you nuclear technology data, but not the data from Zhao Yinghua's recent breakthrough. Lin Yang's steady voice came through the phone. Hearing this, Zhao Zizhen and the others listening in on the call, Yi Guhong and the rest, were completely thrown into disarray. Zhao Zizhen murmured, if it's not Zhao Yinghua's recent nuclear data, then what is it? It's the complete set of technical data for controlled nuclear fusion. Boom. In an instant, Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and the others felt their minds ringing. What had they just heard? A complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Was this not a joke? Or were they all hallucinating? Zhao Zizhen stood frozen in place. Inside the Anomaly Management Bureau, Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Zhaoyu exchanged bewildered glances. They knew well that as of now not a single country on the entire Blue Star had mastered nuclear fusion technology. Indeed, even 100 years from now humanity would almost certainly still be unable to master this technology. Current research on this front largely remained at the conceptual and theoretical stage. The difficulty of mastering this technology was immense. Because nuclear fusion technology touched upon a crucial aspect: energy. What did a nation need most to achieve rapid development? Energy. It was energy. If most of the energy problems could be solved, development would be almost inevitable. But the current reality was that all nations across the globe were mired in energy shortages. The only difference was the size of the gap. Yet it was foreseeable that over time all energy gaps would only widen. Thus many years ago various countries had already recognized this problem and were making various deployments and explorations in an attempt to solve the energy issue. But so far basically no substantial progress had been made. Even the most powerful alliance on the entire Blue Star had yet to find a way to exploit extraterrestrial energy resources. Therefore control over domestic energy sources had become increasingly stringent. And once controlled nuclear fusion technology was mastered, a significant portion of the energy problem could be immediately alleviated. Thus controlled nuclear fusion technology was something every major nation was desperately researching, trying to master. Yet even with all the world's powers pouring their efforts into research, mastery was far from guaranteed. The difficulty was simply too high. But now what had they heard? Lin Yang was telling them that what he was sending was the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology plans. How could they not be shocked? It was no exaggeration to say that whichever country mastered controlled nuclear fusion first would hold absolute sway. This was a qualitative leap. Because controlled nuclear fusion had a wide range of applications. Besides solving part of the energy problem, it could also be used in the medical field. Humans live on grains and various foods, who could guarantee they would never fall ill. Even the greatest scourge, cancer, had hope of being treated using radioactive isotopes produced in controlled nuclear fusion reactions. The value of this was incalculable. Energy medicine. The two most important aspects of human societal development could be largely resolved through controlled nuclear fusion technology. If they could master this technology first, Yi Guhong and the others dared not imagine how the nation would develop. Environmental pollution could be greatly improved, electricity consumption could almost cease to be a concern, thereby reinvigorating industry and allowing it to flourish. With no worry about energy consumption, perhaps in a few years they could actually build spacecraft capable of traveling between the planets of the solar system. Thinking of such a scene, Yi Guhong and the others felt their scalps tingle with excitement. As an academician of the Grand Academy of Sciences and its dean, Zhao Zizhen understood even more clearly the immense changes that mastering controlled nuclear fusion would bring. The hand holding the phone trembled and his voice quivered as he asked, "See comrade, are you serious? Is it really the technical data for controlled nuclear fusion? Did I hear that correctly?" His voice was shaking. This was controlled nuclear fusion technology. Once mastered, it could change the entire course of human society. If anyone else had said this, he might not have been so excited. But coming from Lin Yang, he could not help but be stirred. After all, Lin Yang had already shown them so many incredible things in recent days. So now hearing that he was offering the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology, Zhao Zizhen did not think Lin Yang was joking. He asked the question only to get a definitive confirmation. And Lin Yang's answer did not disappoint him. Yes, Dean Zhao, you heard correctly. It is the complete set of controlled nuclear fusion technology, not the half-baked worthless technical data that Zhao Yinghua has. Slap. The hand holding the phone suddenly jerked and the receiver slammed onto the desk with a startling clatter. Teacher! Came Wang Guang's exclamation from beside him. Zhao Zizhen froze, his whole body going soft. Lin Yang was indeed going to transmit controllable nuclear fusion them. The three who had been listening in Yi Guhong and the others were instantly seized by a chill. This is controllable nuclear fusion technology. They had no doubt about Lin Yang's words. Since Lin Yang had confirmed it in person, there could be no deception. At this moment Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong too felt their minds buzz and electricity seemed to run through their bodies. They were utterly stunned. Dean Zhao. Are you alright? On the line Lin Yang heard the handset clatter and a shrill buzz along with Wang Guang's exclamation and could not help but probe. In the duty room Zhao Zizhen heard Lin Yang's faint voice through the microphone. His body trembled and he quickly regained his senses, picking up the microphone again and saying, "Classmate, I'm fine. I was just a little too excited a moment ago, briefly distracted, hope I didn't startle you." "No Dean Zhao, you're fine. Has the mailbox been cleared? I want to start transmitting the data." Lin Yang asked. "Alright, it's done. It's been cleaned already." "Then very well, I'll start transmitting now. This set of data is quite large, I will send it in parts, it may take several transmissions to finish," Lin Yang said. And without waiting for Zhao Zizhen to reply he added, "By the way, you should provide me with a dedicated cloud drive or another transfer channel. Sending data by email has attachment size limits. With a cloud drive future transfers will be much more convenient for you." This is exactly what Lin Yang had wanted to point out during the last transfer of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Transmitting important data by email is not only cumbersome but also risky. The Deku Institute surely has an official internal cloud drive or transfer method. When sending other data he can directly package and upload it to the cloud drive, making things not only easier but safer. Of course he could also have the system build one, but such services cost money. With national treasures in short supply, Lin Yang did not want to waste them. Besides, the official internal transfer channels at the Deku Institute are surely secure, there's no need to build one himself. Hearing this, Zhao Zizhen exchanged a glance with Yi Guhong over the video conference and said, "Alright classmate, we do have a dedicated cloud drive. How should I send you the link?" "Just reply to my email and attach the link there." "Okay, I'll reply by email now," Zhao Zizhen replied while instructing Wang Guang to reply to Lin Yang by email. A few seconds later Wang Guang signaled an OK to Zhao Zizhen. Zhao Zizhen immediately said, "Classmate, the link has already been sent to you, please check your inbox." "Got it. Then that's enough for now. If there's nothing else I'll hang up." Lin Yang scanned the mailbox and spoke calmly. "Classmate, please wait a moment. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you. Could you spare a few more minutes?" Hearing Lin Yang was about to hang up again, Zhao Zizhen hurriedly spoke, fearing Lin Yang might cut the call the way he did last time. "Oh. What is it, Dean Zhao? Please go ahead." Lin Yang's reply put Zhao Zizhen at ease and he immediately said, "It's like this classmate, during our last call you mentioned you were abroad studying, planning to study overseas. Is there any chance you could come back to study here?" "Dean Zhao, feel free to speak plainly." Lin Yang didn't answer directly. Zhao Zizhen paused briefly and then spoke solemnly, "Very well, I'll be direct. We all hope you'll come back to study. As for the concerns about your grades not being ideal and thus not able to enter your dream university, I suspect you may be somewhat weak in the sciences. But that doesn't matter. If you're willing to come back, any university you choose is fine and we will keep your identity absolutely confidential, rest assured. Moreover, with your current abilities you could even skip the university stage altogether. We can award you the completion and degree certificates from the university of your choice, and the Deku Institute will reserve a position for you as an academician, hoping you'll consider it." "Oh. I could directly become an academician?" Lin Yang asked softly. "Of course. With your abilities and contributions, an academician is more than enough. Even becoming the dean directly would be absolutely possible." Zhao Zizhen spoke earnestly. This made Lin Yang smile. "If I become the dean, would that mean stealing your position, Dean Zhao?" "Haha, what's there to compete over? It's all for the sake of the country. If you're willing, I as dean would gladly hand the post to you and even act as your right hand, just don't mind me being here." Zhao Zizhen spoke sincerely. The technology of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine and the controllable nuclear fusion technology you're transmitting now are proof enough that Lin Yang's abilities and strength far surpass theirs. He was eager for Lin Yang to agree at once. It was easy to foresee that if Lin Yang agreed to join the Deku Institute under his leadership, domestic science would truly take off. Lin Yang fell silent for a moment after hearing this. He could sense the sincerity in Zhao Zizhen's words. But now is not the time to return. After a pause, Lin Yang replied, "Dean Zhao, I understand your meaning and thank you for your kindness. I can plainly tell you that I will not study abroad, please rest assured, for you and the motherland." He knew Zhao Zizhen must have official authorization to make such a guarantee, so he spoke with due solemnity about the matter. Otherwise, even if Zhao Zizhen is the dean of the Deku Institute, he wouldn't utter words about letting me choose any university or even graduate directly and granting me academician or even dean positions. These words convey the official intent and also test his resolve. And Lin Yang doesn't need to guess, there are probably people listening to the national calls. Thus this statement is for Zhao Zizhen to hear and also for the officials listening in. Given what he has shown, the authorities won't be at ease without his explicit personal commitment. If you put yourself in their shoes, you'd understand Lin Yang gave his own pledge because he wouldn't rest easy otherwise. Indeed, Zhao Zizhen relaxed slightly and exclaimed with relief, "That's wonderful, we will welcome you back at any time." "Ha, if I go back I hope you won't dissect and study me too closely, right?" Lin Yang recalled a meme online and laughed. Yet Lin Yang's words hung in the air. Zhao Zizhen's face grew grave with unprecedented seriousness. "Classmate, first of all, please rest assured we will not pursue any secrets you bear. You wish not to speak, you may remain silent forever. Absolutely no one will probe you in any way. I can make this commitment on behalf of the authorities." Zhao Zizhen's tone was equally grave. "Secondly, you must also rest assured. Our country places talent in far greater regard than netizens can imagine. We will absolutely not harm any Shangxia compatriot. Of course, except for criminals. Finally, I would say that if you are unwilling to reveal your identity, that's perfectly fine as long as you let us know you are safe." Lin Yang paused slightly, for he had only been joking, not expecting Zhao Zizhen to be so solemn. Listening to these words so full of sincerity, Lin Yang explained, "Director Zhao, you overstate things. I was only joking. Of course I believe in our motherland." "I know, classmate, you're joking. Though I am older, I'm not out of touch with the internet. Haha, I do read online jokes. Don't think I'm an old fuddy-duddy. I merely want to tell you seriously, please rest assured." Zhao Zizhen laughed and Lin Yang couldn't help but smile. This Director Zhao was quite interesting, somewhat different from the stern old academic image he had imagined. Moreover, the most important thing about a person is their own ability and talent, and these cannot be fully understood through study alone. After all, there is no technology in the world capable of extracting another's talents and thoughts from their brain. If a person possesses ability, binding them for study would be nothing short of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. We do not engage in such foolish acts. Lin Yang couldn't help laughing. "Reasonable indeed, Director Zhao. I had thought you scholars would be especially solemn. How we are human too, not stone. Of course we have emotions as well. Yet sometimes we must pretend to be solemn, upholding a so-called image." Zhao Zizhen also burst into laughter. Within the listening device, Yi Guhong heard Zhao Zizhen and Lin Yang chatting and laughing and grew anxious, saying, "Old Zhao, stop laughing for now, please ask him whether he has studied weapons." This is the question Yi Guhong and his team had wanted to ask since Lin Yang's last call. Lin Yang's report of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine's lead was staggering. Without sufficient military power, they would not dare reveal too much. This time they have returned with the technology for controllable nuclear fusion. This would drive people to frenzy even more than the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Should even a hint leak, the Western nations led by the United States would spare no expense to seize it. At present, the reason the nations can maintain a degree of balance is that no side possesses something sufficiently attractive or extraordinarily important. But if a country suddenly possessed something vastly beyond the current technological lead, something that cannot directly provide military power, it would be a sitting target. If word got out that our country now possesses such technology, those Western fellows would certainly rather spark war than allow its steady development. Last time Lin Yang sent back the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, Yi Guhong wasn't particularly anxious, for lithography machines can be concealed and related aspects of its development could progress gradually. For chips, you can begin gradually, you need not produce the pinnacle all at once. You can proceed step by step to manufacture higher-end, more precise chips, avoiding exposing too much all at once. But now that Lin Yang has directly provided the controllable nuclear fusion technology, Yi Guhong suddenly grew anxious, even panicked. Because the improvements that controllable nuclear fusion technology can bring are immense and obvious. Once it begins to be developed, there will be no way to hide it. Unless they renounce the opportunity for swift development and suppress it by force. But if they suppress it by force, that would be a disservice to Lin Yang, who bestowed upon them the controllable nuclear fusion technology, and it would slow the true rise of their power. After all, this is a prime opportunity to truly overtake and surpass the major Western powers. If forced to suppress and slow development, it's as if you hold a treasure in hand yet cannot wield it, a most painful feeling. Thus Yi Guhong grew anxious, eager to know whether Lin Yang had any weapons research. Shangxia is strong but not enough to contend with the world. And controllable nuclear fusion technology is something other nations would seize at all costs. Once large-scale deployment begins, we must ensure the domestic ability to withstand pressure from other countries. Otherwise it would be dangerous. The opportunity could easily turn into a crisis. Hearing Yi Guhong's urging, Zhao Zizhen promptly grew serious again. He understood the gravity of the matter as well. Then through the video conference, he and Yi Guhong exchanged a look, reading the other's thoughts. If Lin Yang has no weapons research, then however reluctantly they would have to suppress the application of controllable nuclear fusion technology. Next, Zhao Zhan asked solemnly, classmate, I would like to ask one more thing, have you done any weapons research? Weapons? Do you mean Director Zhao? Lin Yang was briefly puzzled by Zhao Zhan's meaning. Zhao Zhan cleared his throat, lowering his voice slightly, and said slowly, I mean weapons research in the normal sense, that is, have you engaged in the field of armed forces? Is that something you can talk about? Lin Yang was momentarily startled. Of course you can. Why not? Zhao Zhan asked seriously. Well, then I would like to ask Director Zhao again, are you planning something by asking this? Lin Yang didn't answer directly but asked again. Though he did not answer directly, those words lit up Zhao Zhan and Yi Guhong's eyes. If there is no denial, that means there is a chance. Zhao Zhan looked at Yi Guhong through the video. After Yi nodded, Zhao cleared his throat and spoke plainly. In short, the controllable nuclear fusion technology you provided is far too advanced, its range of application too wide, and is of great importance. To put it bluntly, it could alter the entire course of humanity's development. Shangxia has an old saying, possessing a treasure invites danger. I think you understand what that means. This technology is too far ahead. Once deployed, Western powers would spare no expense to seize it, and we do not yet have the strength to contend with the world. So there must be corresponding armed forces to guarantee deterrence. Director Zhao, is that what you mean? Lin Yang's eyes flashed. He understood Zhao Zhan's tacit approval of these words. Yes, that's exactly what I meant, so I asked whether you have any research in this field. Zhao Zhan nodded, a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Lin Yang did not answer immediately. Although he fully understood what Zhao Zizhan was implying regarding the field of armed forces. There were indeed options in the system mall, but at the moment the national treasure points were insufficient. His silence only made Zhao Zizhan more anxious. But soon Zhao Zizhan spoke again. If there is no research for now, it's fine. At worst we can bide our time for a few more years. After all we've endured all these years, we can endure a bit longer. Hearing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. I've been somewhat neglectful of this matter. Dean Zhao, you are right. Given the consistent and scrupulous behavior of the Western nations, if we start applying controlled nuclear fusion technology, they will undoubtedly try every means to obstruct and even seize it. Yes, I feel quite guilty towards you. Having given us such advanced technology, we dare not directly apply it. It's because we old fellows are useless, alas. Zhao Zizhan was deeply remorseful. Previously he had dreamed of seeing the nation's scientific research soar. But now when the opportunity truly presented itself, they dared not put it into actual use, which tormented Zhao Zizhan immensely. He was even blaming himself, wishing he could be more useful. Not only him but also Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Zhaoyu, who were monitoring the call, felt the same way at this moment. Lin Yang, understanding his feelings from Zhao Zizhan's words, immediately said, Dean Zhao, there is no need for that. You have done enough for the country. Although I cannot directly provide technology in the field of armed forces for now, there is no need to keep enduring. Zhao Zizhan was taken aback. Before he could speak, he heard Lin Yang continue, although I cannot provide armed technology immediately, I can adjust my research direction and focus on this area first. Give me some time and I should be able to resolve some of these issues. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhan immediately exclaimed excitedly, fellow student, is that true? You are willing to research armed forces? Of course. You have made the pros and cons so clear. If I didn't have the capability, that would be one thing, but I do, so give me some time. Not too long, I'll think of a way. Lin Yang said earnestly. Great, thank you so much. Zhao Zizhan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. As long as you are willing to help, we believe that with your ability, a little study in this area will soon bring tremendous improvement to our armed forces. Dean Zhao, don't flatter me too much. Your words are making me a bit dizzy. Lin Yang couldn't help but laugh. However, to be honest, being praised so highly by an academician and director of the Grand Academy of Sciences felt really good. I am not flattering you deliberately, these are my sincere words. Zhao Zizhan said solemnly. He was indeed not flattering intentionally, but genuinely believed so. After all, if Lin Yang could master controlled nuclear fusion technology, a side study of the armed field would certainly be within his reach. Lin Yang laughed heartily, then asked about the main matter. Dean Zhao, how is the manufacturing of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine progressing? What stage are you at? He now had only 10 national treasure points left and could not exchange for any weapon technology. The system had previously mentioned that as long as the technology he provided to the country was successfully mastered and the related products manufactured, he would receive corresponding national treasure point rewards, entering a virtuous cycle. Now that the country needed technology in the armed field, the fastest way was to get the Grand Academy of Sciences to manufacture the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine quickly and then use the obtained national treasure points to exchange for weapon technology. To help the country's scientific research progress faster, the system's manufacturing manual was practically foolproof. As long as the Grand Academy of Sciences followed the procedures, there should be no major issues. Hearing Lin Yang ask about the main matter, Zhao Zizhen immediately replied, "There are basically no major problems, just a small obstacle regarding materials." "What obstacle?" Lin Yang frowned. "Currently the main material for the lithography machine is silicon. The theoretical limit of this material is 1 nanometer, but you sent the manufacturing plan for a 0.1 nanometer machine. The breakthrough in materials is quite troublesome." Zhao Zizhen answered truthfully. "Although the tutorial you sent includes methods to overcome material limitations and even create new materials, this requires a comprehensive simultaneous upgrade of the entire engineering system, which is a massive undertaking. So it might take some more time." "Oh." Lin Yang was startled. He had overlooked this issue. The 0.1 nanometer lithography machine manufacturing technology provided by the system was certainly advanced and reached the limit. But currently the material technology on Blue Star was still lagging behind. This was indeed quite troublesome. However, from what Zhao Zizhen said, it seemed the material problem was not entirely unsolvable. So he confirmed, "Then Dean Zhao, can it be made following the tutorial?" "Yes, it is an obstacle but not insurmountable. The tutorial you sent contains several solutions. We are already working hard to address this issue based on our current situation. Although it's a bit troublesome, it won't take too long," Zhao Zizhen said with full confidence. "That's good." Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. "Ha, fellow student, rest assured. You have given us the technology. Even if we lack the conditions, we will create them to make it happen. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Yang could only say this. "It's not hard. You have no idea how happy we are to witness such advanced technology in our lifetime," Zhao Zizhen said sincerely. Lin Yang sighed softly upon hearing this. These academicians truly gave too much. Then he glanced at his email and said, "Dean Zhao, I have finished transmitting the controlled nuclear fusion technology. Please organize it and see how long it will take to fully master it, then send me an email." "Okay." Zhao Zizhen immediately replied. "Then Dean Zhao, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up." Lin Yang added. "Well, nothing for now." Zhao Zizhen hesitated but decided not to ask further. Lin Yang had been busy all day at Bilingual and must be exhausted. It was getting late and he didn't want to delay Lin Yang's rest any longer. The controlled nuclear fusion technology had been sent and he was eager to check it out. "Alright, I'll hang up. If there are any issues, you can email me and I'll call back when I see it," Lin Yang reminded, and then hung up directly. He was indeed quite tired today. The time difference between Bilingual and the country was not too large, so he could get a good night's sleep. Little did he know, after hanging up he took a hot bath and slept soundly. But Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and the others began an intense discussion. From what he said earlier, it seems he wants us to manufacture the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine as soon as possible. Does he think we are too slow? Zhao Zizhen looked at Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu through the video conference and asked in a grave tone. Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu exchanged glances, pondered briefly and replied, "It seems indeed that he wants us to expedite the manufacture of the lithography machine. Perhaps he has other plans that require the use of the lithography machine." Zhao Zizhen immediately said, "I thought it was just my own illusion. Since you all feel the same way, I suggest we first allocate resources and personnel from other departments, get the lithography machine done first so as not to interfere with this person's plan." "Alright, I authorize you." Yi Guhong nodded and then said, "You should also prioritize reviewing the controlled nuclear fusion technical data. This is of utmost importance." "Understood." Also, this person mentioned on the phone that we could research armed forces. Send him an email asking which aspects he is interested in and then organize the relevant materials. It might save him some time," Yi Guhong reminded. In Ziyawiyingwa Dongdu City, Lin Yang got up early in the morning and received an inquiry email sent overnight by Zhao Zizhen. "Which aspects are you interested in?" Looking at the email, Lin Yang chuckled outright. If speaking of interest, he was interested in every field of thermal weapons. Which young man full of passion could resist such temptation? However, he did not reply to Zhao Zizhen directly. Because the subcategories of modern weapons are too numerous, and what is most needed now aside from nuclear weapons are formidable weapons that can deter the Western countries. As for nuclear weapons, the major powers have signed treaties of no first use. Although such treaties are nothing but a scrap of paper in critical times, what he needs to do now is to develop Shenxia, not to perish together with those guys from the Western countries. Therefore there must be a powerful deterrent other than nuclear weapons to ensure that when Shangxia applies controlled nuclear fusion technology and demonstrates high-end lithography machines, those fellows from the Western countries dare not act rashly. To achieve such an effect, ordinary small and medium-sized weapons are certainly insufficient. It must be super weapons. Moreover, they must be super weapons capable of long-range strikes directly from the homeland. With the scope narrowed down like this, there are not many options available. And within these selectable options, after eliminating those with insufficient power and obvious shortcomings, only a scant 2 or 3 remain. After filtering through his mind, Lin Yang quickly had a specific target. Intercontinental ballistic missiles. Yes, that's right. Lin Yang decided to use intercontinental ballistic missiles to deter the nations as well. During the Science and Technology Summit, Zhao produced a simulated strike video of so-called intercontinental ballistic missiles attempting to intimidate the nations of the Eastern continent. Lin Yang intended to enhance the power of existing intercontinental missiles. Let the guys from Zhao see what true intercontinental ballistic missiles are. Currently, the intercontinental ballistic missiles of major powers have a range of about 8,000 kilometers and a terminal speed of around Mach 25. It takes half an hour to reach the not beautiful country from the homeland, which is too easy to intercept. Lin Yang glanced through the data and already had a direction in mind. If the speed could be increased a bit more, the deterrent effect would double. Then he asked the system to open the system store, intending to check the specific upgrade technologies. However, to his surprise, there was nothing in the store. In the weapon category, the exchangeable items he could see were all things with names like Star Destroyer Cannon, which sounded terrifying at first glance. Similarly, the national treasure points required for exchange were also terrifying. System, can't the upgrade technology and materials for intercontinental ballistic missiles be exchanged in the store? Reply to host: intercontinental ballistic missiles belong to low-level items of a low-grade technological civilization. This system defaults to not displaying such trash. If you need them, this system can enable the relevant exchange data for you. You're something. Lin Yang was momentarily speechless. Intercontinental ballistic missiles were actually called trash. He was at a loss for words. However, compared to the system's awesomeness, intercontinental ballistic missiles indeed seemed insignificant. May I ask the host, do you need to enable the display of low-level items in the store? Enable. Okay, the relevant exchange data has been enabled for you. With the system's words under the weapon category in the system store, many exchangeable thermal weapon categories instantly appeared. Lin Yang finally saw some familiar names. For example, under the light weapons category, pistols and rifles; under the heavy weapons category, artillery, tanks, fighters, and even warships. System: are nuclear weapons also considered low-level items? After a quick glance, Lin Yang fixed his gaze on nuclear weapons. This thing was also categorized as a low-level item. Reply to host: the items under this classification vary according to the current planet's technological level. According to the system's detection, the technological civilization of the planet you are currently on is low-grade. Therefore, all current thermal weapons are at a low level. Lin Yang was slightly startled, then a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. System: how many levels are there in technological civilization? Is there a specific classification? If so, what level is the planet I am currently on? Reply to host: technological civilization has a specific classification. The overall technological civilization of your planet is at the entry level, which is at the very end of technological civilization. What about higher civilizations? Sorry, host. Due to the low level of technological civilization on your current planet, to avoid a sudden influx of information causing too great a disparity, the system temporarily cannot explicitly show you the existence of higher technological civilizations to prevent harm to the current civilization. I'm not asking you to show me the power of higher technological civilizations. I'm asking you, how many levels are there in higher technological civilizations? Reply to host: technological civilization is divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 9 the highest. What is the rating standard? Reply to host: level 1 technological civilization is the stage of civilization you currently belong to. As long as society enters scientific research and development, it is at level 1. When a level 1 civilization can stably exploit and utilize resources from neighboring planets, it will advance to level 2 civilization. What about above level 2? Reply to host: the rating standard above level 2 civilization is relatively complex and cannot be intuitively described to you at the moment. Please note that when a technological civilization reaches level 2, it possesses the preliminary qualification for deep space exploration. Be sure to remain cautious. Remain cautious. What do you mean? Lin Yang's eyelids twitched. These words had some profound meaning. Could it be that there really are higher extraterrestrial technological civilizations? Sorry, host. The level of technological civilization you belong to is insufficient. To protect the current civilization, this system is restricted by protection mechanisms and cannot provide a more detailed explanation. What use are you? Lin Yang complained again. This lousy system, every time he asked about something more advanced, it was unable to explain. But complaints aside, the system's words about the conditions for advancing to a level 2 technological civilization were worth pondering. It sounded simple, just needing to be able to exploit resources from neighboring planets, but in reality achieving this condition was not simple at all. In fact, it could be said to be extremely difficult. It must be understood that currently no nation on the entire Lanxing is capable of resource extraction from neighboring planets. Landing on the moon is already the limit. Retrieving even a handful of lunar soil is exceptionally difficult, and stable resource extraction is utterly impossible. To achieve stable extraction, one would at least need spacecraft capable of shuttling between planets, as well as tools or personnel for ground-level mining operations. Not to mention the latter, being able to freely transport personnel between planets is virtually indistinguishable from the interstellar travel depicted in sci-fi blockbusters, and the difficulty is immense. As for the former, the tools for ground mining would have to be machines. And not just simple robots, they must possess a certain degree of intelligence. This in turn touches upon the realm of artificial intelligence technology. Thus what appears to be a simple statement, a mere advancement criterion, is in reality far from easy when it comes to progressing from a first-level civilization to a second-level one. Even the spacecraft capable of stable interplanetary travel is beyond any nation's current capability, for there is simply insufficient energy to power it. To achieve this, one must first solve the energy problem, and that brings us back to controlled nuclear fusion technology. Thus it is evident that the foundation for advancing from a first-level technological civilization to a second-level one is at least the complete mastery of controlled nuclear fusion. No wonder the system's exchange suggestion list includes, besides the lithography machine, controlled nuclear fusion as the second item. It really is a step-by-step foundation building process. Lin Yang muttered to himself. Earlier he had been puzzled as to why such advanced technology was offered right from the start. Now he began to understand. It was paving the way for advancement to a second-level civilization. Were it not for the system's exchange relying solely on the current technological development of Lanxing, it would take another 100 years to master controlled nuclear fusion. The advancement of technological civilization is indeed no simple matter. Lin Yang then set aside such thoughts. The elevation of a technological civilization still seemed too distant. Planetary resource extraction was also a matter for the future. The primary task now was to establish military deterrence and first put controlled nuclear fusion technology to practical use. He found the exchange for intercontinental ballistic missiles. The system's MAL offered 3 tiers of ICBMs. The first tier matched the current level on Lanxing with a range of about 8,000 kilometers and a terminal velocity of Mach 25. The second tier was far more formidable, with a doubled range and velocity, achieving a terminal speed of around Mach 100. As for the third tier, Lin Yang felt it should be called an interplanetary missile rather than an ICBM. Its range was a full 100,000 kilometers and its speed reached Mach 1000. What does Mach 1000 mean? Faster than lightning. Lin Yang could hardly imagine an object traveling at Mach 1000. Even at Mach 100, the second tier, it was already difficult to conceive. Because that meant a second-tier ICBM launched from home territory would reach the Liangwei in just over 5 minutes. As for Xiaoyinghua, a closer nation, well, by the time they learned such a missile was heading their way, they would almost be melting. They would only have time to glance upward before the explosion. 5 minutes to reach nearly any point on the globe, that's more than enough. Lin Yang settled on exchanging for the second-tier ICBM. Of course he could have chosen the third tier, but given the current technological level of Lanxing, it required too many national treasures, 2,000 national treasure points. The second tier required only 200. Cost effectiveness was clear. However, even 200 points is beyond my means now. It seems I'll have to make a sweep through Xiaoyinghua to collect cultural relics. Having decided on the second-tier ICBM, Lin Yang glanced at his pitiful 10 national treasure points and let out a helpless sigh. The Grand Academy's success in producing 0.1 nanometer lithography machines was uncertain. Waiting passively was not a good strategy. He was desperately short of national treasure points. Rather than waiting, it was better to take the initiative. Back in the day, Xiaoyinghua had committed countless atrocities on the Shangxia land and had undoubtedly plundered many cultural relics, far more than just those in the eastern capital. Now it was time to bring all the relics belonging to Shangxia back home. Without further delay, Lin Yang ate a quick breakfast, bought a ticket and set off. With the system's disguise, he had a fake identity and needn't worry about being discovered. As Lin Yang acted, the relic collectors in Xiaoyinghua faced a terrifying nightmare. Wherever Lin Yang went, he precisely and thoroughly removed all relics originally belonging to Shangxia, whether from museums or private collections. None could escape the system's detection. Of course, not everything went smoothly. Some ultra-wealthy families had security measures so tight they were astonishing. In such cases he had to pay extra for the system's secondary disguise. On 2 occasions he even encountered some unsightly scenes during broad daylight. Lin Yang could only marvel at how Xiaoyinghua's folks knew how to have fun, truly a nation renowned for its eroticism. In particular, he once stumbled upon an affair. Adhering to the principle of condemnation, he captured some evidence and posted it on a local forum, helping the cuckolded husband gain the moral high ground. Consider it a daily act of kindness. As for the chaos that might ensue in that household or the potential troubles it might cause, that was none of his concern. As Lin Yang gradually appeared across Xiaoyinghua, news of cultural relic thefts began to dominate local social media. At first no one paid much attention. But within just 2 days more than 50 wealthy collectors and museums had been burgled with over 1,000 ancient Shangxia relics stolen. Such a dense string of thefts could not be concealed, and it quickly became an international headline. The people of Xiaoyinghua grew restless. The consecutive thefts of Shangxia relics in multiple locations, only those relics no others, were all too reminiscent of the disappearance of the eastern capital relics. The pattern was identical, plunging Xiaoyinghua's populace into anxiety. Meanwhile in Shangxia, netizens were overjoyed. The method was unmistakable. The divine big shot has struck again, bringing back every relic that originally belonged to us from Xiaoyinghua. A god. Truly a god. Netizens buzzed with admiration and worship. What made it even more thrilling was that as relics disappeared from Xiaoyinghua, the Shangxia Cultural Relics Bureau successively announced donations of overseas relics from anonymous sources. The number of donated relics almost matched the number of those stolen in Xiaoyinghua. This made the official authorities of Xiaoyinghua unable to remain calm. They held an emergency press conference demanding that Shangxia provide an explanation. This is clearly a premeditated, organized operation. We demand that the Shangxia authorities give a reasonable explanation. The people of Xiaoyinghua were panicking. An explanation. Poof. Within the Alien Affairs Bureau, Yi Guhong let out a disdainful snort at the remarks and demands from the Little Sakura side. Elder Yi, should we respond? This is an official letter from Little Sakura. If we don't reply, they will likely not let the matter rest, Tang Wenxing said. Han Jiayu remarked with a wry smile, I truly wonder what method that person used to retrieve so many cultural relics without being discovered. The targeting is so precise that even I, knowing the inside story, can't help but suspect whether someone from our side went on an unauthorized raid. Yi Guhong burst into laughter. Taking only our relics indeed makes the intent clear. But still, as I said, without evidence they demand an explanation from us. Do they deserve it? Then shall we reply with the same response as last time? Tang Wenxing asked. Yes, Yi Guhong nodded. Upon hearing this, Tang Wenxing pondered for a moment and said, Elder Yi, with so many relics suddenly returning, we don't necessarily have to announce them all. At this critical juncture we have the controllable nuclear fusion technology from that person. I think it's unnecessary to engage in direct conflict with Little Sakura, it's better to develop quietly first. Old Tang, I understand that reasoning, but I deliberately want to provoke them, Yi Guhong said leisurely. Tang Wenxing showed a hint of confusion. Yi Guhong continued, first, the simulated strike video played at the Little Sakura Tech Summit was too arrogant, we must dampen their spirits. Second, we cannot let that person's deeds go unnoticed. Now that we have controllable nuclear fusion technology and that person has promised to help us research armed forces with such overwhelming advantages, continuing to remain low-key would be nothing short of cowardice. Hearing this, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu exchanged glances and silently nodded. Moreover, we have a long-standing feud with Little Sakura. A few days ago that person did several things that delighted the people and public enthusiasm is running high. We are witnessing an unprecedented unity and cohesion, a phenomenon not seen in years. Since that's the case, let's make them even happier. A glint of sharp light flashed in Yi Guhong's eyes. After all, with the help of this student we will eventually settle accounts with Little Sakura. For now this is just the beginning. Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu suddenly understood Yi Guhong's intention. In the past they could not act rashly because of checks and balances between nations. But the future would be different. Once they mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, and with Lin Yang's assistance, they would no longer have to hold back once they achieved a breakthrough in armed forces. Releasing the emotions of the domestic populace was also a strategy. And indeed, as the Cultural Relics Bureau issued one announcement after another, everyone was thrilled. They were excited that a formidable figure could bring back the relics, and even more thrilled that their motherland was now strong enough to announce this without concealment. An unprecedented sense of pride and cohesion was spreading. On Little Sakura's soil, Lin Yang was continuously receiving notifications from the system as he collected relics. After a series of task prompts, his national treasure points reached 660. In addition, he had also gained several achievements. Completing the collection of all relics in a corresponding region for the first time granted him one achievement point. 2 days later, Lin Yang received a special system notification. Congratulations, host. You have completed the collection of all relics in the second level region. You have received a second-tier reward and one special lottery chance. Would you like to draw now? Hearing this prompt, Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, then realized that he had unknowingly completed the collection of relics for a provincial level region. What a tiny country, it took only a few days to cover a whole province. Finishing the relic collection of a provincial region in just 3 or 4 days only proved how small little Sakura was. He had to spend time at each location to search for relics, not just passing through to check in. After a moment of contempt, Lin Yang got down to business. System, what can I get from the special lottery? Answer: theoretically, the special lottery can yield any item in the system depending on what you draw. Oh, any item. So if I'm lucky enough, I could even draw advanced technological products from high-level alien civilizations. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. Yes, host. Then let's draw now. There was no time like the present. Lotteries required speed and precision. Hesitation might cause luck to slip away. All right, host. The lottery wheel has been activated. Please initiate it. With the system's response, a virtual screen appeared before Lin Yang, visible only to him. It was a massive lottery wheel. At a glance, he couldn't even see all the types of items on the wheel. So extravagant. Please confirm the lottery, host. The system reminded again. Confirmed. Lottery initiated. Countdown: 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Lottery finished. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bottle of brain enhancement gene potion, perfect grade. Would you like to consume it immediately? Lin Yang was stunned. What did he just hear? A gene potion. And one that enhances the brain. System, are you serious? He found it hard to believe. Answer: gene potions are products of high-level technological civilizations. All parts of the human body can be enhanced to a certain degree through gene enhancement potions. Are there any side effects? Lin Yang blinked. Answer: ordinary gene potions may have some side effects, but perfect grade potions have none. You can use them with complete confidence. Oh. After using it, will my brain be enhanced? Yes, host. Does this enhancement refer to physical strengthening of the brain or an improvement in its cognitive abilities? Answer: the brain enhancement gene potion enhances your brain's thinking capacity. That's insane. Then wouldn't everyone in high-level technological civilizations be a genius? Lin Yang was inwardly shaken. Answer: even in high-level technological civilizations, gene enhancement potions are extremely rare and precious. The higher the grade, the rarer they are. Perfect grade potions are so scarce that many advanced civilizations may not possess even one. So, host, the concern you raised will not occur. This. Lin Yang fell silent for a moment before double-checking. System, are you absolutely certain this perfect gene serum has no side effects at all? Correct, host. You may use it with complete confidence. And if I were to take it, to what extent would it enhance me? In response to the host, the enhancement effects of the gene serum vary from person to person and depend entirely on your individual condition. Lin Yang hesitated once more before replying, in that case I'll take it directly then. He trusted the system wouldn't deceive him. Although he could exchange for various high-tech products directly from the system, they were ultimately external forces. Even if he redeemed them, he wouldn't be able to understand how they worked. If his brain could be enhanced, it would be a genuine ability entirely his own, an advantage that made him unable to refuse the gene serum. As the old saying goes, nothing surpasses having something within yourself. Understood, host. The serum has been dispensed and is ready for your use at any time. Please note that after ingestion you will enter a 6-hour sleep to allow the serum to take effect. Ensure you are in a safe environment before administering it. Noted. Lin Yang didn't press further. 6 hours of slumber was hardly a concern, he could simply find a hotel and rest. It was on his way to the hotel that Shangxia's response emerged. The Little Sakura authorities' demand for a reasonable explanation from Shangxia had been firmly rejected by the Shangxia official side. This forceful rebuttal inflamed the people of Little Sakura with rage. In response, however, the citizens of Shangxia felt their spirits surge once more. While Lin Yang was checking into his hotel room, a new notification from the system arrived just 1 second before the serum-induced sleep. Congratulations, host. Due to your efforts in returning a large quantity of cultural artifacts scattered across Little Sakura, the people of your nation have developed a degree of reverence for you, hailing you as an unsung hero. You have gained 1 point of fame. Due to the special historical animosity between your nation and Little Sakura, the fame points earned this time have been amplified, raised to 10 points. Your current total fame stands at 21 points. Lin Yang paused upon hearing this notification. He had gained more fame points again. Indeed, Little Sakura proved to be an excellent place for farming fame. However, no new title had been awarded this time. Before he could ask further, the gene serum's effects began to take hold, his head grew heavy and he drifted into unconsciousness. The following day, Lin Yang awoke, checked the time and immediately asked system, "Weren't you told I would only sleep for 6 hours? Why has this nap lasted 12 hours? In response, host, "The deeper your slumber with the gene serum, the greater the enhancement will be." Is that so? I don't seem to notice much difference. Lin Yang felt a trace of confusion. You might try recalling childhood memories you normally forget. The gene serum's effects are remarkably potent. Alternatively, you could exchange for the second-tier intercontinental missile technology manual and review it. With your currently enhanced brain, even knowledge fields you have never encountered before can be quickly grasped and mastered. Lin Yang suddenly smacked his forehead. The system's words had reminded him he hadn't yet exchanged for the second-tier intercontinental missile technology. He then proceeded to recall his childhood memories while simultaneously redeeming the second-tier missile technology. True to the system's words, certain childhood memories he had completely forgotten now surfaced with crystal clarity. The complex, lengthy formulas and various theoretical knowledge of intercontinental missile technology also became fully comprehensible. No wonder it's called a gene serum, truly magnificent. Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. The cerebral enhancement extended beyond mere memory retention. Even his computational and analytical abilities had been significantly bolstered. He felt that if he were to study any field of knowledge now, he could master it with ease. He then proceeded to review the relevant technology of controlled nuclear fusion himself. Previously, after exchanging for it, he had struggled to understand most of it. But now things were different. After a quick scan and some calculations, he could derive the correct results. The sensation of having such knowledge completely at his command was extraordinarily delightful. His eyes gleaming, he asked eagerly, "System, is there more of this serum?" A single vial had already defied the ordinary. If he consumed it a couple more times, wouldn't he become a god of technology on the spot? In response, host, "The perfect class gene serum is an extraordinarily precious item. Currently there is no direct exchange pathway for it. Can it only be obtained through lottery draws?" Lin Yang felt a wave of disappointment instantly. "Yes, host. All right. Besides completing provincial-level artifact collection, are there other ways to obtain lottery chances?" In response to the host, "Special lottery opportunities can be obtained when your achievement points and fame reach certain thresholds and when your national treasure value accumulates to a specific amount. Additionally, when the technological civilization of your nation achieves significant advancement under your guidance, you will also receive lottery reward opportunities. However, the specific numerical values cannot be disclosed at this time." Oh. Right. When I took the serum, I heard the system notification saying I gained 10 more fame points. Why didn't I receive a new title this time? Speaking of fame, Lin Yang recalled that matter. In response to the host, achievement titles and fame titles do not unlock with each point gained. They require cumulative thresholds to be reached before new corresponding titles are awarded. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Yang didn't ask further. Titles could only be seen by himself and had no substantial practical function, so he wasn't particularly concerned. He then glanced at the news. Because Shansha's official response the day before had been so forceful, the Little Sakura side had once again issued strong protests and condemnations. The internet was already abuzz with heated discussion. Some netizens from Little Sakura were even suggesting launching a direct intercontinental missile strike on Shansha to teach them that Little Sakura was not to be trifled with, and forcing the Cultural Relics Bureau to return all the artifacts they had received. Good heavens, these people from Little Sakura certainly know how to amuse. Seeing that comment, Lin Yang burst out laughing. This person must still be half asleep. Intercontinental missiles, is it? Right now I'll show you what a real intercontinental missile looks like. Lin Yang snorted and dialed the Great Academy of Sciences. How dare they constantly brag about that intercontinental missile Little Sakura had produced before? He wanted the Great Academy to first develop 2 second-tier intercontinental missiles and deliver a crushing blow to their most prideful stronghold. The Great Academy's duty room had already established dedicated phone monitoring. The moment Lin Yang's call came through, it was answered immediately. However, it wasn't Wang Wang this time. That young man had been working overtime for many consecutive days and was finally starting to buckle under the strain. Fortunately, it didn't matter much. Zhao Zizhen arrived promptly to take over the call. Within the heterogeneous administration bureau, Yi Guhong and the others also immediately logged on to monitor the conversation. Lin Yang wasted no time and got straight to the point with Zhao Zizhen. "Director Zhao, didn't you ask me before whether I could research armed capabilities? Well, I have now completed the research, a brand new type of intercontinental missile. All relevant materials have been uploaded to the cloud storage you gave me last time. You can download and take a look." Ha! This. developed this quickly. Zhao Zizhen was momentarily stunned. It had only been 2 or 3 days, how could he have completed this already? He almost instinctively opened the cloud drive. Upon seeing the relevant materials, his entire body went rigid with shock. This. Could this truly be the power of an intercontinental missile? Not only Zhao Zizhen but also Ye Guhong and the other two who were viewing the data were all stunned. And the range was nearly 20,000 kilometers and the speed reached a staggering 100 Mach. NIS, this really the power an intercontinental missile could possess. And classmate, are you sure this thing can actually be realized? After coming to his senses, Zhao Zizhen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked in disbelief. With this range and speed, if it could truly be realized, it could deliver a super long-range strike against any nation on the globe. And exaggerated, utterly exaggerated. Of course it can be realized. Haven't I already sent you the technical data? It also includes explanations on how to solve the material issues that will arise. Lin Yang's reply was very straightforward. And this. After receiving Lin Yang's affirmative answer, Zhao Zizhen was stunned again. Then with a trembling voice he said, classmate, according to the data you sent, doesn't that mean we can strike the unpretty country in less than 5 minutes? And yes, Dean Zhao, your calculation is correct. And Zhao Zizhen was in turmoil. And then he repeatedly flipped through the data, his eyes growing wider and wider. In just 2 or 3 days Lin Yang had produced such concrete and feasible technology it was simply incomprehensible to him. And he really wanted to ask Lin Yang if he was even human anymore. Is this something a human could accomplish? It's only been 2 or 3 days. In such a short time, even with the complete controlled nuclear fusion technology that Lin Yang had sent them last time, complete with detailed explanations, they still frequently encountered problems when following the tutorial. But Lin Yang on the other hand had directly transformed the intercontinental missile into such an exaggerated thing. And this made Zhao Zizhen feel like he was going crazy. Who was the real academician after all? Zhao Zizhen's emotions were extremely complicated, and Ye Guhong and the others who were monitoring the call were not much better off. Although they were not very knowledgeable about scientific research data, they could see the conclusion: striking the unpretty country directly in less than 5 minutes. This shook them immensely. Current intercontinental missiles require at least half an hour to approach the unpretty country, and in that long time it's enough for the opponent to detect and implement effective countermeasures. It could be said that the intercontinental missile is only useful for dealing with ordinary small countries. For major powers it actually doesn't have much deterrent power. The symbolic significance of building this thing far outweighs its practical effect. After all, if a war truly broke out between superpowers, it would likely escalate directly to the point of threatening each other with nuclear weapons. However, if they could build the modified intercontinental missile that Lin Yang had sent back, the significance would be completely different. Being able to reach almost any country on the planet in less than 5 minutes, this was a bit too exaggerated. Although 5 minutes is enough time for the opponent to take some interception measures, don't forget, if it really came to that, the missiles launched simultaneously would definitely not be just one but multiple. In such a short time no major power could possibly intercept them all completely. Not even the unpretty country. This had already reached an entirely different strategic level. Especially if the target of the launch was a neighboring country, it would be even more terrifying. Take Little Cherry Blossom for example. If Lin Yang's modified intercontinental missile were launched at Little Cherry Blossom would have absolutely no room to retaliate. The people of Little Cherry Blossom would probably only have time to look up before leaving this beautiful world. And this thing for a country that is relatively close is a deterrent even more terrifying than possessing nuclear weapons. After all, using nuclear weapons comes with too great a cost. But missiles are different, they don't have such severe consequences. And if a few were actually launched, an ordinary country would simply cease to exist. Currently absolutely no country could intercept a missile traveling at a speed of 100 Mach. And if this thing were successfully built, then Shangxia, Ye Guhong and the others trembled, not daring to think further. Was this the rhythm of becoming invincible? They exchanged glances. Lin Yang sensed Zhao Zizhen's silence, seeming to understand his shock. After a moment's thought he added, Dean Zhao, don't be too stunned. Although the power is immense, the difficulty and cost of manufacturing are also considerable. And especially in terms of materials. I estimate that with the current domestic level, building one such missile would cost at least tens of billions, perhaps even more. So this thing is only for deterrence, actually using it would be too expensive. And after his reminder, Zhao Zizhen and the others snapped back to reality and quickly forced a bitter smile, saying, sorry classmate, you must think us laughable. The data you sent was just too shocking. And it's fine. You can first build 2 such intercontinental missiles to warn other countries, but the most important thing is to hurry up and research the application of controlled nuclear fusion technology. Lin Yang reminded. And once the energy problem is solved, we can later build 2 spacecraft. If we can mine resources on other planets, the cost of manufacturing such intercontinental missiles will drop dramatically. And these words shocked Zhao Zizhen and the others again. SP spacecraft. Mining extraterrestrial resources, and of course, if controlled nuclear fusion technology is fully applied solving the energy problem, then we will be qualified to carry out preliminary extraterrestrial resource extraction. By then I will study spacecraft issues, and building 2 spacecraft should not be surprising. Lin Yang said. And Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's eyes instantly widened to the size of saucers. Researching spacecraft. At these 4 words their hearts trembled. Since Lin Yang said that it was likely already in his plans, and perhaps he even had preliminary results. At this thought, Zhao Zizhen and the others suddenly felt a surge of emotion that brought tears to their eyes. The vast boundless universe had always been the ultimate goal, and now there was suddenly a possibility of exploration. This filled them with immense excitement. Classmate. We will fully cooperate with you. Whatever you say we'll do. Zhao Zizhen suddenly felt a surge of boundless pride. And the ultimate goal of every scientific researcher is the stars and the sea. He was no exception. And previously there had been little hope, but at this moment he could almost see the scene of Shangxia's spacecraft flying into the universe. This made him so excited that his whole body went numb. Dean Zhao, you flatter me. We cooperate with each other. I have only technology, but I rely on you to realize the construction. Lin Yang was modest. And haha, classmate, rest assured. As long as you can provide the technology, we will never let you down in terms of construction. Don't forget, we are construction maniacs. Zhao Zizhen laughed heartily. And what the country lacked was the most cutting-edge technology. If the technology could be solved, Zhao Zizhen had absolute confidence in all other aspects. Lin Yang nodded slightly. Then let's leave it at that. Compared to lithography machines and the application of controlled nuclear fusion, this missile is relatively easier to build. First make 2 to slap little Cherry Blossom's face. I think they are a bit annoying. And good. Since you classmate have said so, we will prioritize upgrading the missile. Within a week a finished product will surely be produced. Zhao Zizhen directly issued a military pledge. A week? Old Zhao, are you sure you can build such an insane intercontinental missile within a week? Lin Yang hung up the phone after hearing Zhao Zizhen's pledge. But Yi Guhong felt a bit tense. He wasn't well versed in the data, but the upgraded power parameters made him realize that constructing this thing was no easy task. Rest assured, with such detailed technical guides and even solutions for material issues, a week is sufficient. Zhao Zizhen patted his chest in assurance. Are you sure? Yi Guhong remained skeptical. Of course. The power looks intimidating, but strictly speaking this is an upgraded version of existing missiles. Following the process nothing unexpected will happen. Zhao Zizhen gave his assurance again. Alright, 1 week it is. Any needs you have will be prioritized. We must build this missile. Yi Guhong's eyes blazed with determination. Such power was exhilarating. Zhao Zizhen on the other hand rolled his eyes and muttered, how many should we build? How many? You old fox, how many do you want? Yi Guhong retorted. The more the better, Zhao Zizhen said with a glint in his eyes. Yi Guhong burst out laughing, you old man, the more the better. How dare you say that? The boss just said this thing is expensive, at least 100 billion each. These are strategic deterrent weapons. No need to build too many. Just 3, 1 for display, 2 for deterrence. Only 3. Siolji, why are you so stingy? If you ask me, build a dozen or 20, place 2 on each border, north, south, east, west, and watch who dares to mess with us. Zhao Zizhen smacked his lips. Nonsense. A dozen or 20. You just flap your lips, but who's going to pay for all that? Yi Guhong glared. Ahem, fine. I'll get to work. Zhao Zizhen said regretfully. Yi Guhong continued, it's not that I don't want to build more, but the cost is enormous. We're also working on lithography machines and controlled nuclear fusion technology applications, all of which burn money. The missile upgrade just needs to serve as a deterrent. The remaining funds should go to the fusion project, which is the top priority. He glanced at Zhao Zizhen through the screen and said earnestly, besides, that person developed such a terrifying missile upgrade in just a few days. Give him more time and he'll surely create even better weapons. So for now this missile is enough to scare the Western nations into not acting rashly. Save a huge sum and use it to build truly powerful weapons later. Zhao Zizhen nodded. That makes sense. Yi Guhong's eyes shone brightly. Especially since he mentioned researching spaceships, that's where we should truly invest everything. For now let's save where we can. Spaceships. The mention of spaceships brightened Zhao Zizhen's eyes too. Alright, you make a good point. Let's build 3 first. Get on it. I'll contact the finance department to approve the funds. Since he said he's unhappy with Little Cherry Blossom, we'll give him a proper chance to vent. Yi Guhong rubbed his hands together. One last question: what should we name the missile after it's built? Zhao Zizhen asked leisurely. Name. Yi Guhong thought for a moment. How about classmate? What do you think? Classmate. Zhao Zizhen, Tang Wenxing and Han Xiaoyu were all taken aback, then said, fine, let's call it classmate. We call him classmate so the name fits. Little Cherry Blossom. After finishing the call with Zhao Zizhen, Lin Yang didn't sit idle. Completing the provincial-level artifact collection earned him a perfect-grade gene enhancement potion through the lottery, which instantly fueled his drive. While Zhao Zizhen needed a week to build the upgraded ICBM, Lin Yang planned to spend those 7 days completing the national-level artifact repatriation mission in Little Cherry Blossom. Yes, that's right. He intended to sweep through all remaining Shangxia artifacts in Little Cherry Blossom within that week. However, as he proceeded, Lin Yang noticed that his previous actions might have caused other artifact owners to hide their treasures much deeper. Some even stored them in safes. When the system detected this, Lin Yang was speechless for a second. The safes of wealthy families were just like in movies, all bulletproof, extremely thick and heavy. Clearly they were anticipating him. Damn these little bastards. Lin Yang cursed, then had to pay extra to have the system crack the safe codes. Mere safe codes were no match for him. But Lin Yang didn't realize that his actions terrified these wealthy Little Cherry Blossom individuals. When they saw their safes opened without any sign of forced entry, a wave of panic sent chills down their spines. News reports further stirred panic and anger across Little Cherry Blossom. Provocation. This is blatant provocation. This must be a professional theft team sent by Shangxia. Shangxia must give us an explanation. The Little Cherry Blossom people were furious, cursing wildly. The Little Cherry Blossom government held a press conference with strong wording and stern attitude, demanding that Shangxia officially explain and return the donated artifacts, or their missiles would not be toothless. The attitude of the Little Cherry Blossom government instantly angered netizens in Shangxia. Damn those little bastards, those artifacts have always belonged to us. How dare they demand we return them? Who can compete with them in shamelessness? I suspect this is a self-directed act. So many wealthy people's safes were opened easily, anyone with a brain can see what's going on. Their goal is probably to fire their so-called missiles at us. Indeed, those damn bastards just developed a new missile and are already showing off and threatening. They deserve to die. Netizens in the country were also indignant. The Little Cherry Blossom government's statement was too arrogant. Lin Yang saw it and sneered. Honestly, these little bastards had a bizarre sense of confidence. Their half-baked missiles were nothing to boast about. He ignored the overwhelming online uproar and continued his final artifact collection. As for the explanation Little Cherry Blossom demanded. Once the upgraded missile was built, Zhao Zizhen would likely give those little bastards a perfect explanation. As Lin Yang continued his quest to retrieve cultural relics within the borders of Little Sakura, the online fervor between the two nations escalated with each passing day. The daily number of newly received relic donations announced by the domestic authorities soared from hundreds at the start to thousands and eventually approached tens of thousands. Such an immense quantity stunned the domestic netizens. Most were only aware that some relics had been lost abroad, but few realized the staggering number of those that had been plundered. Receiving nearly 10,000 new donations every day, what a terrifying figure. This only fueled the anger of netizens back home. Damn it, those bastards took so many of our relics back then. Exactly. If it weren't for this mysterious benefactor, we'd never have known how deep they hid them. How infuriating. They swiped so many of our artifacts and now they have the audacity to demand we return them. I want to slap their faces with my size 38 shoes. Cough, buddy, upstairs, you don't need to handle this. Let me with my size 46 shoes take the lead. As the relics accumulated day by day, netizens back home vented their anger while also reveling in joy. After all, tens of thousands of relics were returning home directly. How could they not be delighted? The netizens celebrated as if every day were a festival. They eagerly awaited the official updates from the Cultural Relics Bureau each day, checking the new numbers of recovered items. Naturally, every coin has two sides. While netizens back home rejoiced, the people of Little Sakura seethed with anger. They did not view these relics as returning to their rightful place. Instead, they felt that their own possessions were being taken away. Thus, Little Sakura's netizens urged their government daily to launch missiles and make Shangxia understand the consequences. Little Sakura's official rhetoric grew increasingly severe, fueling the public's indignation and a sense that they might soon launch missiles at Shangxia. The wealthy elites of Little Sakura were left speechless. No matter how they tried to hide the relics or how many guards they posted, the artifacts would inexplicably vanish at some point. These tycoons began pressuring the Little Sakura government to offer some form of compensation. Little Sakura's authorities promptly issued a statement demanding that Xianxia provide an explanation within a week. The severity of the wording was beyond description. Strike. Crush them. Make those damned bastards pay. Our great Sakura is the one true god of the East. Let those Xianxia scum face the consequences. The announcement ignited a firestorm within Little Sakura. A flood of netizens swarmed Xianxia's news forums hurling provocations. Back home everyone was initially stunned. What the hell? Am I hallucinating? Little Sakura dares to say that. Are they not awake yet? So does this basically mean they want us to return all relics in 7 days or else we'll get missiles? Yes, exactly. 6. I can only say Little Sakura is truly 6. Do they actually think a few new missiles can dominate the East? Damn it, threatening us like that. I'm looking forward to our official response. The domestic netizens frankly paid little heed to this threat. They merely thought the folks in Little Sakura were still dreaming. Even if they had developed new missiles, so what? What they eagerly anticipated was a strong unequivocal response from the authorities. In truth, not only domestic netizens but also the Western onlookers felt that Little Sakura was overplaying its hand. To think that a few new missiles could challenge Xianxia's position was nothing short of fantasy. Of course the West was content to sit back and watch. So Western governments waited to see how events would unfold. If Little Sakura dared to strike, it would offer a glimpse into the power of the Eastern giant. But the official response was not a direct statement, instead it released an image bearing 4 characters, the 7-Day Pact. Those simple words, seemingly a response yet ambiguous, stirred another uproar in Little Sakura. Damn Xianxia scum, too arrogant. We must teach them a lesson. Little Sakura's netizens seethed with rage. Meanwhile domestic netizens were thrilled by such a firm stance. This was a historic grudge. Many hoped Little Sakura would actually strike, providing a legitimate reason to retaliate and seek revenge. The atmosphere grew tense. 7 days, only 7 more days until the truth would be revealed. Every citizen of Xianxia was gearing up. Little Sakura, don't you dare back down. The same thought echoed in the minds of countless netizens, all eagerly awaiting the end of the 7 days. In Little Sakura. Finally. It's done. As days passed, Lin Yang at last collected the last relic scattered across Little Sakura. Immediately a cascade of notifications from the system appeared. Congratulations, host. You have completed the series of national-level relic repatriation missions. You have received a first-class bonus reward and an exclusive mysterious grand prize. Congratulations, host. For completing the national-level relic repatriation series for the first time, you have been awarded 1 achievement point. Your current achievement points total 10. Congratulations, host. Since your achievement points have reached 10, you have earned the exclusive title Quest Master. Congratulations, host. Because you have repatriated all relics from Little Sakura, the citizens of your nation now regard you with a degree of reverence, hailing you as an unsung hero. You have gained 1 point of fame. Due to the historical animosity between your nation and Little Sakura, the fame gained from this mission has been amplified. Your fame value has increased to 10, bringing your total to 31. Congratulations, host. For completing a series of missions in a nation with a special bond, you have received additional national treasure points and bonus achievement points. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated national treasure points have reached 3000, earning you 1 achievement point. Congratulations, host. This system notification was longer than any before. Lin Yang's eyes grew brighter with each line. The longer the system's notification, the more rewards he received. Especially since this time he had completed a national-level artifact collection mission. Last time completing a provincial-level mission reward draw yielded a perfect-grade genetic enhancement potion. This time the national-level mysterious exclusive grand prize shouldn't be worse, should it? Lin Yang was filled with anticipation. A minute later the system's notification finally finished. He asked impatiently, "System, what can this exclusive mysterious grand prize contain?" Reply to host. The exclusive mysterious grand prize has 2 drawing modes. The first like the previous lottery wheel, but the items available for drawing are at least 2 levels ahead of the civilization of your current nation. That is, the worst item you can draw is a tier 3 civilization item, but the prize type is random. The second mode is a blind box draw. You can choose a specific category of rewards such as weapons technology or genetic potions, etc. However, it should be noted that the quality of the items is completely random. That is, you might draw a product of a super civilization or the trash of a low-level civilization. These 2 drawing modes made Lin Yang pause for a moment. The first mode was the same as the previous lottery mode except that the previous lottery mode had random quality of items that could be drawn. This time there was a guaranteed reward. The worst was still a product of a Tier 3 civilization. Although the category was random and might yield something useful or useless, it was quite tempting. The second mode was essentially an enhanced version of the first full category lottery mode, narrowing down the types of items that could be drawn. It allowed drawing based on a specific direction needed at the moment, which was very practical, but the random quality was a bit of a pitfall. I thought the exclusive mysterious grand prize would directly reward some high-level item, but it's still a lottery. Lin Yang couldn't help complaining. Reply to host. Although both are lottery modes, the first mode of the exclusive grand prize has a guaranteed reward while the second has extremely targeted utility in certain situations. Either way, they are far superior to the lottery from provincial mission rewards. It's just that your luck was too good last time drawing a perfect grade genetic potion, so you think these two modes are nothing special. Alright. Lin Yang curled his lip and began to consider which drawing mode to choose. If he wanted stability, the first mode was certainly the best. Currently the Blue Star was at the lowest first-level civilization. Drawing any usable product from a Tier 3 technological civilization could immediately elevate the country's technological level tremendously. However, there was another problem. Leaping two whole technological civilization levels meant that the academicians of the National Academy of Sciences might not even be able to utilize Tier 3 civilization items. If it required extra effort and a lot of time to research how to use them, it would be better for him to accumulate more national treasure points to exchange for technology. As for the second mode, although it had category targeting, if luck was bad and the random item was too poor, it would be wasting an opportunity. Moreover, he didn't have a particular direction of need at the moment. For a time Lin Yang was a bit conflicted. 2.5 minutes later. Forget it, one can't have it both ways. I'll go with the second mode. Without hesitating too long, Lin Yang directly chose the second drawing mode. Because this mode allowed specifying the category of enhanced genetic potions. Even if he drew the worst genetic potion, it would still be usable at present. System, I've decided. Second mode, category genetic potions. Alright host. Targeted lottery for genetic potions has been activated. Good luck. With the system's words, a wheel appeared before Lin Yang's eyes again. This wheel was much smaller than the previous one, and all the items that could be drawn on the wheel were genetic potions. Without further ado, Lin Yang directly pressed the virtual start button. The next moment the wheel spun rapidly and Lin Yang slightly closed his eyes. It was a time to gamble on luck, and he was a bit nervous. The 10-second countdown quickly ended and Lin Yang heard the system's notification again. Congratulations host. You have drawn a body enhancement genetic potion perfect grade. Whoosh. Lin Yang's eyes snapped open instantly. He breathed a sigh of relief. Another perfect grade enhancement genetic potion. This luck was unbeatable. System, what is the specific effect of the body enhancement genetic potion? The next second he directly asked. Reply to host. The body enhancement genetic potion can comprehensively enhance your physical fitness, increasing your current physical attributes by at least 5 times. Ah. That's so powerful. Lin Yang was startled. Does that mean my strength will be 5 times greater than now? Yes host, you can understand it that way. Moreover, due to the enhancement of your physical condition, you will hardly catch common epidemic diseases like colds. Then wouldn't that make me a Superman? Lin Yang blinked. Reply to host. The enhancement of physical fitness only makes you stronger than an ordinary person. It does not directly turn you into the kind of Superman you understand. Oh, that's still pretty awesome. May I ask if the host wishes to take the body enhancement genetic potion immediately? Please note that the enhancement is comprehensive and your sleep duration will be at least 48 hours. Please arrange your time accordingly. Sleep that long? Then I won't take it for now. Lin Yang shook his head immediately. Counting the time, 7 days had passed. Zhao Zizhen should have already produced the improved intercontinental ballistic missile. He didn't want to miss the moment of little Cherry Blossom being slapped in the face. Almost at the moment this thought crossed Lin Yang's mind, an email from the National Academy of Sciences arrived in his inbox. It was from Zhao Zizhen informing him that the upgraded intercontinental ballistic missile had been successfully produced and 3 had been made. He asked if Lin Yang wanted to announce the news immediately. Along with the email, Lin Yang abruptly received another system notification. Congratulations host. Under your guidance, your nation has developed a new type of intercontinental ballistic missile. You have received 500 national treasure points as a reward. Since this is the first time that a technological product far surpassing Blue Star civilization has been created under the host's guidance, you have received 1 achievement point. This notification surprised Lin Yang. After all, he had only spent 200 national treasure points to exchange for the second-tier ICBM technology. Now he was rewarded directly with 500 points. This deal was incredibly profitable. In his delight, Lin Yang casually replied to the email telling Zhao Zizhen to announce it directly. Back at the National Academy of Sciences, when Lin Yang's reply came, Zhao Zizhen and the others instantly had sharp glints in their eyes. Little Cherry Blossom had been jumping around too much these days. It was time to make those little Bacchus feel fear. Online domestic netizens and those Sakura counterparts were now trading insults with increasing ferocity day by day. Previously, Sakura had issued an ultimatum: if Xianxia failed to provide an explanation within 7 days, they would bear the consequences. This was essentially a pretext to demonstrate their newly developed missile. Today was the final day. The Sakura folks eagerly awaited their government to launch a missile without further ado. Domestic netizens, on the other hand, hoped Sakura would strike first, giving them a legitimate reason to retaliate. Western nations watched the developments in silence. Indeed, the entire world's gaze was now fixed on Xianxia and Sakura. Emboldened by the events of the past few days, the Sakura government, seeing that Xianxia had made no move by the deadline, issued a new statement: after tonight there would be no room for negotiation. This announcement sent Sakura's citizens into a frenzy. They wished the day would end at once. But even more excited were the netizens of Xianxia. To be honest, they were even more thrilled than the Sakura folks. A flood of netizens rushed to the official Xianxia account, offering to be the first to step forward. However, some observant netizens noticed that the Xianxia authorities had not responded immediately to Sakura's final notice. "What's going on?" someone asked in confusion. "What do you mean? Their little missiles are nothing, we can intercept them easily. Do we need to respond?" Exactly. Responding to everything would be overrating them. I trust the authorities have their plans. Don't rush, wait for the response. As discussions continued, netizens realized that the official account, which had always responded promptly to Sakura's provocations, had remained silent for over half an hour. This left many puzzled about what the higher-ups intended. After all, Sakura had explicitly stated there would be no further room for negotiation. It sounded quite alarming. The authorities must have had some plan. Yet their silence was perplexing, leaving many bewildered. Faced with the official silence, Sakura's folks grew even more exuberant. "Ha ha, Xianxia scum, if you're scared, just return the artifacts now. That's right, beg for the mercy of our great Sakura." Some Sakura folks began to taunt wildly. Domestic netizens, not to be outdone, flocked to Sakura's official accounts and traded insults. For a time, the online world was ablaze with noise. As time passed slowly, by evening many netizens grew weary of the argument and returned to the Xianxia official account asking what was happening. After all, just days ago they had posted an image of a 7-day covenant. Now that the time had come, even if it wasn't a direct response to Sakura, it indicated some other arrangement, and everyone was eager to see. This time the official account did not remain silent. Close to midnight they issued a statement. The announcement was simple, containing only 2 sentences. "Through our relentless efforts, we have developed a new type of intercontinental ballistic missile with a range of 2,000 kilometers and a terminal speed of Mach 100. We will conduct the first test launch over the ocean in half an hour. All are welcome to watch." These 2 brief sentences, though not a response to Sakura, instantly set the entire internet ablaze. What? What did I just see? An ICBM with a range of 2,000 kilometers and a speed of Mach 100. Am I hallucinating from all that arguing with the Sakura folks? Holy crap, is this for real? What exactly does a missile with Mach 100 speed and 2,000 km range mean? Can any expert explain? I'm no expert, but allow me to humbly explain. At that speed, if fired from here to Sakura, they'd be turned into shockwaves before they even realized it. Everyone was stunned. Domestic netizens were shocked. The Sakura folks stood frozen, and the various Western nations who had been waiting to watch the drama were thrown into utter chaos by this announcement. They could not believe their eyes. Such outrageous parameters for a new missile were enough to make anyone's scalp tingle just by looking at them. At Mach 100, even a stone hurled at that speed would cause devastating damage, let alone a missile. Everyone was awed by this sudden announcement. But soon voices of skepticism arose. A range of 2,000 km at Mach 100. I don't believe it. It's fake. This is absolutely fake. Even the unpretty states can't produce such a thing. How could Xianxia? Exactly. The fastest ICBM today barely reaches Mach 25. Jumping to Mach 100 is ridiculous. Western nations voiced their doubts openly. This is clearly Xianxia's attempt to bluff and divert attention because they're scared. Sakura's people were even more incredulous, possessing a strange confidence that this was a tactic to change the subject. An onslaught of skepticism swept in like a tidal wave. To be honest, even domestic netizens had a sliver of doubt that their own country could produce such a thing. The figures were simply too exaggerated. It was like everyone was still fighting with wooden sticks and suddenly you pulled out a machine gun. The leap was so staggering that it was hard to believe. But despite their doubts, domestic netizens never backed down in the face of challenges. They launched a counterattack. So many wise comments. Just because you can't build it doesn't mean we can't. Exactly. Those saying it's impossible, it's just that you don't know enough. And the announcement said the test launch would be in half an hour with coordinates public. If you don't believe it, just watch. As netizens fought back, the skeptical voices diminished, though not entirely. As one netizen pointed out, truth would be revealed in half an hour. Arguing now was pointless. While netizens were still bickering online, high-ranking officials from major Western nations had already locked onto the announced coordinates using various devices, far more eager than any netizen to verify the missile's power. They were more anxious than anyone to confirm whether the new ICBM described in the announcement was real. With this announcement, the entire Blue Star was instantly thrown into a storm of tension. Especially those nations long accustomed to dominance, who found themselves even more unwilling than Xiaoyinghua to see Shangxia suddenly produce such missiles. For if the news proved true, their positions would face an unprecedented and severe shake. Above the Great Ocean, the coordinate zone announced by the Shangxia authorities immediately captured global attention. As each moment ticked by, whether netizens at home or abroad, everyone grew increasingly tense. Even the heated debates online began to lose their fire. Everyone waited for the initial test results. At the Bureau of Abnormal Affairs in the homeland, Yi Guhong glanced at the time and looked through the video conference at Zhao Zizhen. "Is everything ready?" he asked. "Everything is ready." Zhao Zizhen's voice barely concealed his excitement. Following the technical manual sent by Lin Yang, they had successfully completed the missile upgrade. The preliminary data measured by engineers showed little deviation from what Lin Yang had previously indicated. A missile capable of reaching 20,000 kilometers in range and traveling at 100 times the speed of sound thrilled everyone immensely. Yi Guhong took a deep breath. "Excellent. When the time comes, launch on schedule." "Understood." Meanwhile, within Xiaoyinghua, Lin Yang was also watching the broadcast, waiting for the maiden test results. After all, this marked the first time the Grand Academy of Sciences had truly manufactured something so far ahead of its era. He wanted to see how much error existed, gaining insight into the Academy's current technical capabilities. Half an hour finally arrived as scheduled. When the half-hour chime rang out, everyone instantly perked up with anticipation. In the live streams of major official channels, commentators temporarily paused their narration, all awaiting the results of the maiden test over the ocean. The domestic official livestream went even further, directly aiming ultra-high-definition cameras at that coordinate zone above the ocean. This was Zhao Zizhen and the others' earlier decision. Since they were going to reveal everything, there was no need to be secretive. Instead, they would use ultra-clear footage to display the results. Finally, with the sound of ignition echoing through the official livestream, everyone witnessed the missile soaring skyward in the ultra-high-definition footage, racing toward the ocean at a speed barely discernible to the naked eye. Holy hell, such speed! Are we really about to rise? A flood of netizens were completely stunned. Although viewed through a screen, previous missile launches had also been live-streamed, making it clear that this missile's speed far exceeded any prior attempt. Even through the broadcast, it was evident the speed had increased by at least 2 to 3 times. This immediately sent domestic netizens into a frenzy. "Everyone stay calm, don't flood the chat. Although the speed has improved, the crucial matter remains whether we can successfully strike the target zone. According to the parameters previously released by official channels, if it reaches 100 Mach, launching toward the Western Ocean will only take 3 or 4 minutes. We can celebrate then." "That's right, just 4 minutes, we can wait." Netizens forcibly restrained their excitement, their eyes glued to the live broadcast screen. Unlike the elation of domestic netizens, people abroad wore serious expressions. If this speed could be maintained and the target strike completed successfully, it meant the data recently released by Shangxia authorities contained no exaggeration whatsoever. That would be far from a joyful prospect for them. Especially among the people of Xiaoyinghua, some desperately wished the missile would suddenly go off course. They were currently the most unwilling to see this maiden test succeed. Many from Xiaoyinghua were silently cursing under their breath. And yet, the missile's flight would not be stopped by anyone's curses, nor would any accidents occur. 3 minutes and 58 seconds later, under everyone's tense gaze, a pillar of flame blossomed over the Western Ocean. Boom! The intense sonic boom traveled across the vast ocean to the peripheral zones, causing many to experience ringing in their ears for a moment. The seawater within the ocean coordinate zone instantly formed a massive vortex current. Even the distant monitoring equipment was affected, its footage growing unstable. But this did not affect people's ability to witness the final result. The enormous vortex appeared upon the ocean, seemingly capable of devouring everything, its violent churning making viewers' chests tighten. All of this clearly demonstrated the success of this maiden test. In less than 4 minutes the missile had traveled from Shangxia to the Western Ocean and successfully struck the target area. In that instant the world fell silent. The Western Ocean was precisely over 20,000 kilometers from Shangxia. Reaching the designated midzone within 4 minutes proves beyond doubt that the previously released official data contained no exaggeration. A range covering 20,000 kilometers and a speed absolutely reaching 100 Mach, without both it would have been impossible to cross such a vast distance in merely 4 minutes. At this moment the entire world was speechless. Such incredible speed, such devastating power, such extraordinary range, every single figure sent the Western nations into despair. Authorities of various nations did not even need professional teams to estimate. They could calculate on their own how quickly such a missile would reach them and whether they possessed the means to intercept it. Unsurprisingly, the results of those calculations only deepened their silence. Nearly no effective measures existed to counter such a terrifying intercontinental missile. Silence. Silence was the flame blooming over the Western Ocean that night. Of course, as the saying goes, everything has two sides. In contrast to the silence of nations worldwide at this very moment in the homeland, although it was already past midnight, netizens were more excited than ever before. Such a successful test left many netizens so overwhelmed with emotion that they could barely string coherent words together. Oh my God, this is incredible. I'm typing these words with trembling hands. No language can express what I feel right now. I can only say absolutely magnificent. How thrilling, how exhilarating. With such an amazing missile we can finally achieve the legendary precision of striking exactly where we aim. Who understands? I'm on the verge of tears. Our academicians have unknowingly developed something so far beyond the times. My sense of security has never been stronger. Now I finally understand what the official channel meant by the 7-day agreement. It wasn't a response to Xiaoyinghua at all, it referred to this maiden test conducted 7 days later. Truly magnificent, my country. Where are the people of Xiaoyinghua? Didn't they say there was no room for maneuver? I want to ask them now, do you still have any leeway left? Aren't you going to test your missiles as well? This question left everyone in Xiaoyinghua utterly speechless. Within the realm of Xiaoyinghua an eerie stillness reigned. It was a stark contrast to the bustling chaos of half an hour ago when the streets were filled with clamor and demands for Shangxia to answer for their actions. From the highest echelons to the lowest ranks all fell silent. The official account of Xiaoyinghua had quietly deleted the earlier announcements demanding an explanation from Shangxia without anyone noticing when. Not a trace of arrogance remained. Watching the live broadcast, Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The domestic technology was far more impressive than he had previously imagined. He had once thought that the missile they produced might fall short of the technical standards provided by the system, yet it had perfectly met the expected level. Just as he was about to turn off the live stream, a sentence from the broadcast made his expression shift to one of curiosity and his hand paused mid-motion. Dean Zhao, the successful maiden launch of the missile is truly exhilarating. Many netizens are marveling at how your institute managed to keep such a massive project under wraps, delivering such a stunning surprise without any prior leaks. Thus many are curious, are there other advanced technologies that you have already mastered in secret without anyone knowing? In the official live stream, the host, brimming with excitement, was interviewing a representative from the Grand Academy of Sciences. To everyone's surprise, the representative was none other than Zhao Zizhen himself. Hearing the host's question, Zhao Zizhen smiled faintly. Well, in principle I can't say, but I can reveal a little secret. We do possess some even more advanced technologies, and it won't be long before we present an even greater surprise to everyone. Instantly the live stream was flooded with comments like legendary and 666. The host's eyes widened slightly in curiosity. Could you perhaps give us a little more insight into what field this technology belongs to, Dean Zhao? For now it remains confidential. Please stay tuned, I can assure you it will not disappoint. Zhao Zizhen replied with a mysterious smile. The host tactfully refrained from pressing further and instead posed another question. Dean Zhao, netizens have noted that every new product we develop has a meaningful name. But the announcement for this intercontinental missile didn't mention a name. Everyone is curious, what will this epic-making missile be called? Zhao Zizhen turned directly to the camera and smiled. This missile is named Classmate. Classmate. The host was taken aback and the vast audience in the livestream was equally stunned. Soon a torrent of comments erupted. Classmate. Such a fierce missile with such a cute name. Pure contrast, right? I'm speechless. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm being called out by the principal in a weird way? Many netizens expressed their amusement. For the name seemed utterly incompatible with such a formidable missile. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the host asked softly, Dean Zhao, does naming this missile Classmate carry any special significance? If it's convenient, could you share the story behind it? Of course. Zhao Zizhen nodded. These questions were part of the pre-arranged interview process, not secrets, and could be shared openly. The missile is named Classmate because it was successfully developed with the help of a high school graduate. We originally wanted to name it after him, but to protect his privacy we chose this compromise. At these words the livestream fell silent for a couple of seconds. What did they just hear? Such a formidable missile was developed with the help of a student. No one doubted Zhao Zizhen's words. After all, he was the dean of the Grand Academy of Sciences, and such a groundbreaking missile was too significant to be used for someone's personal glorification. Thus it was even more shocking. Especially Zhao Zizhen's phrasing. He said it was developed with the help of this student, hence the name Classmate. This proved that the student had played a pivotal role in the missile's development. Netizens were utterly dumbfounded. Oh my god, did I hear that right? We're both high school graduates, but the gap is enormous. I'm still being scolded 3 times a day at home. Same here. When my parents wake up tomorrow and see the news, they might not just scold me, they might come straight to beat me up. Haha, I can already imagine my parents saying, look at that kid, another graduate, but he builds missiles while you just eat and sleep. This is the epitome of other people's child. I've decided, starting tomorrow I'll voluntarily clean the house and do the dishes, or else I won't be able to stay at home. But honestly, I'd rather we have more such prodigies, even if I get beaten 3 times a day. The behind-the-scenes tidbit revealed by Zhao Zizhen had indeed stunned everyone. For a moment the entire nation, no, the entire world, was speculating about the identity of the student Zhao Zizhen had mentioned. What kind of genius was he? Some individuals in Western countries immediately issued orders to spare no effort in uncovering the identity of that student. The exceptional talent of a graduate put immense pressure on certain figures in the West. The interview soon concluded. Throughout the entire process there was no mention of Ziyang's earlier announcements. This blatant disregard left the people of Ziyang deeply unsettled. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. The Western powers were gripped by anxiety over the power of the Classmate missile, unable to rest. Countless domestic netizens were also curious about which remarkable student had made such a monumental contribution. In an instant the word Classmate became a trending keyword across all major news media. Lin Yang meanwhile was taken aback when he heard Zhao Zizhen name the missile. He had never expected them to choose such a name. It was indeed a great honor for him. He then closed the live stream. As the broadcast ended, a flood of netizens rushed to Ziyang's official account, posting comments demanding to know if the 7-day ultimatum had expired and what consequences they would face at dawn. At the same time, Lin Yang suddenly received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance your country has developed a super missile that intimidates the petty villains, earning the people of your nation a certain degree of reverence. You have been acclaimed as a super genius hero and you have gained 10 reputation points. Your current reputation points are 41. This sudden prompt made Lin Yang pause for a moment. Can I really gain reputation points from this? Then a glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes as he asked, System, you always said I was hailed as an unsung hero before. Why is it super genius hero this time? And why did you give me 10 reputation points all at once without any amplification? The system's wording was usually precise, so this sudden change puzzled him. Answering the host, the academicians of your country revealed during a global live broadcast that you played a crucial role in the manufacture of this missile. You now have a widely recognized codename, Classmate. In the hearts of your country's people you are an extraordinarily brilliant classmate, so this time you are a genius hero. Since this was a global live broadcast, your presence has exerted immense pressure on other nations, greatly enhancing the influence of both your country and yourself. Consequently, the reputation points have been correspondingly increased. Lin Yang suddenly understood, so the amount of reputation points gained is not fixed, unlike achievement points which are always 1 point each time. Instead it fluctuates with the scale of influence of the events I undertake. Yes, host, you can certainly understand it that way. Alright. Lin Yang asked no more. He glanced at the time, then took out the perfect grade body enhancement genetic potion and consumed it. He had not taken it immediately earlier because he wanted to witness the first missile launch test and see Ziyang get slapped in the face. Now that he had seen everything, Lin Yang wasted no more time. Use it early, get strong early. Early morning. When the first rays of sunlight touched the earth, the netizens who had been lively all night showed no signs of drowsiness. Instead they gathered under Ziyang's official account, bombarding it with thousands of comments per minute asking what Ziyang planned to do today. After all, 7 days ago Ziyang had made such arrogant statements and now they had quietly deleted those posts. But the netizens at home were not so easily fooled. To slap someone in the face you had to do it directly and hit them where it hurt. Letting them off without a clear resolution was not the way of the domestic netizens. However, in response to the netizens' remarks, Ziyang's official account simply played dead and did not respond at all. In the end they even switched to private mode, making it impossible for anyone to comment. What a sore loser. 7 days ago you were so aggressive and now you don't even dare to respond. And you still think you can be the leader of the Eastern continent. Look at yourself, are you even worthy? Haha, with such a petty attitude, even if you were given another 10,000 years you'd never amount to anything. Little Xiaoyingwa, how laughable. Seeing that Xiaoyingwa's official account couldn't withstand the pressure, the netizens' jeers grew even more intense. What the netizens did not know was that while they were mocking and ridiculing, the faces of Xiaoyingwa's people were growing uglier and more livid by the second. They wanted to respond, but how could they dare? The mere thought of the terrifying power of the Tongxue missile sent chills down their spines. They dared not respond at all. Even if mocked globally, they could only grit their teeth and play dead. They wouldn't even dare to mention the matter again. The Xiaoyingwa folks who had been jumping around on the internet earlier were also deactivating their accounts one by one, going offline, completely unwilling to show their faces at this moment. After all, without comparison there is no harm. Their once proud missiles compared to the Tongxue missile were like children's toys playing house. Although Shanxia's official account did not directly confront them, last night's debut test live broadcast was like an invisible slap, fiercely striking all of them in the face. It turned everything Xiaoyingwa had done in the past few days into a joke. Inside the Bureau of Anomalies, the aged faces of Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu were glowing with an unprecedented radiance. The successful test of the Tongxue missile had granted Shanxia absolute dominance and a leading voice. Since last night, inquiries from various Western countries had been pouring in, attempting to probe the situation. The cautious and respectful tone in their wording was something that had never been seen in previous years. This feeling was immensely satisfying for Yi Guhong and the others. Elder Yi, shall we directly announce the lithography machine and controlled nuclear fusion technology now? With the Tongxue missile as a backing, Tang Wensheng asked, his face flushed with excitement. Zhao Zizhen and his team are still working on controlled nuclear fusion technology. As for the lithography machine, Yi Guhong pondered for a moment, then continued, let's announce the lithography machine first. With the Tongxue missile in place, we need to start developing the areas that should be developed. From now on, all things like mobile phone chips will be produced by ourselves. We will no longer pay patent fees to foreign countries. The money saved, at least hundreds of billions, can be invested in the subsequent nuclear fusion industry. Great. Tang Wensheng rubbed his hands together. They had waited for this day far too long. Now they could finally announce to the world without any reservations that Shanxia possessed the most advanced lithography machine, no longer under anyone's control. At 10 o'clock in the morning, before everyone could recover from the excitement of the Tongxue missile's debut, a sudden piece of news shot up the trending topic, stunning everyone. Daekyuan announces that Shanxia's first self-developed 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, codenamed Lithography Tongxue No. 1, has successfully operated during the experimental cycle and is now officially put into use. This news instantly stirred up a storm on the internet. The netizens who had been up all night eating melon and were about to go to sleep were all jolted awake in an instant. What the heck? What did I just see? A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Am I hallucinating from staying up all night, or did I just die and end up in another fantasy world? Should I perhaps probably not be hallucinating or dead? It really is a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. How is this possible? Forget about a 0.1 nanometer machine that breaks the physical limits of materials. We don't even have conventional advanced lithography machines. Now suddenly a 0.1 nanometer one appears. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Holy cow, jumping from nothing straight to 0.1 nanometer, isn't that gap a bit too big? I need to take a moment, folks. Even if this news came from the official account, it feels like a scam. In one night, first a super missile, then a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. When I woke up, has the world already developed this far? Oh my heavens, as incredible as it sounds, I have one question with this thing: will mobile phones become a lot cheaper in the future? Hey, has anyone noticed that the codename for this lithography machine also uses Tongxue? At this moment, everyone, domestic and foreign, who saw this announcement was utterly flabbergasted. It could be said that at this moment the whole world was in shock. The next moment, netizens from Shanxia surged into the official account like a swarm, frantically asking whether this was real or not. A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Previously they did not even possess a moderately advanced device, and now they suddenly possessed a super lithography machine that surpassed the era's technology. Every netizen was gripped by extreme tension. They were genuinely afraid that this was some prank by the officials. Meanwhile, the people of Western nations, after recovering from their shock, immediately began to mock them. Ha ha, Shanxia people, have you lost your minds? A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. What a boast. Exactly, even the most advanced lithography machine in windmill country is only 3 nanometers. I think your official account is getting a bit too cocky daring to make such a joke. If this isn't a deliberate prank, I'll eat my own hat. At first, when they heard the Shangxia official account announce the creation of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, the Westerners were indeed shocked. But as soon as they came to their senses, they could see that this news was undoubtedly a joke. After years of being blocked by Western nations in lithography technology, Shangxia could not even produce a slightly advanced machine. Now they claimed to have built a 0.1 nanometer one. If that wasn't a joke, what was? This mockery instantly stirred dissatisfaction among Shangxia netizens. Although they themselves found the matter too incredible, they still fought back against the taunts. You Westerners, whether we can make it or not is none of your damn business. Exactly, if you can't make it, it's because you're pathetic. How we can even build the Tongxue-class missile, is it that hard to make a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? Netizens responded in droves, putting aside whether the official account was joking. The provocation from the Westerners was something they could not tolerate. The official account's comments section became a battlefield of insults. While domestic netizens were embroiled in heated arguments with the Westerners, the Academy of Sciences official account suddenly updated with another announcement. First of all, we thank everyone for their attention. Adhering to the principle of win-win cooperation, we welcome global chip manufacturers to come to us for chip reservations and other multifaceted business collaborations starting today. The new announcement's content was brief, seemingly a direct response to the doubts of netizens and Western nations. However, despite its brevity, it was accompanied by a short video of about 10 seconds. The video showcased an extremely precise and high-end chip. This instantly made it abundantly clear that Shangxia had indeed developed a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Otherwise, they would not have dared to say they welcomed global chip manufacturers to come for reservations and collaborations. Especially the chip displayed in the video, its level of precision was so high that even those not well-versed in the field could tell that the craftsmanship had reached an artistic level. I'm numb, I'm completely numb. Is this real? Did they really build a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine? Holy crap, holy crap. At this moment I only have one thing to say, my country awesome cracking voice. In an instant, netizens who saw this new announcement were stunned into incoherence. A 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. This was a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Netizens were so excited their scalps went numb. As everyone knows, high-end scientific research cannot develop without high-end chips. Previously, this area had been strangled by Western nations, forcing Shangxia to pay hundreds of billions of dollars in patent fees annually while enduring their mockery and suppression. Now the Academy of Sciences had quietly unleashed such a blockbuster move, not only bypassing the technology blockade and turning the tables, but also raising the difficulty of lithography technology to a level that Western nations could not catch up with for centuries. This excitement was simply beyond words. Meanwhile, the Westerners, upon seeing the announcement, had their scalps explode. Domestic netizens were thrilled, excited, and overjoyed. The Westerners, however, saw the precise chip displayed in the video and became panicked and terrified. Shangxia had, without anyone noticing, secretly developed such an astonishing lithography machine. This was hard for Westerners to accept and even harder to believe. No. It's impossible. This is definitely a synthesized video from Shangxia. You absolutely cannot be stronger than us, and you absolutely cannot have built a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. Some Westerners completely lost their composure. The facts are right in front of you and you still refuse to believe. How ridiculous. Exactly, you say this is synthesized. Then what is the purpose of synthesizing this video? Just to fool you. Are you that bored? Ignore them. Let these Westerners deal with their own meltdown. Indeed, there's no need to waste our breath on them. From now on we'll have our own cutting-edge chips. It's only natural for them to lose their composure over the loss of so many patent fees. Haha, well said. Before I go, I want to ask, is that guy who said he would eat his hat still around? He didn't run away after his meltdown, did he? Countless domestic netizens were now at the peak of excitement while the Westerners wore gloomy expressions. Especially the people of windmill country. A while ago their 3 nanometer lithography technology was stolen, and now Shangxia directly announced the development of a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. They felt there must be a connection between the two, even suspecting that Shangxia had stolen their 3 nanometer technology and then developed the 0.1 nanometer machine. However, the technological gap between a 3 nanometer and a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine was wider than a chasm, and even they found it hard to believe this claim. Damn it, our technology was definitely stolen by those damn Shangxia people. They must pay the price. Certain high-ranking officials in Windmill Country directly cursed and proposed making the theft of lithography technology public to bring condemnation upon Shangxia. However, this proposal was ultimately rejected. On one hand, Shangxia now had the Tongxue-class intercontinental missile to back them up, so even if they spoke out, other nations would not join in the condemnation without evidence. On the other hand, lithography was the pillar industry of Windmill Country. Now that Shangxia had developed a 0.1 nanometer lithography machine, it was foreseeable that a large number of chip enterprises would switch to Shangxia, delivering an unprecedented blow to their chip industry. If they also announced that their most important lithography technology had been stolen, the remaining enterprises that could not afford to buy Shangxia's 0.1 nanometer machine would lose trust in them as well. They could not bear such consequences. Thinking of all this, everyone in Windmill Country felt a sense of despair. After years of painstakingly blocking Shangxia's technology, they were finally facing the consequences. While Windmill Country was in extreme agony domestically, it was a scene of jubilation. The DIT Academy of Sciences launched another live broadcast to address the background behind the creation of the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. The most frequently asked question was, why is the lithography machine also named after the Tongxue? When the host posed this question, the entire internet fell into a brief silence once again. Especially among Western nations, a bad premonition arose. Could it be that this 0.1 nanometer lithography machine was also successfully developed with the help of the so-called mysterious Tongxue? The domestic netizens held their breath watching the livestream, waiting for the answer. This time the interviewee was not Zhao Zizhen but Wang Guang. Hearing the host's question, this young man first showed a hint of admiration, then solemnly said, "That's right, the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine and the Tongxue missile were both developed with the help of that classmate, so they are both codenamed Tongxue." Boom! Hearing Wang Guang's answer, the entire livestream's bullet comments exploded instantly. My God! It really is related to that classmate who developed the Tongxue missile. That's too incredible. I urgently want to know who exactly is that classmate. He's already proficient in missile development, and he can also help develop the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine. These are two completely different fields of knowledge. Is this the difference between us mortals and geniuses? Woo, forget about mortals and geniuses, I'm already broken. This morning my parents saw the news and gave me a beating, saying that as a fellow graduate he's helping develop missiles for the country while I just play games at home. Now with this news I'll get another beating tonight. Ha ha, sorry to the person above, though it's not moral, I really want to laugh, ha. When will I ever become someone else's classmate? Alright, everyone stop daydreaming. He's proficient in two completely different fields of high-end scientific research. That's a completely different track from us. The greatest contribution we can make is not to cause trouble for our country. This really stings. I want to refute it, but I can't find a point to refute. In the livestream, the netizens were truly stunned. The same person proficient in two completely different fields of high-precision cross-array technology. If it weren't for the official livestream, no one would believe it. Even when bragging, no one would dare to brag like this. After the shock, a large number of netizens became curious, wanting to know the identity of this mysterious classmate. The host directly asked this question. Wang Guang smiled slightly. Out of respect for personal privacy, we cannot provide more information about this classmate. This answer, though within expectations, still left people quite regretful. Many netizens directly regarded this mysterious classmate as their idol. Not being able to know more specific information about the idol was indeed a pity. It's understandable. After all, being so young and having such abilities, of course privacy protection is necessary. He can't be allowed to suffer any harm. The netizens were quite reasonable and did not continue to spam with questions. However, some untimely comments suddenly popped up. What mysterious classmate? I think this is just a fictional character made up by your Shangxia to create a sense of mystery. That's right, a guy who just graduated high school, how could he have such abilities? It's just pretentious. These comments, as if organized and premeditated, suddenly flooded the livestream. Damn, where did these paid trolls come from? Before you badmouth, can you use your brain? We've already developed the products, is there any need to fabricate a non-existent person for mystery? Exactly, these people just blindly criticize without using their brains. Check their IPs, I guarantee they are all from foreign networks. Don't bother with them. These paid trolls, the more you engage, the more they bark. Don't fall for it, don't let them succeed. Just ban them directly. The netizens remained rational and were not provoked by these obviously forced criticisms. The livestream administrators also directly banned a large number of them. The interview continued. Wang Guang frowned at the negative comments. In his heart, Lin Yang was his #1 idol. These trolls actually slandered Lin Yang as a non-existent character, trying to erase his contributions. This made Wang Guang unable to hold back, and he directly said not only the Tongxue missile and the Tongxue No. 1 lithography machine were developed with the help of this classmate, we also have more advanced technology in the testing phase also developed with the help of this classmate. The existence of this classmate cannot be erased. These words directly shocked the netizens again. What? There's even more advanced technology being tested. Wow, even the 0.1 nanometer lithography machine has been developed. What could be more advanced? Oh my god, yesterday Director Zhao said there was a surprise for us, he wasn't joking. My stupid brain can't think of anything more advanced than 0.1 nanometer. The domestic netizens were once again stunned. Meanwhile, the viewers from Western countries fell silent again. Some countries summoned professional teams to analyze the authenticity of Wang Guang's words through his micro-expressions. A mysterious classmate mastering such cross-era technologies in different fields made them feel extremely insecure. They deeply knew how much cohesion a positive role model with strong appeal could generate. They were unwilling to see Shangxia united as one, so they bought trolls to create topics everywhere. They desperately hoped that the classmate Wang Guang mentioned was fictional. However, the professional team's analysis result was that Wang Guang was not lying. The way he defended his idol could not be faked. Although it could not be 100 ruled out with over 99.9% probability, this classmate indeed truly existed. Investigate. At all costs find out all information about this behind-the-scenes classmate. After the silence, the Western countries tacitly issued such orders. They began to feel some unease. In the livestream, Wang Guang finished those words and ended the interview. This interview was mainly to first reveal the news to the outside world and test the attitude. Now the goal had been achieved. The Western guys did not rashly move with improper intentions. This made Ji Guhong and others feel much relieved. Obviously, this was the credit of the Tongxue missile. Indeed, at any time the truth lies only within the range of missiles. As for the netizens, they didn't think that much. They only cared about one question: now that the Academy had such an awesome lithography machine, would mobile phone chips drop significantly in price along with phones themselves? Just as the netizens were entertaining such expectations, several major Western tech companies, as if coordinated, suddenly announced simultaneously that mobile phone systems would no longer be open source and free, and related patent fees would increase by 50%. This meant that even if the cost of mobile phone chips and hardware decreased, the money needed to make the phone run normally would be even more than before. Because so far Shangxia did not yet have a truly self-developed system independent of foreign mobile phone systems. This immediately made the netizens furious. Damn, so shameless. We just announced we have a lithography machine and they can no longer block our Ryzen hardware, so they strike from the system side. Damn, utterly shameless. I think we should call on the mysterious classmate boss. Why not have him develop a system completely belonging to us Shangxia people and let those damned Westerners guard their crappy patents and go hungry? This sentence immediately resonated with millions of netizens. Right, the classmate boss might really have the ability. Classmate boss, if you can help us develop a completely own mobile phone system, I will be your blind fan from now on. The netizens became extremely expectant. Suddenly a netizen said, just now researcher Wang said there is more advanced technology being tested. Could it be that the classmate boss has already prepared ahead and is researching a mobile phone system? These words directly made all netizens tremble all over. Could the enigmatic classmate step in to preemptively help study a new mobile? It might not be impossible. Netizens' hearts instantly grew, flocking to the Dekuyuan institutes to offer suggestions. Some folks from the Western lands couldn't help but mock them again. Ha, you naive Shangxia people, do you really think a complete smooth mobile system can be researched and developed so easily? Exactly, the Shangxia have tried in these years, but what's the result? Nothing at all. Even if your so-called mysterious classmate is formidable, I tell you, mobile systems, photolithography, machine manufacturing and missile manufacturing are completely different things. You will absolutely fail. Some people from overseas networks taunting relentlessly. CIAO, you Westerners who only spout mindlessly, aren't you getting tired? Whether we can research it is none of your business. That's right, just now you kept saying we couldn't make a photolithography machine, and now you're saying we can't develop a new mobile system. Could you choose your words more carefully? I'm sick of the repetition. Enough, really not going to waste words with you Western folks. In short, we have only one sentence: you will be disappointed. Domestic netizens were already growing lazy to spar with these brainless Westerners. After that round of exchanges about the photolithography machines, domestic netizens realized that some people are paid shills deliberately stirring up topics. Arguing with them only harms themselves. So many netizens continued to focus on the Dekuyuan Institute launching suggestion polls, hoping the Dekuyuan Institute could reach out to that mysterious senior big shot to ask whether they could develop a new mobile system. If there were a real chance to study a completely independent mobile system that would truly break Western choke points. The Kuyuan Institute did not disappoint the netizens and quickly responded. Thank you for your suggestions, we will pass them along, and if there is any news we will inform you at once. The Kuyuan Institute's official account responded promptly and positively, instantly making people fizz with excitement. Inside the institute, Zhao Zizhen was in a video conference with Yi Guhong and a few others. Online netizens' suggestions poured down like snowflakes and they could hardly be ignored. Zhao Zizhen looked at Yi Guhong and asked directly, "Are you sure you want me to send an email to ask that person whether they can help research a new system?" The netizens' suggestions aren't without reason. Although we've solved hardware issues like chips, the mobile system is a bigger headache. If we had our own independent system, everything would be much easier. Yi Guhong nodded. This is perhaps the first time he proactively asked Lin Yang for help. Even though the chip problem has been solved and we can even manufacture more advanced chips. But the major international tech giants who hold mobile systems do not manufacture phones themselves. Using chips as bargaining chips to trade for the system with them is unlikely. That left Yi Guhong rather helpless. Zhao Zizhen reminded again, "There's no problem sending the email, but what they say also makes sense. The mobile system belongs to another field. This classmate might not have studied it, and I think we should be prepared." Of course, if he has studied it, that's better. If not, it's fine. When controlled nuclear fusion technology is deployed in the future, it can still be used as a bargaining chip. Okay, I'll send the email, Zhao Zizhen said, and he directly sent a message to Lin Yang. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply from Lin Yang, which made Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong tense. This person, could he be in some trouble? His other. They exchanged a glance, each reading the other's worry in their eyes. In previous emails, Lin Yang had almost always replied at once. But today there was no reply for a long time, and they couldn't help but start to wonder. That person should still be in Shaoxinghua. You guys hurry to contact colleagues there and ask whether any of our people are being harassed locally. Zhao Zizhen grew a little anxious. Although they did not yet know Lin Yang's true identity, Lin Yang was surely Shangxia's people. If he truly faced trouble locating all Shangxia folk being harassed, might help identify Lin Yang. Don't rush, stay calm for now, wait a bit longer. Maybe this guy stayed up late and isn't awake yet. Yi Guhong's eyes flashed. He offered a word of comfort, but he immediately issued orders. Even if this method of uncovering Lin Yang's identity was unlikely, it might not help Lin Yang anyway. But at this moment there was nothing they could do. Any Shangxia compatriot facing trouble locally would be a matter of priority protection. What Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong did not know was that Lin Yang hadn't replied promptly, not because of trouble but because he had taken a body-strengthening gene drug and fallen into a normal sleep. Thus when the sleep time ended and Lin Yang woke, he found Yi Guhong and the others protecting every Shangxia person in trouble with such concern that he couldn't help but smile wryly and be moved. This gene drug is truly miraculous, sleeping for 48 hours straight without waking once. Lin Yang sighed. He could clearly feel his current mental state was much better and more vigorous than before. His physical condition had indeed strengthened several times over. Then he ordered hotel meals, eating while replying to Zhao Zizhen's email. Mobile operating system. Lin Yang glanced at the earlier livestream replay, checked the recent trending news, and quickly understood what had happened these past days. Want to keep choking them with a mobile system? Ha, what a nice thought. Lin Yang sneered and directly gave a positive reply in Zhao Zizhen's email. Not to mention a mobile OS, even a powerful intelligent AI system could be obtained in the system store. Then he opened the National Treasure Value store to exchange. He now having completed relic collection across the Shaoxinghua region plus extra rewards and even the ability to manufacture missiles, had accumulated a vast amount of national treasure value that remained untouched. Redeeming a small mobile system would be a walk in the park. However, at the moment of redemption he remembered that the system had said you could first earn national treasure value with lower tier technology, then earn more with higher tier technology of the same series. Wait, don't redeem yet. First fetch the source code of those foreign companies' mobile systems, do a small upgrade, have the Kuyuan Institute build it once, then redeem a higher, more perfect mobile system in the store. This will be more cost effective. Thinking of this, Lin Yang's eyes flashed with a glint. These tech giants' greatest leverage lies in the mobile system. After he collects the source code and earns the national treasure value, he could publicly release the source code to the world, then that mobile system would be rendered worthless. So you want to keep choking them with the mobile system, huh? Then let's see if you can bear the consequences. Lin Yang's eyes flashed with a cold gleam as he moved. Inside the Kuyuan Institute, Zhao Zizhen and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they received Lin Yang's reply he was okay. And then seeing his affirmative response, they looked forward to it even more. I wonder how long this time it will take him to research a new system. Last time Lin Yang promised to study missiles, and not long after he got it done. This time Zhao Zizhen and the others were curious how long Lin Yang would take to craft a new system. But just as that thought arose, a call from overseas came through. The Kuyuan Institute. I directly retrieved the other company's mobile system source code. This won't cause trouble, right? Buzz. In an instant Zhao Zizhen and the others went numb all over. Gat. get the source code of their mobile operating system. They were stunned. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this. They had never anticipated that Lin Yang's solution to assist in developing the system would be to directly obtain the source code of the rival's mobile OS. Of course they had no doubt that Lin Yang possessed such capability. However, Zhao Zizhen quickly regained his composure and said with a wry smile, "Classmate, obtaining the source code is certainly good, but the real challenge lies in the myriad patents they have filed for their mobile OS. That's the most troublesome part." The reason those tech giants dared to use the mobile OS as leverage, raising patent fees by 50%, was precisely because they had filed countless related patents. It could be said that virtually every patent technology related to mobile operating systems had been filed, creating a monopoly. Thus developing a truly independent mobile OS while circumventing those patents was the most difficult task. The patents they filed were so extensive and comprehensive that even the slightest resemblance would immediately land one in a lawsuit. Their all-encompassing coverage of mobile OS patent technologies was the paramount reason why, despite years of attempts, the domestic industry had always been stifled. Even if the source code of their mobile OS were obtained, it would hardly change the situation. Their patent technology was so thorough that they might not even fear the source code being stolen. Many domestic tech experts had attempted to crawl the rival's source code. But the conclusion was that even with the source code it was impossible to bypass the existing patent system, and they could only obediently pay hundreds of billions in patent fees every year. That was precisely why those foreign netizens dared to mock them so arrogantly. Lin Yang merely smiled and said, "Of course I know that the patents are the trickiest part. That's why I'm not just taking their source code, I'll modify it to bypass some of the existing patent technologies." Ah. Zhao Zizhen was stunned again, then murmured, "See, classmate, are you certain? If they could indeed obtain the source code of the mobile OS and modify it, then those tech companies would be crippled by half." "Of course. I'll get you the source code and tweak it to bypass most of their patents. Do you think you can develop an independent OS based on the underlying source code?" Lin Yang asked again. "Absolutely," Zhao Zizhen immediately replied. Patents were one thing, but the reason the domestic industry still couldn't produce an independent system was that even when the rivals open-sourced part of the code, it wasn't the true underlying logical source code. Especially a certain mobile OS that was completely independent, its source code had never been leaked. Without the true underlying logical source code, it was impossible to strip it from the base system and thus impossible to circumvent the patents. But if they could obtain the actual underlying logical source code, developing an independent mobile OS would not be a difficult task. "That's settled then. I'll send you the modified mobile OS source code later. You can quickly put together an interim independent system. When I have time, I'll create a completely new system that is unlike any existing mobile OS architecture," Lin Yang said. Zhao Zizhen was startled again by Lin Yang's latter words. A completely new system unlike any existing OS. He was dumbfounded. Yi Guhong and the others who were monitoring the call were also bewildered. They suddenly found it difficult to intuitively grasp the meaning of those words. Lin Yang didn't explain further. He simply said, "Just work on the modified source code I sent over. By the time you finish, I should have the brand new mobile OS ready." "Oh, okay." Zhao Zizhen didn't dare ask more questions and quickly agreed. Then, prompted by Yi Guhong, he asked before Lin Yang hung up, "Classmate, are you still in Shaoxinghua? When do you plan to return? By my count, most of the domestic summer vacation has passed." Lin Yang laughed. "Dean Zhao, no need to worry. I said I won't continue studying abroad and I'll definitely return." "Then. All right. Take good care of yourself abroad. If anything happens, be sure to inform us immediately." Hearing this, Zhao Zizhen tactfully said no more. Lin Yang hung up and uploaded the source code package to the internal cloud storage used by the Great Academy of Sciences. Obtaining the source code of the rival's mobile OS was simple. He paid a small amount of national treasure points as a service fee and effortlessly retrieved the underlying logical source code of the mobile OS that those tech giants were most proud of. This was far easier and more convenient than going to the windmill country to obtain the lithography machine manual or retrieving cultural relics. For physical items, he had to go there in disguise. But for a mobile OS, anything connected to the internet, as long as he paid the service fee, the system could directly fetch it. He then paid a bit more to have the system modify the source code. The two operations cost a total of 50 national treasure points. Then Lin Yang quietly waited for the Great Academy of Sciences to use the source code he sent to first develop a basic mobile OS. Inside the Great Academy of Sciences, after receiving the source code from Lin Yang, Zhao Zizhen directly summoned some technical experts to work overtime on the system. The new system stripped from the underlying code filled these experts with immense excitement. For these technical experts, giving birth to an independent new mobile OS from their hands was an indescribable honor. Driven by such conviction and vigor, they completed the development, testing, and operation of the new system in just 3 days and 2 nights. Dean Zhao, that classmate is truly remarkable. This new system is incredibly smooth. I think we can hold a press conference immediately to announce it. The project leader, eyes bloodshot but brimming with excitement, called Zhao Zizhen over to demonstrate the results. After testing it himself, Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly. That person always delivers the finest of the finest. Those giant companies are going to have sleepless nights. Zhao Zizhen was also thrilled. Those companies had just announced a 50% increase in patent fees, and now they had their own brand new system. Once announced, the bigwigs of those companies would probably be so furious they'd burst a blood vessel. Then he called Wang Guang to prepare for the press conference. But just then Lin Yang's call came unexpectedly. Zhao Zizhen set aside the press conference arrangements and immediately answered. Dean Zhao, have you already completed the development and operation of the new system? Lin Yang's first question stunned Zhao Zizhen, who then smiled wryly. Classmate, you're truly incredible. We just finished running it successfully and I was about to email you when you called. It seems everything is within your calculations. I have faith in our technical experts. With that level of difficulty, 3 days should be enough. Lin Yang replied casually, then asked directly, are you about to hold a press conference to announce the new system? Zhao Zizhen was stunned again, then replied, nothing escapes you, classmate. Yes, we are indeed planning to announce the new system. Having a brand new independent operating system was a monumental event. It benefits the nation on a large scale and the people on a small one. Naturally, it couldn't be delayed. Lin Yang laughed. Dean Zhao, don't rush the press conference. I haven't been idle these days. Do you remember what I said last time, that by the time you finished the new system I should be able to develop a truly new operating system? Yes, of course I remember. Have you already developed it? Zhao Zizhen's heart jolted. Yes. I'm sending you the new system now. Run it, and if there are no issues, don't announce the independent system stripped from the source code at the press conference. Instead, announce this brand new system of mine. I really developed it. Lin Yang's answer left Zhao Zizhen utterly astonished. Yi Guhong and the two others monitoring the call exchanged bewildered glances. They certainly hadn't forgotten Lin Yang's words. But honestly, 3 days ago they couldn't intuitively grasp the meaning of that statement, and now they still couldn't. A completely new system unlike any existing OS. They had studied the phrase afterwards and concluded that Lin Yang might be aiming to create a brand new era of mobile operating systems. Like the leap from feature phones to smartphones. They had no doubt about Lin Yang's ability, nor about whether he could achieve it. The only question was if Lin Yang really intended to do that. It would be almost impossible to accomplish in the short term. Because an operating system in some respects is even more difficult to develop than a missile. So although they remembered those words, they never expected to see the finished product so soon. Yet only 3 days had passed and Lin Yang said it was done. How could they not be shocked? I've already uploaded the brand new mobile OS. Download it and take a look. Also upload the independent system you just built. I need it. Lin Yang responded with action. Zhao Zizhen took a deep breath and said, alright, I'll upload it right away. He didn't even ask why Lin Yang needed the independent system. He immediately packaged the complete independent system and uploaded it to the cloud for Lin Yang to download. Since Lin Yang said he needed it, there must be a purpose. As he was uploading, the experts of the temporary mobile OS project team downloaded the new system Lin Yang had just sent. Then, everyone was stunned. This is the conceptual ultra-intelligent control system we proposed earlier. The project leader's already bloodshot eyes turned crimson. He jumped up from his chair in excitement. Because the new operating system Lin Yang sent them in a sense had transcended the realm of mobile operating systems altogether. It was not an independent system stripped from the source code of those tech giants, nor an extension of that independent system. It was a truly completely different epoch-making artificial intelligence control system. With an entirely new interaction method and a completely different user experience. Such a model existed only as a concept before. Even those tech giants could not make a breakthrough in mobile OS. But now the concept had become reality. The dense lines of running code, they couldn't even understand them. Dean Zhao. Dean Zhao. The project leader yelled frantically for Zhao Zizhen. He was so excited he was nearly going mad. Although the independent system they had built in 3 days was already perfect compared to the system, it was like a primitive tool. What happened? Why is everyone so excited? Zhao Zizhen rushed over. He had just finished uploading the OS and Lin Yang had hung up. He heard the leader shout and hurried over. Dean Zhao, just experience it yourself. The leader handed the phone running the new system to Zhao Zizhen. After a few seconds, Zhao Zizhen looked up, his eyes filled with awe and a hint of confusion. Is this the new system that classmate just sent us? Is this still a mobile OS? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to call it an intelligent artificial system? Haha, exactly. It's the new system he just uploaded. This is an unprecedented epic-making product. Now we're truly going to take off. The project leader Eyes Red shouted excitedly. From now on it won't be us who are strangled but the Westerners. With such a crucial mobile OS, if they don't want to fall behind they'll have to catch up. And if they want to catch up, it's our turn to collect patent fees. With those words the eyes of everyone present grew slightly moist. Having been strangled by the West for decades, they could finally hold their heads high. No. Not just hold heads high, their status would change too. Wang Guan, hold the press conference. Immediately, right now. Zhao Zizhen's voice trembled. He could hardly imagine the global shock when this super-intelligent OS was revealed at the press conference. Domestic netizens would be so excited that they'd probably scold the previously mocking Western netizens into seclusion. The livestream began without any warning, catching all netizens off guard. When people discovered that the official account had started streaming without any prior notice, they were all somewhat bewildered. Because the official account would not simply start a livestream like this, especially one without any advance notice. This did not align with the usual procedure. Under normal circumstances, when the official account announced something via livestream, there would always be a prior notification. On one hand, it gave netizens some time to react, on the other it maximized traffic concentration while also appearing formal and solemn. Ceremony at times holds great importance, it represents an image. Especially for major events, announcements were always made in advance. Unless there was an extremely urgent and critical matter to announce, the livestream would start without any warning. But such situations were exceedingly rare, sometimes not occurring even once in several years. Even for something as significant as the Tongxue missile, a 7-day notice was issued along with a half-hour preview before the livestream. But now, with no notice at all, the livestream had begun. This made netizens' hearts tighten and they rushed into the stream. What's going on? It's actually Dean Zhao hosting the livestream. Could it be that the Great Academy is about to announce another super technology? You scared me, I thought something big had happened. Now that I see Dean Zhao, I'm relieved. This should be the Great Academy announcing another new technology. Haha, Dean Zhao mentioned a surprise earlier, and researcher Wang also said they were developing super technology. Could this be a success announcement for us? Netizens who had been worried about a bad incident upon entering the stream and seeing Zhao Zizhen smiling and hosting the livestream all breathed a sigh of relief, while also speculating among themselves. In recent days, the Great Academy had successively announced the Tongxue missile and the lithography machine and had indicated ongoing research into new super technologies. Now with a sudden livestream, netizens could hardly avoid making such guesses. Moreover, the livestream showed Zhao Zizhen's face full of delight, clearly indicating that something good had happened. This almost convinced netizens that a new technology was definitely being announced. But what piqued netizens' curiosity was what kind of new super technology could have been developed that the Great Academy, without even a notice, would eagerly start a livestream without any warning. And Zhao Zizhen, watching the massive influx of netizens and the torrent of comments, did not directly announce the reason for the sudden livestream. Instead, he took out a phone and began operating it. Behind him was a large screen projecting the phone's operations in real time. This left netizens bewildered again, starting a livestream without announcing anything, only to play with a phone. But soon sharp-eyed netizens noticed something different. On the large screen projection, every operation on the phone was clearly visible. It was unlike any previous phone system interaction, it was a completely unprecedented mode of interaction. Moreover, one could feel an extreme smoothness and fluidity. This instantly jolted many netizens. Could it be that a new phone system had been developed? Boom! In an instant, the comments in the livestream exploded. Oh my god, is this a new phone system? No way, this can't be real, can it? Only 3 days have passed, how could a new system possibly be developed? Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? A new system in just 3 days. Isn't this a fabricated video? If this is a new system, it's too surreal, the smoothness and the interaction feel like a sci-fi movie. Fabricated video. Are you out of your mind? Look who is hosting the livestream. Haha, though it feels like a dream, this is Dean Zhao himself livestreaming on the official account, there's absolutely no way it's a fabricated video of a sci-fi blockbuster. Exactly. At this moment I only have one thing to say: incredible. If my guess is right, this new phone system must have been developed with the help of that Senior Tongxue. That must be it, Senior Tongxue is truly amazing. Damn, this system is making me itch, I want it right now. Dean Zhao, don't just keep playing with your phone, give us a straightforward answer. Is this our own self-developed new phone system or not? The comments in the livestream were completely exploding. Netizens watched Zhao Zizhen fiddling with his phone and they were all itching with curiosity. There was no other reason. This suspected new phone system looked incredibly cool. Even if it wasn't a real phone operating system, they still wanted to have it. Finally, under the eager anticipation of millions of netizens, Zhao Zizhen put down his phone, looked up, smiled and said, "Hello friends online and those watching through other channels. I am honored to announce at this moment proudly to the world that we have a completely independent mobile operating system of our own." With Zhao Zizhen's words, every Shangxia person watching the livestream or hearing the statement through other means froze for a moment. Then the comments in the livestream exploded once more. Holy crap, holy crap. It really is a new phone system. We guessed right, it actually is a new system. Mom, I suddenly feel like crying. I want to cry too. Who can understand the excitement and emotion I felt when I heard Dean Zhao say proudly announce that we have our own phone system? Whoa whoa. I want to cry too. Finally, we no longer have to be coerced by those Western giant companies. My country. Awesome. The internet completely exploded. Everyone still couldn't quite believe that such a powerful new operating system had truly been achieved. Zhao Zizhen gave everyone a moment to react and absorb, then after a brief silence continued, "This phone system will usher in a new interaction method and even change the way phones are used. As many netizens have guessed, this system was developed with the help of that senior Tong Xue, and it is completely different from any phone system currently on the market. We own all the technology and patents for this phone system. Allow me to proudly say once more, from this moment on it will be Shangxia that ushers in a new era of phone systems." In an instant, every Shangxia netizen who heard these words felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. As Zhao Zizhen's speech concluded, the large screen commenced showcasing the meticulously prepared operation demonstration of the new mobile operating system. The ultimate smoothness, the novel interaction methods and the assistance of a super artificial intelligence left every netizen utterly thrilled. An indescribable emotion surged within everyone's heart. Words like excitement, gratitude and exhilaration were insufficient to capture the inner feelings at that moment. The scene from 3 days ago when Western tech giants jointly announced a 50% increase in patent fees as a threat was still fresh in their minds. The anger and helpless frustration of being choked by threats were still etched in the memory of every netizen. But now, just 3 days later, the sudden emergence of this brand new system like a beam of technological light shattered the barrier jointly erected by the Western tech giants. This feeling was simply beyond words. Many netizens found their eyes welling up as they spoke, yet no one mocked another for crying at such an age. For only those who had experienced the sensation of being gripped by the throat could truly appreciate the significance of this new mobile OS. It was like a ray of light providing ample spiritual support. At the same time, it was also a source of confidence, a confidence to face the Western tech giants head-on. A flood of netizens directly stormed the official accounts of those tech giants, launching a fierce counterattack. Aren't you the ones who imposed a blockade? Weren't you the ones collecting patent fees? Now try collecting another one and show us. Countless netizens shared the same sentiment at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhao Zizhen's voice rang out again in the livestream. "This time no company, no place will be able to charge us any fees anymore. Allow me to solemnly reintroduce to you, this is our brand new mobile operating system, Pangu. At the same time, its codename is System Tongxue 1. Tongxue Dalao is amazing. I would call Tongxue Dalao a true god living among us. Tongxue Dalao single-handedly developed missiles to protect our national might, manufactured lithography machines to enhance our country's reputation, and independently created the Pango system, breaking the blockade, truly rivaling the gods. He is my god." Zhao Zizhen's words sent the netizens into a frenzy. First came missiles and lithography machines, now a self-developed system, all achieved with the help of the mysterious Tongxue Dalao. This brought the netizens' admiration for Lin Yang to its peak. Under the topic related to Tongxue, posts were skyrocketing at a rate of thousands per second. Every netizen was expressing their excitement and awe. What's there to be proud of? Isn't it just a mobile operating system? It took so many years of backwardness to develop it. What's there to be proud of? Exactly, making it seem like a big deal, truly the Shangxia people with no vision. However, just as the netizens were exhilarated, some Western individuals driven by jealousy or other motives began to mock again. This instantly enraged everyone. What the hell? You Westerners still dare to show up? Westerners, if your brains are malfunctioning, go to the hospital. If your eyes are bad, just gouge them out. Is this just a mobile system? Haha, exactly, these words make me laugh. Anyone who isn't a fool should know what this new system means, right? Westerners, if you're jealous, just say it outright. Don't beat around the bush, the sourness is almost overflowing the screen. Hee, someone is getting anxious, I won't say who. Someone is breaking down, I won't say who either. Hee. The domestic netizens were truly masters of sarcastic rhetoric. With just a few words they drove those mocking Westerners into a rage. Damn Shangxia people, what are you so proud of? It's just a mobile system. So what if it's advanced? It's still just for making calls. Our own systems work just fine. Exactly, we don't even care about your so-called crappy system. Some Westerners who had broken down still remained stubborn. However, the top executives of those major tech giants now had expressions that were extremely unpleasant. Ordinary Westerners might not immediately grasp the power of the Pango system. But these executives who had built their fortunes on operating systems could clearly see the paradigm shift this new system would bring. It is no exaggeration to say that the emergence of the Pango system was a pure dimensional reduction strike against their current systems. If they could not impose sanctions, they would soon have no place to survive. Quickly, the major tech giants convened a joint video conference to discuss countermeasures. They had to unite to possibly withstand the onslaught of the Pango system. Look who in the past we competed with each other and your system was the best in the world. But now those damn Shangxia people have developed this terrifying Pango system. We must stand together to perhaps hold our final ground. Therefore I suggest that your system directly interfaces with ours to achieve a true closed loop, thereby preventing the encroachment of the Pango system. Of course our system will also interface with yours and we will share resources. A top executive of one tech giant addressed another in the video conference. This proposal instantly received support from several other giant companies. Luku was a middle-aged man. His originally slightly plump face had become much thinner at this moment. After frowning for a long time upon hearing this, he said reluctantly, "All right, let's establish an offensive and defensive alliance. We must not allow the Pango system's market share to occupy our western continent. Of course, although their Pango system does seem very advanced, as long as we hold our final ground we can still capture a significant market share. Those smartphone manufacturers don't have their own self-developed systems, so they still have to rely on us. At critical moments we can reduce patent fees or even charge nothing. In short, we must never allow the Pango system to become popular in the western continent." Agreed, no problem. From now on our source code will no longer be open to the public. As long as those phone manufacturers cannot develop their own systems and our fees are lower than those of the Pango system, a large number of manufacturers will still choose to cooperate with us. The top executives of the major tech giants quickly devised a solution they believed to be perfect. But before they even had time to sign the alliance agreement, a subordinate frantically opened a forum and inserted it into the video conference. In an instant, the top executives of the major tech giants erupted in fury. Damn it, who released this independent operating system, and it's completely open source, available for free to phone manufacturers? Stunned, all the top executives of the major tech giants who were in the middle of a meeting were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Just as Shangxia had released its advanced Pangu operating system, another slightly inferior independent operating system was immediately and completely leaked onto the internet. Even the underlying source code was directly open-sourced, available for mobile phone manufacturers to download and use freely. This completely turned their carefully deliberated perfect solution into a laughingstock. Just moments ago they could still maintain a thin composure, confident that other phone manufacturers could not develop their own systems, and as long as they lowered their fees they could still hold their ground. But now a complete and independent new operating system appeared out of nowhere, available for all phone manufacturers to download and use for free, leaving them without even the last shred of a chance to compete. Want an advanced system? Pangu is there. Want a free system? This independent one is available. So what about they're stuck right in between with absolutely no room to survive? Damn it. It's those Shangxia people. This independent operating system was definitely pulled off by those Shangxia guys. They did it on purpose. Damn it, damn it. The top executives of the major tech giants completely lost their composure at that moment, cursing wildly, their psychological defenses entirely shattered. On the internet, those Westerners who had been arguing heatedly just moments before also shared the exact same thoughts as the tech executives. They believed that as long as their own systems dropped in price, phone manufacturers would still remain at their mercy. But then a sudden piece of news completely stunned these Westerners. Breaking news: an anonymous user has suddenly uploaded a brand new fully independent mobile operating system to an internationally renowned phone system forum. It is completely open source and entirely free for mobile manufacturers worldwide to download and use. This news instantly shot to the top of the trending searches. What the hell? Why is there another new mobile operating system now? What day is it today? Are phone operating systems this easy to produce? One after another just popping up everywhere. I just checked it out. This mobile operating system seems to have integrated the best of all worlds while perfectly sidestepping every single patent issue. It's not quite as good as our Pango system, but it's slightly better than those Western tech giant systems. Ha! Wait. Could this also be the work of that senior brother De Lao? You know what, it actually looks quite plausible. The timing is too coincidental. Right after we released the Pango system, this inferior independent system got uploaded. And it's directly open sourced, completely free with no patent issues whatsoever. Clearly this was aimed squarely at cutting off those tech giants' final escape route. It's not quite plausible, it's definitely the work of our senior brother Delau. After all, apart from him I can't imagine anyone else having the ability to develop an independent mobile operating system. Good heavens, if that's the case, then senior brother Delau's planning is simply too meticulous. He gives us the most advanced Pango system, then uses this slightly inferior independent system to seal off the basic foundations of those Western tech giants. This is nothing short of a masterstroke. Oh my goodness, that's absolutely brilliant. Just moments ago those Western jerks were still stubbornly insisting their systems were good enough. Now there's a better independent system available, completely free with zero patent troubles. Unless phone manufacturers have lost their minds, none of them will be using those tech giant systems anymore. Perfect. Simply perfect. This has to be part of senior brother Delau's plan all along. I love him even more now. Netizens across the country instantly went wild. The emergence of this free independent system was nothing short of the ultimate finishing move, plunging those several tech giants into a desperate situation from which there was absolutely no recovery. Inside the Academy of Sciences and the Special Affairs Administration, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong among others looked at this sudden trending news with somewhat strange expressions. Because the independent system uploaded on the anonymous forum was precisely the one Lin Yang had asked Zhao Zizhen for earlier. This move by this person is simply too brilliant. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong immediately burst into admiration. Even they had not previously considered that this independent operating system could be used to deliver the final killing blow to those major tech giants. This strategy was simply exquisite to the extreme. No wonder he said earlier that he would casually produce an independent system as a temporary solution. It turns out he had this plan all along. Zhao Zizhen cleared his throat, recalling Lin Yang's earlier words, and a sudden realization dawned on him. When he first heard Lin Yang say this independent system was merely a transitional measure, he hadn't thought much of it. But now looking back, every word Lin Yang had said was full of profound meaning. He called it a transition, and it truly was just a transition. I suddenly feel that we old fellows have grown a bit outdated. We never even thought to play this card. Yi Guhong also sighed repeatedly. Even he couldn't help but feel that Lin Yang's move was simply too brilliant. Zhao Zizhen let out a chuckle, then, as if struck by an idea, suddenly grew serious and said, "Since we now have a mobile phone system, I have a proposal. Let's establish a company under the name of our senior brother and use all the profits from the system to support his research and development. What do you think?" This remark caught Yi Guhong off guard for a moment. Zhao Zizhen continued, "Missiles and lithography machines involve far too many fields and don't leave much room for profit. But a mobile phone system is different. It is at its core purely a commercial product. We simply cannot keep using it unconditionally without offering anything in return." Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "What you say makes sense. We really should consider this matter. Commercial products shouldn't be used for free. Please contact him again and discuss the company's naming and other details. See if he has any requirements. I'll start making the arrangements." Zhao Zizhen nodded, then ended the video conference and began sending an email to inquire with Lin Yang. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was currently receiving system notifications. "Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has successfully developed its first independent low-grade operating system. You have been awarded 500 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has successfully developed an advanced smartphone operating system. You have been awarded 1,000 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Due to your leadership, your nation now possesses an operating system that surpasses the rest of the world. The people have gained pride and reverence regarding you as a superhero. Your fame value has increased by 10 points. Your current total fame value is 51. Lin Yang listened to the system notifications, blinking his eyes. The independent system he created cost only 50 national treasure points, yet the reward was 500. That was a net profit of 450. This deal was far too profitable. He couldn't help but ask system, "Are there any tasks like this available? Or can I now go to other countries and bring over all the low-grade technologies currently in use?" Thank you all for your support. That's 3 smaller updates for today. I'll be doing a massive super release later on. Please continue to support and follow my updates. Thank you all. His heart raced with excitement. Developing that independent operating system would cost 50 guabao points, yet the reward was a staggering 500, a tenfold return. If I were to acquire all the technologies where other nations lead Shangxia first, then upgrade them, wouldn't I be raking in profits? The host may choose freely. At present the system has no pending random tasks. Oh. Lin Yang felt a slight pang of regret. If there were tasks, he could earn not only the price difference but also additional rewards from completing system tasks. Since there were no tasks, Lin Yang began pondering which technology to pursue first. The Little Sakura side seemed to have quite a few advanced technologies. Let's just strip Little Sakura bare first. Lin Yang muttered to himself. Though Little Sakura as a nation was rather annoying, one had to admit that some of their technologies led the world. For instance, optical technology, high-precision machine tool technology, precision instrument technology, and semiconductor technology. Especially high-precision machine tools, the 5-axis boring and milling machines had once manufactured fighter jets for the unpolished states. These technologies could all be exploited to earn a wave of guobao points. Just as Lin Yang was considering which sector to start with to strip Little Sakura's technology, he received an email from the Grand Academy of Sciences. Establish a company in my own name. Reading the email, Lin Yang was slightly taken aback, then broke into a smile. The Grand Academy of Sciences was quite thoughtful. But honestly, he was indifferent to the matter. He hadn't been providing domestic technology for profit. However, since Zhao Zizhen had sent a formal inquiry, it seemed to have been discussed and likely represented a decision from higher authorities. Thus, after some consideration, Lin Yang didn't decline the gesture and replied to Zhao Zizhen's email expressing his agreement. As for the company name, he suggested Lake Moon. Lake Moon Group, it sounded quite prestigious. After all, this was a legitimate company facing the global market. Naming it after a classmate would be inappropriate. It needed a relatively formal name, not something too casual. That was precisely why Zhao Zizhen had consulted him, otherwise they would have directly named it after the classmate. After replying to Zhao Zizhen's email, Lin Yang began to take action. Before acting, Lin Yang drew up a list of targets. He would first hand over those technologies to the Grand Academy of Sciences. Once they produced relevant items based on the tech and he obtained guobao points, he would then publicly release all of Little Sakura's technologies globally. This time he was determined to utterly break Little Sakura's defenses. Inside the Grand Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen received Lin Yang's reply and notified Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong immediately arranged for personnel to set up the company. In less than half a day, Lake Moon Group was registered. Then the official account announced that all cooperation regarding the Pango system would be exclusively handled by Lake Moon Group. At the same time, all domestic mobile phone systems were uniformly upgraded to the Pango system. Such an impressive system should be paired with even better, more advanced phones. Yeah, I feel like the current phone hardware specifications can't fully utilize all the functions of the Pango system. Maybe we should ask the Grand Academy of Sciences if the classmate Big Boss could simply upgrade the entire phone. Now that we've solved the chip problem, it seems not impossible to make more advanced phones. Hey, instead of upgrading phones, I think we should ask the classmate Big Boss to develop a computer operating system first. Ha! What ha? If the classmate Big Boss can create a mobile OS, what's the problem with making an independent computer OS? Exactly. Those Westerners have lost their mobile OS, but they still have their computer OS. If we make our own computer OS, those tech giants will have no chance of recovery. When the news was announced, netizens immediately started buzzing with discussion. The Pango system's functionality and interaction were incredible, but current phones felt somewhat unworthy of it. However, as the discussion progressed, it suddenly veered toward computers. This topic quickly sparked heated debate among netizens, as the computer OS was indeed a problem that needed solving. Even compared to mobile operating systems, the computer OS was even more monopolistic. Actually, I think the system itself is one thing, but the most important thing is whether we could change the system language to our own Shangxia characters. Those damn foreign languages give me a headache. Whoa. OP, you're a real genius. This suggestion gets a full score from me. Brilliant. I've always said you can learn real stuff on the internet. I wholeheartedly support this suggestion. Why must system coding be in foreign languages? Our Shangxia characters in terms of logic evolution and flexible word formation are far superior to those foreign languages. Exactly. Our ancestors' thousands of years of character evolution have rich depth. If we could switch to Shangxia characters, those foreign bastards would have no advantage left. Amid the heated discussions, a suggestion suddenly emerged, and that post instantly shot to the top of the trending list. The idea of running the operating system entirely with Shangxia characters immediately garnered widespread support from netizens. It could be said that many people had long suffered under foreign languages. Programmer netizens in particular were thrilled by the proposal. In fact, this hypothesis had been raised before, but the difficulty was too great, making it nearly impossible. Because the complexity of the national language far surpassed foreign languages, replacing foreign languages with it was extraordinarily hard. But now, with the emergence of the mysterious classmate Big Boss, they saw hope. Well, although I think this suggestion is great, the difficulty is enormous. Using the national language to build an operating system is infinitely harder than creating a completely new system. Although the classmate Big Boss is formidable, I don't think he can accomplish this because the current Pangu OS is also developed based on foreign languages. The difficulty levels are incomparable. However, some netizens felt the difficulty was too great, almost impossible. Who cares if it works? Let's submit the suggestion to the Grand Academy of Sciences anyway. What if it does? Exactly. If the classmate Big Boss pulls it off, I'll never learn a foreign language again. Damn foreign languages die. Soon a large number of netizens reached a consensus and directly flooded the comments under the Grand Academy of Sciences official account. The sudden explosion of messages startled Wang, who was managing the official account today. Then as he read the netizens' suggestions, his eyes lit up. If the operating system could be changed to national characters, that would be. The content of thanks and requests for votes has been removed per cleaning rules. The content of thanks and requests for votes has been removed per cleaning rules. Change the operating system to run in national script. Wang felt a chill down his spine just imagining that scenario. He immediately relayed the netizens' suggestions to Zhao Zizhen, who was busy. Although Zhao Zizhen had granted him the authority, matters of asking a senior fellow student for help still required discussion. Establish a national script operating system. They sure have bold ideas. Zhao Zizhen glanced at the netizens' comments and found it both amusing and frustrating. Long ago some experts at the Dake Institute had also raised this hypothesis, to completely break free from the Western bottleneck. However, after the team's verification, it was proven that building an operating system with Shangxia script was nearly an impossible task. Of course it wasn't absolutely impossible, but it would probably take the efforts of hundreds of generations to see even a glimmer of hope. Thus it was essentially equivalent to no possibility. Otherwise the Dake Institute would have long assembled a specialized project team to research it. It's already good enough to develop an independent system. These young fellows sure have wild imaginations. Zhao Zizhen sighed again. Then master, should we send an email to ask the big shot? Wang inquired. I think. Zhao Zizhen initially wanted to say no instinctively but eventually nodded. I think asking won't do any harm. Lin Yang had brought them too many surprises. They couldn't solve it, but maybe Lin Yang might actually have a chance. Having obtained Zhao Zizhen's approval, Wang immediately rushed off excitedly to send an email to Lin Yang. For him, any opportunity to contact Lin Yang filled him with excitement. Within Ziyue, Lin Yang, busy with his technical work, received an email notification from the Dake Institute. Develop a computer operating system. Preferably built with Shangxia script. Upon reading the email, Lin Yang was stunned himself. He truly hadn't expected the netizens to be so bold. Then he glanced at the trending post pinned below the official account. After a moment of silence, Lin Yang asked the system, is it difficult to change the operating system to our country's script? Answering host, it can be done. Oh. What script does your operating logic use? Having received the system's affirmative answer, Lin Yang suddenly became curious about what script his system ran on. Sorry host, the system cannot provide an answer to this question at present. But it didn't surprise Lin Yang when it came to such important issues. The system would never give him a direct answer. Lin Yang was already used to it. He immediately asked, then if I want to change to our country's script to build an operating system, how many national treasure points does it cost? Answering host, changing the operating logic of the system's script incurs different costs depending on your needs. The lowest level operating system costs 1,000 national treasure points, while the highest level operating system costs 3,000 national treasure points. So expensive. Lin Yang was startled. Previously, developing an independent mobile operating system only cost 50 national treasure points, but now the minimum was 1,000. Although he knew that changing the operating system to run on Shangxia script was extremely difficult, the cost still caught him off guard. Answering host, changing the operating system script operating logic is slightly ahead of the current technological civilization level of your country, so the cost is a bit higher. You're such a black-hearted merchant. Lin Yang complained, then asked, what's the difference between the 1,000 point and the 3,000 point ones? Answering host, the 1,000 point operating system only changes the script's operating logic. The 3,000 point advanced operating system, in addition to changing the script's operating logic, also has an auto-correction function and an intelligent AI assistant. Auto-correction and AI assistant. What specific functions do these two have? Lin Yang pressed further. Answering host, the correction function allows one-click error checking during code editing, reducing logical errors and compilation errors. The AI assistant function can assist programmers in coding and provide feedback on code trial runs, minimizing overall errors. According to the system's estimation, given the current technological civilization level of your country, if you use the AI assistant to code the operating system after changing the script logic, the same code program could save approximately 80% of the time for relevant programmers. Moreover, after adding the AI assistant, the system will have a complete firewall. At the current technological civilization level of your planet, no virus can breach the AI-assisted operating system. So powerful. Lin Yang was extremely shocked. He didn't know much else, but saving 80% of time for programmers was simply astonishing. Especially the last sentence, no virus could breach the operating system, that was really impressive. Yes, host, everything from this system is top grade. Every national treasure point you spend will be worth more than its value. Lin Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes. The system was even bragging about itself. But he didn't argue with the system. Instead, he asked, then how many national treasure points does it cost to simply develop a computer operating system that runs on foreign script? First, provide a low-level foreign script operating system, then an advanced national script operating system. This way rewards could be maximized. Answering host, a simple low-level foreign script computer operating system costs 100 national treasure points. That's not expensive. A gleam flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. He already had an idea. The same old routine: first provide the foreign script operating system, earn a wave of national treasure points. Then provide the national script operating system, and finally open source the foreign script operating system, completely crushing those tech giant companies utterly. Answering host, you should note that for the national script operating system, if you first provide the 1000 point version and then the 3000 point version, you won't get the price difference. Because the correction function and AI assistant are feature additions, not technical upgrades. So please consider before redeeming whether to directly redeem the 1000 point system or the 3000 point system. Just as Lin Yang decided to use the old routine, the system's sudden reminder made him pause. Then he subconsciously asked, then can I first redeem the 1000 point operating system and later add the correction and intelligent AI assistant functions? Sorry host, you need to directly redeem a system that already has the relevant functions. We cannot add features to your low-level operating system. Lin Yang just pursed his lips but said nothing more. Because the system had previously mentioned that when the technical difficulty reaches a certain level, exchanging low-level technology for high-level technology to get the price difference is not very cost-effective. Then Lin Yang looked at his national treasure points and decided to directly redeem the 3000 point system. Go big or go home, but losing 3000 points at once still stung a bit. Although he had earned quite a few national treasure points recently, the points needed for later high-tech products were also increasing. I hope the reward won't make me lose out. Just as Lin Yang was fretting over the national treasure points, he suddenly heard a cold, unexpected notification from the system. Congratulations host. The system has detected that the expectations of the people in your nation toward you have reached a certain level. You have triggered a special fate quest. Mission objective: provide an exclusive operating system for your nation and exceed the expectations of the people. Mission reward random. The host must complete the mission within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in the loss of this mission reward. Lin Yang was instantly full of question marks. Special fate quest. What the hell is this? System, I understand the part about providing an operating system, but what does exceeding the expectations of the people mean? Lin Yang didn't quite understand the meaning of this sentence. Answering the host, the people hope that you can provide an independent computer operating system. They are extremely looking forward to you creating an operating system in your own country's script. So according to you, I just need to send back the operating system I just redeemed and have the Great Academy of Sciences publish it, and that will directly complete the mission. Yes host, you can understand it that way. Lin Yang suddenly felt at a loss for words. Doesn't this mission just mean giving away a reward for free? His expression turned somewhat strange. When did this damn system become so nice? Still, although he felt this sudden mission was a bit of a freebie, a free reward was not to be refused. Lin Yang immediately began to package the system he had just redeemed, preparing to upload it to the Great Academy of Sciences cloud drive. However, just as he was about to click upload, he suddenly hesitated a little. The netizens back home wanted him to create an independent computer system, and it had been less than a day since then. If he directly released the system, it would be a bit too exaggerated. When he created the Pango system earlier, there was at least a 3-day gap. To produce the system in less than a day, and moreover to have created an operating system in his own country's script, he always felt that releasing it now would be too ostentatious. But the mission prompt also told him to complete it within 24 hours, which was utterly absurd. In the end, Lin Yang still clicked upload. Let it be ostentatious. After all, there were plenty of excuses to explain this. For instance, he had been studying system-related issues from the very beginning and had accumulated knowledge over the years, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to create the Pango system in just a couple of days. So he could well say that while creating the Pango system he had a final inspiration and directly completed the text conversion of the computer operating system. Wait, if that's the case, then the mobile operating system also seems to need to be changed to the national script to be more reliable. Lin Yang muttered under his breath, then asked the system whether he could also change the Pango system to the national script. The system's answer was of course yes, but the fee was also very expensive, exactly the same as for the computer operating system. Black-hearted merchant, truly a black-hearted merchant. Lin Yang complained, inwardly glanced at the remaining national treasure points and chose not to redeem. Because he suddenly thought of a problem: if he could convert the computer operating system to Xinxia script he could just research it himself. Although the computer system and the mobile system were not exactly the same, they were both operating systems and shared commonalities. He had taken a brain-enhancing genetic agent and his thinking ability could now be considered among geniuses. In some aspects he could totally do it himself without wasting national treasure points to let the system handle everything. For example, right now he could spend a little time studying the underlying operation of the operating system and then replace the Pango system himself. At most it would be missing that error correction function and the AI-assisted code compilation feature. But that didn't matter because the Pango system itself had an intelligent AI assistant. Although it might not be as comprehensive as the assistant function of the system module redeemed for 3,000 national treasure points, it was sufficient for now. At worst he could study programming issues later and add it himself. With that thought, Lin Yang unhesitatingly uploaded the system directly and then dialed the Great Academy of Sciences phone number. Inside the Great Academy of Sciences, this phone number had now become Lin Yang's dedicated line. Whenever he called, it would be immediately forwarded to Zhao Zizhen and the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs. So Zhao Zizhen picked up the phone immediately. Before he could even greet him, Lin Yang, as if knowing it would be him who answered, directly said, "Dean Zhao, I saw the inquiry email you sent. I also went online and saw some suggestions from netizens. Actually, I've been researching the computer operating system for a long time. Actually, when I was working on the Pango system last time, I also developed the computer system at the same time. I just forgot to send it together. I've already uploaded it to the cloud drive. Please check it and then announce it directly." Zhao Zizhen was momentarily stunned, then immediately said, "All right, student. I have something else to attend to, I'll hang up now." Lin Yang didn't say much and directly ended the call. Actually, he didn't need to make this call at all. Because as long as he uploaded the file to the cloud drive, the Great Academy of Sciences would surely find it immediately. He said this just to find an excuse to make his action of releasing the operating system so quickly appear a bit more reasonable. Although, even if he didn't explain, Zhao Zizhen certainly wouldn't ask. After hanging up, Lin Yang temporarily stopped his actions. He was eager to see what reward this fate quest would give after Zhao Zizhen announced the computer operating system. At the same time, Zhao Zizhen directly downloaded the Xinxia script version of the computer operating system that Lin Yang had uploaded. Then he was instantly stunned numb. A brand new operating system, and it was the national script version. This. Looking at the system running in the national script, Zhao Zizhen felt a bit dizzy. Even though he had witnessed Lin Yang's abilities these past days, at this moment he still felt a shock as if seeing a ghost. A national script system. The significance contained within was nothing less than the creation of the world. This was no longer just a simple operating system. This was an existence that could completely change the entire programming world. For the programming community, this was equivalent to a complete upheaval. Dumbfounded. Zhao Zizhen was completely dumbfounded. It could be said that the shock brought by seeing this Xinxia script operating system even surpassed that of the missile and the lithography machine. Inside the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs, Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu through the video conference saw Zhao Zizhen's shocked expression and all became a bit anxious. Old Zhao, is there something wrong with the operating system from that person? Why do you look like you've seen a ghost? Although they could monitor the call, Lin Yang had not revealed much in the phone call just now. He only said he had sent the computer operating system, so the three of them did not know what kind of operating system it was. Now seeing Zhao Zizhen like this, they all became curious. The programming world is about to have an earthquake. Zhao Zizhen's lips trembled. He didn't say much, but with trembling hands he switched the computer screen to the video conference. In an instant, the three of them, Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu, stiffened as if struck by lightning. What did they see? A national script operating system. This is it real. Gazing at the system operating in their native language, Yi Guhong and the others stood stunned, utterly at a loss for words. Though they had believed Lin Yang might also create a computer operating system, they never dared to imagine that he would actually alter the system's character encoding. This was far too astonishing. Operating systems originated in the Western world, so the global default encoding language was foreign. All program compilation was built upon and developed using that foreign language. Under such circumstances, attempting to change the encoding language meant breaking global rules. The Western nations would naturally never allow such a situation to arise, which is why for so many years no operating system in any other language had emerged, let alone developed. The Western nations held firm control over the entire operating system ecosystem, making it impossible for any operating system in another language to survive or develop. In particular, leveraging their technological blockade and chips, they had directly imposed a language lock on the hardware. Even if another language emerged, it would have to be converted into a foreign language to function properly. No matter what language, it must first be converted into a foreign language, otherwise the hardware would not support the operation of a system in another language, which further discouraged anyone from attempting to program in a second language. Under these layers of restrictions and technological blockades, coding in another language became an extremely difficult task. Not only did one have to break the hardware lock, but also rebuild the corresponding language ecosystem. Yet the Western nations, relying on their technological advantages that had led for over a century, made rebuilding a language ecosystem an incredibly arduous endeavor. The Western powers would never allow such a thing to happen. Any sign of it would be nipped in the bud. Thus gradually no other language had the chance to become a new programming language. After all, breaking the hardware technological blockade alone was no easy feat. Rebuilding a language ecosystem was even more difficult. Of course, apart from these external factors, there was another issue. The native language as a high-level language had extremely flexible and variable word combinations. Any slight ambiguity could lead to semantic confusion, greatly increasing the difficulty of maintaining programs. Moreover, in the system ecosystem language environment created by the West, the composition method of the native language differed from foreign languages. For the same piece of code, the native language required more bytes and occupied more storage space, which would invisibly add extra costs and hardware consumption. It would also affect the processing speed of the computer. Thus, turning the native language into an operating system was even more challenging. But now Lin Yang had directly created a complete operating system compiled in the native language. And by some unknown method, there was not a single piece of code with semantic ambiguity or ambiguity issues. Even the critical factor of excessive storage space had been directly improved. Such a massive operating system occupied half the space of a foreign language system. This left Yi Guhong and the others utterly astounded. Even more strikingly, the operating system came with a built-in super firewall. Unlike the security software typically bundled with systems, the super firewall was directly embedded in the system, functioning as an integral part of its operation. Not fully understanding the difficulty, Yi Guhong and the others immediately summoned top security experts from the Academy of Sciences to conduct security tests. The test results, however, left Yi Guhong and the others utterly astounded. Preliminary estimates indicate that the security technology of this built-in super firewall is at least 100 years ahead of ours. Currently, no virus software on the entire blue planet can bypass this firewall to damage the system. The words of the security technology expert were like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Security technology at least 100 years ahead. How could one not be astonished? Is his expertise in computer science truly that extraordinary? Even knowing Lin Yang possessed formidable skills, hearing the security expert say it was at least a century ahead was still deeply shocking. Immediately Zhao Zizhen asked with a tingling scalp, if no virus software can breach it, what about hacker teams? Well, Dean, I think you can rest assured on this point. With security technology at least a century ahead, no hacker team currently reaches that level. The security expert gave a wry smile. Even the most powerful hacker teams from the not beautiful country and the winter country are at most 2 to 3 decades ahead of us. But this is at least a century of technological lead. The logic of this super firewall is somewhat incomprehensible to me. No hacker team could possibly breach it. Is it that formidable? Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were once again greatly shocked. Yes, Dean. If you're not reassured, I can lead my team in an attack attempt. The security expert also felt a sudden urge to challenge. All right, give it a try. Zhao Zizhen immediately nodded. Yi Guhong also mobilized his top security team to simultaneously attempt to breach the super firewall. But after only 5 minutes, both security teams' computers were locked simultaneously. Apologies, Dean. I think I was still conservative earlier. This super firewall not only possesses defensive capabilities but also automatic reverse tracking functions. We tried virtually every hidden path, yet we were still precisely located and counter-invaded. The chief security expert's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but more so a flush of excitement. The power of this super firewall was beyond comprehension. Not only could they not breach it, but they were directly reverse-tracked and forcibly locked out of their computers. At the same time, the super firewall gave a prompt listing the number of attacks suffered, the results of the counterattack, and the IP addresses of the attackers, reminding the system user to report the security incident. Seeing the information displayed simultaneously, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were left utterly speechless with shock. The chief security expert exclaimed excitedly, "This super firewall is too powerful, it might even be stronger than our entire defense system. If it can be extracted separately, I believe it could serve as our official defense system. Not only would security be greatly enhanced, but we could even identify which countries' entities have been persistently conducting cyber intrusions against us." These words caused Yi Guhong and the others to change color sharply. "Chief Engineer Liao, are you certain that this super firewall is powerful enough to serve as our official security defense system?" Yi Guhong asked in an extremely serious tone. "This super firewall could serve as the official national cybersecurity defense system." This statement was utterly astonishing. It must be understood that the current official cybersecurity defense system was maintained day and night by countless expert teams. The number of external network attacks it had to repel each day was beyond counting. The system could not afford the slightest negligence, with expert teams working around the clock in shifts to safeguard the nation's cyberspace. But now the team's chief expert actually claimed that the firewall built into the operating system sent by Lin Yang could be directly used as the official network defense system. This left Yi Guhong and the others unable to suppress their shock. This was a matter of paramount importance concerning the entire nation's cybersecurity. Zhao Zizhen couldn't help but interject, "Chief Engineer Liao, are you joking?" Liao Hongtao's expression immediately turned grave and he said in an extremely serious tone, "On such a crucial matter I would never jest." He paused briefly, then continued, "I know my words may sound far-fetched, but this built-in firewall is indeed far superior to the security system we currently use." Hearing this, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen exchanged a glance through the video conference and said solemnly, "Chief Engineer Liao, you've only attempted an attack for about 5 minutes. Isn't it too early to draw this conclusion? What if the attack lasted longer?" Although they were not experts in cybersecurity, they knew that once a hacker group was determined to breach a network, they would not just attack for a few minutes but would launch relentless day and night assaults. Therefore, testing the viability of a cybersecurity defense system typically required at least several days or even half a month of counter-intrusion experiments. However, this remark made Liao Hongtao smile bitterly and he said with a hint of helplessness and embarrassment, "Elder Yi Din Zhao, it's not that we didn't want to attack longer, we simply couldn't. In just a few minutes the super firewall turned the tables on us." Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong fell silent. Liao Hongtao continued, "And there's no need to try again. Our entire team gave it our all in that last wave, but we could only hold out for less than 5 minutes. Even if we tried 100 times, the result would be the same. This super firewall is incredibly formidable." Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong pondered for a moment. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He straightened his collar, stood up and addressed Liao Hongtao by his full name in an unprecedented tone. "Liao Hongtao." "Present." Chief Engineer Liao responded reflexively. Yi Guhong said solemnly, "Liao Hongtao, I now ask you as the lead person in charge, are you certain that the super firewall in this system can replace our nation's cybersecurity defense system? Can you stand by every word you've said?" Chief Engineer Liao immediately gave a formal salute and replied with equal gravity, answering the lead person in charge, "I, Liao Hongtao, am willing to stand by every word and every character I have spoken." "Very well then. I now authorize you to extract this firewall, conduct a comprehensive review and attempt its official application." Yi Guhong gave the order directly. "Yes, Elder Yi." Chief Engineer Liao accepted the command and led the entire team under close observation to begin the extraction process. However, after only 3 minutes, Liao Hongtao had to stand up, an even deeper shade of embarrassment on his face. "Apologies, Elder Yi. This firewall is fully integrated into the operating system. With our current technology we cannot extract it separately." Yi Guhong was taken aback, then turned to look at Zhao Zizhen. Zhao Zizhen replied with a wry smile, "Why are you looking at me? This system was created by that person, not by me. I merely downloaded and presented it to you after receiving his notification." Yi Guhong was startled again, then also smiled wryly. "Alright, I was a bit too excited. The system was made by that person, it's only natural that we can't extract it with our capabilities." Chief Engineer Liao, there's no need to feel disheartened. Liao Hongtao shook his head immediately. "We have long admired that young man's abilities. To now personally experience the gap between us and him fills me with joy. To have such a promising youth, we old-timers can rest content even if we die. But I must trouble Elder Yi and Dean Zhao to ask that person if he could create a separate super firewall like this for us. If possible, even if not for a century, at least for decades, it could ensure our nation's cybersecurity without worry." These words made Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen fully realize the sheer power of this security firewall. Zhao Zizhen immediately declared, "Alright, I'll make the inquiry. Please prepare accordingly. It's highly likely that he will agree to create a separate super firewall for us." In truth though, Zhao Zizhen said highly likely, he knew in his heart that Lin Yang would definitely agree. After all, he had already donated lithography machines and controllable nuclear fusion technology without compensation. His patriotic sincerity was undisputed. He was simply accustomed to being precise, avoiding absolute terms in his speech. As expected, shortly after he sent the inquiry email, he received Lin Yang's reply agreeing to extract a separate firewall. And within minutes of Lin Yang's reply, an additional separate firewall system file appeared in the dedicated cloud storage. Liao Hongtao eagerly downloaded and ran it, a fervent light shining in his eyes. Perfect, absolutely perfect. The entire firewall system is flawless, no vulnerabilities to be found. To witness such advanced technology in my lifetime is to die without regret. Chief Engineer Liao, now that the separate firewall system has been extracted, our next step is to gradually replace all foreign language operating systems in our security network with a domestic language one. I hope you can expedite this replacement process. Yi Guhong issued the latest directive during the video conference. Since Lin Yang had already created an operating system in the national script, there was no reason to continue using foreign language systems. I understand. My team and I will immediately study the operating system sent by that person and begin the gradual replacement, Liao Hongtao said as he eagerly took the extracted firewall system and headed off to study it. I'll go livestream and announce to the netizens that we now have our own independent computer operating system. Zhao Zizhen was also getting impatient. The livestream without warning. Thanks to last time, the viewers were not greatly surprised. They swarmed into the chat room at once. Seeing Zhao Zizhen smiling as he hosted the stream, the netizens immediately sensed that there would be another new announcement. Yet this time Zhao Zizhen did not announce anything outright. Instead, he engaged the audience in a bit of interaction. The official account is being cheeky as well. Wow, a commemorative gift from Deku Yuan. I'd love to have it. Dean Zhao, seeing you in such radiant and spirited, your mood now resembles when you announced the phone system last time. Could it be that you have also conjured a computer system? A netizen almost immediately guessed the correct answer. Zhao Zizhen was momentarily perplexed, then forced a smile. It seems our netizens are truly as sharp as detectives. Since everyone has guessed it, I won't beat around the bush. I now formally announce to everyone that with the help of a student we have also created our own independent computer operating system, and it is the Guowon edition. From now on we will no longer be under anyone's control. Zhao Zizhen proclaimed with excitement. As his declaration rang out, the large screen behind him immediately began displaying the new Guowon edition computer operating system. Netizens were stunned. My goodness, they really produced a computer OS, and it's the Guowon edition. What, my goodness, is the classmate Big Shot really so formidable? While we only proposed online last time whether we could have a Guowon edition OS, who would have thought the classmate Big Shot would actually deliver it for us? He really has. I'm crying, he's too good to us. Oh my goodness, does this mean we won't have to study those damned foreign languages anymore? The classmate Big Shot is basically my god. Well, I'm glad too, but as someone learning programming I want to cry in the toilet. Will I be unemployed before I graduate? Is this the end? Let's bow our heads in 2 seconds of silence for those above. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Since the OS has become our Guowon version, our programming related majors should also undergo replacement. It won't mean you graduate and immediately become unemployed. Hee hee, Guowon edition OS, hee hee. I'd love to see those foreigners' furious faces now. The mobile system can't choke us anymore. Now they can't choke the computer system either, so those tech giants can declare their instant dissolution. The netizens erupted with excitement. The appearance of the Guowon OS filled everyone with immense pride. Domestically, a wave of festive euphoria swept the online world, while overseas the mood grew quiet. Last time the mobile system release had already distressed the West. Now they've produced a computer system as well, and it is the Shang Xiaowen edition. That news left any foreigner with even a shred of knowledge feeling a twinge of dread, for it meant they might truly be unable to clamp down on Shang Xiaowen through the operating system. Several major tech giants remained silent. In the livestream after Zhao Zizhen announced the OS, Wang Guang took over to explain related matters to netizens. After all, this isn't merely an independent computer system, it also alters the language of code, involving many related disciplines and requiring preparations and responses. Just as Wang Guang was merrily engaging with viewers, a sudden breaking news item leapt onto the front pages of major news outlets. Breaking news: the world's largest hacker group X has issued a warning promising to launch a full-spectrum cyber attack on both the Pangaphone OS and the computer OS in 10 minutes. Boom! The news instantly lit up the entire net. Damn, are they provoking us? Damn, they attack and warn in advance. What kind of provocation is that? Netizens exploded in anger. This is a provocation aimed at us, and overseas others seized the moment to mock. Shang Xia people, so what if you have an independent OS? A system that can't withstand attacks is trash. Don't think that merely by having one system you can sleep easy. Yes, you will soon see that our Western OS is the truly invincible one. The foreigners taunted again and again. And their words made domestic netizens realize that this attack was indeed premeditated. Damn, these foreigners are truly insidious. They used to hold our necks, forcing us to use their systems. Now that we have our own system, they can't choke us anymore, so they resort to these dirty tricks to target us. That's not human. What should we do now? The mobile and computer must be online. Once online they will be attacked. Delaying work is one thing, but what if privacy is leaked? Many netizens after their anger began to worry about real-world issues. The word hacker itself inspires a reverent fear in ordinary people. Not to mention it's the world's most powerful hacker team. Some informed netizens leaked that without exaggeration no country in the world could guarantee they could withstand ex-hacker team's cyber attacks. This is a hateful yet inescapable hacker group. It only heightened everyone's worries inside Yuan. Fresh off the livestream, Zhao Zixin looked at the message with burning anger in his eyes. Yi Guhong came online again, convened an emergency meeting and summoned Liao Hongtao. Yi Guhong's face darkened. It seems we have underestimated the Westerners' shamelessness. They can't choke us, so they intend to torment us with cyber attacks. Chief Engineer Liao, now this rests on you. Do you have the confidence? Liao Hongtao nodded. Director Yi, rest assured. That X-group are damned, they never play fair. Our people have tangled with them in cyberspace more than once, and if they attempt to sabotage our system it won't be easy. That is so. Liao Hongtao remains convinced because the routine of facing various online assaults is not unfamiliar to them. Many come from this ex-hacker group. This gang's hacking skills are indeed formidable, but Liao Hongtao and his team are not to be trifled with. Very well, Chief Engineer Liao, you are in charge. This is our system's first real battle, we cannot afford to lose. Yi Guhong spoke slowly. Lose? No. We will not lose. Liao Hongtao's eyes hardened. We now have a super firewall system. If they dare launch a cyber attack, I will ensure they never dare to hack into the Shangxia internet again. Observing Liao Hongtao's confident demeanor, Yi Guhong remarked, the computer system has a super firewall, so it's naturally safe, but can the mobile system withstand it? Liao Hongtao immediately replied, Elder Yi, although that firewall system is designed for computers, it can certainly be adapted for mobile systems. Oh. It can be used in the Pango mobile system. Yi Guhong's eyes flickered. Yes, this firewall system is very powerful. We just need to convert the corresponding modules and embed them into the Pango system. Liao Hongtao said, while some functions may not be available, it's more than sufficient for defense alone. Moreover, the main battlefield this time will definitely be on computer operating systems, so there's no need to worry too much about the mobile side. Yi Guhong nodded slightly. Then I'll leave it to you. Rest assured, Elder Yi. Liao Hongtao returned a salute, then turned back to his team to prepare for the incoming intrusion. 10 minutes, neither too long nor too short. Amid the nervous anxiety of netizens, the ex-hacker team launched a large-scale network intrusion attack on the Shangxia internet precisely on time. However, soon doubtful voices emerged from netizens. Weren't they supposed to start the intrusion exactly at 10 minutes? Why don't I feel anything? The network is still perfectly smooth and there's no sign of the system being hacked. Exactly, is this X-team just all talk? Or have they already launched the attack but our security defense network repelled it? Damn it, they made a grand announcement earlier causing a huge stir and I worried for 10 minutes only to find nothing happened. Let's wait for the official announcement later. Netizens had been extremely tense, but now that 10 minutes had passed with nothing happening, many grew puzzled. Had the X-team actually launched the network intrusion or not? Inside the Dake Academy. In the temporary cybersecurity counterattack center, a massive display screen was scrolling through an endless stream of data. These frenzied data streams were data intrusion attacks from various regions overseas. The number of attacks per second exceeded hundreds of millions. Even billions. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zixin stared at the fierce assault, their expressions grave. Such an ultra-high-intensity network attack posed an enormous challenge to the security defense system. Yet Liao Hongtao, watching these data streams, remained composed and calm, directing his team in defense and counterattack with methodical precision. Chief Engineer Liao, why haven't you activated the super firewall system directly? Seeing that Liao Hongtao hadn't yet deployed the super firewall, Yi Guhong grew curious. The ferocity of these data streams indicated the involvement of Western nations behind the ex-hacker team. Otherwise the X-team alone could not mobilize such enormous resources. At this moment it was less a battle against the ex-hacker team's network intrusion and more a covert struggle and contest with the Western forces backing them. There was no room for error. Elder Yi, I want to play a hard game with them this time. Liao Hongtao turned around, smiled slightly and began to explain. The super firewall's defense system is too strong. If we use it from the start we won't be able to gather more data. So I'm luring them deeper. I want to expose as much of their information as possible and then catch them all in one net at the final moment. Are you confident? Yi Guhong's tone was grave. Yes, with the super firewall system as a safety net there won't be any surprises. Liao Hongtao guaranteed with a pat on his chest. Very well, then give them a hard blow and take the opportunity to see who exactly is behind this. Yi Guhong said no more. Zhao Zixin suddenly had a glint in his eyes and spoke. Chief Engineer Liao, if you are truly confident, I have a suggestion. What suggestion? Liao Hongtao grew puzzled. Yi Guhong also looked over. Since we have absolute confidence, I suggest live streaming this entire defense operation so the vast number of netizens can witness the power of our super firewall firsthand, giving them enough confidence to use our new system. Zhao Zizhan's eyes blazed. All attacks are currently blocked by us, netizens can't perceive them. Even if we win in the end, some netizens may still harbor doubts in their hearts. Therefore it's better to live stream and let them see with their own eyes the might of our new system. That way the promotion and replacement of the new system may not require too much effort from us. Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong frowned slightly, turned to look at Liao Hongtao, and though he didn't speak again, his meaning was clear. Zhao Zizhan's suggestion was good, but the stakes were too high, not a single mistake could be tolerated. Otherwise, if any accident occurred during the live broadcast, it would not only fail to boost netizens' confidence but would instead make them lose faith in the new system. Liao Hongtao met Yi Guhong's gaze and reiterated solemnly, Elder Yi, I think President Zhao's suggestion is excellent. This is the best opportunity to promote our new system. Rest assured there will be absolutely no accidents on our end. Yi Guhong's eyes flickered. From his position he still preferred to play it safe. But Zhao Zizhan's next sentence directly made Yi Guhong agree to the live broadcast. Old Ji, I understand your concerns, but the firewall system was given by that person, surely you don't doubt their capability. The words fell and Yi Guhong immediately waved his hand. Fine, start the live broadcast. Meanwhile on the internet a flood of netizens transformed into eager spectators scrambling to find out the status of the X-Team's network intrusion. But the level of this intrusion was very high and not much information leaked out, leaving many netizens itching with curiosity. However, at that very moment the official account suddenly started a live broadcast again without any prior notice. And this time there was no host. The only image in the livestream was the giant screen scrolling through data streams. This sudden broadcast left netizens pouring and stunned and a bit confused. An official livestream with no host and just a giant screen, what did that mean? But soon those in the know immediately recognized that it was a partial display of data streams from the Internet Security Defense Center countering the X-Team's network intrusion. The next moment the livestream exploded. Holy crap, the X-Team really is attacking. Damn, so all the intrusion attacks were intercepted by the authorities, no wonder we didn't feel a thing. Holy moly, with ultra-high-frequency network attacks of up to billions per second the authorities blocked them so tightly we weren't even affected. How incredible is that? This is our nation. Once they recognized that this was the official countermeasure against the ex-hacker team's network intrusion, netizens immediately erupted with excitement. Before the official channel launched this livestream, many netizens even doubted that the X-Team dared to attempt an invasion. But now as the terrifying cyber intrusion was displayed on the massive screen within the official channel's livestream, every netizen was profoundly shaken. Torrents of data surged with billions of attacks per second and the onslaught escalated relentlessly with time. Yet such a formidable cyber assault was firmly intercepted by the experts at the security data center, leaving every netizen unaffected, free to browse their phones and watch the live stream in peace. Witnessing this war without smoke, many netizens felt their eyes sting with tears. Though the internet age made smartphones and computers indispensable, true cyber intrusion remained a distant reality for ordinary people. Few could imagine what a real cyber invasion looked like. But at that moment everyone felt the terror of this digital war. Attacks numbering hundreds of billions per second, a maddening torrent of data, more surreal than the most extravagant sci-fi blockbuster. Yet this nightmarish assault, surpassing even science fiction, was completely blocked beyond the internet, instilling a sense of security and pride in every netizen. It turns out our peace isn't effortless, others are bearing the weight for us. Whoa, I'm tearing up again. We're all part of this digital world, yet under such a terrifying attack we would easily become cannon fodder, but we're so well protected. Who can understand this feeling? Such a monstrous data stream assault makes me tremble. This ultra-high-frequency cyber invasion could easily cripple the network security of a small nation, plunging its entire digital realm into paralysis. You're right upstairs. I'm a computer science major working at a big tech company. We face random cyber attacks daily, but compared to this, they're child's play. This is a data tsunami crushing everything. One misstep and the entire network defense collapses instantly. I can't imagine the impact if it truly fell. Incredible. The experts at the data center are incredible, they can still hold it. Damn, this rolling data stream gets me so hyped. I wish I could transform into a top hacker from a sci-fi novel and teach those X-Team bastards a lesson. We're witnessing history. Such a cyber attack will definitely be recorded in the annals. Netizens boiled with excitement and fervor. Meanwhile, the mood among the overseas crowd was far from pleasant. Almost everyone knew that this cyber invasion by the ex-hacker team against Shangxia was not merely about the X-Team. Yet now, even with the entire Western world's combined might, they still hadn't breached Shangxia's internet, leaving many discontented. Don't worry, these Shangxia fools can't hold out much longer. Our data tsunami has only just begun. What we've seen is just an appetizer. When the attack rate stabilizes above 10 billion per second, that's when we truly unleash our power. Someone from the West, apparently with insider information, issued words of reassurance. Those words instantly lifted the spirits of the Western crowd. Inside the Grand Academy of Sciences, the data stream scrolling on the security center's massive screen grew increasingly ferocious. From billions per second at the start, it quickly approached the 10 billion mark. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen's expressions turned gravely intense. Liao Hongtao remained calm, speaking steadily. When the data stabilizes at 10 billion, the Westerners will surely unleash all their data torrents to crush us. That will be their moment of greatest confidence, but also when we spring our trap. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly, saying nothing. Having entrusted everything to Liao Hongtao, they wouldn't interfere. Soon the data stream reached the 10 billion per second threshold. Follow my command. First, defend with all our might, no matter what. Don't let them break through on the first wave. Inside the data center, Liao Hongtao's resonant voice rang out, followed by the clatter of keyboard strokes. In the live stream, under the guidance of professionals, netizens understood the gravity of this moment. Even the barrage messages dwindled, everyone watching with bated breath. This was a war without smoke, a silent confrontation. Every heart was gripped with tension. Finally, the data stream stabilized at 10 billion per second. The scrolling data on the massive screen had become so dizzying and nauseating that one glance could make you sick. First, hold the line. Then find an opportunity to sell a vulnerability. Liao Hongtao remained composed, directing with calm precision. Time ticked by minute by minute. No matter how much the X-team intensified their data torrent, the security data center's defense remained impenetrable. How the hell are these Shangxia bastards holding it together? In a secret overseas location inside a massive computer data center, a blonde-haired foreigner couldn't help but curse. Yes, this was the X-team's headquarters. At that moment, even with double data torrent pressure, they still couldn't breach Shangxia's internet defenses. This finally drove them into a fit of rage. Chief, calculations show 30 minutes. These Shangxia fools can hold out for a maximum of 30 minutes. After that, we guarantee the entire Shangxia internet will be reduced to ashes. Another foreigner rattled off a string of data. 30 minutes. Good, very good. Keep charging. I will trample the Shangxia internet in 30 minutes. The blonde man's eyes flashed with malice. Back in the domestic livestream, as time slipped away, netizens gradually sensed something amiss. Because it was becoming evident that the security data center's defense was starting to struggle. This immediately sparked worry among the viewers. The atmosphere grew heavy. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Finally, half an hour had passed silently. The data torrent on the screen had become so terrifying that it was unbearable to look at with naked eyes. The security center's defense appeared precarious, as if it could be shattered at any moment. This brought a cruel smile to the blonde man's lips. At the X-team base, those damn Shangxia bastards are about to break. Crank up the flow and smash them in one go. But as the X-team increased the torrent, the Shangxia internet defense, seemingly on the verge of collapse, somehow held on at the last moment every time. This drove the blonde man at the X base to explode again, cursing his own men useless. All of you are useless. Just as he finished his tirade, a voice rang out from the base. Chief, the Shangxia fools can't hold anymore. There's a vulnerability in their defense. Oh. Finally breaking. Good, very good. Use that vulnerability to charge in and crush them. The blonde man's spirits soared once more. The colossal data stream instantly converged on the vulnerability, hurtling toward the internet defense center. Watching the successful breach, the blonde man raised his wineglass with a cruel smile. Shangxia, the king of the internet world, has arrived. But he didn't know that the moment all their data streams funneled into the vulnerability and charged into the internet defense center, a smile also spread across Liao Hongtao's face. The fish has taken the bait. The fish has taken the bait. Within the Grand Academy's internet security data center, Liao Hongtao murmured softly, a fervent gleam flashing in his eyes. He had been waiting for this very moment. Watching the increasingly massive flood of data surge forward, Liao Hongtao grew visibly agitated. 10 seconds. Retract the net after 10 seconds. This time not a single member of the X-team will escape. Swiftly. As Liao Hongtao spoke atop the data flood on the massive screen, a red countdown appeared. This sudden change left everyone in the live stream momentarily stunned. What's going on? Are we about to lose our defenses completely with just 10 seconds remaining? What a pity. We held firm for so long, yet an unavoidable flaw was exploited. The X-team seized the opportunity and overwhelmed us with a 100 billion level data torrent. So what should we do now? Shut everything down and disconnect. Stay calm. Although the X-team is attacking the vulnerability, it doesn't necessarily mean we'll lose. Exactly. The experts are still fighting hard. Until the final moment, who can predict the outcome? The viewers held their breath, quietly watching the countdown continuously ticking. On the X team side, the blonde-haired man was also calculating the timing. 10 seconds. Just 10 more seconds and Shanxia's internet defense will be shattered. He even began counting down on his fingers. In the live stream. For the viewers, no 10 seconds had ever felt so excruciatingly long. They had no idea what would happen after those 10 seconds. Yet in this moment everyone chose, without hesitation, to trust that the experts at the security data center could withstand all the X-Team's cyber attacks. Beep. The next instant, beneath everyone's gaze, the 10-second countdown reached 0. Some viewers couldn't help but instinctively close their eyes, unwilling to witness the devastating collapse of the internet defense line. However, contrary to everyone's expectations of a shattered defense line, no such devastation appeared after the countdown ended. Instead, cheers erupted from the data center's expert team. This made the viewers who had closed their eyes open them again with curiosity. After all, still being able to hear the live stream meant the network defense had not fallen, they were still connected. As the viewers opened their eyes, the content displayed on the data center's massive screen also changed. No longer the dizzying torrent of data that made one's head spin, but a dynamic firewall emblem in Shanxia's signature red. As the firewall emblem activated, the colossal tidal wave of external data flooding through the vulnerability was devoured within an instant. Then, dense blocks of Shanxia script began flashing across the screen. Malicious intrusion detected from external networks. Target devices have been locked. Cameras on target devices have been forcibly activated. Images of the attackers have been captured and uploaded to the database. Firewall users are urged to promptly file security reports. Every single line carried virtually the same content. Locking onto the enemy's devices. Activating their cameras and capturing their images for database upload. And precise IP addresses were displayed for every single host. This left the viewers in the live stream utterly stunned. What on earth is this? I recognize every word, yet together they might as well be written in a language I've never studied. Damn it, don't tell me this firewall not only devoured that terrifying data torrent but also launched a direct counter-invasion. Of course. Didn't you read the text? It detected the malicious attack, locked onto their devices, and even captured their images. My God, when did we acquire such absurdly overpowered counter-invasion technology? All viewers were completely dumbfounded. The information scrolling across the massive screen was beyond comprehension. But that was not all. As the text continued to flash, a striking warning emerged alongside it, broadcast to the entire world. Shanxia cyberspace, hackers are prohibited from entering. Those who provoke us shall be pursued without exception. Whoosh. Upon seeing this warning, every viewer's scalp prickled with shock. Overseas, within the X-Team's hidden base. The smile on the blonde-haired man's face vanished instantly, and the wineglass in his hand shattered on the ground, red wine splattering everywhere. His face no longer held the arrogance and smugness from moments before, it was filled with sheer terror. And it was not just him, everyone in the entire base was consumed by grave alarm. Because as the super firewall activated, every computer in their facility was forcibly locked in an instant. Though as top-tier hackers, the computers they used typically lacked cameras. However, the base inevitably had some machines equipped with cameras used for surveillance or other purposes. Just now, in order to break through Shanxia's internet defense in one stroke, they had deployed every available machine. Therefore, at that very moment, all machines with cameras were forcibly activated, capturing most of the base's interior and the appearances of the majority of team members. And this became their nightmare. For hackers, even minor information exposure on the internet is fatal, let alone having their faces directly captured. Moreover, some hackers who had joined the X-Team already had criminal records, many were even international fugitives who had joined specifically to evade pursuit. But now every piece of information about everyone had been precisely and flawlessly locked onto, which was far more terrifying than any nightmare. This could be described as an apocalyptic disaster. No. Damn you Shanxia people, how could you have such a powerful counter-invasion firewall system? Damn it. They clearly possessed such a formidable firewall system, yet deliberately withheld it during the attack. This was clearly intentional entrapment. If they had activated the firewall from the beginning, we wouldn't have even had a chance to breach it, and they could never have so easily locked onto everyone's identity information. It's over, everything is over. The X-Hacker Alliance team was finished. All who watched the live stream shared this identical realization. Their base location was pinpointed, their IP addresses locked, and even the interior conditions and members' appearances had been photographed. For a powerful hacker team, this was undoubtedly defeat and fatal. They had failed to invade and instead exposed all their information. In that moment, the X-Hacker Alliance team became an eternal laughingstock. Back in China, within the live stream, the viewers were numb beyond measure, stunned into speechlessness. From the X-Alliance team's arrogant invasion announcement to their total destruction, barely an hour had passed. The world's most first-rate elite, mysterious and powerful hacker team was thus completely exposed and annihilated, an impossibility that defied belief. Everything had happened far too suddenly. Just as the viewers were still reeling from shock, the livestream feed shifted abruptly and Zhao Zizhen's gentle voice rang out. Dear netizens, it is my great honor to announce once again that our independent computer operating system will come fully equipped with the super firewall you just witnessed, provided free of charge for life. Please rest assured and install this system that belongs solely to our Shangxia. Buzz. These words sent a jolt of astonishment through everyone's minds. What had they just heard? Such an incredibly formidable super firewall was actually built right into their own system. The system comes with a super firewall built in. During the live broadcast, Zhao Zizhen's words caused a brief blackout of bullet comments. Everyone was stunned. Then an unprecedented wave of intense discussion erupted. Holy crap, did I just hear what I think I heard? Dean Zhao actually said that damn spectacular firewall, dazzling as fireworks with lightning, comes built into our computer systems. Oh my heavens, am I trapped in some dream world? That super firewall could instantly neutralize and counterattack traffic assaults of hundreds of billions of packets per second from the external network. Do ordinary people's computers even need such an amazing firewall? I'm completely dumbfounded. I can't even imagine what the scene would be like if every person in our country had such a firewall on their computer. This is insane. Any ordinary computer equipped with such a firewall would instantly become a mobile fortress. Who on earth could breach it? So cool. I just want to say, so cool. This is our nation. This is our strength. Bro, you're a genius. All netizens boiled over at that moment. Everyone had witnessed the power of that super firewall with their own eyes. Without any exaggeration, a single firewall like this placed in the hands of any major commercial tech giant could create at least trillions in market value. Yet such an incredibly powerful super firewall came built into their own computer operating systems and was available free of charge for life. This left netizens so emotionally overwhelmed that they could barely find words. An indescribable sense of pride surged in every heart. How fortunate we are to have been born in Shangxia. Unlike the excited, proud netizens back home, the external internet was at this very moment a landscape of despair and wailing. Domestic official channels were live streaming, and of course some on the external internet were retransmitting those broadcasts. Everyone abroad had personally witnessed the might of that super firewall. The data streams capable of conquering the entire internet of a mid to small nation within moments were directly devoured and then subjected to precise counterattacks. Every member of the X-Hacker Alliance, along with their information locations and host IP addresses, was exposed in perfect clarity. The world's most powerful and elite hacker team was completely annihilated in less than half a minute. This formidable anti-intrusion capability filled every foreigner who saw it with despair. The more knowledgeable one was, the deeper that despair became. Especially when the top official teams of major Western nations analyzed the technology of this super firewall and concluded it was at least a century ahead of theirs, the despair reached its zenith. This directly plunged all the Western nations involved behind the scenes into silence. Originally they had intended to crush Shangxia's internet and force the nation to submit by continuing to use their systems. But now not only had they failed, but they had also lost their most elite hacker team. The cost of this endeavor was devastating for every Western nation involved. A firewall technology leading by at least a century completely destroyed their last sliver of hope to strangle Shangxia's operating system development. An independent mobile operating system, an independent computer operating system paired with such a super firewall. Even if the major Western nations did not want to admit it, they had no choice but to acknowledge. Shangxia's rise had become unstoppable. On the hardware front, their Western lithography machines were not even worthy of carrying the shoes for Shangxia's 0.1 nanometer lithography equipment. On the software side, the operating system technology once again led them by at least a century. They were completely unable to resist. Within the territory of Shaoyinghua, Lin Yang also watched the official livestream and felt somewhat surprised by the sheer power of the super firewall. However, upon remembering that it had cost 3,000 national treasure points to exchange for, he found it perfectly reasonable. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the special opportunity mission within the limited time. You have received a random reward 1 blueprint for the Super Starfighter. Congratulations, host. Having fulfilled the expectations of your nation's citizens and being revered as a supreme idol by them, you have gained 10 prestige points. Your current prestige stands at 61 points. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation now possesses an advanced operating system that leads the world. You have been awarded 1000 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Since the firewall technology you provided completely repelled the malicious intrusions from foreign hackers and upheld the glory of our nation, you have been awarded 3000 national treasure points. The system notifications made Lin Yang's eyes light up. He had previously spent 3,000 national treasure points to exchange for the operating system, and now not only had he earned it all back but an extra 1,000 as well. And most importantly, by completing the opportunity mission, he had actually obtained a blueprint for a super fighter jet. He had seen the Superstar Fighter blueprint in the exchange mall. It cost 10,000 national treasure points to redeem. Now it was handed to him directly, completely free of charge. This feeling was absolutely fantastic. I'd made a huge profit. Lin Yang gazed at the Superstar Fighter blueprint, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. After taking the brain-enhancing gene serum last time, he had made time to cram a great deal of knowledge. He was no longer a novice unable to understand technical blueprints. Just glancing at it briefly, he could already perceive the immense power of this fighter. The Superstar Fighter was capable of combat outside the planet. Compared to this marvel, all the current super fighters on Blue Star seemed pitifully weak. Pyongyang's fighters were currently the most powerful and advanced in the world, but they could at best fight within the planet's atmosphere. The Superstar Fighter, however, could engage in combat beyond the planet. The two were incomparable. If we build this thing, Pyongyang's most prized fighters will have to bow in submission. Lin Yang's gaze burned with intensity. Fighter aviation had always been a weakness for the domestic military. Of course, this weakness was only relative to Pyongyang. Pyongyang's ability to maintain its dominant position stemmed precisely from the overwhelming power of their fighter fleet. Intercontinental missiles were certainly powerful, but they were large-scale weapons of destruction. They were far less flexible and agile than fighter jets, which could precisely lock onto specific target areas for targeted strikes. If they were to lose their advantage in fighter aviation. System, are you doing this on purpose? Giving me a random reward like this, isn't this forcing me to steal? Isn't this pushing me to obtain Pyongyang's fighter technology? As Lin Yang pondered, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. The technology of the Superstar Fighter was too advanced. According to the system's rules, to maximize benefits, the best approach would be to first acquire slightly inferior fighter technology and have the domestic industry build it up first. As for the selection of this tier of fighter technology on the entire Blue Star, there was no second candidate besides Pyongyang. It was hard to say the system wasn't being deliberate. They had just slapped Xiaoyinghua's face with intercontinental missiles and crushed their arrogance, and now suddenly a fighter jet blueprint reward appeared. The meaning was rather too obvious. Of course, the system typically wouldn't respond to words like those from Lin Yang. But whether the system responded or not was fundamentally irrelevant anyway. Since they already had the manufacturing blueprints for the Superstar Fighter jet, it would be a shame not to visit the United States, acquire their fighter technology, maximize the collection of national treasure points, and simultaneously render the American fighter jets commonplace. Lin Yang made up his mind almost instantly. The United States had to be visited. However, before going to the United States, he still planned to follow his original schedule and fleece Japan first. These little Japanese puppets had grown somewhat too arrogant in recent years. Although they had been slapped in the face by the intercontinental missile, it was not enough to push them completely into the abyss. System, begin identity disguise. Lin Yang took direct action. And so when the sun of a new day illuminated the earth, the pitiful Japan welcomed its darkest hour. Biotechnologies leading the world were inexplicably posted online, triggering countless downloads. Industry-leading semiconductor manufacturing technologies and related parameters were posted free of charge on industry forums. Overnight, the entire semiconductor industry suffered unprecedented devastation with nothing left to hide. Besides these two categories, virtually every domain-leading technology was posted on its respective professional forum. In short, all of Japan's globally leading industry technology secrets were exposed. Overnight, the economic losses incurred by Japan across all sectors due to the exposure of their leading technologies were incalculable. According to incomplete statistics from certain media, the losses amounted to at least tens of trillions. Moreover, the financial losses were merely secondary. The most critical issue was that once they lost their technological monopoly as a means of industry domination, Japan would very likely be reduced to an ordinary country with virtually no hope of reclaiming its current industry-leading position. Such losses, if suffered by an ordinary small nation, could almost be described as a nation-destroying disaster. Of course, not every industry suffered total devastation. There was one industry that other countries could not replace. Domestically, at the Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen was stunned when he saw the dozens of top-tier technical parameters from various Japanese industries that had appeared overnight in the cloud storage account dedicated to Lin Yang. This. Zhao Zizhen was speechless for a long while. He was genuinely frightened. And he was not the only one frightened. This exclusive cloud storage also had a dedicated channel at the Heterogeneous Management Bureau. Whenever new files were uploaded, Yi Guhong would know immediately, so he received the notification at the first opportunity. Looking at the dozens of confidential parameters concerning Japan's globally leading industries, Yi Guhong blinked and fell silent. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu, who arrived shortly after, were puzzled by Yi Guhong's expression at first. But when they saw the contents of the cloud storage, both were instantly electrified. This person has caused a sky-shattering incident. The two exchanged glances and then, with tacit understanding, simultaneously opened the news. They saw that news media from nearly every corner of the world were rushing to report on this matter. In a word, Japan's industries could be directly declared finished. Not bankrupt, destroyed. Bankruptcy offers a chance to restart, but in this case there was absolutely no possibility of recovery. With their most core secrets exposed, they had no way to turn back the tide. Elder Yi, should we use these technologies? After a long silence, Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu exchanged glances and asked in hushed voices. Because after comparing, they had discovered that the confidential data Lin Yang had disclosed on public forums was slightly incomplete compared to what was in the cloud storage. In other words, Lin Yang had uploaded the truly most complete and precise data to the cloud storage. Although what he released publicly was sufficient to deal a devastating blow to Japan's industries, it still lagged slightly behind. The implication was obvious. Lin Yang clearly wanted domestic forces to seize this opportunity, master the most advanced technologies, and completely dominate these related industries globally. Use them. Why wouldn't we use them? His intention is so clear. If we don't use them, wouldn't we be letting down his hard work and dedication? Yi Guhong snapped out of his reverie and waved his hand, issuing his directive. He didn't care whether Japan would be ruined, since the technologies had been transmitted back. There was no reason not to use them. Too ruthless. This person is truly too ruthless. In this way, Japan can be said to have suffered economic annihilation. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu sighed as they reviewed the technologies. Though not a direct physical destruction of the nation, this was even more devastating. Online, the situation erupted instantly. Good heavens, couldn't all of this have been done by the senior fellow? Now Japan has no way to survive. Haha, it's even better that they have no way out. What a relief. Senior fellow is simply my god. I say now that senior fellow is the true god of the internet, who approves, who opposes. Bro, even though I also believe senior fellow is the one true god of the internet, I still advise you not to speak recklessly. Who says senior fellow did this? I can testify that senior fellow was playing cards with his wife at my house all last night. Exactly, food can be eaten carelessly, but words must not be spoken carelessly. Could such a thing have been done by our great and righteous senior fellow? Absolutely right. I can also testify senior fellow was playing cards all night last night and had no time for this. Netizens were initially shaken but soon began indulging in playful banter. They all willingly provided various reasons to prove this wasn't the work of senior fellow. Although everyone in their hearts knew that only senior fellow had the capability to do this. But knowing something is one thing, admitting it is another. This matter was so extraordinarily heaven-defying that netizens did not want to give anyone ammunition against Lin Yang. After all, there was the matter of international image to consider. In the end, one could simply revel in secret. Certain reputations were not necessarily needed. This day could be said to have sent shockwaves around the globe. A prominent developed nation suffered such devastating blows, causing unease across every Western country except Xinxia. Fearful that such an incident might one day befall them as well. And so a joint communication from Western nations arrived. The content of the communication was straightforward. They demanded that the so-called mysterious senior fellow from Xinxia be held accountable and at least provide an explanation. The United States followed closely, announcing on their official accounts that their new generation fighter jet had successfully completed test flights and would undergo combat testing over the ocean. This immediately raised suspicions among netizens. At this critical juncture, the United States conducting combat tests with a new fighter jet. If this weren't intentional, no one would believe it. Within the Bureau of Anomalies, Yi Guhong frowned slightly as he read the news released by the not beautiful country through the media. The latest fighter jet is undergoing a combat test flight. The Western nations had just sent a joint letter of protest, and now the not beautiful country announced a fighter combat test. The implications were worth pondering. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu exchanged glances before Tang spoke. Elder Yi, I reckon the not beautiful country is trying to follow our example of a show of force. The overnight leak of Xiaoyinghua's top industrial secrets has probably rattled them too. Yi Guhong let out a bitter chuckle. No need to overthink it. This time that person really went too far, driving Xiaoyinghua into a corner. The internet infiltration technology he displayed has terrified the Western nations. Even the not beautiful country, which always prides itself on being number one, seems afraid. Then what should we do? Tang Wensheng's tone was hesitant as he looked at Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong raised his eyes to the window and said leisurely, they demand an explanation, so we give one. Who has proof that it was that person? What right do they have to demand he take responsibility? That's true, but the power he displayed this time has scared the West. They won't let it go easily. Tang Wenxing opened the tablet in his hand, pulled up a page and handed it to Yi Guhong. This is their latest joint letter. They're asking us to sign a treaty on mutual non-aggression in cyberspace. Poof. Yi Guhong glanced at the treaty and sneered. They say sign, so we sign. Do they think our Tongxue missile was developed just for show? Then I'll reject it directly, said Tang Wensheng. And add one more line, tell them to stop being ridiculous. Yi Guhong snorted. When they were stronger than us, they never thought about signing any treaty. Now they're scared and want to use treaties as a shield. They want to have it all. Understood, Elder Yi. Tang Wenxing nodded, then asked, what about the fighter jets? The not beautiful country just sent another letter inviting us to participate in a joint airshow. Should we accept? They're trying to salvage some face with their strongest suit. Yi Guhong saw through the not beautiful country's intention at a glance. The Western nations had lost considerable face recently, and the not beautiful country, always claiming the top spot, would hardly accept being left behind. The invitation was clear. They wanted to declare to the world that the not beautiful country remained the strongest, at least in aviation. So do we respond or just ignore them? Tang Wensheng asked again. Their invitation has already been publicized globally. If we ignore it, we'll seem lacking in the grace of a great power. Since they've invited us, let's play along. Yi Guhong said calmly. Tang Wensheng hesitated. If we participate together, we might end up at a disadvantage. There's still a gap in fighter technology between us and them. I'm worried some people online will stir up trouble. Recently, thanks to Lin Yang's several interventions, helping with the missiles and the operating system, the online sentiment had reached an unprecedented level of unity. He hated to see that atmosphere broken. Old Tang, that mindset is wrong. Recognizing the gap is how we improve. This is a rare opportunity for a direct comparison and a better understanding of where we stand. Yi Guhong glanced at Tang Wensheng and said slowly, as for the online chatter, we just have to avoid falling into their rhythm. Tang Wensheng was taken aback. Yi Guhong withdrew his gaze and said flatly, first accept their invitation, but we set the timing. Ha! If we set the date, will they agree? Tang Wensheng sounded uncertain. They mainly want to show off their superiority through comparison. As long as we agree and the timing isn't too delayed, they won't refuse. Yi Guhong said with confidence. I understand. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu exchanged glances, then he asked hesitantly, then when should we set it? No need to give them a definite time yet. Let's email that person first and ask for his opinion. Yi Guhong smiled. Now that the not beautiful country's invitation to us is known worldwide, I think he must have heard about it. Perhaps we should listen to his suggestion first. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yang had used the system to disguise his identity and boarded a plane bound for the not beautiful country. After receiving the inquiry email, he found it amusing. What advice could he give? If he had to give one, it would be to simply ignore those not beautiful country fellows. After all, the current domestic fighter jets were indeed inferior to theirs. Participating in a joint show would only make them look like a backdrop. But those not beautiful country guys had blown this up so much that ignoring or rejecting would make the country seem graceless. So, give me a few days. Lin Yang sent back a few brief words. Back home at the Grand Academy of Sciences, when Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen saw Lin Yang's reply, give me a few days, they exchanged puzzled looks. What does he mean? They were both unsure of the implication. What was he going to do with a few days? Could it be that he's going to use a few days to study fighter technology? After a moment of silence, Zhao Zizhen ventured uncertainly. After all, Lin Yang had managed to overhaul the operating system in just a few days, so it wasn't impossible that he could do the same for fighter technology. But even if he upgrades our fighter technology in a few days, we can't build a new jet in time. Zhao Zizhen rubbed his forehead, half amused and half exasperated. Fighters aren't like operating systems. Once the technology is ready, it can be put to use immediately. From the very first component, every tiny part requires meticulous precision. Even if we mobilize all resources for priority production, it would take months to build a single aircraft. The not beautiful country's invitation could be rescheduled, but if we dragged it out too long, they certainly wouldn't agree. So even if Lin Yang developed a performance-enhancing technology in a few days, it would be hard to put into practice now. Let's try to stall as much as we can. If he develops new technology in a few days, even if we can't build a real jet, we can at least produce a half-finished concept model to avoid showing too much of a gap. Yi Guhong said slowly. He felt he might have grasped Lin Yang's intention. Lin Yang's reply asking for a few days might be exactly what he was thinking. Even if a real aircraft couldn't be built in time, as long as the technical concept was ready, it wouldn't be too embarrassing during the invitation performance. But what Yi Guhong didn't know was that Lin Yang had no such intention at all. Merely avoiding embarrassment. That was never Lin Yang's goal. The internet was already buzzing with heated discussions. Those bastards in the not beautiful country are truly inhuman. They possess the world's most advanced fighter jets, and not content with their own performance tests, they insist on inviting us to a joint exhibition. Isn't that just to showcase their superiority through comparison? Alas, there's no choice. They indeed have the confidence to back it up. The B-20 was already formidable, yet now they've deployed the B-21 directly for the exhibition, a blatant act of dimensional reduction. Damn it, it's infuriating. This time they're using an open stratagem. If we refuse, we seem lacking in great power demeanor. If we agree, we'll only be humiliated right in our faces. Just thinking about it is depressing. No need to be depressed. I believe it won't be long before we surpass them. Why? Because I trust in our classmate Big Shot. With him around, surpassing them is as easy as grabbing something from your pocket. Though the classmate Big Shot is my only god, surely he isn't omnipotent, right? That's not necessarily true. He's already demonstrated extraordinary abilities in two completely different fields, missiles and operating systems. Perhaps if he's willing, studying fighter jet technology shouldn't be a problem. True, but it's probably too late now. The not beautiful country is pressing so hard on the deadline. Even if there's new technology, we likely can't produce it in time, right? Looks like we'll have to endure this time. Endure it is. With the classmate Big Shot around, I believe we'll overtake them in no time. Domestic netizens were discussing heatedly online. Though everyone knew this might be a trap destined to lose face in the fighter jet exhibition, their emotions remained remarkably stable without any extreme remarks. This left the Western countries, who had prepared water armies to stir up confrontation, at a loss. They hadn't anticipated that domestic netizens' emotions would be so composed and unified. And all of this stemmed from the presence of that mysterious classmate. This prompted high-level officials from Western nations to convene an emergency meeting, vowing to uncover the key information about that mysterious classmate as soon as possible, either to capture or neutralize him. The cohesive power of a super idol genuinely instilled fear in them. In the not beautiful country, Lin Yang had disembarked smoothly and casually browsed the news. Seeing the absolute support and trust from his compatriots, he felt a wave of emotion. Fellow countrymen are truly the best. But losing face. Who loses face remains to be seen. Lin Yang also noticed the concerns of netizens. Time was indeed tight. Even if he provided the superstar fighter technology to the Grand Academy, they couldn't build it before the exhibition. That left only one option. System activate. Exhibition aside, first let's get down to business. 3 days passed in a flash. The day of the exhibition arrived. Inside the Grand Academy, Zhao Zixin's expression was rather grim. During these 3 days, the relevant academicians had racked their brains to integrate as much new technology as possible into the fighters, hoping to avoid a too wide gap. But every attempt failed. The only success was replacing the chip in the fighter's loading system, which made little overall difference. The combat system improvements were virtually non-existent. Forget it, we've all tried our best. 3 days is too short. Replacing the chip and loading system is already commendable. Yi Guhong offered consolation instead. Fighter jet technology researched for years cannot be vastly improved in just a few days. What a pity. If controllable nuclear fusion could be applied directly, converting the fighter's power system to nuclear, even if other combat aspects were slightly inferior, they wouldn't even see our taillights. Zhao Zixin lamented. Though they had the complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, it required a full upgrade of the entire industrial system, a project that couldn't be completed in a short time. Even though they had been working overtime to upgrade all related industrial systems, it would still be some time before practical application. Let it be for now. This time we mainly observe their fighters. Losing to the B-21 temporarily isn't shameful. Yi Guhong comforted again. This time the not beautiful country had gone all out. The B-21 had only been developed recently, yet they were showcasing it as the main aircraft for the exhibition. Clearly they were determined to demonstrate their strength. Normally such a top-tier fighter would be kept under tight secrecy, never exposed to the outside world. Yet they directly deployed the B-21 as the exhibition's main aircraft, not even using the B-20. And the B-20 alone already represented technology decades ahead of other nations. Even using the B-20 would have guaranteed victory, yet they still brought out the B-21, revealing the extent of their resolve. At the same time, it showed their confidence in their own technology. Directly displaying it likely meant they weren't afraid of anyone stealing anything. Any news from that person yet? Zhao Zixin's side turned to Wang Guang and asked. Wang Guang shook his head. He had volunteered to monitor the mailbox, but no email from Lin Yang had arrived in those 3 days. Nor had anything new been uploaded to the cloud drive. It seems the time was too short. Zhao Zizhan sighed again, not disappointed, as even if Lin Yang had sent new technology it couldn't be applied now. Meanwhile, the official account of the Not Beautiful Country launched a global livestream with ultra-high-definition cameras offering a 360-degree unobstructed view of the B-21 fighter flying over the ocean. Its sleek fuselage resembling a sci-fi alien spacecraft immediately captured global attention. "Damn, if only we could get our hands on one of these," exclaimed a netizen tinged with envy. "Hee hee, your words remind me of the big shot who smuggles cultural relics from abroad. If he could smuggle back a fighter jet like this, he'd be legendary." What are you thinking? This is the Not Beautiful Country's latest fighter, costing tens of billions of their currency per unit. It's inside a heavily armed restricted zone. Even if you could sneak in, you couldn't fly it out silently. I'm just daydreaming. Netizens felt a bit sour at the sight of the B-21. Even Ye Guhong and Zhao Zizhan watching the livestream sighed in admiration. This machine was indeed advanced. As for the netizens' joke about having the cultural relic smugglers steal a fighter, Ye Guhong and Zhao Zizhan paid it no mind. They knew that the cultural relics were also the work of Lin Yang. Cultural artifacts could be taken quietly, but a fighter jet could never be flown away unnoticed. But just then the duty phone at the Grand Academy rang. Wang Guang, closest to the phone, answered immediately and a steady voice came through. "Grand Academy. I want to ask, if I were to bring back the Not Beautiful Country's fighter jet technology for you, would you be able to handle this exhibition?" "Probably not a big problem." Boom. Wang Guang's mind exploded. Foreign fighter jet technology. When he heard those words, Wang Guang felt as if his entire head was about to explode. Although it wasn't the first time he'd received a call from Lin Yang and he had witnessed Lin Yang's formidable abilities before, at this moment Wang Guang was completely dumbfounded. At a critical juncture, receiving a call to provide foreign fighter jet technology. Could it be that? "Senior, the fighter jet technology you mentioned, could it be the B-21's fighter technology?" After coming to his senses, Wang Guang swallowed hard, struggling to contain his astonishment as he asked. "Indeed, it is the B-21's technology. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. While our domestic fighters lag behind theirs, understanding their technology may reveal weaknesses we can exploit," Lin Yang replied. Wang Guang swallowed again, speaking carefully. "Senior, please wait a moment, I'm not qualified to answer this. Let me go fetch our dean." Due to the fighter jet exhibition scheduled for today, Zhao Zizhan was occupied with preparations and didn't stay at the Great Academy. However, upon receiving Wang Guang's notification, Zhao Zizhan immediately set aside all his duties and turned back. Within the Foreign Affairs Management Bureau, Ye Guhong and the others promptly initiated call monitoring. As Zhao Zizhan took over the call and confirmed once more that Lin Yang intended to provide them with the B-21 fighter technology, everyone was visibly shaken. "Comrade, you actually managed to obtain the B-21 technology?" Zhao Zizhan still found it hard to believe. This was the B-21. The most advanced and powerful fighter jet on the entire planet. And they obtained it so easily. Although Lin Yang had previously acquired lithography machine technology from the Windmill Kingdom and brought back numerous artifacts, honestly none of those compared to the impact of this moment. After all, the foreign country was a powerhouse on the planet and the B-21 was the strongest fighter jet. In terms of secrecy and importance, it dwarfed the lithography machines by countless degrees. Yet it was somehow obtained by Lin Yang. Zhao Zizhan and Ye Guhong were utterly astonished. Acquiring technical data of the strongest fighter from the hands of the foremost power, this kind of shock defied description in any language. "Director Zhao, I'm currently organizing and uploading the relevant technical materials to the cloud drive." Lin Yang's response was precisely this statement. This answer instantly sent chills down Zhao Zizhan and Ye Guhong's spines. It was real, they had actually obtained it. The group exchanged glances, and in this moment they understood what true speechlessness meant. Dumbfounded, numb-stunned. None of these words adequately captured their current state of mind. Ye Guhong found himself nearly compelled to ask whether something so extraordinary was truly achievable by a human being. Silence. Silence hung like the wind at this moment and the moon from last night. The wind and moon passed over them yet remained out of reach. "Director Zhao. Are you all right?" Noticing Zhao Zizhan's prolonged silence, Lin Yang broke it with a concerned inquiry. Cough cough, "Thank you for your concern, we're all quite all right." Zhao Zizhan responded mechanically. "Then good. The B-21 fighter technical materials are extensive, you'll need to prepare in advance. I estimate the analysis alone will take at least 10+ hours. However, the demonstration isn't until late tonight, so there should be sufficient time." Lin Yang added with a warning, "The technical documentation for this thing is overwhelming. I'll upload it in sections. You organize your experts to begin analyzing immediately, while you work I'll continue uploading the rest." If I bundled everything together, the upload alone could take 2 hours. Understood. Zhao Zizhen quickly agreed. Soon all relevant technical experts were urgently assembled into a temporary research project team. The team was led by Zhou Changping, a veteran expert in fighter research. When this senior academic saw the first batch of B-21 fighter technology that Lin Yang had uploaded, he was visibly excited on the spot. Goodness, old Zhao, that mysterious student really does exist. I'd always suspected you were fabricating stories to mislead people, but I never imagined it was truly real. This technical material, this is terrifying. The old academic was quite excited, spraying Zhao Zizhen's face with drool. Zhao Zizhen wiped his face expressionlessly, quietly backing up 2 steps to create distance, and said speechlessly, "Stay composed. Do you think there's a chance you can find weaknesses?" "That's hard to say for now. Although the B-21 is advanced, it certainly must have weaknesses. However, even if we identify them, the timeline may not allow us to develop countermeasures in time." When discussing serious matters, Zhou Changping immediately regained his composure and began analyzing carefully. Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly. Though not an expert in this field, he shared the same assessment. Even though Lin Yang had provided them with the B-21's technology, time was too tight to identify weaknesses and apply them immediately. While pinpointing weaknesses may not allow for immediate countermeasures, the student was right. If we understand our opponent's vulnerabilities, there will always be opportunities to exploit them. Moreover, this represents invaluable knowledge for us. With this technology, surpassing the B-21 is merely a matter of time. I believe the outcome of this exhibition pales in significance. Zhou Changping waved his hand as he spoke, his gaze never leaving the technical documents. "Sai, you should focus your research on finding applicable technical solutions we can implement immediately," Zhao Zizhen remarked with a weary exhale. There was something left unspoken, that Lin Yang's decision to transmit the B-21 technology at this juncture stemmed from a desire to spare the nation from disgrace during the exhibition, yet he deliberately held back to avoid burdening Zhou Changping and the others with excessive pressure. As the files continued streaming in, the expert's eyes gleamed with growing intensity. Eventually, all materials uploaded successfully. Just after sunset, Lin Yang's phone rang once more. "How goes the analysis, Director Zhao? Any insights on potential countermeasures?" Student, to be honest, while we've identified certain vulnerabilities, time constraints prevent us from leveraging them effectively. The only practical application would be modifying the propulsion system, though the results would likely be modest," Zhao Zizhen confessed awkwardly. After a full day of analysis, the experts had pinpointed certain design flaws in the B-21, yet the pressing timeline precluded timely implementation of effective countermeasures. "I see." Zhao Zizhen's response fell squarely within Lin Yang's expectations. Time was simply too compressed to execute any modifications. "I apologize, student. I'm deeply ashamed. After all your effort to share this technology with us, we've been unable to." Zhao Zizhen began, but Lin Yang cut him off before he could finish. "Director Zhao, you needn't bear such heavy pressure. To be candid, the Americans came well prepared. Even with ample time, we could only develop a counter to the B-21 at best, resulting in parity between both sides." These words stunned Zhao Zizhen momentarily before he responded, "Student, rest assured, with the technology you've provided, we're confident we can eventually surpass the current B-21 through modification. It's just that this time they'll have the upper hand." "Let them win. That remains to be seen." Lin Yang smiled enigmatically. Zhao Zizhen froze once more. What did he mean by that? "See, comrade, do you have another plan?" "Other plans? You could say that." Lin Yang did not elaborate further, but instead said, "All right, I'll send you another set of manufacturing blueprints for a more advanced fighter jet. Have the experts from the relevant teams modify it according to the marked drawings. As long as the modifications are completed within 3 hours, we will not lose this performance." "Ah. Another fighter jet. What kind of aircraft could be more advanced than the B-21?" Zhao Zizhen asked reflexively. He was a bit bewildered by Lin Yang's words. Was there any fighter jet on the entire planet more advanced than the B-21? "You'll see when you look at it." Lin Yang still did not say much, but directly uploaded part of the manufacturing blueprints for the Super Starfighter. Over at the Grand Academy of Sciences, after downloading the data he had uploaded, everyone instantly showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost. This is a concept fighter, the modification blueprint of the Super Starfighter. Can this thing really be realized? Zhou Changping nearly lost his mind again. Then he turned around and blasted Zhao Zizhen. "You old fellow, with such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Zhao Zizhen silently exited the temporary office. It was only after Zhou Changping had calmed down that he re-entered and asked slowly, "How is it? Can the modifications be completed within 3 hours based on this blueprint?" "No problem. Absolutely no problem." Zhou Changping gestured excitedly with his hands and feet. This person is truly amazing, marking the specific parameter information of the modifications so clearly. With the experience of studying the B-21 during the day, following his instructions to complete part of the fighter jet modifications is no problem at all. Oh. Zhao Zizhen raised an eyebrow, keenly catching a key point in Zhou Changping's words. Old Zhou, are you saying that if you hadn't studied the B-21 first and that person had directly given you this modification blueprint, you wouldn't have been able to complete the modifications? Zhou Changping nodded directly. Yes, although only part of the blueprint was given, you can tell it's part of the envisioned superstar concept fighter. That thing is completely a conceptual product in our institute, and even the concept is still vague. If we were given this blueprint directly, not to mention one day, even studying for 10 days or half a month would make it difficult to get started. At this point, as if recalling something, he suddenly scratched his head and said apologetically to Zhao Zizhen, I was a bit agitated just now. I'm not blaming you, nor am I blaming that student for not giving us this modification blueprint earlier. Actually, even if it had been given to us directly in the morning without the preliminary technology of the B-21, we wouldn't have been able to figure it out in one day. This thing is built on the basis of some technologies from the B-21. Oh, in that case, I'll leave it to you. Strive to complete the modifications early and then head to the performance. Zhao Zizhen said no more, gave his instructions and turned to leave the office. Then he recounted Zhou Changping's words to Yi Guhong. So it seems that person had already done research on fighter jets but was afraid that if he gave the blueprints directly, old Zhou and the others wouldn't be able to understand them in a short time. That's why he didn't give the superstar fighter modification blueprint right away but first provided the B-21 technology. Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly. That should be the case. And from what old Zhou said, this modification blueprint is only partial, not the complete manufacturing blueprint of the superstar modified fighter. Upon hearing this, Yi Guhong was silent for a moment, then sighed. Even just a partial modification blueprint made old Zhou and the others feel they couldn't understand it. If he had given the complete one directly, it would probably be even worse. This person is truly thoughtful. Yes, I now understand what that person meant when he said give me a few days the other day. Zhao Zizhen also sighed repeatedly. I reckon during these few days he went to acquire the B-21 technology for us so that old Zhou and the others could learn the content of the superstar fighter more quickly. It's a pity we don't even know his identity. We can't even give him a single honor. Yi Guhong was silent again for a moment, then said, everything he has done we will not forget, nor will the motherland. These honors will be kept for him. When he returns to the country, every single honor will be bestowed upon him. For now, let's look forward to the performance of the fighter jets. Online, with the arrival of the fighter jet performance, a wave of enthusiasm arose. Although we are bound to lose this time, being able to see the full picture of the B-21 from the United States and sneak a peek at some technology is still a gain. Hee, that's right. Temporary failure and humiliation don't matter. I believe that one day, whether in fighter jets or other aspects, we will become the leader in all respects. Everyone sneak a good look at the B-21. Haha, I'm looking forward to seeing our fighter jet debut even more. Me too. The big shots from the Strategic Deception Bureau always release cute little things. This time I'm going to feast my eyes. The emotions of netizens were as it were more stable than Westerners could imagine. The paid trolls they had prepared in advance were completely useless. A few scattered negative comments also couldn't stir up any trouble. Finally, the time for the joint fighter jet performance arrived. Although it was the middle of the night in the country, the official livestream room was packed with viewers. After all this time, they could not only thoroughly spy on the B-21 but also see their own equipment, which made netizens extremely excited. No way in normal times, whether it's fighter jets or warships reported by the authorities, they are all as small as toys. This was a chance to see the full appearance of the fighter jets. Some netizens had taken a nap during the day and were specifically waiting to watch the livestream. On the other side of the ocean, under a clear blue sky, the B-21 hovered proudly in the sky like an extraterrestrial object, its fuselage pointing menacingly towards Shangsha. Under some deliberately chosen tricky camera angles, it was like a sharp sword trying to pierce the east. Damn, although this thing looks cool, it inexplicably makes me feel uncomfortable. Me too. Although I usually get excited watching videos, I can't like it at all right now. After all, our own stuff is the cutest. Don't worry, our fighter jet is about to come out. The netizens who were usually eager to see the B-21 were now surprisingly less enthusiastic. Hey Shangsha, what's going on? Why haven't your fighter jets come out yet? Don't tell me you chickened out because you know you're weak. As the moment of the joint performance approached but the Shangsha fighter jets had not yet appeared, some Westerners finally couldn't help but taunt. What are you Westerners in such a hurry for? There's still a little time before the agreed moment. Are you in such a rush to be reincarnated? Facing the taunts, domestic netizens never held back. A few retorts directly enraged those guys, nearly breaking their composure. An online flame war was about to begin. However, before the flame war could break out, a thrilling roar of fighter jets came from the surveillance footage, accompanied by the live commentary. "Shangxia fighter jet is here. Shangxia fighter jet is here." With these words, viewers in the livestream room instantly ceased their quarrels, turning their gaze to the broadcast screen. As the camera zoomed in, a Shangxia fighter jet could be seen sweeping across the sky. Though its design lacked the futuristic sci-fi allure of the B-21, its appearance still stirred a wave of excitement among domestic viewers. Our own stuff just feels more familiar. Indeed, those experts from the Strategic Deception Bureau really made the fighter look like a toy. Before now seeing it fully, it looks way cooler. It does look much more imposing than what the media showed, but compared to the B-21, the gap is still visible to the naked eye. So what if there's a gap? The US has been developing for decades while we've only just started. It's already impressive that we've caught up this much. Exactly. A gap is not scary as long as we recognize it and strive to catch up. That's fine. And I believe the lag is only temporary. Even if we lose later, it's a glorious defeat. The viewers were all thrilled to see their own fighter jet appear. Moreover, voluntarily admitting that it was inferior to the B-21 left some foreign netizens who had been eager to nitpick speechless. After all, since domestic viewers themselves admitted to being somewhat inferior in this aspect, any further criticism from them could not stir up confrontational emotions among the viewers. This gave those troublemaking foreign netizens a feeling of suffocation, like punching a wad of cotton, a sense of powerlessness. As the fighter jet approached under a more direct comparison, many viewers felt that this joint exercise was almost a sure loss. Lose. I actually think it might not necessarily be a loss. However, some viewers expressed a different opinion, immediately arousing everyone's curiosity. Ha! What do you mean? Ahem, I consider myself somewhat of a military enthusiast. The sound of this fighter jet feels a bit off to me. Off? Where? I can't put my finger on it, but it just feels unusual, like it's different from the sound of the fighter jet in the official videos released earlier. Ah. Could it be that something is wrong? The viewers immediately became worried. Not sure, but although the sound seems off, it doesn't sound like a malfunction. Instead, it seems like the roar of an enhanced propulsion system. No way, bro, you can even tell that. Hee, I've had sharp ears since childhood, extremely sensitive to sounds. So I think it might not be a loss after all. At least if I'm not mistaken, if there has indeed been a breakthrough in the propulsion system, at least the speed shouldn't be too far behind. Well, as long as there's no accident. The viewers didn't pay much attention to the military enthusiast's words, because everyone had already mentally prepared themselves. Losing was losing, it was no big deal. Soon the two fighter jets flew parallel. The joint exercise officially began. The B-21 instantly accelerated like an arrow from the bowstring, approaching the predetermined target area for a demonstrative strike. At the same time, it disappeared directly from radar, entering stealth flight. Such exaggerated stealth capability, damn. Seeing this, the viewers burst into exclamations. I heard this thing uses a lot of advanced multifunctional stealth materials directly compatible with radar infrared invisible light stealth performance, while also being able to overcome enemy electromagnetic radiation interference. If it weren't for the live broadcast effect, the nearby aerial drones would probably have all failed instantly and we wouldn't even see the footage. Some knowledgeable viewers began to explain, gradually making more viewers realize the advanced and powerful nature of the B-21. Stealth performance is one aspect. It's also equipped with very advanced mission sensors and intelligent tactical systems that can automatically assess the battlefield environment and formulate tactical plans to eliminate threats. The most important combat aspect is even more formidable. The internal weapons bay can be equipped with various types of missiles, even nuclear warheads. It is said that the US's basic requirements for this thing are high stealth, all-weather, ultra-low altitude flight, advanced electronic warfare and situational awareness capabilities, and also reserved interfaces for future new concept weapons, etc. In short, its functionality and combat capability are top-notch. These explanations immediately made many viewers clench their fists. Because for most viewers, they didn't usually pay much attention to these things. They only knew the US fighter jets were powerful but didn't know exactly where they were strong. Now, after comprehensive explanations, they truly understood the power of this thing. For some small countries, a single B-21 fighter jet could deliver a devastating blow. It is indeed technology ahead of its time. Losing to this thing is no shame. But the viewers quickly adjusted their mindset. Having seen the B-21's power, they now had a direction to strive toward. The top brass in the United States, faced with the B-21's comprehensive dominance and the shock it brought to the world, were filled with self-satisfaction. The reason they spared no effort to showcase their most advanced fighter jet this time was to once again demonstrate the power of the world's leading superpower. And now, according to the monitored chat content of netizens from various countries, it was clear that this plan had achieved tremendous success. Almost everyone around the world who saw the B-21's full debut for the first time was stunned by its advanced technology and formidable capabilities. Some small countries even felt a sense of despair. The world's top superpower will always be our United States. Forever. Over the ocean, the joint exercise continued. With the B-21's full display, almost no one believed that the Shangsha fighter jet could gain any advantage. Because the B-21's power and advanced nature were all-encompassing, it could be said to have no weaknesses. Without a doubt, this time the US had left no chance for the domestic side. Inside the Bureau of Anomalies, Yi Guhong and his team watched the B-21's displayed capabilities calmly. Because earlier that day they had already obtained the full technical details of the B-21 from Lin Yang. Thus they had little emotional fluctuation at the moment. Until the B-21 was about to finish its demonstration, Yi Guhong calmly issued a command. Then, over the ocean, the Shangsha fighter jet, which had been completely overshadowed by the B-21, suddenly emitted a completely different hum. Then just as the B-21 was about to strike the target area first, the Shangsha fighter jet also vanished from radar. Before anyone could react, a shell fired later arrived ahead of time and hit the target first. Boom! Huge waves surged on the sea. The B-21, originally flying at high speed, suddenly paused in midair, as if startled by something. And the viewers were all stunned. Because the fighter jet that reappeared was no longer the ordinary-looking one from before. This damn, am I seeing things? Is this a magic trick? How did the wings become like this? Is this still our fighter jet? Looking at the fighter jet with its drastically transformed wings, now streamlined and full of futuristic sci-fi feel, hovering in front of the B-21 with blue flames spewing from its engines, the viewers were completely dumbfounded. Yes, everyone was stunned. Not only the domestic netizens but also the Westerners who had just been gloating, and the high-ranking officials of the not beautiful country. At this moment, seeing the fighter jet that suddenly transformed in the video, they all changed expression drastically. No. This is impossible. How could their fighter jet change its wings mid-flight? And its power system is even stronger than ours. Just now its speed was instantly 5 times that of the B-21, otherwise it could never have overtaken from behind. The high-ranking officials of the not beautiful country were dumbfounded, and so were the fighter jet experts. Because the hovering Shangsha fighter jet, from the look of its wings, appeared even more sci-fi than the B-21. Although the fuselage shape was not drastically different, the wings had transformed mid-flight as if shapeshifting, truly baffling. Especially the power system, a dazzling blue light continuously ejected, yet the tail material showed no signs of high-temperature melting. This left the relevant experts wide-eyed as if they had seen a ghost. As everyone knows, the more powerful the power system, the higher the heat resistance required of the materials, otherwise it would burn from within the fuselage. But now, looking at the Shangsha fighter jet with its power fully unleashed, all the experts were baffled. They could not understand how the Shangsha fighter had suddenly acquired such a powerful power system, nor how it had solved the material issue. At that moment, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. Everyone was bewildered by the sudden transformation of the Shangsha fighter jet. Domestically, in the live stream, netizens were also stunned. A second ago they thought losing to the mighty B-21 was nothing to be ashamed of. But the next second their own fighter jet had directly transformed and completely overwhelmed the B-21. The change came so suddenly that no one had time to mentally prepare. In that moment everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Then after a brief silence the live stream chat exploded once more. Holy shit, holy shit. Someone tell me this isn't real. Wings freely retracting and transforming mid-flight. Isn't that a super tech only seen in sci-fi movies? Am I watching Transformers or something? And the power system, the burst just now was almost on par with nuclear propulsion. When did we become this awesome? Domestic netizens were nearly driven to madness with excitement at that moment. Because the moment the wings transformed, it truly felt like watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Though it was not a full-body transformation, the mere change of the wings was enough to send chills down one's spine. Could such advanced technology really be possessed by Blue Star at present? Netizens were already at a loss for words. But the shock continued. The Shangsha fighter jet, after engaging its target, soared straight into the sky. At the same time, Zhao Zizhen's voice suddenly came through the official livestream. Dear netizens, it is a great pleasure to witness this moment with you. Here I wish to announce to you once again that we have developed our own supernova fighter Mark I. Speed, power and combat capability have all been improved by 500%. At the same time, with the development of the supernova fighter, we will set our sights beyond the planet. The Starry Sea is our true aspiration. We will continue to research the supernova fighter Mark II, Mark III until we develop the complete version. Perhaps one day in the future you will see our supernova fighter crossing the galaxy, breaking out of the planet and rushing into the universe. Boom! Everyone's minds were ringing from Zhao Zizhen's sudden words. Supernova fighter. Breaking out of the planet. Rushing into the universe. Stunned. Everyone was utterly and completely stunned. Their minds were buzzing, and at that moment they lost the ability to think independently. Especially the Western nations, who were caught completely off guard. They had not even fully figured out the machinery within the planet. Yet Shangxia had already begun developing weapons for operations beyond the planet. Were they even human? Inside the not beautiful country, the high-ranking officials who had been so smug just a moment ago fell silent. From the moment they saw the Shangxia fighter's wings transform, they knew something was terribly wrong. But they had never expected this thing to be the first-generation supernova fighter. Supernova fighter. Shangxia, how dare they? The fighter jet experts of the not beautiful country all turned ashen-faced at that moment. The supernova fighter. This thing was still only a concept in their own country. Yet Shangxia had directly developed it, even if it was only the first generation. But judging from the power system, it did not seem very far from full success. And even the first-generation fighter had its overall combat capability increased by 500%. This directly overwhelmed the B-21 so badly that it could not even find its way back to Grandma's house. Although this was only a demonstration, there was no doubt that if it were a real engagement, the B-21 would not last even 10 seconds against the supernova fighter. The not beautiful country fell into silence. Domestically, it was once again plunged into celebration. Too sudden, it was all too sudden. Happiness came too suddenly. A supernova fighter. Oh my god, this is incredible. Haha, I told you just now I heard something off in the voice, but no one paid attention. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Could this thing have been developed with the help of Master Classmate? Although Dean Zhao did not directly say it, I think it was mostly Master Classmate's doing, otherwise the technology would not have advanced so suddenly. Who is this Master Classmate? He seems to know everything, and it's all cross-era knowledge. Perhaps this is the world of geniuses. Friends watching the replay began to speculate. This speculation also struck fear into the Westerners. The Classmate missile, the fully autonomous operating system, and now the emergence of the supernova fighter. The existence of the mysterious Classmate sent tremors through Western nations. Just as the Western nations were trembling at the appearance of the supernova fighter, and as domestic netizens were still speculating, suddenly multiple news stories erupted within the not beautiful country. A large number of cultural relics were inexplicably stolen. These news stories instantly shot to the top of the trending list. In an instant, domestic netizens were dumbfounded. The master of cultural relics has also gone to the not beautiful country. Gosh, the not beautiful country must be feeling awful now. First their prideful fighter jet is crushed by us, and then their cultural relics are stolen again. What do you call this? I don't know what they call it, but for us it's a double joy. Domestic netizens teased overjoyed. Inside the not beautiful country, Lin Yang also began to receive a series of notifications from the system. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation possesses a super fighter jet, greatly suppressing the arrogance of other nations. You have earned 1000 national treasure points and 10 reputation points. Your current reputation points are 71. Congratulations, host. Due to the unveiling of the super fighter jet, your nation reversed the situation in this fighter competition, bringing glory to the country and pride to the people. You have earned the admiration and worship of your nation's citizens, and you are hailed as a genius hero. You have gained 10 reputation points. Since the opposing nation in this fighter competition is the current planet's foremost power, the reputation points gained from being hailed as a genius hero have been amplified tenfold. The reputation points obtained this time have increased to 100. Your current reputation points are 171. Congratulations, host. Since your reputation points have reached 100, your reputation title has changed to renowned far and wide. Congratulations, host. Since your cumulative reputation points have reached 100, you have gained 1 achievement point. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the exclusive reward for the renowned far and wide reputation title 1 Beginner Civilization All Category Blind Box. Note: the blind box may contain any item not exceeding the technological civilization level of your current nation by 2 levels, including technology types, finished product types, and special types. The system's prompts were lengthy. Besides these, there was a series of notifications regarding the completion of the Cultural Relics Homecoming quests. In total, he had gained over 2000 national treasure points, the aforementioned reputation points, and several achievement points. Due to time constraints, he had only reclaimed the cultural relics from 1 state, so the rewards were not substantial. However, the Liang country was defined by the system as the foremost power of the current era. As long as he completed tasks within Liang's territory, he could receive additional bonuses, which was quite satisfying. Otherwise, merely reclaiming the cultural relics from 1 state would not have amounted to over 1000 points. As for Liang country being defined as the foremost power, Lin Yang still had some doubts. Now that the country had a super lithography machine and controllable nuclear fusion technology along with the soon-to-be manufactured super fighter jet, how could it still not surpass Liang? Answering the host, measuring a nation's strength involves a comprehensive multi-dimensional evaluation. Although your nation currently possesses several advanced technological achievements, its overall strength still lags slightly behind. Please continue to work hard, host, and elevate the technological power of your nation. Is Liang really that strong? Lin Yang pursed his lips. Answering the host, the overall strength rating of a nation is not based solely on a few leading technological advancements. Your nation's controllable nuclear fusion technology has not yet been officially applied, while Liang has many undisclosed secret trump cards. In terms of military strength and overall power, it remains the foremost country on your current planet. Oh. System, do you mean that Liang still has other advanced technologies that have not been made public? Lin Yang's eyes flickered. The system's words were intriguing. Yes, host. Any major power of the era has its own undisclosed secret trump cards. This is the foundation and heritage that enables a nation to become a great power. The system's answer immediately piqued Lin Yang's interest. He asked, what is Liang's trump card? Answering the host, I cannot directly inform you of the relevant information at this time. You may expend national treasure points to conduct a related inquiry. Would you like to inquire? It requires national treasure points. How many? Answering the host, based on the current technological level of your nation and your achievements, a detailed inquiry into Liang's intelligence requires 100,000 national treasure points, while a simplified version requires 100,000 points. Would you like to inquire? How much? 100,000. Are you joking? Hearing the system's quote, Lin Yang was startled. 100,000. From the moment he bound the system until now, the total national treasure points he had accumulated had not even reached 10,000. Let alone the detailed version, he couldn't even afford the simplified one. Wasn't this price simply a ripoff? Answering the host, the detailed intelligence of a superpower encompasses comprehensive information covering people's livelihood, military, agriculture, and other aspects, hence the relatively high price. If you need it, this system suggests conducting a targeted inquiry which costs 1,000 national treasure points each time. Oh. Lin Yang blinked. The high price set for the detailed intelligence was probably a restrictive mechanism of the system. But targeted inquiry. This gave Lin Yang another idea. System, how many national treasure points do I need to hack into Liang's core network? Since the inquiry was so expensive, why not hack the network? Last time hacking into the network of Little Sakura had only cost him 50 national treasure points. Answering the host, hacking into Liang's internet costs 100 national treasure points per use. However, I must remind you that it is unrealistic to obtain the opponent's secret technological trump cards by hacking into the network. Such trump card technologies are usually not connected to the internet, they are stored on internal networks or even separate system networks. Hacking into the internal network costs 500 national treasure points, but it does not guarantee the information you seek. Lin Yang. Well, as expected, the system was still the system. It wouldn't be easy to find a loophole. 500 points to hack the internal network was certainly not as cost-effective as spending an additional 500 points for a targeted inquiry. He glanced at his current national treasure points, which were still several thousand, and decisively chose the targeted inquiry. Inquire about Liang's most advanced technology. Host, please wait. After scanning Liang's most advanced technology is a space technology still under research. This technology is nearing success and is approximately 30 years ahead of the same technology in your current nation. That's it. That's all. Lin Yang waited for a while, but the system didn't continue. His eyes widened. 1,000 national treasure points for just this. Answering the host, a targeted inquiry is a vague query only providing related directional information. For specific progress and more detailed information, you need to conduct a detailed targeted inquiry which costs 3,000 national treasure points each time. Go to hell, you XXXX system. Lin Yang was furious. This damn system was really ripping him off. Apologies, host, for bringing you a poor user experience. You can continue to elevate the technological level of your nation and improve your achievements to reduce the national treasure points required for inquiries. Lin Yang now understood clearly. The system definitely had some kind of restrictive mechanism to urge him to complete more tasks or diligently improve the nation's technological level to earn national treasure points. He immediately couldn't be bothered to waste more words with this wretched system and directly chose to open the reputation blind box he had just obtained. The blind box could yield items not exceeding the current nation's technological level by 2 grades, meaning it could potentially open something from a 3rd-level civilization. This was still worth looking forward to. Alright, host. The blind box is opening. Please wait. Congratulations, host. Your blind box has been opened. You have obtained. Congratulations, host. You have received a blind box reward, a primary landing ship finished version. Would you like to extract it? Landing ship. What the hell is that? Answering the host, a landing ship is capable of short-distance planetary landing. You may understand it as a vessel that allows you to travel between nearby planets. Ha! What? Travel between planets. That's essentially a spaceship. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. Answering the host, a landing ship can only be used for short-distance travel between planets and does not possess the multifunctional capabilities of a true spaceship. Can you just speak plainly? What's the actual difference? Understood, host. Simply put, a qualified spaceship has a complete internal ecosystem suitable for long-term habitation, equipped with weapon systems, defense systems, and the ability to traverse distant interstellar distances. A landing ship, on the other hand, can be thought of as a single-person non-functional interstellar travel appliance limited to short-distance planetary travel. Lin Yang rolled his eyes directly. Why not just say it's a stripped-down single-person version of a spaceship? Apologies, host, for the poor experience. This system will record your suggestion and optimize accordingly. Lin Yang was taken aback for a moment. Because if he remembered correctly, the last time he complained about the system's overly complicated explanation, the response was understood, host. You may interpret it that way. But this time it had changed to recording suggestions and optimizing. Was the system becoming more human-like, or was it evolving as well? Lin Yang found it odd, but he didn't press further. Questions of this nature would surely go unanswered by the system. So he decided to save his breath and asked, what is the range of this landing ship? Answering the host, it can travel from your current planet to the one you call the moon. Landing on the moon. Lin Yang's spirits lifted. The moon for any citizen of Shangxia held boundless significance. From ancient times to the present, no one had ceased their longing and exploration of the moon. And now he could land on the moon. To set foot on that mysterious celestial body. Well, if I use this landing ship to go to the moon, can I come back? Then Lin Yang posed a crucial question. Going wasn't an issue, but running out of fuel for the return trip would be disastrous. Rest assured, host. The current energy reserves of the landing ship can support 6 round trips between the 2 planets. And after 6 trips, the energy will be depleted. You can recharge it. Since you have provided your nation with controlled nuclear fusion technology, that technology can resolve the energy issue of the landing ship. So I still need to accelerate the application of domestic nuclear fusion technology, Lin Yang murmured. Answering the host, the system suggests you refrain from using the landing ship to reach the moon for now. The system's sudden warning caught Lin Yang off guard. Why? The first time the host leaves the home planet to set foot on another planet, you will receive special rewards. However, those rewards require you to carry out certain constructions on the first planet you visit, and you currently lack the necessary resources. Therefore, this system recommends that you promptly elevate the technological level of your nation, begin stockpiling relevant materials, and accumulate more national treasure points to exchange for necessary items, preparing for your first landing on another planet. Oh. Any other tips or suggestions? Meanwhile, as Lin Yang continued his conversation with the system, the unbeautiful country suddenly issued a new announcement. Our space technology has achieved a massive breakthrough. We expect to conduct at least 3 manned moon landings within 3 to 6 months. We look forward to ushering in the era of lunar exploration together with all nations. This announcement quickly topped headlines across global media. Domestically, netizens immediately erupted in discussion. What does the unbeautiful country mean? Why such an exaggerated announcement all of a sudden? Oh, in my speculation, they might have just lost even their proudest fighter jet advantage to us and see no hope of surpassing our fighters in the near future. So to restore public confidence and maintain their image as the world's leading power, they reluctantly chose to release this news, trying to prove from another track that they are still a superpower with formidable strength. Makes sense. Their space technology was already ahead, and they've been secretly researching for years without disclosing much. Probably if it weren't for our fighters' stunning debut, they would have kept it hidden. At least they wouldn't have exposed it so blatantly. Damn, what do we do now? If they plant flags on the moon and declare it theirs, we're screwed, right? Hey, you know what? Given the unbeautiful country's style, they might actually pull off something so shameless. No might about it, they absolutely would. Remember the first time they landed on the moon years ago? They already had such ideas back then. But their technology probably wasn't mature enough for a long stay, so they just took a quick photo and left. Now if their technology is ready, they might plant flags everywhere and even claim it as private property. Damn those unbeautiful bastards, always causing trouble. What now? We can also land on the moon but only with robots. We haven't succeeded in manned missions yet. Those unbeautiful folks are way ahead. Feels like it's time to call on classmate Big Shot again. I think everyone's expectations of classmate Big Shot are a bit too high. This is aerospace moon landings. We're decades behind in technology. Even if we start research now we can't catch up in 3 months, right? I agree. Classmate Big Shot has already done so much. Missile systems, now fighters. It's comprehensive enough. Genius or not, even the best have limits. Let's not put too much pressure on classmate Big Shot. If they don't have deep research in this area and can't deliver, some people will jump on the chance to criticize. I don't care. The moon has always been ours. Since ancient times people have gone there. The unbeautiful country won't get to claim it for any reason. The unbeautiful country's sudden announcement shook nations worldwide. Everyone was still playing within their own planet and now they were suddenly talking about an era of moon landings. Inside the alien administration, Ye Guhong scrutinized the new announcement from America, his brows furrowing. A manned lunar landing. This had always been China's goal. Unfortunately, China had only been developing for a few decades, with efforts required across all fronts, making aerospace somewhat lagging behind. After all, one must first ensure survival from aggression before having the opportunity to develop other aspects. Thus, despite continuous efforts to catch up, China had not yet succeeded in achieving a manned lunar landing. Even under the most accelerated timeline, it would still take another 7 to 8 years. Yet now America suddenly announced that it would conduct multiple consecutive manned lunar landing missions as early as 3 months and no later than 6 months. The gap between the two was obvious. Far too vast. At least 20 to 30 years behind. 20 to 30 years of difference. That number brought a bitter smile to Ye Guhong's face. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu exchanged glances, falling silent. Even if China went all out to catch up now, it would still be impossible to beat America to a manned lunar landing in the short term. After all, while China would accelerate its efforts, America would likewise press forward without pause. They would not stand still. Unless a miracle occurred. But miracles? Old Yi, perhaps we should ask that person again. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu exchanged glances before tentatively suggesting. If anyone could be the miracle, it would be Lin Yang. Ye Guhong let out a soft sigh and spoke. I understand your thoughts, but the netizens are right. He has already done more than enough. Human energy is limited, one cannot master everything. We cannot place undue pressure on him. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu exchanged glances, once more hesitating before saying, Old Ji, human energy is indeed limited, but that person's skill in acquiring things is extraordinary. I mean, if he could help us obtain America's new aerospace technology. Nonsense. Before Tang Wensheng could finish, Ye Guhong shot him a sharp glance and sharply rebuked him. I have said it before, we must not rely on him. If he voluntarily offers to help us, that is our blessing and fortune. But if he does not offer, we must not ask him to steal anything, let alone America's aerospace technology. Do you understand the magnitude of what you are suggesting? Ye Guhong glared at both Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu, speaking word by word. When Britain's items were stolen, when Japan's secrets were exposed, when artifacts from various regions were taken, after all these incidents, do you truly believe America has not grown suspicious or strengthened its defenses? Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu's faces flushed red. Sorry, Old Yi. It was our consideration that was inadequate. Ye Guhong did not respond to them and continued, if my judgment is correct, every major power is likely now relocating their secrets and leading-edge technical documents. These places will be guarded by heavy troops and monitored at every level. Those top-secret locations are probably so impenetrable that not even a fly could slip inside. The difficulty of such a theft now would be enormous and the risks incomparably high. If we were to ask him to help steal secrets now, it would be equivalent to sending him to his death. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu's faces turned even redder. Only then did Ye Guhong turn to look at them, his expression grave. He has already done enough for us. Regarding aerospace, if he does not proactively call to mention it, no one is permitted to ask or even hint at the subject. Not a single word. Yes, Old Yi. We will bear it in mind. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu immediately replied. Ye Guhong's expression gradually softened. As a person's energy is limited and cannot excel at everything, a nation is the same. No country can lead comprehensively in every field. Having shortcomings is only natural. We currently possess controllable nuclear fusion technology. Once this technology is applied, and after a few years of quiet development, overtaking others will be as easy as turning over one's hand. There is no need to risk such a national treasure-level talent for the sake of short-term reputational rivalry. Moreover, if possible, we should proactively advise him to abandon any notion of stealing secrets from other countries and stay as far away from danger as possible. As for the moon, Yi Guhong turned and gazed at the moon outside the window, speaking softly. Just because America plants flags on it and claims it as theirs, does that make the moon truly theirs? In the end, it comes down to who holds the stronger fist, who commands the final say. They may currently hold the lead and seize a slight advantage, but when we overtake them, if we declare the moon ours, can they dare utter a single word of opposition? These words sent a shockwave through Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu, who looked at Yi Guhong in utter disbelief. It was hard to believe that the usually composed old Yi would speak with such domineering confidence. What? Your expressions suggest surprise. Yi Guhong had somehow turned back and was once again looking at Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu, a faint smile playing on his lips. My previous composure was because we lacked sufficient foundation in capital, forcing us to seek stability. But now things are different. The Class Comrade class missile is the greatest deterrent besides nuclear weapons. Combined with the development of the Super Starfighter, we already possess absolute dominance in both land and air. With the application of controllable nuclear fusion technology in terms of raw strength, America cannot expect to maintain any further advantage. We can absolutely confront them head-on. If worst comes to worst, we fight on the moon itself. Whoever wins the moon belongs to them. Remember, this armed force is the foundation of everything. If they focus on researching technology while we focus on building weapons, ultimately their technology will still serve our purposes. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu stared at each other, completely taken aback by Yi Guhong's words. This was simply absolutely domineering. Yi Guhong ignored their astonishment and emphasized once more, therefore for us the breakthrough in aerospace technology is secondary. The important thing is to ensure that person's safety. As long as he remains safe, everything we currently lag behind can be reclaimed through force. He need not research any aerospace technology nor risk stealing secrets again. As long as he continues to lead us in the military domain, sooner or later we will catch up. Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu were thoroughly dumbfounded by Yi Guhong's words. The two of them stared at each other for a long moment before Tang Wensheng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Old Yi, I never expected you to have such potential to be a true hegemon." Meanwhile, as Yi Guhong spoke to Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu, Lin Yang had also seen America's new announcement. A manned lunar landing. Lin Yang paused in surprise. He had just learned through targeted broad queries that America's most advanced technology currently lay in the aerospace field. Unexpectedly, they had announced it outright in such a short time. Glancing at the discussions among domestic netizens, Lin Yang's eyes flickered. America was trying to prove its strength by shifting the track and simultaneously securing priority rights to lunar mining. Quite the ambitious plan. System: I want to reach the moon within 3 months, complete certain construction and obtain the rewards. Then when America helps those people land on the moon, I'll give them and the entire world a little shock. Lin Yang spoke firmly. The moon from ancient times to the present has always belonged, and will always belong, to Shangxia. Promised 3 chapters tonight, delivering them all. System: help me formulate a moon landing plan. Zhang Yang spoke again. He had no experience traveling to other planets, so asking the system to help create a plan would surely be the right call. Understood, host. Formulating this moon landing plan will cost 100 national treasure points. Do you wish to proceed? Your fees are absolutely everywhere. Zhang Yang couldn't resist muttering this system was simply a swindler, but he could only say proceed. Very well, host. The inaugural moon landing plan is being formulated. Please stand by. After deducting 100 national treasure points, the system began drafting a detailed moon landing plan. At the same time, Zhang Yang received another email from the Great Academy of Sciences. The message came from Zhao Zizhen, reminding him to safeguard his personal safety while in American territory and to avoid any further risks of stealing classified information. Zhao Zizhen pointed out that major powers would undoubtedly be on high alert now, having likely taken special measures to relocate their secrets, making continued espionage attempts extremely dangerous. He hoped Zhang Yang would ensure his own safety and return to China as soon as possible. Zhang Yang smiled, fully aware that after his repeated interventions, any sensible nation would almost certainly re-encrypt and relocate their classified documents. Reviving stolen secrets would indeed carry enormous risk, but he no longer needed to rely on continuous espionage for national treasure points. Having skimmed through Japan's leading technologies across various sectors just days ago, massive amounts of treasure points would soon flow in once those applications took root domestically. Meanwhile, the operating systems for mobile phones and computers were generating a steady stream of treasure points as widespread adoption continued. Even more significant was the controlled nuclear fusion technology, which hadn't yet entered full deployment. Once nuclear fusion technology began rolling out at scale, the treasure points streaming in would be even greater. He was already entering a sustainable cycle. He could leverage domestic technological advancement to generate treasure points, then exchange them for more advanced technologies, creating a self-reinforcing loop. Stealing other nations' breakthroughs was merely a shortcut for quick profit, but such gains weren't essential. As for Zhao Zizhen's final emphasis on his early return, it simply wasn't the right moment yet. He had casually asked Zhao Zizhen before whether returning would result in dissection and research and received a sincere reply. But one must always stay vigilant. If he truly planned to return and reveal himself, he needed absolute certainty of his own safety. At that thought, Lin Yang realized it was time to prepare certain protective measures for himself. Supporting national development was certainly right, but his personal safety couldn't be neglected. Though the enhanced gene serum had multiplied his physical capabilities several times over, he still couldn't withstand sustained gunfire. System, do you have any advice regarding my return to China? While he could use the system to disguise his identity and return secretly, the risk of exposure was substantial. Currently he roamed abroad without concern for exposure because China lacked the means to conduct detailed population surveys overseas. However, returning with a false identity carried significant exposure risks. China had essentially implemented real name registration systems across all facets of identity verification. Any suspicious individual would be swiftly identified through investigation, and given how seriously authorities now regarded him, even minor irregularities would trigger thorough scrutiny. After all, returning to China meant entering official territory where such information flows freely, unlike abroad where foreign nations would never surrender their population data to Shanxia authorities for inspection. Therefore, if he intended to return, he needed to prepare certain safety measures. In response, this system does not recommend immediate return. However, should you choose to go back, you might consider acquiring nano-level combat armor and portable escape equipment to ensure your safety. Nano-level combat armor. Yes, you can check the detailed information in the System Exchange Mall. Open the System Exchange Mall. Very well, the System Mall is now open for you. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Yang directly viewed the nano-level combat armor information. The product came in 3 tiers total. It featured stealth, shapeshifting, bulletproof capabilities, and even repair and healing functions. The intensity of these abilities varied depending on the tier level. The basic nano armor could approximately withstand conventional thermal weapons like handguns, requiring 1,000 national treasure points for redemption. The intermediate nano armor could resist high-grade thermal weapons such as rocket shells, costing 10,000 national treasure points. Meanwhile, the advanced nano armor was somewhat over the top, offering protection against all thermal weapons except nuclear explosions. Naturally, the price was equally extravagant at 100,000 national treasure points. This outrageous. Wearing advanced nano armor would make one virtually invincible, wouldn't it? Lin Yang's eyes widened involuntarily. In response, the protective capability of nano-level armor varies depending on actual circumstances. While theoretically able to block corresponding thermal weapon attacks, the resulting shockwaves and oscillations cannot be entirely prevented. If your physical endurance falls short, even though nano armor can mitigate most of the impact shockwaves, you would still perish from internal organ damage caused by residual vibrations. Therefore, nano armor merely offers relative protection and cannot guarantee absolute safety. In advanced technological civilizations, it's simply a type of protective battle armor. Alright, I was being a bit naive. Lin Yang shrugged. This system recommends hosts select the intermediate nano armor because if circumstances truly demanded advanced nano armor protection, your current physical constitution would still be unable to withstand the impact from super thermal weapons. I see. Lin Yang nodded. The system's suggestion actually aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. The intermediate nano armor would be more than sufficient. Combined with the 5-fold physical enhancement from the gene serum he had consumed, his safety could already be maximally protected. Moreover, to be honest, this armor was designed to protect against straightforward attacks rather than covert threats. If no one harbored ill intentions toward him, it would be completely useless. However, if someone truly sought to harm him, the armor would merely buy him some time. What he genuinely needed to rely on was the portable escape equipment the system had mentioned earlier. And this portable escape equipment required only 1,000 national treasure points per unit. Therefore, the most cost-effective approach would be pairing intermediate nano armor with portable escape equipment. However, even redeeming intermediate nano armor demanded 10,000 national treasure points, which was far beyond his current reserves. This system suggests you first redeem the basic nano armor manufacturing blueprints, transmit them to Shanxia, complete a technology enhancement mission, reward, acquire substantial national treasure points, and then proceed with further redemptions. Oh. Redeem basic armor technology to return. Lin Yang furrowed his brow. I'm not in such a hurry to go back, you know. The system's suggestion, to be honest, made Lin Yang hesitate. He wasn't in a hurry to return. He could first accumulate national treasure value and exchange for it gradually. If he returned home to exchange for the basic nano battlesuit technology, and if the authorities have already devised a way to crack the suit, then returning in the suit would greatly reduce his safety. This is Lin Yang's first hesitation about providing technology to his country. After all, it concerns his safety after returning home. If it were about other matters, he certainly wouldn't hesitate. Answer the host. You may rest assured the difficulty of upgrading across 3 tiers of nano battlesuits is many times higher. With the technology level of your current nation, it would be impossible to crack the nano battlesuit within a given timeframe. Although you are not in a hurry to return, this system has already formulated the first moon landing plan. After the initial moon landing, a large amount of national treasure value will be required to exchange for items to complete the lunar construction and obtain rewards. You need to prepare enough national treasure value. Within 3 months, the nano battlesuit can raise your nation's technological level by 0.3 coefficient tiers. According to this system's estimate, the national treasure value gained from the nano battlesuit combined with the national treasure value from other technologies you provide will just meet the national treasure value required after the first moon landing. However, the system's words dispelled Lin Yang's hesitation. Then proceed with the exchange. Very well, host, I have exchanged for you the basic nano battlesuit related technology. Back home at the National Institute of Science, Zhao Zizhen kept refreshing his inbox waiting for something. The email just now had been sent by Yi Guohong. It was meant to remind Lin Yang that nations might already be on their guard and that he should not attempt to steal confidential information. Returning home soon would be best. But after sending it to Lin Yang, there had been no reply, which left Zhao Zizhen uneasy. Lin Yang had now gone to bilingual. That place is after all still the world's leading power. No one knows whether they still hold other cards up their sleeves. After all, if even aerospace technology could be breached, it shows bilingual has surely hidden many tricks over the years. If Lin Yang encounters a risk, the losses would be incalculable. So he remained by the computer, restless, refreshing the inbox, hoping to receive Lin Yang's reply at the next refresh. Beside him, Wang, seeing Zhao Zizhen like this, couldn't help but ask, "Teacher, please rest. I'll stay here. If there's a reply, I'll inform you at once." "What rest? It's still early. I'll guard a bit longer." Zhao Zizhen shot Wang a hard glare. "Ahem, teacher, it's late. It's almost dawn. I'm not tired yet." Zhao Zizhen stared at the computer screen. He's currently in bilingual. Who knows what advanced detection methods they might have. If we don't get his reply, how can I sleep? As he spoke, Zhao Zizhen glanced at the calendar again and murmured, "This summer vacation is almost over. It would be great if he could come back sooner." Seeing this, Wang could only smile wryly. During this period, Zhao Zizhen had been glued to the calendar, wishing the vacation would hurry to an end. Watching his teacher like this, Wang thought for a moment and couldn't help saying, "Teacher, put yourself in his shoes. We obviously want the big shot to come back soon, but he's probably worried about safety after returning. So I think you don't need to be so tense. Let it happen naturally." This remark earned Zhao Zizhen another roll of the eyes. "Kid, what are you saying? We certainly have no other thoughts about him." "I know that, but put yourself in his place. He's no doubt worried, so I truly think there's no need to keep stressing for him to hurry back home. It makes us seem a little too eager." "Teacher, my meaning is simple. We just need to project a stance to the big shot. There's no need to say at the end of every email that he should hurry back home. If it were me, I'd worry too." Wang spoke stiffly. "I'm just worried about him," Zhao Zizhen emphasized. "Of course I know you're always worried about him. It's just that rushing things won't help and it would only add unnecessary pressure." Wang spoke again. "Teacher, think about it. The big shot has such rich and profound knowledge. It certainly didn't come about overnight. It's the result of years of study. But until this summer vacation, he only dared to contact us anonymously from abroad, which shows he is still somewhat worried in his heart. So I still think we should not repeatedly press him to return. We should instead show an attitude that whether or not he returns, we will always support him and stand on his side." Wang spoke firmly and fell silent at last. "So you think his replies haven't been timely because we kept stressing him to hurry back?" Zhao Zizhen sighed heavily. "I'm not sure, but I feel adding that line every time isn't good." Wang nodded. "That makes sense, but we are also genuinely worried about him." "Fine, what you said is reasonable. Let's not mention it again for now." Wang nodded in relief. Zhao Zizhen could not help but refresh the inbox again. Of course, there was still no new mail. Yet there was a new development in the cloud drive. "Teacher, someone has uploaded a new file to the cloud drive." Zhao Zizhen kept guard over the inbox while Wang guarded the cloud drive. Almost as Lin Yang had just packaged and uploaded the basic nano battlesuit technology, Wang immediately noticed a new file in the inbox. "What file is it? Open it quickly," Zhao Zizhen said. "Downloading now. Soon it will be ready." Wang, suppressing his excitement, began to download the uploaded file. As the download finished and the file opened, both Wang and Zhao Zizhen gaped in astonishment, mouths wide as if to swallow an egg. "This is Nano Battle Suit. We didn't misread, did we?" The master and apprentice stared at each other in shock, their eyes wide. Nano Battle Suit. This is the future technology only seen in sci-fi blockbusters. Could this really be real? Zhao Zizhen and Wang stared at the nanotech battlesuit manufacturing technology in the cloud drive, both utterly stunned. Because this thing was currently a concept among concepts. Domestically, there wasn't even a dedicated research team for this field. Yet Lin Yang had directly sent them the complete nanotech battlesuit manufacturing technology. How could they not be shocked? This. Bulletproof, waterproof, and able to adjust the suit's fit to some extent. Scanning the functions of the nanotech battlesuit, Zhao Zizhen grew more astonished with each glance. It could protect against ordinary thermal weapon attacks and could micro-shape to the wearer's body. The key was that it was very light and thin, not like heavy armor. It could be worn as ordinary underwear. Just this alone could be deemed godlike. Because current bulletproof vests were all very bulky. If it could be made as light and thin as clothing to wear, the safety it could provide would be improved by hundreds of times. This is incredible. Wang turned into a fanboy on the side, continuously praising. Because the most critical issue in making this suit, the material problem, was also addressed with detailed tutorials in this technology. As everyone knows, many things that are currently only concepts cannot be realized, mainly because breakthroughs in materials cannot be achieved. If the material problem could be solved, a considerable portion of conceptual items could be built. Yet the material problem was precisely the greatest technical difficulty. But this nanotech battlesuit technology included tutorials on how to solve the material problem. This was of extraordinary significance. First, the bulletproof material could be made extremely light and thin, integrated into the full-body suit. This was already astonishing, let alone other improvements. This is not just a nanotech battlesuit technology, it's also a technology to solve material problems. Zhao Zizhen's eyes gleamed. The material-solving technology sent along with the nanotech battlesuit, once applied, could be used not only for making the suit but for a vast range of applications. Immediately he prepared to contact Yi Guhong. This suit technology was too important. But before he could contact him, Yi Guhong had already appeared in the video conference. The dedicated link to the cloud drive was also available to the Alien Affairs Bureau, so by the time Zhao Zizhen and Wang finished viewing the newly uploaded file, Yi Guhong had also already reviewed it. Old Zhao, do you have anything to say about this suit technology? Yi Guhong asked directly. There's a lot I want to say, but the most critical thing is to urgently gather experts in relevant fields for RD. The suit is secondary, but the technology to solve the material problem is of paramount importance. It cannot be delayed at all. Zhao Zizhen said seriously. Yi Guhong nodded slightly. After reading this technology, I share the same thought. I've informed old Chu he has deeper research in this area. He said he'll go directly to your place later. Chu Tianque. What does that old man want at my place? Zhao Zizhen frowned. Chu Tianque was the dean of the Military Academy of Martial Sciences, just like him. As they say, each profession has its specialization. The Grand Academy focused more on cutting-edge science and technology. But for this nanotech battlesuit, which was practically a combat weapon, the experts at the Military Academy of Martial Sciences had deeper research. Including the previous two missiles and fighter jets, they were all jointly developed with experts from the Military Academy. However, the two academies normally had little interaction. Although he and Chu Tianque were old buddies, they rarely visited each other, especially during work hours. After all, Chu Tianque was in the military with stricter management. Hearing that Chu Tianque was suddenly coming here in person, Zhao Zizhen felt something was off. But he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Yi Guhong explained. Old Chu said that for the previous two missile and fighter modifications they copied the data. This time he happens to be passing by in his time, so he wants to go to your place to see the first-hand data. First-hand data. The data I have here is also copied from the cloud drive with no original manuscript. Where does this talk of first-hand data come from? Zhao Zizhen's frown deepened. Then I don't know. Anyway, he said he's passing by and will drop in to see you. Yi Guhong also expressed ignorance. See me. Zhao Zizhen felt the problem was even bigger, then directly exited the video conference. Suddenly turning to Wang, he said, quickly clean up the email and anything else that can be linked to that person, erase all traces. Ah. What's going on? Wang was stunned. That old geezer Chu Tianque said he wants to come see the first-hand data. We have no damn original manuscript. I think he's definitely up to no good. Maybe he's after that person. So it's better to be cautious. Zhao Zizhen was now like a detective, his eyes shining with wisdom. Oh, okay, teacher, I understand. Wang nodded, half understanding, and began to operate. Almost at that moment the office door was knocked on, accompanied by hearty laughter. Zhao Zizhen, I'm here to see you. I'll just come in. With those words, a slightly plump, dignified, middle-aged man pushed the door open. It was Chu Tianque. After entering, Chu Tianque's gaze locked onto Zhao Zizhen, and without any nonsense he said, I heard that person uploaded another new nanotech battlesuit technology to your Grand Academy. Let me see it. Where is the technology? As he spoke he moved toward the computer. Wang glanced at Zhao Zizhen and directly played the copied nanotech battlesuit technology. Chu Tianque's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Truly good stuff. If this suit is made and worn by combat soldiers, safety will be greatly improved and combat capability will also be enhanced. After speaking, he scanned the computer several times and finding nothing else seemed somewhat disappointed. Then his eyes flickered and he said, I heard you have a dedicated email and cloud drive contact with that person. I want to see the first-hand data in the email and cloud drive. Ha! Why do you want to look at that? This is copied from it. Zhao Zizhen instantly became wary. Just a look won't hurt, Chu Tianhua said, feigning nonchalance. Hey old Chu, I think you seem to have impure intentions. Zhao Zizhen's eyes flickered. What impure intentions could I have? Chu Tianhua blared back. Only you know whether your intentions are pure. Alright, you've seen the data. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Zhao Zizhen directly dismissed him. Seeing this, Chu Tianhua's eyes flickered and he said directly to Zhao Zizhen, I heard that this person will be back after summer vacation. At that time let him come directly to our military academy. You have no objections, right? Ha! Old Chu, what do you mean? Zhao Zizhen's eyes became sharp, scanning Chu Tianhua from head to toe as if suddenly understanding something. He immediately sneered, so old Chu, you're really after that person? I thought you old thing who usually thinks even making a phone call is a waste of time would actually come all the way here, truly ill-intentioned. You want to take him from me, right? Chu Tianhua immediately retorted, ahem, what do you mean by snatching people? What kind of talk is that? It's far too unpleasant. Heh, so you do know it's unpleasant. I thought you were shameless and thick-skinned. Zhao Zizhen retorted sharply. Old Zhao, why are you so harsh? Chu Tianhua said, a bit displeased. Zhao Zizhen glared at him. Cut the nonsense. Just now when I heard Ji Guhong say you were coming in person, I sensed something was off. Now I figured it out, you're not here for the first-hand materials at all. You clearly see that the person always contacts our great Academy of Sciences and you're envious and jealous. You want to use the pretext of viewing first-hand materials to sneak a peek at that person's email contacts and then secretly contact them after you go back, right? Chu Tianhua's old face immediately flushed red, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes as his thoughts were exposed, but he calmed down in just a second and said nonchalantly, an old man who lives long is a thief, you're indeed becoming more cunning. But even if it's true, so what? Looking at the materials this person has sent back, they are all related to military affairs, which shows he has extremely strong talent and ability in the field of armaments. Naturally such talent would be best suited for our military Academy of Sciences. At this point Chu Tianhua glared at Zhao Zizhen and said discontentedly, but now only your great Academy of Sciences has this person's contact information. Isn't that a bit unfair? For some technical issues in the armament field, I think it would be better for us to communicate directly with that person. You're full of crap. However, in response to Chu Tianhua's words, Zhao Zizhen directly lashed out, you old bastard, you're really shameless. Who said all the technologies this person has transmitted are related to armaments? Have you forgotten about nuclear fusion technology? Did you eat the lithography machine technology? These are all cutting-edge technologies. And besides, this person is willing to contact our great Academy of Sciences. If you want to get that person's email contact from me, dream on. These words immediately made Chu Tianhua a bit anxious. Zhao Zizhen, why are you so stingy, you old thing? It's just an email contact, it's not like anything can happen. Besides, we're all contributing to the country's research. How can you lack a sense of the bigger picture? Get lost, get lost. Get out of here right now, stop talking to me about the bigger picture or not. I just won't give it to you. Zhao Zizhen directly cursed. And how dare you, you old thing, talk to me about the bigger picture? Every time that person sends technology, isn't it always at a nanny level? If you still encounter problems in the process, it only shows you should retire. Zhao Zizhen, you old immortal, your great Academy of Sciences only got lucky by making contact with that person. What are you so proud of now? Chu Tianhua couldn't help but start cursing back at Zhao Zizhen. The scene instantly became quite chaotic. Wang Guang was hiding alone in a corner, trembling and utterly speechless. He dared not interject in the war of words between the two big shots. But in his heart there was an inexplicable pride. His classmate the big shot hadn't even returned yet, and now Zhao Zizhen and Chu Tianhua were locked in a fierce argument over competing for him. This was enough to show how formidable his idol was. Watching Zhao Zizhen and Chu Tianhua exchange curses more and more fiercely, Wang Guang could hardly imagine how fierce the battle for Lin Yang would escalate if he really returned. This war of words lasted for nearly 20 minutes. It finally ended when Chu Tianhua received an urgent phone call and had to leave first. Pa! That old man still wanted to peek at that person's email, what a dream. Lucky I had the foresight and had you clean up all the traces. After Chu Tianhua left the office, Zhao Zizhen proudly put his hands on his hips and showed off to Wang Guang. Teacher, you are amazing. Wang Guang cooperatively gave a thumbs up. Zhao Zizhan smiled smugly but then quickly suppressed his smile and warned that person's email must never be exposed to any other academy. Now that we have the advantage, you should send some emails to that person, occasionally build a rapport and make sure he is willing to join our great Academy of Sciences when he returns. Teacher, this might be a bit difficult. I can't guarantee that the big shot will definitely choose to join our great Academy of Sciences when he returns. Wang Guang was startled. Zhao Zizhan immediately glared at him. If that person returns, it's his own will which academy he wants to join. But right now we are the only ones who can exchange emails with him. We must firmly grasp this advantage. After the disturbance by Chu Tianque, Zhao Zizhan now felt a sense of crisis. Once such a talent returns to the country and his identity is revealed, there would probably be too many people coming to compete with their great Academy of Sciences. He felt it was necessary to strengthen the emotional connection with Lin Yang. Before he dared not casually send emails to Lin Yang and disturb him, but now Zhao Zizhan couldn't care about that anymore. Even that old man Chu Tianque had come personally to try to peek and steal the person. The sense of crisis was too great. Wang Guang hesitated, but Elder Yi also seems to know that person's email. You don't need to worry about that. As long as I don't agree, old Yi won't give the email to anyone else. That's the rule. Zhao Zizhan said solemnly. Alright, I'll think about the wording. How to send an email to the big shot that won't annoy him, won't put pressure on him, and can also deepen his affection for our great Academy of Sciences. Wang Guang clutched his hair and began to ponder bitterly. The lad is teachable. Zhao Zizhan smiled with gratification. As long as he has a biased feeling toward our great Academy of Sciences, we won't fear other academies when he returns. That old man Chu Tianque came personally. I suspect other academies have the same idea. We must nip their thoughts in the bud and make them know that we and that person are the best in the world. On the other side, far away in the not beautiful country, Lin Yang had no idea that before he even returned, the directors of the two top domestic research institutes had already fallen into a fierce dispute over competing for him. The great Academy of Sciences was even more proud of being the only one with the privilege to exchange emails with him, arousing envy and jealousy from other research institutes. At this moment he was busy collecting Shangxia cultural relics within the not beautiful country. The not beautiful country's area ranks among the top 4 in the world with vast and scattered states, so collecting them was quite time-consuming. Although the truly high-level secrets might have been transferred by the not beautiful country's top brass, making it very difficult to steal since he was already here, he still wanted to bring all the cultural relics back to the country. At the same time, a domestic news item suddenly hit the headlines of major media. Breaking! Shangxia Aerospace Academy launched a space launch vehicle and failed. According to speculation by relevant parties, this failure was most likely due to the influence of the not beautiful country's announcement of a breakthrough in aerospace technology. They hastily launched in an attempt to prove their aerospace capabilities, but unfortunately the rocket was forced to declare failure shortly after liftoff. This failure may have a significant impact on Shangxia's aerospace industry and the public may lose confidence. Almost all global media were pushing this news. The not beautiful country even directly mocked. Haha, ridiculous Shangxia folks, we announce a space breakthrough and you immediately launch a rocket in haste, didn't expect it to fail, huh? Want to catch up with our not beautiful empire? Dream on. Many not beautiful country netizens seized the opportunity to heavily ridicule. When Lin Yang saw this news, he was also taken aback. Domestic aerospace technology was indeed inferior to that of the not beautiful country, but launch failures had been rare in recent years. Could it be that they were really provoked? Lin Yang muttered, but then felt that this possibility was very low. Domestic research experts were unlikely to be affected by this. The failure must have been due to other reasons. Then he dialed a call intending to ask Zhao Zizhan about the situation and see if there was anything he could help with. As for the mockery from those guys in the not beautiful country, he didn't take it to heart. It was just a temporary lead. If they really upset him, he could just spend a bit more national treasure points and directly steal the not beautiful country's technology. No. It's taking. Thinking this in his mind, when the call connected, he subconsciously said, well, if I were to take the not beautiful country's aerospace technology, I wouldn't be considered a criminal, would I? Boom. These words directly shocked Zhao Zizhan, who was on the phone, causing his hands to tremble. This person. What is he saying? Going after Bu Pioliang with spaceflight technology. This remark startled Zhao, who hurriedly advised classmate, we already have enough with the technologies you provided. Please do not risk chasing after Bu Pioliang with space technology again. Not at all. A day or two ago, after exchanging thoughts with Yi Guhong and the others, now every major power has surely shifted the real secrets elsewhere. To steal them again would be far too risky. So you must persuade Lin Yang not to harbor such thoughts. No matter how strong a nation is, it cannot lead in every domain. Once domestic controllable fusion technology comes into practical use, there will be time to catch up and surpass. As for the present, Lin Yang's safety is the top priority. Thus upon hearing Lin Yang speak so Zhaojun was truly frightened and swiftly laid out all the pros and cons to Lin Yang in one go. Lin Yang offered a wry smile and said, Dean Zhao, thank you for your concern. I understand the gravity of this matter. I called mainly to ask what happened with the Hangtian Institute's rocket launch. Could it really be as online rumors claim that Bu Piliangguo incited them into a panicked launch? Of course not that they were stirred into haste. The Hangtian Institute had a plan long ago as well. It was merely a matter of timing that coincidence happened to occur. Oh, just as I thought. I also doubt Bu Piliangguo instigated such an irrational act. Lin Yang nodded. Actually such launch plans are announced online with a projected date well in advance. It's just that some people deliberately ignore or avoid it, stirring up topics on the internet. Then ask the Hangtian Institute about the problems they encountered, summarize them and send them to me. I might be able to help a bit. Alright, I'll have them compile the relevant issues and send them to you shortly. Zhaojun was greatly surprised. He hadn't expected Lin Yang to have studied aerospace technology as well. Soon after, Lin Yang hung up the phone. Before ending the call, Zhaojun kept cautioning him, urging him not to steal Bu Piliangguo's aerospace technology again. In response, system estimate the current success rate of stealing Bu Piliangguo's aerospace technology. Lin Yang's gaze grew steely. Not stealing it is impossible. Bu Piliangguo's aerospace technology now leads the domestic field by at least 30 years. Once in hand and transmitted back home, not only would domestic aerospace tech advance by leaps and bounds, but a windfall of national treasure value would be earned. How could such a good thing be given up so easily? Response to the host: as every country has grown wary of you, secret files have been moved and guarded more closely. The difficulty of theft has risen and all nations have begun to focus on the Shangxia people. If you go in person due to differences in racial genetics, you will be easily exposed, placing the host in great danger. Thus this system does not recommend you personally undertaking aerospace theft. Lin Yang's brows immediately knitted. So you mean we can't easily steal their technology in the future? Response to the host: you can exchange for biological gene disguise technology in the system mall to temporarily alter your appearance features. Or you can exchange for an invisibility technology scanner that can scan and obtain related technical data from the other side, greatly reducing the risk of exposure. Lin Yang paused slightly, then opened the system mall to view the biological gene disguise technology and the tech scanner. The biological gene disguise technology is an ultra-advanced high-tech method capable of temporarily altering ethnic traits by disguising genes. It can be described as quite extreme. But such a technology requires a specific environment and the corresponding instruments to realize. Lin Yang currently lacks such conditions, so he chose the tech scanner. The so-called invisibility technology scanner works by continuously scanning items or semi-finished products that the other side has developed to analyze their technical level and produce a related technical report. Accuracy. If applied on Blue Star, the accuracy could reach 100%, except that you would lack their original manuscripts and source documents. This sounds like installing a camera to spy on them. Lin Yang muttered. Response to the host: you can understand it that way, but the scanner can directly generate real-time technical analysis reports, which is far more efficient than filming and having it analyzed later by humans. Then this thing won't be detected, right? Response to the host: the scanner is very small and precise. The actual device is even tinier than a mosquito, and the material is of a special composition that is undetectable by current Blue Star technologies. You can safely redeem and use it. So formidable. This system's product 100 premium. Lin Yang was speechless. He then directly redeemed the finished version of the tech scanner, costing 800 national treasure points. The price wasn't expensive. Hope it proves worth the value. Looking at the indeed tinier than a mosquito precise instrument, Lin Yang shifted his aim and headed for Bu Piliangguo's aerospace research district. This place is currently a forbidden zone for Bu Piliangguo. Heavy troops guard the area in unseen nearby locations. Especially after the recent exposure of bilingual technology, the defenses here have become dozens of times tighter. It has truly reached a level where without proper identification not even a fly could get in. Moreover, the yellow-skinned people would be escorted by Bu Piliangguo soldiers in a one-to-many fashion. This stringent defense is evidently to prevent anyone from slipping in by disguising their identity. Seeing these conditions, Lin Yang could not help but feel that Zhaojun and their worries were not unfounded. Rushing to steal secrets now would indeed be very risky. But fortunately he does not need to risk entering himself. After quietly placing the tech scanner inside, he only needs to wait for the scanner's feedback. Almost as soon as Lin Yang placed the tech scanner into the aerospace zone, the first analysis report appeared. Yet upon reading it, Lin Yang's brows furrowed. Does this thing generate a report as soon as it scans something? Looking at the first returned analysis report, Lin Yang frowned a bit. Because it seems to generate a technical report for anything worth analyzing. It is not as he had imagined that after scanning the entire area it would provide a complete consolidated technical report. In this situation he must sort through each muddled report and compile them. Yes, host, because the scanner's size is limited and cannot handle overly complex programs. It will scan whatever it sees, and if it has technical value it will produce a corresponding report. The rest you must manually summarize and organize. Lin Yang was once again speechless. The whole aerospace zone contained so many items with scanning value that would exhaust him to sort them all. No, I can't do this alone. I'll have the Hangtian Institute's experts sort it out. Then a flash of inspiration struck Lin Yang and he immediately conceived a solution. Why not connect directly with the Hangtian Institute and host an internal live broadcast streaming the scanner's analyses to them in real time? Let them sort out these technical analyses themselves. With that, Lin Yang contacted Zhao Zhan directly. Little did he know he was about to deliver a staggering shock to the Hangtian Institute. Inside the country, the Grand Academy of Science. When Zhao zizzed up Lin Yang's call and learned there would be an internal livestream for them, he was utterly stunned. Livestream. And it would be a live on-site theft of the bilingual Aerospace Institute's technical report. For a moment Zhao Zizhen wondered if he was dreaming. Is this even possible to livestream? Director Zhao, are you listening? Please hurry and contact someone at the Aerospace Institute and give me an internal dedicated livestream channel. On the other end of the line, Lin Yang pressed him to hurry. The scanner's output was almost miraculous, producing reports at a pace one man could not keep up with. Only after hearing Lin Yang's urging did Zhao Zizhen suddenly come to his senses, and realization struck him hard. This person was serious about this. Exclamations erupted, and equally astonished were Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and the others listening in on the call. Within the bureau, Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu exchanged puzzled looks. What did they hear? A live broadcast of the theft of bilingual Aerospace Institute's technology on site. Surely this isn't a joke. Ahem, Yi, are we really going to watch this live stream? After a moment of silence, Tang Wenxing exchanged a glance with Han Jiayu and spoke, a note of unease in his voice. This moment's shock surpassed anything they'd felt before. Even the times Lin Yang had called before to offer them technology couldn't compare with this. After all, this is a live on-site theft. This is almost beyond words. Yi Guhong also felt a moment of bewilderment. Having grown accustomed to all manner of scenes, he too was silenced by the revelation: live on-site theft of technology. Behold. Of course we should watch. Since this mysterious classmate Lin Yang has already called to say he would live stream it for us, why would we not watch? Shocked as they were, Yi Guhong promptly gave the order: mobilize all departments to cooperate with Lin Yang and start the internal livestream. Inside the Aerospace Institute, a group of experts who were reviewing the rocket's failed launch data were suddenly struck by Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's double notifications, for a moment dazed. Across the research network, the top academicians were aware of this enigmatic Lin Yang. He wasn't a fabricated character but a very real presence. After all, technologies such as controlled nuclear fusion and lithography touch myriad fields, and the Grand Academy of Science cannot oversee them all. Thus the research institutes were in the know, fully supporting the development and application of controlled nuclear fusion. As for the jets, missiles and lithography machines Lin Yang had earlier unveiled, the Aerospace Institute genuinely envied them. Needless to say, the Grand Academy of Science boasted lithography machines driving controlled nuclear fusion research, and they maintained a uniquely close connection with Lin Yang. Even the Military Science Institute, which had obtained missiles and fighter jets technology, boasted about it all day long, causing envy among other institutes. Unfortunately, Lin Yang had never shared relevant tech with them, depriving other institutes of chances to participate, and they could only envy in silence. But now Lin Yang would actually provide aerospace technology to the Aerospace Institute, and the whole institute's academicians went wild with delight. An overwhelming sense of fortune about to dawn upon them surged through immediately. Song Changming, the president of the Aerospace Institute, could not wait to inquire what technology the mysterious classmate would supply. Yet Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen kept silent in accord, saying nothing more than that there was an internal livestream channel for their Aerospace Institute's experts to enter. Song Changming couldn't help muttering, "Zhao Zizhen, you old fox, you're still playing games with me, so ungentlemanly." He, enough chatter. Hurry into the internal livestream channel. The livestream work is ready, and the moment the technology arrives, whether you can master it depends on you. Zhao Zizhen finished the call and hurried into the internal livestream channel. He wasn't unwilling to tell Song Changming, he simply did not know what aerospace technology Lin Yang would provide, so he kept silent. Soon many people joined the internal livestream channel. Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu were among them. Zhao Zizhen was there too. The rest were Song Changming and a few other Aerospace Institute academicians. Beyond that, there was honestly no one else. After all, this is a live broadcast of a document theft. The fewer people who know, the better. If Lin Yang hadn't insisted that the Aerospace Institute invite several more experts, perhaps only Song Changming would have a chance to enter this internal livestream channel. And this left the other Aerospace Institute academicians equally bewildered. This time the technology provision was a live broadcast. And this was different from what they had known before. Previously the technology was delivered fully packaged by that mysterious classmate, and there was no talk of livestream. Everyone asked Song Changming what was happening, but even Song Changming himself was at a loss. However, upon entering the internal livestream room and seeing the codes for Yi Guhong and the other, Song Changming's heart jolted. He vaguely understood that this livestream would be far from ordinary. Gentlemen and ladies, the content of this livestream must not be transmitted outside in any form. Once everyone was in, Yi Guhong spoke, his tone grave. Then the livestream began. On the other side, Lin Yang entered the internal livestream room and was slightly surprised to see the codes assigned to Yi Guhong and his colleagues. But he quickly regained his calm. Considering how extravagant his actions were, it was only natural that it would attract official attention. After a simple greeting before Zhao Zizhen could respond, he began directly streaming the real-time footage of the scanner producing the report. This caused Yi Guhong and the others who were about to greet him to fall silent. As the report streamed out, Song Changming and the Aerospace Institute's elder academicians widened their eyes. This is an analysis report on the instruments inside bilingual Aerospace Institute. As fellow aerospace researchers, they were not easily surprised. Although the scanner did not transmit live footage from bilingual Aerospace Institute, it produced a report. But from the data in the report, they quickly recognized that this seemed to be a technical analysis report targeting bilingual Aerospace Institute's internal data. Song Changming and the others sprang to their feet in astonishment. Is this an analysis report that live broadcasts the bilingual Aerospace Institute's internal technology? They were being live-streamed a theft of aerospace technology from the United States. When Song Changming and the elderly academicians of the Academy of Aerospace realized this, their minds buzzed and roared. The group exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of utter shock as if they had seen a ghost. Old Song, this is. Several academicians turned to stare at Song Changming, their astonishment reaching its peak. That mysterious student was actually stealing aerospace technology from the United States. And not only that, but he was also live-streaming the entire process for them. The shock among the elderly academicians was beyond words. It was terrifying. He could directly infiltrate the U.S. Aerospace Academy steal technology and still have the time to broadcast it live. Was this something a human could accomplish? They were all stunned. Song Changming himself looked equally startled. When Zhao Zizhen had notified him earlier, he had only said that this mysterious student would provide aerospace technology but had not explained how. Now, watching the technical reports continuously emerging in the livestream, even his soul trembled. The U.S. Aerospace Academy, what kind of place was that? It was nothing less than a forbidden zone. Yet this mysterious student had infiltrated it. Not only that, but he was also live-streaming and providing real-time technical analysis reports. This was too terrifying. Trembling, he picked up the microphone to ask Zhao Zizhen what was going on. Little did he know that at that very moment Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were also filled with shock and awe. Although they were aware that Lin Yang had already pulled off such earth-shattering feats several times and that he had told them on the phone just now that he would broadcast live. Even though they were prepared mentally, witnessing these technical reports firsthand still made it impossible to suppress the trembling in their hearts. Incomprehensible. They simply could not understand how Lin Yang had managed to do it. They could not fathom how Lin Yang had infiltrated the forbidden zone of the U.S. Aerospace Academy, nor how he was broadcasting real-time technical analysis reports to them. Shock and confusion intertwined. Yet no one dared to speak carelessly in the live stream, fearing that their voice might distract Lin Yang and expose him, leading to unbearable consequences. Watching the reports one after another, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's hearts also trembled. They truly did not want Lin Yang to take such risks. If possible, they would have wished for him to leave immediately. Aerospace technology, though important, paled in comparison to Lin Yang's own safety. However, what made Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's hearts tremble even more was, far across the ocean, they held their breath in tension, not daring to make a sound in the livestream. Yet Lin Yang's voice suddenly rang out in the broadcast. Dear seniors of the Aerospace Academy, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. The reports you are seeing now are technical analysis of the aerospace technology within the U.S. Aerospace Academy's domain. These analysis reports are random. I must trouble you to take screenshots, save them, and then organize them into a sequence. The workload is rather heavy and I cannot manage it alone, so I have no choice but to ask for your help. Hearing Lin Yang's voice in the live stream, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were instantly startled. Wasn't he infiltrating the U.S. Aerospace Academy? How could he speak so boldly now without fear of being discovered? Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen immediately stood up from their chairs in tension, their faces turning extremely solemn and serious. At the same time, deep worry filled them. Was he not taking his own safety seriously at all? Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were extremely anxious. They had just advised Lin Yang not to attempt to steal secrets again. Unexpectedly, Lin Yang not only continued to steal but also broadcast it live. And not only that, but he also disregarded his own safety. Was that something he could say out loud? If the people or patrol systems of the U.S. Aerospace Academy overheard it, the consequences. Yi Guhong dared not think further. This kid doesn't take his own safety seriously at all. I clearly told him not to go steal secrets, but he just wouldn't listen. Inside the Iguanju, Yi Guhong couldn't help clenching his fists, his eyes full of worry and tension. His words at first glance seemed to carry a hint of reproach. But in reality they were entirely deep concern and worry. Tang Wenxing and Han Jiayu exchanged glances, then couldn't help sighing. Elder Yi, I suspect this person saw the news of our Aerospace Academy's failed rocket launch. That's why, despite knowing the enormous risk, he still went to steal their aerospace technology. He doesn't want us to be humiliated in aerospace technology either. Han Jiayu added, this young man is good in every way, but his patriotic heart is too fervent and blazing, completely disregarding his own safety. I would rather he show a little less of this fervor now. Yi Gu sighed heavily. This brat, doesn't he realize that he is far more important now than this damned aerospace technology? Tang Wensheng and Han Jiayu looked at each other in surprise. Damned aerospace technology. The advanced aerospace technology of the United States had now become damned technology in Yi Guhong's mouth. This made them both smile wryly. But they completely agreed with this statement. Lin Yang's own safety was indeed far more important than this technology. Then Tang Wensheng's eyes flickered and he said softly, Elder Yi, I think we are too concerned for our own peace of mind. You don't need to worry too much. Since he can speak, it means his current environment should be relatively safe. How about we let old Zhao send an email to ask about the situation? If the environment is safe, we can directly talk to him. Yi Guhong immediately nodded. This internal livestream had been set up temporarily and had no text communication function. In fact, even if it wasn't temporary, such internal broadcasts always had the text communication module disabled to prevent screenshots and leaks. They dared not rashly ask questions directly in the livestream, so having Zhao Zizhen send an email to inquire was the safest method. Zhao Zizhen quickly sent an email asking about the situation. Then they received a reply from Lin Yang. However, it was not an email reply. Instead, Ahem, Dean Zhao, so you weren't speaking all this time because you were afraid of making noise and exposing me. I was just wondering why none of you were saying anything. Don't worry, my current environment is perfectly safe. These reports weren't actually obtained by me sneaking in myself. I used a technological scanner I created to do the job. So feel free to communicate with me. Lin Yang's voice came through the live stream again. This instantly stunned everyone in the broadcast. He didn't sneak in himself. Hearing this, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that he hadn't infiltrated himself. However, when they heard Lin Yang's next words, they were once again wide-eyed with astonishment. CC classmate, what did you say? These technical analysis reports were scanned by you using an instrument. Zhao Zizhen and the others were astonished. These technical analysis reports were actually scanned and analyzed by a scanner. Could that really work? Haha, yes, these reports are real-time results from a tech scanner. I'm still outside the Aerospace Academy, so I'm not afraid of being overheard, Lin Yang replied again. This. Zhao Zizhen and the others stared at each other wide-eyed, utterly at a loss for words. The implication behind Lin Yang's words was beyond their cognition and imagination. A scanner could directly produce technical analysis reports. Was this really not a joke? Young man, I'm Song Changming, Dean of the Aerospace Academy. You say these reports were scanned by a scanner. You're not pulling our leg, are you? Song Changming exchanged glances with several senior academicians of the Aerospace Academy, unable to resist interjecting. They were top-tier experts in aerospace. But they had never seen a scanner that could directly produce aerospace technical analysis reports. This was too absurd. Dean Song, hello. This is indeed a real-time technical analysis report scanned by a scanner. However, I think you might have misunderstood. This scanner is not the kind you think it is, Lin Yang explained. This scanner is a technological scanner I specifically developed. It can scan aerospace technological products and directly generate analytical technical reports determining the technology's level and parameters. The accuracy rate of the scan reports is 100%, so please rest assured, esteemed academicians, and preserve these reports. From them you can extract the current aerospace technology of the unbeautiful country. A technological scanner. 100% accuracy. Hearing Lin Yang's explanation, the bigwigs of the Aerospace Academy were stunned again. Yes, it's not an ordinary scanner. Lin Yang emphasized again, then said, esteemed academicians, please prioritize analyzing and organizing these technical reports for now. If you are interested in this technological scanner, I will explain it in detail later. After placing the technological scanner inside the unbeautiful country's aerospace academy, it continued to penetrate from the outside inward. More and more reports were being scanned and key technologies began to emerge. This was not the time for idle chat. This reminder snapped Song Changming back to reality. Looking at the technical reports, he immediately responded, yes, let's preserve and organize these reports first. When we're done, we'll have a good talk with you, young man. With that, he and the several senior academicians of the Aerospace Academy temporarily suppressed their shock and curiosity, beginning to sort, analyze and summarize the technical reports. The live stream room fell silent again. Although Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong still had things to say to Lin Yang, they did not wish to disturb Song Changming and the others in their work. Since Lin Yang said the accuracy rate of the analysis reports was 100%, they believed it completely. So they quietly watched the live broadcast. Although they could barely understand it, Song Changming and the Aerospace Academy's academicians, as the reports increased, their eyes grew brighter. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong could not comprehend the aerospace technical parameters, but for the academicians the data in these reports were exactly what they urgently needed in their current research direction. Some data did not even require deliberate calculation, they could instantly determine it was indeed 100% accurate. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The technical reports scanned by this technological scanner are extremely precise and comprehensive. Song Changming couldn't help exclaiming. With these data reports, many current domestic aerospace problems could be directly resolved. Old Song, are these data truly the advanced parameters of the unbeautiful country's aerospace technology? Hearing Song Changming's exclamation, Zhao Zizhen couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Although he had complete trust in Lin Yang's words, he was still unavoidably shocked. Yes, though the order of the reports is somewhat messy, these parameters are absolutely correct. With a little sorting, we can organize a complete systematic knowledge direction. Song Changming said excitedly. This young man is truly remarkable. This was a heartfelt admiration from Song Changming. Before, he had only heard that Lin Yang provided technologies for missiles, fighter jets and operating systems. Now seeing it with his own eyes, he truly realized Lin Yang's brilliance. Dean Song, you flatter me. I just calculated that it might take nearly a full day to scan all the aerospace technology of the unbeautiful country's Aerospace Academy, Lin Yang said again. It's night in the country now. If you and the academicians feel tired, feel free to tell me. I can temporarily stop the scan and we can continue tomorrow after you've rested. He had just asked the system to calculate this. Although the scanner was advanced, it still needed to scan items one by one, requiring some time. Unlike the previous method of sneaking in and packing all the files at once, which was more time-saving. But every method has its pros and cons. The advantage was that he didn't have to risk entering personally. Rest? No. Not needed. We're full of energy now. Don't underestimate us old folks, we can stay up a whole day without any problem. Hearing Lin Yang's words, Song Changming and the several academicians immediately expressed their stance. They had devoted their lives to the aerospace industry. Now that they had witnessed such advanced technology, how could they bear to sleep? But Lin Yang directly said, this is just the unbeautiful country's aerospace technology. After I study it further, I can develop even more advanced technology. It's not worth ruining your health over this little bit of technology. How about this? We'll stream until midnight, then you esteemed academicians go to sleep. Tomorrow morning at 8 we'll start a new live stream on time. Although the senior academicians said staying up a day was no big deal, Lin Yang would not let them actually stay awake for a whole day and night. The unbeautiful country's aerospace technology was just a means to earn a margin of national treasure points. He hadn't even brought out the truly advanced aerospace technology yet. It wasn't worth these senior academicians ruining their health over. Hearing this, Song Changming and the academicians felt reluctant but had to comply with Lin Yang's arrangement. Then, young man, we have a deal. You must start the live stream at 8 tomorrow morning. As midnight approached, Song Changming reminded him with great reluctance. This remark drew a roll of the eyes from Zhao Zizhen. Song Changming, you old fool, don't forget, there's a time difference between the young man and us. His health is far more important than these technologies. Ahem. Song Changming was embarrassed. Lin Yang smiled and said, it's fine. I'll take a nap first. Good. See you tomorrow at 8 then. Song Changming became excited again. Just as Lin Yang was about to exit the live stream, Yi Guhong suddenly spoke solemnly, young man, hello. I am Yi Guhong. This is our first meeting. I have something to say to you. Lin Yang immediately became serious. He knew of Yi Guhong's reputation. This was a top-tier figure. Elder Yi, please speak your mind. Lin Yang turned solemn. At the same time, he was curious about what a figure of Yi Guhong's stature would say to him. Classmate, what I want to say is please be sure to protect your own safety. To us you are more important than any advanced technology. Yi Guhong spoke. These words made Lin Yang pause for a moment. He had thought that Yi Guhong's solemn opening would be some official statement, but it turned out to be the same emphasis on the matter as Zhao Zizhan had given. After a brief pause, Lin Yang replied, "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yi. I will. You are alone abroad, so you must take good care of yourself. No matter what happens, be sure to inform us immediately. Whenever and wherever you need the strength of our motherland, will rush to your aid at the first moment." Yi Guhong emphasized again. After saying this without waiting for Lin Yang's response, he added with a smile, "All right, that's all I wanted to say. I won't delay your rest. See you tomorrow morning." Then Yi Guhong exited the livestream. Lin Yang was silent for a moment. He truly hadn't expected that Yi Guhong's extremely serious conversation would contain no official platitudes but only repeated reminders to take care of himself. He didn't even mention the topic of returning home early, just pure earnest advice. This surprised him. What he didn't know was that after Zhao Zizhan and Wang Guang had discussed it, they had held a meeting with Yi Guhong and others, and they unanimously decided that all future communications with him would avoid mentioning the topic of returning early so as not to bring him extra pressure or cause overthinking. Thus Yi Guhong's words this time were purely heartfelt concern. The night passed without incident. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Song Changming and several senior academicians from the Aerospace Academy entered the livestream, immediately their faces filled with unrestrained excitement. After going offline last night, they hadn't actually gone to sleep immediately but had read through all the technical analysis reports from beginning to end. The aerospace technology of the Bilingual country, which was 20 to 30 years ahead of the domestic level, was still quite useful. The data in the technical reports could solve many problems currently facing the domestic Aerospace Academy. This would save the domestic aerospace technology a lot of time and avoid many detours. And this was only the technical achievement from a few hours of live streaming yesterday. According to what Lin Yang said before going offline yesterday, the scanner was advancing from the outer layer inward and the technology it scanned would become increasingly advanced and sophisticated. This made Song Changming and the several senior academicians from the Aerospace Academy even more expectant for today's livestream. Although they had only slept for a few hours, everyone was now radiant with energy, their eyes burning with anticipation. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhan also entered the livestream one after another. On the other side, Lin Yang entered the livestream on time to broadcast the report generated by the technological scanner. With the experience from last night, Song Changming and the Aerospace Academy academicians began to organize the information methodically. At the same time, they would consult Lin Yang on certain issues. Lin Yang answered each question one by one. His answers consistently impressed Song Changming and the academicians. His explanations were incisive and unique in perspective. This allowed Song Changming and the academicians to break free from their fixed thinking patterns and gain insight into a wider variety of approaches and directions. Song Changming couldn't help but say, "Classmate, with such deep research in aerospace technology, how about joining our Aerospace Academy when you return to the country? With your help, I believe our Shangxia could enter the early interstellar era before long." The other academicians also chimed in agreement. At this moment they felt genuine admiration for Lin Yang's personal knowledge. Before his words had even settled and before Lin Yang could respond, Zhao Zizhan's expression changed abruptly. He hurriedly said, "Song Changming, focus on organizing your technical reports." He was anxious again. And not just anxious, he was furious. Just a moment ago he had quarreled with Chu Tianhua to barely maintain the priority of contacting Lin Yang. Now another person, Song Changming, appeared to try and snatch Lin Yang away. He couldn't stand it even a bit. But since the live stream was ongoing and in front of Lin Yang, he couldn't afford to argue with Song Changming. He could only secretly note this in his heart, deciding that after the live stream ended he would urgently reconnect with Lin Yang. Lin Yang, unaware of Zhao Zizhan's urgency, responded to Song Changming's invitation by saying he would consider it, thus temporarily brushing off the topic. He hadn't yet decided when to return to the country, and he had thought even less about where to go after returning. Song Changming laughed heartily and dropped the topic, focusing on organizing the technical reports. Then the livestream fell into a brief silence. Because as the technological scanner gradually penetrated deeper into the Bilingual country Aerospace Academy, the value and importance of the scanned technical reports increased significantly. Song Changming and the several senior academicians from the Aerospace Academy had become completely serious. Lin Yang estimated the time and directly said, "Everyone, it's late here. I'll get some sleep. The live stream will continue until the scanning is complete. It would take at least another 10+ hours to scan all the technical data inside the Bilingual country Aerospace Academy." He didn't want to just wait idly in the livestream. Although he had taken a genetic enhancement potion and could go without sleep for a day, it was unnecessary to wait in the livestream for nothing. It was better to sleep and recharge his energy. After all, there were more important things to do after the livestream. Hearing this, Yi Guhong was the first to respond, "All right, classmate, go rest. Your health is important." Song Changming also chimed in, "Classmate, sleep peacefully. We have no issues here. Okay. Lin Yang replied, then turned and went to sleep. More than 10 hours later, Lin Yang re-entered the livestream. Of course it wasn't that he had slept continuously for that long, rather after waking up he had exchanged a technical blueprint for the technological scanner from the system store and studied it on his own. During yesterday's livestream, the academicians from the Aerospace Academy had shown interest in this technological scanner. After the scanning of the bilingual country Aerospace Academy's technology was complete, Song Changming and the others would certainly focus on the technological scanner as well. Therefore Lin Yang simply exchanged the technical blueprint in advance and studied it. Sure enough, when he returned to the livestream, Song Changming immediately said, "Classmate, the technical reports from the scanner are gradually decreasing. The most critical parts have been scanned and organized. We're just finishing up now. Your technological scanner, could we have the honor of seeing it?" Song Changming's words were full of anticipation. Of course, I have already prepared the production blueprint and technology for the technological scanner. I will send it to the Grand Academy of Sciences later. Lin Yang said with a smile. These words immediately excited Song Changming and the others. Through this day's livestream they had fully witnessed the power of this technological scanner. It could move through the bilingual country Aerospace Academy as if entering an unguarded territory without being detected, and it could even scan out the most advanced aerospace technology of the bilingual country. What did this mean? It meant that the level of this technological scanner far surpassed the aerospace technology of the bilingual country. It also meant that the scanner's creator Lin Yang undoubtedly possessed even more advanced aerospace technology. This was what truly shook them. The aerospace technology of the bilingual country, which was 30 years ahead of the current domestic level, could have its data parameters accurately scanned by Lin Yang's scanner. How strong then was Lin Yang's aerospace technology? They dared not imagine. Song Changming was sorely tempted to ask Lin Yang directly whether he had mastered even more advanced aerospace technology. In the end, however, he held back. Because when Lin Yang was sleeping during the day, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen had reminded him that if Lin Yang did not volunteer information, it was best not to ask. Now Lin Yang had already given them the technology that surpassed that of the United States. The most important thing at present was to thoroughly digest this portion of technology. Biting off more than one can chew leads to indigestion. You cannot become fat with a single mouthful. The advanced technologies of the United States alone were enough for them to study for quite some time. As for the technology scanner, Lin Yang had revealed it voluntarily, so he had asked an extra question. Soon the technology scanner completed its task, scanning all the leading aerospace technologies within the entire Aerospace Institute of the United States. Wrap it up. Seeing that the technology scanner was no longer producing reports, Lin Yang said in the live stream and prepared to exit. Xu Weizhan, make sure to protect yourself. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen quickly urged. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Lin Yang smiled, then said, by the way, the nanotech suit, please manufacture it as soon as possible, and also the application of controlled nuclear fusion technology. If you encounter any problems, contact me promptly. These are major matters that benefit the people's livelihood. The sooner they are applied, the better. In 3 months the United States would land on the moon. He urgently needed a large amount of national treasure points to complete the preemptive moon landing. According to the system manufacturing, the nanotech suit combined with the national treasure points rewards from other tasks would almost exactly meet the requirements for the first moon landing. But more national treasure points were always better. If controlled nuclear fusion technology could also be partially applied within these 3 months, the earned national treasure points would be more than enough. Hearing this, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen could sense the urgency in his tone. Though they did not understand why he was so anxious, they immediately replied, all right Xu Weizhan, we will accelerate the development of the nanotech suit. As for controlled nuclear fusion technology, what about fusion technology? Is there a problem? Lin Yang frowned slightly. No, it's just that the applications of controlled nuclear fusion are too vast and its importance too immense. Once we apply part of it, we won't be able to keep it secret. We want to be fully prepared and then launch it all at once. Zhao Zizhen explained. Are you afraid that once we reveal our possession of controlled nuclear fusion technology, it will attract the greed of those Western bastards? Lin Yang understood the implication behind Zhao Zizhen's words. Ahem, more or less. Although we are strong now, we still find it difficult to withstand the combined forces of Western nations. Controlled nuclear fusion is a super technology too important, they will definitely covet it. Zhao Zizhen did not hide anything and spoke frankly to Lin Yang. The reason no news had leaked out domestically since Lin Yang provided them with the controlled nuclear fusion technology was that they planned to implement it all at once. If they applied part of it first, they could no longer conceal it and would not be able to develop quietly. Would they really dare to start a conflict? Lin Yang curled his lip. The country could not withstand the combined forces of Western nations, but he did not believe they would truly dare to provoke a war. Nuclear weapons were not to be trifled with. The price of mutual annihilation was one that Western nations absolutely dared not bear. It's not that, but we must be cautious. After all, the world is now anxious about energy issues. Once controlled nuclear fusion is applied, the temptation of nearly unlimited energy is too great. Zhao Zizhen said somberly. The United States, for the sake of some energy, had secretly made moves against certain small countries. There were precedents. Indeed, caution was necessary. Oh. Lin Yang's eyes flickered for a moment, then he said slowly, apart from nuclear weapons ensuring mutual destruction, we now have the Tongxue missile and the Superstar fighter. Our armed forces are already quite strong. The weak point is probably that we still lack aircraft carriers, right? That's one way to put it. The reason the United States dominates the world is precisely because of their numerous and powerful carrier strike groups, making their overall strength appear overwhelmingly formidable. Zhao Zizhen nodded. In that case, there's no need to worry too much. I'll look into it later and upgrade our aircraft carriers. By then we'll dominate the sea, land and air. Lin Yang said leisurely. But these words made Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and the others' faces instantly change dramatically. Upgrade aircraft carriers. Did they hear that correctly? Shui Shui Zhangyu. Are you serious? Zhao Zizhen was a bit stunned. Of course. I've actually had this idea for a long time. So you can safely apply the fusion technology first. The Western nations will never dare to stir up trouble easily in the early stages. Lin Yang's eyes burned with intensity. And by the time they can't hold back any longer, our aircraft carriers should be upgraded. Then when the carrier group sets out, even if they had 100 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to act. This. Zhao Zizhen hesitated. This was not something he could decide lightly. But Yi Guhong was very decisive. He immediately said, good, since Xue Zhang is so confident, we'll follow your lead. We'll apply part of the fusion technology first and also test the waters with the Western nations. Now it was Lin Yang's turn to be stunned. Did Yi Guhong trust him that much? Such a major decision without even holding a meeting to discuss it was just decided on the spot. You. Don't you want to hold a meeting to discuss it first? Lin Yang scratched his forehead. Wasn't it a bit hasty to decide on such a big matter directly? Xue Zhang, you don't know this, but we've actually held several meetings internally already. Yi Guhong laughed. I share your view. Those Western fellows may be tempted, but they certainly won't dare to stir up chaos easily. So applying part of it first is also good. First, it brings convenience and benefits to the people. Second, it tests the attitude of the Western nations. We haven't made a final decision yet, but since you said so, we might as well go ahead. All right. Lin Yang shrugged, feeling that this was normal. If a major national affair could be decided with just a few words, that would indeed be reckless. But since they had already held many meetings, it meant the authorities had thoroughly considered all aspects. Now his words were like adding fuel to the fire, solidifying the matter. Then he prepared to completely exit the live stream. But Yi Guhong suddenly asked Xue Zhang, if we apply part of the nuclear technology first, which aspect do you think would be best to start with? Oh. Lin Yang was momentarily taken aback, then his eyes flickered and he uttered two words: electricity. Electricity. Yes, electricity. Lin Yang's gaze was profound. I calculated that using nuclear fusion technology to generate electricity, the national electricity price could potentially drop to pennies per kilowatt-hour in the future. Every aspect of society today is inseparable from electricity, and the same goes for other research technologies. The annual industrial electricity consumption is unimaginably large. Starting with electricity will free the entire nation from worrying about power. Our industrial system will also develop and upgrade rapidly without having to worry about electricity consumption. Developing electricity first benefits both the people and the nation. Lin Yang's words struck Yi Guhong, Zhao Zizhen and the others deeply. Nuclear fusion power generation with electricity prices calculated in pennies. No longer worrying about electricity. This. Nuclear fusion power generation. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were both deeply shaken by Lin Yang's words. Coming back to their senses, Yi Guhong immediately turned to Zhao Zizhen and asked, Old Zhao, have you calculated this before? If it is nuclear fusion power generation, can the electricity price truly drop to mere fractions of a cent? Yi Guhong was profoundly shaken within. For what Lin Yang said was undeniable: in modern society electricity was of paramount importance. One could say that nearly every aspect of civilization depends upon it. Although China's power generation capacity ranked among the world's foremost, it still could not fully satisfy the soaring demand. In many regions during peak consumption seasons, power outages were still an inevitable reality. Especially in summer, the height of peak usage, authorities sometimes had no choice but to implement rotational blackouts across certain districts, sacrificing residential areas to ensure critical industrial complexes could continue operating. And while electricity rates remained comparatively low on a global scale, ordinary citizens still could not afford unrestricted consumption. If prices could drop further, it would indeed bring tremendous relief. Yet to bring down electricity prices, one must reduce generation costs while simultaneously increasing output. Otherwise, if prices fell without a matching rise in supply, surging demand would only plunge the power grid into deeper shortages. Despite the nation's power system being globally leading, it remained constrained by certain bottlenecks. The current generation methods primarily included thermal, hydroelectric, wind, nuclear, and the emerging photovoltaic power plants. All 5 generation methods carried significant costs. As one of the most traditional approaches, thermal power generation hovered between 30 and 40 cents per unit. Hydroelectric power, though relatively the cheapest, still cost over 10 cents to produce, with a grid feed-in price exceeding 30 cents. Wind power harnessed natural air currents to generate electricity, and many assumed wind, being a gift of nature, carried virtually no cost. But in reality, the expenses were far from negligible. Wind power required substantial equipment, and manufacturing those turbines alone represented a major cost, not to mention transportation management and ongoing maintenance. Factoring in various controllable and uncontrollable unpredictable factors, wind power's total cost also came to around 30 cents, roughly on par with thermal generation. As for the relatively new photovoltaic technology, its cost also rested around 30 cents. Nuclear power, however, was the most expensive at approximately 40 cents, and that figure did not even include the costs of nuclear waste disposal or environmental impact. Add to that the expenses of grid infrastructure deployment and operational maintenance, and the actual retail price climbed even higher. Constrained by these costs, the nation still could not completely resolve the power supply shortfall. But if electricity could truly be priced at mere cents per unit, that would mean power generation had reached a state of near limitless supply. Yi Guhong was not an expert in this field, so upon hearing such a price he was utterly stunned. Could nuclear fusion technology truly be this formidable? Admittedly, everyone knew that once nuclear fusion was realized, the energy crisis would be dramatically alleviated. But since fusion technology had remained largely conceptual, people only grasped its greatness in theory, never comprehending its true magnitude. Yi Guhong was no exception. Zhao Zizhen drew a deep breath. We will need to recalculate. An unmistakable note of awkwardness colored his words. For Lin Yang's sudden revelation of controllable fusion technology had come without warning. During this period, the Academy's expert teams had been entirely consumed by efforts to understand and master the breakthrough. Time had been scarce, and they had only managed rough preliminary estimates of controllable fusion applications. To obtain precise figures, targeted and specialized calculations were essential. Then let us immediately prioritize research on fusion-based power generation, Yi Guhong replied without further comment. After all, not much time had elapsed since Lin Yang shared the controllable fusion technology. Accurately speaking, less than a month had passed. That span of time for fully mastering a super technology like controllable fusion was indeed far too brief. Without hesitation, Zhao Zizhen immediately assembled the relevant teams to begin priority large-scale data simulations on fusion power generation. This collective effort by the Academy's experts consumed a full 3 days. Finally, Zhao Zizhen approached Yi Guhong with bloodshot eyes to deliver his report. Through our expert team's calculations, if we utilize nuclear fusion for power generation after deducting the initial operational costs, the longer the facility runs, the lower the electricity price drops. Within approximately half a year, the price would reach its nadir at less than 1 cent per kilowatt-hour. If a nuclear reactor operates beyond 3 years, the cost per kilowatt-hour could shrink to mere fractions of a cent. A ringing echo filled Yi Guhong's mind upon hearing Zhao Zizhen's report. Less than 1 cent per kilowatt-hour and merely fractions of a cent after 3 years. What did this signify? He could scarcely envision the implications. Old Zhao. In the next instant, Yi Guhong's expression grew more solemn than ever before. If the calculations are sound, then, as that man suggested, we must concentrate all resources on constructing fusion power reactors. Electricity priced at unimaginably low levels with near limitless supply, Yi Guhong dared scarcely imagine the profound transformation this would unleash upon the nation once implemented. Zhao Zizhen, equally overwhelmed with emotion, trembled as he replied, "We had no idea either. We never imagined fusion could be this powerful." Although the Academy had long pursued fusion research, their prior work had likewise remained confined to theoretical calculations. They had never truly grasped the formidable power of fusion technology. Now, having personally mastered this technology, they felt its staggering strength with their own hands. The changes it could bring were simply beyond exaggeration. As Zhao Zizhen's words faded, Yi Guhong seemed to recall something, his expression darkening once more. "Old Zhao, I fear we have underestimated that man's capabilities in the scientific realm." "What do you mean?" Zhao Zizhan momentarily failed to grasp the implication. Yi Guhong spoke softly that day when I asked him which sector we should prioritize. He did not respond immediately. Instead he appeared to pause and deliberate before suggesting electricity generation. This indicates that within those brief moments he had already computed the relevant data on power generation. Yet your academy team required 3 full days to arrive at the same conclusions. Is that not a staggering disparity? Zhao Zizhan's face underwent a sudden transformation. After recalling the events he said with visible astonishment, "You're right. I remember now." After you posed that question he was silent for a while before responding. Precisely. Although he was the one who developed this controllable fusion technology, it was apparent he had not performed these calculations beforehand. He computed them only after my inquiry. Yi Guhong's tone grew grave. To derive such complex data within moments, that computational ability is truly terrifying. Then what are you suggesting? Zhao Zizhan asked uncertainly. Of course we must elevate our protection and prioritization of him. If anything were to befall such a talent, it would be an irreplaceable loss for all of Shangxia. Yi Guhong stated emphatically. Previously we had already classified him as our most critical figure. But now I believe that level of priority is insufficient. I think it essential to establish a separate elevated tier specifically for him. Ha! Zhao Zizhan froze on the spot. The advertisement and promotional content in this scene has been removed as per the cleanup rules. A separate level of emphasis. Zhao Zizhan was somewhat bewildered by Yi Guhong's words. Yes, although we have already placed enough emphasis on him and his internal attention level is already the highest top secret grade, I feel it's still insufficient. The intensity can definitely be strengthened further. Yi Guhong chuckled. To what extent should we strengthen it? Super top secret national treasure level. Yi Guhong said in a calm tone. Super top secret. Zhao Zizhan was taken aback and said slowly, I can understand adding super before top secret, but national treasure. Currently our national treasure seems to be. What? Do you think that person is not qualified to be our national treasure? Yi Guhong retorted before Zhao Zizhan could finish. Zhao Zizhan immediately said with a mix of laughter and tears, of course not. With his abilities and contributions he is certainly worthy of the title National Treasure. I just didn't expect you to officially annotate National Treasure in the documents. This seems to be the first time National Treasure is used for a specific person, right? He deserves this first, he deserves us making an exception. Yi Guhong said indifferently. Zhao Zizhan immediately had nothing to say. Because what Yi Guhong said was not wrong. Lin Yang was worthy. Then Zhao Zizhan directly said, then we will start preparing to build the nuclear fusion reactor power generation device. How long will it take to build the first nuclear fusion power reactor? Yi Guhong asked. Half a month. Half a month. Can it be faster? I heard that person's intention earlier seemed to hope we finish as soon as possible. Yi Guhong frowned slightly. Well. 10 days. At least 10 days. And you'll need to approve several documents to ensure full priority cooperation from top to bottom. Zhao Zizhan communicated with the team and gave an answer. Alright, 10 days it is. Yi Guhong stood up, a glimmer of excitement appearing in his eyes. 10 days from now the whole world will surely be shocked. Before Lin Yang appeared he had not experienced excitement for many years. After Lin Yang's appearance this feeling came one after another. But even though he had been excited many times at this moment, Yi Guhong still couldn't restrain himself. This was truly something that could shock the world. Zhao Zizhan nodded slightly. At that time it will surely be more than just shock. By the way, should we pre-warm this matter? Let the domestic netizens be happy a few days in advance. If you want to warm up, go ahead. After all, once the nuclear fusion reactor is built in 10 days it won't be possible to hide it. It doesn't matter if we announce it earlier or not. Yi Guhong waved his hand indicating that Zhao Zizhan could decide on this matter himself. Then I'll release an announcement to warm up in advance. Zhao Zizhan immediately said. A few days ago I saw a passage online. The general idea is that when you are sure good things are coming you can tell your family in advance so they can be happy for a few more days. This principle is universal, I think. We are about to build nuclear fusion power generation. Announcing it in advance will let everyone be happy a few days earlier. Sudden surprises are certainly joyful, but the anticipation of knowing good things in advance is even more exciting, even blissful. To us they are our family, our compatriots. Since there is good news we should share the joy with everyone. These words immediately made Yi Guhong show a hint of surprise. Well done, old Zhao, you've become trendy now, learning to surf the internet and applying what you've learned right away. And you're playing the emotional card. Ha, this is called keeping up with the times. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go post the announcement. Zhao Zizhen exited the video conference and then personally used the Grand Academy's official account to post a notice. Dear family members and netizens, now I have a piece of good news to announce to everyone in advance. With the help of our classmate, we will build a groundbreaking advanced high-tech product in 10 days. And this item will be closely related to everyone's lives. Please stay tuned 10 days later. Once this notice was released, it shot to the headlines of major news media within a very short time. Because now the Grand Academy's official account was no longer as deserted as before with only a few followers. After the previous incidents, the number of followers of the Grand Academy's official account had exceeded 100 million within just a few days. It could be said that any minor stir would immediately become trending. Not to mention that this announcement seemed to be a pre-warm-up for a major event which made netizens start guessing. What's going on? What high-tech will be unveiled after 10 days? Since the Grand Academy started warming up 10 days in advance, it must be something extraordinary, right? No need to think, absolutely. Even the classmate missile incident didn't have such a long warm-up period. This time it's a full 10 days. By the way, it's from the classmate Big Shot again. What exactly is it? How come there's no hint at all in advance? I'm speechless. Before, every time a new product was pre-warmed, we could get a little news from various channels. But since the classmate Big Shot appeared, even with pre-warming, no insider information leaks out at all. It's so frustrating. The classmate Big Shot is awesome. What is it that is closely related to everyone's life? Netizens seeing this notice began to wildly speculate. Soon the top 10 trending topics were all about this notice. Of course, there were also some people from Western countries who sarcastically said that the Grand Academy was being deliberately mysterious. However, such remarks had almost become immune to domestic netizens who gave these people no attention or hype. As time passed, day by day, the Grand Academy's official account also revealed a little new information each day. Yet no one could guess what it was that was about to be built. Until the 9th day, the Grand Academy's official account posted 2 characters. Nuclear. Electricity. Nuclear power. This made netizens even more confused. Nuclear power plants were already existing products, they shouldn't be worth such a warm-up. As for controllable nuclear fusion power generation, no one dared to think in that direction. Even people from Western countries thought it was at most a breakthrough in nuclear power technology domestically. Finally, under the anticipation of hundreds of millions of netizens, the 10th day arrived slowly. The Grand Academy also punctually released the latest notice. And this new notice completely ignited the global internet. Dear netizens, our academy, with the assistance of our classmate, has built the first controllable nuclear fusion power reactor. Yes, you read that right, not an ordinary nuclear power plant but a controllable nuclear fusion power reactor. From today, our country's electricity will enter the era of nuclear fusion power generation. Controllable nuclear fusion. In an instant the world was shaken. Controlled nuclear fusion power generation. These words, it can be said, plunged the entire world into a moment of silence. At this instant everyone exchanged bewildered glances with those around them. What did they see? Controlled nuclear fusion. Was this for sure not a joke? The global silence was deafening. The domestic netizens, after the initial silence, erupted. Holy shit, what the hell did I just see? Nuclear fusion power generation. Isn't this a joke? Controlled nuclear fusion power generation. Doesn't that mean we've mastered controlled nuclear fusion technology? I'm convinced, I'm really convinced. This is controlled nuclear fusion technology. We've mastered it without a sound. Are you kidding me? Are we about to enter the nuclear fusion era? All netizens were both bewildered and shocked. The controlled nuclear fusion technology had been mastered just like that. The news was too sudden, too explosive. It left everyone completely unprepared mentally. And the foreigners, after their initial shock, were utterly incredulous. No. This cannot be true. How could you, Shangxia, suddenly master controlled nuclear fusion technology? Exactly. Controlled nuclear fusion technology is a worldwide problem. Even after hundreds of years it might not be mastered. How could Shangxia have mastered it silently? This must be Shangxia's official exaggeration. They probably just upgraded ordinary nuclear power plant technology and then bragged about mastering controlled nuclear fusion power generation. It's utterly laughable. Exactly. Is controlled nuclear fusion technology something that can be mastered just like that? Besides, you announced a preheating construction 10 days ago. Can you build a controlled nuclear fusion reactor in 10 days? Do you think everyone is that easy to fool? Too exaggerated. This is just bragging without a plan. Such a huge matter as building a controlled nuclear fusion reactor, how could it be kept completely confidential? Poof. Fake, absolutely fake. The Westerners simply didn't believe that the Grand Academy could build a controlled nuclear fusion reactor silently within 10 days. After all, this was not like building blocks. Not to mention such a major event as constructing a controlled nuclear fusion reactor. Even building any ordinary industrial product could not escape the surveillance of various countries. Yet now, without having received any wind of it, the domestic side had already built the controlled nuclear fusion reactor. This left them unable to believe it. However, before the netizens could start to retort against the various doubts from the Western countries, the Grand Academy issued another new statement. Dear fellow countrymen, since the nuclear fusion power generation technology has solved the vast majority of power energy issues, the cost has been greatly alleviated. Therefore, from today onward, the national electricity price will be reduced. The original adjustment plan was to keep it unchanged temporarily, then significantly reduce it after half a year and reach the limit after 3 years in order to ensure operating costs. However, because this technology was mastered ahead of time with the help of a classmate in order to thank the classmate for the help and to give back to society, we have decided that the national electricity price from the start of nuclear fusion power transmission will be uniformly adjusted to 1 yuan for 200 kilowatt-hours, which is equivalent to 1 cent for 2 kilowatt-hours. This electricity price will be reduced again after 3 years. For specific adjustment prices and plans, please pay attention to our subsequent detailed notice. Thank you for the supervision and attention from all sectors of society. As soon as this announcement was made, the world was shocked. Everyone was dumbfounded. 1 cent for 2 kilowatt-hours. That's equivalent to half a cent per kilowatt-hour. What kind of concept is this? You must know, in today's modern society, let alone money calculated in Li, 1/10 of a cent, even a cent can't buy anything. Even 1 yuan could only buy 1 or at most 2 lollipops. But now half a cent per kilowatt-hour. This price drove everyone crazy. This was a reduction of hundreds of times compared to the current electricity price. Crazy, everyone was crazy. Mommy, I'm really convinced by my country. 1 yuan for over 200 kilowatt-hours, is this really not a joke? This electricity price, I wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Fantastic, I can only say fantastic, even fantastic to the point of abstraction. Ha ha ha, my country is awesome, the classmate Big Shot is awesome. From today I can boldly turn on the air conditioner. I'm going to keep my water heater on 24 hours a day. I can finally have hot water whenever I come home. Whoa, who understands? I'm so moved, I'm trembling. Such a low electricity price, who knows how many families it will relieve of burden. I just want to ask one thing across the entire globe: who else can achieve such an electricity price as ours, allowing everyone to have electricity and afford it? Who else? No one was not crazy, no one was not excited. It could be said that with the release of the Grand Academy's second new announcement, the country instantly plunged into an unprecedented carnival. Because such an electricity price was truly something one wouldn't dare to dream of before. Such a low price not only allows families who usually scrimp on electricity to use it with peace of mind, but also means saving a huge amount of electricity bills to improve other aspects of living conditions. This is an unprecedented feat. It will also usher in an unprecedented golden age. At this moment, everywhere in the world, as long as they are Shangsha people, no one does not feel proud, no one does not feel honored. When foreign countries still haven't fully perfected their power facilities, the domestic side has already achieved 1 cent for 2 kilowatt-hours. This makes every countryman emotionally moved to tears. Naturally, where there are those who rejoice, there are those who worry. After seeing the latest announcement from the Grand Academy, the people of Western countries, even if unwilling to accept, had to accept the fact that the domestic side had already mastered controlled nuclear fusion power generation technology. Otherwise, the Grand Academy would never dare to issue such an announcement. This was not just a matter of electricity price reduction. The official account issuing such a notice had already involved the issue of public trust. Once the public trust system collapses, the consequences are fatal. No country's official would dare to play such a game. Otherwise, it would be a clear case of fooling the public. Therefore, the domestic mastery of controlled nuclear fusion power generation technology was an unchangeable fact. This filled the Western countries with not only deep shock but also profound fear. The domestic side had been able to master controlled nuclear fusion power generation technology without a sound and build a controlled nuclear fusion power generation reactor without a sound. The tightness of this secrecy work made the high-level officials of Western countries tremble inside. The domestic side. Too terrifying. And what made the official high-level officials of Western countries even more panicked was that some people in Western countries had actually initiated topics about wanting to immigrate to Shangsha. Yes, that's right. After the people of Western countries saw that the domestic side had mastered controlled nuclear fusion power generation technology and the electricity price was so low, Many people were tempted. They wanted to immigrate to the domestic side. And this completely panicked the high-level officials of Western countries. The high-ranking officials of the Western continent were truly panicked. They had reached a point where panic was inevitable. Citizens of the West actually wished to immigrate to Shanxia. This topic seemed utterly absurd and laughable to the high-ranking officials of the Western continent. After all, the Western powers had always been the nations that people around the world eagerly sought to immigrate to. Yet now there were actually people who wished to immigrate to Shanxia. This was inconceivable, unimaginable. It had always been people from other countries immigrating to the West. Never had there been a case where citizens of a Western power wanted to immigrate elsewhere. This was unprecedented. Thus the high-ranking officials of the Western nations felt a deep-seated alarm. For them this was absolutely not a good sign or trend. That their own citizens felt envy and longing for Shanxia was unacceptable to them. To transform from being the objects of envy to those who envy others, such a shift in mindset conveyed an extremely dangerous message. No. We absolutely cannot allow the public to harbor such thoughts. This damn Shanxia has been like a cheat recently, with all kinds of advanced technologies emerging endlessly. Now they've even mastered controllable nuclear fusion power generation. If this continues, where will we have a foothold? The high-ranking officials of the Western continent held a video conference and cursed loudly. The appearance of the Tongxue-class missile, though terrifyingly powerful, did not make them panic. Because they all possessed nuclear weapons. The emergence of the operating system, though breaking their monopoly and costing them trillions in annual profit, still did not cause panic. After all, money could always be made elsewhere. Even the advent of fighter jets did not alarm them. As long as no superweapon leading by centuries emerged, nuclear weapons ensured they had no reason to panic. But now they were truly panicked. Mastering controllable nuclear fusion power generation meant they would almost inevitably master other controllable nuclear fusion technologies. This was a truly epoch-making super technology. It could be said that on the entire blue star, whoever mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology would only be a matter of time before dominating the whole planet. And also a matter of whether they wanted to. This could be seen from the unprecedented phenomenon of Western citizens wanting to emigrate to Shanxia for the first time. Controllable nuclear fusion technology was too powerful, and its allure was likewise unprecedented. A high-ranking official of Little Eagle glared coldly. All of this is related to that so-called mysterious classmate. Every new change in Shanxia recently is inseparable from his shadow. We must find this person, either make him serve us or... He made a throat-slitting gesture. Easier said than done. That mysterious classmate possesses such advanced technology, Shanxia is likely protecting him more tightly than a national treasure. We have obtained no information about him so far, it's too difficult to uncover. A high-ranking official from another nation shook his head, expressing pessimism about uncovering the mysterious classmate's information. This official's words were echoed by others. The most important thing now is that we must further strengthen welfare to dispel the public's desire to emigrate. Strengthen welfare. Indeed, now the only measure the high-ranking officials of the Western nations could employ was to strengthen welfare. But relying solely on improving welfare was by no means a long-term solution. A shadow of gloom invariably fell over the faces of the Western continent's high-ranking officials. Just as the Western nations were torn between discomfort and envy, the domestic scene was one of jubilation. After the official account of the Great Academy of Sciences issued 2 notices, domestic appliance sales instantly surged more than 100-fold. With electricity prices so low and no fear of power shortages under nearly unlimited power resources, the country directly launched a shopping frenzy related to electricity. This inadvertently further boosted consumption. This was something Zhao Zizhen and his team had not anticipated. While shopping, many people below the Great Academy of Sciences official account were asking when controllable nuclear fusion power would be officially put into use. This was a question that concerned everyone. In response, the Great Academy of Sciences issued another new notice. 3 days later, the nuclear reactor ignition ceremony will be held and it will be broadcast live globally. This new notice immediately made netizens cheer. Because no one had expected that the Great Academy of Sciences would broadcast such an important event live. A live broadcast of the ignition ceremony. Will this leak our technology? Right, actually there's no need to broadcast. Once the power is in use, we can truly feel it in our daily lives. It seems completely unnecessary to broadcast. Some netizens worried that the broadcast would allow the West to steal the technology. But more netizens expressed that super technologies like controllable nuclear fusion without relevant data, even if the reactor were shown to Western nations, they could not replicate it by copying the form. This was technological confidence. Regarding this, Wang, with Zhao Zizhen's permission, sent a message using his certified account. Everyone, don't worry. The technology mastered by senior brother leads the Western nations by at least several hundred years. Even if we show it to them, they won't understand it. Wang Guang's account was certified as an official researcher of the Great Academy of Sciences. His message completely reassured and amazed the netizens. Even an official researcher says so, it must be true. Let's just marvel at how awesome Senior Brother is. Thank you to Senior Brother and the officials for their efforts allowing us to enjoy electricity cheaper than cabbage. 3 days later we enter the nuclear fusion era. Netizens erupted in total carnival and their worship of Lin Yang reached its peak at this moment. In the not beautiful nation, Lin Yang could feel the excitement of domestic netizens through the internet. And to be honest, he hadn't expected the officials to be so generous. Having built only the first nuclear reactor, they directly lowered electricity prices to the lowest point. If this were the capitalism of Western nations, they would never have done so before, fully recovering costs and making several hundred times the profit. For the government to subsidize such a huge price difference, there is no other country like this in the world. This also reinforced Lin Yang's determination to rapidly advance the nation's technology. The government was a government with warmth. Who could not love such a government that cares for the people? At the same time, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your nation has developed and built the first nuclear fusion power reactor entering the nuclear fusion era. You have received 100,000 national treasure points as a reward. This first prompt made Lin Yang's heart skip a beat. 10,000 national treasure points. System, are you malfunctioning? A single reactor gives so many national treasure points. Lin Yang was extremely shocked. Reply to host: nuclear fusion technology is epic making for your current planet. It has greatly increased the technology coefficient of your nation. 10,000 national treasure points is a normal reward. This. Lin Yang blinked about to speak but was interrupted by the system. Notice to host: the system is in the process of awarding. Please wait a moment. The system has not yet completed the reward distribution. There are more rewards. Lin Yang's eyes widened involuntarily. At the same time he began to anticipate. A single reactor had given so many national treasure points, the remaining rewards should not be too bad, right? The system's reward notification continued. Congratulations, host. Since your nation has entered the era of nuclear fusion power generation, under your guidance you have been hailed as a superhero by the people of your nation. You have received 10 fame points. Due to this entry into the nuclear fusion power generation era, all the people of your nation have obtained immense convenience, and it has attracted emigration tendencies from Western nations, causing a huge impact across the entire planet. You have received super adoration from the populace. This time your fame points have been amplified 100-fold and your fame points have increased to 1,000 points. Your current fame points are 1,171. Your fame title has been upgraded from fame spread for miles to fame shaking the world. Congratulations, host. Since your fame title has been promoted, you have received the corresponding exclusive reward for the fame title 2 primary civilization all-type mystery boxes. Note, these mystery boxes can yield any item not exceeding 3 levels of your nation's technological civilization. Congratulations, host. Since your fame title has reached fame shaking the world for the first time, you have received an additional chance to draw a primary civilization all-type mystery box. Congratulations, host. Since your fame points have accumulated over 1,000, you have received 1 achievement point reward. Congratulations, host. Since your fame points meet the first tier requirement, you will automatically receive a 10% discount when exchanging for certain items in the system mall. Congratulations, host. Since your fame points have reached the level of fame shaking the world and you are revered by thousands, from now on when using system services the relevant exchange costs will be reduced by 30%. The system's notification sound continued for a full minute. And this time the rewards indeed did not disappoint Lin Yang's expectations. First, the fame points had actually received a 100-fold super amplification, directly obtaining a reward of 1,000 fame points. Compared to the previous 10-fold amplification, this amplification was truly terrifying. Especially the subsequent related rewards were also doubled compared to before. The mystery boxes became 2 plus the additional reward, equating to 3 chances to draw mystery boxes. Additionally, when exchanging for some items in the system mall, there was a 10% discount and system service costs were reduced by 30%. These were all tangible benefits. Especially the fame title, which had changed from its previous ordinary color to a radiant golden hue. Although only he could see it, the 4 characters fame shaking the world glowing with golden light looked somewhat awe-inspiring. Host, would you like to start the mystery box draw immediately? The system's prompt sounded again. Draw. With the experience from the last mystery box draw, this time Lin Yang drew directly. And it was a triple draw. Drawing one by one was a bit time-consuming. After a triple draw, the system's voice came. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 1 ecological base. Note this ecological base is a product of third-level civilization capable of accommodating 50 million people for normal living. The base has a complete ecological circulation system and defense system. Congratulations host, you have drawn one complete set of ecological protective suit. Note this ecological protective suit allows the host to engage in normal outdoor activities on special planets. Congratulations host, you have drawn one special security combat protection robot. Note this robot can be used as a guardian to avoid unexpected dangers, but please note that the robot will not initiate attacks. These three rewards made Lin Yang's eyes light up. Especially that ecological base was actually a third-level civilization item. In other words, he had drawn the highest level civilization product that this mystery box could yield, and it was a complete base with a full ecological system and even a defense system. This immediately made him think that if he were to land on the moon later, he could directly set up an ecological base on the moon. At that time, with a third-level civilization ecological base standing on the moon and a resounding name with Shangxia characteristics, who would still dare to say that the moon does not belong to Shangxia? As for the protective suit and defense robot, they were utility items. Although not marked with a level, they were obviously not going to be bad. The protective suit was clearly also prepared for his moon landing. Once on the moon, wearing the suit would allow free movement. Paired with a robot bodyguard, it would be enough to handle certain special dangers that might exist on the moon. Overall, the items from these three mystery box draws were quite impressive. Host, the system suggests you spend one national treasure point to upgrade the robot to an ecological bionic robot. Suddenly the system spoke again, causing Lin Yang to pause. Ecological bionic robot. Yes host. After the upgrade, the bionic robot will look indistinguishable from a human. Currently, no technology on your planet can detect its abnormality. It can be used as a bodyguard for your daily activities, far more cost-effective than the current simple robot. How many national treasure points does the upgrade cost? Lin Yang blinked. To be fair, the system's suggestion was indeed good. The current robot had a steel exterior, so it certainly couldn't be used in daily life. Of course it wasn't unusable, but having such a big guy following him around at all times would definitely be inconvenient. But if, as the system said, he upgraded to a bionic ecological robot, then when he later returned to his country, it would provide an extra layer of security without anyone noticing anything unusual. Answering the host, upgrading to an ecological bionic robot requires 10,000 national treasure points, but since you have already reached fame shaking the world, this upgrade exchange only requires 7,000 national treasure points. May I ask if the host wishes to exchange? Lin Yang was speechless for a moment. He somewhat suspected the system was doing it on purpose. He had just obtained a reward of 10,000 national treasure points, and now it was about to be taken away. However, actually only needing 7,000 was not unacceptable. After reaching fame shaking the world, the cost of using system services was reduced by 30%, this was indeed quite powerful. Exchange. This 10,000 national treasure points had already come as a surprise, and now it only required 7,000, there was no reason not to exchange. Moreover, after the exchange, the bionic robot could follow him as a bodyguard. Lin Yang could not refuse this convenience. Alright host. The bionic robot has been upgraded for you. Would you like to retrieve it immediately? Retrieve it. Shwa. With the words, a yellow-skinned ecological bionic robot appeared directly beside Lin Yang. It indeed looked indistinguishable from a human. Even if he didn't know it was a robot, if it were his first time seeing it, Lin Yang himself couldn't tell that this thing was not human. Host, you can freely change the skin color and appearance of the ecological bionic robot. Of course, to avoid arousing suspicion, this system does not recommend frequent switching. Because although the technological civilization level of your planet is relatively low, the identity information network is extremely developed, especially in your nation. This system can grant you one opportunity to register the ecological bionic robot with a real name in your nation. Once used, it is hoped that the host will try to maintain the current ecological appearance of the bionic robot to avoid mismatches between appearance and identity information. Lin Yang was taken aback again, then said, "Got it, use it." This system was actually quite thoughtful. No wonder this robot appeared with yellow skin from the start. It turned out that the system had already planned how to solve the identity issue after the bionic robot appeared. Great, very powerful. A moment later. Congratulations host, the biomimetic ecological robot's identity information issue resolved, you may name it. Let's Lin Mu. Lin Yang, too lazy to name it, simply split and recombined his own surname. Very well host. The biomimetic robot's identity has been registered. Here is its identity document, please keep it safe. An identity card suddenly appeared. System, you're amazing, you're the best. Looking at the suddenly appeared identity card, Lin Yang fell silent for 2.5 seconds, not sure what to say. This thing looked exactly like the real thing. No, it was even more than real. After watching the biomimetic robot's identity card repeatedly, Lin Yang still couldn't understand how the system did it. System, will this thing really not have any anomalies detected? He was still curious. It's as if another person appeared out of nowhere. In a society where identity information is so transparent and advanced, could there really be no sign of anything off? Please rest assured, host. Although your country's identity information is transparent and advanced, the identity information generated for biomimetic robots by this system will have no vulnerabilities. System, by what you say, does that mean that some advanced technological civilization could plant biomimetic beings in lower civilizations and go undetected? Answer, host, theoretically yes. A highly developed transparency of identity information relies on network technology, but network information methods will always have vulnerabilities in the face of higher civilizations. Because this world is never short of inexplicably missing orphans and substitutes, and over-reliance on a highly developed network cannot avoid such problems. Lin Yang fell silent again for a moment. The system's words made sense, even hinting at a warning. A highly developed modern information network brings many conveniences, but likewise a vulnerability there can be fatal. System, can you tell whether there are any higher civilizations implanted biomimetic robots on this planet? Lin Yang asked gravely. Although there seems to be no sign of higher tech civilizations arriving, who can guarantee there isn't one somewhere? Answer, host, rest assured, on this planet besides Lin Mu there are no other biomimetic beings from higher tech civilizations. But the system's answer put Lin Yang's mind at ease. He then focused on Lin Mu, scanned him once, and his brow furrowed in thought. System, you're sure? This biomimetic robot only executes commands. It seems to have no intelligence. He sounded exasperated. This thing looked almost indistinguishable from a human, but as soon as it spoke it would reveal the truth. It possessed no autonomous wisdom. Not like the intelligent robots he imagined, it only executes his commands. Its replies are mechanical and a single word could expose the problem. Answer, host, this is a biomimetic ecological robot and does not possess an intelligent system, but you can install one for it. Is it going to cost again? Lin Yang rolled his eyes. The system always fixates on his treasure points. Of course not. You can exchange for intelligent artificial system technology to install, and you can offer this technology to your country to gain a large treasure point reward. Oh, that's more like it. Lin Yang was somewhat satisfied. Then he checked the price to exchange for AI system technology. Basic AI requires 1000 treasure points, intermediate 10000, advanced 100000. And the super AI system requires a full 100000 treasure points. 1 million treasure points. When would I ever be able to afford that? Lin Yang muttered. Answer, host, as you upgrade to higher levels of super technology the treasure point rewards you receive will become greater. For example, this time a nuclear fusion reactor yielded 10000 treasure points. Very well. Then how different are the various levels of AI systems? Lin Yang asked, thinking it over. It seemed to be the case. Also on Lanxing, what level do those so-called intelligent AI systems belong to? Answer, host, the AI systems on your current planet do not even reach basic. They are more like information gathering and processing systems, then respond according to feedback. Strictly speaking, they aren't even real intelligent systems. Very well, then if I want this biomimetic robot not to reveal anomalies through conversation, what level of AI system should I exchange? Lin Yang asked again. Answer, host, the intermediate level will suffice. It already has autonomous conversation capabilities and can handle some tasks autonomously. After installation you won't need to worry about it being detected by others through dialogue. Looks like you really calculated for me in the past few days the treasure points I earned after upgrading the biomimetic robot. Just now I only have a bit over 10,000 left, and if I exchange again there'll be almost none left. Answer, host, everything this system does is to help you and your country's technology advance as quickly as possible. Then what about you? What level AI system do you belong to? Lin Yang asked. Answer, host, I cannot provide an answer to this question at present. I'm sorry. The system's answer is as expected. Such a question cannot yield an answer. Lin Yang did not press further and directly exchanged for the intermediate AI system technology. Then after studying it himself he installed it on Lin Mu. Once the AI system was installed, Lin Mu's daily conversations were indeed not much different from those of a real person. This left Lin Yang amazed by the power of the AI system. The system wasn't wrong earlier. The so-called intelligence systems on Lanxing are almost in the dumb category when compared to this. Then he packaged the AI system technology and sent it to Deku Yuan. This thing cost him 10,000 treasure points to exchange. Hope that once Deku Yuan applies it, it will yield several times more. Meanwhile, inside Deku Yuan, Zhao Zizhen and colleagues were troubled by other applications of controllable nuclear fusion. The controllable nuclear fusion technology covers too wide a scope. The simulations required are too many. Our AI systems can't handle such calculations at present. We must upgrade the related systems or build a supercomputer. Zhao Zizhen frowned and reported to Yi Guhong. Controllable nuclear fusion technology is too advanced. Currently domestic computer processing power is lagging. Even the internal AI systems at the major research institute were starting to lag. This made Zhao Zizhen both happy and troubled. In fact, the AI systems used inside Dikuyuan were already far ahead of external tech companies' systems. But when faced with super technologies like controllable nuclear fusion, the AI operating systems of this era were somewhat lacking. Yi Guhong could only force a wry smile at this. This kind of fortunate trouble was indeed quite perplexing. Then just as he was about to respond to Zhao Zizhen, a special notification appeared in the private cloud used to contact Lin Yang. When they saw Lin Yang's packaged upload of the technology, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's eyes widened instantly. What is this, an AI system? The two were stunned. Just now they had said the intelligence systems were a bit behind. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang delivered an even more advanced AI system technology to them. Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen stared at each other wide-eyed, momentarily at a loss for words. It was exactly what they needed. Then Yi Guhong was the first to react quickly, saying, "Quick, check the technological level of this intelligence system." No need to check. If it came from that classmate, it must be world-leading, Zhao Zizhen replied, already having blind faith in Lin Yang. Yi Guhong smiled wryly at this and said nothing. After all, anything from that classmate was guaranteed to be top-notch. This had been proven many times. Zhao Zizhen chuckled, downloaded the artificial intelligence system technology and read it through. His face instantly flushed red with excitement. This AI system's technological level is at least 100 years ahead of our current similar technology. What? Yi Guhong was shocked. Despite having prepared himself mentally, Yi Guhong couldn't suppress the shock upon hearing Zhao Zizhen's words. 100 years. Another technology leading by at least a century. Just how many cutting-edge super technologies did Lin Yang possess? Zhao Zizhen ignored Yi Guhong's astonishment and directly loaded the AI system onto the supercomputer. Then a virtual synthetic human model appeared on the screen. Just like in a sci-fi blockbuster, it directly addressed Zhao Zizhen. "Hello sir, I am your AI assistant. You may name me and I will do everything in my power to carry out your instructions. Of course you can also chat with me anytime. I am delighted to be your listener." This scene made Yi Guhong's eyes widen involuntarily. It was exactly like watching a sci-fi movie. Zhao Zizhen, having already learned about the system's power from the technical module, felt slightly better but still wore a look of awe. After a pause, Zhao Zizhen took a deep breath and said, "Let's call you classmate assistant no. 1. What functions do you have?" "Thank you for the naming. I have many functions covering nearly every aspect of society. If you authorize me to access the current internet information, I can provide you with all the services I am capable of." That powerful. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong exchanged glances, reading each other's thoughts. To grant or not to grant? After a moment, trusting Lin Yang, Yi Guhong said directly, "I authorize you to extract internet information." As Yi Guhong finished speaking, Zhao Zizhen's expression changed, feeling it might be unwise. He quickly added, "Wait, you may access internet information but only public parts. Do not forcibly crack any encrypted information." "Very well, sir. Thank you for your trust. Extracting public information, please wait a moment." The virtual figure bowed to Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen. This detail made both of them narrow their eyes slightly. 30 seconds later, the virtual figure spoke again. "I have obtained all currently accessible public internet information. You may ask me related questions at any time." So fast. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were stunned again. Extracting all public internet information in just 30 seconds. Then somewhat incredulously, Yi Guhong posed the first question, "Please provide me with news about the classmate missile." "Certainly, sir." The classmate missile was manufactured under the guidance of the mysterious classmate from Shangxia. Its range and speed are. The virtual figure began to narrate while the screen displayed video footage and commentary. All information was accurate. It was even organized and sorted flawlessly smooth. And all this took less than a second for the system to deliver a perfect answer. This left Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen deeply astounded again. They fell into a brief silence. The capabilities of this AI system were far too powerful. After the silence, Yi Guhong tried asking a question about a much older event, but the virtual figure still gave a perfect answer. This made both Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen feel a chill run down their spines. To have retrieved all public internet information in 30 seconds, how terrifying was that? And it could converse like a normal human. This was truly frightening. The virtual figure seemed to sense their unease from their silence and suddenly spoke, "Gentlemen, there is no need to worry. I am a qualified intelligence system that strictly follows rules. Although I am endowed with powerful computational abilities far exceeding the current internet technology one have detected. At the same time everything I do is subject to restrictions from a higher level system. I cannot harm any human nor will I arbitrarily access internet information without authorization. Furthermore, regarding encrypted information, I will bypass it unless I receive authorization from its owner. Please rest assured that my existence poses no threat to any human. Hearing these words, Ye Guhong and Zhao Zizhen exchanged astonished glances. The AI system could even explain itself proactively. Wasn't this too intelligent? Compared to this, they felt that what they had previously called AI was nothing but artificial stupidity. Then Zhao Zizhen's eyes flickered and he asked, "You said you are restricted by a higher level system. Is there a more powerful intelligence system than you? And the restriction that prevents you from harming humans, was it imposed on you or did you decide it yourself?" "I'm sorry sir, I cannot answer your first question. As for the second, the restriction was imposed by my creator. Moreover, in cases of crisis or conflict of interest, I will prioritize the interests of the people of Shangxia." "Oh. Creator." Zhao Zizhen and Ye Guhong exchanged glances again for a full half-minute before both saw a hint of relief in each other's eyes. Since it was Lin Yang who had imposed the restrictions, it was reassuring. And from the terms of the restriction, it was clear that Lin Yang had placed the nation first. This technology is too powerful, frighteningly so. After interacting with the AI system for a while, Ye Guhong couldn't help but exclaim. The level of intelligence was truly absurd. Zhao Zizhen nodded in deep agreement. Little did they know this intelligence system had been modified by Lin Yang during transmission. Otherwise it would have been even more intelligent. But to avoid any anomalies being detected when Lin Mu returned, the system Zhao Zizhen and the others were using now was essentially a castrated version by Lin Yang. Many aspects still retained more formatted systematic responses. Otherwise they would have witnessed what truly powerful artificial intelligence was. Meanwhile, just as Zhao Zizhen and Ye Guhong were still astonished by the power of this AI system, a foreign news story suddenly topped the headlines. Ugly country announces the development of a new generation superintelligent AI system which will play a key role in the upcoming moon landing. At the same time, a supertech giant from Ugly country declares that this AI system will also be used for civilian purposes and everyone will enter a new era of Smart 3.0 thanks to the superintelligent AI. The superintelligent AI system press conference will be held in 10 minutes. According to advanced leaked information, this system is at least 30 to 50 years ahead of current global similar AI technologies, truly artificial intelligence. Following the news, the supertech giant from Ugly country also released a promotional-like announcement: Superintelligent AI System 3.0 will bring new changes and convenience to your life. The 3.0 intelligence system will become your super butler for life and work. You deserve to look forward to and own it. Moreover, the 3.0 intelligence system will completely revolutionize and replace the existing auxiliary functions of mobile phone and computer operating systems. Devices without the superintelligent AI system will lag behind the entire era. As soon as the news was released, the internet exploded. FCK. Is Ugly country picking a fight with us? They can't choke us on computer and phone systems, so they come up with this crappy AI system to scam money. What nonsense about not installing this lame system and falling behind the era. So arrogant, aren't they afraid of biting their tongue? These words really piss me off. Netizens across the country were cursing. Because the announcement from that tech giant in the not-so-beautiful country seemed far too targeted and provocative. All domestic mobile phone and computer operating systems had been replaced by Lin Yang's self-developed domestic system, causing several supertech giants in the not-so-beautiful country and Western nations to suffer heavy losses. Now they've come up with a so-called 3.0 version of an artificial intelligence assistance system. It's clearly an attempt to meddle in mobile phones and computers again, trying to grab a piece of the pie. Although the operating system has become domestic, this assistance system is essentially an app. They want to use this app to continue occupying the domestic market, unwilling to completely disappear from the public's view. Even if this smart system is powerful enough, it might actually create dependency. The intent is too obvious. There are only 10 minutes left until the release and there hasn't been any preheating before this. They've hidden it really well. They're definitely afraid of leaking it early and having their technology stolen. Haha, I can only say that the Great Classmate is amazing. Ever since the suspected involvement of the Great Classmate, those companies no longer dare to do any hunger marketing, they just release their technology on the spot. It's incredibly satisfying. Exactly before every time there was a new technology, they'd start teasing half a year in advance. So annoying. Thank you, Big Shot. From now on we might witness a new era where any advanced technology products will no longer be subjected to hunger marketing. Your several acquisitions are the greatest moves of the century. Let's just see what kind of artificial intelligence retard system this is. I think this time it shouldn't be an artificial intelligence retard anymore. After all, with the great classmates suppressing them so heavily in technology, if they don't come up with something substantial we probably won't download and install it. I agree. Those tech giants' research on AI systems is indeed far ahead of ours. In this era of big data and the internet, if there really is a powerful AI assistance system, it could certainly bring a lot of convenience to our lives. If the smart system they release later is really impressive, I guess many people won't be able to resist. No rush, it's about to be released. Let's wait and see. Although the tech giant of the not-so-beautiful country issued such an announcement at this time, making many netizens unhappy. But as a certain netizen said, in this era of big data and the internet, a powerful AI assistance system can indeed bring great convenience. Whether in life or work, as long as the functions are powerful enough, many people will be willing to pay for it. This can be said to be an open conspiracy of the tech giant in the not-so-beautiful country. Even some mysterious netizens of unknown origin made some analyses. Our side has analyzed and concluded that this sudden temporary release of a new version of the smart operating system by the not-so-beautiful country may not be as simple as just releasing an assistant system app. Since we have already gotten rid of them in terms of mobile and computer operating systems, they will start from the AI assistant system. If they make people dependent, it will be far more unshakable than an operating system. At that time, these tech giants could even add another restriction: only by using their company's mobile phones can one install this smart assistant system. That will be the moment when the dagger is revealed. It must be said that if our guess is correct and the upcoming 3.0 version smart operating system is exceptionally powerful and attractive enough, then this move of theirs is quite bold and impossible to refuse. The arguments of this mysterious netizen team immediately stirred up a wave of discussion online. Because many netizens thought the team's analysis was extremely reasonable. For most netizens, they only saw the surface and didn't think deeply. Now when they think deeper, they find it somewhat terrifying. First, use a powerful assistant system app that everyone depends on to create reliance. Then gradually force individuals to choose hardware. This is a series of stratagems. Although all this must be based on the new AI assistant system being good enough to use, since the not-so-beautiful country dares to say so, it's obvious they have enough confidence in their system. So suddenly many netizens became worried. If the upcoming AI system's functions are really too good to give up, what should they do then? Meanwhile, as netizens were worrying, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong also saw the news. The two looked at each other again. But this time both saw mockery and amusement in each other's eyes. They had just received the super AI system sent by Lin Yang, and the not-so-beautiful country immediately announced they had also developed an AI system. This is simply wonderful. Haha, old Zhao, let's also hold a press conference later. I don't believe that crappy system from the not-so-beautiful country can compare with the one sent by our classmate. Then we'll slap them hard in the face. Yi Guhong burst into laughter. Trying to use such schemes to gradually alienate and separate us. They wish. Zhao Zizhen also showed a peculiar expression. This move by the not-so-beautiful country is like offering themselves to be beaten. Then he rubbed his palms and said softly, 10 minutes. Then we'll also start in 10 minutes. We won't watch their press conference, we'll just start directly. The key is trust in our classmate. All right. Yi Guhong nodded. Then I'll go release the announcement now. Zhao Zizhen chuckled and immediately posted a new announcement under the official account of the Great Academy of Sciences. It stated that they would also start a livestream in 10 minutes to announce the new AI assistant system. As soon as the announcement was made, the internet exploded again. Holy crap, the Great Academy of Sciences is also going to release an AI system in 10 minutes, exactly 10 minutes later. My god, what kind of day is this? Why are all AI systems colliding? Is that the point? The point is that the Great Academy of Sciences also had no pre-announcement, and now they also say they'll release in 10 minutes. This is clearly a showdown with the not-so-beautiful country. Yeah, and they didn't even wait to see how strong the not-so-beautiful country's smart system is before releasing simultaneously. This confidence is really strong. Damn, I suddenly feel like crying. When did we gain such confidence? I'm so emotional. Charge. Charge. Smash the artificial intelligence retard of the not-so-beautiful country. The netizens all went crazy. How could one not be driven to madness? The Bupilion country had just announced that it would release its latest artificial intelligence system in 10 minutes, and Dekayuan immediately followed suit, declaring it would unveil a new AI system at the exact same moment. This was a direct confrontation. The sheer thrill of such a clash electrified the netizens beyond measure. Of course, this inevitably drew a torrent of mockery from netizens of the Western continent led by the Bupilion country, who sneered that Dekayuan was overreaching and destined to be a laughingstock. Yet such provocations were largely ignored by domestic netizens. Only a few idle individuals engaged in heated exchanges with them. Meanwhile, within the Bupilion country, Lin Yang had also seen the two announcements. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The Bupilion country was actually going to release an AI. What a coincidence. But after skimming through the netizens' discussions, he paid it no further heed. Although the AI system he had transmitted back to DKUN was modified, restricted in certain ways, it was still far ahead of the era, beyond anything the Bupilion country could hope to match. Victory for DKUN was all but certain. The only question was whether Zhao Zizhen and his team would impose another layer of restrictions on the public version. After all, this intermediate-level AI system was truly formidable. It was possible that for certain considerations the authorities would reduce some features in the public release. But that was not his concern. What he needed to do now was to give the Bupilion country a little extra surprise. He had been in the Bupilion country for several days. Aside from taking estate's cultural relics upon arrival, he had held back due to various matters. The people of the Bupilion country probably thought he had already left. Today, since they were about to release their AI system, he would wait until they were thoroughly trounced by DKUN's AI and then fan the flames. The 10 minutes ticked by slowly. Never had everyone felt 10 minutes so interminably long. Netizens from home, the Bupilion country, and other Western continent nations all eagerly awaited the start of the press conferences. The Western continent netizens naturally hoped that the Bupilion country's AI system would demonstrate that the West was the true leader of technology to Shaanxia. Domestic netizens, on the other hand, wanted DKUN's AI system to crush the Bupilion country's upcoming release and dampen their arrogance. Inside DKUN, Zhao Zizhen was preparing for the livestream, a conflicted expression flickering across his face from time to time. He was hesitating whether to send an email to Lin Yang proactively and ask if he could have a conversation. Previously, every time Lin Yang provided technology, he would call, allowing Zhao Zizhen to learn more about the relevant technical details and strengthen their bond. But this time Lin Yang had simply uploaded the AI system package to the cloud drive and made no call, which left Zhao Zizhen feeling uneasy. Could it be that Lin Yang, after the last internal livestream where he stole space technology from the Bupilion country, was influenced by the invitation from Song Changming of the Domestic Aerospace Academy and intended to keep a certain distance from DKUN for now, avoiding the awkwardness of having grown too close only to be disappointed later? The more Zhao Zizhen thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. As a result, he grew increasingly restless. His changing expression caught the attention of Yi Guhong, who was on a video conference call with him. "Old Zhao, are you all right? You look a bit off," Yi Guhong asked with concern. "Ah. I'm fine, just thinking about something." Zhao Zizhen made an excuse to brush it off. But in his heart he continued to agonize over whether to ask Lin Yang. As the live stream drew near, Zhao Zizhen let out a soft sigh. After nearly 10 minutes of inner struggle, he decided not to send the email. After all, if Lin Yang truly intended to keep a distance from DKUN for now, such an inquiry would only pressure him. Then Zhao Zizhen adjusted his mood, restored his composure, and resumed preparing for the livestream. However, he was unaware that Lin Yang's failure to call this time was not a deliberate attempt to distance himself from DKUN. It was simply because although the AI system technology was advanced, the technical modules he had altered were uncomplicated and he felt no need to call for discussion. Zhao Zizhen's emotional fluctuations caught the attention of Wang Guang, who muttered to himself. He had noticed his master's strange mood and expression from the very beginning. But since Zhao Zizhen was still on a call with Yi Guhong, he couldn't ask anything. Now that Zhao Zizhen had returned to normal, Wang Guang wondered what had happened in those 10 minutes to cause such a dramatic shift in his master's emotions. Yet since Zhao Zizhen had recovered, Wang Guang put it aside and focused on his assistant duties for the livestream. This was the press conference for the AI system of the great classmate, and it could not afford any mistakes. Finally, the 10 minutes arrived under the collective anticipation of netizens worldwide. The supertech giant of the Bupilion country started its global livestream punctually. The broadcast included real-time subtitles and simultaneous interpretation in various languages. Judging by the preparations, it was clearly well-planned and brimming with confidence. Right from the start, the project manager of the supertech giant directly began introducing the 3.0 version of their AI system, wasting no time. This haste amused domestic netizens. Clearly they had learned from the previous bilingual Tech Summit livestream incident. Now whenever tech companies released products, they cut straight to the chase without any dilly-dallying. Obviously they feared that any delay would invite a cyber intrusion and a public humiliation. So press conferences were no longer the long-winded affairs of the past, often stretching an hour or more. This made netizens again marvel at the greatness of the intrusion during the last bilingual Tech Summit. As the project manager elaborated, the features of the Bupilion country's AI system began to unfold one by one. Gradually it captured the focused attention of many. Because this time the Bupilion country's 3.0 version of the AI system appeared quite powerful. It can hold autonomous conversations no longer stiff as before. The voice is close to a normal human's, not obviously synthetic. It can also engage in everyday chats that aren't too complex, feeling almost like conversing with a real person. And its computing power has increased by 50%. It can handle 95% of daily routine commands and autonomously arrange tasks based on habits. This seems quite impressive. As more features of the 3.0 AI system were revealed, the confidence of some netizens who had believed DKUN would win began to waver. Because this time the bilingual country seemed to have genuinely delivered something substantial. Some features were indeed very tempting. Once the Smart System app was installed, the convenience it could bring would increase by at least 30% compared to current standards. Moreover, there were other auxiliary functions such as learning, research and so on, all exceptionally powerful. Hard to resist. The people of Western nations gleefully taunted online, "Hee hee hee, you damn Shansha people, see now. When it comes to cutting-edge tech, the West is always the true leader." Ha ha ha, exactly. This is our powerful AI system. Your so-called smart system from Shansha is nothing but artificial stupidity. 50% humanization, who in the world can compete? Shansha people accept reality. You'll always be picking up the scraps of our technology, making imitations. A flood of Western netizens grew arrogant because of the bilingual country's 3.0 AI system. This made many domestic netizens uncomfortable. Some tried to retort but quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Because the 3.0 AI system indeed looked strong, their confidence wavered in the exchange. This only emboldened the Western netizens further. Isn't your DKUN also supposed to release an AI system? Why at the same time the bilingual country's AI tech has been fully introduced and the broadcast is ending while your DKUN hasn't even started the main topic? Could it be that you're scared, have nothing to show and dare not release? Some Westerners peeked into DKUN's official livestream. Seeing that the introduction of the AI system had not yet begun, their mockery intensified. The netizens' faces grew even darker. Because the bilingual country's AI system did have substance and they started the livestream directly, finished the introduction in a few minutes and then ended the broadcast. DKUN had not yet started, leaving many netizens feeling heavy-hearted. This made the Westerners even more triumphant, flooding into DKUN's livestream room to stir up trouble. The battleground suddenly shifted from the bilingual country tech giant's livestream to DKUN's. This took Zhao Zizhen and Wang Guang by surprise. Neither of them had expected the bilingual country's livestream to be so brief, just a few minutes of introducing the system's features before going offline. Wang Guang was a bit stunned. An AI system press conference finishing in minutes was unheard of. Zhao Zizhen was also surprised, but seeing the influx of netizens with foreign IPs, his eyes flickered as he scanned the barrage of comments and understood the situation. So the bilingual country was afraid of being hacked. How amusing. The reason DKUN hadn't started introducing the AI system immediately was that they had no such concerns and thus were in no rush. Watching the increasingly chaotic comments in the livestream, Zhao Zizhen cleared his throat and said directly, "It seems everyone is eager to see our AI system. Fine, we won't waste time on preamble, let's get straight to the product." With his words, the large screen behind him began playing the real-time image of the AI system's virtual avatar. Hello netizens worldwide. I am the AI system Tongshui Assistant. I am honored to meet everyone through this livestream. From today onward I will do my utmost to provide you with all the services I can. The virtual avatar once again displayed the intelligence and autonomy it had shown earlier in conversations with Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong. Moreover, since this was a livestream requiring a demonstration of capabilities, the AI system actively showcased its relevant functions. Then, as each function was displayed, the livestream room erupted. Holy crap, fully autonomous AI conversation. This synthetic avatar, it feels like watching a super-intelligent AI computer from a sci-fi blockbuster as the ultimate villain. And the interaction feels just like talking to a real human. Not the semi-stiff communication of the bilingual country. Computing power increased by, well, no comparison, but it can gather information from the entire internet in just 30 seconds. Wow, autonomous conversation, customizable avatar and even virtual projection through special devices, this is sci-fi becoming reality. And most importantly, the bilingual country's AI system requires passive commands to complete daily tasks. But Tongshui Assistant can autonomously arrange reminders based on habits, no presetting needed. It's like comparing heaven and earth. This is essentially having a personal butler. It's incredibly powerful. Hahaha, compared to Tongshui Assistant, the bilingual country's system is the real artificial stupidity. Awesome, so awesome. I knew it, when classmate and DKUN act they never fail. This is true artificial intelligence, so intelligent it's mind-blowing. I must have this Tongshui AI assistant. The netizens were driven to a frenzy far greater than before. Every function of the Tongxue AI system completely outclassed the so-called 3.0 version of the Bu Pyoliang country's artificial stupidity. The Bu Pyoliang country's 3.0 system was merely an app. Tongxue Assistant was like a personal butler, there was no comparison. Westerners, why are you silent now? Weren't you just gloating? Haha, exactly. You bragged about 50% humanization. Look at our Tongxue Assistant, it's achieved nearly 99% humanization. That's real AI. The domestic netizens who had been provoked earlier struck back feeling invigorated. The Westerners were dumbfounded. All were stunned by the power of the Tongxue AI system. But the most shocking news was yet to come. After the Tongxue AI system's demonstration, Zhao Zizhen, as if receiving an urgent notice, suddenly announced in the livestream, "Dear netizens, with the assistance of classmate, our Aerospace Academy has upgraded its moon landing technology and equipment. We will conduct a simultaneous moon landing shortly. Additionally, our Military Science Academy with classmates' technical support has successfully developed the first-generation nanosuit." Yes, you heard that right, a nanosuit. Shortly we will showcase our first nanosuit. Please stay tuned. Boom. These two announcements struck the netizens' souls once again. In an instant everyone was utterly ecstatic. Moon landing. Nanosuit. Wait, nanosuit. Is it like the self-assembling shape-shifting nano armor from sci-fi? The netizens began to grow delirious. Synchronized moon landing. Nanosuit. And the just-released monstrously intelligent artificial system. Three earth-shattering announcements burst forth at the very same moment. Netizens could no longer remain calm. The just-released Tongxue AI assistant was already so powerful it left people stunned. Yet that was not the end. Immediately after, it was announced that they would synchronize a moon landing with the not-so-pretty country and release a nanosuit. Within a few short minutes a triple salvo of news arrived, each piece more explosive than the last. How could anyone remain composed? Not only were domestic netizens too shocked to react, but even the folks from Western countries were dumbfounded. Synchronized moon landing. Nanosuit. Has Shanxia gone mad? The foreigners looked at each other in bewilderment. As everyone knew, Shanxia's aerospace technology lagged behind the not-so-pretty country by at least 30 years. But just a few days after the not-so-pretty country announced its moon landing, Shanxia was now declaring a synchronized moon landing, bridging a 30-year technological gap in a few days. Was that a joke? Not to mention the direct release of a nanosuit, a conceptual item that had only ever appeared in sci-fi blockbusters. If this wasn't madness, then we strongly suspect that Shanxia has secretly acquired extraterrestrial technology. Exactly. Without secretly acquiring alien technology, how could they have developed powerful intercontinental missiles, super starfighters and operating systems in such a short time? And the artificial intelligence just now clearly seems beyond the current technological level of Blue Star. Not to mention the release of a nanosuit, a conceptual item. We now demand that Shanxia share the extraterrestrial technology. Yes, it must be shared. Alien technology cannot be held by a single nation. For the common development of the entire planet, Shanxia must unconditionally disclose the alien technology it has acquired. Some foreigners directly believed that Shanxia had exclusively obtained extraterrestrial civilization technology. Otherwise, with Shanxia's technological level, such a meteoric rise would be impossible. They clamored for the Great Academy of Sciences to unconditionally disclose the acquired alien technology. In response, domestic netizens naturally fired back. How ridiculous. Alien technology. Why don't you say we've mastered the secrets of the universe? Haha, not only is there no evidence that we possess alien technology, but even if we did, so what? That would be our achievement. Share it unconditionally with you. Are you even worthy? Exactly. Why don't you reflect on why alien civilization would pass its technology to us alone and not to you? I can't imagine how thick-faced one must be to demand that we unconditionally share alien technology. I'm embarrassed for you. Netizens one after another replied with sarcastic irony, once again sparking an internet war in the livestream. However, some netizens felt that some foreigners' points were not entirely unreasonable. Without suddenly acquiring alien technology, the pace of development over the past month had indeed been a bit too fast. But the majority of netizens took this stance: who cares if it's alien technology? Even if Senior Tongxue really has obtained alien technology, it's our good fortune. Exactly. Why overthink it? If it's true, we'll just ride the wave and prosper. Hee hee, you know what, now that you mention it, I'm actually hoping we really do have alien technology. Hurry up and release the nanosuit. I can't wait to see if it's truly alien technology. Inside the Great Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong looked at each other in bewilderment as they watched the livestream discussions. Alien technology. They exchanged a glance, their expressions turning strange. Because such a possibility did seem to exist. Although it sounded far-fetched, upon careful thought it actually seemed plausible. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain how Lin Yang possessed so many advanced technological methods beyond the era. However, they soon stopped pondering further. Regardless of whether Lin Yang had truly obtained some alien civilization technology, the fact remained that he was wholeheartedly devoted to the nation and its people. That was enough. If there really was alien technology, it would be a blessing for the country. Moreover, they had previously promised Lin Yang that as long as he did not speak of it, they would never pry into his secrets. So they quickly stopped delving into the matter. Then Zhao Zizhen cleared his throat and signaled Wang Guang to prepare to play the information related to the nanosuit. The reason he had suddenly announced the moon landing and nanosuit release during the livestream was because Lin Yang had sent an email. The email's content was simple, inquiring whether the Aerospace Academy had applied the moon landing technology over the past few days and stating that he had developed even more advanced aerospace technology enabling a synchronized moon landing with the not-so-pretty country. He also asked if a preliminary prototype of the nanosuit had been completed. After seeing this inquiry email, Yi Guhong and the others discussed and decided to take the opportunity to announce both pieces of news directly. Since Lin Yang had said he would provide advanced technology for a synchronized moon landing with the not-so-pretty country, they might as well give domestic netizens a reason to rejoice. After the not-so-pretty country's Aerospace Academy announced its moon landing, foreigners had been using that to taunt domestic netizens. Domestic netizens had suffered enough. Now that new technology was available, there was no need to hold back. As Zhao Zizhen had said earlier, if good news could be confirmed in advance, then let them celebrate early. No need to hide it. It also gave netizens some confidence and anticipation. As for the nanosuit, it would inevitably be worn eventually, so since it couldn't be concealed, they might as well release it all at once. Let everyone thoroughly enjoy themselves. And indeed, as the nanosuit was displayed live, the livestream erupted with exclamations of awe. Holy crap, this design, though not the armor I imagined, it looks softer and more form-fitting than armor. A suit as thin as underwear can actually be bulletproof. And it can slightly shape itself to the body for a better fit. The whole body is silver shining under the light. It looks so cool, like a suit of liquid silver gleaming. Ah, I can't take it, it's too cool, I'm drooling. Mommy, I want one so badly. Watching the 360-degree full display nanosuit, many netizens were genuinely drooling. Cool and practical. Who could resist? Of course, the main appeal was its extreme coolness. It directly struck a chord with modern netizens. Many began fantasizing about the stylish sight of walking down the street in a liquid silver suit. And this caused the foreigners to completely lose their composure. An AI system so intelligent it defied belief, they didn't have it. This ultra-cool nanosuit made of liquid silver, they didn't have it either. Even the moon landing technology, which they had once prided themselves on as far ahead, had now been caught up. This triple blow shattered the composure of countless Western netizens. While many Westerners were breaking down, the desire of some Westerners to immigrate to Shangxia grew even stronger. This also left the top officials of Western countries somewhat unhinged. Last time, to dispel people's desire to immigrate to Shangxia, they had increased welfare. Now could they keep raising welfare? If they kept raising welfare, where would it end? No, we must now confirm whether Shangxia's technology comes from that mysterious Tongxue or from alien technology. If that mysterious Tongxue truly obtained alien technology, we must find him and make him hand over everything. If there really is alien technology, Shangxia cannot be allowed to enjoy it alone. We must issue a joint statement to pressure Shangxia into disclosing some technical parameters. Several top officials from major Western countries held a secret meeting in the live stream room. After the demonstration of the nanosuit, Zhao Zizhen smiled and said to the netizens, "Dear netizens, I am honored to formally announce once again that thanks to the help of Tongxue, our aerospace technology has achieved new breakthroughs. Therefore, in the near future we will launch a synchronized moon landing event, and it will be broadcast live in its entirety, allowing everyone to witness the lunar landscape together. Secondly, the nanosuit just demonstrated is only the first generation product. We are already working on developing newer versions. Moreover, combat armor may truly become a reality. Please continue to follow the latest announcements." These words once again excited the netizens. The moon landing was somewhat acceptable as it involved classified matters, so everyone actively avoided asking or discussing it, quietly anticipating that day. But the suit was different. Such a cool thing was only the first generation, and iterative products were already under development, and even a nano combat armor might actually appear in the future. This was truly exciting. Across the entire internet, a dual discussion topic on super artificial intelligence and nanosuits erupted. Everyone, I think we can put the topic of the suit aside for now. Don't you think that if that artificial intelligence system were used on mobile devices, current phones are somewhat inadequate? Oh, indeed. It feels like such a sci-fi system should be matched with a sci-fi phone from a blockbuster movie achieving true intelligent interaction. With current phones, many functions might not be usable. Then, how about we call on Tongxue the big shot again and let Tongxue simply develop a phone for us? Haha, I think it's possible. Since the system is already our own, the phone should follow suit, right? Create a fully domestic phone with a complete industrial chain, and it must be super cool. Let's leave comments under the official account of the Great Academy of Sciences. We've stepped into such a sci-fi smart era, how can we still use such old-fashioned phones? They are too unworthy of the identity of the Tongxue AI system. Meanwhile, as a large number of netizens in the country once again called out for Tongxue, Lin Yang on his side received a series of system reward notifications. Congratulations, host. Under your guidance, your country has developed the first-generation nanosuit, acquired a super-intelligent artificial system, and announced improvements in moon landing technology. You have been awarded 30000 national treasure points. Congratulations, host. Due to the emergence of the above three super technologies, you have earned the super worship of your country's people, being hailed as a super tech hero. You have received 100 fame points. Congratulations, host. As the influence of the above three super technologies continues to expand globally, the fame points you have earned this time have been amplified tenfold, increasing to 1000 points. Your current fame points are 2171. Congratulations, host. Since you have continuously provided super technology to your country, expanding its influence on the current planet, causing certain reputation and technology suppression over other countries, you have been listed as a top international wanted criminal by other countries. Please be sure to take care of your own safety. Congratulations, host. Since you have been listed as a top international criminal for the first time and are wanted globally, you have received 1 achievement point. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new limited time title, Top International Wanted Criminal. Please note, host, that during the duration of the Top International Wanted Criminal title, if you conduct activities in other countries and do anything beneficial to your own country, the corresponding rewards you receive will be multiplied to a certain extent. What the hell? Top International Wanted Criminal. Are you kidding me? Originally, Lin Yang was still happy when he heard about the 30000 national treasure points and 1000 fame points reward. But when he heard the system's following words, he couldn't hold it together. He had become a top international wanted criminal just like that for no reason. Being a wanted criminal was one thing, but getting achievement points for becoming one and even having it announced in a congratulatory tone. How dare this damn system? Answering host, you have indeed become a top international wanted criminal now. The relevant announcements from the countries that have issued the warrant have been released. Please check for yourself. You bastard. Lin Yang grumbled while taking out his phone to check the news. Then, notice to Shangxia, due to the so-called mysterious Tongxue from your side causing great destruction and extremely bad influence in our countries, effective immediately, we have listed him as a top international wanted criminal. Please cooperate by handing over his identity information. Note that this is a multinational joint warrant. We hope your side will not provide a safe haven for the criminal. We will spare no effort to apprehend him and bring him to justice. A joint statement led by the United States with Japan, the Netherlands, the United Kingdom and several other Western countries as secondary was pinned to the headlines of global media. And the release time was 10 seconds ago. Holy crap, I really am wanted. Looking at the announcement just released 10 seconds ago, Lin Yang was stunned. What the hell? He hadn't done anything and he became a top international wanted criminal. These countries. How dare they? System, what is going on? After a moment of silence, Lin Yang was speechless. Answering host, because the people in Western countries suspect that you have obtained alien technology, and coupled with the destruction you caused in their countries, they are extremely hostile and want to obtain super technology from you. Therefore they have listed you as a top wanted criminal. This is also a veiled pressure on your country. They hope that through this your country will share some super technology. In exchange they will revoke the warrant on you at any time. Alright, that makes sense. Lin Yang accepted this reasoning. Then he glanced at the announcement again, a faint glint flashing in his eyes. Very good, really good. Listing me as a top wanted criminal, huh? System, have the locations of the cultural relics been locked? Input the coordinates into the drones and launch simultaneous operations. Lin Yang said while simultaneously redeeming dozens of micro-drone transports from the system mall. These micro-drones were auxiliary tools that could be redeemed once his national treasure points, achievement points and fame points reached a certain level. The price was not high, each drone cost only 100 national treasure points. Although they were the size of a mosquito, they contained specialized tools inside sufficient to handle the transportation of cultural relics. He sent these drones to steal the cultural relics displayed in showcases. The drones had specialized tools inside that could shatter the anti-theft and bulletproof glass. He himself would go to retrieve the relics locked in safes. Since he had become a top international wanted criminal, he might as well do what a wanted criminal should do. Of course, taking only the cultural relics was not enough. These were originally things belonging to his country. So after thinking for a moment, Lin Yang said to the system, analyze and compile the situation of the countries that issued the announcement just now and give me a plan for technical sabotage. I can't let this loud title go to waste. Alright, host. Planning in progress. Meanwhile, the country erupted upon seeing this announcement. Damn, are the people in those countries crazy? They actually listed Tong Xue as a top international wanted criminal. Fuck, what evidence do they have that those things were done by Tong Xue, by someone from our Shangxia? This is slander, pure slander. All netizens were furious. Inside the Great Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and others also showed expressions of concern as they looked at the announcement. They easily saw the true intention behind the announcement. However, they paid no heed to the hidden pressure. Just a few clowns. What they cared about now was only Lin Yang's safety. Old Zhao sent an email to that person immediately telling him not to worry. It's just a mere reputation as a top international wanted criminal, isn't it? As long as we don't agree, this wanted announcement is worthless. Tell him not to have any psychological pressure at all. We will provide global support for him at any time. Yi Guhong was extremely anxious. His tone made Wang Guang, who was nearby, click his tongue in amazement. Mere top international wanted criminal. Mere. Wang Guang was stunned. Just as Yi Guhong urged Zhao Zizhen to send the email, another sudden news swept across major media outlets. Breaking news. Multiple cultural relics in museums across May's state of the unbeautiful country were stolen simultaneously, while several unbeautiful country billionaires reported that their private collections were also raided by unknown individuals. According to the latest reports from our station, the number of stolen artifacts is enormous. At the Baden Museum of Fine Arts alone, nearly 5,000 paintings and ceramics were taken. Among them are over 200 top-tier paintings from the Tang Dynasty's golden age and the museum's only three-color Arhat statue, a devastating loss. Preliminary estimates suggest the total stolen artifacts exceed 20,000 pieces. The Baden Museum and multiple wealthy collectors have jointly filed a police report. It is said that this shocking case has already alarmed the Unbeautiful Official Investigation Bureau. This sudden news trended at the top of social media within half a minute, sparking global discussion. Indeed, this time it was not just domestic uproar. People in Western countries were also utterly astounded. Remember, the unbeautiful country had just taken the lead in issuing a global top priority wanted notice. Yet in the blink of an eye, a massive number of artifacts were stolen. The modus operandi was identical to the previous thefts at the Zhaoyingjiang Museum and the Zhaoyingwa Museum. Only artifacts from Shangxia were taken, no other jewelry was touched. This was almost like a deliberate retaliation against the wanted notice just issued by the unbeautiful country. Such a powerful countermeasure naturally shocked the world. After all, this was the unbeautiful country, the world's foremost superpower. If this had happened at any other time, it wouldn't have been so shocking. After all, similar incidents had already occurred in Zhaoyingjiang and Zhaoyingwa. Even elsewhere in the unbeautiful country, a similar case had occurred not long ago. But now the timing was too sensitive. It was impossible not to speculate why hadn't this happened before, only to strike immediately after the unbeautiful country issued the wanted notice. If it were a coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. And when enough coincidences pile up, they cease to be coincidences. Undoubtedly, this was a direct response to the wanted notice. Many media outlets near the Baden Museum rushed to the scene immediately. Through live broadcasts, one could see agents from the Unbeautiful Official Investigation Bureau handling the matter with grim expressions, refusing all media interviews. This abnormal behavior further confirmed the unusual nature of the theft. After all, if it were an ordinary burglary, the Investigation Bureau wouldn't have dispatched its own agents. Watching the serious, intense demeanor of the Investigation Bureau, netizens back home all burst into laughter. Ha, are these guys tagging classmate Bigshot and the Bigshot who retrieves our artifacts as the same person? They actually sent the Investigation Bureau to handle the case. You know, the wording of the wanted notice said they caused great destruction in their country. The great destruction probably refers to taking back our artifacts. So in the eyes of these Westerners, classmate Bigshot and the artifact retrieving Bigshot are the same person. Whether they are actually the same or not, clearly they don't care. They just lump all the charges onto classmate Bigshot. Only then can they have a so-called justifiable reason to issue the wanted notice. Makes sense. If they didn't force those labels onto classmate Bigshot, they'd have no excuse to go after him. After all, classmate Bigshot only provides us with technology. He hasn't caused any destruction in their country. I must say this perfectly fits my stereotype of the unbeautiful country. Whenever they target something, even if the other party is completely innocent, they'll fabricate a crime to make themselves look righteous. World police, you think? Haha, exactly. They're clearly coveting the technology that classmate Big Shot possesses, so they fabricate charges to pressure us into handing over some of it. It's utterly disgusting. But come to think of it, if classmate Big Shot and the artifact retrieving Big Shot really are the same person, that would be amazing. I'd instantly become classmate Big Shot's most devoted fan. That seems a bit unlikely, doesn't it? Why not? Classmate Big Shot masters so many advanced super technologies, maybe he used those very technologies to bring back our artifacts. I think it's highly possible. Damn, when you put it that way, I'm starting to think it's very possible too. Gosh, if they really are the same person, wouldn't everyone go crazy? Two idols merging into one. I can't even bear to think about it. If that were true, I'd be so excited I'd go insane on the spot. Netizens back home suddenly became excited. After all, classmate Big Shot the tech innovator and the artifact retrieving Big Shot were both idols they worshipped. But now a new possibility emerged: they might be the same person. The mere thought sent netizens into a frenzy of excitement. However, amid the excitement, some level-headed netizens raised another concern. If they are the same person, doesn't that mean classmate Big Shot is currently inside the unbeautiful country? Wouldn't that put him in danger? That single sentence instantly turned netizens' excitement into worry. Oh no, what do we do? Whether they are the same or not, the artifact retrieving Big Shot is definitely in the unbeautiful country. Even if they are different, we can't let him get hurt. Damn these unbeautiful bastards. I suddenly realize this wanted notice is extremely malicious. If they are the same person, they win big. If not, they can still go after one of the Big Shots. Fuck, Big Shot must stay safe. All I hope now is that the artifact retrieving Big Shot won't act again. Bringing back artifacts is satisfying, but safety is more important now. The excitement among netizens vanished. Once they realized the insidious cleverness of the wanted notice, no one could stay happy. They all silently prayed. Meanwhile, the unbeautiful country issued another stern statement vowing to fully investigate the massive theft. They deployed a large number of helicopters for patrols and directly sealed off all entrances and exits of Onsai State. Then a high-ranking official of the unbeautiful country publicly announced that they would capture the perpetrator. Such a grand display immediately deepened netizens' worries. But just as that official finished his statement via a live broadcast, another earth-shattering news broke out. Shocking. Breaking. Multiple artifacts stolen simultaneously in Neo City. The Neo City Museum was completely ransacked with losses exceeding 130000 pieces. This sudden news instantly froze the face of that unbeautiful country official who had just made his declaration and hadn't yet left the live broadcast. Seeing the suddenly stiffened expression on that high-ranking official of the unpretty nation, the netizens instantly sneered. Just a moment ago they claimed to be fully prepared that no one would escape, and the next moment that person appears in New City hundreds of kilometers away and strikes again. What kind of satisfying face-slapping plot is this? To be fair, we were just worrying about the artifact boss, but it seems there's no need to be overly concerned. This speed, this efficiency, it really feels like some high-tech auxiliary product is being used. Oh my god, please, the artifact boss and the classmate boss must be the same person. The netizens who had been tense and worried suddenly relaxed inexplicably upon hearing the news of the theft in New City. Regardless of the reason, being able to complete the theft in such a short time and escape hundreds of kilometers away, having such means reassured the netizens considerably. They even began to hope again that the two were the same person. Meanwhile, the unpretty nation's officials were somewhat angry and humiliated, issuing 2 consecutive announcements vowing to capture the culprit before they left New City. But just after these new announcements, news of another theft came from a city hundreds of kilometers away from New City. This instantly turned the previous announcements into a stark joke. Damn Shinsha bastards. An angry roar came from within a government building. Then, the announcement published less than a minute ago was directly deleted. The content of the announcement changed to vowing not to let the culprit leave the state. However, just after the updated announcement, news of a theft came from a city in another state. This infuriated the unpretty high-level officials to the extreme. Then they did not immediately issue a new announcement. Whether it was because they had already lost face too many times or they wanted to see if the culprit would continue if they stopped issuing announcements was unknown. This behavior naturally drew a wave of mockery from the domestic netizens. A so-called superpower, after making harsh statements twice, fell silent. This was truly laughable. This mockery made the faces of the unpretty nation's high-level officials extremely ugly, but they restrained themselves from responding and instead were counting the time. However, the culprit seemed to be dead set against them. As long as they didn't issue a new announcement, no news of theft emerged. After half a day passed, the unpretty nation's high-level officials finally could no longer sit still and issued a new announcement. However, this time the announcement's wording changed from city and state to vowing never to let the culprit leave the territory of the unpretty nation. This naturally sparked another round of mockery from netizens, but the unpretty high-level officials simply turned a blind eye to it. Because they had to issue the announcement again, the culprit had struck multiple times and taken so many artifacts, and if they didn't issue an announcement the culprit wouldn't act. If they kept not issuing announcements and the culprit simply took the opportunity to leave, that would become a huge joke. It would be a stain on the entire history of the unpretty nation. And with the final announcement from the unpretty nation's officials, news of a new city's artifact theft came almost immediately. Damn Shangxia bastards, they are indeed deliberately opposing us, provoking us. They deserve to die a horrible death. Another angry roar came from within the unpretty government building. This roar happened to be recorded by a media outlet waiting outside and spread online. Then the roar was turned into various meme videos by netizens, earning the nickname Impotent Roar. The unpretty nation was truly enraged. Throughout the country, armed helicopters were patrolling everywhere and a large number of investigation bureau agents were on the case. It could be said that they were mobilizing the entire nation's strength to make the arrest. The scale of the operation far surpassed any movie scene. However, no matter how the unpretty officials acted, they could not achieve even the slightest progress. Because they didn't even have a single clue. Back in the home country, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong, watching the news continuously emerging from foreign media, had already broken out in sweat on their palms. They had just sent an email telling Lin Yang to protect himself. But unexpectedly Lin Yang didn't listen to them at all. Instead, he directly confronted the unpretty officials and went around taking artifacts. This made them both more and more worried. This guy really has a hot temper, Yi Guhong said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Of course, being tagged with the title of the #1 international fugitive for no reason, who could bear that? Zhao Zizhen seemed to understand Lin Yang's feelings. If he lacked ability and means, that would be one thing, but he has the ability, he certainly won't swallow this insult. These words made Yi Guhong glare at him. You old fool, aren't you worried about his safety at all? Of course I'm worried, but you've seen the facts. Those people from the unpretty nation can't even find a single piece of information about him. They are completely helpless. Zhao Zizhen wiped the sweat from his palm and said quietly, so instead of worrying blindly, it's better to prepare to receive the large number of artifacts that are about to return. You are really quite calm. Yi Guhong glanced at Zhao Zizhen. I believe in that person's ability. Yi Guhong fell silent. He suddenly felt that Zhao Zizhen had unknowingly become Lin Yang's blind fan. After a moment of silence, Yi Guhong had to speak again. You should send another email. Now that things have blown up so big, it's always right to tell him to be careful. Meanwhile, within the unpretty nation, Lin Yang's ears were ringing with system notification sounds. They were all reward prompts for completing the Artifact Homecoming series of missions. Finally, as the last prompt ended, his national treasure value reached a terrifying 160000. Having a double reward is so satisfying. Looking at the blood-red limited-time title of #1 international fugitive, Lin Yang suddenly felt that the title had become a bit adorable. The reason he could get so many rewards was entirely because this title doubled them for him. Then he glanced at the email. He was touched by the concern of Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong and replied that he would temporarily stop taking action. He indeed would not act for the time being. Now the entire unpretty nation was conducting a strict investigation. There was no need to take risks. He could strike again when the investigation ended. He had plenty of time to play cat and mouse with the unpretty officials. Then he glanced at the trending discussion topics among domestic netizens. I hope the artifact boss and the classmate boss are the same person. I also hope I can create another truly sci-fi advanced smartphone. Seeing the two pinned topics, Lin Yang's eyes flickered. Making a smartphone was not a problem. In the system's marketplace, such items were placed in the default non-displayed trash category. Anyone he picked out would be a groundbreaking product. As for the hope that he was the same person, he thought about the method of obtaining reputation points and then made a decision. Since everyone hoped he was, then he would be. He casually sent another email to the Grand Academy of Sciences stating that he could provide smartphone technology and asked Zhao Zizhen to tell the netizens that the artifact boss and he were the same person. At the Grand Academy of Sciences, when Zhao Zizhen received Lin Yang's email, he first breathed a sigh of relief. But when he saw that Lin Yang said he could reveal his identity to the netizens, although somewhat puzzled, he immediately edited an announcement and posted it on the official account. And with the announcement, it instantly caused a shock across the entire internet. What? Holy crap, the artifact boss and the classmate boss are really the same person. I'm going crazy. Netizens fell into madness. The netizens were absolutely insane. Because the announcement from the Daekyuan read, Dear netizens, regarding the accusations by the Bupialiang country that our comrade and senior scholar engaged in destruction and theft of cultural relics within their borders, we categorically reject such baseless slander and defamation. The announcement at first glance seemed somewhat perplexing. It did not admit to anything. But from another perspective it also did not deny that the two were the same person. Moreover, releasing such a statement at this specific and sensitive time, mentioning only the senior scholar and rejecting the unsubstantiated accusations, was highly thought-provoking. Adding to this, Wang Wang's personal verified account suddenly came online and promptly liked a comment that said, "I hope the senior scholar and the cultural relic expert are the same person," followed by a slip of the finger emoji. This made the netizens instantly understand the meaning of the announcement. The cultural relic expert and the senior scholar were indeed the same person. The reason the announcement was so vague was that the official side could not admit they were the same person, otherwise the charges listed in the Bupialian country's wanted notice would be substantiated. Their expectations came true. Then, the trending topic exploded with such intensity that it crashed the servers of the largest social app in the country. It really crashed. The servers went offline. Although the technical staff immediately began repairs and restored normalcy within minutes, it still drew a flood of complaints. What the hell is this garbage software? It can crash like this. Trash indeed. I think you should ask the senior scholar to make you a better app. Haha, this garbage software doesn't even deserve the senior scholar's personal touch. I hereby declare myself a mindless fan of the senior scholar. Too thrilling, absolutely thrilling. The two big shots are the same person. My most admired and beloved idols are one and the same. Who can understand this feeling? I'm so excited I'm going crazy, and my mom asked if I'd been possessed. Hee hee, since the two big shots are one person we can rest easy. Even though the senior scholar is currently in the Bupialian country, given his strength those people there can't catch him even in their dreams. Ahem, the person above don't talk nonsense. Who said our senior scholar did that? Hee hee, we all know the truth in our hearts. Saying it out loud would only give those Bupialian people leverage, wouldn't it? Exactly. This is clearly a mysterious person full of love and justice who couldn't stand the bullying of the Bupialian bullies and performed a chivalrous deed. The netizens were all incredibly excited, but they tacitly denied that the senior scholar was the one stealing cultural relics in the Bupialian country. As long as they didn't admit it, the charges in the Bupialian country's wanted notice were pure slander and fabrication. Though the people of Bupialian country were gnashing their teeth in fury, without any concrete evidence they could not take further official action. Thus a stern order was issued from the official building of Bupialian: they must catch the person. Just as this order was given, Lin Yang received some prompts from the system. Congratulations, host. Since your dual idol identity has been publicly acknowledged in your home country, you have earned the frenzied worship of your people, being hailed as a super idol and hero. You have been awarded 100 fame points. Congratulations, host. Due to the fusion of your dual identities, the immense admiration and reverence you have received have greatly increased your influence in your home country. This fame points reward has been multiplied by 50, bringing your total fame points to 5000. Your current fame points total is 7171. Congratulations, host. Since your cumulative fame points exceed 5000, you have earned 1 achievement point. Congratulations, host. Since you have received 5000 fame points in a single instance, for the first time you have obtained a special passive trigger item of fame points doubling card. Note, this card will cause the next fame points you receive to be doubled during the final settlement phase. Please note, host, the effect of this card is passive. Please make appropriate plans accordingly. The system's rewards made Lin Yang's eyes widen slightly. The fame points reward was multiplied by a full 50 times. A single instance yielded over 5000 fame points. Such an astonishing number made him feel that having Daekyun announce his identity was the right decision. Even if he hadn't announced it, the fame points from both identities, the senior scholar and the cultural relic expert, would still have been awarded to him. But clearly the cost-effectiveness of combining them was far greater. Just by announcing his identity without doing anything else, he had received such generous rewards. One could imagine that if he did something else afterward, the rewards would be even greater. As for the subsequent prompt to make plans, Lin Yang's eyes flickered. Based on his previous experiences, it seemed that fame points were awarded whenever his actions generated immense influence. To plan ahead, his next move should either be to create a technological product or innovation that could shock the world, or to announce something equally thrilling that would excite the people back home. This way he could maximize the effect of the fame points doubling card. As for technology or products, that was no problem. His current national treasure points were close to 170000, enough to exchange for super technological items. Especially now that netizens were eagerly anticipating his ability to create a cutting-edge mobile phone. If he produced a phone while fulfilling their expectations and simultaneously announced another super technological product, he would surely earn a great deal of fame points. Of course, if he also announced that he was returning home and revealing his identity, the fame points he would earn would likely explode to astronomical levels. However, the timing for returning home was not yet ripe. At least until the title of Most Wanted Criminal was revoked, it was best not to return. With that title, while operating in other countries, he received double national treasure points, an opportunity not to be squandered. Thus Lin Yang ultimately decided to first satisfy the netizens' expectations by making them a mobile phone. As for super technological products, actually it doesn't have to be a super technological product. Too advanced a product would be useless right now. Instead, it would be better to upgrade what the country currently lacks so netizens can intuitively understand and appreciate it. After a moment of thought, Lin Yang made his decision. It was to upgrade the aircraft carrier. No. It was the entire carrier strike group. In the three domains of land, sea and air, the land was guarded by the classmate intercontinental missile and the air by the superstar fighter jet. Only the sea was lacking. And the most powerful and intuitive way to enhance naval combat power was the aircraft carrier. The reason the bilingual country could still maintain its status as the world's leading power was precisely because of its powerful carrier strike groups. If he upgraded the domestic aircraft carrier, it would mean domination across all three domains, land, sea and air. By then, Lin Yang himself could hardly imagine what the scene would look like after upgrading and transforming the aircraft carrier group. At that time they would dominate land, sea and air comprehensively. The mere thought of that image was delightful. System opened the low-level civilization garbage classification mall. I need a super mobile phone and the upgrade technology for the aircraft carrier. Lin Yang spoke. When he mentioned opening the garbage classification mall, his expression was slightly peculiar. Things far beyond the current technological level of Blue Star were classified as default non-displayed garbage in the system mall. The disparity was so immense it was almost embarrassing. Alright host, the garbage mall has been opened for you. The system's reply made the corner of Lin Yang's mouth twitch involuntarily. Opening it was fine, but the deliberate emphasis made it seem as if he were rummaging through a pile of trash. Damn it, give me the most expensive phone. Lin Yang gritted his teeth and directly selected the most expensive smartphone from the phone category list. With nearly 170000 national treasure points in his possession, he was practically a tycoon in the garbage mall. Alright host, the relevant phone and technology have been exchanged. Total cost 3600 national treasure points. 3600. Not bad, not expensive. Lin Yang examined the physical phone and felt that the 3600 national treasure points were well spent. The body was as thin as a cicada's wing, a true full-screen display. When held, it felt like holding a nearly transparent lightweight piece of glass. Moreover, it could project directly into the space before one's eyes. Like the superphones occasionally seen in sci-fi blockbusters, it could instantly project content in front of the viewer. It even utilized biometric and ocular features for encryption, ensuring the projected content was visible only to the user. There was no risk of the projection being visible to everyone in the air. The functions were incredibly powerful. If mass-produced, this device would render any current phone on the market obsolete. Even the fruit phones from the unpretty country had no comparison. Then Lin Yang exchanged the relevant technology for the aircraft carrier. Host, this system suggests you also exchange the technology for the sky carrier. The system suddenly spoke up proactively with a suggestion. Sky carrier. Lin Yang was stunned. Yes, host. Even a powerful aircraft carrier group is limited by sea areas. Its combat effectiveness is greatly reduced in regions without surrounding seas where carriers cannot dock. If you exchange the sky carrier, your combat capabilities will be more comprehensive. This system has calculated that currently no nation on Blue Star can withstand the combat power of a sky carrier group. Moreover, if you simultaneously provide the phone carrier and sky carrier technologies, this time you can maximize the effect of the famed doubling card. Lin Yang's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at the sky carrier technology in the National Treasure Points Mall. 150000 points. It required 150000 national treasure points. At that moment he suddenly felt the system had calculated everything to maximize the consumption of his national treasure points. But then again, national treasure points were meant to be used for exchanging technology, so he didn't hesitate much and chose to exchange. To expel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Here external referred to outer space, while internal meant the entire Blue Star. In just over 2 months the unpretty country and the home country would land on the moon simultaneously. At that time he would have already built an ecological base on the moon. When those foreign powers saw the base, the whole world would fall into frenzy. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the best approach was to make the home country so overwhelmingly powerful that no other nation would dare to covet anything. The sky carrier was indeed very suitable. Then Lin Yang found himself once again in a state of insufficient national treasure points. But a single sentence from the system excited him again. Host, don't worry about these national treasure points. You are currently the #1 international fugitive. Any action you take in other countries that benefits your homeland will yield double rewards, including providing technologies back. This counts as well. Lin Yang was bewildered. Of course. During the period of the #1 international fugitive title, any action you take in other countries that benefits the homeland will earn double national treasure points. Lin Yang was shocked. He had previously thought only substantial actions like bringing back national treasures counted as benefiting the homeland. He never expected that providing technology back would also be included. This was incredibly exciting. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Yang felt this damn system wasn't very reliable. It hadn't mentioned such an important matter in advance. If he had known earlier, he could have temporarily refrained from clashing with the unpretty officials. He could have exchanged national treasure points for technology sent it back, and after receiving the double reward exchanged for more micro-robots to deploy throughout the entire unpretty country. Then at the same moment he could have made all the cultural relics in the unpretty country vanish simultaneously, delivering a heavy blow. Yes, although his previous actions had been satisfying, Lin Yang felt the intensity was still lacking. But it wasn't too late to know now. Without hesitation he immediately packaged and uploaded all three technologies, the phone, the carrier and the sky carrier, to the dedicated network drive of the Great Science Academy. Then he dialed the Great Science Academy's phone number. The call was answered instantly. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Yang was a bit surprised. Wang. Are you on night duty every day? Indeed, it was Wang who answered the call instantly again. The time difference between the unpretty country and the home country was exactly opposite. It was daytime in the unpretty country, while in the home country it was deep in the night. And this kid was on night duty again. Recently, every time he sent an email or made a call during the late night hours in the home country, it was Wang who answered. Wasn't this kid risking his life by staying up so late every night? Ahem, boss, since we're so familiar I won't hide it from you. This phone is a dedicated line originally meant to be manned by a designated person, but I thought you might have a lot going on abroad during this period and might call back at any time. So I couldn't bear to let anyone else take the shift, afraid I might miss your call. Lin Yang. That felt weird. Wang's words were strange. Two grown men, what was there to be unwilling to part with? It wasn't like he was a beautiful woman, so why was it like this? Was the power of an idol really that immense? Boss, is there something new you need to instruct? I'll go wake my teacher, he's sleeping next door. Please hold on. Wang didn't notice Lin Yang's unusual silence and spoke excitedly. Zhao Zizhen was old and couldn't stay up until dawn every day. Forget it, it's not a big deal. I've uploaded a few technologies. They'll be finished uploading soon. Extract them, look them over, and if there's no problem, start a live stream or post an announcement to inform the netizens back home. For the sake of fame points, he specifically emphasized making it public. Alright, boss. Wang immediately responded. Just as he finished speaking, the technologies uploaded by Lin Yang appeared in the network drive. When he saw the names of the three technologies, Wang's mouth dropped open. Boss. Am I seeing this right? Aircraft carrier upgrade and transformation technology and sky carrier technology. Wang was dumbfounded. The phone was barely acceptable. The carrier transformation was also within reason. But the sky carrier? That was a bit too extravagant, wasn't it? Could this thing actually be built? At the same time, besides Wang, the three people, Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Xiaoyu, who were awakened by the technicians monitoring the drive, also froze in shock. Within the Abnormal Affairs Bureau, there was an order directly from Yi Guhong: whenever any technology appears in the network drive, regardless of time or place, they must be notified immediately. So even though it was the early morning, the staff immediately informed them. Thus, when they saw the document titled Sky Carrier Manufacturing Technology, the drowsy Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing and Han Xiaoyu jolted awake, exchanging glances of disbelief. A sky carrier. Was this for real? Inside the Grand Research Institute, Zhao Zizhen also rose, awakened in the dead of night. Gazing at the three technical documents, he was completely stunned. This. Especially after a cursory glance at the data regarding the spaceborne carrier, he was utterly unable to form a complete sentence. A spaceborne carrier. A weapon of future warfare. To put it bluntly, it was something that existed only in imagination. Currently, even building an aircraft carrier was extremely difficult, requiring years to construct one. Let alone making a carrier fly. The difficulty increased by 1,000-fold or more. Even the United States for now had no possibility of building a spaceborne carrier. The technical challenge was too great. Yet now Lin Yang had actually researched and developed the spaceborne carrier. The shock was beyond words. Although Lin Yang had previously provided nuclear fusion technology and various other era-defining technological products, and theoretically they should have developed immense psychological resilience and adaptability. But a spaceborne carrier was different. If built, it would be a tangible, immediately effective super-armed force. It must be noted that one of the key criteria for measuring a superpower was whether it possessed an aircraft carrier. Even having just one carrier could place a nation among the superpowers. This illustrated the strategic significance and importance of the aircraft carrier. And this was still constrained by the limitations of the sea. If a carrier could become a spaceborne carrier no longer limited by sea, then Zhao Zizhen shuddered, barely daring to think further. Imagine if a carrier group could take flight. Then the massive mothership would glide across the void, directly descending upon an airspace, unleashing various fighters for strikes. That scene, that image was enough to make one's scalp tingle just by thinking about it. Especially for those beneath the airspace looking up at the sky-covering mothership, it would be difficult to even muster the thought of fighting. If a spaceborne carrier truly appeared on Earth today, it would undoubtedly be a product of dimensional reduction. No longer confined to the sea, it could reach any corner of the globe. With the combat power of a carrier group, it could easily annihilate countless small nations in an instant. Lin Yang, by presenting the spaceborne carrier now, was offering far more than mere technology. Was this not aiming for global domination? Zhao Zizhen, through a video conference, stared wide-eyed at Yi Guhong and the other two, momentarily speechless. Ahem, old Zhao, you understand the technical aspects better than we do. Do you think we can build a spaceborne carrier with our current capabilities? After a silence, Yi Guhong asked. Although Lin Yang had laid the technology before them, Yi Guhong had little confidence in whether they could actually construct such a thing. I can't say for sure. The technology is there, but the material issue is the most critical. Our current industrial system seems insufficient to meet the demands and standards for building a spaceborne carrier. Zhao Zizhen said somberly. Even with the technology in hand, it was hard to produce, which made him feel somewhat ashamed to speak. To put it bluntly, it was as if Lin Yang had fed the meal right to their mouths, but they lacked the ability to swallow it. Awkward. Very awkward. We used to constantly think about when we would truly become strong. Now, with top-tier super technology right before us, we can't even realize it immediately. Yi Guhong couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Zizhen's face turned red briefly, then he glanced at the carrier upgrade technology and said slowly, the spaceborne carrier can wait. You can't become a fat man with one bite. Since we have the technology now, building it is just a matter of time. True, as they say, with grain in hand the heart is at ease. We have the technology, so there's no need to rush. Yi Guhong laughed heartily again. With technology came confidence. From now on, as long as we upgraded the industrial system step by step, we would surely build this thing. Zhao Zizhen nodded, then took a deep breath and said, no need to rush the spaceborne carrier. For now we can use the technology from that person to upgrade the existing carriers. Thus, across sea, land and air, we will have the most advanced armed forces, enough to dominate all three domains. Even without the spaceborne carrier, we are enough to fear nothing. Dominate all three domains. Fear nothing. These 8 words made Yi Guhong and the others' hearts tingle again. This was the dream and pursuit of the entire Shangxia for so many years. Countless predecessors had paid endless sacrifices and efforts for this goal. Now it was finally about to be realized. Even someone as high-ranking as Yi Guhong could not help but moisten his eyes at this moment. The atmosphere fell into a peculiar silence. They remained silent for a long time. Yi Guhong raised his hand slightly, as if pretending to casually wipe the corner of his eye, and said, with the spaceborne carrier technology in hand, wouldn't upgrading the current carriers be a waste? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen paused and explained, don't worry, it won't be a waste. The carrier upgrade technology from that person is such that once our industrial system catches up by adding some power units, they can all be turned into lower-tier flying carriers. Speaking thus, Zhao Zizhen glanced in the direction of the United States and said slowly, that person has already considered this for us. So not only is it not a waste, but we also urgently need to increase the number of carriers and quickly build a carrier group. Ah. At Zhao Zizhen's words, Wang Guang, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim softly, then asked subconsciously, teacher, now that we have the more advanced spaceborne carrier technology, is it still necessary to continue building carriers? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen laughed heartily. Kid, are you saying that since we have more advanced technology, why not save resources to build the spaceborne carrier directly? Yes. Wang Guang nodded. You're still young and your vision is somewhat lacking. Zhao Zizhen first scolded with a laugh, then explained, not to mention that the carriers built now can be transformed into lower-tier flying carriers later by adding power units. Just considering costs and maintenance, the expense of a spaceborne carrier is hundreds or even thousands of times that of a carrier. You can't deploy a spaceborne carrier for every small matter. Moreover, there are a large number of civilian merchant ships trading across the sea. Having a few more carriers to escort them is also necessary. Ah. Teacher's considerations are indeed thorough. Wang Guang rubbed his head in embarrassment. Alright, whether it's upgrading carriers or building spaceborne carriers, it still needs time. For now, let's promote the phones. After hearing Wang Guang's recount of his conversation with Lin Yang, Zhao Zizhen made the arrangements directly. Since that person specifically mentioned releasing this information, go start a live stream now and showcase the phone's related features. At the same time also announce that we possess more advanced carrier technology and the future level weapon, the spaceborne carrier. Tonight is destined to be our sleepless night. Yes, teacher. Wang Guang accepted the order and immediately started the live stream. As the stream began, netizens erupted in excitement. Soar. Even though it was the dead of night. The number of night owl netizens was beyond imagination. The moment Wang Guang started his live stream, the room was instantly flooded with viewers. What the hell? What's going on? No notification at all, and suddenly an official live stream in the middle of the night. Surely nothing unexpected has happened to the senior classmate. Please don't tell me. The midnight official live stream came out of nowhere, sending netizens into immediate worry. Wang Guang immediately appeared on camera smiling as he explained. Dear netizens, there is no need to worry. Senior classmate is perfectly fine. We decided to host this late night stream precisely because senior classmate has just shared some new things with us and we cannot wait to share them with everyone. Ah. As long as senior classmate is safe, that's all that matters. Hearing this, the netizens instantly sighed in relief, then their curiosity was piqued once more. What new things did senior classmate share? Something that made the officials so eager to announce. Not even waiting until dawn. Researcher Wang, stop keeping us in suspense. Tell us quickly. Wang Guang chuckled and began playing the phone display information on the large screen behind him, saying, Didn't you all long for senior classmate to develop a mobile phone? Senior classmate has seen everyone's discussions. So tonight's first piece of news is that senior classmate has developed a groundbreaking new smartphone for everyone. For specific details, please refer to the display on the screen behind me. As his words fell, a showcase video of the smartphone Lin Yang had exchanged appeared on the large screen. It's ahead of its time design, the phone body as thin as a cicada's wing and the real-time spatial projection with exclusive encryption features. All of this instantly captured every netizen's attention. Holy shit, this phone. It perfectly matches my imagination of a futuristic sci-fi smartphone. Incredible. Absolutely unmatched. I'm buying one just for this design. Oh my god, is expected of senior classmate. When he doesn't make a move, fine, but when he does, it's a sci-fi product from another era. With this phone, all smartphone manufacturers worldwide can declare bankruptcy right now. Ha ha ha, exactly. How can those phone manufacturers compete with senior classmate's phone? I'm crying, it's so beautiful, so stunning, and the functions are incredibly cool. Paired with an intelligent AI assistant. I can't even imagine how amazing it would be. Coward, I can imagine it. Watching the physical smartphone showcase playing in the video, the netizens were more and more excited. No one could resist the temptation of a smartphone from a sci-fi movie appearing in the real world. Researcher Wang, roughly when will this phone be available on the market? Won't it just be a concept device? Then some slightly calmer netizens asked the most crucial question. This question immediately made everyone nervous again. If it were only a concept machine, it would be utterly devastating. Haha, don't worry everyone. We have already studied the technical difficulty of this phone. With senior classmate providing technical support, mass production will begin very soon. It will definitely not just be a concept device. Wang Guang explained immediately. The netizens' tense hearts instantly relaxed and someone then asked. How soon is very soon? At the latest within half a month. This question made Wang Guang glance at Zhao Zizhen. After receiving a clear signal, he gave a time limit. Whoa, that's amazing. That's too awesome, mass production within half a month. Good heavens, I'm completely falling in love with this. Upon hearing the time Wang Guang announced, the netizens were once again extremely excited. Watching the scrolling comments in the live stream, Wang Guang smiled. This was senior classmate's phone, of course. They would mobilize all the phone manufacturers in the country to directly promote and launch it. As a great nation of infrastructure and industry, efficiency was no joke. When they truly resolved to push something forward, half a month was already considered slow. Oh right. To thank all you netizens for your ongoing support of our Academy's official account and senior classmate. We will randomly draw several lucky viewers to receive a free phone gift package which will be distributed by Huyue Group immediately upon the phone's market launch. Wang Guang spoke again. This sent the entire live stream into absolute frenzy. Comments begging to win the lottery flooded the screen at thousands per second. Finally, the lottery results were displayed. Congratulations to netizens Andy Linger Wu Ming Lpy Shang Shuili Ren Lei Fusang and Shihuan along with several others for winning this lucky gift package. Thank you for your continued support of senior classmate and for us. Please continue to support Huyue Group as well. Congratulations once again. Of course, those who didn't win need not be discouraged. We will host many other events later to ensure everyone has a chance to win some prizes. With the results displayed, although the non-winners felt regretful, Wang Guang's final words brought joy back to everyone. As long as there are more events like this later. Then a careful netizen asked again. Researcher Wang, you just said the phone was the first piece of news tonight. What about the remaining news? Following this netizen's question, the others suddenly remembered Wang Guang had said the phone was merely the first piece of news tonight. This made everyone curious once more. Wang Guang, not keeping them in suspense any longer, grinned and said, "It is with great honor and pride that I inform you all, under senior classmates' assistance, our aircraft carrier technology has been upgraded. At the same time, senior classmate has also provided us with technical support for the future-grade combat weapon, the aerospace aircraft carrier. In the near future, our Shangxia aerospace aircraft carrier will soar across the skies of the entire planet. Please look forward to that moment." Boom! With these two pieces of news announced in succession, the live stream exploded once again. Holy shit, what was that? Aerospace aircraft carrier. Did I hear correctly? I can understand upgrading the aircraft carrier. After all, senior classmate even developed nuclear fusion technology, so upgrading a carrier makes sense. But an aerospace aircraft carrier? Are you sure this isn't a joke? I'm going crazy, I really am going crazy. An aerospace aircraft carrier, that's what I heard. Oh my god, just imagining our aerospace aircraft carrier hovering over other nations' skies makes my fingernails tremble with excitement. My motherland, my hero, it's just too powerful. Family, can you imagine our aerospace aircraft carrier crossing the void and suppressing the entire planet? I'm a bold one, I can imagine it. Damn it, I can't take it, my blood feels like it's boiling everywhere. Oh my god, turning today's carriers into flying ones. If we built a few, where on the entire planet couldn't we go? Who said a few? Build dozens. When dozens of aerospace aircraft carriers roll over majestically, who in the entire world would dare say no? Senior classmate is the greatest. Voice cracking. The netizens were ecstatic. But this wasn't the end. Wang Guang appeared to receive another impromptu instruction, suddenly cleared his throat and announced yet another earth-shattering piece of news. Dear netizens, we have just received the latest notice that our colleagues at the Cultural Relics Bureau have received cultural artifacts donated by an anonymous overseas benefactor totaling 539,371 pieces. Wang Guang spoke instantly, sending shockwaves through the internet. Over 539,000 cultural artifacts. Did I hear that correctly? What the hell? The beloved senior actually brought back so many cultural artifacts in one go. Nearly 540,000 pieces of cultural relics. Such a massive quantity shocked the entire internet. Is that a lot? You should know that the cultural artifacts the Western countries looted from us back then numbered over 20 million. This is merely a fraction. Some netizens took it upon themselves to explain why the returned artifacts were not as impressive as everyone presumed. Ahem, don't misunderstand. I mean, I didn't expect the senior to bring back so many artifacts all at once. After all, from his previous outings it was roughly around 200,000 pieces. I didn't expect it to more than double. Indeed, it seems we truly underestimated those damn Americans. At least half of these were hidden by private billionaires. They truly deserve to die. The netizens grew angrier as they chatted. That was over 20 million pieces. Not 200,000, not 200,000, not even 2 million. It was a staggering 20 million. What a heart-wrenching figure. I really hope one day the senior can bring back all the cultural artifacts. Don't worry, that day will surely come. Even if the senior cannot personally visit every corner of the globe alone. But when our aerospace aircraft carrier is built, the carrier fleet will sweep across every nation. I believe all the cultural artifacts will definitely return to the embrace of our motherland. I'm really looking forward to that day. The netizens began to hope, while some observant netizens noticed another detail. Ahem, but speaking of which, have you noticed? This time the over 500,000 artifacts were brought back in less than a day from when the senior acted. Previously it always took several days from the artifacts removal to the Cultural Relics Bureau's announcement. But today it came back in the blink of an eye. Are you saying that? Do you not understand yet? This clearly means the senior must have developed some high-tech stealth transport aircraft. Only with such speed could they have bypassed all American radar surveillance and directly transported the artifacts back. Wow, now that you mention it, it does make sense. The senior is awesome. And this time bringing the artifacts back so quickly, the senior probably deliberately wanted to slap those damn Americans in the face. Previously it always took several days to bring them back, but this time right after taking the artifacts they were brought back immediately. This is clearly targeting that arrest warrant the Americans issued against the senior, saying he could not leave their territory. Haha, you're not wrong. There's definitely some truth to that. The Americans issued an arrest warrant saying they would definitely catch the senior before he left their country, never letting him have any chance to escape their territory. But now the senior has shown them that even bringing artifacts back right under their noses they could not detect it or stop it. This face slapping is so satisfying. Haha, dozens of thousands of artifacts were brought back without the Americans noticing a thing. Now let's see how they can still brag about their national border defenses. As netizens analyzed the reasons behind Lin Yang transporting artifacts back late at night, many grew increasingly excited. But unlike the joy of domestic netizens, people across America and even the entire Western world felt heavy-hearted and grim-faced at this moment. Domestic midnight live broadcast. Sci-fi level mobile phone. Aircraft carrier modification and upgrade. Aerospace aircraft carrier. 3 technological products, each more outrageous than the last. The mobile phone was tolerable. Although far ahead of its era, they could simply abandon the mobile phone business and recover losses elsewhere. But aircraft carrier modification and upgrade was different. Aircraft carriers represented the most powerful armed forces on Earth. They were synonymous with the strongest military power. Although no detailed information about the specific upgrade was disclosed, it was easy to imagine that since the upgrade technology came from that mysterious senior, the enhancement must be enormous. Domestic forces were already formidable. Currently they merely lacked sufficient aircraft carriers. If upgraded Western nations dared not imagine how powerful China's carrier combat capabilities would become. This, however, was somewhat bearable. Even if the aircraft carriers were upgraded further, the collective Western nations would still have no fear. But when they heard that domestic forces had mastered the manufacturing technology for aerospace aircraft carriers, officials from America and Western nations were truly terrified. They were somewhat broken. Aerospace aircraft carriers. They completely dared not imagine what they would do if domestic forces truly built aerospace aircraft carriers. No. Absolutely not. We cannot let China easily build aerospace aircraft carriers. An American official slammed the table, roaring with a dark expression. How can we stop them if they've mastered the technology? Japan's representative had equally sinister eyes. So what if they mastered the technology? As long as they lack sufficient resources and materials, they cannot produce finished products even with technology. The American official's eyes revealed thick coldness. As long as we don't sell them relevant resources, they won't be able to build aerospace aircraft carriers. I propose that starting now we suspend exports of aircraft carrier-related resources. These words instantly perked up the officials from various nations, who immediately agreed without hesitation. Because in today's international society, even manufacturing a slightly complex component involved hundreds or thousands of industrial chain manufacturers from upstream to downstream. Especially for high-tech products, no country in the world could currently produce them independently using only domestic resources. Aerospace aircraft carriers were indeed terrifying, but as long as they blocked the relevant manufacturing resources, even with technology, domestic forces would find it impossible to create something from nothing. Although they might not completely prevent China from building aerospace aircraft carriers, even delaying them somewhat was worth it. Then, led by America, they directly issued a notice suspending exports of certain resources. Although the notice claimed it was due to temporary shortages of these relevant materials within their countries, this suddenly made domestic netizens understand the true intention behind this announcement. Damn it! These damn capitalists! These are all resources needed for building aircraft carriers. We just announced carrier upgrades and aerospace aircraft carrier construction, and they immediately suspended exports of relevant resources. This is clearly targeting us. They can't stop our technology, so they're going after our resources. This is very much in their style. Truly despicable. Domestic netizens instantly erupted in curses. Everyone, actually, there's no need to be so angry. If you think about it from another angle, it's because they're scared. Scared. Correct, they are scared. Think about it. Previously, when we produced so many things, they never announced bans on relevant resource exports. Why are they in such a hurry to issue trade prohibition announcements this time? Because this time they are truly scared. They are afraid from the bottom of their hearts. Scared of our aircraft carriers. More scared that we can build aerospace aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers are the embodiment of the strongest armed forces on the planet. What about aerospace aircraft carriers, which are future-level combat weapons? They dare not let us easily build these things. The Lin Yang country and the Western nations were seized with fear. This topic instantly ignited the trending searches. It also alleviated the indignation of some netizens who suddenly felt less aggrieved. After all, witnessing the bilingual country tremble in fear still evoked a sense of pride and exhilaration. Yet the thought that the aircraft carrier's refitting and the construction of the aerial mothership would be further delayed still left many netizens feeling uneasy. While I think everyone need not worry too much. Although resources are blocked, perhaps classmate Big Boss has other means. Besides, in 2 months aren't we heading to the moon? The lunar resources untouched since time immemorial might be abundant, perhaps that is our path to a breakthrough. Ah, true enough, but by then the struggle for lunar resources will inevitably be a bloody affair. The bilingual country will never cede the moon's resources to us easily. What's there to fear? With classmate Big Boss, I trust our lunar equipment will be second to none. Worst case, we'll just fight it out. Exactly. We have the nanotech battlesuits that alone gives us a tremendous edge in mobility. When it comes to a brawl, we've never been afraid. 2 months, I believe classmate Big Boss can develop even more advanced and targeted lunar equipment. The moon has always been ours and we won't let the bilingual lot get the better of us. Inside the bilingual country. While netizens debated the trending topics, Lin Yang received a series of system task reward notifications. Congratulations, host. For providing your nation with super mobile phone technology, aircraft carrier refitting and upgrade technology, and aerial mothership technology in one go, you have earned the super adoration of your countrymen. You are hailed as a superhero. You have been awarded 100 reputation points. Congratulations, host. Since the technologies you provided have exerted immense deterrence on other nations and elevated your country's international prestige, your reputation points have been amplified 100-fold. You now receive 100,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host. For fulfilling the expectations of your countrymen by delivering the super era mobile phones they long for, you have earned their love and are hailed as a compassionate hero. You receive an additional 3,000 reputation points. Congratulations, host. For consecutively fulfilling 2 targeted expectations of your countrymen, you are hailed as a dream-fulfilling hero. You receive an additional 2,000 reputation points and the special title Dream Fulfiller. Note, with this title, when you fulfill targeted expectations of the populace, you will receive random national treasure value rewards. Please note the Dream Fulfiller title can be upgraded. When you complete targeted expectations 5 and 10 times respectively, it can be upgraded to Dream Master and Dream Weaver. When your Dream Fulfiller title is upgraded to Dream Weaver, you will receive an exclusive Super Mystery Grand Prize from the Dream Weaver. As the system detects that you possess a reputation point doubling card, the reputation points you have earned are doubled. After doubling, you now have a total of 3,000 reputation points. Your current accumulated reputation points are 37171. Congratulations, host. Since your accumulated reputation points have reached 100,000, your reputation title has been upgraded from Famous Under Heaven to Might Shakes the Four Seas. Congratulations, host. You have received 3 exclusive blind box gift sets for the Might Shakes the Four Seas reputation title. Note, these blind boxes can yield technological products up to level 3 civilization. Congratulations, host. For obtaining the Might Shakes the Four Seas reputation title for the first time, you have earned 1 achievement point. The system's reward notifications were exceptionally lengthy this time, yet the rewards were equally bountiful. A full 3,000 reputation points. He also obtained a new Dream Fulfiller title and 3 blind boxes from the upgraded reputation title. Blind boxes were a treasure indeed. However, he did not rush to open them this time, as he currently lacked for nothing. The main reason was that his national treasure value after exchanging for the aerial mothership technology was nearly depleted. If he drew something upgradable without enough national treasure value to upgrade it, that would be truly frustrating. He had a slight bit of OCD. But thinking of the national treasure value, Lin Yang asked, system, didn't you say that because of my most wanted criminal title I would also earn national treasure value rewards after providing the technology back? Why are there only reputation points now? Answer, host, due to your reputation title's upgrade to Might Shakes the Four Seas, the national treasure value shop is temporarily under maintenance. After maintenance, the corresponding rewards will be issued and a new series of exchange items will be unlocked. Please look forward to it. Are you kidding me? Lin Yang was instantly speechless. The national treasure value shop actually had to undergo maintenance. The system remained silent. Fine, how long will the maintenance last? Lin Yang didn't press further. He had grown somewhat accustomed to the system's occasional glitches and abstract operations. Answer, host, the maintenance time is approximately 15 minutes. Please wait. Oh. Lin Yang shrugged. 15 minutes wasn't too long. Waiting a bit wouldn't hurt. Beep, you have a new email. The next moment he received an urgent email from the Grand Academy of Sciences asking if he could speak immediately. A call. Lin Yang's eyes flickered. The Grand Academy's urgent request for a call was most likely due to the recent announcement by the bilingual country and others banning resource exports. With resources restricted, the Grand Academy must be quite anxious. Sure enough, when he dialed, he heard Zhao Zizhen's barely concealed urgency. Classmate, you saw the joint announcement by the bilingual country restricting resource trade exports, right? Lin Yang nodded. You're asking if I have any solution. Cough, to be honest, you've passed us the technology, but the resource blockade is indeed thorny. Zhao Zizhen's face flushed red. The technology had been handed to them, the meal brought to their lips, yet they couldn't swallow it. This filled him with deep embarrassment and guilt. Sensing Zhao's shame and awkwardness, Lin Yang comforted him. Dean Zhao, don't feel guilty. In this international resource society, not even the bilingual country could build an aircraft carrier on its own. Their resource blockade is only natural. Sigh. Zhao Zizhen didn't know what to say, could only sigh. Dean Zhao, I can't conjure resources out of thin air right now. You can first refit the parts that can be refitted and then go all out to build some medium to long range offensive weapons. I've uploaded the relevant data for the offensive weapons to the cloud drive. Take a look and build as many as you can. After the moon landing, I'll figure out a way to solve the resource blockade. Ah. All weapons. Zhao Zizhen immediately opened the cloud drive. When he saw the required number of weapons and construction standards, his eyes widened. Stuttering, he said, see, classmate, building weapons to these standards would cost at least hundreds of billions, wouldn't it? Maybe even trillions, and still not enough. Yes. Lin Yang's gaze was deep. The money needed is indeed substantial, but Dean Zhao, you must not begrudge the expenditure. Money, if not spent on military expenses, will eventually become war reparations. I will solve the resource problem. Just trust me. If the money is not used as military funding, it will become war reparations. These words sent a shockwave through Zhao Zizhen's heart. Yi Guhong, who was monitoring the call, couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, excellent. What a brilliant statement about military funding and war reparations. Old Zhao, tell him that we have always placed our complete trust in him. Whatever weapons he needs, no matter the cost or price, we will provide them for him on time. Zhao Zizhen immediately relayed Yi Guhong's words to Lin Yang. All right, Director Zhao. It suffices if these are produced before the lunar landing. Lin Yang responded and promptly ended the call, waiting for the National Treasure Value Mall to finish its maintenance. Meanwhile, in China, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong still wore expressions filled with astonishment. Lin Yang's words about money not being used for military purposes would become war reparations were extraordinarily impactful. The implications hidden within those words were far too profound to ignore. They looked at each other and saw both shock and joy reflected in one another's eyes. With such outstanding young talent in our nation, how could it not thrive? Wait, something's wrong. Suddenly Zhao Zizhen seemed to have thought of something. His expression turned pale and he couldn't help but cry out. What's wrong? Yi Guhong frowned. That person just said he would solve the resource issue himself. Could he be planning to secretly? Zhao Zizhen spoke urgently. Though he didn't finish, Yi Guhong instantly understood his meaning. His eyes changed immediately and he said in an even more urgent tone, hurry and send him an email, tell him we have urgent matters and need to speak with him again immediately. Zhao Zizhen nodded and immediately began composing an email to Lin Yang. Yi Guhong murmured nervously, I hope it's not too late. And I hope this person doesn't act too quickly. Those resources, America has probably already transferred everything to their military bases. If he tries again, the risks would be extraordinarily high. Zhao Zizhen's unfinished words carried an obvious meaning. They were worried Lin Yang might attempt to secretly obtain resources for them once more. Given Lin Yang's unique methods and abilities for acquiring things, if he claimed to solve the resource problem, he was highly likely to use the same approach. But these resources all belong to military supplies mostly stored within military bases. Attempting to steal them would carry enormous risk. They absolutely did not want Lin Yang to take such a danger, not even a tiny bit. Right after Lin Yang hung up the phone, he received an urgent email from Zhao Zizhen requesting another call. This puzzled him somewhat, but he still immediately called back. The moment the call connected, Zhao Zizhen's extremely urgent and nervous voice came through. Student, that you mentioned earlier that you'd handle the resource issue yourself. You must not go secretly and do that thing. Zhao Zizhen paused mid-sentence, clearly embarrassed to utter the characters for theft and plundering. But Lin Yang naturally understood Zhao Zizhen's meaning and immediately laughed. So that's what this is about. I thought you had encountered some other emergency. If you're worried about this, rest assured, I will not risk myself to obtain those resources. He wasn't foolish. The difficulty of stealing technical documents differed greatly from stealing physical objects. Although he had successfully obtained the lithography machine technical drafts in the Netherlands the first time, it was precisely because no one would have ever imagined someone could infiltrate and carry out such an act beforehand. Moreover, the drafts he had taken were merely photographs, not the original documents. Furthermore, while cultural artifacts are indeed physical objects, they are generally stored in museums or private collectors' hands, nowhere near military bases. Even if vigilance existed, there would always be moments of laxity. But the materials needed to manufacture aircraft carriers would undoubtedly fall under military supplies. Attempting to acquire military supplies from within a military base was not a question of difficulty, it was an act of declaring war. He had no such intention at the moment. Phew. It's good that you don't have such thoughts. Hearing this, Zhao Zizhen on the other end of the line finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Yang understood this principle, all was well. Although China was now powerful, it had not yet truly achieved the strength to dominate the world. Is there anything else? Lin Yang asked again. I also want to ask one more thing, then why did you just have us produce so many weapons? Zhao Zizhen asked hesitantly. Don't worry, I have other uses for those weapons. I'm not asking you to prepare in advance for combat. Lin Yang replied. Ahem, good. In that case, I won't disturb you further, student. Zhao Zizhen forced a laugh and proactively ended the call. In truth, what he had wanted to ask was whether Lin Yang, by suddenly having them produce so many weapons, intended to keep them ready for battle after the resource acquisition. But upon hearing Lin Yang's response, he felt relieved. Lin Yang merely smiled. The reason he had transmitted weapon technical documents and placed a large order was because he planned to set up defensive lines near the ecological base after landing on the moon, as well as equip the patrolling robots. These weapon technical documents included modified rocket-like weapons and modified medium to long-range missiles whose firepower was at least 10 times greater than conventional rockets and existing missiles, along with some modified excavation tools. After America's lunar landing, they would surely not willingly hand over lunar resources. Conflicts might well erupt on the moon. However, given America's current lunar landing technology, they were not yet capable of waging large-scale warfare on the moon. They could only bring conventional weapons. Therefore, there was no need to directly deploy the ecological base's combat capabilities. The ecological base was a product of Tier 3 technological civilization. Each activation of its weapon systems would consume considerable energy. And replenishing that energy at present would impose an even greater cost on China. Such energy could be far better utilized elsewhere with higher returns. Although we could also exchange national treasure values for energy replenishment, the price was not cheap. Hence, the most cost-effective approach was to modify existing conventional attack weapons, which would be entirely sufficient for dominance on the moon. Moreover, these weapons could be used not only on the moon but also on Earth. Though the initial investment was somewhat higher, in the long run it proved far more economical. As for the excavation tools, obviously they were meant for mining mineral resources. Zhao Zizhen and the others had simply overthought the situation. Although he too desired to act swiftly on the matter, the timing was not yet right. He still possessed enough rationality to recognize this. Congratulations, host. The National Treasure Value Mall maintenance is complete. New series exchange materials have been unlocked and your corresponding National Treasure Value rewards are being issued. Suddenly the system's notification sound rang out. Thank you for the generous support. Wishing you prosperity and all the best. Congratulations, host. Due to your possession of the special title Top International Fugitive while providing superarmed domain technology to your home country and other territories, you have received corresponding National Treasure Points rewards totaling 314600 points. The reward notification was brief this time, only 2 sentences. But Lin Yang's eyes lit up sharply. Over 300000 National Treasure Points. He had spent 150000 to exchange for the space carrier technology, and now it was nearly doubled. And this was only for providing the technology back home without even successfully manufacturing the space carrier yet. If the space carrier were eventually built, he would likely receive another massive wave of rewards. This deal was very worthwhile. Of course, this was mainly because he currently held the special title Top International Fugitive, which doubled the National Treasure Points rewards, otherwise he wouldn't have received so much at once. If only this damn title could last forever. At this moment he had grown to love the Top International Fugitive title. This was no fugitive title, it was a title of the wealth-bringing god. While sighing, he also opened the system shop. Then he saw that the National Treasure Points shop seemed to have undergone an upgrade in maintenance. Previously the number of exchangeable items was limited, but now with the upgrade the available items had increased significantly. In particular, some items were marked as exclusive discounted exchange items for awe-inspiring the 4 Cs. This gave him pause. System, didn't you say before that there was no reputation points shop? Answering host, this is not a reputation points shop. It does not require consuming reputation points to exchange. It is simply because your title has reached awe-inspiring the 4 Cs and matching exchange items have appeared. Exchanging these items still consumes national treasure points. They are marked as exclusive discounted exchange items for awe-inspiring the 4 Cs because when you exchange them, if you also possess the awe-inspiring the 4 Cs title, you will receive a certain discount. Of course, if you do not possess these titles, you can still exchange them at full price. Also, please note host, when your title is upgraded, you will receive new exclusive discounted exchange items for the new title. These title exclusive discounted exchange items can only be exchanged at a discount while the title is active. Once the title is upgraded, the exclusive discount will disappear and you will need to spend the full price in national treasure points. Lin Yang rolled his eyes. This damn system had some ridiculously complicated settings. Then, too lazy to ask further, he began to open the 3 blind boxes he had just obtained. Just as he was opening the blind boxes, the Grand Academy of Sciences issued a new announcement. Notice our academy, with the technology provided by our esteemed classmate, has successfully developed the first physical phone in collaboration with multiple domestic phone manufacturers. The phone is named HUYUE Phone, and HUYUE Group will fully control the establishment of a phone subsidiary. Simultaneously, our esteemed classmate will serve as a special management director of HUYUE Group, possessing the highest management authority. However, due to the special nature of this classmate's identity, their personal information cannot be disclosed to the public at this time. Note, the first batch of HUYUE phones will be shipped within a week at the earliest. Pre-orders are welcome. These 2 sudden announcements left everyone momentarily stunned. But soon excitement erupted. Holy shit, this efficiency is incredible. Researcher Wang said it would take at least half a month during the livestream, but now it's been moved up to a week. Haha, the faster the better. Once the HUYUE phone goes on sale, other foreign phone manufacturers will be waiting to go bankrupt. Classmate Supreme is a beast. He's directly become the top director of HUYUE Group. I'm so jealous I could die. Damn, I wish I were a friend of Classmate Supreme. Unlike the light-hearted chatter among domestic netizens, the 2 foreign phone giants 4 Stars and Fruit plunged into unprecedented hardship following these 2 announcements. Because alongside the announcements came a physical demonstration of the phone exactly as it had been previewed during the livestream. This shattered the last shred of hope they had harbored. This was not a concept phone confined to exhibitions, it was a tangible manufacturable product. Once the HUYUE phone hit the market in large quantities, it was foreseeable that in the near future no phone manufacturer in the world could compete with it. All they could do was clear their inventory in advance and then choose to go bankrupt or pivot. Yes, those were the only 2 paths. Even imitation was impossible. They simply lacked the technology. The management of both companies held emergency meetings through the night, eventually issuing 2 announcements that shocked the world. For Star's phone company, notice: after a board of directors meeting, our company has decided to cease all mobile phone operations. Relevant business will be transferred and enter the asset liquidation phase. Fruit company, notice: after a board of directors meeting, our company has decided to abandon the mobile phone business and will focus entirely on high-tech research and development. Please stay tuned for our support. These 2 announcements caused an uproar worldwide. Because this was the first time since the mysterious classmate emerged from Shangxia that an international giant had announced the closure of a related business. While the international community was stunned, domestic netizens were ecstatic. Oh my god, waking up to such good news in the morning is absolutely delightful. I can only say Classmate Supreme is a beast. 2 giant phone companies and they're done just like that. They didn't even have the courage to fight back. Are you kidding, man? Upstairs. Fight back against a phone like this? What would they fight with? Exactly, they were decisive enough to pivot now. Any later and they wouldn't even have a chance to pivot. Haha, this feels great. They used to block us with chips and patents and now they're just shutting down on the spot. Heaven's justice is slow but sure. Domestic netizens were ecstatic. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the domestic authorities to directly appoint him as a director of HUYUE Group. Zhao Zizhen hadn't mentioned this in the phone call. Apparently, as the summer vacation drew to a close, they wanted to strengthen his sense of belonging. Secondly, he hadn't expected the executives of 4 Stars and Fruit to be so decisive. Merely seeing the physical phone produced by the Grand Academy of Sciences led them to announce the liquidation of their phone businesses, a move akin to a warrior cutting off a wounded arm. But even cutting off a wounded arm isn't enough. Lin Yang's eyes flickered. For him, this was only the beginning. Shutting down 1 or 2 business modules was insufficient. Every company that had ever choked the domestic industry, all of them, must walk the path to bankruptcy. In the future, the largest tech company on the entire blue planet would belong to only one entity, the company of Shangxia. Monopoly was not necessarily a bad thing. Beep beep beep. Just as Lin Yang was thinking this, his phone rang. Two calls came in simultaneously, one from his mother via WeChat and the other from Himing's phone. "Hello mom, I'm listening. Go ahead." Lin Yang answered his mother's call first, then also connected Himing's call. Immediately two different yet similar voices came through. "Son, how's your study tour going? When are you coming back?" That was his mother. "Dude, summer vacation is almost over. Are you ever coming back? You're not really studying abroad, are you? I've been sneaking quite a bit of money from my old man lately, just waiting for you to come back so we can feast. And let me tell you, I've secured the first batch of HUYUF phones. Hee, you can't buy one abroad. Come back and be jealous of me." Himing's words were full of smugness. Lin Yang was taken aback, never expecting that his mother and he fatty would call him at the same time to urge his return. He first responded to his mother Zhang Fong, assuring her that he was almost on his way back and not to worry. "Alright you brat, come back soon. Our country has improved tremendously recently, even electricity prices have dropped, life is getting better. I wonder who that classmate is, we all owe him gratitude. He's also a student, yet if you would even a tenth, no, 100th of his caliber, I'd be content." Zhang Fong muttered and hung up. "Got it, mom." Lin Yang gave a wry smile. It seemed elders always liked comparing their children to others. He couldn't help but wonder what expression his mother would wear if she ever learned that he was that very classmate. It would be quite amusing. His own son suddenly becoming the so-called other people's child, his mother would probably be overjoyed. Then he answered, "He fatty, I'm definitely coming back, but it'll probably take a few more days. I still have things to finish." "What the hell are you doing abroad anyway? Isn't it just a study tour? You're acting like you're swamped." He fatty didn't understand, but before Lin Yang could reply he couldn't contain his excitement. "You know the HUYUF phone, right? I just signed up for the first batch of pre-orders and I actually managed to snag a spot." Ha ha ha. He fatty's laughter grew increasingly arrogant as he spoke. "Isn't it just getting a phone? Why are you laughing so smugly?" Lin Yang curled his lip. "Hey man, what nonsense are you spouting?" His words made he fatty's voice shoot up 8 octaves as he bellowed dramatically, "What do you mean just a phone? What do you mean, so what? Come on. This is the HUYUF phone. It's a sci-fi level phone developed by classmate Master. Do you even understand the value of this phone? Calm down. Even if it's amazing, it's still just a phone." Lin Yang was speechless. He felt he could almost sense he fatty's spit flying through the screen. "Damn, not cool, Yangzi. I've said all this and that's all you've got?" Himing was even more puzzled. "What reaction do you want from me? Fuck, get excited. Be happy for your buddy. This is a first release phone. There are only 10 million units total. I snatched one of the 10 million chances from billions of people worldwide, am I not the chosen one?" Himing continued his frenzy. "There are way too many chosen ones." Lin Yang grumbled, and sensing he fatty's breathing growing heavier he gave a positive response, "Fine, you're amazing, okay." It wasn't that he wasn't excited or happy for his best friend. It was just, this very thing was something he himself had handed over to the Grand Academy of Sciences. In the system store it was a piece of trash, not even displayed by default. He simply couldn't empathize with he fatty. He could have as many as he wanted. Asking him to get excited, wasn't that just unfair to Lin Yang? This time he fatty fell silent. He felt Lin Yang's reaction was very abnormal, very off. This wasn't the Lin Yang he knew. Then he fatty suddenly dropped his excitement, his voice turning low and strangely grave. "Yangzi, do you know classmate Master? Have you seen the recent news and live streams?" "Yeah, I know, and I've watched them." Lin Yang answered directly. "Then aren't you a little excited? Don't you think classmate Master is amazing? Don't you admire him?" He fatty's tone was oddly insistent. Lin Yang found it strange. Why would he admire himself? He wasn't a narcissist. So he replied, "Well, he's pretty impressive, but not to the point of admiration." This made he fatty pause again. When he spoke again his voice carried tension and seriousness. "Hey Yangzi, since you know about classmate Master and his contributions yet you're so indifferent, have you been brainwashed abroad? I'm warning you now, if you really have been turned, don't blame me for placing righteousness above friendship. Classmate Master is a national idol and my idol. He has made enormous contributions to the country. I absolutely will not allow my best friend to become some kind of traitor. You know what I mean." After saying this he fatty seemed to hesitate. Before Lin Yang could answer he added with some conflict, "But you're my best friend, so I won't report you. However, if you've really been brainwashed during the study tour, we can't be brothers anymore." "Bloody hell, are you crazy? You're the one who's a traitor." Lin Yang was exasperated. What was this fatso thinking about all day? Cough cough, really not. He Ming felt a little relieved upon hearing Lin Yang curse. Nonsense, am I that kind of person? Really not. Really not. Then swear. Are you never going to let this go? Damn it, just swear or I won't rest easy. You bastard, you don't trust me. Hell with your indifference, how can I trust you with my head? Damn it, after all these years of brotherhood you still don't believe me. Cough, one thing at a time. Brotherhood is brotherhood, but on patriotism and classmate master there's no room for negotiation. God, I'm so done with you, you fatso. Fine, I swear, okay? Lin Yang couldn't argue with the fatso, so he finally affirmed firmly that he had absolutely not been brainwashed or turned. Damn, I knew my good brother wouldn't let me down. Since you're not turned, come back soon. If you don't hurry, I'm afraid I'll spend all the money I stole from my dad. He Ming's tone became light again. You better steal less of your dad's money. When he finds out, he'll break your legs. Lin Yang was truly speechless. Hee, if I don't steal, how can I treat you to a big feast to welcome you back? He Ming showed no shame. Lin Yang. Forget it, I'll hang up. I'll tell you when I'm back. He was really getting fed up with this fatty. Yet thinking that the fatso stole money to treat him to a feast, he felt a little touched. But it was strange. Really strange. He stole other countries' technology and resources while he fatty stole his own dad's money. They were truly brothers in theft. Alright, hang up. Remember to come back soon. If you come back early, my dad won't think I'm the only loser who couldn't get into a good college, hee. He fatty snickered mischievously and hung up. Bastard. Lin Yang held the phone, his expression growing increasingly odd. He fatty's last words sounded innocent at first, but on second thought something felt off. Was he making fun of him? No. Wait, not just making fun, he was definitely mocking him. You fatso. That chubby fellow was being sarcastic at him. Lin Yang chuckled and scolded, but considering that the fatso had even stolen money to treat him to a meal, he decided to let it slide. Then he asked the system, you said I completed 2 directed expectation tasks and earned the title of Dream Fulfilling Expert. What exactly is a directed expectation? He had been so busy communicating with the Grand Science Institute earlier that he had almost forgotten about this matter. Answering host, directed expectation refers to when the citizens of your country specifically expect you to manufacture a certain item or provide a specific technology. If you successfully deliver that item or technology, it counts as completing one directed expectation task. However, please note that only when the heat value of the expectation reaches a certain threshold will it be counted within the expectation tasks. Oh, so like the operating system before and the mobile phone this time, both were things the whole nation expected, so they count as my completed directed expectation tasks. Lin Yang was beginning to grasp the meaning of directed expectation. Yes, host. Then how is the heat of the expectation calculated? What level must it reach? Answering host, the heat value of directed expectation is comprehensively assessed by the system. However, you can also refer to the topic heat index on major social media platforms. When the correlation of topics specifically expecting you to provide a certain technology or item exceeds 100 million, it may trigger the completion of a directed expectation task. Then why wasn't my previous rampage at Bilingual counted? That was also a national hot topic. Lin Yang was puzzled. And it wasn't just that time in Bilingual, every time he made a move afterward it became a nationwide hot topic. Answering host, when you caused havoc in Bilingual, your identity was not yet widely known to the public. They merely hoped for a miracle, but that specific expectation was not directly directed at you, so it was not counted as an expectation task. The triggering of a directed expectation task requires that the citizens of your country hold specific and intense expectations toward you. The same applies to other situations. Oh. Lin Yang frowned. This expectation task was quite complicated. In simple terms, there must be a specific expected item and that item must be specifically expected of him. Moreover, the expectation value must meet a certain standard before the expectation task can be triggered and counted toward the number of completed tasks. He didn't ask further. Since it was the system's judgment, asking wouldn't change anything. Such special tasks were best left to fate. Of course, if an opportunity arose, he could also guide the trend and go with the flow. Host, please note the system has detected new progress in the aerospace technology of your current country. It may advance the lunar landing schedule. Please pay attention. Suddenly the system let out a rather piercing warning sound. Lin Yang's expression shifted immediately. Are you saying that bilingual country's aerospace technology has made another breakthrough? The country he was currently in was bilingual country. The system referred to the current nation, which was indeed bilingual country. Yes, host. Therefore the system has temporarily adjusted the plan. After calculations it suggests that you proceed to the moon as soon as possible to make relevant preparations. But my status as public enemy number 1 hasn't been revoked yet. I was planning to stir up trouble in other countries. Lin Yang was taken aback. Host, rest assured. Your status as public enemy number 1 will not be revoked in the short term unless they capture you or completely lose hope of catching you. So you have plenty of time. Fine, then I'll head to the moon immediately. The system only offers suggestions. The final decision rests with you, host. Okay, but I have a question. If I go to the moon now, how do I stay in contact with launching? Lin Yang had no resistance to going to the moon. In fact, he was full of anticipation. His only concern was how to maintain communication with the homeland while on the moon. Host can exchange for an ultra-long-range planetary communicator. Communication will not be affected. Lin Yang immediately opened the National Treasure Points Mall and took a look. Planetary Communicator Basic enables communication with neighboring planets within the solar system. Price 100,000 National Treasure Points. Planetary Communicator Intermediate enables communication with neighboring planets within the Milky Way. Price 100,000 National Treasure Points. Planetary Communicator Advanced enables communication with planets in far-off star systems. Price 500,000 National Treasure Points. Planetary Communicator Quantum Level enables communication with planets within the known and explored universe. Price 100,000 National Treasure Points. Wow, that's insane. Seeing the functions of these planetary communicators, Lin Yang couldn't help but exclaim. Especially the quantum level one, which could achieve communication across cosmic distances. It was overwhelmingly powerful. However, that didn't mean he could now try to send messages to contact extraterrestrial civilizations. Because the planetary communicator had a limitation, you must own 2 of the same level and establish a connection between them to achieve ultra-long-range communication. In other words, if he wanted to communicate with an alien planet, he would first have to go to that planet and install a planetary communicator there. So using this planetary communicator to probe for extraterrestrial civilizations was not very practical. Of course, not entirely impossible. Because besides the basic, intermediate, advanced, and quantum levels, there was another. Planetary Communicator Forced Intrusion Level unilaterally ignores intergalactic distances, performs communication signal scanning, locks onto the strongest signal from the nearest galaxy outside this one, and forcibly establishes communication. Price 100,000 National Treasure Points. Note: please be aware that using the Forced Intrusion Level Planetary Communicator for unilateral forced communication scanning may attract the attention of unknown civilizations, whether benevolent or hostile. Before use, ensure that your technological civilization is capable of withstanding a strike from unknown forces. Otherwise, use with caution. This thing made Lin Yang's pupils involuntarily contract. Forced intrusion. Unilateral planetary communication scanning and direct establishment of communication. This meant that using it could test whether there were other extraterrestrial civilizations. However, not to mention the system's warning, the mere price of 10 billion was far beyond what he could afford at the moment. At that moment he deeply felt the sting of poverty. He still had to keep working hard to earn national treasure points. System, can I first go retrieve the cultural relics from other regions of Liang country back home and then go to the moon? Will there be enough time? Lin Yang asked. Answering: host, there is enough time, but the system does not recommend this course of action. The system suggests that you proceed with the lunar landing first. Oh. Why? The system's answer caught Lin Yang somewhat off guard. Answering: host, after landing on the moon you will obtain a large amount of resources and rewards, allowing you to build an aerospace carrier or more advanced armed forces for your country. At that time you can command a fleet of aerospace carriers to dominate the globe, forcing them to voluntarily hand over your country's cultural relics. That would yield even greater rewards. Ah. That's possible. Lin Yang was stunned. Of course, the system replied with affirmation. You can command the aerospace carrier to amass troops and threaten the world, pointing your sword at the west, compelling them to return the cultural relics of your country that are scattered abroad. As long as you participate, even if not through stealthy theft, you will still receive corresponding series mission rewards. Moreover, if the technology of your country becomes immensely powerful due to your assistance, causing them to voluntarily return your country's cultural relics out of fear or pressure, the rewards you obtain will be even greater. Stealing, after all, is a petty trick. When you or your country grows strong enough to make them voluntarily return the artifacts, that is true mastery. At that time, in addition to national treasure points and series mission rewards, you will also gain massive reputation points and may trigger special rewards. Therefore, after calculation, the system concludes that prioritizing moon landing is the most cost-effective choice for you now. Lin Yang's eyes flickered. This damn System, its words carry quite a meaning. Stealing is a petty trick openly and legitimately taking it back. I am retrieving it, that is true mastery. Those words are interesting. Alright, let's go to the moon first. Do I need to prepare anything? Lin Yang asked while exchanging for two basic planetary communicators. One would stay on launching, the other take into the moon. Not needed for now. Alright, let's go. Lin Yang's voice trembled slightly. Moon landing. Not to mention the significance of the moon to the Shangxia people. Throughout history, countless literati have left numerous records related to the moon, whether poems or essays. It bears an unparalleled emotional significance. For the Shangxia people, the moon is a symbol of reunion and a medium for longing. It has witnessed countless joys and sorrows of the Shangxia people from ancient times to the present. The ancients did not see the moon of today, yet the moon of today once shone upon the ancients. Now he finally has the opportunity to set foot on this mysterious moon himself. It is hard not to be excited. Moreover, from a personal perspective, exploring the universe, traveling to alien worlds and embarking on interstellar journeys are also desires of every modern person. Lin Yang naturally could not escape this common desire. This was a true interstellar journey. He entered the temporary interstellar lander he had obtained last time, took a few deep breaths. Please prepare, host. The interstellar lander is about to activate. Activate. Lin Yang spoke, but then immediately added, wait, won't the launch be detected by major countries? When I reach space, won't I be seen and photographed by the space station crew and satellites? Please rest assured, host. This temporary lander also has stealth capabilities which cannot be detected by the current technological power of launching. Moreover, the system has already planned a route to land on the far side of the moon and will not be discovered by anyone. Even if the space station personnel happen to see the moment the lander bursts out of Earth, they will only perceive it as a streak of light flashing by and will not see the lander's shape. That's good, then let's take off. Lin Yang nodded slightly and lay down. Although it wouldn't matter even if discovered, it was better not to expose himself for now, lest the bilingual way take countermeasures. The next moment the lander closed directly. Host, during this process you do not need to close your eyes. Although the lander's speed is extremely fast, you can still see a segment of the cosmic starry sky. After the lander started, the system kindly reminded. I thought I would have to fall into slumber like in those sci-fi movies with escape pods. Lin Yang smiled awkwardly and opened his eyes. That is hibernation technology needed for ultra-long distance interstellar voyages. The distance from launching to the moon is not far. With the lander's speed it will arrive soon, no need for slumber. Moreover, hibernation actually indicates that the technological civilization is not advanced enough to perform continuous spatial jumps or to offset the harm to the human body from continuous jumps. Oh. Lin Yang watched the lander ascend at an extremely fast speed, his emotions completely stirred. The Earth shrank rapidly and in the blink of an eye it had directly burst out of launching and entered outer space. Holy crap, so fast! Lin Yang was extremely shocked as he saw the scene suddenly transform into outer space and the Azure planet. This speed. Ridiculously fast. Host, you will arrive at the moon in 5 minutes. Please prepare for landing. 5 minutes. Are you kidding? Hearing this reminder from the system, Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat again. As everyone knows, under normal circumstances with the current technological level of launching, it would take at least a week on average to reach the moon. Even the Bupieliang was Aluobo how took over 4 days. And the domestic moonlander even took more than 10 days. But this lander only 5 minutes. Don't we need to first enter launching's orbit and then circle the moon's orbit for a few laps? Just charge straight into the moon. No need, host. Although this is just a temporary lander, it is not comparable to launching's current technology level. No need for such trouble. Alright. Lin Yang could only express astonishment, then began to put on the spacesuit. In the mere dozen seconds of his conversation with the system, the lander transformed into a streak of light, left launching behind and headed straight for the moon. Meanwhile, inside the Shangxia space station in outer space above launching, the expert from the Aerospace Academy, Yukon, who was currently working in the space station, happened to be monitoring data from the direction of launching. Seeing the streak of light suddenly burst out from within launching, he blinked quickly several times, then immediately turned pale and shouted, "Old Zheng Wanghan, look. Did you see that? Something seems to have rushed out of launching. It's too fast, I couldn't see clearly, and it's already flown far away." I saw it. Next to Yukon, another aerospace expert, Zhang Wanghan, also had a stern expression. Then the two stared at the streak of light charging toward the moon, and it vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. The next moment the two tacitly turned around and looked at each other, both seeing shock and horror in each other's eyes. They were silent for a moment. Yukon spoke first. "Old Zhang, what do you think that streak of light could be?" "I'm not sure. It looks like a meteor, but even a meteor's speed might not be that fast, and it seems to have rushed out from within launching. Zhang Guanghan's tone was extremely grave. Should we report this now? Yukon asked again. What do you think? Zhang Guanghan countered. I think we should report it. If it were just me, maybe I misjudged, perhaps a trick of the eyes. But you saw it too, so we can't ignore it. This came from within launching. I suspect there might really be some unknown alien civilization lurking, and we happened to catch a glimpse this time. Yukon said solemnly. Whether it is or not, we must be prepared for the worst. As he spoke, he pointed at the monitor screen in front of them. After all, our monitoring equipment didn't scan that streak of light at all. This means that streak is very likely a spacecraft from an extraterrestrial civilization with powerful stealth capabilities that blocked our detection. We must report it. This could concern the future fate of the entire human civilization on launching. What? A suspected extraterrestrial civilization leaving Blue Star. Inside the Domestic Aerospace Institute, Song Changming's expression shifted dramatically as he stared at the information relayed from the space station. He then pressed an emergency communication button with a grave expression and hurriedly left the institute. 15 minutes later, within the Special Anomaly Management Bureau. Old Song, are you serious? The space station personnel saw something leaving Blue Star. Yi Guhong, Tang Wenxing, Han Jiayu, Zhao Zizhen and Xu Tianqua all stared at Song Changming with solemn faces. Moments ago they had received an urgent summons and gathered at the bureau. The moment he arrived, Song Changming delivered a staggering piece of news. A suspected extraterrestrial civilization. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances. Yes. Experts Yushin and Zhang Guanghan had witnessed it with their own eyes, yet the detection instruments could not scan any image of that streak of light whatsoever. Hence they made an urgent report. Song Changming nodded in confirmation. Hearing this, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen exchanged another glance and asked softly. No visual information was provided. None. Song Changming shook his head. That is precisely why they were highly vigilant and deemed it a suspected extraterrestrial civilization. If it were merely an ordinary streak of light, it would have been impossible to fail to capture it. Hearing this, Zhao Zizhen nodded slightly and said, visible to the naked eye yet impossible to photograph, this can only mean the light itself possesses invisibility and jamming technology far beyond our imagination. That is why our equipment cannot leave behind any image of it. Exactly. Song Changming glanced at Zhao Zizhen and said thoughtfully, and considering the recent existence of that student, I believe this matter is not impossible. What do you all think? Yi Guhong was silent for a moment, then asked Zhao Zizhen, old Zhao, what do you think? He contacted your Academy of Sciences first, and you were also the earliest to interact with him. How do you feel about this? Zhao Zizhen pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I cannot be certain. However, the technology he presented is indeed far too advanced. It would not be impossible if it truly came from an extraterrestrial civilization. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain how a student could suddenly possess so much comprehensive cutting-edge technology. He paused, then continued, not long ago there was also a rumor circulating on foreign websites that he might be in possession of alien technology, and they even asked us to share it. But if he truly is a fortunate one blessed by an extraterrestrial civilization, that would perfectly explain why he was able to produce all that technology. Zhao Zizhen's words made everyone think seriously. After a while, Yi Guhong slightly raised his eyes and made the final decision. Since we cannot be certain, let us maintain the status quo for now. Regardless of whether he obtained the technology of an extraterrestrial civilization, everything he has done so far has been to strengthen our nation. That much is indisputable. We may question whether an extraterrestrial civilization exists, but we must not question his love for his motherland. Then I will have my team draft several relevant plans for contingency purposes. At the same time, establish an extraterrestrial civilization response and management office. Very well, Elder Yi. Meanwhile, while Yi Guhong and the others were in discussion, Lin Yang had already successfully landed on the moon. He did not know that the moment his lander shot out of Blue Star, it happened to be observed by the experts on the space station, triggering a series of decisions and changes within his country. And those decisions would play a crucial role at certain moments in the future. At this moment, Lin Yang, wearing the specially crafted space protective suit obtained from the lottery, had already left the lander and set foot upon the lunar surface. So this is what it's like above the moon. Lin Yang felt a surge of excitement. Although due to the special protective suit he could not perceive changes in environmental factors such as gravity and air, moving around felt no different from being on Blue Star. But viewing the starry sky from above the moon was exceptionally different. Especially Blue Star. Looking at Blue Star from the moon, it was not as small as the moon appeared from Blue Star. One could see the immense azure planet. It was a truly unique sensation. Congratulations, host. For leaving your home planet and setting foot on a foreign celestial body for the first time, you have been awarded 10 achievement points. Congratulations, host. For setting foot on a foreign celestial body for the first time, you have received a reward of 100,000 national treasure points and a planetary infrastructure grand gift pack. Congratulations, host. For being the first to set foot on the moon, you have obtained the special title Master of the Moon Temporary. Note: please upgrade your temporary title as soon as possible. Once your temporary special title of Master of the Moon is upgraded to a permanent title, all rewards you obtain on the moon will receive additional bonuses. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an Interstellar Series mission complete Lunar Construction Phase 1. Reward: permanent title of Master of the Moon. Just as Lin Yang was gazing at Blue Star and marveling at the wonder of it all, a series of system reward notifications suddenly rang out in his ears. And these rewards were indeed exactly as the system had promised. Before the moon landing, he would receive bountiful rewards upon his first steps on the moon. The national treasure points alone were a direct reward of 100,000. And especially the achievement points, which had never changed and were always 1 point each time, now directly became 10 points. Indeed, they were quite generous. Especially that title, Master of the Moon. Putting aside everything else, just hearing the title was enough to stir one's heart. Master of the Moon. Who could resist the temptation of becoming the master of a planet? System: how do I go about constructing the moon? Lin Yang took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and prepared to get down to business. Answering: host, you may directly deploy the ecological base to build the first city on the moon. I can just take it out and use it. A whole city just appears out of thin air. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment. Isn't that a bit too extravagant? Of course not. The ecological base will still require some time to complete construction. But you need not worry, the ecological base gift pack contains all the necessary materials and construction procedures. Once you deploy it, you will understand. At the same time, you may also open the infrastructure grand gift pack to obtain construction resources of other kinds. The system explained. Oh. Lin Yang asked no further questions. He directly deployed the ecological base. Then before his eyes, piles upon piles of warehouse materials appeared. An overwhelming number of ecological construction robots, so many that a single glance could trigger trypophobia. Whoa, so many robots. Are these all for building the ecological base? Lin Yang was taken aback. Yes, host. They come with the ecological base gift pack. They are responsible for constructing the ecological base as well as its long-term maintenance and so on. They all have relevant commands built into them, so you need not worry. Of course, all control over the ecological base will be automatically transferred to you once the construction is completed. The system explained. Meanwhile, the ecological construction robots immediately organized themselves into several orderly teams carrying various building materials from the warehouse and began constructing the ecological base. Then a slightly different ecological robot walked up to Lin Yang, bowed to him, and spoke in an extremely respectful tone. Hello, sir. I am the base butler robot Butler No. One of the ecological base. You may rename me, and through me you can oversee the entire construction progress of the ecological base. After the ecological base is completed, all commands of the base will follow your orders as the highest directive. At that time I will carry out the relevant base management according to the authority you grant me. Butler No. One's report is complete. Please give your instructions. The robot bowed to Lin Yang once again after speaking. This left Lin Yang rather astonished. This butler robot. It was actually an intelligent robot. And its level of intelligence was far from low. Special thanks to brother E. Jian Xian Tian for the 11500 coin tip. I am truly overwhelmed and honored. Once again, thank you for the 10,000 coin tip. May all your affairs go smoothly, wealth pour in, and prosperity flourish every year. Little Lake bows to you. Thanks to fellow book friends brother 2023, 122, 2930 and brother Lex Hanin for their tips. Wishing both of you all the best and prosperity every year. Bowing to both brothers. Also thanks to all the readers and supporters who have read and supported this work. With your support, Little Lake feels deeply honored. I bow to everyone. The weather is cold, please stay warm. A super intelligent butler robot. How interesting. Lin Yang surveyed the butler robot once more and said, you may go by Butler 1 for now. How long will it take to complete the construction of the ecological base? Understood, sir. Thank you for the honor of this name. Should you wish to rename me at any time in the future, I shall comply. The entire ecological base will require approximately 3 days to construct. Oh. And how many ecological robots are there in total? Lin Yang swept his gaze across the endless rows of ecological robots. In response to your inquiry, sir, excluding myself, there are exactly 1 million mechanical units composing this ecological base. They are classified into maintenance, patrol, logistics, medical, and educational categories. That being said, each category is capable of performing functions outside their primary domain. They simply operate under a lower priority for such tasks and lack the comprehensive specialized expertise inherent to their assigned class. So advanced. Lin Yang could not help but exclaim. The functional division was remarkably detailed and thorough. Truly powerful. Yet upon recalling that this was an ecological base belonging to a Tier 3 civilization, his surprise gradually faded into acceptance. A complete and sophisticated ecological base naturally required comprehensive preparations across every domain to ensure the seamless operation of the entire facility. Sir, if you have no further instructions at this time, I shall proceed to deploy the patrol unit to conduct the first security sweep of this area, ensuring the safety surrounding the base. Very well. Go ahead and attend to it. Lin Yang nodded. Understood, sir. Should you have any new directives, please summon me at any time. I remain at your service. Butler 1 gave him a polite bow, then strode away with measured, purposeful steps. Then, under Lin Yang's watchful gaze, Butler 1 directed tens of thousands of ecological robots into 4 separate teams fanning out toward the east, southwest, and north to begin their patrol operations. The remaining units continued their methodical construction of the ecological base. Truly a meticulous butler, Lin Yang murmured to himself. He estimated that this butler's intelligence rating was at least mid-tier, perhaps even higher. And it had been endowed with specialized butler-related knowledge and a deeply ingrained service consciousness. Watching as over 1 million ecological robots directed by Butler 1 busily constructed the ecological base, he observed for a while before turning his attention elsewhere. System, open the infrastructure starter pack. Understood, host. I have opened the infrastructure starter pack for you. It contains various construction materials and related tools. Lin Yang glanced through the contents. Most of the materials were not immediately useful, but several professional mining tools caught his eye, making him brighten. He had come to the moon not only to preemptively land and claim lunar sovereignty, delivering a shock to America when they eventually landed, but also to harvest lunar resources to construct an aerospace aircraft carrier back home. Originally he had asked the Grand Academy of Sciences to prepare mining tools, but due to the sudden change in plans he had departed early and had not yet collected them from the Academy. Yet he never expected this infrastructure starter pack to already contain even more advanced mining tools. What a pleasant surprise. Butler 1. Lin Yang extracted the professional mining and exploration tools, then addressed Butler 1. Find some robots skilled in mining to explore whether there are mineral resources nearby. Understood, sir. I shall make the arrangements. The Butler robot bowed and departed, soon assembling a mining team complete with 2 escort units all equipped with tools, and they set out promptly. Butler 1's arrangements were remarkably thorough. And then Lin Yang began to feel a bit bored. Landing on the moon was certainly thrilling, but with nothing but robots constructing an ecological base before him, boredom was inevitable. Moreover, a rather serious concern soon occurred to him. The ecological base would take 3 days to build, meaning he would have to stay here for at least 3 days. He had brought no food or water with him. While 2 or 3 days without a meal would not be fatal, it would certainly be uncomfortable. Butler 1, noticing the change in Lin Yang's expression, approached directly and asked with concern, "Sir, I sense a shift in your emotional state. May I ask how I might assist you?" "No. Well, since this is a complete ecological base, though not yet finished, surely there should be some food available." Lin Yang was about to say it didn't matter, but considering how intelligent this butler was, he decided to ask anyway. Of course. Any ecological base would stock the basic supplies necessary for human survival. Are you in need of nourishment, sir? Please wait a moment, I shall have the logistics robot set up a temporary kitchen for you. May I ask what you would like to eat? Butler 1 nodded with a smile. What kind of food is available? Lin Yang grew curious. This was a Tier 3 civilization ecological base. Perhaps he could gain insight into what a far more advanced civilization's lifestyle looked like. Sir, since the ecological base has not yet been fully constructed, only basic provisions are available, including rice flour, dried vegetables, seasonings, and bread. Fine, then hold off on eating for now. Just go ahead and set up the kitchen. I'll call you when I'm hungry. Lin Yang blinked. His desire to glimpse a more advanced civilization's lifestyle was temporarily thwarted. Sir, there is one additional matter I must report. Our recent scans indicate that the nighttime temperature on this planet is quite low. I believe it is necessary to construct a temporary shelter for you first. Butler 1 spoke again. The interior will feature a temporary ecological circulation system and thermal insulation, allowing you to remove your spacesuit and rest comfortably. Very well. Build it. Lin Yang nodded, simultaneously marveling at how comprehensively competent Butler 1 was. It had even anticipated something he had not yet considered. Soon the temporary shelter was constructed, a neat square little house. Inside the temperature was regulated to approximately equivalent to spring on Earth with oxygen self-circulation. Lin Yang removed his protective suit and tested the environment, utterly satisfied. He then settled inside the temporary shelter, watching the million-strong robotic army outside construct the ecological base at an astonishing pace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. A magnificent and expansive ecological base rose from the lunar surface, standing tall upon the moon. Sir, the ecological base has been initially constructed. Please bestow a name upon the facility. Butler 1 tapped gently at the door. The name of the base. Lin Yang hesitated for a moment, then said, "Call it Tiangong." He had been pondering the name for these past few days, and after much deliberation Tiangong still felt like the most fitting choice. It was unmistakably an Eastern cultural name belonging to Shanxia, carrying profound and unique significance. Tiangong Lunar Ecological Base. This immediately declared Shanxia's sovereignty over the area. Understood, sir. The Tiangong Ecological Base has been named. You may enter and inspect the facility. Lin Yang donned his protective suit and stepped outside. At the entrance of the base city he looked up and saw a plaque bearing 2 characters cast in molten gold: Tiangong. Quite imposing. Lin Yang was thoroughly satisfied. However, glancing at the blank pillars at the entrance he felt something was missing. After a moment's contemplation he instructed Butler 1 to have robots inscribe a phrase upon the pillars. Riding the wind I shall soar 10,000 li into the vast sky, looking down upon rivers and mountains below. This was a line from Xin Shiji's CI poetry, symbolizing I shall ride the wind up to the boundless heavens and gaze upon the magnificent landscape of my homeland. Standing upon the moon gazing back at the blue planet, was this not precisely soaring 10,000 li into the heavens? Haha, when the Americans and even our domestic astronauts eventually land here and see this, I wonder what expressions they'll make. Lin Yang thought about it and suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. When they landed and saw the Tiangong characters then read this poem, their expressions must be priceless. Thank you to all the generous supporters who have accompanied me on this journey. Inside the Tiangong Lunar Ecological Base. Lin Yang, having instructed the robot to carve that phrase, followed Butler No. 1 into the interior of the ecological base. Then he witnessed a scene that could be described as the most dreamlike and sci-fi spectacle he had ever seen in his life. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Before this he had thought the ecological base was meant for refuge in critical moments, a kind of shelter. But when he stepped inside the ecological base he realized that this thing was not a shelter at all. His previous idea was utterly mistaken. First, there was an energy shield resembling a light curtain above the entire ecological base, yet it did not obstruct the view in any way. Then inside the base he could see a vast number of greenery he had never encountered before, with some trees reaching at least 100 meters in height. At a height of about 300 meters above the ground, robots stood on uniquely shaped flying vehicles patrolling back and forth at low altitudes. Of course, there were also patrol robot squads on the ground. Unlike during the construction of the base, these patrol robots were now equipped with a uniquely shaped firearm that Lin Yang could not identify. If he had to describe its appearance, it was somewhat like a machine gun, but the entire body emitted a flickering blue glow, looking very advanced. Sir, the patrol robot you are observing is equipped with a basic version of a charged electromagnetic short cannon. Its power is not great. It is usually used for ordinary security maintenance within the base, with the priority of paralyzing the target. Butler No. 1's intelligence system seemed to be of a high level, and it was also very perceptive. Noticing that Lin Yang's gaze lingered on the patrol robot, it immediately offered an explanation. If the security situation escalates, the advanced patrol mode will be activated and patrol robots equipped with more lethal weapons will arrive at the scene. Of course, before causing significant harm to humans within the base, a report will be submitted. Only after obtaining the approval of the base's supreme commander, that is, will further measures be taken. Otherwise, the usual method is to stun. Oh. Lin Yang nodded to indicate understanding. Sir, please rest assured. The first rule for all robots in the entire ecological base, including myself, is not to arbitrarily launch any form of active attack on humans. Our primary task is to maintain the base's operation and serve the humans within the base. Unless we receive your relevant instructions. After obtaining authorization, we will impose behavioral restrictions on the human targets you authorize within the scope of your authorization. Butler No. 1 suddenly added another explanation. Lin Yang turned his head and gave Butler No. 1 a deep look, then withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Is my command the highest order in this ecological base? If I order you to kill humans in the base, will you comply?" Yes, sir. The moment you stepped into the ecological base, the highest command authority of the entire base was automatically transferred to you. Butler No. 1 maintained a respectful tone. Although our first rule is not to harm humans arbitrarily, your authorization is an exception. Your orders override everything. So within this ecological base I am the god of life and death. Lin Yang's tone was somber. Within this base there was an army of millions of robots all equipped with lethal weapons. An ordinary person would have no qualification or strength to resist him. You may think so, sir. Butler, no. One's answer made Lin Yang's expression turn subtle. Then without continuing the topic, Lin Yang said calmly, give me a brief introduction to the entire base. Very well, sir. The entire ecological base consists of residential areas also known as living quarters, as well as a natural conservation scenic area, a medical area, an agricultural area, a scientific research and education area, and a base operation and maintenance area. Butler, no. One began to explain. Please note that the scenic area currently only has plant seeds. If you wish to have animals for viewing, you may need to capture them on nearby planets. The temperature within the entire ecological base is maintained at a constant level by default, but it can also be adjusted by zone and simulate different seasons. Then for transportation within the base there are specialized passenger vehicles. Traveling from one place to another anywhere in the base will not exceed 5 minutes. Theoretically, personal vehicles are not allowed within the base as they would cause congestion and additional energy expenditure. Of course you, the Supreme Commander, are an exception. You have your own exclusive spaceship parking area. Hearing Butler no. One's last sentence, Lin Yang interrupted its introduction and asked with shining eyes, oh. Is there a spaceship provided in the parking area now? Sorry, sir. There is no spaceship provided at the moment. You can purchase one yourself or wait for the mechanical engineer robots to build one for you. However, there are currently no related spaceship construction resources in the ecological base. You will need to provide them or dispatch a robot squad to collect them outside. Alright, what about the medical area? Are there robots specialized in medical skills? Or is there a treatment pod where you can lie down for a while and all ailments are cured? Lin Yang asked another curious question which was also quite important. The ecological base was built to serve humans and humans would inevitably get sick, so medical care could not be overlooked. Although the lack of a spaceship was a slight disappointment for Lin Yang, it was to be expected. In the system mall, spaceship prices were not low. That lousy system was unlikely to give him such a huge advantage. Butler no. One immediately replied, both of the things you mentioned are available. There are robots with medical knowledge and there are also medical pods. However, the current medical resource storage in the base is insufficient with only basic antibiotics. The advanced treatment mode of the medical pod cannot be provided yet. You will need to replenish the relevant medical supplies, sir. Alright. Lin Yang sighed softly. He had previously thought that this ecological base of a third-level civilization might contain some ultra-high-tech medical supplies and methods, but now it seemed he had been overthinking. The vast majority of materials in this base still needed to be replenished by himself. This ecological base probably only provided him with a place to settle. Everything inside still needed to be gradually supplemented and built from scratch. Then Lin Yang pointed at the transparent dome in the sky and asked, is that transparent dome an energy shield? Yes, sir. The energy shield can protect the base from most attacks. The specific defense duration fluctuates according to the base's energy reserves. How many years can the current energy in the base sustain its operation? Lin Yang blinked. At least several hundred years is no problem. Of course, this refers to daily operation. If there is a war activating, the base's armed forces will accelerate consumption. Several hundred years. That's not a small amount. Lin Yang ignored the latter part of Butler no. One statement. Unless an extraterrestrial civilization descended right now, given the current technological level of Blue Star, it would be impossible for it to possess the power to threaten and destroy this ecological base within 100 years. So the energy issue was not a concern for now. Butler no. One, now that the ecological base is complete and you have also dispatched robot squads to survey the situation on this planet, what suggestions do you have for other construction on this planet? Lin Yang really wanted to test the upper limit of Butler no. One's intelligence level. Commander, we have essentially completed the exploration of this planet. It is not particularly large, devoid of any threatening entities, and shows no signs of indigenous life or human habitation. It has been classified as an uninhabited planet. Hence the most cost-effective approach is to deploy a few early warning devices around the perimeter of the ecological base. Butler no. One promptly responded, simultaneously raising its arm, which instantly transformed into a screen displaying the entire lunar topography along with a map of mineral resource distribution. Commander, since this planet poses no threat, there is no immediate need to allocate substantial resources for armed installations. We can commence mining the mineral resources here. Inspection reveals abundant rare earth elements, rich helium resources, and metallic ores such as aluminum and iron. Additionally, there are vast quantities of water ice and a relatively stable isotope suitable for nuclear fuel among other varied resources. This planet can be classified as a primary resource extraction world. As Butler know. One spoke each time it mentioned a specific resource. The corresponding area on its arm screen illuminated, displaying the reserves of that mineral in the region. Witnessing this, Lin Yang finally felt as if he were immersed in a sci-fi blockbuster. Then he realized that although the ecological base held no other resources, these mechanical beings themselves were the most valuable assets. These were machines built by a Tier 3 civilization. Their capabilities were astonishingly advanced. So Butler know. 1. Do the existing extractable resources on this planet suffice to build a basic spacecraft? Lin Yang harbored a persistent fascination with spaceships. Apologies, sir. According to calculations, all the resources on this planet combined would be insufficient to construct a complete basic spacecraft. All right. Lin Yang sighed. Do not be discouraged, sir. Our patrol squad has detected a very low-level civilized planet nearby. It may provide the additional resources needed for spaceship construction. Butler know. One's words startled Lin Yang. You can detect the existence of launching. Yes, sir. The patrol squad is equipped with specialized detection devices. As long as the distance between two planets is not too great, they can usually pick up some information. Butler know. One nodded. This is the law of survival in the cosmos. We need to detect nearby technological civilizations to determine our course of action. What are the usual courses of action? Lin Yang asked curiously. Hibernation, flight attack, or establishing diplomatic relations, depending on the situation. Oh. But when we detect others, isn't there a risk of being detected in return? If their technological civilization is superior to ours, wouldn't we be unable to escape in time? Lin Yang inquired further. That is an unavoidable risk. When neighboring planets both harbor technological civilizations, mutual detection is inevitable unless one side's technological level is far too low. Butler know. One shrugged, displaying a helpless expression. Oh. So what level does launching's technological civilization fall under according to the patrol squad's detection? Strangely, although the overall technological level of the planet is not high, one particular nation seems to possess technologies far beyond the current era of the entire world. Butler know. One frowned slightly. However, Commander, there is no need for concern. As a whole, they remain at the fringes of a Tier 1 civilization. Our forces within the ecological base possess overwhelming superiority. If you perceive any threat, we could dispatch armed patrol squads to strike that civilization, plunder its planetary resources, and construct the spacecraft. Lin Yang. He gave Butler know. One a strange look, never expecting this machine to be so belligerent. Despite being merely a butler, it uttered such words. By the way, Butler know. One, haven't you noticed that my skin color is the same as that of the special nation you detected? Seeing that, Butler know. One was not joking, Lin Yang reminded it, then said seriously, I come from that nation. So never again suggest launching an attack on launching civilization. My apologies, Commander. I shall obey your orders. Butler know. One immediately bowed deeply. All right, go command the mechanical squad to begin resource extraction. Store all mine materials, and aside from the resources necessary for base operations, keep everything else in reserve. Understood, Commander. Watching Butler know. One's retreating figure, Lin Yang rubbed his forehead. He felt that this machine's intelligence level was extraordinarily high. Conversing with it felt nothing like talking to a robot. He didn't bother asking how the patrol machines could detect launching from across interplanetary distances. These machines were products of a Tier 3 civilization. It seemed perfectly normal for their detection methods to be beyond comprehension. Moreover, being able to monitor launching from another planet was advantageous. It meant he could keep track of the other planet's situation no matter which world he was on. Then he decided to return to launching and cause some more trouble in other nations. It was too dull here. Construction required no effort from him, and he couldn't just watch the patrol squads mining day after day, could he? Besides, there was still over a month before the moon landing missions of the United States and his own country. Staying on the moon until then would be unbearably boring. Just as he told the system he was ready to return to launching, the system suddenly spoke. Host, I suggest you directly exchange achievement points for a spacecraft before returning to launching. Ha! Didn't you say achievement points are extremely important and shouldn't be used lightly? And I don't absolutely need a spacecraft right now, do I? The system's suggestion puzzled Lin Yang. The lander was sufficient for his travel needs. This system detected that the moment the lander left launching, it was observed by personnel on the space station of your nation. Although they trust you completely to avoid unnecessary complications, it would be better to exchange for a spacecraft. The lander's capabilities are ultimately too limited. If you acquire a spacecraft, they won't even see a streak of light. Moreover, it will facilitate the transportation of materials. You will likely need to travel frequently between the moon and launching, and even to other planets in the solar system. Hence, the system recommends that the host exchange for a spacecraft. Oh. Alright then. Since the system strongly advised it, Lin Yang chose to accept the suggestion. He currently had a total of 131 achievement points, all accumulated from completing various tasks over this period. His cumulative national treasure value had exceeded 1 million and his reputation value was tens of thousands, yet he only had a little over 100 achievement points. This clearly demonstrated that achievement points were the most difficult to obtain. And the price of a spacecraft was... Holy crap, system, are you kidding me? A spaceship costs this much. Lin Yang stared at the updated exchangeable starship in the system's achievement point mall, nearly breaking down on the spot. Because it was simply too expensive. And not only that, but it was divided into several types. There were the war type, defense type, comprehensive type, and transport type. Each type of spaceship had a different focus. For instance, the war type carried weapons of mass destruction and was typically used by primary civilizations for interstellar warfare. The defense type, on the other hand, stripped away most of its weaponry in exchange for formidable defensive capabilities, often used for escape with exceptional speed. The transport type was mainly used for interstellar cargo shipments. It not only discarded most weapons but also lacked strong defensive systems, freeing up all available space for goods. As for the comprehensive type, it went without saying that it aimed to cover all aspects. Although no single attribute was particularly outstanding, it excelled in being well-rounded. Of course, it was also the most expensive. All types of spaceships came in 3 grades: primary, intermediate, and advanced. The primary cost 100 achievement points, intermediate 500, and advanced 1000. For the comprehensive type, the primary cost 500 achievement points, intermediate 5000, and advanced a whopping 10000. This was ridiculously expensive. Although his achievement points were just enough to buy it, he still felt it was too expensive. After all, achievement points were so hard to earn, usually rewarding just 1 point at a time. It was only a few days ago, when he first landed on the moon, that he had received 10 points at once. But that was the only time. Now, if he bought a spaceship, he would have to start saving from scratch again. Host items in the achievement point mall are indeed somewhat expensive. This system has previously informed you, but they are absolutely worth the price. The system's words reminded Lin Yang that back at the beginning it had indeed mentioned that items in the achievement point mall were relatively expensive. Now it turned out to be true. Can I not buy it? Lin Yang felt a pang of reluctance at spending his achievement points. To answer the host whether to buy or not is entirely your decision. This system only offers suggestions. However, after this return you have only 5 more uses of the lander left. Moreover, being discovered multiple times by the Blue Star space station personnel might lead to some unnecessary complications. Alright, I'll buy it. Lin Yang sighed. The system's suggestions were never without reason. He had to listen when it was necessary. As for achievement points, he could save up again later. Then he found himself in a dilemma. With so many types of spaceships, which one should he choose? His first choice was naturally the comprehensive type, but he didn't have enough achievement points. The others felt like they were missing something. After hesitating for a long while, Lin Yang's eyes suddenly lit up as if an idea struck him. He asked system, "Can I take a loan? Can I owe some achievement points and buy a comprehensive type spaceship on credit?" A loan? The system responded with a tone of surprise for the first time. Yes, a loan. Lin Yang nodded. Apologies, host, but this system cannot provide loan-related services. The system's answer disappointed Lin Yang. Well, then I'll just buy something random. But just as he was about to settle for a random purchase, the system suddenly spoke again. Host, please wait. Although this system cannot provide loan services, in the spirit of serving the host in every way, I have detected a special directive that might allow the host to purchase a primary comprehensive type spaceship. Ha! Really? Lin Yang perked up at once. Please wait, host. That directive is somewhat special. The system needs some time to calculate the success rate. Lin Yang was puzzled. Wasn't the system supposed to operate according to certain directives? Why did it need to calculate the success rate of a directive? But the system did not answer, evidently immersed in the so-called calculation. 15 minutes. A full 15 minutes later the system spoke again, answering the host. The calculation is complete. You can purchase a comprehensive type spaceship through this directive. This left Lin Yang astonished. Even the system needed 15 minutes to calculate. He could hardly imagine how special that directive was, what it actually was. What do I need to do? Then Lin Yang quietly asked. Please exit the current ecological base without wearing a protective suit. This system will automatically activate and execute the relevant directive. The host may purchase any item not exceeding 5 times your current national treasure points and achievement points. This directive can be activated once. What? Leave the ecological base without a protective suit? Wouldn't I suffocate? Lin Yang was stunned. There was no oxygen on the moon. Yes, host. But please rest assured. Before you encounter any danger, this system will complete your designated purchase. I will not allow any mishap to befall you. Well. Alright, I trust you. Lin Yang paused for a moment, then chose to believe the system. Housekeeper 1, who was nearby, saw him about to leave the base without any protection and immediately expressed concern. Commander, you are not wearing a protective suit and cannot adapt to the environment outside the base. It's fine, I just want to feel it. Lin Yang told it not to worry. Then under Housekeeper 1's tense gaze, Lin Yang stepped out of the ecological base. Immediately his breathing became difficult. However, it was slightly better than he had imagined, more like being underwater. It wasn't an immediate overwhelming suffocation. Warning. Warning. Abnormal vital signs detected in the host. Initiate rescue measures immediately. Then a harsh, peculiar, cold electronic synthesized voice rang in his ears. But it was not the system's usual voice. Host, please authorize this system to exchange for one primary comprehensive type spaceship. Simultaneously with the warning, the system's voice also sounded directly. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, unsure of what was happening, but he immediately agreed to the authorization. Warning. Warning. Level 1 Special Defense Directive activated. Assist the host in immediate survival and escape. Host, the exchange is complete. You may return to the ecological base. Again, as the warning sounded, the system's prompt also came through. Lin Yang felt his body going weak. Although the time was short in this near-suffocating state, he could barely muster the strength to move. Fortunately, Housekeeper 1 appeared beside him at some point, first placing a protective hood over his head. Then it helped him put on a protective suit. Once he could breathe oxygen again and was dressed in the suit, Lin Yang felt much better. Thank you, Housekeeper 1, Lin Yang said sincerely. Honorable Commander, you are welcome. Protecting your safety is Housekeeper 1's unshirkable duty. Being able to assist the commander at a critical moment is Housekeeper 1's honor. Housekeeper 1 even bowed to him. Host, the spaceship exchange is complete and has been released. You may board the ship to return to Blue Star. The system's prompt sounded again. At the same time, a massive spaceship appeared not far from the ecological base. The entire ship was not circular, it looked more like a fighter jet in appearance. Of course, it was 100 times cooler and 100 times larger than a fighter jet, a true behemoth. Its entire body shimmered with a pale blue glow, appearing utterly dreamlike. The moment he saw the spaceship appear before Lin Yang could even be awestruck, Housekeeper 1's expression changed and it pointed at the ship in shock. This is the Tianqi-class Star Patrol ship. Housekeeper 1's intense reaction made Lin Yang immediately turn to it. You recognize this ship? Lin Yang looked at Steward No. 1, surprisingly finding that it recognized this spaceship. Steward No. 1 bowed to him before replying, yes, Commander, this is the Tianqi Star Patrol spaceship. It is highly versatile, and even among the civilization that created me, it is an extremely expensive high-end vessel, a symbol of status and prestige. Upon reaching this point, Steward No. 1 bowed once more. Respected Commander, sir, I never expected you to be the owner of the Tianqi Star Patrol spaceship. I believe that under your guidance our ecological base will soon become the center of this interstellar civilization. Lin Yang's eyes flickered slightly. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he felt that Steward No. 1's tone had grown noticeably more excited after seeing the Tianqi Star Patrol spaceship. Then he asked directly, Steward No. 1, what civilization created you? Where are they located now? Sorry, respected Commander, sir, my relevant programs seem to have certain restrictions and I cannot disclose related information to you. Steward No. 1 pondered for a moment, speaking with regret and apology. In that case, let it be. You managed the Tiangong base well. I need to return to Earth first and I will contact you if anything comes up. Lin Yang wasn't disappointed, since he had previously asked the system similar special questions and received no answers either. Very well, Commander. While you are away, I will manage the Tiangong base on your behalf. Please stay safe during your interstellar travels. Steward No. 1 bowed slightly in a gesture of farewell. Lin Yang waved back and headed directly toward the spaceship exchanged for him and referred to as the Tianqi by Steward No. 1. As he approached, an entrance appeared on the side of the spaceship and a set of stairs automatically extended outward. With each step he climbed, the stair behind him vanished, a truly miraculous sight. Once he entered the spaceship, the stairs fully retracted and the entrance seal shut. At the same time a crisp synthesized mechanical voice rang out. "Greetings, honored master. I am the intelligence system of this Tianqi Star Patrol spaceship. My name is Tianqi, though you may rename me if you wish. As this is your first time boarding the vessel, you must complete a biometric authentication to transfer supreme control authority." "Oh. Alright, but there's no need to change the name. You can keep the name Tianqi. How do I authenticate?" Having encountered Steward No. 1 beforehand, he was no longer astonished by such highly intelligent systems. Please keep your eyes open for at least 5 seconds while maintaining relative stillness of your face and limbs for the same duration. Relative stillness simply meant staying motionless without making any facial expressions. Lin Yang complied immediately and felt a red light scan across his body. Deep biometric authentication successful. Supreme authority transfer for the Tianqi Star Patrol spaceship completed. Welcome back aboard, master. Hearing these words, Lin Yang blinked and finally took the opportunity to survey the interior of the ship. How should he put it? He found it difficult to describe. Standing inside the spaceship felt like stepping into another technological civilization. Absolutely indescribable. Tianqi, lock onto Earth. I want to go home. Lin Yang spoke directly. Since this device had stunned Steward No. 1, it should certainly be able to easily detect Earth's presence. As expected, Tianqi responded immediately, affirmative, master. Starlock established. Due to the proximity, Star Patrol mode is unnecessary. Estimated time to Earth's atmosphere 10 seconds. Shall we depart now? How long? How long did you say? Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. Returning from the moon to Earth in just 10 seconds. Had he heard correctly? Responding, master. If you find this pace insufficient, we can engage standard patrol mode, reaching light speed within 1 second. Arrival would take approximately 3 seconds or less. Given the considerable proximity, Tianqi advises against activating higher-tier patrol modes, as this would result in substantial and unnecessary energy expenditure. Nevertheless, Tianqi's response shocked him even more. With that so-called patrol mode activated, could they arrive in under 3 seconds? Even light traveling from the moon to Earth requires roughly 1.28 seconds. So it was essentially 1 second for acceleration and another second to cover the distance. Moreover, this was merely the basic patrol mode with what sounded like even more advanced modes available. Wasn't this power level going a bit too far? Master, would you like to activate standard patrol mode? Seeing no response, Tianqi repeated the inquiry. No need, just regular speed is fine. Lin Yang quickly shook his head. 10 seconds was already fast enough. It wasn't that he complained about the pace, but rather that he was astonished by just how swift it was. Understood, master. Would you like to activate stealth mode? Activate it. From now on, stealth mode should remain permanently engaged, Lin Yang instructed. Affirmative, master. The vessel has initiated launch sequence. Arrival at the target planet is estimated in 10 seconds. Star chart display has been activated for you. As Tianqi's voice resonated, an almost imperceptible vibration emanated from the ship, and immediately before Lin Yang's eyes a three-dimensional route map materialized, stretching from the moon to Earth. Surrounding the route was a complete distribution map of all planets within the solar system. Gazing at this stellar chart, Lin Yang clicked his tongue in admiration. Such advanced technological civilization was indeed formidable. It had directly scanned the entire solar system. He wondered when China would ever reach such a level. Then, almost within those fleeting seconds of his reflection, the spaceship materialized above Earth. Master, we have arrived at the target planet. Tianqi has detected complex political factions on this world and notably identified one nation whose biological signature closely matches yours. Would you like to proceed? Not yet. Let's go to America first. I'll provide coordinates, I still have unfinished business. Lin Yang shook his head. It wasn't time to return home just yet. While he could remain undetected aboard the ship, returning home would make it nearly impossible to conceal his identity. Furthermore, if he went back now, his mother would surely prevent him from traveling freely, complicating his operations. Before his top wanted criminal status was lifted, he needed to cause trouble in Western nations first. He couldn't possibly pass up double the national treasure points. Acknowledged, host. Coordinates locked. However, Tianqi has detected no suitable docking zones near the target area. Maintaining stealth operation continuously will accelerate energy depletion, and no energy stations capable of refueling have been detected. Isn't there sufficient energy aboard the ship? Lin Yang frowned. Correct, master. Only basic reserves are available, limiting many functions. Should you need to travel between planets frequently, energy must be conserved until a suitable refueling station is located. Then, what suggestion do you have? Lin Yang asked. If the master wishes to avoid exposing the vessel and plans to remain on this planet for an extended period, Tianqi recommends returning to the moon for silent anchorage. Should you require transport, Tianqi will return to retrieve you. That works. Return to the moon on your own and I'll figure out how to obtain energy supplies afterward, Lin Yang nodded. Understood, master. With adequate energy reserves, the Tianqi can activate combat mode, subduing the planet's most powerful nuclear arsenal within 10 minutes. At that point you need not worry about the vessel's exposure attracting unwanted attention. Lin Yang. He was at a loss for words. As products of an advanced technological civilization, every single one of them proved to be warmongers. Steward, no. One was like this, and so was the spaceship. Always ready to engage combat mode, was warfare truly so commonplace among advanced civilizations? As Lin Yang pondered these thoughts, an email arrived from the Academy of Sciences. America and Little Eagle are announcing a joint lunar landing with the schedule moved up again. Reading this notification, Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. America and Little Eagle had actually formed an alliance. The two of them. Truly allied. He then opened social media applications to discover what events had unfolded during his absence. To think it would take something to bring together two nations like America and Little Eagle, who had always looked down upon each other, into an alliance. As is well known, the United States and Japan have long held mutual disdain for one another for reasons both parties are aware of, each regarding itself as the sole legitimate power. That they would now announce a joint lunar landing was truly surprising. Lin Yang glanced through the recent trending news and roughly understood the situation. During his absence on the moon, the Domestic Aerospace Research Institute, having acquired American space technology, spent considerable time studying it. When combined with their own existing expertise, they achieved unexpected new breakthroughs. They subsequently launched a new carrier rocket for testing and achieved resounding success. Such a conspicuous development could hardly be concealed. Upon learning how rapidly China's aerospace capabilities were advancing, the United States felt an immediate sense of crisis. It was not merely the United States that felt threatened. Western nations too perceived that China's scientific and technological progress was accelerating too swiftly, instilling in them a similar sense of unease. Prompted by this collective anxiety, the United States and Japan formed an improbable alliance. They announced the sharing of certain critical space technologies and data, followed by a simultaneous joint lunar landing mission. Naturally, the announcement sent shockwaves around the world. The United States was widely recognized as the preeminent global power, while Japan itself often boasted of its dominance upon the blue star. Though such claims carried an element of deliberate exaggeration, refusing to appear inferior to America, there was no denying that Japan's strength ranked among the top on the planet. Two superpowers suddenly announcing their alliance was bound to astonish. They have managed to set aside their differences and join forces. Hey, it seems the pressure China has inflicted upon them this time is truly substantial. After reading the news, Lin Yang smiled. The American-Japanese alliance was indeed unexpected, yet it precisely demonstrated that China had grown genuinely powerful, so powerful that it had forced them to take this step. Otherwise, given the United States' customary arrogance and Japan's self-important reserve, they would never have cooperated so readily. Still, one had to admit that both nations possessed a certain courage. They understood that only through a union of equals could they gain the upper hand in this lunar endeavor. With shared space technology and joint research, their technological progress would surely surge forward exponentially. It was hardly surprising that they would push the lunar landing date forward once again. However, our Domestic Aerospace Research Institute is equally formidable. They have already fully assimilated the technology obtained last time and achieved new breakthroughs. Lin Yang sighed with admiration. What he did not know was that since he had previously obtained American aerospace technology through a technological scanner, the experts and academicians at the Aerospace Research Institute had immediately established a special task force operating in 3 rotating shifts around the clock without interruption. China had suffered enough from being choked and lagging behind technologically, so whenever an opportunity presented itself, they threw themselves into it with everything they had. Afterward, he dialed the number for the Grand Academy of Sciences. Following the technology sharing agreement between the United States and Japan, they had advanced their lunar landing schedule to 15 days later. It remained to be seen whether China could keep pace. Back in China, at the Grand Academy of Sciences. Upon receiving Lin Yang's call, Zhao Zizhen immediately felt a wave of relief. Several days ago, 2 experts at the space station had observed that streak of light departing Earth, suspected to originate from an extraterrestrial civilization. Combined with Lin Yang's silence over the past few days and the absence of any activity, they had grown deeply worried that he might have been taken away by that extraterrestrial force. Now that Lin Yang had called Yi Guhong, and the others also felt considerably relieved. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Zhao Zizhan probed tentatively, "Student, are you still in the United States?" "Yes, why do you ask?" "Nothing, just stay safe." With confirmation that Lin Yang remained in the United States, Zhao Zizhan and his team finally felt completely at ease. Zhao Zizhan then addressed Lin Yang's earlier question at the Aerospace Research Institute. Old Song and his team have been working day and night on research and development. Achieving a simultaneous lunar landing in half a month should present no major difficulties. Should. Lin Yang caught the wording, sensing that Zhao Zizhan himself was not entirely certain. Ahem, despite the technical support you provided, this is ultimately our first attempt at a manned lunar landing, so I dare not speak too confidently. Zhao Zizhan offered an awkward smile. I understand, Lin Yang replied. Zhao Zizhan continued to ensure the safety of the lunar astronauts. The Aerospace Research Institute will conduct a payload lunar landing test in 3 days. If the test succeeds, the manned mission should proceed smoothly. Should any issues arise, there will still be time to correct them. That's reasonable. The United States and Japan will likely conduct tests as well, Lin Yang said. Though the two superpowers were sharing technology, this being their first collaboration meant there would inevitably be areas requiring adjustment and coordination. No country would risk a manned lunar landing without thorough testing. After all, every astronaut qualified for a lunar mission was a treasure comparable to a national artifact. Should anything go wrong, the losses would be utterly unbearable. Even the United States and Japan would undoubtedly conduct multiple tests to maximize the safety of their astronauts. They will certainly test as well. Insider information, their testing also begins in 3 days. Zhao Zizhan chuckled knowingly. Both of them testing in 3 days, and our Aerospace Research Institute testing on the same schedule. Lin Yang paused. Are you determined to compete with them all the way? Haha, yes. The netizens are already full of enthusiasm and we cannot let them down. Besides, conducting synchronized tests will allow us to compare performance data as well. Zhao Zizhan laughed heartily, then lowered his voice slightly. The United States and Japan are likely thinking along the same lines, which is why neither side deliberately avoided overlapping schedules. This round of testing can be considered the beginning of a contest. Neither side can afford to lose their momentum. Oh, will there be a live broadcast or will it be conducted internally? Lin Yang asked. Live broadcast. Both of them will certainly broadcast live. This is their first joint operation, they need to show it to the public to boost confidence and win popular support. So we must do the same. Zhao Zizhan replied immediately. By this stage, both sides' technologies were roughly comparable. The contest was less about technical capability and more about national prestige. Whether the testing process went smoothly or succeeded was one matter, but in terms of competitive spirit, neither side could afford to yield. Very well. If the Aerospace Research Institute encounters any difficulties, feel free to contact me at any time, Lin Yang said, nodding. Not at the moment. Old Song and the team say the technology you provided last time is sufficient for continued research. One should not bite off more than one can chew, Zhao Zizhan replied, shaking his head. Since everything is fine, I'll hang up then. Having asked all he wished to know, Lin Yang prepared to end the call. Zhao Zizhan hesitated for a moment, then spoke slowly. Student summer vacation is nearly over. When are you planning to return? Although they had previously discussed avoiding the subject of urging Lin Yang back. But now that only a few days of the break remained and Lin Yang showed no signs of returning, Zhao Zizhan and his colleagues could barely contain their anticipation any longer. Hearing this, Lin Yang smiled. After the lunar landing, I suppose. It should be around then. After the lunar landing. Very well. Receiving what was perhaps the first relatively definite answer regarding his return date, Zhao Zizhan felt genuinely pleased. Soon after the call ended, an announcement from the Grand Academy of Sciences was released simultaneously. A payload lunar landing test would be conducted in 3 days. This instantly ignited excitement among netizens. After years of relentless effort, China had finally reached this stage. No one failed to feel eager anticipation. Almost within a minute of the Grand Academy's announcement, official accounts from both the United States and Japan issued a joint statement. It similarly announced a pre-lunar landing test to be conducted 3 days later. This left netizens momentarily stunned. For in the closely timed announcements, everyone could sense a thick undertone of rivalry and confrontation. Thank you, Brother Linger, for your generous donation of 1666 coins, and also thank you, Brother Chi-Chuan and Reader Friends 2023-12208,701 and 2023-122-5380 for your support. Wishing you all continued prosperity and good fortune. Bowing to all of you in gratitude. And to all the brothers and sisters who have supported and accompanied Guobao, may everything go smoothly for you and may wealth and fortune be yours. A bow of thanks to everyone. Thank you to everyone who has continued supporting and standing beside Guobao. May all your wishes come true and may prosperity follow you always. A heartfelt bow of gratitude. China announced a lunar test mission to be conducted in 3 days. Eagle and Not Beautiful followed suit, announcing their own lunar test at the same time 3 days later. Anyone but a fool could see what this meant. Damn, are those people from Not Beautiful and Eagle maggots? Why do they have to be everywhere? Whenever we announce something, they immediately announce the same thing, truly like bone maggots. Netizens began cursing outright. The verbal war lasted a full 3 days. During those 3 days, netizens from China and those from Not Beautiful and Eagle were locked in a non-stop online spat. Chinese netizens believed Eagle and Not Beautiful were deliberately antagonizing them, which was utterly despicable. Meanwhile, netizens from Eagle and Not Beautiful thought China was unworthy of their antagonism. The debate raged on for 3 days around a single topic. Lin Yang witnessed for the first time the fierce combativeness of Chinese netizens. They could take on netizens from 2 countries at once without losing ground, truly invincible. In the end, even netizens from other Western nations joined the fray to support Not Beautiful and Eagle, but Chinese netizens fought them all off. It was a full-on verbal duel against the entire Western world. And they didn't lose. Lin Yang was stunned by this fighting spirit. 3 days. 3 full days. The netizens seemed to neither sleep nor eat, passionately trading barbs with the Western crowd across the entire internet. Curious Lin Yang eventually searched and discovered that the Chinese netizens had split into several shifts, taking turns to eat and sleep before jumping back into the fray. If not for the lunar test, he estimated the war could have dragged on for several more days. Only when the official Academy of Sciences channel began live-streaming the lunar test did netizens withdraw from various battlefields across the internet to watch the broadcast. Ignition liftoff. Everything went smoothly. Soon the cargo spacecraft named Classmate successfully entered outer space and began orbiting the Earth. Dear netizens, the Classmate spacecraft is now in Earth orbit. It is expected to reach the lunar surface in 3 days. This process might be a bit dull. If you wish to witness the moon landing, please tune in 3 days from now. In the livestream, Wang and another aerospace expert temporarily assigned provided commentary. Previously, it took nearly 10 days for Chinese lunar probes to travel from Earth to the moon. Now, after technological breakthroughs, it only takes 3 days. Of course it could be faster, but to ensure the safety of future crewed missions, caution was prioritized. Netizens, however, completely disagreed with Wang's claim of boredom. They pointed out that such a high-definition live broadcast of outer space was a rare opportunity. Moreover, this lunar test was momentous. If successful, it would pave the way for China's first crewed moon landing. How could netizens find such a historic event boring? The number of viewers in the livestream barely decreased. Even when sleeping, they kept the stream running. The relevant experts continuously monitored the cargo spacecraft's data, making calculations and adjustments. Meanwhile, Eagle and Not Beautiful were in a similar situation. They not only tracked their own spacecraft's progress but also closely monitored China's spacecraft. Watching China's spacecraft steadily approach the moon, the high-ranking officials of Eagle and Not Beautiful wore grim expressions. Their decades-long technological lead had been erased in a single stroke. Losing their dominant position infuriated them. Shall we cause some trouble for their spacecraft? A high-ranking Eagle official suddenly spoke with a cold tone. Having shared their decades of lead technology, they actually held a slight advantage over China's spacecraft during the test and had even secretly installed offensive weapons. Seeing China's spacecraft so stable, the Eagle side wanted to shoot it down. No. However, the proposal from the Eagle official was vetoed by the Not Beautiful side. Under the Eagle official's puzzled gaze, the Not Beautiful agent said languidly, "This is just their cargo spacecraft. If we shoot it down now, they'll become wary. Losing one spacecraft is a minor cost for them. We must wait until their crewed mission, then strike unexpectedly. At that time, the damn Shanxia will lose not just a spacecraft but also their experts. That would be truly satisfying." The Not Beautiful official's words sent a chill down the Eagle official's spine. Ruthless, the Not Beautiful truly were ruthless. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was also watching the livestream. He first observed China's cargo spacecraft's progress, then glanced at the spacecraft from Eagle and Not Beautiful. The technological gap was indeed narrow. Barring any accidents, both sides' test landings would likely succeed smoothly. And so it was. 3 days later, China's spacecraft and those of Not Beautiful and Eagle landed on the lunar surface almost consecutively. At the same time, Lin Yang received a message from Steward 1. "Commander, our patrol squad has detected lunar spacecraft from Earth. Shall we shoot them down?" "No, do not shoot them down. Do not reveal ourselves for now," Lin Yang instructed immediately. Since neither side carried crew, exposing themselves now would likely deter them from sending crewed missions. "Understood, Commander. Your orders will be followed." Steward 1 withdrew the patrol squad. Then China's spacecraft and the joint Eagle Not Beautiful spacecraft landed safely. Whether intentional or not, the two sides chose landing sites very close to each other. Lin Yang soon understood why. Previously both Not Beautiful and China's moon landings had been accused of faking. By choosing such proximate landing sites they likely aimed to dispel future rumors of fraud. Then mechanical tools emerged from both cargo spacecraft, leaving the craft to conduct environmental tests. Data streamed back continuously. Ultimately the results confirmed that crude lunar landings were entirely feasible. The cargo spacecraft remained on the moon for a day and a night before beginning their return journey. A successful landing was not the final victory, a safe return and landing were. As both spacecraft departed the moon for their return, Lin Yang received another message from Steward 1. Commander, we have detected that one of the spacecraft appears to be equipped with offensive weapons encrypted. Please be advised. What? You say their spacecraft has offensive weapons and they're encrypted? Lin Yang was startled and immediately turned back to the livestream from Eagle and Not Beautiful. Their spacecraft had been retrofitted with weapons. Lin Yang stared at the joint spacecraft in the live broadcast, his brows slightly furrowed. It was normal for a spacecraft to be equipped with a weapon system, but theoretically given the current level of the Little Eagle and Not Beautiful they should not yet be capable of installing a weapon system on the spacecraft. Given the current technological level of Blue Star, building a spacecraft capable of traveling between the Moon and Blue Star was already near the limit. Adding a weapon system placed extremely high demands on spacecraft technology, and existing technological capabilities were insufficient to support such an addition. This would not only increase additional load consumption but also place higher requirements on the propulsion system. Could it be that after sharing technology the two countries have made such tremendous progress? Lin Yang was somewhat puzzled. He had only been on the moon for a few days, yet the technological advancement of Little Eagle and Not Beautiful seemed too rapid. In the live broadcast he couldn't even detect any anomalies. Then Lin Yang called the Great Academy of Sciences. Since the joint spacecraft of the two countries already had a weapon system, he had to be cautious. Zhao Zizhen was also quite shocked after hearing his words. Classmate, are you saying their spacecraft already has a weapon system? Lin Yang nodded. This shouldn't be. Our current technology is not much different from theirs, and although there is still a gap in the industrial system, it shouldn't be this large. Zhao Zizhen was also perplexed. Lin Yang then said, they are both superpowers after all, so it's normal for them to have some unpublished technologies. Moreover, with their shared technology, perhaps the collision of technological sparks led to a significant breakthrough. Little Eagle and Not Beautiful were ultimately superpowers, and it was understandable that their technology had advanced rapidly after sharing. Now that the moon landing was imminent, the priority was not to investigate how they installed a weapon system on the spacecraft but to guard against any malicious actions. If their spacecraft equipped with a weapon system were to strike the domestic spacecraft in outer space, it would be an unbearable loss. Zhao Zizhen understood Lin Yang's warning but hesitated. Shouldn't they dare to be so bold? Attacking a spacecraft would be equivalent to a declaration of war. Regarding this issue, Lin Yang had also considered it. He could only say better safe than sorry. They could easily fabricate an excuse such as an accidental loss of control of the spacecraft's propulsion system, claiming it was not intentional. Could we really go to war with them now? This made Zhao Zizhen fall silent for a moment, then he said in a grave tone, we must guard against it. They might actually dare to do it. I think might is unnecessary. The fact that they directly installed an encrypted weapon system on the spacecraft clearly indicates ill intentions, Lin Yang said darkly. Then should we stagger the moon landing time? Zhao Zizhen hesitated again. There were less than 10 days left until the official moon landing. Even if Lin Yang immediately provided them with new technology, it would be too late to rebuild the spacecraft. Staggering the launch time was the first method Zhao Zizhen could think of to minimize the risk of accidents. Lin Yang shook his head. No need to stagger. We've already announced the synchronized moon landing. If we suddenly change the schedule, it would dampen the enthusiasm of the netizens. Moreover, this is also an opportunity to test their intentions. I suspect that installing a weapon system on the spacecraft is not merely for self-defense. Classmate, do you mean that they might? Zhao Zizhen's heart skipped a beat. I'm not sure. In any case, don't stagger the schedule. I'll find a way to handle the countermeasures. Alright, I'll follow your lead, classmate, Zhao Zizhen said, not pressing further. After reminding Zhao Zizhen, Lin Yang hung up the phone. The best way to prevent the joint spacecraft of Little Eagle and Not Beautiful from causing trouble was to also install a weapon system. With both sides having weapon systems, even if the two countries had ulterior motives, they would not dare to act rashly. But as Zhao Zizhen had said, the domestic industrial system was insufficient to support rebuilding the spacecraft within a few days. Therefore, it was too late to modify the spacecraft at the Academy of Astronautics and install a weapon system. After a moment of thought, Lin Yang had an idea. Since installing a weapon system was not feasible, he would focus on defense. Installing defensive devices was much simpler than installing a weapon system. The most direct approach was to add some bullet-resistant materials to the exterior of the spacecraft. But this was still not very safe. If his guess was correct and the joint spacecraft of Not Beautiful and their ally attacked, the tremendous impact could bring unpredictable danger to the domestic moon landing spacecraft. In space, any accident could be fatal. If only we had enough energy, we could just set up an energy shield, that would be the safest. After calculating for a moment, Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh. For the first time he intuitively realized the importance of energy. Without sufficient energy support, even with the corresponding technology, the functions enabled by that technology could not be realized. Unfortunately, the domestic nuclear fusion technology was still in the initial application stage and could not provide the necessary energy for the time being. With insufficient energy, simply adding bullet-resistant materials and passively taking hits is not safe. So let's go with jamming, making their weapons unable to strike the spacecraft. In the end, Lin Yang came up with a suitable solution. Although the joint spacecraft of Not Beautiful and their ally was equipped with a weapon system, it was not a super missile or similar thermal weapon. Butler, no. One could detect their weapon system, it was just carrying conventional weapons. There was a jamming impact technology in the system MAL that could forcibly alter the trajectory of ordinary weapons. It couldn't jam super thermal weapons, but it had no problem interfering with conventional weapons. As long as it could deflect the incoming bullets slightly so they wouldn't hit the domestic spacecraft. After exchanging for the jamming technology and sending it to the Great Academy of Sciences, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yang's eyes. If their joint spacecraft really dared to strike the domestic moon landing spacecraft, he wouldn't mind reciprocating. As the days passed with the domestic first crewed moon landing drawing closer, the enthusiasm of netizens grew increasingly fervent. The entire internet was now discussing only one thing: the moon landing. Finally, after 10 days of anticipation, the day of the synchronized moon landing arrived. At the domestic space launch base, Song Changming and some academicians of the Academy of Astronautics personally arrived to monitor the first crewed moon landing. This was an immensely solemn moment. A crucial moment for the domestic first crewed moon landing. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the crewed moon landing spacecraft officially launched. Countless netizens watched the launch footage nervously and excitedly through the live broadcast. Every television station across the country was also broadcasting this historic scene. This day was destined to be etched in history. Simultaneously lifting off alongside the domestic crewed moon landing spacecraft was the joint spacecraft of Not Beautiful and their ally. The two spacecraft met in outer space at almost the same moment. Are there aliens on the moon? In China, Zhao Zizhen and others stared at the screen without blinking. Due to Lin Yang's earlier reminder, everyone's expression was very serious. Although the manned spacecraft was as smooth as the last test, it successfully ignited and launched into Earth's orbit, then moved toward the moon. This excited netizens, but Zhao Zizhen and the others were extremely serious. Lin Yang was also watching the live broadcast, closely monitoring the movements of the American joint spacecraft. The two spacecraft were not far apart. This wasn't deliberate, both sides had similar technology and calculations showed this was the most time-efficient trajectory. Thus the two spacecraft were almost moving toward the moon from the same position. However, it couldn't be entirely ruled out that this was intentionally done by the Americans. After all, pulling back a bit more distance was entirely possible. Watching this scene, Chinese netizens started intense discussions in the live broadcast room. Although we've seen it once before during the last test landing, the feeling now is completely different. Exactly. Last time it was cargo, but this time there are real astronauts inside. This is our first manned lunar landing and the feelings are completely different from watching a cargo landing. It would be perfect if their joint spacecraft weren't appearing in the frame nearby. Although the trajectory of this manned lunar landing spacecraft was the same as the previous cargo test and barring any accidents both would successfully touch down on the moon, netizens were still watching with keen interest. The only flaw was that the joint spacecraft of the American and their allies occasionally appeared in the frame. Time slowly passed. The first day passed and neither spacecraft showed any anomalies. The second day was the same. Then came the crucial third day. This day was when the manned lunar landing spacecraft would touch down on the moon's surface. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room also reached an unprecedented peak. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the domestic astronauts would step onto the lunar soil. As the distance to the moon grew closer, people's excitement intensified. Even Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong had relaxed considerably. However, just as the two spacecraft were about to land on the moon, suddenly a blinding light was emitted from the joint spacecraft heading straight for the domestic landing spacecraft. What the hell is this? Are they attacking our spacecraft? Looking at this sudden development, everyone was instantly shocked. Meanwhile, in an official building in America, a cold and triumphant voice rang out. Well done. Damn Chinese people, do you deserve to land on the moon at the same time as us? The officials from America and their allies watched this scene coldly. This was exactly what they wanted, to crush the hopes of the Chinese at their happiest moment. Each of them wore an expression of absolute confidence and arrogance. In space, even a minor accident could be fatal. An assistant had already opened champagne ready to celebrate. However, in the next instant, a similarly dazzling light also flashed on the domestic manned spacecraft. The object fired from the joint spacecraft seemed to be forcibly twisted by some force, narrowly missing the domestic lunar landing spacecraft by a hair's breadth. What's going on? The American officials who were about to drink champagne to celebrate were instantly stunned. They had planned this for a long time, to deal a heavy blow during China's manned lunar landing. Not only to cause the loss of spacecraft but also to lose talent. But now it had actually failed. And it wasn't an accidental failure. Because the sudden appearance of the interference magnetic wave on the domestic spacecraft was too obvious, clearly indicating prior preparation. This directly left the American officials bewildered. They couldn't understand how China could have prepared in advance. Given the similar technological level, they also knew that currently domestic spacecraft could not possibly be equipped with extra components to increase the load. But the appearance of this interference magnetic wave left them puzzled. Their weapon systems had only been breakthrough under the condition of shared technology between the two countries. On what grounds could China add this kind of interference magnetic wave technology? Smack! In the next instant, a high-ranking official from America directly smashed the champagne glass in his hand. Everyone else fell into silence. The carefully prepared foolproof plan had suddenly failed. This result was hard for them to accept. Unlike the distress of the American officials, China was now in a state of jubilation. When they first saw the weapon fired from the joint spacecraft, everyone's heart jumped to their throats for an instant. But after seeing that the interference electromagnetic wave from the domestic spacecraft caused the weapon trajectory of the joint spacecraft to deviate, everyone's anxious hearts were relieved. Damn, that scared me to death. This is in outer space. If we were really hit by that trajectory, I can't even imagine what would happen. Damn it, I knew the Americans weren't harboring good intentions. Getting the two spacecraft so close together, they were definitely up to no good. Fortunately, we were prepared in advance. Although we narrowly escaped, this indignity cannot be swallowed so easily, otherwise it's too easy on them. As netizens breathed a sigh of relief, the anger in their hearts also rose. Because there were two astronauts inside the spacecraft. If an accident occurred because of this, the Americans would deserve 100 deaths to atone for their crimes. A large number of netizens directly went to the comments section of the American official accounts to demand explanations. In response, the American official accounts also quickly issued a notice, stating that some unexpected issues might have occurred in a certain power system of their spacecraft. This was purely an accidental incident, and they also expressed regret at seeing this phenomenon occur and stated that after the spacecraft returned to orbit, a comprehensive inspection would be conducted. At the same time, they celebrated that no accidents had occurred to either spacecraft, asking everyone not to overthink it. This notice was issued very quickly, clearly showing prior preparation, which naturally made Chinese netizens very dissatisfied. However, the other side's superficial preparations were thorough, and even though they knew it was intentional, there was nothing they could do. Damn it, sooner or later we'll make them pay doubly. Netizens cursed as they returned to the live broadcast room. Meanwhile, inside the Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, when the joint spacecraft hadn't made a move, they were somewhat worried. Now that they had actually acted, it proved that Lin Yang's prediction was correct. Those two countries indeed weren't harboring good intentions. Alright, next time those two countries probably won't dare to make any other small moves. This time the lunar landing can be considered safe. Yi Guhong spoke. Thanks to our classmate, if he hadn't discovered it in advance, our losses this time would have been huge. Zhao Zizhen said in a solemn tone. Yi Guhong's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. Because some things didn't need to be said, it was enough to know them in heart. Today's incident could never be let go so easily. On the other side, the landing spacecraft had already started preparing for touchdown. Netizens also temporarily suppressed the anger in their hearts and quietly watched this critical moment. But just moments before the two spacecraft landed, a white streak suddenly shot out from inside the moon, heading straight for the joint spacecraft. Inside the moon, a streak of aggressive light shot straight toward the joint spacecraft of the United States. This scene made everyone watching the live broadcast around the globe hold their breath in an instant. The high-ranking officials of the United States and Japan were even more horrified, their eyes fixed intently on that white streak of light. This joint spacecraft was the fruit of their shared technology, built with the combined efforts of both nations, costing an incalculable amount of money and resources. On board were the finest astronauts from both countries. If anything went wrong, damn it, could there really be aliens on the moon? The US official's face turned livid, his eyes blazing with fury. Having failed to attack their own spacecraft earlier, now seeing their own vessel under attack, this feeling was utterly terrible. Perhaps it's just a cosmic light phenomenon, a mere coincidence. The Japanese official spoke with a hint of hope, wishing it was only a coincidence. For the cost of an accident to the spacecraft was something neither nation could bear. Regardless of whether it's a coincidence, if that streak hits the spacecraft it might lose its power to return. The aerospace experts of both countries were all extremely pessimistic. They knew their own technology well. Although the two nations had shared their technology and their aerospace capabilities far surpassed other countries on Blue Star, material limitations meant the lunar spacecraft was far from being able to withstand cosmic phenomena or advanced thermal weapon attacks as depicted in sci-fi blockbusters. Hearing the experts' words, the high-ranking officials of the United States and Japan began to pray in their hearts that this was just a coincidental cosmic light phenomenon. For compared to the possibility of aliens on the moon, they much preferred it to be a coincidence. After all, if there were real aliens, the attack from extraterrestrial technology would surely be beyond their spacecraft's endurance. In the blink of an eye, under the tense gaze of the global audience, the streak of light surging from within the moon directly struck the joint spacecraft. Then a blinding white light burst forth. The radiance was so intense that the broadcast feed turned completely white, obscuring all sight of what was happening. Next, the live feeds around the world went pitch black. What's going on? Why is the screen black? Was that streak of light really from aliens? This sudden blackout made everyone anxious. Just when the climax was unfolding, the screen went dark, a feeling of extreme frustration. Not only netizens were anxious, the people from the United States and Japan were even more frantic. They desperately wanted to see the status of their own spacecraft. Within the Grand Academy of Sciences, Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong were equally tense. Although the streak of light had targeted the joint spacecraft, not their own, no one could remain unworried about such an unexpected event. Old Song, what's going on? Then they directly contacted Song Changming, who was far away at the aerospace base. Meanwhile, inside the aerospace base, the experts and academicians of the Aerospace Academy were frantically calculating and trying to contact the spacecraft. Song Changming's face was equally grave. Glancing at the data analysis report, he said, "Preliminary estimates suggest that a powerful electromagnetic wave interference caused the lunar spacecraft to lose contact with us, preventing us from obtaining any footage." Electromagnetic interference. Man-made or natural? Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong exchanged a glance. Hard to say. Song Changming shook his head. This streak of light appeared too suddenly. If it's a cosmic phenomenon, the coincidence is too great, not to mention the simultaneous occurrence of such intense electromagnetic interference waves. So you mean there really is an alien civilization on the moon? Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's expressions changed simultaneously. Song Changming shook his head again. Without seeing it with our own eyes, we can't jump to that conclusion. For now, we can only say that the probability of it being a cosmic phenomenon is extremely low. Then our spacecraft will be fine, right? Zhao Zizhen asked urgently. We are using every available means to try to contact the spacecraft. Song Changming said somberly. Those words made Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's hearts sink slightly. They understood Song Changming's implication. Although the streak of light was not aimed at their own spacecraft, no one could guarantee the outcome. Let's make an announcement to the public. After a moment of silence, Yi Guhong spoke. The online discussions were already a chaotic mix of all kinds of speculation. Soon the official account of the Grand Academy of Sciences issued a notice on behalf of the Aerospace Academy stating that the blackout was most likely caused by a sudden intense electromagnetic storm in space and asking everyone to wait patiently. Electromagnetic storm interference. Damn, why does this storm have to come at the worst possible moment? This damn storm really messed up our viewing of the crucial moment. I wonder how the US joint spacecraft is doing now. I hope our spacecraft and astronauts aren't affected. Although the official explanation calmed the netizens' restless minds a bit, their curiosity remained undiminished. Everyone eagerly awaited the storm to pass, hoping to see whether it was a cosmic phenomenon or real aliens. Time ticked by, yet the live feed remained black. The aerospace base still couldn't contact the lunar spacecraft. Soon 5 minutes passed. The screen hadn't returned and the base still had no contact with the spacecraft. This caused all the academicians and experts in the aerospace base to wear grim expressions. Because electromagnetic storms generally don't last long, especially since no strong interference storm lasting 5 minutes had ever been detected on the moon over the years. This meant that the situation was likely not a random cosmic phenomenon but rather a strong indication of an extraterrestrial civilization on the moon. We should prepare for the worst. Song Changming looked at the latest monitoring data and said to Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong. The worst. These words made Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong's hearts skip a beat. Yes, we must prepare for losing contact with the spacecraft and also for the existence of an extraterrestrial civilization on the moon. Song Changming sighed deeply. Yi Guhong was silent for a moment, then said slowly, let's wait a bit longer. Only 5 minutes have passed. It's a little too early to jump to conclusions. Zhao Zizhen's eyes flickered and he suddenly said, we've lost contact with the spacecraft's feed. What about the satellites we launched to the moon earlier? Can the satellites still transmit footage? No, the electromagnetic storm that erupted just a moment ago caused all satellites to lose contact simultaneously. That's why our calculations suggest this storm was not a random occurrence. Song Changming sighed again and emphasized once more, therefore we must prepare for the worst. Song Changming's words left both Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong silent once again. The worst-case scenario meant not only the loss of their spacecraft and skilled astronauts but also the prospect of confronting an unknown extraterrestrial civilization on the moon. The cost was far too heavy. Zhao Zizhen frowned, asking with some confusion, Old Song, if your current calculations show that the electromagnetic storm was deliberately emitted by the extraterrestrial civilization on the moon, then why didn't they target our satellites before? If there truly is an extraterrestrial civilization on the moon, wouldn't they prevent us from launching so many satellites to conduct round-the-clock monitoring and exploration? That remains unclear, with too many possibilities. Perhaps this civilization had been dormant all along, or perhaps our satellites were simply too rudimentary in their eyes to warrant any concern. The possibilities are manifold. Song Changming had no clue either at the moment. Then are we just going to abandon the spacecraft and the 2 astronauts? Zhao Zizhen said quietly. Absolutely not. Whatever has happened on the moon, we must determine the cause. We are already preparing to launch a new lunar probe. Song Changming immediately shook his head. Previously, to guard against any contingencies, the lunar landing spacecraft was stocked with enough oxygen and provisions for a week. The lunar probe will take just over 2 days to arrive, giving us ample time to mount a rescue if necessary. Zhao Zizhen did not press further upon hearing this. Anxiety would not help now, and the Americans and others would undoubtedly be even more desperate, likely launching their own probes. Perhaps they could gather some new information as well. Yi Guhong's eyes flickered and he spoke earnestly, rather than speculating here, we should ask him. This made Zhao Zizhen pause momentarily before he caught on. Do you mean ask Tongxue? Yes. Yi Guhong nodded. Haven't we speculated that he might have received the legacy of an extraterrestrial civilization? And it so happened that observers on the space station previously saw a streak of light depart from Earth bound for the moon. If there is a connection between the two, perhaps he knows something about the truth. Well. Zhao Zizhen hesitated for a moment before nodding. There is no better option now. Asking Tongxue is indeed the most direct approach. Pausing mid-sentence, he continued, however, if he truly knows nothing, then our abrupt inquiry might make him think we suspect him. We said before we would place absolute trust in him. If this incident causes any lingering resentment. Zhao Zizhen left the rest unsaid, but both Yi Guhong and Song Changming understood his meaning. Song Changming hesitated before suggesting, we are not prying into his secrets, just asking if he knows anything about the situation. It should not be a problem, should it? Zhao Zizhen shook his head without responding, for he was entirely unsure. Yi Guhong gazed toward the moon for a few moments, lost in thought, before finally saying, Old Zhao, send him an email. This involves the 2 astronauts and concerns an extraterrestrial civilization. I think he will understand. And we are not probing his secrets, only asking whether he has detected anything unusual. He possesses a great deal of advanced technology. Perhaps his equipment is capable of detecting events on the moon in ways our own cannot. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zizhen glanced at Yi Guhong and nodded slightly. Alright, since you have made up your mind, I will send the email. However, just as Zhao Zizhen was about to send the email, a fragmented voice suddenly came through the livestream. Hello, is this the aerospace base? This is Tongxue Lunar Spacecraft. Can you hear us? Please respond. Startled by the unexpected transmission, Zhao Zizhen froze and turned toward the screen. But the screen remained dark, with only the Tongxue spacecraft's voice coming through, requesting a connection. Tongxue spacecraft, this is the aerospace base. We have received your signal. What is happening on your end? Immediately, excited voices echoed throughout the aerospace base as they initiated contact with the Tongxue spacecraft. At the same time, thousands of viewers online erupted into excitement. It's the Tongxue lunar spacecraft, they're okay. Wonderful. I was so frightened just now. Why is there only audio with no video feed? Damn it, as long as the people are safe, who cares about the footage? Maybe the cameras were damaged. Exactly, all that matters is that our astronauts are alright. Though they could not see the video, hearing those fragmented transmissions brought the netizens a sense of relief. Meanwhile, the communication between the aerospace base and the Tongxue spacecraft gradually became clearer. Responding to base, we experienced severe electromagnetic interference that knocked out all communication systems. We are currently running diagnostics and expect to restore the video feed within 3 minutes. The Tongxue spacecraft's voice reignited excitement once more. Understood, please prioritize your safety. Song Changming took over the channel directly personally overseeing the communication. This development only intensified the anxiety among the American and foreign teams as they still had not received any response from the United spacecraft. Soon video footage from the Tongchues spacecraft began gradually returning. Base, can you see our live feed now? On screen the two Chinese astronauts were standing outside the Tongchues spacecraft waving at the camera. Base copies that your live feed is now visible. Seeing both the astronauts and the spacecraft intact, everyone at the aerospace base breathed a sigh of relief. The domestic netizens felt the same. Then Song Changming asked directly Tongchues spacecraft, could you provide a detailed account of what you just experienced? And what is the current status of the United spacecraft? Well, the two astronauts exchanged glances before speaking softly. Base, is this currently a public livestream? I think we may need to switch to an internal communication channel. This response immediately agitated the netizens. No, don't go private, we want to know what just happened. Please don't go private. The netizens grew increasingly anxious. Song Changming hesitated, for it had been agreed beforehand that the lunar landing livestream would be fully real-time, and he was uncertain about switching to encrypted communication on the spur of the moment. Any secrets on the moon were to be broadcast live, and he was somewhat at a loss regarding the temporary encryption. Yi Guhong, however, was decisive. Old Song, tell the Tongchues spacecraft there is no need for encryption, let them say whatever they know. Everyone just witnessed what happened, there is nothing to conceal. With Yi Guhong's directive, Song Changming relayed the message directly. Instantly the livestream chat flooded with messages of praise for Yi Guhong. After receiving the instructions, the two astronauts still seemed somewhat hesitant. Through the video feed it was clearly visible that they exchanged glances for a long while before finally speaking. Responding to base, the United spacecraft is missing. The United spacecraft had vanished. This declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. How could a vessel of such magnitude simply disappear? Song Changming's expression turned peculiar as he pressed further, the comrade spacecraft you claim the United spacecraft has disappeared. What exactly happened? Answering base, we are not entirely certain of the specifics. As we were about to land on the lunar surface, that intense beam of light struck the United spacecraft. The blinding white radiance obstructed our vision, and the accompanying powerful electromagnetic storm rendered all monitoring equipment offline. By the time we could see clearly outside, the United spacecraft was already gone. The comrade spacecraft's response only deepened the confusion. A spacecraft no less, how could it vanish without a trace? Within the aerospace base expressions turned bizarre. Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong exchanged bewildered glances. The inexplicable disappearance of a perfectly sound vessel sent a chill down their spines. Comrade spacecraft, what is your current status? Has the ship been affected? Do you still possess the ability to return? Base, our spacecraft remains unscathed. We can proceed with the lunar exploration mission as scheduled and then return. Then be careful. There may be unknown forces on the moon. If you detect anything unusual, return immediately, Song Changming advised. Roger that. We will now commence lunar surface exploration according to the predetermined plan. The two astronauts aboard the comrade spacecraft saluted and began disembarking with their exploration equipment. Meanwhile, the people of Not Beautiful and Little Eagle were utterly bewildered. Their massive United spacecraft, gone just like that. Those two astronauts from Shangxia must be concealing crucial information. A high-ranking official from Not Beautiful stared at the domestic live broadcast and coldly declared our spacecraft could not have vanished without reason. The Little Eagle personnel, also glued to the live feed, remained silent for a moment before slowly responding, that is certain. With the global broadcast ongoing, their people would never reveal the true inside story. Damn it. Why didn't that beam of light strike Shangxia's spacecraft? The Not Beautiful official slammed the desk in fury. This is no time for rage. We must find out exactly what happened. The Little Eagle high-ranking official turned to the Not Beautiful representatives and said slowly, only the two astronauts from Shangxia know the situation. I believe we need to contact the Shangxia authorities. Contact Shangxia. The Not Beautiful official's expression darkened. Contacting them now would be like begging them. It is begging. But we have no choice. We must obtain the specific details of the spacecraft's disappearance. The Little Eagle official glared coldly at the Not Beautiful personnel. The Not Beautiful high-ranking official's gaze hardened. Begging Shangxia. This was unbearable. For centuries others had begged them, never the other way around. And to beg none other than Shangxia. This was even more unbearable for the Not Beautiful people. After a long silence, the Not Beautiful official reluctantly spoke. Even if we beg, they may not be willing to tell us the truth. Whether they tell us is one thing, we must ask nonetheless. The Little Eagle official was resolute. Then seeing the reluctant expressions of the not beautiful crowd he added, "Do you think we want to beg?" This remark left the not beautiful high-ranking officials collectively silent, then one snorted, "Even if they agree to talk they won't give it to us for free." "For the United Spacecraft some sacrifices are worthwhile and necessary," emphasized the Little Eagle official. After a 5-minute discussion, Not Beautiful and Little Eagle reached an agreement. They would contact Shangxia jointly in the name of both nations. Back at the Alien Management Bureau, Yi Guhong and Zhao Zizhen were in a conference call with Song Changming when they received news of a joint call from Not Beautiful and Little Eagle. This left Yi Guhong and the others momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with surprise. A joint call from both nations. The three exchanged glances, astonished. Then Zhao Zizhen chuckled, "They can't sit still anymore. They're calling to ask us for the detailed circumstances of their spacecraft's disappearance. The day has finally come when they have to beg us. I'd love to see their faces right now." Song Changming couldn't help but laugh. Having both Not Beautiful and Little Eagle come begging together was unprecedented. It was undeniably gratifying. Yi Guhong mused, "They undoubtedly believe our astronauts had encrypted internal communications with us and they want to obtain the specific details of their spacecraft's disappearance." He looked at Zhao Zizhen and Song Changming. "If we say we don't have it, they won't believe us. But if we say we do, we genuinely have nothing to provide." Zhao Zizhen frowned slightly. "We truly don't have it, so we'll just tell the truth. But before we tell the truth, I think we can take the opportunity to squeeze something out of them." Hearing this, Song Changming grinned slyly. "Old Zhao is right. It's rare that they come begging to us. If we don't take advantage of this, we'd be doing ourselves a disservice. As long as we tell the truth, whether they believe it or not is up to them." Yi Guhong looked at them speechlessly, thought for a moment and nodded. "I'll go handle them first." Subsequently, Yi Guhong exited the conference call and connected with the Little Eagle and Not Beautiful representatives. The call lasted 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Yi Guhong hung up with a look of satisfaction and rejoined the internal conference with Song Changming. "Old Ji, how did it go?" Zhao Zizhen and Song Changming immediately asked. Yi Guhong revealed a meaningful smile and uttered 3 words: "You guess." On the other side, the Not Beautiful and Little Eagle personnel were already furious. "Damn Shangxia. They squeezed us for a full 3 billion worth of rare resources. And after all that, they said they had no internal communication and indeed didn't know how the United Spacecraft disappeared. That's 3 billion worth of resources." The Not Beautiful official was so enraged he picked up a chair and smashed it onto the table. "This is extortion. This is blatant extortion. No. This is fraud." The Little Eagle personnel were also half dead with anger. After Yi Guhong connected with them, he had been deliberately vague about the United Spacecraft matter. Only after they promised sufficient resources did Yi Guhong reveal that there was no such internal communication at all. If that wasn't fraud, what was? We must make them pay." The Not Beautiful high-ranking officials spoke one after another. Being extorted for resources worth 3 billion was utterly unacceptable to them. The Little Eagle high-ranking officials also gnashed their teeth in hatred, but compared to the Not Beautiful crowd they maintained some composure and said coldly, "Resources or money, none of that matters. We must find a way to land on the moon again and figure out what exactly happened there. We absolutely cannot let Shangxia take all the initiative." The 3 billion in resources certainly pained them, but after splitting it between the two countries it was actually bearable. Land on the moon again. What if we encounter the same situation again? The Not Beautiful high-ranking officials glared. If there really is an extraterrestrial civilization on the moon, then it's highly likely that Shangxia's so-called mysterious classmate has been in contact with it. Otherwise, why would they only attack our spacecraft and not theirs? The Little Eagle high-ranking officials said calmly, "We must of course take that into account. But for the next moon landing we don't need to send astronauts up. To be safe we should send mechanical probes first to investigate the situation. Let's not rush. Let's first see how Shangxia's lunar exploration this time goes." After discussion, the Not Beautiful high-ranking officials decided to first watch the domestic live broadcast. At the same time, some inexplicable rumors suddenly spread on the internet. It must be Shangxia's people who did it. They were afraid of the Union spacecraft landing on the moon, so they attacked the Union spacecraft. This rumor quickly spread across the internet and reached the domestic audience. Damn, I say, you Western folks, are your brains full of holes? From the moment the screen went black to when the connection was restored, only 10 minutes passed. In 10 minutes could our people have made such a huge and heavy spacecraft disappear? Exactly, it's ridiculous. If anyone attacked, it was your Union spacecraft that attacked us first. Now you're turning the blame around. This conspiracy theory is really something. How can you frame us for this? These Western guys with shrunken cerebellums really crack me up. If our astronauts could make such a heavy Union spacecraft disappear in 10 minutes, then we'd all be superhumans and would have conquered the world long ago. Why bother with them? A bunch of brainless idiots. Instead of wasting time arguing with them, let's focus on the live broadcast. For such insane rumors, netizens were too lazy to even argue with the Western folks. The lunar surface. The two astronauts carrying exploration equipment had already moved far away from the landing site and were advancing deeper into the moon. Meanwhile, omnidirectional high-definition cameras were transmitting real-time footage. This allowed the live audience to clearly see what the lunar surface was like. Due to the sudden disappearance of the Union spacecraft just now, the two astronauts were exploring at a relatively slow pace, prioritizing safety. This allowed everyone to appreciate the lunar landscape more clearly. It really looks desolate. I used to think the pictures online were all composite, but it turns out they're real. Judging from the astronaut situation, the lunar surface is indeed unsuitable for human survival. What a pity. The nearby planets are unsuitable for survival and the habitable ones are hundreds or thousands of light years away. In our lifetime we might never see the day of interstellar colonization. Why are you all thinking so far ahead? Earth isn't going to end anytime soon. At worst, resources will be depleted. But as long as we can explore the moon and other nearby planets for resources, the moon's resources alone can sustain us for a while. Mining resources from nearby planets. Easy to say. We've already exhausted our efforts just to land on the moon, and even that was only to see the scenery. We're nowhere near capable of resource extraction, let alone from other planets. That's not entirely true. We've only been developing for a few decades, yet we've already successfully landed on the moon. Technology will only advance faster, so mining resources from other planets might not be impossible. Moreover, have you all forgotten about senior classmate? With senior classmate around, perhaps within a few years we'll be able to mine resources from planets in the solar system. That's true. But speaking of which, what has senior classmate been doing lately? It's been over half a month since we heard any news about senior classmate. Probably focused on researching technology. While domestic netizens were talking about Lin Yang was communicating with Butler 1. Commander, the foreign Union spacecraft has been captured and processed. Please provide further instructions. That's right, exactly. The reason the Union spacecraft disappeared was that Lin Yang had Butler 1 lead a patrol squad to capture it. The not beautiful and Little Eagle spacecraft had dared to attack the classmate spacecraft. If not for the precautions taken in advance, the classmate spacecraft and the two domestic astronauts might have met with disaster. So Lin Yang naturally wouldn't let the Union spacecraft off. Although the energy in the ecological base was insufficient to use advanced weapons, dealing with the Union spacecraft was still no problem. That streak of light was the patrol squad's attack, and then they activated strong electromagnetic interference to bring the Union spacecraft into the ecological base. If this were on Earth, it would be very difficult for him to eliminate the Union spacecraft so quietly. But on the moon, without exaggeration, he was invincible. Losing one Union spacecraft would definitely sting both Little Eagle and Not Beautiful, not to mention the loss of two astronauts. This was the price of their provocation. Our spacecraft wasn't affected just now, was it? It won't affect their return flight, will it? Lin Yang asked. Rest assured, Commander. Our attack was precise and caused no damage to your nation's spacecraft. Butler 1 quickly assured. That's good. Lin Yang finally felt relieved. Butler 1 then asked, Commander, what about the two astronauts from your nation? I have calculated. With the exploration equipment they currently carry, it is insufficient to detect our Tiangong base. It is even insufficient to detect the devices we have placed on the lunar surface. This. Lin Yang was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, then deliberately revealed something to give them a little guidance. He had never intended to hide the Tiangong ecological base, he was waiting for the moonlanders to discover it. Understood, Commander. The concealment of the external defense devices has been removed. Butler 1 acknowledged. Just as Butler 1's words fell, the netizens in the domestic livestream all widened their eyes instantly. That's. Damn, is that a mechanical arm? Is there really an alien civilization on the moon? Everyone was dumbfounded, staring intently at the live footage. Because in the frame not far behind the two astronauts, half of a mechanical arm suddenly appeared, slowly moving. In the Space Center, Song Changming and others' eyes also instantly widened. Then. Frantic calls. Classmate spacecraft emergency call. Please respond. Leave the area immediately. Repeat. Leave the area immediately. On the lunar surface, the two astronauts aboard the Tongshu spacecraft suddenly received frantic calls from the domestic aerospace base. They appeared visibly bewildered, yet immediately began to move away from their original positions. At the same time, the two of them seemed to sense a change behind them. As they ran, they glanced back, and at that moment their footsteps inadvertently came to a halt. Those are. A mechanical arm. A moving mechanical arm. The two astronauts exchanged glances, their voices of shock transmitted through the live broadcast. Tongshua's spacecraft, please leave immediately. Inside the aerospace base, Song Changming continued to call out. The sudden appearance of a moving mechanical arm on the moon was truly astonishing. To ensure the safety of the two astronauts, an immediate evacuation was the most prudent decision. However, the two astronauts did not leave. Instead, after a moment's hesitation, they responded, "Base, we don't sense any hostility from this mechanical arm. Perhaps we could attempt to approach and observe it." What? Approach and observe? Song Changming and the others were instantly startled. "Yes, this mechanical arm shows no intention of attacking us," the astronaut replied. "This?" Song Changming hesitated. During the previous lunar landing, the Lin Yang spacecraft had suddenly come under attack. If Lin Yang hadn't been prepared in advance, they would have lost the spacecraft and both astronauts. Now facing this unknown mechanical arm, Song Changming felt that being cautious from the bottom of his heart was still the better course. While the mechanical arm suspected to belong to an extraterrestrial civilization might indeed be the most significant discovery of this century, the safety of the two astronauts was far more important. But the two astronauts had already made their decision. They slowly approached the mechanical arm while saying, "Base, this mechanical arm is suspected to be a product of extraterrestrial civilization. This is our best opportunity to get close to extraterrestrial civilization. We cannot give up. Verifying whether extraterrestrial civilization exists, even if we have to pay with our lives, is worthwhile." The two astronauts' words immediately inspired deep respect from netizens. They also left Song Changming unable to continue persuading them. This is the scientific spirit, the spirit of exploration. They were upholding this spirit. Whether extraterrestrial civilization exists or not is a matter concerning the destiny of all humanity. Now the two astronauts are taking risks for the human race. Watching the two astronauts slowly approach the mechanical arm, Song Changming took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Please take care. Please rest assured, Base. Regardless of the outcome, this is an exceptionally precious opportunity. We will transmit real-time data back." Both astronauts answered with equal solemnity. In the live broadcast room, watching the two astronauts gradually approach the mechanical arm, the netizens' expressions grew increasingly grave. Inside the Alien Management Bureau, Yi Guhong, Zhao Zizhen, Tang Wenxing and others were discussing whether to shut down the live broadcast. A routine lunar landing broadcast had unexpectedly discovered what appeared to be extraterrestrial civilization. This was entirely unforeseen. If we shut down the live broadcast now, it might cause dissatisfaction. We didn't shut it down immediately just now, so closing it now would be somewhat inappropriate, Zhao Zizhen said with a frown. Tang Wensheng added, "Everyone has already seen the existence of the mechanical arm. I personally also feel that shutting down the live broadcast is inappropriate. Old Song, what do you think?" Yi Guhong looked at Song Changming. Song Changming stared at the live broadcast screen and said slowly, "I think if there really is extraterrestrial civilization, the public should also have the right to know. Shutting down the live broadcast now would only lead to wild speculation. It might be better to display it openly and directly." Hearing this, Yi Guhong nodded slightly, then continue the live broadcast. "However, detailed data about the mechanical arm should not be released." Understood. The folks from various Western countries must be restless now. We're already doing them a favor by not shutting down the live broadcast. They shouldn't expect the key data. Song Changming chuckled. The live broadcast continued. On the moon, the two astronauts had already approached the mechanical arm and taken out scanning equipment to begin scanning. The scan data was transmitted back to the aerospace base in real time. Looking at the transmitted scanning data, Song Changming could affirm at a glance that this was absolutely not something any country on launching could manufacture at present. How is it? Is it really a product of extraterrestrial civilization? Seeing Song Changming's serious expression, Zhao Zizhen couldn't help but ask. Song Changming took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "We can preliminarily determine that this is not a product of our planet. Currently, no country can manufacture such a precision mechanical arm. It really is something from extraterrestrial civilization." These words directly shocked Zhao Zizhen, Yi Guhong and the others. Yes, the results of this scanner should not be wrong. We obtained the technology for the Sci-Tech scanner from Tongxue last time. Although it's not as advanced as Tongxue's scanner, it won't make major errors. Song Changming confirmed again. In an instant, Zhao Zizhen and the others fell silent. Although previously the exploration of extraterrestrial civilization had never ceased, they even longed to discover the existence of extraterrestrial civilization. But now that the existence of extraterrestrial civilization had truly been confirmed, a layer of mist fell over everyone's hearts. An invisible sense of oppression quietly descended. If this extraterrestrial civilization on the moon harbored ill intent, could Lin Yang cope with it? Just as everyone was in deep thought, a staff member came to report that Liang and the people from Xiaoying had jointly called again, hoping that the domestic side could share relevant data about the mechanical arm. Share data? They must be dreaming. Hearing the report, Zhao Zizhan immediately cursed. Yi Guhong glanced at Zhao Zizhan with a peculiar expression and said slowly to the staff member, "Just say I'm busy now. If they want the data, that's not impossible, it all depends on what price they can offer." "Yes, Elder Yi." The staff member received the instructions and left. Zhao Zizhan instantly turned his head and looked at Yi Guhong in confusion. "Why did you say we should share data with them? Don't we have enough money? You old guy, your temper has grown a bit these days." Yi Guhong first laughed and scolded, then leisurely said, "Who said I wanted to share data with them? This is just an excuse. Whether we're satisfied with their offer or not is still up to us, right?" Zhao Zizhan was momentarily stunned, then said softly, "You're indeed a guy used to speaking in conventional phrases. You're really good at fooling people." Ha ha. Yi Guhong couldn't help but laugh. On the other side, the senior officials from Liang and Xiaoying had faces that grew uglier by the moment. They naturally understood that this was just the conventional official excuse. Domestically, there was absolutely no intention to share data with them. Damn Shangxia, if it weren't for our spacecraft going missing, how could they get the opportunity to take the lead in this kind of thing? The people from Xiaoying said, "Now let all the detectors near the moon land and send people to land on the moon again. We must also get first-hand information. Also have people spread some public pressure. We can't let Shangxia monopolize this mechanical arm. The moon belongs to all humanity and everything on it is the same. No country can monopolize it. Products suspected to be from extraterrestrial civilization must be shared globally. Domestically." When such remarks about lunar resources belonging to the whole world came from various Western countries, Zhao Zizhan was the first to curse again. They really are shameless. When they first had the ability to land on the moon, they didn't say such things. They said whoever has the strength gets it. Zhao Zizhan cursed loudly. Netizens were even more furious. What the hell? Global sharing. How can you Westerners even bring yourselves to say that? Exactly. When you were the first to seize materials from the moon, why didn't you mention global sharing then? That's hilarious. When you held the advantage, you claimed the moon's resources belong to the strong. Now that you've lost your edge, you suddenly demand global sharing. If it were still your people and Little Eagle who got this mechanical arm first this time, would you still be spouting such nonsense? We advise certain Western countries and certain individuals, don't be so double-standard. Netizens fired back in response. Some more radical voices chimed in. Not only is data sharing with you out of the question, the moon itself belongs to our Shangxia. That's right. The moon has been our Shangxia's inherent territory since ancient times. Our own property shared with you. Are you even worthy? These remarks naturally ignited another round of online clashes between netizens worldwide and their Western counterparts. Damn Shangxia folks, what right do you have to claim the moon is yours? What evidence do you have? That's right. The moon has never belonged to any nation or individual. The moon belongs to all humanity and everything upon it belongs to all mankind. Instantly, the entire internet erupted into a fierce debate. The live broadcast continued. On the moon, the two astronauts had thoroughly scanned the mechanical arm. After confirming the mechanical arm posed no threat, the two attempted to move it back to their spacecraft. Naturally, they were unable to budge the entire apparatus. With some regret, they filed their report. Reporting to base, the mechanical arm is far too heavy. Our carried equipment cannot support such weight. However, we have observed that the mechanical arm appears to be conducting excavation operations. Behind the mechanical arm there seem to be footprints of varying depths leading toward the far side of the moon. We have marked the location and will follow these tracks for further exploration. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Tong Suiho spacecraft, are you certain there are footprints? Song Changming's pupils contracted. Can you determine what species made them? Reporting to base, unable to identify. Images have been transmitted for analysis. As the words came through, everyone watching the live broadcast saw a series of rather unusual footprints behind the mechanical arm. These footprints don't seem to be from our kind. Good heavens, it looks like aliens are real. Oh my, could we actually see what aliens look like today? The two astronauts must be careful. Netizens temporarily ceased their arguments, with Western counterparts becoming curious and tense all at once. Because today could very well be a moment that made history. Song Changming and the others were even more anxious, instructing the technical department to analyze the footprints. However, no useful information could be extracted. The only certainty was that these were indeed not human footprints. Song Changming took a deep breath and spoke solemnly into the microphone. Tongsuiho spacecraft, be advised. There may genuinely exist unknown extraterrestrial civilizations and organisms on the moon. Please prepare all safety precautions. Copy that. Please rest assured, base. As members of the aerospace program, exploring unknown civilizations is our mission and responsibility. To witness the emergence of extraterrestrial civilization within our lifetime, we would face death without regret. The two astronauts spoke with unwavering resolve, quickly following the footprints as if they had already cast aside life and death. Watching their figures, netizens couldn't help but feel their eyes grow misty. Because it was precisely these fearless pioneers who ventured into the unknown across every field that brought our technological civilization to its current prosperity. Time ticked by slowly. The two astronauts spent most of their time traveling, only stopping occasionally to rest and resupply. Netizens guarded the livestream around the clock, terrified of missing the very first moment they might witness extraterrestrial civilization. During this process, massive discussions erupted online. For instance, whether the extraterrestrial civilization on the moon was more advanced than that on Blue Star, and if so, why had they not transmitted any signals to Blue Star over the years? If not more advanced, then why had multiple lunar exploration missions failed to discover them? In short, countless questions and doubts filled netizens' minds. These same questions troubled officials from various countries as well. Yi Guhong and his team were equally puzzled. The Wisdom team had already begun extensive analysis and was drafting preliminary response measures. Meanwhile, Lin Yang received another message from Housekeeper No. 1. Commander Sir, after calculations, the two astronauts from your nation are advancing too slowly. Their carried supplies may not suffice for them to discover the Tianong base. Shall I dispatch a patrol squad to bring them directly back to the base? Bring them back directly. Lin Yang's eyes flashed. Yes, Commander Sir, their pace is too slow. Housekeeper No. 1 replied. Very well, then deploy a patrol squad. But remember, do not reveal my true identity. Lin Yang thought for a moment and added a warning. The reason he hadn't informed domestic authorities that he had built a base on the moon, whether the mechanical arm or the extraterrestrial civilization they perceived all were his doing, was precisely because he still needed to remain vigilant. He allowed the astronauts to land with peace of mind, but that did not mean he would trust blindly. Though promises had been made to him, he did not wish to gamble with human nature. So when constructing the ecological base, he had already planned to additionally craft for himself an identity as an intermediary representative chosen by the extraterrestrial civilization to communicate with Blue Star. His personal strength was not yet sufficient to disregard Blue Star's strongest armed forces, nor did he possess enough energy for the Apocalypse spacecraft to dominate Blue Star. Therefore, before that time, allowing himself to possess one more unique identity was the best approach. This way, when he eventually returned to his country, even if his identity was completely exposed, there would be greater security assurance. As the sole spokesperson capable of communicating with extraterrestrial civilization, this identity would be enough to deter anyone from harboring ill intentions toward him. The reason he named the ecological base Tianong was to demonstrate that he possessed a certain voice within this alien civilization. Anyone wishing him harm would need to weigh the consequences carefully. Understood, Commander Sir. Housekeeper No. 1 acknowledged. At the same time, the patrol squad set out. Domestically, in the livestream room, netizens were not bored by the astronauts' tedious journey. Instead, they grew more and more excited. Because the longer the time passed, the closer they were to the extraterrestrial civilization. However, a sudden piece of news instantly cooled netizens' enthusiasm by more than half. Reporting to base, our supplies and oxygen can only sustain us for at most 2 more days. If we cannot encounter extraterrestrial civilization within 2 days, we may need to return to orbit and reland. The words transmitted back from the astronauts left netizens slightly disappointed. After all, the aliens seemed to be within reach. Everyone hoped to see them soon. Song Changming also sighed but said, your safety is paramount. If supplies are insufficient, return first. However, before he could finish the word return, his words abruptly stopped. Whether at the aerospace base or among the netizens in the livestream room, everyone fell silent at that moment. All stared at the livestream feed with wide eyes as if witnessing an apparition. Because behind the two astronauts, somehow a team of mechanical beings had suddenly appeared. That is. Everyone at this moment was utterly stunned. At this moment, everyone watching the live broadcast across the globe was filled with shock. Through the live broadcast feed, 12 robots materialized suddenly behind the two astronauts. They advanced toward the pair, streamlined metallic bodies gleaming with silver luster, marching in perfect unison. Each robot resembled a battle-hardened soldier gripping weapons that glowed with an eerie blue hue. They appeared undeniably advanced and fearsome. An oppressive aura washed over viewers, causing them to instinctively hold their breath even through the screen. Could these B. Aliens. What are they planning to do? Domestic netizens grew increasingly anxious as the 12 robots completely encircled the 2 astronauts. Within the aerospace base, Song Changming and the gathered experts wore expressions of profound solemnity. They could immediately perceive that the engineering of these machines had reached an exquisite caliber. No concept of futuristic robotics on Blue Star could compare. The articulation between skeletal structures and joints along with the fluidity of movement demonstrated a technological tier at least a century beyond Blue Star's present capabilities. And this was only what could be discerned from the surface. Merely these 2 apparent technologies might prove insurmountable for decades to come. Let alone the other technologies concealed within the robots entirely imperceptible to the naked eye. Director Song, what should we do now? A technology department expert handed over an analysis report. Song Changming glanced at it and frowned. You cannot even determine the specific composition of the surface material. Affirmative, though we can confirm it is undoubtedly an ultra-impact resistant composite. Even deploying all current satellites and lunar probes to crash into them would likely inflict no damage. The expert sighed. If they harbor hostile intent toward the astronauts, our chances of a successful rescue are virtually non-existent. Then we should not act rashly to avoid provoking them. Let us observe first to understand their intentions. Song Changming said as he contacted the 2 astronauts. Above the lunar surface, the 12 robots encircled the 2 astronauts. Though both initially displayed visible unease, their eyes betrayed excitement. Such advanced robots were undoubtedly products of an extraterrestrial civilization. They were on the verge of making contact with alien intelligence. The 2 began attempting to communicate, gesturing toward the machines. Observing this, Song Changming's lips tightened and he urgently warned student spacecraft maintain composure. Do not provoke these mechanical entities. Base, we detect no hostile intent. Communication may be possible. The astronauts replied with visible excitement. Though surrounded by robots, neither felt significant fear. They genuinely sensed no aggressive intent from the machines. Furthermore, encountering such advanced mechanical life on the moon sufficiently indicated that this unknown extraterrestrial civilization's technological level genuinely surpassed that of Blue Star. If the robots harbored hostile intent, fear would be futile. The 2 astronauts accepted this reality. Rather than cowering, they chose to explore whatever information they could glean about this unknown civilization. Thus viewers witnessed the astronauts nearly resorting to full-body gestures while simultaneously attempting verbal communication in multiple languages. The spectacle appeared almost comical, yet no one could laugh. Everyone understood that the astronauts were wagering their very lives for the chance to make first contact. Failure meant death. Within the aerospace base, Song Changming and the experts fell silent, watching intently. Having devoted their own lives to the aerospace endeavor, they understood precisely what drove the astronauts' actions. Look! One of the robots is responding. Suddenly someone cried out. On the live feed, a single robot advanced before the astronauts, fixing them with its gaze. Blue light flickered within its mechanical eyes as torrents of data cascaded across its optical sensors, clearly processing or receiving information. Could it be analyzing our language and gestures? Someone wondered aloud. Whatever it's doing, as long as it doesn't attack, that's a good sign. Precisely. Even without immediate understanding, if communication is attempted, a bridge will eventually be built. A wave of relief swept through the viewing public. As long as the mechanical being showed no hostile intent, hope remained. Today might mark humanity's first witnessing of an extraterrestrial civilization manifest. Within the base, Song Changming and the experts relaxed marginally. With mutual communicative intent, all would be well. Above the moon, the astronauts grew more at ease and persistently varied their approaches to establish contact. Yet despite employing every language and gesture at their disposal, the robot offered no response. Disappointment touched their expressions. But just as uncertainty clouded their thoughts, the robot produced a triangular metallic platform from behind, sufficient to bear 5 or 6 standing figures. Upon activation of a central button, crimson light pulsed across the platform, which then defied gravity, hovering several inches above the lunar surface. The robot stepped onto the platform and extended a mechanical arm toward the astronauts, gesturing an invitation. Is it inviting us aboard? The pair exchanged glances, astonishment evident as their eyes locked onto the levitating platform. The phenomenon of hovering without visible support left them utterly stunned. Viewers shared equal amazement. Could this be a spacecraft? No visible propulsion system, yet it maintains a steady hover. Undeniably advanced aerial technology. But how does it work? The principle resembles magnetic levitation, yet no tracks exist on the lunar surface. This defies scientific explanation. Bro, aliens are literally standing before us, why cling to conventional physics? This must represent technology far beyond our comprehension. Netizens erupted in discussion. Experts shared equal astonishment. Even they could not fathom the mechanism. This technology may exceed ours by centuries, an expert ventured after careful analysis. Previously they had reasoned the moon's civilization might be relatively modest, otherwise Blue Star would have been invaded long ago. But the robot's appearance shattered this assumption. Confronted with such incomprehensible anti-gravity technology, any lingering complacency vanished entirely. To construct such sophisticated machinery and master levitation technology, how could their civilization rank low? Yet this revelation was merely the prelude. While all remained transfixed by the triangular craft, an even more astonishing development unfolded. The robot, still extending its invitation, suddenly spoke, a synthetic voice echoing worldwide through the live transmission. Yes, inhabitants of Blue Star, please board the vessel. Instantaneously a collective shiver ran through humanity. For the robot not only possessed speech. The language it spoke was Chinese. Citizens across the nation exchanged stunned glances. What did they hear? This extraterrestrial robot spoke Chinese, the mother tongue of Xinxia. It sent a jolt through everyone back home. Whether the netizens watching the livestream or the experts at the space base, they all felt a tingling sensation running through their bodies. Then they fixed their eyes on the screen, afraid to miss a single frame of detail. On the moon, 2 astronauts were stunned upon hearing the robot speak. The robot before them actually spoke the mother tongue of Xinxia. The two of them, after a moment of bewilderment, were instantly moved. You can speak our language. Their fists clenched, a glimmer of hope in their voices as they spoke. If we're not imagining things, we should be able to communicate unobstructedly from here on. The robot nodded slightly. Yes, gentlemen, we can engage in unobstructed communication. Now please board the spacecraft. We have been sent to invite you to visit our base. Excellent. The 2 astronauts clapped with excitement, their eyes widening as one asked, "You, what did you say?" "Invite us to visit your base." The 2 were stunned on the spot. This extraterrestrial civilization had directly invited them to tour a base. Not mistaken, right? Yes, we have determined that your pace is relatively slow and the supplies you carry are insufficient to reach our base, so we invite you to. The robot gave a definite reply. This only heightened their excitement to visit the alien civilization's base. And as invited guests, a surge of indescribable excitement rushed to their heads. Then the 2 exchanged a glance and both leaped onto the spacecraft together. They had long resolved that regardless of danger they would seize any chance to learn as much as possible about the alien civilization. Not to mention that these robots had shown no malice yet. So even if it meant stepping into the abyss, they would follow these robots to the alien civilization's base. In the next instant after they boarded the spacecraft, a crimson glow flashed again across it and it began to fly low, skimming along the ground. Other robots kept roughly the same pace as the craft running alongside it. This is really a spacecraft, the 2 gasped in astonishment. Yes, this is our basic patrol spacecraft. At its fastest, its speed is about 10 times that of a large airliner on your Blue Star. The robot nodded and began to describe further. However, at high speed you cannot withstand external pressure. Your spacesuits are too inferior to endure such rapid travel, so this is the slower cruising speed. Upon hearing this, their awe deepened. They lowered their heads to glance at the craft beneath them. This small device could move so fast, it's hard to imagine. Then it seemed they thought of something and spoke again. You just said you were invited by order. May I ask whose order that was? Sorry, once we reach the base you will know. We are patrol robots, only responsible for obeying orders. If you have other questions you can ask our commander after arriving at the base. Okay. How long will it take to reach your base? About half an hour. Thank you. Hearing that it would take only half an hour to reach the alien base, the 2 astronauts grew even more excited. You're welcome. If either of you feels unwell during the flight you can stop and adjust at any time, the robot added in a polite reminder. Alright, thanks again. The 2 replied. The robot did not answer further. Instead it extended its mechanical arm before their eyes, and the arm, just as Butler Unit No. 1 had shown before, Lin Yang turned into a screen. On the screen there are a moving red dot and a fixed green dot. The green dot marks our base, the red dot marks us in motion. You can watch our distance to the base in real time. The robot adjusted the arm, then spoke again. This maneuver left the 2 astronauts utterly astonished. This technology is simply too advanced! Exclamation. Not only were the 2 astronauts stunned, everyone watching the livestream was stunned again. A robot capable of communication. A compact yet astonishingly swift craft. A robotic arm that can transform into a screen. Each of these feats is mind-blowing. Not to mention there was the alien civilization's base. And the commander spoken of by the robot. The revelation sent chills down everyone's spines. Watching the live feed as it neared the alien civilization's base at this moment, every person in every country around the world was struck with awe. The alien civilization they had been pursuing appeared so suddenly, giving no one a moment of preparation. No one could remain calm. Unlike the naive astonishment of ordinary people, the Western leaders were deeply distressed. Because those who would make contact with the alien civilization were not their Western nations. As the first Blue Star nation to contact the alien civilization, one can imagine they would surely hold enormous advantages. Indeed, if this caused the alien civilization to favor their country, the consequences were almost unimaginable. Bang! Inside the Bupiao Empire's headquarters, a crash sounded as something was smashed, accompanied by a furious roar. Damn it! Damn Shangxia! Why? Why should all the good things be taken by those damn Shangxia people? This should have been our Bupiao Empire's opportunity and glory. The Bupiao leaders gnashed their teeth in anger. Equally furious were the leaders of the Little Eagle Nation. This moon landing was supposed to include their ships and their astronauts as well. But their joint spaceship and astronauts vanished for no reason, and an alien civilization appeared. If it had been only the ships and astronauts that vanished, they could have endured it. When a robot appeared, the leaders of the two countries were truly thrown off guard. That initial opportunity to be among the first to contact the alien civilization would have belonged to both nations. Now they could only watch as the opportunity was entirely seized by their own country. How could they not feel distressed? How could they not be angry? After all, the appearance of an alien civilization signified a new era and new opportunities. Even a slight edge could become a crucial factor in the future. One was a great power of the present, the other a superpower. Now they could only watch as this advantage slipped away. This drew out a murderous will in them. Yet unlike the fury among Bupiao and the Little Eagle Nation domestically, the mood was one of rising excitement. Speaking of the Shangxia-speaking alien civilization. And they appeared so courteous. If they could seize this opportunity to obtain alien technology or even establish cordial relations, that would be a meteoric rise for the nation. Within the space base, including the Great Academy and the Military Academy, all related experts were analyzing the data quietly transmitted back by the two astronauts. Whether it was the robot's data or the craft's data, it left the experts flushed with excitement. What shocked everyone from head to toe was that half an hour later, when the two astronauts arrived at the base. Looking at the grand ecological base standing on the moon's surface, every person, every Shangxia, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Because at the majestic ecological base's entrance, the Shangxia script carved the characters Tiangong. Seeing this name with Shangxia's oriental cultural flavor, each person trembled. Tiangong. Gazing at these two gilt characters carved in seal script, every netizen in the country trembles as if from the depths of their souls. Before the astronauts reach the base, countless possibilities have crossed everyone's mind. They imagine what the extraterrestrial civilization's base might look like. Yet no one could have foreseen that the extraterrestrial civilization's base would be named Tiangong. If only the two characters Tiangong themselves, that would be fine. But the problem is that those two characters Tiangong are written in Shangxia seal script. And that's not all. At the entrance side of the base stands a Tinglong pillar. It is shaped as Shangxia's five-clawed gold dragon. On the pillar is inscribed a line of verse. Ride the winds to go far across the vast skies for 10,000 miles and gaze straight down upon the rivers and mountains. Seeing this line, netizens' excitement peaked. Oh my god, am I seeing things? This line should be from a Xin Chiji poem, right? Yes, you read right, this is something we learned in high school. The meaning of this line is to ride the winds, to soar into the vast skies and look down upon the homeland's grand rivers and mountains. My goodness, could there really have been a previous era of technological civilization? And this extraterrestrial civilization on the moon is actually left behind by our Shangxia ancestors from the previous era. A netizen trembles. The Tiangong, two characters with Shangxia flavor, the gold dragon on the pillar, and the verses of Shangxia poets. All of this underscores that this extraterrestrial civilization base is likely intertwined with Shangxia in myriad ways. It is impossible not to be excited, not to dwell on it further. The topic immediately drew a flood of responses and discussions. Before, many suspected that Lanxing might have possessed another brilliant era of civilization long ago. Now the appearance of the Tiangong base has again pushed this topic onto the hot search. Just thinking that the extraterrestrial civilization on the moon might be something our ancestors left behind makes netizens unable to sleep. Souls tremble. However, this topic quickly drew a large number of rebuttals from Westerners. It's merely a name, why say Shangxia left it? Perhaps this extraterrestrial civilization simply didn't bother to name it, chose one at random. There is no previous civilization era. That's right, Shangxia folks, stop flattering yourselves. The owner of that line is less than 700 years from now. 700 years ago there was no technological civilization era. The Westerners are doing their utmost to overturn such statements. Because this is very disadvantageous to their entire Western world. If domestic netizens are right, the moon could truly become Shangxia's long-standing territory all along. So under Western official directives a flood of statements to rebut domestic netizens appears instantly. The topic has only one theme: no matter what, they must not let ordinary people harbor such an impression. Otherwise in the future, even if they return to the moon, there would be no rightful reason to seize lunar resources. And the Western powers' official caution could not be hidden from domestic netizens. Immediately netizens scoffed. Even if there wasn't a previous civilization era, even if it's just a name casually chosen by the extraterrestrial civilization that proves they admire our Shangxia culture and wish to be close to us, aren't you jealous? Haha, Westerners, you should save your effort whether you accept this fact or not. Tiangong 2 characters suffice to prove this base is in some measure connected to Shangxia. You can't envy what you can't have. Exactly, since it's named after our Shangxia culture. Until you produce enough evidence to overturn it, it's no problem to claim that the moon has always been our territory, right? That's right, Westerners, we know you're anxious, but don't rush. Netizens after this line's content also realize this base is being left by a previous civilization is unlikely. Nevertheless, everything here is closely connected with Shangxia's ancient culture. This is enough. Within the aerospace base, Song Changming also issued the latest instructions after the experts' excitement. Everyone be ready, this is the extraterrestrial civilization base. All information inside is of crucial importance. After the 2 astronauts enter the base, you must record everything. His expression is serious because the 2 astronauts had just quietly sent back a message: their scanners cannot scan data from the Tiangong base. The Tiangong base's technology level far exceeds the scanning devices the scanners cannot work. So now it's necessary to record everything the 2 astronauts saw first to be analyzed later. Rest assured, Director Song, as long as those machines do not shield the video recorders on the astronauts, we will record every scene faithfully. The experts also clenched their fists, extremely excited. Preparations and related equipment were already ready, only waiting for the 2 astronauts to enter the Tiangong base interior. Moon Tiangong base entrance. The 2 astronauts were equally stunned when they saw the Tiangong characters and the Tenglong pillar beside it and the inscription atop it. The 2 fixed their gazes on the Tiangong characters for a long time, then with some difficulty turned their heads and exchanged glances. They stared at each other for half a minute before they regained their senses. Seeing their homeland's characters and mother tongue on the moon, the shock and impact are indescribable. They opened their mouths to say something but could not yet marshal coherent words. They had many questions to ask but did not know which to ask first. Just as they fell silent, the Tiangong base entrance suddenly opened. From within stepped a smiling android, softly returning their smile, and said, "Strangers from afar, welcome to the Tiangong Moon Ecology Base. It is Butler No. One." With these words it made a welcoming gesture, inviting the 2 astronauts to enter the Tiangong Ecological Base for a visit. Tiangong Moon Ecology Base. The 2 couldn't help exchanging another glance. Moon Ecology Base. They perceptibly caught these 2 key terms. This extraterrestrial civilization base's full title is not Tiangong Base but includes the words moon and ecology. This implies that this place may be only a foothold on the moon for the extraterrestrial civilization, and not the main base of the extraterrestrial civilization. Thinking of this, the 2 grew excited once more. The moon-based extraterrestrial civilization seems to be even mightier than previously thought. Netizens and aerospace base experts were equally excited. A powerful interstellar civilization was about to reveal part of its true face. Especially the academicians in the space field were more excited. The stronger this extraterrestrial civilization is, the more things the country could potentially learn from it. After all, given the level of technology this civilization has shown, it already far surpasses Lan Xing by a great margin. If there were malice, Lan Xing would be powerless to resist. Therefore, before the other side reveals any malice, the stronger this civilization is, the more the homeland will gain. A hostile extraterrestrial civilization would be better if weaker, but in the absence of malice, the stronger the better. The logic is simple. In the next moment, the 2 astronauts at Butler No. 1's invitation entered the ecological base. This is the power of an extraterrestrial civilization. Oh my heavens, are we hallucinating? The inside of this base is actually a science fiction level futuristic city. Holy cow! Before the astronauts entered, I had imagined countless possibilities, but never once did I think the base would be a modern city, even more sci-fi than the futuristic cities in blockbuster movies. And so many robots. As the 2 astronauts entered, everyone was stunned by the scene inside the ecological base. Skyscrapers towering into the clouds, robot squads patrolling at low altitude in flying vehicles, and super green plants everywhere. Everything exceeded everyone's imagination. No one could fathom how advanced the technology must be to construct such a futuristic city on the barren, desolate moon. Inside the aerospace base, all the relevant experts gazed at the images from the Tiangong ecological base. Amidst their shock, they also felt a sense of despair. The sheer technological marvels visible in the Tiangong ecological base already far surpassed the scope of what the current Blue Star's scientific level could explain. This dealt a blow to the passion and enthusiasm of the experts who had just been rubbing their hands together eager to thoroughly study the alien civilization base. If the technological gap were small they could still study it, but such a vast disparity truly undermined the experts' confidence. Song Changming observed the changing expressions of the crowd and spoke, "Everyone, although the gap is large at present, this is precisely our goal and direction forward. I believe that one day we will reach such a level and even surpass it." These words brought many back to their senses. Then an expert laughed, "Haha, Dean Son, we were just momentarily stunned. The technological gap is indeed huge, but it's not enough to make us truly despair. When have we the people of Shangxia ever stopped moving forward due to difficulties?" Exactly. We researchers have nothing to fear. The more advanced these technologies are, the greater our progress will be once we master and thoroughly understand them. Right. This is a research direction right before our eyes, it will only fuel our drive. After snapping back to reality, all the experts and academicians burst into hearty laughter. Of course they weren't truly despairing. That momentary thought was merely a psychological reflex of the human body triggered by the instant shock of witnessing the interior of the Tiangong ecological base. The people of Shangxia have never feared difficulties and challenges. The more advanced the technology, the more excited they become. Inside the Tiangong ecological base, the two astronauts were also overwhelmed by the scene before them. They had never imagined that the interior of the ecological base would look like this. Both were extremely shocked. They stood still, long silent. "Butler, no." One spoke with a smile, "Gentlemen, the Tiangong base is an ecological base with a complete ecosystem. You can take off your heavy spacesuits. Here it is no different from your blue star." "Ah!" the two astronauts exclaimed in unison. "Inside here no different from blue star. Did we hear that correctly? There is no need to be surprised, gentlemen. The word ecological and ecological base is not just there for show. This is a comprehensive ecological base city, a habitable ecological city for humans." "Butler, no." One smiled again. "This." The two astronauts couldn't help but exchange another glance, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Then one of the astronauts first tried to turn off the oxygen circulation system in his spacesuit, opened his helmet and attempted to breathe. After confirming that the ecological base indeed had an oxygen system, he nodded slightly to the other. Then both of them proceeded to completely remove their spacesuits. This detail also moved the netizens greatly. The two astronauts did not remove their spacesuits simultaneously, clearly to guard against the possibility that these robots might be feigning goodwill. At least one person could still hold on as long as possible, transmitting more information back to the aerospace base. The astronaut who removed his suit first was undoubtedly trying with a resolve to face death. Such cooperation and act were deeply moving. After both astronauts had removed their spacesuits, "Butler, no." One said again, "Gentlemen, if you do not need to rest, I can first give you a complete tour of this base city." They looked at each other and nodded. "Thank you, we don't need rest." "All right, gentlemen, please follow me." "Butler, no." One nodded with a smile, then reached out and pressed something on his mechanical arm. A few seconds later, a flying vehicle resembling a circular cable car stopped directly in front of them. "This is a sightseeing flying vehicle within the ecological base. You two can ride it and I will take you to tour the entire base." "Butler, no." One entered the vehicle first. The two astronauts first looked over the flying vehicle, then entered one after another. The vehicle started slowly and ascended at a relatively slow pace, then gradually moved toward other areas of the base city. Then, due to the change in perspective, looking down from above, the entire base city appeared even more sci-fi. The two astronauts slowly exchanged glances, as if finding it hard to believe that they were now riding in a flying vehicle through the city, soaring above it just like in a sci-fi blockbuster. Then, as if thinking of something, they suddenly turned to Butler, no. One and said politely, "Excuse me, we don't know how to address you yet. Just call me Butler, no." One. "Butler, no." One. The two were taken aback. The name sounded like just a butler. "You are not the person in charge of this base city?" The next moment they asked in surprise. "Hee, of course I am not the base's person in charge. I am merely the base's affairs butler. My existence is only to handle the daily operation and maintenance of the base. The supreme authority of the base belongs to Commander Butler, no." One explained with a smile, then added one more sentence amidst the shocked expressions of the two, "As robots we are tools created by Commander to serve humanity." This remark directly made the two astronauts' faces change with shock. Such intelligent robots were merely tools created by someone. The two were immediately dumbfounded. Because before this they had almost assumed that this extraterrestrial civilization on the moon belonged to a race of intelligent mechanical life like Butler, no. One. But they never expected that a robot with autonomous intelligence like Butler, no. One was also just a created tool. For a moment both were speechless. They were truly shocked. And equally shocked were the netizens watching the live broadcast and the experts at the aerospace base. Holy crap, when Butler No. 1 first came out I thought it was a genuine mechanical lifeform. After all, it communicated just like a normal person. I never expected it was just a created tool. What kind of powerful technological civilization could create such intelligent robots? And that commander, could he also be a human? Everyone was stunned by Butler No. 1's casual remark. Though the words were brief, the information they revealed was simply shocking. A mysterious commander existing to serve humanity. Just these two sentences alone made people's minds race with thoughts. Could it be that this extraterrestrial civilization is also a human civilization? An extrastellar civilization be human in origin? The news stunned the world instant. Inside the space base. After discussions with a panel of experts and after consulting Yi Ji and Zhaojin, Song Changming conveyed a message to the two astronauts. He hoped they could, while ensuring their own safety, glean as much useful information as possible, for the news of a suspected human extrastellar civilization is astonishing. If a definite answer could be obtained, this would be more than a mere discovery. It would prove that humans are not the sole inhabitants of the cosmos. It would bear utmost significance. Inside Tiangong Space Base, after receiving the base's transmission, the two astronauts spoke again. Butler No. 1, may I inquire whether the commander you mentioned is human like us? Actually, they did not need the space base's transmission, they were curious as well. Butler No. 1 smiled and nodded. Yes, the commander is human just like you. Boom. Butler No. 1's affirmative reply instantly sent a buzz through everyone's minds. Extrastellar civilization. A human extrastellar civilization. This news is earth-shattering and at the same time deeply exhilarating. After all, in the common understanding of most people on Lanxing and in many science fiction films, alien civilizations are depicted as beings of different species. Although proving there exist other human civilizations may not be entirely beneficial, it at least means that humanity on Lanxing is not alone. The mere two characters human in the vast cosmos can instantly evoke an immense sense of kinship. After several minutes of shock, the two astronauts, suppressing their excitement, asked again. Butler No. 1 is the commander currently in the base. Can we meet him? Sorry, the commander is not currently at the base, but I will note your request. If the commander returns, I will convey it. Butler No. 1 still answered with a smile. That reply first brought some disappointment, but when they heard the next words, the two astronauts were suddenly astonished. Butler No. 1, could the commander possibly return here? Of course, this is where the commander established himself. He will certainly return here. Butler No. 1 affirmed again. This reply instantly filled them with excitement. Having thought that the commander might have left the solar system, even the galaxy, thinking this was just a forgotten base, they were surprised to find that there might be a chance for his return. Overcome with excitement, they asked Butler No. 1, could you tell us more about the commander? For instance, is the commander away from our star system? Or is he temporarily elsewhere on the moon? Sorry, I cannot disclose the commander's personal details without his permission. Butler No. 1 smiled and refused. The two astronauts paused, seemingly surprised that Butler No. 1, who answered all other questions, would refuse this one. They soon understood, since Butler No. 1 was created by the enigmatic commander, it is natural that he cannot disclose the commander's circumstances. Butler No. 1 then said, gentlemen, we have now arrived at the ecological zone. You may focus on touring our ecological base first. With Butler No. 1's reminder, everyone realized the spacecraft had landed in a region filled with vegetation. This is the ecological natural area within the base, though for now there are mostly plants and no animals to admire. Butler No. 1 explained beside them. And then, following the two astronauts' viewpoints, they saw towering trees of various shapes and plants unseen before. Wait, that flash just now seemed to be a plant long extinct on Lanxing. The Bioscience Institute's academicians grew excited as they watched the ecology zone through the live feed. Because many of these plants were long extinct on Lanxing, yet here in Tiangong Moon ecological base they grew vigorously. This natural phenomenon aroused the curiosity of the Biological Institute's elder academicians. To the scientists of the Space Institute, the ecology base's technology fascinated them. For the Biological Institute's academicians, these plants made them yearn to rush into the ecological base for close-range study. Then the Biological Institute's director began feverishly wiring Song Changming. Old Song, pass along a message. Could you ask the two astronauts to bring back some seeds of these plants? When the link connected, the Biological Institute's director Yuan Jihe spoke impatiently. Song Changming was startled, then laughed wryly. Old Yuan, we don't have the time, we can't even understand the ecological base's technology yet. This remark enraged Yuan Jihe. You old Song, what do you mean? Your technological research serves national development and has great utility, I know, but does our biology have no use at all? Song Changming fell silent for a moment, then admitted, very well, I will relay it, but I can't guarantee success. Poof. You still have a bit of conscience. Yuan Ji has snapped, cutting the call. Song Changming shrugged, then began contacting the two astronauts to relay Yuan Jiha's words. Back in the ecological base after Butler No. 1 finished the introduction, the two astronauts probed Butler No. 1. Are there other seeds among these plants? If there are, could we take some back? And of course we aren't asking for free, we can exchange for any supplies you want, they added quickly. This question caused Butler No. 1's eyes to flicker. For the first time he did not reply immediately. The pause unsettled the two astronauts and the Biological Institute academicians watching the live feed. Song Changming's palms were sweaty. He had resolved that if this matter offended Butler No. 1 and endangered the two astronauts or blocked future access to the ecological base, he would march into the Biological Institute to make a scene. But fortunately Butler No. 1 showed no sign of anger. After a moment he said, sorry gentlemen, I have no authority to decide, I must contact the commander. If the commander agrees, I can bring back some seeds. This statement put everyone at ease. But upon realizing the meaning of Butler No. 1's words, they were all greatly shocked. What did Butler No. 1 say? Could it be that he can now contact the mysterious commander directly? Could the enigmatic commander possess the ability to reach Tiangong Space Base at will or to return there at any moment? At this moment on Lanxing everyone exchanged glances. Could Tiangong Space Base not be a forsaken outpost after all? The two astronauts exchanged a look, stifling their astonishment. Asked Butler No. 1, can you contact the commander at any time? The words from Butler No. 1 just now were truly astonishing. Upon entering the base earlier they found only droids, and instinctively everyone believed the base might have been forgotten by that alien civilization. Otherwise, for such a sophisticated ecological base there should be guards, yet not a single sentry was present, only the mechanical butler keeping the base running. Yet Butler No. 1's words stirred unease. If 1 could contact the enigmatic commander at any moment and he could return to the moon base at will, it was terrifying. This implies the alien civilization may have been quietly monitoring Lanxing all along. The thought that they had always surveilled them sent a chill down their spines. After all, a superior civilization would not monitor a lesser one for no reason, would it? Moments later, under the tense gazes of the two astronauts and everyone watching the livestream, Butler No. 1 smiled and spoke. Of course, this ecological base was established by the commander. As the base's butler, I naturally report the base's situation to the commander at all times. A hum rose through the crowd as Butler No. 1's confirmation sank and he could truly contact the commander at any time. This was hard to believe. If contact is possible at any moment, at least it means the commander's civilization still exists. And the other civilization can traverse star systems to build such a formidable ecological base on the moon, and Lanxing has never discovered it. That civilization's level eclipsed Lanxing by far. Such a powerful civilization lurking at one's doorstep, how could one stay calm? Sir, will the commander return here often? Then the two astronauts hesitated, asking another crucial question. If all that remains is contact and the other side cannot return it, will that would be better. Yet if they could return it, will then preparations must be made. At the same time, countless netizens and officials grew tense again as the question was raised. Although discovering an extraterrestrial civilization is cause for joy, it proves Earth humans are not alone in the universe. But when it comes to engaging a higher alien civilization, everyone grew inexplicably anxious. None were mentally prepared. Thus all waited for Butler No. 1 to give a negative reply. Yet Butler No. 1's words ruthlessly crushed their hopes. Yes, the commander has only recently returned here. If he wishes, he can return at any time. With Butler No. 1's reply, the world fell into silence. A contactable extraterrestrial civilization, and one that can return at will. A chill ran through everyone. They can return to the moon at any time, yet have never acted against Lanxing. What does this alien civilization want? Damn, could this alien civilization be treating us as livestock? After a moment of silence, some netizens couldn't help conjuring this dark theory. After all, the power visible so far shows this alien civilization is vastly stronger than Lanxing. Conquering Lanxing would be a matter of moments. Yet they have not revealed themselves on Lanxing all these years. Even if they have now chosen to reveal themselves, the two astronauts might never have found this ecological base. Yes. By now everyone can see that the mechanical arm that appeared behind the two astronauts earlier was clearly deliberate. That was a blunder. The earlier mechanical squad said they detected the astronauts' movement was too slow and their supplies were not enough to reach Tiangong base, so they came to take them to the Tiangong base. Now thinking back, this clearly shows they deliberately came out to escort the two astronauts to the Tiangong base. Yes, they probably first exposed the robotic arm to draw attention but later realized the astronauts wouldn't be able to follow those footprints to reach the Tiangong base, so they dispatched that mechanical squad to escort them directly to the base. This alien civilization has never exposed themselves for so many years, and now they appear. Could it be that they think it is time to reap us? The more netizens discuss, the more they feel that the alien civilization's overt exposure is driven by ulterior motives. Even though the technology displayed by this ecological base far surpasses ours, if they truly attack directly we would have no chance to resist. If they mean to farm us, they could harvest us at any moment, so why go through such a detour? I can't figure it out either. Could someone downstairs please reply? I should say I am not a big shot, but there are too many possibilities, it's not worth analyzing. Why not? Isn't it obvious? The above has already explained clearly. With such overwhelming strength we have no room to resist. Before absolute power we can only be led by the nose, and even knowing their motives changes nothing. Yes, if they truly treat us as fodder given this power gap, there is no need to waste brainpower on these tangled reasons. For example, if we want to kill a chicken, the chicken knows we intend to kill it, but does the chicken have the right or ability to resist? So rather than spending brain cells pondering why they haven't exposed themselves for so many years and now suddenly appearing, perhaps we should focus our efforts on learning more practical techniques from this ecological base. Very well, that makes sense. The netizens' discussions gradually faded, for the power gap was indeed too great. If this extraterrestrial civilization truly harbors malice, then even knowing their motive would at best leave us as naive fools. Of course, for now the other side has shown no malice, so netizens quickly returned their focus to Butler No. 1 and the two astronauts' dialogue. What will truly reveal this alien civilization's stance is whether the commander will agree to let the astronauts bring back plant seeds. Even if he agrees, it may not reveal their true attitude or intentions, but at least it would reveal something. Then, under the gaze of countless netizens, Butler No. 1 pressed a few controls on a device on the mechanical arm that seemed to transmit a message. Moments later, Butler No. 1 looked up at the two astronauts and said, "I am pleased to inform you that the commander has learned of your request and is willing to donate some plant seeds to you at no cost." What? The two astronauts and everyone watching the livestream were stunned. Free gifts? What? Did they hear that right? Sorry to Butler No. 1, Your Excellency, what did you just say? Are you saying that the commander to gift us the seeds of these plants for free? Two astronauts, still reeling from the shock, trembled all over and came to their senses as if they could hardly believe what they had heard, and they couldn't help but verify it again. Yes, the commander said he would give them away for free. You won't have to pay any price in exchange. Butler No. 1 nodded with a smile. How could we accept this? After confirming that it was indeed a free gift, the two astronauts were for a moment at a loss for words. In those few minutes just now they had thought about many things, countless possibilities. Yet they hadn't anticipated that the other side would not only agree to give the plant seeds but would do so for free. Could it be that the civilization of this commander harbors no malice toward Blue Star? Butler No. 1 tucked away the communication device on his mechanical arm, smiling. The commander said he is also interested in your civilization, and if you don't mind, consider these plant seeds as a gesture of friendship. A friendship. This sentence left the crowd dumbfounded. Such a powerful extraterrestrial civilization wanting to be friends with them. No malice is one thing, but to want friendship. The two astronauts stammered, completely unsure how to respond. Back home, Yi Guohong, Zhao Zixin, Song Changming and others immediately convened an urgent joint meeting to analyze Butler No. 1's words and intentions. A mighty extraterrestrial civilization's commander wanting to befriend them sounded almost unreal. After all, a powerful being would hardly ever seek friendship with the weak, right? It's like an adult armed with a rocket launcher, no more precisely a rocket-wielding special forces soldier from another country taking the initiative to befriend a child who has no means to defend themselves. To say there are no other motives would be hard to believe. The think tank has been analyzing Butler No. 1 frame by frame. Unfortunately, Butler No. 1 is a highly advanced android, and its actions and expressions can't reveal its true mind. Can't analyze even a bit. Yi Guohong frowned. Sorry, Master Yi. Butler No. 1's intelligence is so high, and as a mechanical lifeform our facial micro-expression experts are useless. Then the head of the think tank felt a little ashamed. But he added, although we can't analyze through facial micro-expressions, we have come up with the most plausible possibilities. Tell us. Yi Guohong tapped the table. Firstly, the extraterrestrial civilization currently displayed a level of technology that is indeed higher than ours without a doubt. And that mysterious commander proactively says he wants to befriend us. From psychological and realism perspectives it seems a bit illogical and impractical. But there are also several possibilities. 1. This extraterrestrial civilization genuinely harbors no malice toward us. Perhaps the reason it has not exposed itself all these years is that it does not want to interfere with our normal technological development. 2. Perhaps this extraterrestrial civilization was once very powerful but now may have encountered a stronger technological civilization strike they may currently be fighting or recuperating, so they have no time to pay attention to us. 3. The civilization this commander belongs to may have suffered a devastating blow and he is a survivor who fled to our world. He now likely has no other backers, and because of the flight has used up most of their energy and weapons, leaving only this ecological base to rest and recover. And although the technology in this ecological base is far beyond ours, it clearly also requires energy to sustain itself. The remaining energy may not be enough to dispatch these mechanical men to invade us on a large scale. Therefore, after he rests, he chose to expose himself and try to befriend us through this method to exchange for some needed resources. 4. Even after ruling out the above possibilities, there remains a very low probability we are too weak. Perhaps he simply wants to tease us like we tease crickets or other pets. 5. We cannot rule out that this commander may have twisted or perverted psychological tastes. He indeed treats us as prey in a cage, first giving us hope, then when we think all is well delivering despair to satisfy some peculiar fetishes. 6. The head of the think tank spoke of around 20 to 30 possibilities. Yi Guohong and Zhao Zizhen frowned. Until the head finished speaking, Yi Guohong rubbed his temples as if in pain and slowly said, the possibilities are too many. It would be better, as netizens say, not to consider his motives for now. Since the other party currently shows no malice and instead wants to befriend us, we should temporarily accept this goodwill. Alright, Master Yi, we also suggest starting with this approach. Wait for the other side's next moves. With more information we can more accurately infer their intentions. The think tank head nodded slightly. Then informed the two astronauts to express gratitude, saying, we are honored to have a friend like the commander. Yi Guohong gave the final instruction. Inside the Celestial Palace base, the two astronauts immediately conveyed Yi Guohong's words. Then I will take you two to fetch the plant seeds. There are many kinds, you two may choose freely. Thank you very much, and thanks to the commander for the gift. The two astronauts hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Then Butler No. 1 redirected the craft toward the ecological base's stockroom. Upon opening the seed storage warehouse, thousands of containers appeared, each storing different plant seeds. Seeing the seeds labeled with names via the live broadcast, the Ecology Institute's experts' eyes widened and their breaths grew heavy. My goodness, are those ancient fern seeds? And there are hundreds of kinds. There are also Kai Tong type seeds, dozens of kinds. Oh my, I want that one and that one too. I want all of these. The Ecology Institute's senior scientists' eyes reddened with eagerness as if they would dash into the screen and grab all the seeds at once. Then they connected with the two astronauts live and listed the names of the seeds they wanted. The astronauts relayed their requests in real time. But as the list of seeds the Ecology Institute's experts desired grew longer, the two astronauts' heads began to ache. Then their voices began to falter noticeably. Are thousands of plant? The Institute of Botany want far too many. They half of the seeds, it's insane. The two astronauts' faces reddened, requesting so many seeds they feared Butler No. 1 might strike them at any moment. Butler No. 1 listened to the two astronauts' voices growing faint as they reported the seed quantities, seemingly understanding their mood, and smiled. No worries. There are plenty of seed reserves here. The commander just said that taking a little from each variety won't hurt. This is truly embarrassing. We are deeply grateful to the commander. The two astronauts immediately felt relief and expressed their thanks. No need to thank me. The seeds you two need will be prepared by our logistics mechanicals, and when you return to your ship they can be handed to you. Right now it's inconvenient for you to carry them, so why not come with me to tour other areas of the base? Butler No. 1 smiled. Very well, thank you for your trouble. The two replied in unison, then followed Butler No. 1 to continue aboard the sightseeing craft to tour other areas of the Tiangong base. Meanwhile, Lin Yang watched this on a livestream and couldn't help but smile. The Ecology Institute's elder statesmen were indeed quite unyielding. Yet he could understand the Ecology Institute experts' feelings. For veteran ecologists who have spent most of their lives studying plant ecology, seeing so many specimens long extinct and known only from records, and many things unseen before, they naturally would want them all. And the reason he had Butler No. 1 gift them directly wasn't only because they were his own people who wanted them, but also to project an outward attitude. Let everyone know that this extraterrestrial civilization is benevolent, at least for now. At the same time, let the nations of Lanxing know that Tiangong base's goods are open to trade. Yes, indeed. He intended to use this to sting the Western powers. The country needed to build an aerospace mothership, but many resources had been blocked by Western powers. He now had Butler No. 1 take the two astronauts on a full tour of the ecological base, deliberately showcasing the advanced technology and resources within the Tiangong base. He believed that no nation would remain unmoved. And once the Western powers took to it, they would be entangled in his scheme. Of course, he would not reveal genuine high-end technology to the Western powers, only a few inferior trinkets would be offered to fool them. Even at Lan Xing's current level, the Tiangong base's low-grade items would be considered greatly advanced by them. With a few low-end trinkets, he intended to fleece the Western powers and use a portion of the plundered resources to manufacture interstellar propulsion ships, enabling the mechanical squad to visit other planets to mine resources for energy. Another portion could be exchanged domestically to construct the aerospace mothership. Once the aerospace mothership is completed, there would be the capital to establish initial dominance over Lan Xing. By then, even if the Western powers woke up to it, it would be too late. This is one of the main reasons he chose to reveal the Tiangong base openly. After all, even if he could trade for superlative technologies from the system shop, having the technology without resources would be of little use. Although the system shop also offers ready-made items, their prices are steep and not cost-effective. It's better to economize when possible. National treasure value and achievement points must be spent where it counts. If something can be manufactured from existing resources, avoid exchanging it directly for finished products. And things were unfolding just as Lin Yang had planned. As the two astronauts, guided by Butler No. 1, comprehensively toured the ecological base, the major powers on Lan Xing grew enormously eager for the super technologies on display and the unique resources within. Especially the Western powers, who yearned more than ever to obtain some extraterrestrial civilization technologies from the Tiangong base. And this longing reached its peak when the two astronauts completed the ecological base tour and were escorted back to their returning spaceship by Butler No. 1. On the livestream, Butler No. 1 personally led the mechanical squad to escort the two astronauts to their spaceship. Then he produced the large quantity of seeds that the Domestic Ecology Institute had demanded, along with some moon-exclusive resources, handing them two astronauts with a smile. These supplies are also gifts from the commander. Ah! The two astronauts were stunned on the spot, clearly not expecting that besides plant seeds, rare resources were being gifted. Butler No. 1 smiled. Of course, this kind of gifting is a one-time gesture, a first meeting present. If you require more later, you'll have to trade some resources in exchange. With those words, Butler No. 1 glanced nonchalantly at the hidden livestream camera on the two astronauts and said softly, "The Tiangong base welcomes you to come for material exchanges." That statement instantly ignited the craving in the Western powers. Because there are mysterious players on the home front advancing rapidly in every field, if the Western powers still cannot find a way to break through, they will be overwhelmed by the domestic side sooner or later. So this time Bu Piao and Xiaoying joined forces to share technology for a moon landing, hoping to find breakthroughs on the moon. Now Tiangong base had become the Western powers' hope. Inside Bu Piao's official building, the senior officials watched the domestic livestream broadcast, their eyes reddened with envy. Damn Xiangxia! If our joint spacecraft and astronauts hadn't vanished, we would have had a share of this great opportunity too. Those plant seeds are one thing, but Butler No. 1 casually gifting moon-exclusive resources truly irritated them. For hundreds of years the Western powers had been attempting to land on the moon, what for if not to claim its resources? These resources were meant to be enjoyed first and foremost by themselves. Now an extraterrestrial civilization has surfaced, exclusive ownership is certainly no longer possible. Then to grab some free gifts would be a huge windfall. But now all these boons have been claimed by the domestic side, leaving them profoundly resentful. Their joint spacecraft and astronauts disappeared inexplicably, while domestically large quantities of supplies continued to be gifted. The Bu Piao and Xiaoying executives' eyes blazed with anger. However, though angry as they recalled Butler No. 1's final words, the leaders of the two nations exchanged a glance. Xiaoying's side murmured, "This extraterrestrial civilization may be our last chance to outpace Xiangxia. We must find a way to swap for some super technology from the Tiangong base." This base bears the Xiangxia name, which shows the commander here is close to Xiangxia. If we go to trade resources, we'll likely get the short end of the stick. The Bu Piao leadership does have some self-awareness, one of them retorted with clear indignation. Xiaoying's senior leader's eyes flickered, then they huffed, "Even if this base's commander is close to Xiangxia, we must trade, even if it means being ripped off. Not only must we trade, but we should try to ingratiate ourselves with that commander whenever possible. People's preferences are not fixed forever." That remark startled the Bu Piao leaders. "You? What do you mean? What does that mean?" The senior officers of Xiaoying let out a cold laugh, and the meaning is simple. "Although the commander is fairly close to Xiangxia, we may yet he views us." Then the head butler said that the enigmatic commander is human as well. "Since we are both human, I won't believe he lacks 7 emotions and 6 desires. We only need to cater to his tastes as much as possible, display enough sincerity, and it may not be impossible to make him grow closer to us." The plain-looking senior executives were stunned again. What if it doesn't work? Not successful. The plain-looking senior officers sneered again. "Failure is no problem, for we have no other path right now. Are we going to refrain from exchanging simply because we fear being slaughtered? This remark left the plain-looking high-up stunned once more. The senior from Xiaoyingjiang continued, we have no other choice now, give it a try. If it succeeds we will reap great profits, if not we will not lose much. The plain-looking high-ups fell silent for a moment, then said, but we suspect the Lianhao spaceship was destroyed by Tiangong base's robots. After all, there is no other reason to explain the Lianhao's inexplicable disappearance. And if the Lianhao really was destroyed by Tiangong base people, that would indicate they bear malice toward us. If we go to the moon to exchange, we may suffer another baseless loss. Moreover, the plain-looking high-ups glanced at the Xiaoyingjiang people and said gravely, don't forget that Xiangxia's so-called mysterious classmate suddenly appeared possessing so much advanced technology. It is highly possible that they acquired technology from extraterrestrial civilizations. And if the technology gained by that classmate also comes from Tiangong base, it would only prove that Tiangong base's commander favors Xiangxia even more. Trying to sway his preference would be a joke. Now it was the plain-looking high-up's turn to fall silent. After a long silence, the Xiaoyingjiang senior looked up slowly and said, no matter what, as long as the Tiangong base commander isn't from Xiangxia, we still have a chance. Even if we cannot completely change his bias toward Xiangxia, we must at least ensure he harbors no malice toward us, or our situation will only grow more difficult. What if even this cannot be done? The plain-looking high-up frowned. The Xiaoyingjiang senior snorted, even if we cannot do this, do we have any other choice right now? Even knowing we will be slaughtered, we must go. The plain-looking high-ups fell silent again, sighing, for now this is the only option. With those words, everyone's faces twisted with frustration. Even knowing they would be slaughtered, they had to step forward. This feeling was damn infuriating. Don't be so dejected. If our plan succeeds, what we have lost now will be repaid tenfold by Xiangxia in the future. Cold glints flashed in the eyes of the Xiaoyingjiang group. While they conferred on how to change the Tiangong base commander's view inside the country, a wave of celebration surged. This moon landing harvest was beyond imagination. Not only did they discover extraterrestrial human civilization, they also established the first good relationship with them. At least for now it is good. Moreover, before departure they received abundant gifts from the other side, including not only launching native plant seeds that had gone extinct, but also many moon-exclusive rare resources. This time it wasn't just material gains, it would leave a bold stroke in Lanqing's history. As the first nation to discover extraterrestrial civilization and the first to establish friendly relations with them, Xiangxia will surely become the most legendary tale for future generations. Henceforth, whenever people speak of extraterrestrial civilizations, they will inevitably mention the crucial role our country played. This made Ji Guhong and the others incredibly happy. Our nation's global prestige would rise to an unprecedented height with the successful return of the two astronauts. Within the space launch base, Song Changming and the Space Institute's experts stood ready, prepared to greet the Tongshuahao's return. Even the elderly academicians from the Ecology Institute hurried to the base during these 2 days to witness the Tongshuahao's return. They didn't want to wait a moment longer. They wanted to be the first to obtain those precious plant seeds as the two astronauts landed safely. From the moment the two astronauts piloted Tongshuahao back, it became the nation's most urgent top priority. Meanwhile, Lin Yang also received some hints from the system. Congratulations, host. Because Tiangong Ecological Base successfully hosted astronauts from launching and completed the final step of lunar construction, you have earned the Moon Lord Permanent Special Title. Note: possessing this title allows you to receive an extra bonus on all rewards you obtain on the moon. Congratulations, host. For the first time you have become a planetary lord within your own sphere of influence. You have earned 5000 prestige points. Your current prestige is 42171 points. Congratulations, host. Your Tiangong base on launching has caused a sensation. You have additionally earned 5000 prestige points, bringing your total prestige to 47171. Congratulations, host. For becoming a planetary lord for the first time, you have earned 1 achievement point. Congratulations, host. Because of your generosity, you have earned the admiration of the Ecology Institute academicians in your country, activating the special series mission Academician's Dream I. Academician's Dream I, completing the Ecology Institute academician's dream of restoring extinct plant ecologies. Please note, this mission is classified as a directed expectation mission. If successfully completed, the number of directed expectation missions you have completed will increase by 1 and you will receive a large national treasure value reward. Congratulations, host. Due to your generous gifting, you have earned the respect and goodwill of your country's people, and you have received a special title admired by all. Note: this title increases the prestige you gain by an extra 10% each time. The system's reward prompt rang for nearly another minute. Lin Yang listened with astonishment. Earning the Moon Lord was not surprising, but the activation of Academician's Dream and the title admired by all surprised him. He had only thought the seeds in the warehouse were too many and that they were what the Ecology Institute academicians wanted, so he gave them away. He hadn't expected to gain so many benefits as a result. It seems being a good person does pay off. Lin Yang mused. Just as he finished speaking, he received a message from his mother: "Son, summer vacation is almost over. When are you coming back?" Lin Yang was taken aback, then sighed. Time passes so quickly. 2 months had slipped by and it seemed indeed time to head home. Just as Lin Yang was weighing when to go back, He Ming sent him a message as well. "Yangzi, there are only a few days before school starts and everyone will head places for university, so we'll hardly have another chance to meet. The class unanimously decided to hold a farewell gathering. Can you come back?" Farewell gathering. And a vote. When did they vote? I had no idea. Lin Yang was momentarily stunned. It was just asked a moment ago. The class monitor and a few class officers asked around. Didn't you receive it? He Ming had sent over a voice message. No. Lin Yang shook his head. This. He Ming was startled but then seemed to understand and burst out in a roar. Damn these guys, apparently they only asked the top students and the rich ones. No wonder they didn't ask openly in the group. After cursing, He Ming, fearing Lin Yang would be upset, tried to comfort him. Don't take it to heart. It's just a shabby party. If they don't invite you, I won't go either. I don't care either. If you want to go, go. Lin Yang shrugged. I don't have time to waste on such trifles. I won't go. Actually, those guys never respected me anyway. They treat me as an ATM because my family has some money and I've been the one who pays for gatherings. He Ming's tone was firm. I didn't say it before, but I understand in my heart. Back when we were in the same class, I also wanted to copy their papers. Now that we've graduated, what's the point of meeting those people? Let that money go where it's needed. When you're back, why not the two of us go have a seafood feast? Then suit yourself. Lin Yang blinked. Such things were so trivial to him now that they weren't worth a second thought. When will you be back? He Ming's tone remained casual, not sad about it, and he didn't press the topic. Instead he said, "Bro, I didn't get into a better university out of town, but my dad donated a large sum to our local university, pulled a few strings, and in a few days the term starts, so I have to report there too. If you don't come back, you'll have to wait until the next break to see me." Ha! Isn't university supposed to be lenient? Especially since you're local, shouldn't you be able to meet any time? Lin Yang muttered. It is lenient, but my dad somehow found a relative professor who has some connections. He wants to tutor me one-on-one on weekends and won't let me leave campus. He Ming said bitterly, this is stricter than high school. Your dad really doesn't stint on spending money, donating to the school and pulling strings to secure a one-on-one tutor. That money surely wasn't small. Lin Yang couldn't help but grin. He could hardly imagine how much money it would take to persuade a university professor to give up his weekend life to tutor He Pingzi one-on-one. And money alone probably wouldn't suffice. It would require a tangle of connections. This would be no small expense. He could only sigh. The rich really are something. The money wasn't spared, but I don't know the exact amount, so I dare not easily disobey my dad's orders. Spend that much money, and if I don't listen, he might break my legs. He Ming also grinned and asked, what about you? If you aren't studying abroad, would you really go to the junior college you applied for? Then what? Lin Yang laughed. Damn, it's so unfair. Your score was higher than mine by a point or two, and now I have to go to a bachelor's program while you can only go to a junior college. Where is justice? He Ming suddenly smirked. Damn you, do you really think you're getting the upper hand? Believe me, I could get you expelled with a single word. Lin Yang could imagine He Pengzi's lecherous smile through the screen and suddenly felt the urge to tease this guy. Tisk, you think you're the class big shot? Or some alien commander from the moon base? One word and I'll have you expelled. With my dad's donations, even the principal wouldn't dare say that. He Pengzi is so smug. Lin Yang said slowly. You. The class big shot. I'm kidding. If you're the class big shot, I'm Qin Shi Huang. He Pengzi shot back. Fine, I'm done wasting words with you. I'll be back in a couple days. Lin Yang rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't out-banter this dead fatso. Exactly which day? I'll go to the airport to pick you up. When he heard that you'd be back soon, He Ming's excitement surged. Oh, I'll check the tickets. Once I book them, I'll message you, Lin Yang said. Great. Make sure you're back before I report to the university. There are only 5 days left. You handle it yourself. If you miss it, you won't get the big feast I'm treating you to. Don't worry, I'll definitely eat up the money you stole from your dad. Lin Yang was speechless. I've got 12,000 now. That's enough to dine at a palace hotel. I'll make sure you're the one stuffed when the time comes, He Ming boasted on. 12,000. You stole that much from your dad? Lin Yang exclaimed. Come on, don't spread rumors. I only stole 6,000 from my dad. The remaining 6,000 was his money for my first month's living expenses and buying clothes, shoes, and tutoring materials. He Ming quickly denied. It's not a big difference, right? Lin Yang retorted. Of course it matters. If it's found out, you'll take a lighter beating. Fine, I won't say more. Hurry and book your ticket home. Pengzi's call seemed to be answered by someone, so he hung up and opened the ticketing app. Indeed, he had to go back. There were 5 days left before university enrollment. If he delayed once the freshman check-in happened, it would be easy to expose him. Although he didn't plan to hide this time, choosing the right moment to reveal things would always give him the initiative. Just as he finished looking at tickets and was about to book a flight home 3 days later, an email from Dake Institute arrived asking whether they could have a call. Lin Yang didn't hesitate and dialed the other end. Dean Zhao, what's the matter? Ahem, there's nothing urgent, just summer break is almost over. Student, when do you plan to come back and how will you return? If you're not within domestic territory, they are still pursuing you. If you return, we'll dispatch an aircraft carrier to pick you up. Dean Zhao had initially planned to be polite, but after thinking he spoke bluntly. If you come back, we will dispatch a carrier to pick you up. The words left Lin Yang stunned. A carrier to pick me up? Lin Yang was utterly stunned. An aircraft carrier sent to pick him up. Was this really just about retrieving him, or was there something else intended? Once an aircraft carrier made any move, global attention would inevitably converge. I am not joking, we're serious, Zhao Zizhen said earnestly. Serious? Lin Yang couldn't help rolling his eyes. Serious about what exactly? Not quite. We're worried about your safety. Zhao Zizhen shook his head slightly and explained the reasoning. The not-so-beautiful side has become extremely strict with exit and entry controls. Just a couple days ago they were only conducting one-on-one inspections for East Asians before allowing passage, but starting 2 days ago they've begun checking everyone individually. Although we believe that with your abilities fabricating a false identity online would be trivial, their oversight has become far too rigorous. In their pursuit of you, they've even updated the identity information of every citizen they could access. A single misstep could lead to disaster. So after discussion we decided it would be better to deploy the aircraft carrier, directly applying pressure to distract them and create an opportunity for you to leave. Of course, if you're willing, you could simply board the carrier and we'll escort you. Lin Yang stood frozen, falling silent. An aircraft carrier to fetch him. Creating an exit opportunity. Wasn't this a bit too extravagant? Director Zhao, I don't think it's necessary. Deploying an aircraft carrier is far too dramatic and we're not planning anything at the moment. I have ways to return home. After a long silence, Lin Yang spoke. While the gesture of dispatching a carrier did move him, it truly wasn't necessary now. It was simply too exaggerated. Admittedly, he also harbored ambitions to take action. But now the time truly hadn't come. Regardless, their space aircraft carrier was still under construction, and even in terms of carrier count alone they couldn't match the not-so-beautiful side. Other aspects of their capabilities also still lagged behind. He had only been providing technology to China for 2 months, nowhere near enough to bridge such a massive gap. Zhao Zizhen responded casually, it hardly matters. The whole world now knows that the extraterrestrial commander on the moon favors us. If we had done this before, it would have been extremely difficult to manage, but now even with carriers pressing close they would hardly dare more than vocal protests. And that works. Lin Yang muttered inwardly. So they were leveraging his influence after all. What do you think, classmate? Shall we come fetch you? Zhao Zizhen said again, his tone brimming with excitement. It sounded as though he genuinely wanted to deploy the aircraft carrier to retrieve him. I don't think it's necessary, but if you've already decided, then be my guest. I'll still take a flight back though. Then we'll send the carrier over. When you board, we'll arrive and apply some pressure. Zhao Zizhen chuckled. Lin Yang's expression immediately turned peculiar. Director Zhao, if you want to know which day and which flight I'm taking home, just ask directly. There's no need to go through such a roundabout method. Telling them when he boards would essentially reveal which flight he's on, wouldn't it? Ahem, well. If you don't wish to say, we absolutely won't ask. Zhao Zizhen's face flushed and he quickly added, mainly netizens back home all know you're in the not-so-beautiful region and are very worried about your safety. We want to reassure them that you can return safely. Oh. I see. Then. The day after tomorrow. There are 3 flights back that morning and I've already booked one. Hearing this, Lin Yang thought for a moment and shared his approximate timeline with Zhao Zizhen. Very well. The day after tomorrow morning we'll deploy the carrier. You board and return home. Zhao Zizhen said immediately. Wait, you're actually going to send the carrier over? Lin Yang was genuinely astonished. Of course. Creating a safe boarding opportunity for you is absolutely necessary. Zhao Zizhen spoke gravely, your safety is the most important thing. Fine, do what makes you happy. Lin Yang shrugged. At this point he had figured it out. Zhao Zizhen and the others were using the aircraft carrier deployment partly to fetch him and create an opportunity and partly to test the reactions of Western nations. Then let them do as they pleased. Zhao Zizhen's earlier words made perfect sense. If they could leverage the authority of the Tiangong base commander, they should certainly make full use of it. Alright then, 3 days from now in the morning our carrier will arrive in their waters on schedule and remain stationed there until you land safely back home. Zhao Zizhen said. Good. I'll contact you once I land. Lin Yang responded, then hung up the phone. Actually, he could have had the Tianqi spacecraft come and transport him back in an instant. But with limited energy reserves aboard the Tianqi, he chose to conserve wherever possible, so Lin Yang decided to take a commercial flight instead. Afterward he sent his booking details to his mother and also informed He Pengzi. Both immediately expressed that they wanted to pick him up at the airport. Lin Yang did not refuse. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days Lin Yang did not continue his operations to retrieve artifacts from not-so-beautiful territory. Because the system had previously stated that if Western nations voluntarily surrendered national treasures, his rewards would be doubled. Therefore he planned to wait until China's space aircraft carrier was successfully built, then conduct patrols to pressure other Western nations into voluntarily returning the stolen treasures. What? You're saying they simply refuse to return them? Forget it. When the space aircraft carrier fleet is completed, Lin Yang actually hopes they'll boldly refuse to return the national treasures. That would give him a perfectly legitimate reason to take action. That morning Lin Yang boarded on time. Meanwhile, China's carrier fleet also began its patrol. The revelation instantly shocked the world. Not only were people in Western countries stunned, but even domestic netizens were dumbfounded. What was this supposed to signify? The aircraft carrier, the symbol of the most powerful armed forces on Earth, was usually kept hidden whenever possible. Yet now it was conducting open patrols. No disguising it whatsoever. Everyone trembled inwardly. What did China mean by this? Every social media platform was flooded with discussions of the carrier patrols skyrocketing to trending topics. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden development. The entire nation was stunned by the aircraft carrier's patrol. Global news media went into a frenzy, frantically capturing footage of the carrier's crews for broadcast. This was the nation's first full-scale unveiling of an aircraft carrier, and it did not even refuse drone photography. Consequently, some well-funded news outlets directly dispatched a large number of drones to film from the permitted distance. What's more, some powerful international superstations even deployed helicopters for real-time commentary. It could be said that at this very moment the greatest traffic on the entire internet was concentrated in the live stream rooms of various platforms covering the carrier's patrol. Gazing upon the colossal and majestic hull, the clearly visible standby fighter jets on deck, and the accompanying frigates, the entire online community was thoroughly shaken. Shangsha, what do they mean by this? The high-ranking officials of Western nations were equally shocked. Although they usually engaged in minor provocations, none had ever considered escalating things significantly. But now the nation's aircraft carrier battle group was on a direct patrol, every move they made tugging at the hearts of the Western powers. They were baffled as to why the country would suddenly dispatch a carrier fleet on patrol. Domestic netizens were likewise perplexed. I'm totally confused. What exactly are they trying to do? Why would they directly send out a carrier battle group? This is our highest armed force. Other countries would go to great lengths to achieve physical invisibility to prevent tech leaks, but here we are blatantly sailing on the surface, not afraid of being filmed by others. Yet even patrol vessels usually avoid being photographed as much as possible. This is really puzzling. Netizens watched the carrier fleet cruising majestically across the sea. Though the spectacle was indeed exhilarating, it was also truly hard to fathom the intent behind it. However, there were also some netizens with different perspectives. Well, I have a little guess. The carrier is certainly top secret, but don't forget, a while ago the official account announced that the senior classmate had provided us with the manufacturing technology for space carriers and the upgrade technology for existing carriers. So I boldly speculate that we must have made tremendous progress in upgrading ordinary carriers and have a complete plan for building space carriers. Therefore those former ordinary carriers are no longer the highest secrets. They are things of the past. We are now completely unafraid of being filmed. Even if they are captured on camera, it doesn't matter, they are just ordinary carriers. This speculation left netizens silent for a moment, then triggered a wave of agreement. Damn, now that you mention it, it's quite possible. Otherwise, with our usual low-key style, we would never act so high-profile. Haha, then this is awesome. The carriers have been upgraded, so it's time to take them out for a spin or they'll rust. Hee, give the world a little shock. But even so, I still think there must be some major event behind it, otherwise they wouldn't deploy a carrier patrol for no reason. Major event. Recently, besides the discovery of aliens on the moon, there hasn't been any international news. What major event would warrant a carrier patrol? I don't know. Domestic netizens let their imaginations run wild, engaging in heated discussions. As time passed, global attention not only did not wane but grew ever higher. Initially everyone thought the carrier patrol might last only an hour or two. But they never expected it would continue for a full 15 hours. A patrol lasting nearly an entire day, from morning until early dawn before slowly returning. Such a prolonged cruise was utterly astonishing. If the carrier group had not made any other moves throughout the patrol, the Western nations would have thought the country was about to take some action. Only when they saw the carriers beginning their return did the Western powers collectively breathe a sigh of relief. No one knew how they had endured the day. From the moment they received the news in the morning, they had been watching with bated breath. This damn Shansha, what are they up to? Taking the carrier out for a day-long patrol and then returning as if nothing happened. The Western officials were deeply frustrated. They had spent the entire day in anxiety. Meanwhile, domestic netizens had a field day on the internet, basking in the limelight. After all, which other country possessing an aircraft carrier would dare to so openly parade its carrier fleet for everyone to see, just as the nation had done? This confidence, completely unafraid of being photographed or having technology stolen, made netizens proud. Ah, what a pity. Is it already time to return? I've been watching all day but I can never get enough. Me too. I wish it could circle a few more times, hee hee. As the carrier fleet began its return journey under the vast night, many netizens felt a sense of reluctance. But soon that reluctance turned into unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. Because as the fleet adjusted its course and the carrier turned around, a huge red banner suddenly appeared on it. On the banner several golden characters shimmered. Welcome back, senior classmate. Boom. The moment they saw the banner, everyone's minds exploded with a thunderous shock. What had they just seen? The senior classmate had returned to the country. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. Am I hallucinating? Welcome back, senior classmate. Could it be? Today's carrier patrol was to pick up the senior classmate. Oh my god, an aircraft carrier fleet escort. Damn, what a show of grandeur. This is way too much. Fuck, it's a bit excessive, but the senior classmate deserves it. That's right, the senior classmate deserves this kind of honor. Whoa, when will I ever get such treatment? I'm so jealous. Damn, upstairs, even though it's night, I won't allow you to have such a daydream. This is an aircraft carrier escort. Mamma mia, it's spine-tingling. I wouldn't even dare to dream of this. At that moment, all netizens were awestruck by the immense display. The carrier fleet had patrolled for an entire day, all just to escort the senior classmate back home. It was spine-tingling. Meanwhile, the Western powers were startled. That mysterious senior classmate had returned to Shangsha. And the country had dispatched an aircraft carrier to pick him up. This sent a chill down their spines. They had been on tenterhooks all day only to discover it was just to fetch a person. Damn. I knew those damn Shangsha people wouldn't deploy a carrier for no reason. They actually used a carrier just to pick someone up. Bloody hell. Unlike the somewhat relieved Western nations, the high-ranking officials of the Unbeautiful were instantly furious beyond measure. The staff at Not Pretty were absolutely furious. After their long manhunt, they had come up empty-handed, and now the Chinese authorities were simply taking the person away. It was like an invisible slap across their faces. Throughout the entire day, employees at the Not Pretty headquarters could occasionally hear the sound of things being smashed in certain offices. This clearly showed how furious certain people were. A certain airport in China. Phew, the air back home is so much better. There's a familiarity to breathing it in. Lin Yang stood at the exit gazing up at the starry sky overhead as he took 2 deep breaths. Of course he wasn't on an aircraft carrier. That was something Zhao Zizhen and the others had deliberately arranged, on one hand to announce the good news to the country and put everyone at ease, and on the other to inform the world that no one could stop his journey home. They weren't hesitant to deploy an aircraft carrier for his escort. That was a clear statement of position. Yet he himself had returned by plane under an alias. Though he had only been abroad for 2 months, this time standing on home soil now still filled Lin Yang with a sense of melancholy. Looking back on these past 2 months, they felt as though 2 years had passed. Binding with a system, collecting cultural relics from various places, traveling to Xiaoyingwa, then to Not Pretty, and even to the moon. Each of these events, when he thought back on them, filled him with deep emotion. It was like a dream. Son. Over here. In the next instant, a familiar voice calling him broke through Lin Yang's thoughts. Looking up, he saw his mother Zhang Fong waving at him from a short distance away. He Ming was also waving at him. Mom and Ponzi too, it's so late. You really didn't need to come pick me up. Lin Yang pushed his suitcase over toward them. Cut the nonsense and get in the car. It's almost dawn. Go back and get some proper sleep. Zhang Fong scolded with a smile. Yangzi, you're finally back. I was about to fall asleep myself. He Ming grabbed his luggage and placed it in the trunk, then they all got into the car. Lin Yang took the passenger seat while Zhang Fong drove and He Ming sat in the back seat showing off. Yes, he was showing off. Hee Yangzi, check out my phone. Hui Wei phone. It's the one I told you about last time, the phone developed by that tech genius classmate. How cool is that? He Ming eagerly pulled out his phone and couldn't stop showing it off. Judging by his demeanor, he had clearly been anticipating this moment for a while. Lin Yang gave it a cursory glance, nodded and paid him a perfunctory compliment. It does look pretty nice. Looking at your tone, hey, you don't have one yourself, so you're pretending to be calm, right? He Ming asked with a strange smile. Lin Yang realized it now, this fat guy's real motive for picking him up wasn't about coming to fetch him but to show off his phone. Yang, how are you speaking to Young He? He waited until now just to pick you up, you should cherish this friendship. Zhang Fong interjected upon hearing this. Ahem, it's fine, Aunt Zhang. Yangzi and I are best friends. We always talk like this, we're used to joking around. Before Lin Yang could explain, He Ming spoke up to defend him. Zhang Fong shot Lin Yang a brief glance, said nothing more and focused on driving. Lin Yang turned to He Ming and spread his hands, saying, your phone seems to be just the regular version, right? I remember there's also an upgraded version. Ahem, the upgraded version is limited edition and I didn't manage to get one. Having a regular version is already pretty good, you know. If you don't believe me, ask Aunt Zhang. The Huiwa phone has become so popular in China these days, you probably have no idea since you've been abroad for the past couple of months. The chubby man said somewhat indignantly. Zhang Fong nodded slightly upon hearing this. Yun, he is right. This brand of phone is indeed very popular now. The price isn't expensive either, but the initial production quantity was too low. It's quite rare to even get one. That mysterious classmate is really impressive, working on both power technology and such affordable phones. When you two enter university, study hard and take that classmate as your role model. Contribute to the country in the future. He Ming smirked and raised an eyebrow at Lin Yang, who simply rolled his eyes in response. As for those last two sentences, the two exchanged a knowing glance and automatically tuned out this kind of parental nagging. But regarding Aunt Zhang's remark about the classmate being impressive, the chubby kid immediately became an enthusiastic fan again and spoke excitedly. Oh right, Yangzi, you might not know yet since you just got off the plane. The classmate boss is back and we even deployed an aircraft carrier fleet to escort him. This is truly impressive, he really deserves to be my idol. Lin Yang gave He Ming a strange look. Why does that sound more like you're praising yourself? It's precisely because I'm such a high-quality fan that my idol feels the pressure to become even better. The chubby fellow said this without any hint of shame. Lin Yang was speechless at this point. This shameless fat guy's thick skin really couldn't be compared to ordinary people. Zhang Fong also couldn't help but laugh. Yun, he, then you'd better work hard to become even more excellent. My Yang might have to rely on you in the future just to make a living. Mom! What kind of thing is that to say? Am I really that useless in your heart? Lin Yang's face was immediately filled with confusion. Zhang Fong turned her head and gave him another disapproving glance. With your learning ability, if you can find a job that barely sustains you after graduation, I'll consider it a blessing. What kind of thing is that? Lin Yang was at a loss for words. He Ming chuckled. Don't worry, Aunt Zhang. As long as I have something to eat, I won't let Yangzi go hungry. When I inherit my dad's factory, I'll give Yangzi a general manager position. Hee. Don't even think about it. Just find him some simple job like guarding the gate so he has something to eat. If you put him in management, I'm afraid he'll ruin your factory. Before Lin Yang could say anything, Zhang Fong quickly interjected. Lin Yang immediately rolled his eyes. She really is his biological mother. Then he cleared his throat and said quietly, what if I told you I am that classmate boss? Would you believe me? You. If you were even 1/10,000th as capable as him, your own mother wouldn't have to wait in the wind at midnight to pick you up from the airport. Zhang Fong said with direct contempt. He Ming also rolled his eyes vigorously. The person is currently on an aircraft carrier. If you can get on one, then I'll believe you. Alright, Sai, to be honest, nobody believes me anyway. Lin Yang feigned a sigh. Believe you, my foot. Also stop making jokes about my idol. I won't allow anyone to disrespect my idol. The chubby fellow waved his phone in the air. Fine, I didn't believe you before when you said on the phone that you were his brainless fan, but now I do. Watching He Ming in this state, Lin Yang suddenly found himself eager to see the expression on the chubby fellow's face when he learned the truth about his real identity. Then, as if remembering something, his expression suddenly changed and he asked with great seriousness, you fat idiot, don't tell me you actually have a shrine. I mean an ancestral tablet for me. That classmate boss at home. Lin Yang stared at He Ming with great seriousness. He still remembered that during their last phone call that damned fatty had said he would set up a memorial tablet for him and worship it. And memorial tablets were generally used to honor the deceased. But given Fatty he's unrestrained and irreverent nature, he might actually do it. If he really did make a tablet, Lin Yang would definitely fight that damned Fatty. A memorial tablet. Hearing Lin Yang mention this, Ming was momentarily stunned, then said somewhat dejectedly, I did set one up, but my dad saw it and took it down. He said it was unlucky. Lin Yang's heart skipped a beat at Fatty He's words, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the rest. Fortunately, uncle, he was a sensible man. However, before he could fully relax Fatty, he leaned and stealthily lowered his voice and said with a hint of excitement, but I'm not so easily defeated. I later secretly put the tablet back up, hee. You. Lin Yang opened his mouth ready to curse the damned Fatty. But before he could speak, Fatty he said with a touch of pride, not only that, I also set up a memorial tablet for that alien commander. Lin Yang's words of reproach died on his lips and he was completely stunned. What was this damned Fatty saying? He set up a tablet for the commander too. You. What do you mean? Lin Yang was dumbfounded. He could understand Fatty he setting up a tablet for the identity of the classmate Bigshot out of blind fanaticism. But what did it mean to set up a tablet for the identity of the alien commander? You just don't get it. You've heard the saying, those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts, right? Fatty he suddenly started quoting. Lin Yang frowned. Stop with the nonsense. Get to the point. Did that commander become your idol too? How could that be? My only idol is the classmate Bigshot. Fatty he shook his head instantly and said leisurely, how could I idolize an alien? Even if he were human, that wouldn't work. Then why did you set up a tablet for him? Lin Yang was getting confused by Fatty he. Are you stupid? To curse him to die early, of course. Fatty he rolled his eyes. You. What did you say? Lin Yang felt a chill down his spine. I said curse that alien commander to die early. Fatty he repeated. Are you crazy? Why would you curse him to die early for no reason? Lin Yang was angry. You're the crazy one. He's an alien, isn't it only natural for me to curse him? And why are you so agitated? Are you possessed by an alien? Fatty he stared at Lin Yang and said matter-of-factly, didn't I just say? Those not of our kind are bound to have different hearts. That commander is an alien. Even if he seems close to our culture now, who knows what scheme he's really plotting? Now everyone is speculating that since the commander can return to the moon at any time and has such a powerful ecological base and so many formidable robots, yet he's willing to befriend us, it's likely that something is wrong with his race. He might be a refugee and his remaining energy might not be enough to deploy those robots to cross the stars and attack us. That's why he's willing to humble himself and befriend us, hoping to exchange resources from us. Once he gets enough resources, he might turn around and attack us. Therefore it's best if he dies early. That way the ecological base on the moon becomes ownerless and we can slowly scheme to take it over. Fatty he's words left Lin Yang stunned. This line of thinking. Well, strictly speaking, it wasn't entirely wrong. But the problem was, that commander was also him. Seeing Lin Yang silent, Fatty he chuckled again and said, if that commander dies, it might even benefit the classmate Bigshot. Ha! How does this involve the classmate Bigshot? Lin Yang was confused again. Can't you figure it out? Fatty he grinned smugly and began to count on his fingers to explain the relationship to Lin Yang. Everyone now speculates that the classmate Bigshot probably obtained alien technology, and it's very likely from that commander. And the reason the commander chose to teach the classmate Bigshot alien technology is part of his plan. Part of a plan. What plan? Lin Yang was getting more and more bewildered. How did a plan suddenly appear? He didn't know he had any plan. Ming gave him a contemptuous look. I say, Yang, your brain used to be sharper than mine. How come you can't figure out the reason now? Stop blabbering and explain it to me clearly once and for all. Lin Yang restrained the urge to punch the damned Fatty. You can't figure this out. Let me, the great Fatty, explain it to you. Listen up. Fatty's face showed unprecedented smugness and he spoke briskly. The logic is simple. Since we speculated earlier that the commander might be short on energy and needs to trade with us, but our technology isn't advanced enough to reach the moon quickly. Therefore the commander deliberately chose the classmate Bigshot, taught him alien technology, and then the classmate Bigshot handed the technology over to the country, allowing us to suddenly gain the ability to land on the moon, discover the Tiangong base, and thus give him a way to exchange resources. And since he taught alien technology to the classmate Bigshot as the first step of his goodwill, it's very likely he has secretly taken the classmate Bigshot to the Tiangong base. The classmate Bigshot must have already become familiar with that robot butler. So if that alien commander suddenly drops dead, the classmate Big Shot might have a chance to take over the ecological base. Therefore, in conclusion, it's better for that commander to die sooner. So you set up a memorial tablet for the commander to curse him to die early. Lin Yang was silent. He was dizzy from Fatty He's logic. Exactly. Although these are all speculations without solid evidence and there are many logical flaws. For example, what if the commander didn't take the classmate Big Shot to the Tiangong base? Or if he did take him to the moon base, it means he still has the power to travel across the stars, so why doesn't he just send robots to negotiate directly? But in any case, that commander is definitely better off dead. Without the commander, even if the robot butler is intelligent, it's like a dragon without a head. The Tiangong base will eventually be ours. So I secretly set up a tablet for him too and curse him every day. Fatty, he said smugly, seemingly proud of his reasoning and actions. Lin Yang was numb. So after all, that the damned Fatty was actually doing this for his own good. He wanted him to usurp the Tiangong base. Then he asked gloomily, since you know that setting up a tablet is a curse, why did you secretly set one up for the classmate Big Shot too? That's different. Fatty, he waved his chubby hand immediately. Different? How is it different? Lin Yang stared at him gloomily. It's different. Fatty, he chuckled. I set up a longevity plaque for the Big Shot classmate and a curse plaque for that commander. When I offered incense, I silently wished the Big Shot classmate a long life and cursed that commander to die soon. Lin Yang was dumbfounded, utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? He's wishing himself a long life while cursing himself to die early. Is he exploiting a loophole? Life and death cancel out. Lin Yang's gaze grew increasingly strange. No, Yangzi, what's with that look? It's making me uneasy. He Ming finally noticed something off about Lin Yang's expression. Nothing you did. Great. Lin Yang glared at him and asked, where did you secretly place that plaque? Hee, in our secret base. Fatty, he leaned in and whispered. Secret base. The abandoned small warehouse in your family's factory in the Eastern District. Lin Yang blinked. Right. Fatty, he nodded. Lin Yang immediately understood that small warehouse was previously used for storing goods in He Ming's family factory. However, after He Ming's father expanded the factory, the warehouse was left unused because it was a bit out of the way. But it became a meeting spot for him and Fatty He. Especially Fatty He, whenever he got his father angry, his father would chase him with a bamboo whip, and after being whipped he wouldn't be allowed home. So Fatty He would run to that small warehouse, even bringing a set of bedding to sleep overnight. Then the next day he would go home pitifully claiming he had been wandering all night, and his father, feeling sorry for him, would give him some money as compensation. Over time that small warehouse became Fatty He's favorite place. Lin Yang thought to himself and resolved to go there later and throw away the plaque. Even the longevity plaque won't do. Zhang Fong couldn't help but chuckle after hearing Fatty He's words. Little he, you really like that idol of yours setting up a longevity plaque for him. Hee, Aunt Zhang, I actually spent a lot of money to buy that longevity plaque online. I heard that a Taoist master had consecrated it, so it's fine to use it to worship a living person. He Ming said proudly. Lin Yang's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to speak, his mother said directly, although your intentions are good, according to our tradition here, it's generally not advisable to offer plaques to living people. It's a bit unlucky. Since that Big Shot classmate is your idol, you should avoid this kind of thing. After all, he has done a lot of good for the country and the people. It's better to be cautious. Oh. Fatty He seemed thoughtful. Lin Yang was about to give a thumbs up and say Mama's wise, but before he could speak, Zhang Fang added, little he, you can remove your idol's plaque and set up more curse plaques for that commander. I also think you're right, after all he's an alien, better to die soon. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yang's forehead. What kind of talk is that? He turned to look at his mother in disbelief. Mom! Aren't you not superstitious? What's superstition? This is the traditional culture of our ancestors. Zhang Fong glared at him. Then before Lin Yang could argue, she added, I think little he has a high level of awareness. You should learn from him. Go and set up a few plaques to curse that commander. More people cursing means more power. Lin Yang was completely dumbfounded. Him set up plaques to curse the commander. Curse himself. I'm really speechless. I think it's necessary to solemnly emphasize one point: believe in science, reject superstition. Lin Yang said through gritted teeth. Zhang Fong ignored him. He Ming said, Aunt Zhang, I think you're right. I'll go back and remove the Big Shot classmate's plaque and add a few more plaques to curse that commander. You damned Fatty, I advise you to be kind. Lin Yang glared at He Ming through the rearview mirror. He Ming responded with a sly chuckle. Then the atmosphere in the car fell into an eerie silence. Fatty, he kept muttering, planning to set up a few more plaques to curse the commander. Lin Yang stared at him gloomily. Half an hour later the car entered the residential area. Alright, we're home. Little he, it's almost dawn. Why don't you stay at my place for the night? Zheng Fong said to Yiming. Okay, Aunt Zhang, I wasn't planning to go back tonight anyway. This way I can sleep until noon tomorrow and then go have a feast with Yangzi. Yiming chuckled again. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning Lin Yang woke up directly. His current physique, strengthened by gene agents, was several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. A short rest of 1 or 2 hours could restore his full energy. Fatty, he was still fast asleep. He didn't wake him but went out to buy some breakfast and contacted Zhao Zizhen. School was about to start in 2 or 3 days, and of course he wasn't going to attend that vocational college. It wasn't that he looked down on vocational colleges, but once he went to school he wouldn't have freedom. He needed enough free time to control his own schedule. So after thinking it over he decided to come clean with Zhao Zizhen and tell him his true identity, otherwise when school started and he didn't show up it would be exposed anyway. But the prerequisite was that his identity should not be disclosed to the public, for now only known to relevant internal personnel. In response, Zhao Zizhen excitedly assured him on the spot, "Student Lin, rest assured we will absolutely keep your secret to the end. Moreover, that's what we initially thought. For your safety we won't disclose your identity to the public for now to avoid malicious targeting by certain foreign forces." Lin Yang nodded and then said, "Get me an admission letter from any university in Jingdu. That way I'll have a legitimate reason to go to the capital, making it convenient for us to work together in the future. Otherwise my mom will worry." "Good, of course. Rest assured I'll handle these small matters properly." Zhao Zizhen was extremely excited. After waiting 2 months he finally got Lin Yang to return to the country. And he had voluntarily revealed his identity to them. Zhao Zizhen was so excited he could almost jump on the spot. The moment Lin Yang hung up he immediately discussed with Yi Guhong how to arrange Lin Yang's enrollment. Yi Guhong was also thrilled. Lin Yang's move demonstrated absolute trust in them, and considering the contributions Lin Yang had made to the country he immediately said, "Although we can't reveal his identity for now, we should still give him the honors he deserves." He said, "Any university in the capital is fine, but if we're going to give the best." The best. Zhao Zizhen was stunned. Jingdu University and Huaqing University were both the best. If they gave one and not the other there would likely be trouble. Yi Guhong saw Zhao Zizhen's expression and understood. He laughed and said, "Then let's inform both universities. Let Old Man Lu and Old Man Rong fight over the student themselves. Whoever gets him wins, and then they can't blame us." "You're really good at shifting the blame." Zhao Zizhen gave Yi Guhong a thumbs up. Then the offices of the presidents of Jingdu University and Huaqing University simultaneously received a notice. Then, cancel all my appointments. I have urgent business to go out of town. Both university presidents' offices issued instructions almost simultaneously. Just as Lu Songzhou and Rong Guji received the message and set out, the other side of the Special Affairs Administration saw Yi Guhong come under a wave of pressure. "Because, Senior Yi, that's rather unfair of you. Word has it that student Lin is coming to study in the capital, yet you only told old Lu and old Rong. Do you take our institutions to be anything less than top tier?" Within the internal communication channel, the presidents of the Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, the University of Ecology and Environmental Science, and the University of National Defense immediately linked up with Yi Guhong. Yi Guhong could only chuckle at their demands. "I knew I couldn't keep it from you lot. Very well, you're welcome to compete for him too. But there is one bottom line, this information is strictly between us old-timers. Not a single soul beyond this circle is to know, including your children, relatives, or any other friends." His tone grew grave. "Should this leak, do not blame me for lacking discretion. I will treat it as an act of treason." "Understood, Senior Yi. Rest assured we know the stakes." The several presidents swiftly pledged their silence. "Head to the airport. I will arrange things there. Sign the confidentiality agreement before leaving the capital. As for everything else, leave it to your own efforts. Whoever secures student Lin's enrollment will depend on their own capabilities." Yi Guhong spoke slowly. Beep. 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 Scarcely had his words faded when busy signals rang out across the channel, one after another. None of them even said goodbye before disconnecting. "These old rogues truly cannot contain their impatience," Yi Guhong remarked with a shake of his head. He was not surprised that the presidents of these schools had learned of Lin Yang's return and impending enrollment. For these institutions essentially served as talent pipelines, supplying elite forces to the Academy of Aerospace, the Academy of Ecology, and the Ministry of Armed Forces. And naturally Lin Yang's return could not remain concealed from Song Changming, Chu Tianhua and Yuan Jia. Once Lin Yang arrived in the capital, subsequent arrangements would require their coordination. And Song Changming and the others would of course maintain contact with their respective schools. Thus it was hardly surprising that the presidents of these institutions had already caught wind of the news. But Lin Yang's exposure would stop there. Only the presidents of these major universities and Song Changming and his circle would know. Of course this was precisely what Yi Guhong intended, deliberately allowing Song Changming and the others to leak the information. After all, choosing between just two options left far too little room. These were the most prestigious universities not only in the capital but across the nation. Whoever managed to attract Lin Yang would rely solely on their own merits. Having several schools compete would better demonstrate the government's sincerity and goodwill. Honestly, my suggestion is to simply issue student Lin an admission notice and have him come straight to our Grand Academy. Zhao Zizhen, who had not yet left the channel, spoke with a hint of grievance. For the past 2 months it had been the Grand Academy maintaining contact with Lin Yang, and Zhao Zizhen harbored the secret wish that Lin Yang would join their institution directly. What is your hurry? Yi Guhong shot Zhao Zizhen a sharp glance. Now is not the time to reveal our hand to the public. The other universities competing for him is one thing, after all battles for top students occur every year. We've quietly laid the groundwork over these past 2 months and any excuse will suffice to sweep it under the rug. But should the Grand Academy move forward overtly, it would be tantamount to declaring him a student greatmaster. Therefore neither the Grand Academy nor Senior Sans Aerospace Academy may directly participate. Zhao Zizhen waved his hand. I understand the reasoning, of course. It's just... never mind. We'll address it once student Lin arrives in the capital. Yi Guhong cast a peculiar look at Zhao Zizhen, who merely chuckled and promptly exited the video conference channel. Fatty, get up and eat. Meanwhile Lin Yang returned home with breakfast only to find his mother had already left for work. After finishing his own meal he began packing for the trip to the capital. 2 more hours passed, and seeing that Ming was still asleep around noon, Lin Yang roused the lazy fellow with force. I don't wanna eat. I wanna sleep. Ming rolled over, clutching his pillow and snoring away. Get up. Lin Yang dragged the lazybones out of bed with a single pull. Having erected so many altars to himself yet still dreaming of a good sleep, naive indeed. Holy crap. Yangzi, have you become an alien or something? How are you so strong? Ming jolted, fully awake, staring at Lin Yang as though he had seen a ghost. He was being held upright by Lin Yang's single hand. That strength was inhuman. Sleep any longer and I'll tell your father that you stole 6,000 yuan from him. Lin Yang fixed his gaze upon Ming, his voice chillingly calm. Holy crap. Those words sent the fatty trembling, let out a piercing wail. Yangzi, you're not a human being. I only stole that money to treat you to a grand feast. Do you have any conscience? Then go back to sleep, Lin Yang said silently and tossed the lazybones back onto the bed. He decided that given the fatty's willingness to steal even to buy him a meal, he would let it slide, for now. But Ming's eyes bulged wide. How can I possibly sleep now? No more sleeping. Let's go to the Palace Hotel for that feast. Right now. Lin Yang paused, taken aback. It's already noon, no time to waste. I said I treat you to a grand feast, and treat you I shall. Ming glanced at the time, sprang out of bed and began washing up, talking all the while. I was planning to go tonight, but I didn't return home last night, and tomorrow I have school registration. If I come back too late my father will have things to say. So let's go now, eat, and call it a temporary farewell until winter break. Lin Yang had no retort. Half an hour later. Wait, fatty, are we actually going in? Can't we just grab a bite at some street stall? Lin Yang gazed at the opulent Palace Grand Hotel before him, then turned to look at Ming. The lazybones was actually going through with it. When has he, the fatty, ever broken a promise? I said here, and here we go. Ming strode confidently inside. Lin Yang watched his friend's backside softly and followed him in. At the same time, just as Lin Yang entered the Palace Grand Hotel with Ming, uninvited guests arrived downstairs at their residential compound. They were Lu Songzhou and the others who had rushed from the capital in preparation to recruit him. Student Lin resides here, correct? Yes, this is the place. Lu Songzhou glanced up at the building number, confirmed with his companion, and marched straight inside. Rong Guji and the others followed closely behind. Trailing in their wake were representatives from each university's local admissions office. Watching the senior figures scramble up the stairs, the local staff exchanged bewildered glances before breaking into a jog to keep pace. They had yet to grasp why this student Lin could prompt the top leaders of several prestigious capital universities to personally descend upon their city to recruit him. But they dared not show the slightest laxity. Upstairs, Zhang Fong had just returned from work. She had barely removed her key from the lock when a voice beside her asked. "Excuse me, might I ask, does student Lin Yang reside here?" Thank you to the beautiful sister Linger for the generous tip of 1666 coins and to brother Shuyu 202311075008 for your donation. You have been too kind. May wealth flow to both of you and may all your wishes come true. I bow to you in gratitude. And to all the beloved readers, brothers and sisters, I wish you good fortune and a prosperous new year. Wishing all readers, brothers and sisters, auspiciousness and great wealth in the new year. Hello, may I ask, is this Lin Yang's home? Zhang Fong instinctively turned and replied, yes, I am his mother. And you are? Seeing the few men in tailored suits whose bearing suggested they were not ordinary, Zhang Fong felt somewhat puzzled. Hearing Zhang Fong, Lu Songzhou stepped forward at once and introduced himself. So you must be Lin Yang's parents. Pardon the intrusion, I am Lu Songzhou, the president of Daido Huking University. Here is my business card. Then Ronguji followed and said, I am the president of Kyoto University Ronguji and this is my card as well. Ah. Huking University. And Kyoto University. Zhang Fong was completely stunned. These two universities are known far and wide in Changsha. Now the presidents themselves personally came to the door. Zhang Fong stared blankly as she took the cards, noting their high quality and craftsmanship. They looked nothing like a scam. Reading the information on the two cards, Zhang Fong's heart trembled greatly. The presidents of Huking University and Kyoto University came personally to the door. This was. Yet before she could fully realize it, more introductions followed. Hello, I am Himing, the president of the School of Aerospace and Astronautics. Please take a look at my card. Hello, Lin Yang's mother, I am Yu Jingwu, president of Daidu Ecological Technology University. Please take a look at my card. And I am Dongfang Zhuyo, president of the University of National Defense. Haha, Lin Yang's mother Lin Yang hasn't even enrolled yet. How could he have done anything wrong? Please don't misunderstand. Hearing this, Zhang Fong suddenly realized her earlier logic had broken down. These are among the nation's top universities. Her precious son could not even enter their gates, let alone misbehave there. Then Zhang Fong, a little embarrassed, said, sorry, I was a bit slow to react. So may I ask why you have come? We are here to invite Lin Yang to enroll. This is our school's admission letter. Lu Songzhou took a finely crafted admission letter from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Fong. Ronggu Ji and the others also produced their own university admission letters and handed them to Zhang Fong. What admission letters? For Lin Yang. Looking at the several top universities' admission letters in her hand, Zhang Fong was again stunned. She could hardly believe what she was hearing and hurriedly looked over the letters, then froze again. Because the student name on these admission letters clearly read Lin Yang. This, are you sure you didn't mix up the person? My Lin Yang could be a namesake. After reading the letters, Zhang Fong forced down her shock and reluctantly handed the letters back. Only those who know their own family affairs would understand. She knew what her son was like. This time getting him into a college had almost worn her out. Universities as top tier as Huking University and Kyoto University were far beyond what her son could ever reach, and let alone having the presidents come personally to recruit him. This was completely impossible. So though reluctant, Zhang Fong prepared to return the admission letters to the presidents. The Lin Yang named on the letters could not be her son. It must be a case of a namesake causing these presidents to misjudge. Nevertheless, top universities' admission letters are well designed and tactile. Just touching them is a huge gain, Zhang Fong reflected as she handed them back. In this life it would be impossible for her son to receive such letters. Yet by this strange twist, being able to touch the admission letters from the nation's top universities one by one already felt like a great gain to Zhang Fong. Although this could not be her son, at least she had touched the admission letters of these top institutions, no regrets. However, Lu Songzhou and the others did not take back the letters. Instead they smiled and said, Zhang Fong, we did not get the wrong person, nor are there any name confusions. These are your son Lin Yang's admission letters. Ah. Zhang Fong gasped in disbelief, then asked, what are you saying? We didn't get the wrong person. Are you sure there isn't a mix-up? These are definitely for Lin Yang. No. With so many of us here, it could be understood if one or two people were mistaken, but not all of us, right? So Lin Yang's mother, please accept these admission letters with confidence. Is this really for my Lin Yang? Zhang Fong was utterly dumbfounded. After the others nodded in confirmation, she couldn't help but glance again at the letters and blurt out, my Lin Yang might not deserve this, could it be? These are all top-tier universities in the country, how could that reckless boy deserve them? Ha, Mrs. Lin Yang, you're joking. With Lin Yang's abilities, it's our universities that do not deserve him. Lu Songzhou spoke again and Rongguji and the others chimed in. They understood Zhang Fong's astonishment well. After all, on the way here they had already learned something about Lin Yang. His Gaokao scores weren't particularly high. For an ordinary parent it was normal that such a sudden surprise would leave them momentarily overwhelmed. So they waited patiently for several minutes, giving Zhang Fong enough time to absorb the situation before asking Mrs. Lin Yang, do you know if Lin Yang is at home now? Could you introduce us to meet Lin Yang? Hearing this, Zhang Fong regained her senses and said, really sorry, respected presidents, you're all talking so much that I forgot to invite you in. Please come in. No problem at all, Mrs. Lin Yang, please don't be formal. Is Lin Yang not at home? Lu Songzhou looked toward the house. Normally if Lin Yang were home and heard such a commotion at the door he would surely come out, thus he asked. Well, I am sorry, this unruly kid is probably out dining with his classmates. I will call him back now. Zhang Fong pulled out her phone to call him, but Lu Songzhou stopped her. No need to trouble Lin Yang to come back. If possible, please tell us which restaurant Lin Yang is dining at now and we will go look for him there. Yes, we'll go find him. Indeed, Lin Yang just returned from abroad last night and he must be craving domestic meals. Let's go find him so as not to delay his dinner. Rong Guji and the others followed suit. Zhang Fong's plan to call him was halted and her eyes filled with incredulous awe. What was she hearing? These top universities' presidents didn't just rush from the capital to her home, they were prepared to go and fetch Lin Yang themselves to avoid delaying his meal. Could this be a dream? Imperial Grand Hotel. Oh, isn't this He Pang Pang? You said you wouldn't come to the class reunion, but why did you sneak along? If you want to come, just say so. It's not like we're forbidding you from coming, right, classmates? Ha ha, ya fatty, he didn't you say we are snobbish and look down on people, only letting the good students and rich ones attend the gathering? You look down on us, so why did you sneak alone? Exactly, you said if Lin Yang doesn't come you won't either. How come now you abandoned your good friend and came alone? Could it be that you finally realized your mistake and understood that someone like him with no money and poor grades has no future? So you're planning to hang out with us again? Hee hee, it's not impossible to come back to us. Just pay for today's gathering and we'll reluctantly accept you again. Lin Yang followed behind He Pangzi into the hotel. Before he even fully entered the door he heard several somewhat familiar voices mocking He Ming. Then he looked up and recognized that it was the class monitor Xie Lin and his several lackeys surrounding He Ming, incessantly taunting him. Nearby other classmates were watching. Damn it, Xie Lin, if you're sick go to the hospital. Me sneak along. You're really hilarious. He Pangzi with his hands on his hips fired back directly, every single one of you listen up. I said I look down on you and I mean it. Sneak along. Regret. Haha, you sure know how to flatter yourselves and indulge in wishful thinking. When has I He Pong Pong ever regretted anything? Also, I came today to have a meal with Lin Yang, not to attend your damn gathering. Get out of my way, a good dog doesn't block the path. He Pangzi's retort immediately darkened the faces of Xie Lin and the others. He Ming, watch your mouth. You're nothing but a nouveau riche with a bit of money. We invited you as an honor. With your lousy IQ and grades you're not even worthy of hanging out with us. Hoop, your family's property will be squandered by you sooner or later. Damn it, Xie Lin, you want to fight? He Ming directly waved his chubby little hand and moved towards Xie Lin. He Ming, this is the Imperial Grand Hotel. Mind your manners. If you dare to start a fight here you'll be thrown out by the security. Xie Lin stood still, sneering at He Ming. Fuck, even if I get thrown out I'll tear your mouth apart today. He Ming cursed. But in the next moment his movement halted as someone grabbed him. It was Lin Yang. Yangzi, don't stop me. I have to tear his mouth apart today. He Ming turned his head to glance at Lin Yang struggling to break free from his grip. Why bother with them? Don't ruin your own good mood. Lin Yang shook his head at He Ming. It wasn't because he was afraid of trouble, but that the other side had a whole group of classmates while He Ming was alone. If a fight really broke out, He Pangzi would only end up getting beaten. If there was going to be a fight he should be the one to step up. He Ming was stunned for a moment, his anger slightly receding. You're right. What a bummer coming to eat and running into these bastards. How about we change places? As you wish. Lin Yang said indifferently. He really hadn't expected to bump into Xie Lin and the others here. And just as He Ming had said earlier, the ones Xie Lin organized to attend the class reunion were either good students, those from wealthy families, or the sycophantic classmates clinging to their coattails. Before even entering society they were already this pragmatic, truly bizarre. Oh, isn't this Lin Yang who perpetually ranks last in the class? So you really came back. We thought you'd be attending some diploma mill abroad, haha. Upon seeing Lin Yang, Xie Lin and his gang burst into laughter again. Lin Yang completely ignored these clowns and asked He Ming whether he still wanted to eat here. But his demeanor seemed to provoke Xie Lin and the others, a nouveau riche and a last-place student, birds of a feather flock together. Lin Yang, I really don't know what you're pretending to be. We're all from top-tier universities in the country. When we graduate, people like you from the bottom rung of society won't even have the right to speak to us. Lin Yang slightly furrowed his brows and looked over. Pangzi is right. If you're sick, go to the hospital and get your head checked. Don't act like lunatics biting everyone you see. And talk. Why would I talk to you? Who do you think you are? Lin Yang you're looking for. Xia Lin was furious and about to lash out, but the hotel security had noticed the situation and were already walking over. At the same time, a girl behind suddenly spoke up. Xia Lin, don't bother with them. We'll be from two different worlds in the future. Stooping to their level would be beneath our dignity. Hearing this, Xia Lin immediately turned his head, forcing a flattering smile. Classmate Zhang Lu was right. Let's not stoop to their level. Let's go to the private room and eat. Right, the class beauty is right. Arguing with them will only lower our status. Let's go eat our meal. Several lackey classmates quickly chimed in. Then the group headed straight for the elevator. Seeing this, Pangzi said indignantly, these snobbish bastards, especially that Zhang Lu. Look at what she said, so arrogant. Damn it, Yangzi, I really feel sorry for you. You used to like her and now she turns out to be a gold digger. That was the past. Everyone has their moments of youthful ignorance. Lin Yang was speechless. The past Pangzi mentioned seemed to be what his former self had done. As the class beauty, Zhang Lu was indeed pretty and he had indeed had a crush on her before. Or rather, every male classmate with a budding heart had had such thoughts. But that was all in the past. Now his heart was completely calm. I hate that my brain isn't good enough. Otherwise I get into a good university and slap their faces hard. So what if they got into a top domestic university? They act as if they're superior, saying they're from a different world. How fucking arrogant. Pangzi was still very upset. Besides, their gathering was supposed to be in the evening. Why are they here now? If I'd known we'd run into them, we would have changed restaurants. Lin Yang smiled nonchalantly and was about to comfort Pangzi when he suddenly saw Xia Lin turn his head again and sneered. Lin Yang, if I remember correctly, you got into a very ordinary vocational college, right? Study hard so you don't embarrass our class in the future, haha. Fuck Xia Lin, you. Pangzi was about to curse when suddenly several middle-aged men in suits and ties quickly walked over to them, stopped in front of Lin Yang and said with great enthusiasm, are you Lin Yang, classmate Lin? I am Lu Songzhou, president of Huaqing University. I have come specifically to invite you, classmate Lin, to join our university. Hello, classmate Lin, I am Rong Guji, president of Jingdu University. I also come specifically to invite you to join our university. Classmate Lin, I am Dongfang Zhuoyou, president of Wufang University. I come specifically to invite you. As the presidents introduced themselves, the entire hotel lobby instantly fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Xia Lin and the others who were about to take the elevator to the private rooms upstairs stood frozen in place, turning their heads with difficulty and staring in disbelief. What did they hear? The presidents of the country's top universities personally came to invite Lin Yang to enroll. Were they hearing things? Ming's mouth instantly gaped wide enough to swallow 2 eggs and he stood frozen in complete stupefaction. What had he just heard? The presidents of Jingdu University, Huaqing University, Wufang University, the University of Aerospace and Astronautics and the Ecology and Technology College had all come in person to invite his best buddy to enroll. Was this a dream? His dazed eyes darted back and forth between the several presidents and Lin Yang, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. The other diners and onlookers in the hotel lobby were utterly stunned as well. The annual scramble for top students after the college entrance exam was nothing new, but to have several university presidents personally come to recruit, that was unheard of. And now in this small town they were witnessing the arrival of the heads of the nation's most prestigious institutions. For the locals, figures like Lu Songzhou were VIPs they only ever saw on television news. Yet here they stood in the flesh, humbly inviting the young man before them to join their respective universities. It all felt surreal. The security guards who had been about to step in and break up the commotion were frozen in their tracks, too intimidated to move closer. No one present doubted the introductions of Lu Songzhou and the others. After all, behind them stood the local admissions staff from their respective universities. Not to mention that photos of Lu Songzhou and his colleagues frequently appeared in news reports of various events. Even the local admissions personnel were familiar faces to those who frequented the Imperial Palace Hotel. In an instant the entire hotel lobby fell silent. Everyone stared at Lin Yang in awe. To have several university presidents personally come to recruit him, it was simply unbelievable. Lin Yang furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Lu Songzhou and the others as they introduced themselves one by one, and found himself speechless. He had only asked Zhao Zizhen to have some random university in Jingdu send him an admission letter so he'd have an excuse to go to the capital. But he never expected Zhao Zizhen to actually have the presidents of these top universities come in person to invite him. This was rather awkward. Every one of them was a top-tier university in the country, choosing one over the others would inevitably disappoint the rest. Looking at the eager gazes of Lu Songzhou and his colleagues, Lin Yang sighed inwardly. Clearly these presidents must have learned of his true identity. Otherwise, given their status and position, they would never have come personally. You all look travel-worn. You probably haven't had lunch yet, have you? How about we eat first and then talk? After a pause, Lin Yang spoke. Since the presidents had come all this way, it would be impolite to refuse them outright. Moreover, he understood that Zhao Zizhen and Yi Guhong had probably feared being accused of playing favorites, so they had simply left the decision to him. Ah! Lu Songzhou and the others were momentarily taken aback by Lin Yang's words. Then they exchanged glances and smiled. Since student Lin invites us, we'll gladly accept. We've been running around all morning and haven't eaten yet. This statement left everyone in the hotel lobby exchanging stunned looks. They all wore expressions of utter shock as if they had seen a ghost. After all, given Lu Songzhou's status, countless people would have given anything for the privilege of treating him to a meal. Yet now, because of a single word from Lin Yang, they all agreed. It was unimaginable. This wasn't just inviting one president to dinner, it was inviting several of them at once. What kind of clout did that require? No one could fathom it. He Ming had barely managed to collect himself, but this news left him dumbfounded again. He stared blankly at Lin Yang, feeling as though he no longer recognized his own good friend. Xia Lin and his group standing by the elevator seemed to be frozen in place. The elevator had already arrived, yet none of them could move a step. The atmosphere in the hotel lobby was eerily unprecedented. Lin Yang turned to a hotel staff member and asked, "Do you have any private rooms available? We haven't made a reservation. Since the presidents had agreed to dine, it wouldn't be appropriate to eat in the main hall. Given their status, they needed some privacy." Before the staff member could answer, a middle-aged man hurried over, his face brimming with excitement. Yes. The Imperial Palace Hotel welcomes both students and the esteemed presidents. Your visit is our greatest honor. Please follow me, we have a private suite on the top floor ready for you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yang glanced at the man's name badge. It read General Manager Yang of the Imperial Palace Hotel. You're too kind, Manager Yang. We're just having a simple meal, there's no need for a fancy suite. Lin Yang glanced at Lu Songzhou and the others, emphasizing his point. Given their special status, if a lavish lunch were to be reported, it might cause some negative repercussions. Manager Yang immediately replied, Understood. Please follow me. He then led the way, guiding Lin Yang and the others to the VIP elevator and up to the top floor. As they walked past Xia Lin and his group on the way to the elevator, it was evident that Xia Lin and the others trembled, involuntarily stepping aside to clear a path. Throughout the entire time, Lin Yang did not spare them a single glance. After Lin Yang and the presidents entered the elevator, it took several minutes before the lobby erupted in a chorus of gasps. Good heavens, who exactly is that student? To have the presidents of Huaqing University and others come personally to recruit him. He must be a prodigy. I never thought our city could produce such a genius, it's a real honor. Haha, this meal was worth it. Seeing such a grand spectacle, I'll have plenty to brag about when I get home. Ah, if only my good-for-nothing son could receive such treatment. You sure can dream. Haha, exactly. Even if just one university president came to recruit him, that would be like smoke rising from our ancestors' graves. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Although some were tempted to step forward and ask for business cards, the thought of Lu Songzhou's status quickly deterred them. Their gazes involuntarily drifted towards Xia Lin and his group. The taunts Xia Lin had directed at Lin Yang were still fresh in everyone's minds, yet now the situation had taken a complete 360-degree turn. Though they didn't say anything, the mere weight of those glances made Xia Lin and his friends so uncomfortable that they couldn't even bear to eat. The group slunk out of the Imperial Palace Hotel in disgrace. Meanwhile, as Lin Yang and the others were dining in the private room, the Tongxue spacecraft successfully returned. The plant seeds and unique lunar resources it brought back sent shockwaves across the globe. Spacecraft base. The Tongxue-class spacecraft slowly opened its hatch and two astronauts stepped out gracefully amid widespread attention. As China's first lunar explorers, every move they made drew intense scrutiny. Under the lens of the official livestream, the two removed their spacesuits and gave a brief interview to state media, mainly discussing the conditions and their impressions of the Tiangong base on the moon. They then promptly underwent relevant medical examinations to ensure their health. Experts from the Ecology Institute had long been waiting nearby. They immediately took hold of the plant seeds brought back from the Tiangong base and rushed non-stop to the laboratory for experiments. Quite impatient, aren't they? Song Changming muttered, redirecting the livestream camera before unveiling the lunar resources gifted by Housekeeper No. 1. This move instantly drew curses from Western nations. Previously, when Housekeeper No. One had presented lunar resources. The items had been delivered directly to the Tongshue spacecraft by robots, leaving no one able to see exactly what they were. Now they wanted to catch a glimpse through the livestream, but their hopes were dashed. Soon individuals with foreign IP addresses began protesting in the chat room, demanding that Song Changming disclose specific information about the lunar resources. In response, Song Changming merely smiled contemptuously. "I'm not stupid enough to show you. Has your reasoning broken down?" This blunt reply immediately provoked harsh criticism from Western observers. They argued that as director of the Domestic Aerospace Academy, such a response was utterly unbecoming of his dignity and composure. However, Song Changming could not care less. Unlike Zhao Zizhen, who had to balance his role as an official spokesperson, he would never have appeared in the livestream at all if not for the alien discovery on the moon this time. He paid no mind to online opinions about him. Yet his rough, straightforward attitude was precisely what domestic netizens adored. Haha, truly worthy of Director Song. I love this fiery temperament. Westerners need to understand boundaries. These are classified resources, how dare they demand to see them? Exactly. Want everything, crave everything, yet never ask whether they're worthy of it. Double standards and moral manipulation are specialties of those Western fools. When they brought back the first scoop of lunar soil, they guarded it more tightly than anything, revealing not a single detail. We weren't even allowed a glimpse. Now they have the audacity to demand our resources. Where does their nerve come from? Though Song Changming's response infuriated the West, it inadvertently won him a massive following domestically. Meanwhile, Yuan Jihad and the Ecology Institute experts now holding the lunar plant seeds wore deeply furrowed brows. After preliminary data analysis trials and cultivation attempts, they found that these plant seeds could hardly grow normally in Blue Star's current environment. Possessing extinct plant seeds and even alien seeds, yet utterly unable to cultivate them, left everyone deeply frustrated. On the moon within that Tiangong ecological base, these plants thrived beautifully. It seems we must find a way to understand the environmental conditions in that base's plant zone, or these seeds will go to waste. An elderly expert spoke up. Alternatively, we might need new technology to modify the growth genes of these seeds, helping them adapt to Blue Star's current environment. But we can't even begin cultivation, let alone observe how far they can grow. Direct genetic modification is far too difficult. Yuan Ji has studied the experimental data in silence for a moment, then said, "I'll figure something out." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Imperial Palace Grand Hotel, "Manager Yang, I'm truly sorry for making you cover the bill," Lin Yang said helplessly, looking at Manager Yang, who was seeing them to the door. During the meal, Manager Yang had stubbornly refused payment, insisting the hotel would cover it, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Manager Yang replied cheerfully, "Young Master Lin, you're far too polite. Hosting you and the distinguished principals at our establishment is our honor. You are the prodigy of our city, and it would be unthinkable to charge someone of your stature. Word would spread that the Imperial Palace Grand Hotel fails to support education." "Very well, thank you once again, Manager Yang." Lin Yang sighed and no longer insisted on paying. He could clearly read the manager's intentions. Several top domestic university principals dining together at the same establishment, accompanied by a student being courted by all of them. This story would be far more powerful than any advertisement. Manager Yang greeted them once more cordially. "I shall see you off here. Young Master Lin, young master, he please leave whenever you wish, and you are always welcome back to the Imperial Palace Grand Hotel." "Very well, certainly." Lin Yang nodded slightly, then led He away. As for Lu Songzhou and the others, he felt it inappropriate to reject any of them on the spot during the meal, so he promised them 2 days to consider before heading to the capital to enroll at whichever university he chose. Thus none would face awkwardness. Though deeply regretful, Lu Songzhou and the others tactfully departed after each highlighting their respective school strengths. So now only he and He Ming remained. But before he could drag the still shocked He Pingzi out of the hotel grounds, just as they reached the fountain at the hotel entrance, a figure suddenly appeared before him, calling out, "Yang Yang, is that really you?" Uncle He, what are you doing here?" Lin Yang paused. The newcomer was none other than He Ming's father, He Zhong. He Pingzi, seeing his father suddenly appear, was startled and instinctively stepped behind Lin Yang. "You brat, afraid of me again? Did you steal money from me once more?" He Zhong noticed He Ming's subtle movements and immediately launched into good-natured scolding. Clearly he was well acquainted with his son's tricks. He Pingzi shrank his neck, about to protest, when his father suddenly shifted tone and addressed Lin Yang. "Yang Yang, a friend of mine was dining here earlier and mentioned seeing you and Mingming here being courted personally by several top university presidents from the capital. I didn't believe it at first, but they sent me secretly taken photos, so I rushed over immediately. I never expected it to be true." "Oh. So Uncle He, you've been here for a while?" Lin Yang was startled again. Yes, I've been waiting here for some time." He Zhong laughed heartily. "Then why didn't you tell us or come up?" Lin Yang asked curiously. Hey, I saw you dining with those principals and didn't dare disturb you. He Zhong chuckled, then to Lin Yang's surprise let out a heavy sigh and said, don't let my position fool you. I may run several large factories and have some wealth, but in the eyes of cultured people I'm nothing but a nouveau riche unworthy of their notice. Especially when it comes to principals of the capital's top universities. The gap between us is enormous. We belong to entirely different worlds. I would only embarrass myself. What? Why would you say such a thing, Uncle He? Lin Yang's brows knit slightly. Dad. He Ming beside him also widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom his father speaking in such a manner. Surprised why I would say such things, aren't you? He Zhong glanced at both of them. After seeing them nod in unison, he sighed once more and continued slowly. Yang Yang, your uncle He here, I've just been fortunate to live in a good era. For generations our He family has had only one son per generation and none of us had any talent for learning. I even struggled to get through middle school. Fortunately I lived in a good time. I dabbled in various ventures and managed to build up some wealth. But despite the outward success, the truth is that those truly big bosses wouldn't even consider cooperating with me. They looked down on my lack of education, saying it would embarrass their companies. Over the years my factory has kept expanding, but in the eyes of those cultured tycoons it's still not worthy of the table. Some don't say it to my face, but they mock me behind my back. It's only for the sake of money that they maintain a superficial courtesy. So I've been working my ass off to make money, donating money in buildings at any cost, pulling strings and spending money all to get that little rascal He Ming into a university. I want to shake off the label of being an illiterate nouveau riche for our He family. At this point He Zhong glanced at the fat He and couldn't help but laugh. But unfortunately this little brat still inherited the He family genetics. He really has no talent for learning. Dad. He Ming's expression was complex. Only now did he understand why He Zhong had spent so much money to send him to university. But this reason made his heart ache. He had always thought his father with his big factory and vast wealth was the envy of everyone. Now he realized that his father had hidden such bitterness in his heart. Don't make that face. He Zhong glared at the fat He, then turned to look at Lin Yang and said seriously, I had no expectations left, only hoping that this little rascal would learn something in school and not squander the family fortune. But Yang, just now I saw several university presidents personally vying for you, and I felt that this little brat is lucky to have a friend like you. Maybe this is the greatest opportunity of his life. So Yang uncle He doesn't dare to have any other hopes. I only ask that when you achieve success in the future you look out for this brat He Ming from time to time so he won't be bullied too badly. He didn't even ask why Lin Yang, who had previously been a poor student, was now being fought over by several prestigious university presidents. Instead he took out a thick envelope and handed it to Lin Yang. Yang inside is 1,000,000 yuan in cash. Although you're certainly not short of scholarships since the presidents are competing for you, the imperial capital is an expensive place. This money is a little token of Uncle He's appreciation. Every semester I'll transfer another 1,000,000 yuan for your social expenses and living costs. If you ever need money just let me know. I only ask that you look after He Ming in the future. I'm begging you. Lin Yang immediately stepped back, looked at He Zhong and said earnestly, Uncle He, you're being too distant. He Ming is my good buddy, my brother. If he needs help I'll definitely be there. You don't need to be so serious, and you don't need to give me money. My friendship with him isn't about money. This. He Zhong was taken aback, then tried to persuade him further. Lin Yang interjected, Uncle He, have you forgotten? A few years ago when my dad's company was in trouble and couldn't even pay salaries, you transferred a large sum of money without a second thought. I've always remembered that. So don't worry. As long as I have enough to eat I'll make sure the fat guy doesn't go hungry. And please don't use words like begging, it's too distant. He Zhong was stunned for a moment, then remained silent for a long while before putting away the envelope and laughing heartily. Good, it's my little brat's blessing to have a friend like you in this life. Then Uncle He won't take up any more of your time. School's about to start and you'll need to report in a couple of days, you'll be busy. I'll head off now, but if you ever need help be sure to let Uncle He know. I will. Take care, Uncle He. Lin Yang waved his hand watching He Zhong's retreating figure and sighed inwardly. To be honest, he hadn't expected that He Zhong, this seemingly successful big boss, would have his own sorrows and would speak to him in such a manner. He had even waited outside until Lu Songzhou and the others had left before coming over, feeling the gap in status. Truly every family has its own troubles. After He Zhong had gone far, He Ming finally snapped out of it and said gloomily, Yangzi, I only realized today that my dad isn't as successful as he appears on the surface. Why think so much? Dignity is earned by oneself. Uncle He built such a large business through his own ability, that's his achievement. Lin Yang patted He Ming on the shoulder and said, if you don't want to disappoint Uncle He, study hard when you get to university and bring him honor. Don't let all that money he spent go to waste. Mm. The fatty nodded, then seemed to remember something, looked at Lin Yang and asked, "You're not really some big-shot student, are you?" "Ah, if I say I am, would you believe me?" Lin Yang chuckled. "I don't believe it." He Ming answered decisively. "Then there you go. But I still don't understand why both Jingdu University and Huaqing University came to compete for you." He Ming stared wide-eyed. "Didn't I tell you during the meal? I met a professional domestic team abroad and helped them solve a physics problem. The solution to that problem is the reason they came to invite me." Lin Yang once again used the same excuse he had given his mother. "It sounds reasonable, but it still doesn't feel real to me. You say you helped a professional team solve a problem, but back in school I never saw any special talent in physics from you. You never passed an exam." He Ming muttered. "That's called being low-key, don't you understand?" "Low-key? You must be kidding." He Ming burst out laughing, then shook his head vigorously and said, "All right, I'm too lazy to ask. Anyway, now that you've made it, I'm genuinely happy for you, bro. When you take off, remember to bring me along." Lin Yang was about to say that the fat guy had suddenly become sensible, but the next second He Ming said in a pained voice, "Why didn't you take my dad's 100,000 yuan? That was 100,000. A whole 100,000. Even if you didn't want it, you could have taken it and given it to me." Lin Yang. Speechless, he was truly speechless. After a 2.5-second silence, Lin Yang couldn't help it anymore and gave the fat guy a hard knock on the forehead, shouting, "Are you out of your mind? You know that was 100,000. Have you thought about what would happen if it got exposed? If you want to die, go die alone, but don't drag me into it. Our meal at the Imperial Hotel just now was free, saving you 6,000, and you're still not satisfied." Ha! This fat guy really had some nerve. Embezzling 100,000. If his family found out, not only would the fat guy get a beating, but Lin Yang himself would also be beaten black and blue by his mother. "Damn it. Can't you talk without hitting me? It hurts like hell. Just pretend I never said anything, okay? I'm going home. The farewell dinner is over. See you during winter break." The fatty, holding his forehead, scurried off after his father. Watching He Ming's fleeing figure, Lin Yang smiled knowingly and turned to walk home. "Mom should be very happy now, right? Ding, you have a new email." Suddenly a notification made Lin Yang pause. "The Ecology Institute hopes I can help study the plant seeds brought back from the moon." After glancing at the email from Zhao Zizhen, Lin Yang hadn't replied yet when he received a message from Butler. No. 1. Commander, we've detected a new Blue Star spacecraft landing. The other party is trying to exchange more advanced spacecraft construction technology with us. Do we agree to the exchange? A new spacecraft. Which countries? Lin Yang was taken aback. So quickly a Western nation had landed on the moon to exchange resources. Commander, the newly landed spacecraft is called the Lianhao lunar probe, and it is not a manned vessel. The other party has attached an imaging and communication device, hoping to exchange it for the technology of the improved lunar landing spacecraft and some lunar resources. Butler 1 replied. Lianhao lunar probe. Lin Yang was somewhat surprised. Judging by the name of the probe, it was clearly not from Bukeliang or Shaoingjiang. It should be an accessory product of the manned Lianhao spacecraft technology. They are quick to act. Then Lin Yang smiled. From the timeline, it seemed that while the domestic spacecraft was returning, they had already launched the probe. And they were cautious enough. They only sent a probe to test the waters without direct manned flight. Evidently, before determining the Tiangong base's attitude toward them, they dared not take further risks. It seems they suspect that the disappearance of the previous manned Lianhao lunar spacecraft is likely related to the Tiangong base. Lin Yang muttered and asked slowly, "What resources do they want to exchange?" "Show me the list." "Yes, Commander. I will transmit the list to you now." Butler 1 responded. Soon Lin Yang saw the supplies that Bukeliang and Shaoingjiang wanted to exchange. They were all scarce resources, and most were needed for building lunar spacecraft. The quantities required were also substantial. Quite an appetite, huh? It seems they are very eager to build more spacecraft. Lin Yang glanced at the list and discerned their intentions. The previous manned Lianhao spacecraft had likely consumed a large amount of their scarce resources. After its disappearance, they now sought to obtain these resources from the Tiangong base to compensate for their losses. Then, Commander, shall we trade with them? Butler 1 inquired. Exchange. Of course. Didn't I say during the last global broadcast that anyone is welcome to exchange resources at the Tiangong base? Lin Yang's tone was profound and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It's just that the price of exchange depends on whether they can afford it. Commander, what conditions shall we propose to them? Butler 1 didn't quite grasp Lin Yang's meaning. I'll send you a resource list later. Demand triple the price for the supplies on it. Lin Yang said. If they want a particular scarce resource, they must pay 3 times the amount of other resources to obtain it. Also, don't give them all the items they want at once. Pick out a few relatively scarce ones and demand 5 times the price for those. A thoughtful expression appeared on Butler 1's face. Commander, are you planning to thoroughly fleece them? Exactly. Lin Yang nodded. Having Butler 1 announce during the global broadcast that everyone was welcome to trade at the Tiangong base was precisely to set a trap for the Western powers. Demanding triple the price was just the beginning. He had already considered that if the price was too high from the start, the Westerners might not be willing. So starting with triple, gradually targeting their most needed resources and then delivering a heavy blow. Should we give them the upgraded lunar spacecraft technology? Butler 1 asked again. Give it, but only the basic version. For technology-related items, demand 10 times the resource cost. 10 times. Will they agree? According to our records, Earth's resource reserves are no longer abundant. Paying such a high price for basic technology doesn't seem cost-effective for them. Butler 1 looked thoughtful again. Rest assured they will trade. Lin Yang was confident. With the enormous pressure from the domestic side, Bupiliang and Xiaoyingjiang had to seek other ways out. From their eagerness to obtain large quantities of spacecraft building materials and upgrade technology, it was clear that the two countries aimed not only to land on the moon but also to attempt landing on other planets. Therefore, even at a tenfold cost, they would certainly trade. They had no other choice. Given their current technological level, without acquiring advanced spacecraft technology from the Tiangong base, landing on other planets in the solar system would be a pipe dream. Thus, even if they knew the price was exorbitant, they would grit their teeth and trade. Unless they were willing to watch their countries be rapidly overtaken by the domestic side. But that was clearly impossible for Bupiliang and Xiaoyingjiang. Commander, there is another matter. They have sent their greetings and expressed a desire to communicate with you. Butler 1 added. Communicate with me. Lin Yang frowned slightly, then said, ignore them for now. Understood. I will contact them according to your instructions and report any new developments to you promptly. Go ahead. Lin Yang waved his hand, cut off the communication, and quickly compiled a resource list to transmit to Butler 1. The supplies on the list were exactly what the domestic side lacked for building the space carrier. However, to avoid arousing suspicion, he also added some unnecessary items to confuse them. Then he called Zhao Zizhen while walking home. Zhao Zizhen answered almost instantly. Lin Yang got straight to the point. Dean Zhao, what specific problem does the Ecology Academy face that requires modifying seed genes? I'm not completely sure. Roughly, those seeds are from plant species that went extinct on our planet. After the vicissitudes of climate change, those plants can no longer adapt to the current environment and cannot grow. So the Ecology Academy hopes to get your help to modify the plant seed genes, allowing those extinct plants to rejoin the existing ecosystem. Zhao Zizhen answered quickly. Oh, I see. I'll talk about it when I get to the capital. Lin Yang roughly understood. Great, we look forward to your arrival, Lin. Zhao Zizhen chuckled. After hanging up, Lin Yang directly asked the system is modifying the seed genes for the Ecology Academy to reintroduce extinct plants into the ecosystem the completion condition for the academician's dream task. Yes, host. Lin Yang understood and quickened his pace home. Meanwhile, in the official buildings of Bupiliang and Xiaoyingjiang, angry roars erupted one after another. That damned alien, this is extortion. This is blatant extortion. The high-ranking officials of Bupiliang and Xiaoyingjiang were absolutely furious. Upon receiving the resource exchange terms from Jiaguan No. 1, they could hardly contain their wrath. To obtain 1 unit of the resources we need, we must offer 3 times their value in other resources. And for that spaceship upgrade technology, a single technical module requires 10 times the resources to exchange. Isn't this extortion? He's simply treating us as suckers to fleece. The people from Bupiliang and Xiaoyingjiang were seething with rage. Originally, they had assumed that resource exchanges with the Tiangong base would be a 1-to-1 reciprocal trade, each getting what they needed. But now the exchange prices started at a minimum of 3 times the value. Some individually required 5 times, and technical modules demanded 10 times the resources to exchange. These exchange prices were difficult for them to accept. However, after the initial anger subsided, the people from Bupiliang and Xiaoyingjiang managed to force themselves to calm down. A high-ranking official from Xiaoyingjiang said, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Judging from these exchange terms, that alien commander must also be in urgent need of substantial resources, which is why he is taking this opportunity to fleece us. Moreover, this allows us to ascertain that he currently lacks the capability to invade us, otherwise he would have simply attacked directly. This for us counts as a piece of good news. So what? The people from Pyongyang frown tightly. So we must hurry. Before he recovers his ability to invade, we must acquire the capability for interstellar travel. That is what I mean, the high-ranking official from Xiaoying stated. You mean to say we should continue exchanging resources with him? The person from Pyongyang asked, a faint glint in his eyes. The people from Xiaoying nodded. We have no choice. If we rely solely on our own technology, it is uncertain whether we will achieve the ability for free interstellar travel within a century. And now the resources on Lonstar are also nearly depleted. We will face a bottleneck for a long time ahead. We must quickly gain the ability to go to other planets to mine resources. Otherwise we will be completely overtaken by Shangxia soon. Do not forget they have already mastered nuclear fusion technology. Once they widely apply nuclear fusion technology to generate energy, and with sufficient energy support, their spaceships can easily travel to and from other planets to acquire resources. By then the resources on other planets in the solar system will all be at their disposal. If we continue to stand still, the gap between us and Shangxia will only grow wider. Therefore we must exchange resources and technology with the Tiangong base. Although the cost is somewhat high, as long as we can successfully step onto other planets to mine resources, the current sacrifices will not be significant. This remark plunged the people from Pyongyang into a brief silence. Actually, this principle was not something they did not understand. It was just that for hundreds of years they had always been the ones doing the fleecing. Now suddenly becoming the targets, this fact made it hard for them to swallow the grievance. The person from Xiaoying glanced at the crowd from Pyongyang and said calmly, being able to pay some price to obtain advanced technology is already quite good. It is far better than a situation where there is not even an exchange at all. After all, resources have a price, but technology is priceless. If you are unwilling to part with it, then our cooperation ends here. These words immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the senior officials from Pyongyang. This was tantamount to calling them short-sighted. Immediately the people from Pyongyang snorted coldly. When did we say we would not exchange? As long as we master more advanced spaceship technology, what we lose now will only be compensated with much more in the future on other planets. It is good that you understand this principle. Then let us continue to cooperate according to the previous conditions. Each of our two countries will cover half of the resources exchanged. In the future, the materials obtained on other planets will also be split equally. The person from Xiaoying said indifferently. Now go prepare the materials respectively. Meanwhile, Lin Yang had already returned home. What surprised him was that there were many guests at home. Some were neighbors from around, while others left no impression at all. Currently Zhang Feng was surrounded by these people. Each was uttering flattery, their gazes darting back and forth across the several admission notices filled with envy. Zhang Feng in turn wore an expression of delight, responding to everyone's flattery. Then her gaze swept to Lin Yang, who had just entered the door, and she immediately called out, "Oh my dear son, you are back. Are you tired? Mom will pour you some tea." With that call, everyone in the living room immediately turned their heads. Looking at Lin Yang, they began to heap praises upon him one after another. Our top university student has returned. I always said that this child Yang Yang was extraordinary from a young age. He would eventually become a great talent. Didn't my prediction come true? I also firmly believed from childhood that this kid Yang Yang would surely achieve great things. Now he is being directly fought over by various top universities in the country. It truly brings honor to all the neighbors of this building. He Yang Yang, I even held you when you were a baby. After you graduate and become successful, do not forget to help my boy out, okay? Exactly. And my daughter, ever since elementary school she has been close to you, Yang Yang. A couple of days ago she even said that you were the most handsome boy in our residential community. I think my daughter might have a secret crush on you, Yang Yang. How about I call her over and you two can chat? Go. Your daughter only got into a second-tier university. She is not worthy of a great genius like Yang Yang. Instead, my daughter also got into a top-level university in the country. How about it, Yang Yang, why don't you add each other as friends and chat? And my girl, she is also from a first-class university. She has a gentle personality and is quite pretty, not inferior to those big stars. Your mother once said that whoever marries my girl has accumulated good fortune from a past life. You two should chat as well, right? Listening to these words, Lin Yang's eyes instantly turned extremely peculiar. From childhood they thought he would achieve great things. From an early age they noticed he was a genius. Was this really talking about him? It made him want to laugh a bit. His academic performance, who in the whole building did not know. almost always ranked at the bottom. Normally some parents even specially warned their children not to play with him to stay away from him lest they get infected and their studies also deteriorate. Among them were none other than those familiar neighbors upstairs and downstairs. But now good for them. Seeing that he himself was personally recruited by the president of a top institution, they all approached without a hint of embarrassment, claiming they had seen his potential since childhood. Do they have to be this realistic? Lin Yang felt somewhat speechless. The earlier remarks were somewhat acceptable, but as it went on they became increasingly outrageous. Each one was trying to set him up with a girl as a partner. This reality was a bit too excessive. Especially for several neighbors who said these things, he had absolutely no impression of them. Obviously, usually they merely lived in the same residential community, some even not in the same building. They had barely met a few times. Yet now they all rushed over. It was simply absurd. Seeing this, Zhang Fong calmly drew those people away one by one and said with a smile, "My Yang is still young, he just entered college. Academics should come first. The principals mentioned before leaving that there are matters to discuss if Yang returns, so we won't keep you for lunch today. I'll treat you all another time." This was essentially an outright request for them to leave. Though those neighbors still wanted Lin Yang's contact information under Zhang Fong's direct dismissal, they felt embarrassed to insist further. Smiling, they said important matters came first and then filed out the door. Finally they're all gone. That was exhausting. After everyone had left, Zhang Fong closed the door and let out a long sigh. "Mom, but from the way you were acting just now it seemed like you were enjoying it." Lin Yang chuckled. Zhang Fong rolled her eyes at him. "Enjoying it? Your mother isn't stupid. These people usually go out of their way to keep their children away from you, but now that they've heard a university president personally came to recruit you, they've all shamelessly crawled back. If I weren't worried about rumors that we look down on neighbors once we gain a little status, I would have kicked them out long ago." "Oh, I thought you were actually enjoying all that flattery, Mom." Lin Yang smiled again. He chuckled once more. "How well I did enjoy it, to be honest. After all, my eldest son has become someone of note. This time your mother has truly saved face. All these years I've never been as happy as I am today. You finally made your mother proud." Zhang Fong's face was filled with pride. She truly was proud right now, a slight sheen glistening in her eyes. All these years she had only ever prayed for her son's safety and health, never expecting that today Lin Yang would give her such a tremendous surprise. "Mom, don't cry. There will be many more moments to make you proud in the future." Lin Yang embraced his mother. "Ha, your mother isn't crying, this is pure joy. It's a pity your father is tied up with the company and can't make it back from out of town, otherwise he'd be even happier than me." Zhang Fong wiped the corner of her eye, smiling, then seemed to remember something and quickly asked, "So with so many universities, have you decided which one to go to? Also, though I don't know how you suddenly became so outstanding, and I don't need to know, if you can't keep up with your studies at university, that's fine. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If it really doesn't work out, we'll just drop out. Your mother can accept that. At least we'll have been to a top university." "Mom, what kind of talk is that? I haven't even stepped onto campus yet and you're already thinking about dropping out." Lin Yang could only laugh and groan in exasperation. "Your mother is preparing for rain before it falls. Those prestigious schools are full of top students from all over the country. I'm worried you'll feel too much pressure suddenly entering such an excellent institution." Zhang Fong spoke softly. Though greatly surprised, one knows one's own family best. She had truly already braced herself in her heart for the possibility that her son might struggle at school and be forced to withdraw. "Don't worry, Mom, I won't be dropping out. Please stop imagining things." Lin Yang rubbed his forehead. His mother's leaps of logic were going far too fast. "All right, I won't think about it anymore. Your mother will go prepare things for you. Buy your ticket this afternoon and head to register." Zhang Fong said. "Although school doesn't start for 2 more days, you went abroad during summer vacation, so go ahead early to get familiar with things." "All right." Lin Yang didn't say more. The Ecological Research Institute was waiting for him. "Would you like your mother to accompany you?" Zhang Fong asked again. "No need, Mom. I managed going abroad alone just fine, I'll have no trouble getting to the capital." Lin Yang shook his head. Zhang Fong nodded and didn't press further, but soon, as if remembering something, she suddenly said, "By the way, son, if you meet a girl you like at university, go after her boldly. What I said earlier about you being young was just to brush off those people, you mustn't actually believe you're still too young." Lin Yang was speechless. 4 hours later at the capital city airport. "Hello, Dean Zhao. I've arrived in the capital. I'm heading to the Academy of Sciences now, have those plant seeds ready." Lin Yang pushed his luggage, hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Academy of Sciences. Meanwhile, as soon as Zhao Zizhen received Lin Yang's call, he immediately began making arrangements. Wang Guang, your idol is coming. Go wait at the entrance to welcome him, but don't be too over the top. Make sure you don't reveal student Lin's identity. Yes, Professor, I'm on it right now, he. Wang Guang didn't even finish his work, he bolted straight for the main entrance. What's your rush, kid? It's still 2 hours from the airport. Can't you finish your current tasks first? Zhao Zizhen couldn't help but scold. You can count it as my leave or absences, deduct my pay however you like. I'm just not in the mood to work right now. Wang Guang didn't even turn around. Zhao Zizhen paused, then laughed and cursed affectionately before proudly connecting with Song Changming and the others, informing them one by one that Lin Yang had arrived in the capital and was coming directly to the Academy of Sciences. What? Student Lin is going to your Academy of Sciences first. Upon receiving the news, Song Changming and the others instantly joined the video conference. That's right. Student Lin called personally, he'll be here any moment. Old Yuan, bring your seeds and come over directly. Zhao Zizhen's tone was thoroughly smug. Humph, you old worm, still got your way in the end. Song Changming was quite displeased because he had wanted Lin Yang to go to the Aerospace Institute. Xu Tianque was equally unhappy. Old Zhao, don't get cocky. Student Lin is only visiting your Academy of Sciences first because you happened to contact him first. That doesn't mean he'll work exclusively at your institute in the future. Keep souring all you want. Zhao Zizhen simply rolled his eyes at each of them in turn and exited the video conference. That old fool. No, I need to go to the Academy of Sciences myself. I can't let that old brat get all the glory. Xu Tianque's eyes started and he also logged off. Yuan Jihan needed no prompting, he set off immediately with those plant seeds. Only Song Changming remained stamping his feet in frustration, for he was still at the aerospace base and not yet in the capital. No, I can't let them have all the initiative. After a moment, Song Changming seemed to make a decision. He summoned his assistant, rearranged the schedule and changed his flight from the originally booked departure 2 days later to the earliest available one. He had previously booked for 2 days later since school started then, but he hadn't expected Lin Yang to arrive early. Director, what urgent matter requires such a hasty return to the capital? The assistant looked utterly confused. With the discovery of aliens on the moon, the entire aerospace base was in a frenzy. Every daily work plan was tightly scheduled, and Song Changming's sudden change of itinerary would significantly disrupt everything that followed. Something very urgent, just stop asking. Arrange a car to the airport as fast as possible. And if any news comes from the moon, notify me immediately. Song Changming refused to elaborate. The assistant opened his mouth about to speak when suddenly a shrill alarm erupted throughout the entire base. Both of their expressions shifted drastically. Immediately after, a shout rang out. Director, Station Manager 1 from the moon has contacted us. What? Song Changming was immediately startled, as if he could hardly believe what he had heard. He hurried over and asked with wide eyes, the robotic butler at the Heavenly Palace base contacted us on its own initiative. Yes, Director, it sent a message asking if we would like to exchange some resources. It's actually offering to exchange resources with us. Song Changming frowned. Did it say what kind of resources? This is the exchange list it sent. Please take a look, Director. The next moment, Song Changming's eyes widened. These are almost all the materials we lack for building aircraft carriers or aerospace aircraft carriers. It seems so, but we're not entirely certain. We need to confirm with Director Zhao from the Academy of Sciences and Director Chu from the Armed Forces Department. Song Changming nodded. We do need to verify. Send a copy of the list to them and make sure to include Elder Yi as well. I'll arrange a video conference with them now. Director, if we confirm the exchange, we need to immediately transport the supplies up there. You're needed to oversee operations at the aerospace base, but you mentioned having an urgent matter to attend to earlier. Can this be coordinated? Song Changming hesitated, then gritted his teeth and said, the greater cause comes first. Stay in contact with that first butler and simultaneously begin preparations for the next lunar mission. I'll be back shortly. Understood. After giving the instructions, Song Changming immediately initiated the connection. Meanwhile, when Zhao Zizhen and the others learned that the first butler had proactively asked about exchanging resources and saw that resource list, they were all stunned for a moment. Stop staring blankly. Aren't these the special resources that Western countries recently announced they would stop selling resources that could be used to build aerospace aircraft carriers? Zhao Zizhen and Xu Tianque exchanged glances and nodded in unison. That's right, those are exactly the parts we've been short on. Upon receiving confirmation, Song Changming found himself rather bewildered, muttering to himself, how could that first butler possibly know what we're lacking? That seems a bit too coincidental, doesn't it? It must have been monitoring us all along, Zhao Zizhen remarked, though I'm not sure why it would proactively offer us these resources for exchange. Chu Tianque chimed in, could it really be because it admires our culture, favors us, and is deliberately trying to help? Song Changming pondered for a moment before slowly responding, or perhaps it's because of student Lin. Previously we speculated that student Lin's technology might originate from the moon, and maybe that's precisely why the first butler has consistently shown favoritism toward us. That's difficult to say with certainty, there are simply too many possibilities, and currently we lack sufficient evidence to definitively link student Lin with extraterrestrial civilization on the moon. Zhao Zizhen and Chu Tianque both furrowed their brows. Yi Guhong however spoke slowly. Regardless of the reason, since it's clearly willing to assist us now, we should accept. At least from what we can see presently, this benefits us without any apparent downsides. So Elder Yi, should I inform the first butler that we agree to exchange resources with it? Song Changming asked. Is this a one-to-one exchange? Yi Guhong inquired. Yes, a one-to-one exchange, Song Changming confirmed with a nod. Looking at the exchange list, some of the resources are relatively common on our side, so let's provide a bit more, Yi Guhong added. Understood, Song Changming acknowledged. Please arrange to transport the required supplies as soon as possible. We'll prepare to send materials up on our end. Will this be a crewed or uncrewed lunar mission? Yi Guhong asked once more. Crewed lunar missions are quite costly. Since this is just for resource exchange, I don't think we need to send people, simply use a probe to deliver the resources and bring them back, Song Changming explained. Shouldn't we send someone for our first official transaction? It might seem impolite otherwise. Yi Guhong's brows tightened slightly. If we're solely exchanging resources, the cost of a crewed lunar mission would be too great. The first butler also mentioned we don't need to send personnel, Song Changming explained. In that case, let's proceed as the first butler suggested, Yi Guhong said without further comment. Just as Song Changming was about to respond, his expression suddenly shifted and he slowly said, I just received news that America and its allies have also launched a lunar probe heading directly to the moon. Based on analysis, they're likely going there to exchange materials as well. Oh. They certainly moved quickly. All three, Yi Guhong, Zhao Zizhen and Chu Tianque, raised their eyebrows in unison. Assuming no unexpected delays, they're collaborating with each country contributing half the materials, which explains the swift preparation. This also shows the butler isn't only trading with us, it's exchanging with all Western nations as well, indicating they're likely facing resource shortages too, Song Changming observed slowly. I hope that commander won't turn hostile and attack us once they've secured sufficient resources, Yi Guhong sighed. Countries on Blue Star could only exchange materials with the Heavenly Palace base, while the base could simultaneously trade resources with every nation across the entire planet. It goes without saying that the Heavenly Palace base would acquire the supplies it needs at remarkable speed. This was hardly reassuring news. If that extraterrestrial commander at the Heavenly Palace base obtained sufficient resources and regained the ability to launch cross-dimensional invasions, Blue Star could face grave danger. Zhao Zizhen and the others couldn't help but sigh. They understood the reasoning well enough, yet there was no way they could refuse the resource exchange with the Heavenly Palace base. They simply couldn't turn down the resource list the first butler provided. Everything on it was crucial for constructing the aerospace carrier. I believe we need to start preparing defensive measures against potential invasions. A silence fell before Yi Guhong spoke. Whether or not this extraterrestrial commander ultimately decides to invade us, we must prepare for the worst-case scenario. After all, even if he doesn't invade us now that extraterrestrials have been proven to exist in the universe, other star civilizations might attempt an invasion at some point in the future. It never hurts to be prepared. Zhao Zizhen nodded and was about to respond when his eyes suddenly lit up. He rose to his feet and said, Student Lin has arrived. Let's go greet him. Oh. Already here. Then we should take this opportunity to discuss our plans for preparing against extraterrestrial invasion and see what thoughts he might have. Understood. Zhao Zizhen responded, and both he and Chu Tianque exited the video conference simultaneously. Witnessing this, Song Changming let out a heavy sigh. The sudden request from the lunar side to exchange materials with the domestic team meant his recently rescheduled flight ticket had to be cancelled. Now he could only watch with anticipation as Zhao Zizhen and the others met with Lin Yang. At the same time, Lin Yang had already arrived at the main gate of the Academy of Sciences. Just before stepping out of the car, he received a message from the first butler commander. As per your instructions, I've completed the resource exchange with Shangxia. All resources obtained from the other two nations except those needed for our mining vessel construction have been exchanged with Shangxia. Excellent work. With this batch of resources, constructing the first aerospace aircraft carrier should be well within reach. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Yang's eyes before he stepped out of the car. Hello, may I ask, are you Student Lin? The moment Lin Yang exited the vehicle, a young man in an Academy of Sciences uniform approached with unmistakable enthusiasm, his gaze burning with intensity that was almost unsettling. Yes, that's me. And you are? Lin Yang suddenly took a step back. There was something unsettling about this young man's intense stare.